The resources of Blue Star are exhausted and the city is sealed by yellow sand. In his previous life, he was a wilderness survival master, but in this life, he is working as a planner at the bottom of a 3-no company, eating and waiting to die day after day, feeling depressed and ordinary. After 3 years of living in a daze, the man's only plug-in is the prompt words that occasionally flash before his eyes that can only remind him to avoid cars and pick up coins. It can be called the most shabby time travel cheat in history. The man looked at the plastic green belt and sighed. Others travel through time and space, but I'm here just to embarrass myself? At this moment, the world changes. A light curtain suddenly descends from the sky, and the world is connected to the mysterious game, Wild Survival. Each country will randomly draw game contestants, obtain resources in the wilderness, and even return them to reality in the form of 10,000 times. This is a game that concerns the fate of the country. And that 1 in a billion chance of being chosen fell on this man. With a flash of golden light, the man was thrown into an isolated island. A man is left with only a pair of beach pants? Don't panic. The once useless golden finger has awakened in the wilderness and become the strongest survival cheat. There are crabs hiding under the rocks, clams buried in the sand, and a big lobster 20 meters away. While others are struggling to survive, he is like returning to his own backyard to catch seafood, and he starts off by eating so much seafood that he burps. When the first wave of seafood with 10,000 times rebate piled up like a small mountain in Huagua Square, the whole country was boiling. But this was just the beginning. Salt mines, iron mines, running water sources. Every time a man bends down to pick up something, he is injecting lifeline into the motherland. The world is shocked, and the media is crazy about it. This guy, is he cheating? Isn't he cheating? How did he know there was something under the sand? And he even made a straw rope in advance. Great. Our Chinese players are really good. Are the foreigners dumbfounded? This is called strength. Watching Lu Fan constantly searching on the beach, the audience couldn't help but sigh at Lu Fan's luck. Keep in mind that the other contestants were still exploring the terrain or building shelters. After all, the race had only just begun a few minutes ago, and no one had found any food yet. At this time, Lu Fan had already picked up a lot of seafood. He finally stopped and pounded his back with his fist, muttering, "I'm so tired. How can I finish eating so much seafood?" The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't hold back any longer. No, I feel like he's in Versailles. If it were me, I'd want to eat seafood too. Just as the audience was discussing, a golden announcement suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Sea crab 310,000. Clam 1,510,000, shell 7*10,000. As the announcement came out, a large number of seafood wrapped in golden light were instantly transferred to the capital square, and the live broadcast room suddenly became boiling. It's really a 10,000-fold rebate. There are so many crabs. Lu Fan is so awesome. China is the first country to trigger the rebate. I can eat crabs. Haha. Don't even think about it. The people above have already divided it up. Parallel world. Just kidding. Please forgive me. Hey, don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. After watching this scene, viewers from other countries expressed dissatisfaction. How is it possible? Andre from the United States hasn't found any food yet, but a college student from China has already found it. Baga, the Chinese are just lucky. The final victory will definitely belong to our Sakura country. Ha ha ha. You devils, are you envious? Are you jealous? Faced with this sudden situation, the Chinese government responded quickly. Professionals took over the seafood at the first opportunity and issued an announcement through the official platform. The central government hereby promises that this batch of seafood will be used for breeding and cultivation to further create more seafood for the people. Anyone who dares to get his hands on this batch of materials, regardless of his position, will be severely punished. As soon as the official attitude came out, the audience in the live broadcast room was excited again. That's great. It means we can all eat seafood soon. Long live the country. That's great. The host Wang Tao also said with emotion, "We also thank contestant Lu Fan for bringing us the supplies. Every contestant who participates in wilderness survival deserves to be respected by his or her country." Lu Fan obviously couldn't see all this, but Lu Fan noticed the prompt of 10,000 times rebate. When he found out that these materials were really transferred to the real world, Lu Fan couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Awesome, I can actually get a rebate. That's great." But after a moment, Lu Fan realized that it seemed that these rebates would not fall on him. However, Lu Fan soon felt relieved. Lu Fan understood that the more rebates he could get, the better it would be for the country, and when Lu Fan returned, he might even be able to enjoy improved living conditions. This thought undoubtedly gave Lu Fan more confidence in his survival in the wilderness. Lu Fan wrapped the seafood in his coat, walked to the shore, and began to plan his next survival strategy. Fire and water were the two most important goals at the moment. Soon, Lu Fan found a piece of flat land near the beach and prepared to use it as a temporary stay. After putting down the seafood, Lu Fan quickly observed the surrounding environment. This place is close to the sea, and according to experience, there should be coconut trees nearby. Before Lu Fan finds a stable water source, coconuts are undoubtedly the most suitable alternative. Walk 300 meters southeast, and you will see a coconut grove. After seeing the prompt, Lu Fan smiled. Whatever you want, you will get it. Lu Fan followed the directions given, as he was thirsty. Soon, he arrived at the coconut grove, looked up at the tall coconut trees, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Commentator Zhao Hagju nodded and commented, "Very good. Contestant Lu Fan found the source of fresh water in the first step, which is an important step in wilderness survival." Yu Rui exclaimed, "This tree is too high, isn't it? How can he pick coconuts?" Lu Fan found a handy stone nearby, then hugged the trunk with both hands, pushed off the ground with his feet, and climbed up the coconut tree deftly in just a few steps. The audience in the live broadcast room was shocked again. "No, he is too agile, isn't he? He went up in a flash?" Yu Rui's eyes sparkled. "Contestant Lu Fan is amazing. He climbed up so quickly." Survival expert Zhao Hangjun flipped through Lu Fan's information with a bewildered look on his face. His 50-year-old head was instantly filled with the confusion of an 80-year-old. At this time, Lu Fan was already sitting firmly at the junction of the leaves and the trunk, which was relatively thick and could support his weight. Lu Fan picked up a stone and smashed the coconuts a few times, and soon the coconuts fell one after another. After collecting enough coconuts, Lu Fan quickly returned to the ground, picked up a few large coconuts, and returned to the camp. Lu Fan skillfully used the stone to process the coconut, first smashing off the green shell, then tapping the top with the tip of the stone. After a moment, Lu Fan knocked hard and a hole was opened. Lu Fan immediately raised the coconut and drank the coconut juice in big gulps, commenting, "Well, it's not bad. Very sweet, but the taste is a little bland. Maybe I drank too much processed coconut juice." Seeing Lu Fan drinking natural coconut juice, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but say, "Pure natural coconut juice. I want to drink it too. Isn't his tree climbing skill too good? There are no trees for us to climb now." No, his luck is simply amazing. He solved all the food and drink problems at the beginning. Is this still wilderness survival? Are you sure he is an ordinary person? I think he is a lucky guy. The host Wang Tao is also pleased. That's great. We can see that contestant Lu Fan is very agile, which shows that he has a huge advantage in wilderness survival. After drinking 2 bottles of coconut milk in succession, Lu Fan burped with satisfaction. So cool. At this time, the wilderness survival system announcement popped up again. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Coconut 510,000. Chinese player Ling Yu triggers 10,000 times rebate. Coconut 610,000. Ling Yu, who was a special forces soldier, also successfully collected several large coconuts at about the same time with his excellent physical fitness, and triggered the rebate at the same time as Lu Fan. This series of announcements instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the Chinese audience, and the live broadcast room was boiling. The host Wang Tao even laughed out loud. "Great. That's great. Contestants Lu Fan and Ling Yu are both very impressive and have brought a large amount of supplies to our country. Haha, this is so cool. How long will it take to eat so many coconuts? Hundreds of thousands of big coconuts. Won't they be piled up into a mountain?" The barrage of comments in Huagua's live broadcast room kept scrolling, and the audience made jokes. At the same time, some foreign viewers were dissatisfied when they saw Chinese players continuously triggering rebates, and several viewers from the Sakura country even broke into the Chinese live broadcast room. It's just luck. The Chinese only rely on this kind of opportunistic method. Sooner or later, our Sakura country warriors will find supplies that are 10 or 100 times better than coconuts. However, the Chinese audience could not just sit back and watch. The contestants from Sakura country also found coconuts, but they couldn't pick them because they were too short. Ha ha ha. This is the strength of our Chinese contestants. If you don't understand, don't bark. Faced with the dense barrage of counterattacks, the foreign viewers quickly left the live broadcast room in shame. Later, the authorities issued a new announcement. The central government has decided that, apart from reserving a portion of coconuts for seed cultivation, the remaining coconuts will be distributed to the audience through lottery. Wow, the official is YYDS. Come on. I'm so lucky now. I just sacrificed countless lives. I must win. The one above, there's something wrong with you. Yu Rui put her hands together and muttered to herself. I hope I can win. I hope I can win. Ah, Rui is so cute. People in other countries can only watch enviously through the screen. After solving the drinking water problem, Lu Fan began to build a shelter. Lu Fan planned to build a triangular shed. First, Lu Fan collected a lot of dead branches and sticks from the surrounding area, selected 3 thicker sticks as supports, and then inserted some broad leaves on the racks to block the rain. The leaves of the coconut tree were undoubtedly the best choice. So Lu Fan climbed up the coconut tree again and broke off many long and wide leaves. Coconut trees belong to the palm family, and their leaves are broad and flexible, making them very suitable for building shelters. With his many experiences of surviving in the wilderness in his previous life, Lu Fan quickly wove 2 huge rainproof cloths out of coconut leaves. After the rainproof cloth was firmly fixed on the bracket, a simple but practical triangular shelter was built. Lu Fan nodded with satisfaction, and then found some soft hay to spread inside, creating a comfortable resting place for himself. The audience in the Chinese live broadcast room watched with great interest. Lu Fan builds things so quickly, so professional. It feels like he has done it countless times. From straw ropes to sheds, he is very skilled. Who says young people can't do it? Ling Yu next door is also very capable. He is worthy of being a special forces soldier. The contestants from the Sakura country were still trying to climb the coconut tree in frustration, but without any progress. They had no choice but to give up and start looking for water in the forest, but they wandered around like headless flies and their strength kept draining away. The audience in their live broadcast room has also begun to complain. At present, apart from the Chinese players, only Andre from the United States has successfully triggered the rebate. I am dying of laughter. That Andre triggered 40,000 blueberries, which only weigh a dozen kilograms in total. Haha. And those blueberries were divided among their top brass. Our country is still the best. On the other side, after Lu Fan finished the shelter, his stomach started to growl. He stood up and stretched, his arms felt sore, and he immediately grinned and shouted, I haven't exercised like this for a long time. It's really killing me. Eat, eat. The world is big, but eating is the most important thing. Lu Fan spread out all the seafood he had picked up, and looking at the harvest on the ground, he couldn't help but drooling. After 3 years of traveling through time, Lu Fan had been eating artificially synthesized nutritious meals every day, and he had long been tired of them. Now that he could finally feast on them, he was so happy. Of course, as a country with a large population, it is not easy to ensure the basic food, clothing, and daily necessities of the people in the context of extremely scarce resources. The audience in the live broadcast room also began to get excited. It's finally time for the eating show I'm looking forward to the most. Master Lu Fan, can you give me some seafood? Seafood? I'm so envious. The most I've ever eaten is canned food. But at the same time, many viewers began to worry, how would Lu Fan cook without fire? Should we have fire first? We are not Sakura people who eat raw food directly. It's too difficult to make a fire. No one has succeeded yet. Andre, the so-called god of fire in the United States, has been drilling wood to make fire for several hours. His hands are all worn out, but he still can't make a fire. Seeing the comments, Zhao Hagjun explained, in a wilderness survival environment, medical resources are extremely scarce, so you must avoid eating raw and cold food, which may contain a large number of parasites and cause serious damage to the body. At this time, Lu Fan began to make a fire. He found a bow-shaped wooden stick, untied his shoelaces and tied it to make a simple fire bow. Afterwards, Lu Fan collected some dead branches and leaves and piled them on a piece of hardwood. He then found a straight wooden stick, wrapped the string of the fire bow around the stick, began to press down the top of the stick with stones, and then repeatedly pulled the bowstring to make the stick rotate rapidly. What is this called? The bowstring drilling method? This method really saves effort and does not hurt your hands. How clever. It looks like it will work. It must succeed. Although some foreign audiences still insisted, when it comes to making fire, our contestant Andre is the most professional. That's right, we can definitely make fire better than the Chinese man. But the Chinese audience immediately fought back. Foreign dogs, don't be so complacent. Wait and see how our contestant Lu Fan will slap you in the face. Seeing this scene, Zhao Hongjuan's eyes lit up. Although I don't know how Lu Fan came up with this idea, it can be seen that Lu Fan has very rich survival experience. This method of making fire can indeed save Lu Fan a lot of time. As Lu Fan pulled the bowstring rhythmically, the wooden stick spun faster and faster. 10 minutes later, a wisp of green smoke quietly emerged. It's smoking. It's smoking. It really works. Chapter 5. Successfully eating cooked food. With the survival experience in his previous life, Lu Fan quickly mastered the technique of using a bowstring and drilling wood to make fire. Lu Fan repeatedly pulled the wooden bow, letting the wooden stick rub against the grooves on the board, for half an hour. Finally, a faint spark appeared. Lu Fan quickly brought the prepared fire starter over and blew gently towards the sparks. Green smoke slowly rose. Before long, the tiny flames licked the hay and quickly spread into a ball of jumping flames. Looking at the rising flames, Lu Fan smiled with satisfaction and quickly added a few dry branches to it. Lu Fan grinned and joked, saying that it was a good thing the shoes were made in China, otherwise the shoelaces would have broken before the fire started. The comments in the live broadcast room were all over the place, and the audience joked, 666, the master has maxed out his skills, and he is a textbook example of survival in the wilderness. Just now I was worried that he would eat raw meat, but now he can eat cooked meat for sure. Domestic shoes are of great quality. Is this considered national pride? Wang Tao commented on the side, saying that fire is the foundation. With it, at least we can avoid eating raw food and the safety level is greatly improved. Seeing Lu Fan successfully start a fire, the Chinese audience gave him thumbs up, and the comment area was filled with joy. Meanwhile, Andre on the other side was still working hard to drill wood with his bare hands, and the scene was very embarrassing. The comments were even more naughty. I heard that Andre can also make fire with a bow and string, but it's a pity that he is naked and doesn't even have shoelaces. The show is really good. Lu Fan did not stop either. He quickly gathered a pile of dry firewood, built a simple earthen stove with stones, and then put a stone slab on it as a baking tray. Lu Fan spread the caught seafood neatly on the stone slab. As the temperature rose, the moisture was forced out, making an enticing sizzling sound. He also threw a few shelled ones to the side of the fire, and the aroma filled the air as they roasted over the charcoal. As they turned the shells over, the aroma of the seafood filled his nose, and Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh, it smells so good. Lu Fan picked up a shrimp, cut off the head and tail and stuffed it into his mouth. The fresh taste instantly blossomed on the tip of his tongue. Then, he held up another shrimp and said to the camera, "Brothers, I know you are watching, come on, have a bite." The comments became lively. "Brotherhood, so exciting. Just watching you eat makes me cry. Our eyes are full. This is a real natural seafood buffet." Lu Fan ate and talked, saying that this seafood is pure natural, pollution-free, and it is difficult to eat in the city. Yurue couldn't help but speak, saying that she was so envious and wanted to eat this kind of original seafood. As for Andre, he also managed to start a fire with great difficulty, but he had no food and could only eat some wild fruits to fill his stomach. After eating the shrimp, Lu Fan pried open a few slightly charred shells. The white and tender shell meat was steaming hot. Lu Fan took a breath with a satisfied look on his face and continued to enjoy it. The audience in the live broadcast room were also infected by Lu Fan's enthusiastic scene, as if they had forgotten that this was originally an extreme survival challenge. After eating and drinking, Lu Fan burped, patted his stomach with his hand, and grinned with joy. Spread the word, Lu Fan is a seal. He likes to eat seals? The person above has too much imagination. In comparison, the players from other countries looked a bit miserable. The players from Sakura country were still lost, had no food, and the sky was gradually getting dark. The contestant from India let himself go, found a piece of land and lay down to sleep, and even ate a few ants raw. The audience couldn't help but change the channel and began to care about the other contestants from China. Ling Yu has found a place to stay and built a shelter on the tree. This soldier is really professional. Too strong. There is also coconut meat to eat, which is just enough to replenish your energy. Inlan also built a simple shelter. Although food has not been found yet, Inlan is very skillful and keeps the camp clean and tidy. The live broadcast comments were full of heartache. Sister Inlan hasn't eaten yet. I feel so sorry. Fortunately, there is a place to sleep. Safety is the most important. Go find Lu Fan for a meal. Lu Fan has a lot of seafood over there. Although his stomach was empty, Inlan was not discouraged and continued to search for available resources around him. Seeing the steady start of the three Chinese players, Zhao Hagjun from the command center was also quite pleased. At present, it seems that they are in good shape. As long as they play steadily, things will get better and better later. After eating and drinking, Lu Fan got busy again, muttering, "The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard." Lu Fan took the remaining coconut leaves and began to weave little by little. The live broadcast room barrage came again. What is it weaving this time? Like a basket? I'm looking forward to it. I declare that Lu Fan is the ancient Greek god in charge of weaving. It turned out that what Lu Fan wanted to make was a fish cage, which was designed with a one-way entrance, so that the prey could not get out after entering. Lu Fan was skilled and quick in his movements, and in a short while, several fish cages were formed. Wang Tao explained that this was a good way to catch fish, and it seemed that Lu Fan was already planning for tomorrow's food. The master is really not simple. His fingers are so nimble that it's like he is cheats. His handwork is much better than mine. After the production was completed, Lu Fan picked up the fish cage and walked towards the shore, picking a section of the beach with more rocks. As he walked, the system prompt popped up again. Set traps here. The fish catch will be greatly increased. Lu Fan nodded, thinking that this area was indeed good, with many rocks and shallow water, so fish could be easily trapped. Lu Fan put the leftover seafood into the fish cages as bait, and then fixed the cages one by one in the seawater. Lu Fan arranged 5 cages, all facing the same area of water, to facilitate concentrated fishing. After making all the arrangements, Lu Fan did not stay for long and quickly returned to the shelter. Only by the fire did he feel the safest. Chapter 6. Rich catch of fish, fat bamboo rats. Back in the shelter, night fell quietly. Lu Fan added a few more pieces of firewood to the fire, and the flames immediately jumped up. Lu Fan spread a layer of hay and leaves on the ground, which was simple and soft. He felt comfortable as soon as he lay down. Looking back on the experience of the day, Lu Fan was a little excited. Although it was hard work, it was fruitful. Lu Fan looked up at the starry sky and spoke to himself, as if communicating with the audience in the live broadcast room. Brothers, the first day has passed like this. I hope tomorrow will be as smooth as before. The comments were instantly flooded with comments, with viewers constantly making jokes. I can see the acne on your face clearly. Lu Fan, don't sleep anymore. Get up and try again. I haven't settled the seafood issue yet. At this time, Wang Tao couldn't help but comment. Fortunately, the 3 contestants have built shelters, which can greatly reduce the risk at night. Lu Fan lay on the hay, mumbling a few words, and soon fell into a deep sleep. He slept until dawn, and the sunlight shone through the gaps between the branches and leaves onto Lu Fan's face, making him feel warm. He rubbed his eyes, stood up and stretched, and greeted everyone with a refreshed look. Good morning, brothers. The live broadcast room immediately became lively. It's 10 o'clock, you're still early? Master, come on today too. Without caring about anything else, Lu Fan immediately set out towards the beach where he had set up the trap yesterday. His pace was fast but a little nervous. He was full of anticipation, wondering if the fish trap he had set up last night would really yield anything. When Lu Fan approached the mudflat, his eyes lit up instantly, and he saw some unusual movement on the water. When he got closer, he could no longer hide the joy on his face, and all 5 fish cages were bulging. The fish cage was full of various aquatic products, including plump sea bass and lively shrimps and crabs. The harvest was quite surprising. Lu Fan smiled and said while carrying the fish cage, today's breakfast and dinner are all settled. Wang Tao excitedly said in his live commentary, Lu Fan came back early with a full load, which is a great advantage for the survival rhythm. Yu Rui reported, and Lan also got up early to look for food and picked some herbs. Lu Fan sorted and organized the harvest and brought it back to the shelter. Lu Fan knew that luck alone would not be enough, and the reserves must keep up. At this time, the system prompt sounded, and an announcement popped up in the live broadcast room. Chinese player Lu Fan triggered a 10,000-fold rebate. Sea crucian carp times 4 times 10,000, squid times 2 times 10,000, hermit crab times 3 times 10,000. The comments immediately exploded. Too exaggerated. 10,000 times the rebate. Cheating started as soon as I woke up. It's like playing a game. Lu Fan, the winner in life, what he gets today is enough for next year. Lu Fan returned to the shelter with a smile, picked up a stick, and gently poked the carbon ash in the fire, and the flames started again. Without water to wash his face, Lu Fan could only pick the eye mucus from the corner of his eye and said to himself, okay, let's have breakfast first. Lu Fan picked out a few shiny perch from a pile of fish, skewered them with wooden sticks, and slowly roasted them by the fire. The fish meat gradually turned brown, and the fragrance filled the air, making people drool. Then Lu Fan processed a few shrimps and crabs and threw them directly into the fire to roast them. After a while, the shells were red and the meat was tender, and the aroma was fragrant. Lu Fan ate bite after bite with satisfaction in his eyes. The pure natural taste made him almost forget that he was in the wilderness. The comments were overwhelming. This breakfast is so delicious, isn't it? Lu Fan is the reincarnation of the god of outdoor cooking. I want to try it, but I'm afraid of being bitten to death by mosquitoes. You can't even light a fire. After eating, Lu Fan decided to continue exploring the surrounding terrain and looking for new resources. Lu Fan picked up a sturdy wooden stick and slowly walked towards the woodland outside the camp. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the system prompted again. There is a bamboo forest 500 meters ahead. Be careful of the possible existence of bamboo rats. When Lu Fan heard the word bamboo rat, his eyes immediately lit up. This was real meat, more nutritious than fish. Lu Fan immediately turned back to the shelter, took the burning stick, and walked quickly towards the bamboo forest. Soon, the lush bamboo forest appeared in his sight, green, peaceful and fresh. Lu Fan walked around the bamboo forest and found several bamboo rat holes, which were not very well hidden. Lu Fan quickly made a plan and blocked several holes with stones, leaving one for smoke. Lu Fan lit branches and stuffed them into the cave, then sealed the hole with stones to allow the thick smoke to flow into the cave. Holding a thick wooden stick, Lu Fan stood guard at the cave entrance, keeping a close eye on every move at the cave entrance. A few minutes later, a bamboo rat finally rushed out of the cave in a panic. Lu Fan was quick to hit it with a stick. The bamboo rat rolled over a few times and then stopped moving. The live broadcast room was shocked. Holy crap, it really hit me. This reaction is too fast. It's just like a whack-a-mole game. Zhao Hangjun said in the live broadcast, bamboo rats are rich in fat, which is crucial for Lu Fan's current physical recovery. Yurue exclaimed, wow, this rat is so big. It's a bit scary. Male audience members kept teasing. Rue, don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you. It's my turn. My chest muscles are thicker. In the same way, Lu Fan caught 3 fat bamboo rats in total and returned to the camp with excitement. Tonight's dinner is secured, he said with a smile, feeling much more relaxed. After a short break, Lu Fan began to process the bamboo rats, peeling, cleaning the internal organs, and draining the blood, with the same neat movements as a professional chef. Then, Lu Fan skewered the bamboo rats with wooden sticks and slowly roasted them over the fire. As the flames rose, the fat of the bamboo rat began to drip, making a sizzling sound, and the air was filled with a strong meaty aroma. The audience was watching the live broadcast and refreshing their screens. This scene is so real. I'm actually a little greedy. Is Lu Fan here for tourism? He doesn't look like he's here to survive at all. I think he looks like a wilderness version of a food blogger. Wang Tao commented, Lu Fan's handling of the game was very skillful. It seems that Lu Fan has a complicated life experience. Chapter 7. Python Crisis. The Wilderness Survival System announcement sounded again. Lu Fan had just roasted the bamboo rat until it was golden and crispy when he heard the system prompt sound. Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggered a 10,000-fold rebate. Healthy bamboo rats times 3 times 10,000. This scene instantly made the live broadcast room explode, and the audience cheered continuously. The rebate has been triggered again. Lu Fan is simply the emperor of luck. I heard that bamboo rats reproduce very quickly. Will we have a special show on Wild Game soon? It's so funny. Yesterday, India also triggered a rebate, but the rebate went to rats. Now rats are running around in their live studio. While chewing on the roasted bamboo rat, Lu Fan sighed with satisfaction. This taste is amazing. The crispy outside and tender inside texture, combined with the aroma of the bamboo rat's own fat, is simply the ultimate enjoyment in this wilderness. Some people laughed and joked on the barrage. My third aunt's neighbor's cousin's boss has also eaten bamboo rats and said they are very delicious. Indians eat rats raw. The comparison is too tragic. Lu Fan's bamboo rat feast vs Indian plague set meal. Ha 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 ha. After eating almost all the roasted bamboo rat, Lu Fan was fully revived and decided to make use of the resources at hand. Lu Fan thought of the bamboo forest and thought that he could use it to make some simple weapons to enhance his defense. Lu Fan packed up his tools and headed for the bamboo forest. When he arrived at the lush bamboo forest, he began to carefully select suitable bamboos. These bamboos are hard enough and of the right length, perfect for making weapons. Lu Fan used a sharpened stone to cut off a few thick bamboos and began to cut and polish them. Lu Fan sharpened one end of the bamboo and made a simple spear. Lu Fan tried to swing it a few times and it felt good. Although it was primitive, it was practical. The audience in the live broadcast room were discussing. Lu Fan has started making weapons. Is this the legendary wilderness manufacturing master? With weapons, the safety factor is skyrocketed. Just as Lu Fan was about to pack up the weapons and take them back to the camp, a warning word suddenly appeared in front of him. Warning, there is a python approaching behind you. Lu Fan was shocked, and he gripped his spear reflexively and turned around to check. The atmosphere became tense in a second, and the comments in the live broadcast room were crazy. Wait, did you just say python? Don't be kidding. Is there really such a place? Oh my god, it's really behind him. Look at that haystack. In the picture, a sturdy python slowly swam out from the pile of fallen leaves. It was incredibly long, and its scales reflected a faint light. Yurue screamed in the commentary booth and her face turned pale. Wang Tao looked serious and immediately asked Zhao Hangjun, Teacher Zhao, what should we do in this situation? Zhao Hangjun said in a deep voice, if it is a professionally trained player, there is still a chance to fight. But if you have no relevant experience, the wisest choice is to run. Zhao Hangjun added, if it was Lingyu, he might still have a chance of winning. Wang Tao said anxiously, how about we send a barrage to remind him? I'm afraid it's too late. Zhao Hangjun shook his head. Lu Fan in the picture was motionless, quietly observing the snake's movements, with sweat oozing out of his palms. The python was spitting out its tongue and slowly approaching, as if judging whether the human in front of it posed a threat. The live broadcast room was boiling with excitement. Run. If this thing bites you, you will be sent to the ICU. Lu Fan, don't fight hard. Hold on. I feel like the foreigners are going to start to talk nonsense. As expected, viewers from other countries began to mock. A waste who relied on luck has finally come to an end? This time your Lu Fan will become the snake's dinner. I really want to see what his live broadcast room looks like after his death. Ha 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 ha. Faced with the ridicule, the Chinese audience immediately fought back. Your ancestors didn't live as long as Lu Fan. Our master Lu is the chosen one. Even pythons have to give way. Lu Fan couldn't hear the noise, but he knew very well that he had to stay calm. He stepped back slightly, keeping an eye on the python's movements. Suddenly, the python's speed increased sharply and it pounced towards Lu Fan. Lu Fan dodged sideways and thrust out the spear in his hand quickly, but unfortunately the agile python easily avoided it. Oops, I missed. Come on, Lu Fan. You can do it. The python missed the first strike and coiled around again. Lu Fan dodged nimbly and tried to keep as much distance as possible. Zhao Haijun said nervously, this is the critical moment to test Lu Fan's physical strength and judgment. Finally, after several consecutive confrontations, Lu Fan discovered that the python would briefly freeze after each attack. Lu Fan suddenly had an idea and immediately took off his coat and threw it at the python's head. The clothes accurately covered the python's eyes, causing it to be temporarily blinded. Lu Fan seized the opportunity, rushed forward quickly, picked up a sharp stone on the ground, and smashed it hard on the snake's head. 1, 2, 3 times, the python's head was covered in blood and flesh, and it finally stopped struggling. The live broadcast room exploded. Win. Lu Fan won. Too cruel, it's like a documentary. Those foreign dogs who were laughing at the joke. Shut up. Wang Tao stood up excitedly. Lu Fan's performance was so wonderful, this was a real life and death struggle. Yurue let out a long breath and patted her chest. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, otherwise it would have been really dangerous. Even Zhao Hangjun showed a gratified smile. He is worthy of being the person we chose, so strong. Lu Fan slumped on the ground, covered in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Lu Fan panted for a long time before he stood up and dragged the giant python back to the shelter. Lu Fan estimated that the snake was about 7 or 8 meters long and as thick as a calf. This thing can't be eaten, it has a lot of parasites and the meat is old. Lu Fan muttered as he dragged it. But Lu Fan didn't plan to waste it. Although the giant python can't be eaten, the snake skin and snake tendons are practical treasures. Lu Fan used a stone to cut the snake's body open and carefully peeled off the entire snake skin. Then Lu Fan cut open the python's back and found the thick snake tendons hidden in the python's muscles, like a natural rope. Lu Fan grinned. Found it. Chapter 8. Making bows and arrows. The audience in the live broadcast room also became curious and kept guessing what Lu Fan had discovered from the python. Someone joked, could it be the inner elixir of a snake? If I eat it, will I be able to roam the wilderness? The comments were more outrageous than the last, but as the scene progressed, the audience finally saw what Lu Fan was holding. It was a 6 or 7 meter long, resilient snake tendon. Lu Fan nodded as he pinched it, with a satisfied look on his face. Hey, this thing is just right for making a bowstring. Zhao Hangjun, who was in the commentary booth, added, snake tendons are like the Achilles tendon of the human body. They are very tough and can be used as extremely strong ropes after being properly processed. The audience suddenly realized what was going on and said, so it's the material for long-range weapons. Master Lu Fan is so fast, he got the equipment the next day. But such a thick tendon, can it really be used? Seeing the doubts in the comments, Zhao Haijun continued to explain, of course it can't be used directly. It must be softened by soaking in water, the fat must be scraped off, and then the fibers must be beaten and stretched to dry in the sun. At the same time, Lu Fan did not waste the python skin. He began to clean the fat on the surface of the snake's skin and prepared to use it to make waterproof cloth. Lu Fan carefully scraped off the blood and oil and put the snake's skin into the water to soak it. Wang Tao couldn't help but sigh. This is not only a survival ability, this is a craftsmanship ability. Lu Fan's level is too comprehensive. The following system prompts also appeared again, sparking heated discussions in the live broadcast room. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Snake tendons times 10,000, snake skin times 10,000. The comments were hilarious. Just now I was afraid that 10,000 snakes would scare people to death. It turns out that the rebate is based on the player's cognition. No wonder Assam brother directly rebated 10,000 mice, it's too real. At this moment, another piece of good news came. And Lan from China also triggered the rebate, 10,000 mangoes. And Lan's live broadcast room quickly became lively. The little sister finally found food. It was not easy. It's really a relief to be alone in the wilderness. Yurue also said with empathy, that's great. There is food, and Lan won't have to go hungry anymore. At the same time, the official also interacted and drew some lucky viewers to give away some rebate mangoes, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was warm. As for Lu Fan, he finally finished processing all the materials at hand and felt a little tired. Lu Fan grabbed the leftover seafood from the morning to fill his stomach and began to think about the next arrangements. At this moment, a new reminder appeared. There will be a storm in 2 days. Please prepare for shelter as soon as possible. Seeing this reminder, Lu Fan immediately became alert. This shed can't withstand heavy rain. Lu Fan decided to go to the bamboo forest to collect materials and rebuild a more solid shelter. Lu Fan selected several straight and thick bamboos and carried them back to the camp one by one, preparing for the major renovation. It's finally time to upgrade the shelter. I've been waiting for this operation for a long time. Lu Fan is about to start the big work again. Lu Fan hammered the bamboo into the ground to support the overall structure, and then used rattan to tie the intersections tightly to build 3 bamboo walls, making the entire structure more stable. Lu Fan used medium-sized bamboo to cover the roof, and split thin bamboo into strips, which he wove into bamboo mats to serve as the floor. The whole process was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the audience in the live broadcast room dared not blink. Lu Fan's craftsmanship is really good. He is simply a wild builder. I admire him so much. He is the king of construction in the wilderness. There were not enough bamboos to weave bamboo mats, so Lu Fan ran back to the bamboo forest to cut more. By the time everything was done, a day and a half had passed. The shelter was brand new, sturdy, and rainproof. Lu Fan stood in front of it, wiping his sweat, his face full of a sense of accomplishment. Lu Fan said, "This time I can spend the night in peace." Wang Tao said with emotion, "A good shelter can not only protect against rain and wind, but also prevent wild animals from approaching. This is very important." The comments were unanimous. "It's comfortable to look at. This house is really stable. Lu Fan is so strong. When will he live broadcast the house building for us?" As night fell, Lu Fan added a few more sticks of dry wood to the fire. Just as he was about to take a rest, his stomach started to growl again. At this time, the system prompt popped up. "Now is low tide. You can take the opportunity to go to the beach to fish." Lu Fan said nothing, picked up the spear, and headed to the beach. At this moment, the moonlight was bright, and the silvery light sprinkled on the sea, sparkling and beautiful. Lu Fan quietly moved on the mudflat, staring at the water, looking for his target. Suddenly, the prompt came again. "There are 2 large yellow croakers in the shallow water ahead." Lu Fan was excited and slowly approached, holding his breath. Lu Fan aimed at the right position and thrust his spear out fiercely, splashing water everywhere, but it missed. Oh, that was almost there. Lu Fan smacked his lips and adjusted his posture unwillingly. The second time, Lu Fan was more cautious and waited for the fish to swim steadily before he made his move. This time, a golden fish was pierced on the spear, and its scales shone in the moonlight. Haha, it worked. Lu Fan grinned happily. There was another burst of jubilation in the live studio. "This technique is so stable. This fish is so big. This will definitely be a great meal. Tonight's dinner is grilled yellow croaker and grilled bamboo rat. What a heavenly day." Chapter 9. Heavy rain is coming. Seeing the large yellow croaker caught by Lu Fan, the audience expressed their admiration. "This fish is golden and looks very valuable. Wow, I really want to eat it." Lu Fan was also very excited. Even in Lu Fan's previous life, he had only seen top-quality wild fish like yellow croaker on TV, and only big bosses had the chance to eat one. Lu Fan quickly put the first yellow croaker on the shore, and raised his spear again to chase the second one. After a lot of trouble, Lu Fan successfully speared both yellow croakers. Wang Tao said in the live broadcast, "The yellow croaker was on the verge of extinction in my country's waters many years ago. It is known as the soft gold of the sea because of its golden appearance and excellent meat quality." Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Big yellow croaker 2 times 10,000. After the audience saw the system announcement, the live broadcast room was filled with comments. "Lu Fan is so awesome. He even gave back the yellow croaker. How much is this thing worth in real life? He is a national hero who can revive marine species by himself." Lu Fan looked at the rebate information and was excited. Lu Fan knew that yellow croaker had a very high market value, and a 10,000-fold rebate meant that this was a gift of resources from heaven. But Lu Fan did not lose his way. Lu Fan knew that the most important thing now was to solve the problem of eating. So Lu Fan carried 2 plump yellow croakers and quickly returned to the shelter. Lu Fan washed the fish with seawater, then expertly cut open the fish belly and removed the internal organs, handling it neatly. Afterwards, Lu Fan set up a simple barbecue grill outside the shelter, placed the 2 fish neatly on it, and slowly roasted them with thin firewood. As the flames danced, the fish meat gradually became shiny and the skin turned golden brown, and the air was suddenly filled with a rich aroma. The audience in the live broadcast room had already become hungry, and the barrage of comments was crazy. "Lu Fan, please turn it over quickly. Don't let it get burnt. I really can't help it. I want to rush into the screen to grab a bite. The color of this grilled fish is so tempting, I'm already drooling." Lu Fan smiled as he turned the fish over, his expression relaxed and satisfied. When the fish was almost done, Lu Fan poked it gently with a branch to confirm that it was cooked through, then carefully removed the fish from the fire and placed it on a bamboo mat next to it to cool. Lu Fan tore off a piece of roasted yellow croaker meat and gently put it into his mouth. The fish meat was delicate, fragrant, and melted in his mouth. This taste is really amazing. It is indeed the legendary top grade. He sighed sincerely. The audience also followed suit, flooding the screen with comments. Lu Fan is eating so deliciously. I know this expression. I almost licked the screen just now. Eat more. We will be satisfied watching you. Competitors from other countries are still drinking rainwater and chewing tree bark. Lu Fan devoured the yellow croaker voraciously, enjoying the long-lost satisfaction. However, halfway through the meal, the sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds rolled in, and the wind became violent. Lu Fan looked up suddenly. His face changed. He knew that a rainstorm was coming. He immediately grabbed a few intact coconut shells and placed them outside the shelter, ready to collect some rainwater for fresh water. Boom. Deafening thunder sounded in the distance, and the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became nervous. Lu Fan, hide quickly. The rainstorm is coming. Don't let yourself get soaked just after eating. Pack your things, Lu Fan. Don't delay. Lu Fan didn't dare to delay. He quickly put away the fish that he had not finished eating, turned off the barbecue grill, and moved the fire into the shelter for safekeeping. The shelter built by Lu Fan is 6 meters long, 3 meters wide, and has 2 meters high walls. It is sturdy and strong, and can easily accommodate people lying down and rolling around. The rain was getting heavier, and the strong wind and water jets were hitting the bamboo wall fiercely, but Lu Fan sat on the bamboo mat, feeling very calm. Fortunately, we reinforced this shelter during the day, otherwise it would be ruined tonight. Lu Fan leaned against the wall, the sound of rain whistling in his ears, but he was still savoring the delicious taste of the big yellow croaker. Master Lu Fan, this shelter was built at the right time. Meanwhile, competitors from other countries were not so lucky. The competitors from Cherry Blossom Country were apparently not prepared for the rain, and they built a shack out of a few branches, which was flooded when the rain came, leaving them shivering from the cold. Andre in the United States was in a slightly better situation, but the temporary shed he built was too thin and fell apart when the wind blew. Rainwater poured back directly, and Andre could only hide from the rain while rebuilding. Special Forces soldier Ling Yu is very experienced. He planned the shelter structure in advance. Even though it is simple, it can be as stable as a rock in the storm. As for Enlon, he had built the shelter on the first day. With his dexterity and meticulousness, he made the structure of the shelter strong enough to withstand even the heavy rain. However, on a stormy night, a bolt of lightning struck a tree not far from Enlan's shelter. The tree caught fire. However, Enlon rushed out of the shelter immediately, quickly obtained the unextinguished fire from the flames, and successfully brought it back. This operation shocked the live broadcast room. Wang Tao and Yu Rui couldn't help but applaud. Wang Tao said excitedly, "This girl is so brave. She didn't back down at the critical moment. This means that she has this source of fire, and it will be easier for her to survive in the future." The screen cuts to Enlan's home, where Enlan's mother, with red eyes, cries as she watches the live broadcast. Audiences across the country also give praise to Enlan. Enlan is simply a female Iron Man. I declare that from today on, she is my idol. In comparison, the players from Sakura Country are too pitiful. The shed from Beautiful Country is still leaking, ha ha ha. Lu Fan is still the most stable. There is no problem with the shelter at all. Lu Fan was lying in the shelter, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Lu Fan knew that the reason why it was so smooth was all thanks to the heavenly reminder, which allowed Lu Fan to complete the preparations in advance. The rainstorm lasted for several hours and gradually stopped until late at night. Lu Fan pushed open the door curtain and walked out of the shelter. He saw the night sky was clear and the moon was hanging high in the sky again. Lu Fan took a deep breath, his heart full of hope. Lu Fan not only wanted to survive in the wilderness, but also to live comfortably and decently, and to explore a truly sustainable way of survival for the country. Contestants from other countries are still picking up the pieces in the mud and humidity after the heavy rain. Some have even developed fever symptoms, and the situation is worrying. Chapter 10, Discovery of Iron-Containing Soil. After the rain stopped completely, the sky darkened. Lu Fan spread a thick layer of soft leaves in the shelter. Lu Fan lay in the shelter, with a warm fire burning beside him, crackling, and the air was filled with the smell of firewood. "It's so boring," Lu Fan muttered softly while looking at the roof. As a young man, without a cell phone and no signal, it was really hard to get through the night. There was no entertainment, and he could only stare blankly. There was no other way. Lu Fan could only think about this and that, letting his thoughts drift. At present, this survival achievement could only barely maintain food and clothing, but it was still far from being truly stable. Next, Lu Fan had to solve several key problems as soon as possible, such as salt, iron tools, and a long-term and stable food source. These are the basis for maintaining long-term survival in the wild and can also help the country alleviate resource shortages. If resources like fresh water and coal mines can be collected with the help of a 10,000-fold rebate, it will be a great help to the country. As he thought about it, Lu Fan fell asleep. The firelight reflected Lu Fan's face, and he slept peacefully and steadily. When Lu Fan woke up, the sky had cleared up and the air was exceptionally fresh. Lu Fan took a deep breath and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It feels so good. I have breathed too much air in the big city, and the smell of the forest is indeed more refreshing. Moans immediately popped up in the barrage. City? Not even as good as my breath, right? I also want to live in the mountains. Facing the sea with spring flowers blooming, Lu Fan's life is so enviable. Early in the morning, the popularity of the live broadcast room surged again. As usual, Lu Fan went to the beach to check the fish cages and found that he had caught a lot of fish. Wang Tao and Zhao Hangjun in the live broadcast room also came online early and looked energetic. Yurue yawned loudly. Obviously, she stayed up late to watch the live broadcast last night. After a simple breakfast of fish, Lu Fan decided to go out and explore after the rain last night. Lu Fan knew that rain could wash out a lot of surface resources, and perhaps he could discover new things. Lu Fan carried a bamboo basket on his back and held 2 bamboo spears, ready to set off on a new round of search journey. The audience in the live broadcast room also seemed to follow Lu Fan out, as if they were embarking on an exciting wilderness adventure. Wang Tao stared at the screen with excitement. Lu Fan is on the road again. Maybe he can find a big treasure today. Zhao Hangjun smiled and nodded. He is experienced and has a sharp eye. He will definitely make a new discovery. Wang Tao asked curiously, Teacher Zhao, why are you so optimistic about him? Zhao Hangjun replied with a smile, it's not just about him. It's about our generation of young people. Yurue rubbed her eyes, sat up straight again, and looked at the screen with sparkling eyes. Lu Fan, you have to work hard. I will stay up late to wait for your harvest. The audience also excitedly posted comments. Lu Fan, get going. We must dig out something good today. Please give me a surprise, otherwise I will stay up all night for nothing. Lu Fan waved a wooden stick to clear a path in front. The branches and leaves of the plants were covered with water droplets after the rain. Soon, Lu Fan's trouser legs were soaked. Dandelion, this is good. It can be used as medicine. Wild chrysanthemum is also okay. It can stop inflammation and reduce swelling. Small wild onion, take it back for seasoning. While collecting, Lu Fan put various plants into a bamboo basket, and his footsteps were getting deeper and deeper into the forest. Oh, I got quite a lot this time. Lu Fan hummed a little tune while picking. The king asked me to patrol the mountains, so I'll go around the world. While happily collecting, a system prompt suddenly popped up. There is soil rich in iron under your feet. Lu Fan stopped immediately, his eyes lit up, and he even held his breath. Lu Fan squatted down, picked up a handful of reddish-brown soil, and sniffed it. A faint metallic smell came to his nose, and when he pinched it with his fingers, it felt harder than ordinary soil. Haha, God helps me. Lu Fan shouted excitedly. The audience was immediately excited. What's going on? Is something serious going to happen? Is it the X element? The wilderness has turned into science fiction? Wang Tao's eyes widened. This soil is different. Judging from the color and texture, it feels very unusual. Zhao Haijun couldn't sit still and immediately started to explain. It looks like red soil rich in iron, which means there may be iron ore here. Iron ore is not an ordinary discovery. It means that it can be used to smelt metals and make tools and weapons. Yurue was not fully awake at first, but now she was fully alert and exclaimed repeatedly, Iron. Then I can make iron pots, iron spears, and iron hammers. The audience commented wildly, Lu Fan, you are amazing. You start with a spear and rely on mining in the later stages. After digging up iron ore, the quality of life immediately soars. Directly open the medieval technology tree. With iron, you can upgrade your survival equipment, such as pickaxes, hoes, and shovels, and even build traps, iron doors, and armor. The more Lu Fan thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately squatted down and put the red soil into the basket little by little with his hands. Lu Fan hummed a tune as he dug. Dig, 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 dig some iron ore and bring it home. Wang Tao laughed and said, it's so natural for Lu Fan to transform into a miner. Zhao Haijun added seriously, iron ore resources are national wealth. This discovery is of great significance, not only for survival, but also for strategy. When the basket was almost full, Lu Fan stood up and looked back at the red land washed by rain. Lu Fan knew that this area might hide a complete iron ore vein. But the tools Lu Fan had were too simple, so he had to make some preparations before he could start mining. Lu Fan looked at the land in front of him with a determined look. Lu Fan understands that this is just a starting point. What awaits Lu Fan next will be more challenges and unknowns, but also unexpected huge gains. Chapter 11. stabilizing water resources after finding the iron ore. Lu Fan did not rush back. He temporarily left the basket of red soil where it was and continued to explore further with a wooden stick. As he walked, Lu Fan thought to himself, since I can find the iron ore, maybe there are some rare things ahead. I have to walk around and take a look. Lu Fan walked slowly along the hillside. The soil under his feet was softened by last night's heavy rain. With every step he took, he could hear a gurgling sound, as if the mountains and forest were accompanying him. Suddenly, Lu Fan's attention was attracted by a little pheasant in the bushes in front of him. The little guy was poking his head out and looking around vigilantly. Lu Fan stopped, twitched his mouth, and said to himself, "Little chicken, you are lucky today. When I have a weapon that suits me, you won't be so lucky." The little pheasant seemed to sense the danger, flapped its wings, and flew away. Lu Fan continued walking forward and entered an open flower field. The wild flowers were swaying in the morning breeze, colorful and beautiful. The audience in the live broadcast room were also amazed by the beautiful scenery. After the rain and the empty mountains, the weather turns to autumn late. This scene is too beautiful. I don't have much knowledge, but I can travel the world with just one word: wow. Mr. Zhao Hangjun also sighed with emotion. I haven't seen such a pure scenery for many years. It is really pleasing to the eyes and the heart. Just as everyone was immersed in the scenery, the prompt suddenly popped up again. Climb over the mountain in front of you, and you will find a water source. Lu Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Water source? That's so important. Lu Fan immediately stood up, quickened his pace, and moved in the direction indicated, passing through a small forest and jogging all the way. The audience immediately became curious again. What treasure is this time? Don't keep us in suspense. It feels as exciting as opening a blind box. Hurry up, my heart is beating fast. Lu Fan soon came to a cliff. There was a hole the size of a basketball on the cliff. A clear stream of water flowed out of it, rushing into the pool below like a mini waterfall. The stream continuously gushes out from the cave, hitting the water surface and stirring up countless splashes of water, which glow silver in the sunlight and are incredibly beautiful. Lu Fan squatted down and scooped up a handful of water with both hands. It was cool and sweet, and he immediately felt refreshed. This water is so sweet. It tastes better than the mineral water in the supermarket. This is mountain spring water flowing out of the cracks in the rocks. It is real, original, ecological living water and can be drunk directly. Wilderness Survival Notice. Congratulations to Chinese player Lu Fan for triggering a 10,000-fold rebate. Stable water source times 10,000. This announcement shocked the world. Clear springs suddenly emerged in thousands of places in the Gobi Desert, wastelands, and deserts within China, like lifelines, gushing out from the dry earth. You know, water resources around the world have long been exhausted, and nowadays water use almost all relies on high-cost purification. Life can still be maintained, but industry is difficult to support. And now, this small pool of spring water discovered by Lu Fan has directly triggered major changes in the global ecological landscape. China's top leaders held an emergency meeting and said excitedly, "Living water source. 10,000 living water springs. This is a miracle that has never happened in decades. Lu Fan is the true hero of our country." Some national leaders were even so excited that they shed tears when they saw the newly emerged springs. At the first moment, the Chinese military quickly dispatched troops to protect the spring area to prevent interference and destruction by other forces. The live broadcast room was already buzzing with excitement. Ha ha, awesome. Too awesome. Lu Fan is the god among gods. Wow, the environment is finally saved. I'm crying. Wang Tao stood up excitedly. This is a great achievement. Lu Fan has really made great contributions to the country. Zhao Hongjuan's eyes also turned red. This is not an ordinary discovery. This is the lifeline that changes the future. Yu Rui was so excited that she screamed in her seat, and even her voice became hoarse. At the same time, other countries were also deeply shocked and jealous. Viewers in the United States posted comments full of sourness. It's China again? Do they have cheats? Why is luck always on their side? This is so unfair. The audience in the Sakura country was even more furious. What do our contestants do for a living? Why can't they find anything good? Baka. All of you should commit seppuku to apologize. The Chinese audience certainly won't tolerate this and immediately fought back. Being bad is the original sin. Go practice. Our contestants have the ability, not luck. They are really anxious. At the top level of each country, a new battle for resources has quietly begun. The United States held an emergency meeting and said it would take necessary actions to ensure global resource balance. The Sakura country was not to be outdone and announced that it would take back water sources at all costs. At the same time, these countries also used the emergency barrage function in the survival system, which can only use 50 words per week, and ordered their players to make every effort to find water. The players from the United States set out immediately after receiving the order, constantly searching for suspicious areas in the surrounding areas. The players from the Sakura country also dragged their tired bodies through the mountains and forests, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. However, the live broadcast room in China was still full of joy, and the audience was full of pride. They are jealous. That's it. They still want to compete with us for resources. Go ahead and be envious. Lu Fan is just a lucky guy. China also quickly introduced environmental protection strategies at the national level and dispatched specialists to conduct long-term monitoring and development planning of water source areas. China's Environmental Protection Department said, "We will protect water resources with the highest standards and give priority to improving the ecology and enhancing people's quality of life." The entire process not only demonstrated China's high level of responsibility in resource management, but also allowed the world to see China's responsibility as a major country and its leading environmental protection concepts. Although there were turbulent and controversial things happening outside, Lu Fan knew nothing about it at the moment. Lu Fan just took off his coat, squatted beside the clear stream, and washed his face, which had not been washed for 3 days, with satisfaction on his face. Chapter 12. Sieving Iron Sand. Finally, Lu Fan couldn't help it and took off all his clothes except his pants and plunged into the pool, exposing his head to soak in the cool spring water. After all, Lu Fan didn't have abdominal muscles, only a slightly protruding belly. Thinking that he was being broadcast live to the world, Lu Fan frowned a little uncomfortably. Will they even broadcast my shower live? Thinking of this, with more than 100 million viewers watching, Lu Fan's face almost turned red. The live broadcast room was filled with joy, with comments flying around. "Don't be shy, we all saw it, haha. Lu Fan and I finally found something in common. We both have those big round abdominal muscles. Haha. This is real. There aren't that many great masters with 8-pack abs." It turns out that the fat belly is the hidden setting of wilderness survival. Everyone misunderstood. After some psychological preparation, Lu Fan simply stopped worrying and took a bath. "I'm thick-skinned anyway, and it's not a loss, so I'll just take it as a free bath in a natural hot spring." The clear spring water washed over his body, and Lu Fan suddenly felt much more relaxed, as if all the fatigue in his body had been washed away. Lu Fan shook his head and smiled. Brother Qingxuang is online. After taking a shower, Lu Fan put on his clothes and returned to the land where he found the iron ore. This time, Lu Fan wanted to wash out the iron sand from the soil to see if he could successfully extract usable materials. Lu Fan carried the baskets filled with soil back and forth to the stream, piling them up into a small hill. Then he began to shake the bamboo baskets repeatedly in the water to wash away the fine soil inside, leaving only the heavier iron sand. The audience in the live broadcast room watched attentively, and some people began to excitedly fill the screen with comments. "It really is iron ore. Is Lu Fan preparing to make iron? That's amazing. I hope to refine a sword that can accompany me wherever I go. Wait, will he refine a pot? Wouldn't it be more delicious to stew snake meat?" Washing iron sand is not an easy job. Lu Fan bent over to operate it. After washing it vigorously, his waist was almost broken. However, thinking that if he could successfully smelt iron, he would not have to worry about tools in the future, Lu Fan immediately cheered up and continued to work. After a long period of repeated washing, Lu Fan finally got a pile of black iron sand, weighing about 2 kilograms, of good quality. Lu Fan carefully wrapped it with large leaves and put it in the basket, as if protecting a treasure, and carefully prepared to take it back to the shelter. Afterwards, Lu Fan collected some spring water in a bamboo tube and took it with him for future use. After packing everything up, Lu Fan set out on his way home. The sun was already setting, and the sky was filled with golden-orange light. Walking on the forest path, Lu Fan was in a particularly good mood, with a smile on his face, and each step was lighter than the last. "Today is really worth it," Lu Fan muttered as he walked. In the live broadcast room, Wang Tao smiled and said, "Look, it's only the 3rd day, and Lu Fan is already preparing to start smelting iron." Zhao Hangjun also nodded. "The progress is very fast. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it." Yu Rui also echoed, "Isn't Master Lu Fan too strong?" Others are still worrying about making a living, but Lu Fan has already started mining. At the same time, the other 2 Chinese players were also making steady progress in their respective areas, Special Forces soldier Ling Yu and medical student in Lan, who also performed well. With his solid military background, Ling Yu established a defense system early on. The wild was like a training ground for Ling Yu. Ling Yu used the resources around him to make traps and set up a warning net around the shelter. Once a wild animal approached, it would be discovered immediately. Many people in the live broadcast room exclaimed, "This is a small military fortress." Wang Tao was so excited that he almost jumped up. "Too professional, the defense is maxed out." Zhao Hagjun was even more professional. "These arrangements can greatly improve survival safety. it can be called a template. Not only that, Ling Yu was also incredibly efficient in finding food, with multiple traps allowing him to harvest something every day. This hunting rhythm is like a tactical exercise, the audience commented in the comments. Brother Ling Yu is so handsome. Andre is still hungry, but Ling Yu is full and safe. On the other hand, female contestant Lan also showed a different style. Lan used her professional knowledge of medicine to collect a lot of precious medicinal materials, successfully triggered a 10,000-fold rebate, and was recycled by the national medical system. Lan also used the surrounding plants and stones to gradually improve his shelter to make it both practical and beautiful. Lan also deliberately used small flowers and small stones to decorate the environment to keep himself in a good mood. Not only that, Lan also managed to catch some small aquatic animals and identified several kinds of wild vegetables, and the meals gradually became richer. Lan's live broadcast room is full of a warm atmosphere, and many viewers left messages. She is not only smart, but also has a sense of ritual in life. Gentle and powerful, Lan is really admirable. This is the representative of reason in the wilderness. Yurue said with a smile, Lan is not only capable, but also full of positive energy, which is really touching. Zhao Hangjun concluded, these three have their own strengths, and they are really the pride of our country's young people. Wang Tao also agreed. Not only are they capable, but they are also in a positive and healthy mental state. They are role models for countless people to learn from. In the evening, Lu Fan finally returned to his shelter. Lu Fan sat down, pounded his sore legs, and rubbed his arms. Today is really tiring. Just when Lu Fan was about to take a good rest, some foreign netizens came out to post comments again. It's really stupid to move so much garbage back. It's crazy to dream of smelting iron in the wilderness. Let's see what Lu Fan's expression will be when he can't do anything in the end. But the Chinese audience certainly didn't tolerate it, and they responded one after another. It's not your turn to judge whether our contestants are good or not. You say the grapes are sour when you can't eat them. That's too classic. Your reaction is the best manifestation of anxiety. Lu Fan was in a good mood at the moment and decided to treat himself to a good night's relaxation. After all, tomorrow would be a new challenge. Chapter 13 Blast Furnace. Lu Fan picked up the wooden stick, walked slowly to the beach, and checked the trap he had set. There was indeed a lot of catch in the trap, with several fat fish jumping around in it. Lu Fan carefully took out the fish and thought to himself, I have to make a good seafood dinner today to reward myself. Back in the shelter, Lu Fan began to prepare dinner. He first cleaned the fish with clean water, then cut open the fish with a sharp stone knife and removed the internal organs. Then, Lu Fan took out the bamboo wrap meat and cut it into thin slices. He found some fresh leaves, placed the fish and bamboo wrap meat on top, and sprinkled some wild onions and wild ginger that he had collected himself to increase the flavor. The audience in the live broadcast room watched Lu Fan prepare dinner, and they all commented, wow, what kind of feast is Lu Fan going to make? I'm so excited. Bamboo wrap meat and seafood, this combination is so good. I'm drooling. Wang Tao also praised, look at Lu Fan's cooking skills. Today's dinner must be delicious. Zhao Hagjun analyzed, these ingredients are rich in nutrition and will be very helpful for Lu Fan's recovery. Lu Fan put the prepared ingredients on the fire and roasted them, turning them over from time to time to ensure that the ingredients were heated evenly. Soon, a fragrance spread, making people salivate. He wrapped the grilled fish and bamboo wrap meat with leaves, which not only kept them warm but also added a natural fragrance. After dinner was ready, Lu Fan sat in front of the shelter and enjoyed the fruits of his labor. He took a bite of the grilled fish. The fish meat was tender and juicy, and paired with the aroma of bamboo wrap meat, it was simply a delicacy. He sighed with satisfaction. This meal is really great. All the fatigue of the day has disappeared. After dinner, Lu Fan did not sit idle. He decided to weave baskets to pass the time. He found some tough rattan and began to weave skillfully. The audience in the live broadcast room watched him weaving the basket and commented, Lu Fan is really amazing. This basket is so beautifully woven. I want to learn how to weave it. Yurue also came to the screen and exclaimed, Lu Fan is really versatile and is great at everything he does. Lu Fan was weaving a basket and humming a little tune, feeling particularly happy. He thought to himself that he would need the basket in many places in the future. He became more and more skilled at weaving and soon he had finished weaving a beautiful basket. Before he knew it, Lu Fan put the woven basket aside, lay on the soft leaves, looked at the starry sky, and gradually fell asleep. The audience in the live broadcast room also said good night. Lu Fan, good night. Keep working hard tomorrow. Looking forward to your adventure tomorrow. Good night. Wang Tao, Zhao Hangjun, and Yu Rui also ended the live broadcast, but their hearts were full of expectations and blessings for Lu Fan, hoping that he could continue to create more miracles in the wilderness. The next day, as soon as the sun showed its smiling face, Lu Fan climbed out of the bed of leaves. He stretched himself, yawned, and said to himself, "A new day, a new beginning. I must stay at home today to build my blast furnace and repair the equipment at home." Lu Fan rubbed his face with water, then dipped his hands in charcoal powder and rubbed his teeth. His teeth felt much fresher. After having a quick breakfast, Lu Fan came to the corner of the shelter, where there was a pile of iron sand that had been washed out yesterday. Looking at the small pile of black iron sand, his eyes were full of anticipation. This is a treasure. We must make good use of it. After choosing a good place, Lu Fan began to build an iron smelting furnace with mud. After mixing a large pile of mud, Lu Fan started to work, muttering as he built it. Building a blast furnace is a technical job. The blast furnace must be tall and big so that good iron can be smelted. The audience in the live broadcast room watched Lu Fan busying around and commented, "Lu Fan is preparing to smelt iron. So amazing. How's this blast furnace built? Is it solid?" Wang Tao said excitedly, "Look at Lu Fan's craftsmanship. He will definitely be able to smelt iron today." Zhao Hagjun analyzed seriously. Iron smelting requires good control of temperature and time. Lu Fan must be careful. Yu Rui also came to the screen and whispered, "Lu Fan, you must succeed. I have been paying attention to you." The audience sent comments of encouragement. "Come on, Lu Fan, we believe in you. Hurry up and make the iron. We are all waiting to see." After nearly an hour of hard work, Lu Fan successfully built a simple miniature blast furnace that looked like a chimney. Of course, it is still far from a real blast furnace, but it is enough to achieve iron smelting in the wilderness. Lu Fan looked at the blast furnace he built with mud and nodded with satisfaction. In addition to iron smelting, the blast furnace can also be used to burn pottery in the later stage, which plays a very important role in improving Lu Fan's life. After the blast furnace was built, it needed to be dried. Lu Fan found some dry firewood and carefully piled it around the blast furnace. After the fire was lit, the flames licked the outer wall of the blast furnace happily, as if giving the blast furnace a sauna. The audience in the live broadcast room watched Lu Fan's actions and commented, "Lu Fan is giving the blast furnace a beautification treatment. Aha. If this blast furnace could talk, it would definitely be saying it's so hot. Wang Tao also joked, "Contestant Lu Fan's blast furnace is very well made." Zhao Hagjun explained, "Drying the blast furnace is to prevent the moisture in the mud from suddenly evaporating during the high-temperature iron-making process, causing the blast furnace to explode. This step is very important." The audience also expressed their surprise. "It's amazing, contestant Lu Fan knows so much." During the blast furnace drying process, Lu Fan started to make a simple blower. He found a few larger leaves and tied them together with vines to make a simple wind blade. Then I found a longer bamboo tube and fixed the fan blades on one end of the tube, and a simple blower was made. He took the blower and blew a few times at the air outlet of the blast furnace. The blade started to turn, and the wind blew into the blast furnace. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at Lu Fan's blower and commented, "This blower is too simple. Can it be used?" Lu Fan is using primitive technology to smelt iron. How creative. Wang Tao also asked curiously, "Will Lu Fan's blower work?" Zhao Hagjun explained, "Don't underestimate this simple blower. It can increase the oxygen supply in the blast furnace, improve combustion efficiency, and thus increase the temperature of the blast furnace, which is one of the key steps in iron making." Chapter 14 Iron Making in Progress. After making the blower, Lu Fan did not sit idle. He cleaned and cultivated the ground in the camp to make the area in front of the shelter flatter and more open. He then repaired the house, equipment, etc. The next day, Lu Fan's blast furnace was finally finished. The outer shell of the blast furnace was slightly warm, like freshly baked bread. He tapped it with his hand with satisfaction, and the blast furnace made a dull sound. He said to himself, "This blast furnace bakes well." The next step is to burn charcoal, the fuel necessary for iron smelting. Lu Fan found a lot of wood and used a sharp stone to cut them into wooden lumps of similar size. This wood looks like it was smashed rather than chopped. Lu Fan couldn't help but complain about it. After all, the tools were too rough. Then he put the wood into the blast furnace, packed it tightly together, and lit it from below, sealing the opening as it burned to prevent it from overburning. While burning charcoal, Lu Fan started making molds. He found some softer clay, crushed and kneaded it with his hands and a wooden stick, and then made mud bricks. Looking at the amount of iron sand, Lu Fan decided to make a dagger and an axe. He carefully carved 2 grooves in the mud brick in the shape of a dagger and an axe. As he was picking at it, he kept muttering, "This mold has to be made well, otherwise when the molten iron is poured in, it will come out as something weird." The audience in the live broadcast room watched Lu Fan making the mold and commented, "Lu Fan's craftsmanship is amazing. He can even make the mold. This dagger and axe must be cool." Yu Rui also came closer to the screen, stars in her eyes. In the past 2 days, she has become a fan of Lu Fan. Wang Tao, it seems that Lu Fan is going to become a wilderness craftsman. That's amazing. After the mold is made, the charcoal is almost done. Lu Fan began to work on the iron smelting. He first put his hands together and prayed, "God bless me, I must succeed." He first let the charcoal in the stove burn and then used a blower to blow continuously from below. The fire immediately started burning and making crackling sounds. Slowly, the flame changed from dark red to orange red, and the temperature rose sharply. Seeing this scene, Lu Fan was delighted. The iron smelting temperature was basically reached. He put the iron sand into the groove in the center of the furnace. The groove extended directly to the outside of the furnace and was reserved by Lu Fan in advance. As Lu Fan continued to blow, the fire became more and more intense. At the same time, he watched the changes in the blast furnace intently, adjusting the strength and angle of the blower from time to time to ensure that the iron sand could be fully heated. The audience in the live broadcast room stared at the screen nervously. Wang Tao said excitedly, "Look at Lu Fan's operation. So professional." Zhao Hangjun analyzed. Iron smelting needs to reach a certain temperature, usually between 12,001,500 degrees Celsius. The role of the blower is to help reach this temperature and provide enough oxygen. Yurue also became nervous. "Lu Fan, you must succeed. I am worried about you." When the iron sand turned red, Lu Fan quickly added some charcoal powder that he had prepared in advance and sprinkled it on the iron sand. The charcoal powder acts as a reducing agent, and iron is extracted when the iron sand reacts with the carbon element. Lu Fan couldn't help sweating after squatting in front of the blast furnace for a long time. Finally, after nearly half an hour of burning, the iron sand in the blast furnace began to melt and turned into molten iron. Lu Fan looked at the molten iron he had smelted and felt a sense of accomplishment. He carefully placed the mold into the outlet of the groove, and the molten iron flowed into the mold along the groove. At the same time, he kept saying, "Don't screw it up for me." He checked the temperature of the mold from time to time to make sure the molten iron was cooling evenly. The audience in the live broadcast room cheered. "Wow, it worked. Lu Fan succeeded in smelting iron. That's amazing. Lu Fan is really a genius." Wang Tao praised excitedly. "Lu Fan is really amazing. He actually made iron. This is almost a historic moment." Zhao Hangjun couldn't help but applaud. Contestant Lu Fan has created a miracle. The molten iron gradually cooled and solidified into the shape of a dagger and an axe. It was black in appearance, but it also revealed a metallic luster. Lu Fan smiled with satisfaction. "That's good. With iron tools, I can be more adept in the wilderness." He picked up the dagger and axe and examined them carefully. Although they were a bit rough, they still had the basic shapes and functions. Lu Fan found a piece of hard stone and began to polish the iron carefully. He started with the dagger, holding the base of the dagger in one hand and holding the stone in the other, grinding back and forth along the edge of the dagger. After sharpening for a while, the blade of the dagger gradually became sharper. Lu Fan tried to use it to gently scratch the leaves around him, and the leaves were easily cut. He nodded with satisfaction. Now it can be used. Then, Lu Fan began to sharpen the axe. The blade of the axe is wider and thicker than the dagger, so it takes more effort to sharpen it. He held the axe with both hands and rubbed the blade repeatedly with the stone. As the grinding progresses, the edge of the axe gradually becomes sharper. After polishing the iron tools, Lu Fan began to install wooden handles on them. He found 2 suitable sticks and cut them into the right shape. Next comes the dagger. He flattened one end of the stick, and then used a tough vine to tie the dagger and the stick tightly together through the small hole reserved at the tail of the dagger. As he tied it, he checked to make sure the handle of the dagger was secure. After finishing, he tried to hold the dagger and felt that it was comfortable to hold and easy to use. Then he also attached a handle to the axe. The audience in the live broadcast room watched Lu Fan's entire production process and left comments one after another. Lu Fan's craftsmanship is amazing. He can even make weapons by himself. This dagger and axe must be very powerful. Zhao Hangjun happily analyzed. With the dagger and axe, Lu Fan's productivity and safety will be greatly improved. After finishing everything at hand, Lu Fan was exhausted. He was busy almost the entire day and had hardly any rest. The sky gradually darkened. Chapter 15. New equipment shows its power. Wilderness survival announcement. Player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Iron block 10,000. $10,000. Can you give me one as a souvenir? I want the equipment made by Master Lu Fan himself. Our Chinese players are still the best. Of course, it is impossible to distribute the iron blocks to the public, so the relevant departments quickly took over. After all, they can be reused by recycling them. After seeing this announcement, audiences in other countries were even more excited. How is this possible? Our country's athletes haven't even started a fire yet. How is it possible that they have iron resources? There must be something shady going on here. The cunning Chinese people. What happened to our contestants? China has once again attracted the attention of senior officials from various countries. Lu Fan went to the coast again to get some seafood and started to cook dinner for himself. With fresh water, he decided to stew a pot of soup this time. Lu Fan cleaned the freshly caught fish, shrimp, crab, and shellfish, cut them into pieces, and put them into the pot temporarily served by the big shells. Well done, Comrade Beak. Lu Fan looked at the hard shell. Add clear stream water into the pot and sprinkle some wild onions, wild ginger, and herbs collected by yourself, and the whole soup base will be filled with the fragrance of nature. After a long wait, the soup was ready. Lu Fan carefully poured the soup into a simple bowl made of bamboo. After taking a sip, he closed his eyes, savoring the delicious taste, feeling the fatigue of the day being completely dispelled at this moment. The audience in the live broadcast room were also very greedy. I'm so envious of this pure natural seafood soup, not the kind made with seasoning packets. Brothers, I also ate abalone. Upright arrow. Something's wrong upstairs. After drinking the seafood soup, Lu Fan felt satisfied. He put the bowl aside, lay on the soft bed of leaves, looked at the starry sky outside the shelter, and gradually fell asleep. The next day, the sunlight shone onto Lu Fan's face through the gaps in the leaves. He rubbed his eyes, stretched, and climbed up from the bed of leaves. He packed up simply, put the newly made dagger and axe on his waist, filled the backpack on his back with dry food and water, and prepared to set out to explore the unknown. Today, I'm going to go further to see if I can find more resources, Lu Fan said to himself, his eyes flashing with desire for the unknown. He set out along the path near the shelter, humming a tune of his own and walking briskly along the way. Gradually, there were more plants and grass. Lu Fan took out an axe and swung it lightly. The sharp axe blade easily cut off the branches blocking the way, clearing a path for him. As he walked, he looked around, hoping to find some useful plants. At this moment, the heavenly Tao prompt word reminded. Taro plants will appear in front. Lu Fan hurriedly split the branches and found a green plant in the bushes with broad leaves, smooth surface, and a somewhat strange shape. What kind of plant is this? It looks familiar. Looks like the water guanine? The audience in the live broadcast room asked curiously. Lu Fan walked forward, observed the plant carefully, and touched it. It's taro. He put down the basket excitedly. Taro is rich in carbohydrates and is a very good source of energy, which is invaluable for people surviving in the wilderness. Lu Fan laughed excitedly. He immediately took out a dagger and dug up the soil around the taro. As he was digging, Lu Fan saw a taro the size of a rice bowl underneath. That big. That's awesome. He carefully dug out the taro tubers and put them into his backpack. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Taro 10000. The audience in the live broadcast room started a heated discussion. Great. The rebate has been triggered again. Master Lu Fan is really awesome. Haha. We'll have taro to eat soon. I still remember that my favorite food when I was a kid was konjac. I remember konjac soup was made from konjac starch, right? Is there any difference between the two? Wang Tao smiled. It seems that our contestant Lu Fan is the fastest developing. He not only found a stable water source, but also successfully made weapons. There were many taro plants around, and Lu Fan dug them one by one. Lu Fan stopped only after he had dug up 4 taro plants. He did not dig up the remaining ones, but left them here to continue growing. With a lot of harvest, Lu Fan continued to explore forward. The new equipment played a huge role in his hands. The axe helped him cut branches and open up paths. The dagger was used to dig out the roots of plants or deal with captured small animals. Wherever he went, he would observe carefully and look for possible resources. Unknowingly, Lu Fan walked to an open area. There is a rabbit hiding in the grass in front of you on the left. Lu Fan immediately became alert and slowly squatted down to observe. Sure enough, I saw a big fat gray rabbit eating grass in front of me. Lu Fan approached quietly, and when he was about 4 or 5 meters away from the rabbit pricked up its ears alertly. He immediately made a decisive move and threw the axe in his hand with all his strength. Before the rabbit could react, the sharp axe hit it. The rabbit immediately lost the ability to move and fell to the ground twitching. Lu Fan went over and picked up the rabbit by its ears. A big cut had been made on its back by the axe. Lu Fan pulled the rabbit's hind legs and took a look. It was a female rabbit. No wonder it was so fat. His tone was full of regret. I, Lu, never kill women and children with my sword. Unfortunately, ma'am, you are not a child. TSK, 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 TSK. After saying that, Lu Fan couldn't help but reveal the same smile as his fellow countrymen. The people in the live broadcast room were also delighted to hear this. And you, my friend, you are a real dog. I never kill the old or the young with my sword, but it's a pity that you are an old child. Ha 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 ha. You are simply born villains. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy rabbit 10,000 A. Haha, I want to eat spicy rabbit head. I still prefer eating rabbit ears. Chapter 16. punishment for failure. Lu Fan and the audience in the live broadcast room were immersed in the joy of harvest. The audience in the live broadcast room also left comments, expressing their appreciation and blessings to Lu Fan. Lu Fan has gained a lot today. So amazing. Watching Lu Fan's adventures makes me feel happy. I hope Lu Fan can be so lucky every day. At this moment, a wilderness survival announcement suddenly sounded, breaking the silence. Wilderness survival announcement. Lit in player ball and died of food poisoning. Lit in player ball and triggers 10,000 times rebate. 10,000 people in Lit in will randomly get food poisoning. This sudden news was like a bombshell, instantly causing an uproar in the live broadcast room. The audience was shocked by this scene, and the barrage was instantly filled with comments. What? Player Balden is dead? So there will be punishment for the death of a contestant. Food poisoning? This is too scary. 10,000 people in Britain suffered from food poisoning. This punishment is too severe. Wang Tao also opened his mouth in shock and was speechless for a long time. Zhao Hangjun frowned and said in a deep voice, "Food poisoning is a very dangerous situation when surviving in the wild. I hope the audience in Litan can take this as a warning." Yurue couldn't help but shudder. It's too scary. I hope Lu Fan can be careful and not encounter such a situation. At this time, the country of Litan suddenly became a mess. The unlucky 10,000 people fell ill due to food poisoning and suffered various adverse reactions. The top leaders of the country of Britain immediately launched medical rescue, but the effect was minimal. For a time, the whole country was in panic. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room suddenly became heavy, and the audience's mood changed from previous joy to worry and anxiety. They had already felt the benefits that wilderness survival brought to the country, and at this moment the horror of wilderness survival was also revealed. Sure enough, all free things come with a hidden price. They began to discuss issues such as precautions for survival in the wild and how to avoid food poisoning. Someone left a comment, "When you are in the wild, be careful with plants and animals you don't recognize, and don't try them lightly. Remember to cook your food thoroughly before eating it, which kills most bacteria and viruses." I hope the people of Britain can survive this crisis safely. People from other countries even went to the live broadcast room of Britain to mock him. Ha ha ha, my Sakura country players are still better. It still depends on our Andre. Damn it, why isn't that kid from Huagwa the one with food poisoning? Some were happy, some were sad, and some top leaders of some countries were even happy to see this scene. They even want to use this to let their own players hurt players from other countries, thus affecting reality. Although Lu Fan could not see the comments in the live broadcast room, he also saw the announcement. Will there be such a severe punishment if I fail to survive? It seems that we should pay more attention to some potential dangers. Lu Fan raised his head and looked at the blue sky and white clouds above his head. He silently prayed for the other two contestants from China. At the same time, he became more determined to survive. He knew very well that survival in the wild was full of unknowns and dangers, and every small negligence could lead to serious consequences. After calming down, Lu Fan prepared to return and decided to fetch some water from the stream to bring back. They soon arrived at the water's edge. Lu Fan squatted down, dipped the bamboo tube into the water, then quickly sealed the mouth and lifted the bamboo tube. The clear stream water then filled the bamboo tube. Look at the ground. There is a surprise. Hearing this reminder, Lu Fan's eyes fell on the muddy ground beside the stream. Several sets of fresh footprints came into view. These footprints were clearly visible, and it was obvious that the owner had been here not long ago. There were some fresh droppings nearby. After careful observation, Lu Fan's eyes lit up. This is a wild boar's footprint. After hearing his words, the live broadcast room also started discussing. What? Peppa Pig? What is Peppa? Uncle upstairs, Paige is the pink hairdryer. Zhao Hangjun analyzed. Where there is water, there are often animals, and there may even be large wild beasts, so contestant Lu Fan must be careful. Some viewers even expressed concerns about this. It's too dangerous. Master Lu Fan should leave quickly. Yeah, it would be bad if they got hurt like the players from Written Country. But Lu Fan didn't think so. To him, he had to get this wild boar. Thinking of this, he couldn't help licking his lips. This is a hard dish. So Lu Fan decided to set a trap here. He put down the bamboo tube and began to look around for suitable materials. He first dug a hole on the spot, then found a few thick branches, sharpened them with an axe, and then inserted them into the soil to form a triangular fence. Place some fruits that wild boars like to eat in the pit as bait. To ensure the effectiveness of the trap, Lu Fan also tied some vines to the top of the fence, with the other end of the vines connected to a horizontal bar. When wild boars are attracted by the fruit and step into the pit, the crossbars lose their support and the entire fence collapses, trapping the wild boars inside. The audience in the live broadcast room watched Lu Fan making the trap and commented, Lu Fan is trying to catch a wild boar. This trap looks very clever. I hope it works. Wang Tao also said excitedly, Lu Fan can not only make tools, but also set traps for hunting. He is really versatile. Zhao Hangjun analyzed. In the wild, using traps to hunt is a very effective way to obtain food, which can save a lot of physical energy. Yu Rui also seemed very happy. I am a little greedy when I think about eating pork. Lu Fan, come on, we're waiting to see you roast wild boar meat. After the trap was completed, Lu Fan looked at his work with satisfaction, then picked up the bamboo tube filled with water and prepared to return to the shelter. He walked carefully along the way he came, looking back at the trap from time to time, hoping that the wild boar would take the bait as soon as possible. Back in the shelter, Lu Fan put down the backpack and began to prepare food. Chapter 17. Cooking taro and making bows and arrows. Lu Fan decided to process the taro he dug first. He first placed the taro tuber in a shell, added clear stream water, and then cooked it slowly over a fire. During the cooking process, he stirred the taro with a wooden stick from time to time to ensure that the taro was heated evenly. Slowly, a fresh fragrance came from the pot, and Lu Fan took a sip. Sure enough, the staple food is different. It can't be compared with the voluptuous and cheap seafood. Live broadcast room. It's okay, Master Lu Fan. Please give me the seafood. I don't mind. I like the seductive ones. Seeing this, Zhao Hangjun couldn't help but say, carbohydrates are one of the essential nutrients for the human body and are indispensable. Zhao Hangjun took a sip of water and continued, obviously seafood and meat are lacking in carbohydrates, which is why we can't just eat vegetables without rice. Yu Rui couldn't help but laugh. Master Lu Fan is so lucky and so powerful. After cooking for about half an hour, the taro became soft and sticky. Lu Fan pressed it lightly with a wooden spoon and the taro fell apart. He took out the cooked taro and set it aside to cool. Then Lu Fan began to process the rabbit. He skillfully skinned and cut the meat. With a dagger, doing this is much easier. After being simply marinated with wild ginger and wild onions, the rabbits are skewered on wooden sticks and roasted over a fire. While roasting the rabbit, Lu Fan found some wild onions and wild ginger, chopped them into fine powder, and sprinkled them on the taro to make a cold taro dish. The audience in the live broadcast room were drooling as they watched Lu Fan making delicious food. Lu Fan is making cold taro salad. So creative. This taro looks delicious. I want to have a bite. Wang Tao also said excitedly. Only Chinese athletes can have such a luxurious meal. When Lu Fan put the soft and glutinous taro in his mouth, he felt at ease. And that rabbit is so fat. After eating everything, Lu Fan couldn't help but burp. Comfortable. After finishing his meal, Lu Fan checked the snake tendon and found that it could be used. After his processing, the snake tendon became more tough and elastic. So he decided to make the bow and arrow today. Lu Fan got to work right away. He first found a very tough branch, carefully scraped off the bark with a dagger, and polished it until it was extremely smooth. This was the prototype of the bow. He carefully measured the length and curvature to ensure that the bow could withstand the tension and be easy to carry and use. The audience in the live broadcast room watched him busy and commented, "What is Lu Fan doing? He looks so professional. You're not going to make a bow and arrow. That would be amazing." Wang Tao also asked curiously, "What is Lu Fan doing? It looks very complicated." Zhao Hangjun explained, "This may be the bow of a bow and arrow. Some light and elastic branches are good materials for making bows." After processing the bow body, Lu Fan began to process the snake tendons. He used a knife to cut the snake tendons into appropriate lengths and then roasted them over fire to make them tougher. Live broadcast room. That snake died, but he is still able to follow Master Lu Fan. He is quite capable. Even after his death, he can still shine for our great god Lu Fan. After the bow body and bowstring were ready, Lu Fan began to assemble them. He first drilled small holes at both ends of the bow, then passed one end of the snake tendon through the small hole and fixed it with a braided thin rope and fixed the other end in the same way. He gently pulled the bowstring, feeling the elasticity and strength of the bow, and nodded with satisfaction. The elasticity is good, the power should be quite strong. Next, Lu Fan began to make arrows. He found some straighter branches and used a knife to cut them into the right length and shape. Because there were no feathers at the moment, Lu Fan used some hard leaves cut into shapes to tie to the tail of the arrow to increase the stability of the arrow. At the head of the arrow, he sharpened a branch with a dagger and roasted it over fire to make the arrowhead harder. In order to increase the lethality of the arrows, he also found some sharp stone flakes, fixed the stone flakes to the position of the arrowheads with thin ropes, and made stone arrowheads. The audience in the live broadcast room watched Lu Fan making arrows and praised him with barges of comments. "This arrow looks professional. I hope it comes in handy." Zhao Hangjun analyzed. The production of arrows is also critical. The sharpness of the arrowhead and the feathers at the tail can affect the flight trajectory and lethality of the arrow. After making the bow and arrows, Lu Fan picked up the bow, pulled the bowstring, tested the balance of the arrow, and felt it was pretty good. He stood up and tried his arrows at a distant tree trunk, but since he hadn't used a bow and arrow for a long time, he seemed a little unfamiliar with it and missed several times. But after trying many times, Lu Fan gradually regained his touch. Wong. Along with the sound of the bowstring vibrating, the arrow was firmly nailed to the tree trunk. Lu Fan couldn't help but smile crookedly. The live broadcast room also became lively at this moment. Awesome. What an accurate shot. You are worthy of being called Master Lu Fan. Lu Fan Appa, shoot me. Wang Tao couldn't help but sigh. I don't know how many more surprises Lu Fan will give us. This kind of superb archery skill is not something that ordinary people can master. Zhao Hangjun also nodded in agreement. Having a bow and arrow is equivalent to having a means of long-range attack, which is very convenient whether it is defending against enemies or hunting. After doing all this, Lu Fan yawned. I'm so sleepy, take a nap. When Lu Fan woke up, it was already dark. The weather was a bit cold at night, so Lu Fan cooked a bowl of seafood soup and drank it while it was warm. The shell cracked in the middle of the process, and he felt helpless holding the broken pieces. No, the quality is too poor. We still have to make the pot. The audience in the live broadcast room also began to speculate. Make a pot? How is Master Lu Fan going to do it? I think I could carve one out of wood. How can we use wood? It can't withstand the fire. Wang Tao. Teacher Zhao, how do you think contestant Lu Fan should make this pot? Zhao Hangjun said with a smile. It depends on contestant Lu Fan's choice. Contestant Lu Fan has already found iron, so he can choose to use the iron to make an iron pot. After thinking for a while, he said, of course, firing an iron pot will be difficult. He can also fire pottery, but so far Lu Fan has not found the relevant materials. Yu Rui couldn't help but join in the discussion. I wonder how Master Lu Fan will solve the pot problem. I'm really looking forward to it. Of course, Lu Fan couldn't see these discussions in the live broadcast room. After cleaning up, he returned to the shelter. Unable to sleep, he weaved some baskets with some bamboo strips and vines. Chapter 18. Searching for clay. Lu Fan woke up in the shelter. The sunlight shone on his face through the gaps in the leaves, bringing a hint of warmth. He stretched, climbed up from the leaf bed, packed up briefly, put on his backpack, and prepared to set out to explore new areas. The backpack was filled with dry food, water, a newly made bow and arrow, and a special expectation to find clay and make pottery. With clay, I can make a decent pot and never have to worry about cooking again. Lu Fan pondered secretly in his heart, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He set out along the path near the shelter, humming a tune of his own and walking briskly along the way. As he walked, he suddenly saw a gray shadow swaying in the bushes in front of him. He immediately stopped, held his breath, and approached quietly. A pheasant with low vigilance was found ahead. A colorful pheasant was looking for food in the grass, unaware of the approaching danger. Could it be the one I let go before? This time, let it come into my stomach. Thinking of this, Lu Fan couldn't help licking his lips. Lu Fan took the bow and arrow from his back, put the arrow on, drew the bow, and aimed, all in one go. With a whoosh, the arrow shot out like an arrow from a bowstring, hitting the pheasant's head. The pheasant flapped its wings a few times and then fell to the ground. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy pheasant 10,000. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all commented, wow, Lu Fan's archery skills are amazing. Hit it with one arrow. This pheasant will definitely be our delicious meal tonight. I like pheasants too. Why? Because it's cheap? Wang Tao also said excitedly. Contestant Lu Fan's archery skills are very impressive. It's different with a bow and arrow. Hunting efficiency is greatly improved. Zhao Hangjun analyzed. The use of bows and arrows not only saves physical energy, but also allows hunting at a safe distance. This is a very practical skill for survival in the wild. Lu Fan walked forward, picked up the pheasant, skillfully plucked its feathers, cleaned its internal organs, then hung the pheasant on the rope around his waist, and continued moving forward. Clay generally grows in places with water sources, so Lu Fan decided to look for it near a water source. Just as he was looking at the soil carefully, there is clay buried about 10 centimeters underground 2 meters ahead. Lu Fan's eyes lit up and he thought, great, the clues are really powerful. I didn't expect to find it so quickly. He squatted down and dug the soil with a knife. The audience in the live broadcast room looked confused. Is there anything here? But I can't see anything, just dirt. Have they discovered iron, or again? After digging about 10 centimeters, the clay was exposed. Lu Fan scooped up a little soil with his hands. The soil was fine and sticky, red and white in color, and a little moist after the rain. It's clay indeed. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw Lu Fan find the clay, they all commented, "Lu Fan found the clay, that's great. He's like a treasure hunting rat. He can even find this." Sure enough, the great god is the great god. With clay, we can make pots. I look forward to Lu Fan's craftsmanship. It was not easy to dig with hands, so Lu Fan used a dagger. The clay with moisture was particularly heavy, so Lu Fan wrapped it in broad leaves and put it into his backpack, which weighed more than 10 kilograms. Carrying the clay on his back, Lu Fan decided to check his traps on the way. He walked from the lower reaches of the stream to the upper reaches, discovering edible wild celery. Sure enough, a clump of green plants appeared by the stream ahead, with large leaves and a somewhat strange shape. He walked forward and observed it carefully. "What is this? Can I eat it?" The audience in the live broadcast room were also a little confused and guessed the function of wild celery. Wang Tao looked at Zhao Hangjun, and Zhao Hangjun immediately started to explain. "This is wild celery, which has the effects of lowering blood pressure, protecting blood vessels, and clearing away heat and detoxifying. I heard that celery kills sperm, but I don't know if it's true." Lu Fan couldn't help but mutter. But he changed his mind and thought, "I'm not afraid of anything in this remote place." After saying that, Lu Fan cut off a piece of it with a dagger and threw it into the backpack. Finally, we reached the small pond. The trap was not triggered, but Lu Fan was not discouraged. As long as the wild boar was still nearby, it would appear sooner or later. After fetching some more water with the bamboo tube, Lu Fan returned to the shelter. After returning to the shelter, Lu Fan immediately got busy. He prepared to make a special delicacy, beggar's chicken. He first cleaned the pheasant and marinated it with wild ginger, wild onions, and some collected herbs, allowing the chicken to fully absorb the flavor of the spices. After marinating, he wrapped the pheasant tightly with several large leaves and sealed it with mud, leaving only a small hole for ventilation. Then he placed the wrapped pheasant in a pit, put some dry charcoal on it, and slowly roasted it with the embers. The delicious food made by Lu Fan was also being discussed in the live broadcast room. "Can chickens do this? It's amazing, I've never seen it before." At this time, Wang Tao explained, "The name of this dish is beggar's chicken, which has a long history in our country. It is said that Zhu Yuanzhang once ate this dish." As time passed, the mud gradually hardened and the aroma of chicken wafted from it. Lu Fan waited patiently. He knew it would be a delicious dinner. Seeing that the time was almost up and the aroma was getting stronger, Lu Fan dug out the beggar's chicken. Use a stone to knock off the outer layer of soil, and the fragrance immediately fills the air. Lu Fan carefully peeled away the leaves, revealing the golden and shiny chicken. He cut off a small piece with a dagger and put it in his mouth. The chicken was tender and juicy. The fragrance of the leaves and the deliciousness of the chicken blended perfectly, making him nod his head repeatedly and praise it endlessly. This meal was taken to a new level. Live broadcast room. "Wow, I'm drooling. It feels so tender. I want to eat chicken too." Upstairs, number 1. Yu Rue couldn't help but lean closer to the screen and said, "I really envy Lu Fan for being able to eat so many delicious foods, all of which are natural." After dinner, Lu Fan did not sit idle. He decided to start making pottery. He first placed the clay on a flat stone and kneaded it repeatedly with his hands to squeeze out the bubbles in the clay, making the clay more uniform and fine. He then used his fingers to mold a bowl shape into the clay and carefully used the edge of a shell to trim the edges of the bowl to make it more regular. Chapter 19, Firing Ceramics. The audience in the live broadcast room watched him make pottery, and they all commented, "Lu Fan is making pottery, so amazing. This pottery looks so exquisite. I want to buy one." Wang Tao also said excitedly, "Lu Fan's ability is really admirable. He can not only make tools, but also make pottery. He is really versatile." Zhao Hangjun analyzed, "Making pottery requires certain skills and patience. Lu Fan's ability to master this skill shows that his life can be elevated to a higher level." Lu Fan then made several pottery pieces in succession, including large bowls, small bowls, several plates, and a casserole. He placed the molded pottery next to the fire and let it dry slowly. The pottery had to be dried well, otherwise it would crack when fired, and he turned the pottery from time to time to ensure that it was heated evenly. The next day, Lu Fan got up early, washed his face with clean water, and brushed his teeth with carbon powder as usual. Lu Fan checked and found that after yesterday's drying and baking, several pottery pieces had been completely dry. So Lu Fan started to make pottery. He found some dry firewood and put the pottery into the furnace. During the firing process, Lu Fan adjusted the fire from time to time to ensure that the pottery could be heated evenly. The audience in the live broadcast room watched him make pottery, and they all commented, "Lu Fan is making pottery, so amazing. Will such a big fire burn it? How is it possible that Master Lu Fan will definitely succeed?" Everyone in the live broadcast room was looking forward to Lu Fan's results. Lu Fan squatted beside the fire, staring intently at the burning fire. Over time, the clay hardened under the baptism of fire, and its color changed from moist reddish-brown to a calm dark brown. Finally, with the sound of firewood crackling, the firing was completed. After the furnace had completely cooled down, Lu Fan carefully took the pottery out of the fire. He gently blew away the ashes on the surface of the pottery, revealing smooth and delicate bowls and pots with flowing lines. Most of the pottery was fired successfully, but 2 were broken, probably due to uneven heating. Although these pottery pieces are simple, they appear particularly rustic and charming under the light of the fire. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all started to post comments. "Wow, the pottery Lu Fan made is so beautiful. This skill is amazing, I want to learn it. Looking at these pottery pieces gives me a great sense of accomplishment." Wang Tao couldn't help but admire. Lu Fan's pottery is so well made, it's totally a work of art. Zhao Hangjun analyzed from a professional perspective. These pottery pieces are not only beautiful in appearance, but also very practical. It can be seen that Lu Fan was very attentive during the production process. Yu Rui's eyes lit up. The pottery made by Lu Fan is so impressive. I want to buy one. Lu Fan looked at the pottery he had made and felt a sense of accomplishment. He knew that these pottery pieces not only met his daily needs, but were also a beautiful creation of his in the wilderness. After firing the pottery, Lu Fan decided to fire some ironware. He specially carried a large backpack and went to the place where the iron sand mine was discovered. After arriving at the place, Lu Fan started digging directly. It was very inconvenient without a shovel, and it took a lot of time. After digging a large basket of soil, Lu Fan took it to the waterside to wash it. A basket of soil can yield a handful of iron sand, and even occasionally dark red or the size of an egg may appear, which shows the richness of the iron element. It seems that this place is rich in iron ore. I'll come back to dig after I finish the manuscript. Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the next moment the prompt word popped up. Dig 3 meters down, and a mineral vein will appear. After going back and forth several times, which took almost 4 or 5 hours, Lu Fan finally got half a basket of iron sand. His face was also covered with sweat, but his eyes remained firm. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel heartbroken. "Thank you for your hard work, Master Lu Fan. It's all about survival, alas. But it's all worth it." Master Lu Fan is already far ahead of other players. Enduring the pain in his body, Lu Fan carried the iron sand back home. Lu Fan rested for a while, then got up and prepared to smelt iron. After starting the fire, he poured the iron sand into a ceramic bowl and placed the bowl into the blast furnace. The temperature of the fire gradually increased, emitting a dazzling light, and the iron sand gradually turned red. The second time of iron smelting, Lu Fan gained more experience. Soon, Lu Fan made an iron pot. He knocked on it with his hand, making a unique metallic sound. There was also a lot of praise in the live broadcast room. "This iron pot looks really sturdy. It should be able to be used for several years. Lu Fan is still too comprehensive. It will be more convenient to cook in the future." Yu Rui's eyes showed longing. Now Master Lu Fan can make more delicious food. After making the iron pot, Lu Fan looked at the remaining iron sand and decided to make something else. Following the same steps, Lu Fan made a pickaxe and a large shovel. Although it is a little smaller than in real life, it has all the necessary functions. After finishing everything, Lu Fan decided to use the new pottery jar to make something to eat. He first cleaned the pottery jar, then found some fresh wild vegetables, carefully cleaned them, and cut them into small pieces. Then he used a dagger to scale and gut the small fish he had caught that morning, cut them into small pieces, and put them into a clay pot. "I'm going to make a wild vegetable and fish soup today to try the flavor," Lu Fan said to himself with a smile on his face. Then he added some clear stream water, just enough to cover the ingredients. Then he added some wild ginger and wild onions that he collected himself to the pottery jar to increase the aroma of the soup. The audience in the live broadcast room watched Lu Fan prepare the ingredients and left comments. "Lu Fan is going to make soup. I am so looking forward to it. This wild vegetable and fish soup sounds delicious." Wang Tao happily explained, "Lu Fan is really a gourmet. He can even make such exquisite dishes with ingredients from the wilderness." Yu Rui also smiled. "Wow, the soup made by Lu Fan looks so tempting. I want to have a taste." Lu Fan placed the pottery pot next to the fire and slowly heated it. He stirred it with a wooden stick from time to time to allow the ingredients to be heated evenly. As time went by, the soup in the pottery pot began to boil and emit bursts of fragrance. Finally, the soup was ready. Lu Fan scooped up a spoonful of soup with a wooden spoon, blew away the hot steam, and then tasted it carefully. The soup tasted delicious. The fragrance of wild vegetables, the mellowness of wild mushrooms, and the freshness of small fish were perfectly blended together. He couldn't help but nod his head repeatedly and praise it endlessly. He moved the clay pot away from the fire and set it aside to cool a little, then scooped out some of the soup and sat down in front of the shelter to enjoy it slowly. Chapter 20: Discovery of Salt Mines. After dinner, Lu Fan lay in the shelter. He is not worried about survival. With his experience from his previous life, he does not feel any pressure at the moment. What's more, with the Tiandao prompt sound plugin, Lu Fan can save a lot of trouble. What really makes Lu Fan unbearable is loneliness. Especially when a person is in such a remote place without any human habitation, he can only work frantically to numb himself. In his previous life, although Lu Fan often went to the wilderness to survive alone, he would bring a satellite phone with him so that he could occasionally contact his good friends. Besides, he had prepared a lot of music and movies at that time, so he had something to entertain himself when he was bored. Thinking of this, Lu Fan's expression became more and more lonely. The audience in the live broadcast room also noticed that something was wrong with Lu Fan. What's wrong with Master Lu Fan? Why does he look so unhappy? Hey, really, what's wrong? Are you thinking of something sad? I think the god must be feeling lonely. He hasn't seen anyone for 4 or 5 days. Zhao Hangjun couldn't help but sigh. In fact, in the wild, in addition to food and safety, psychological deprivation is also very serious. Many people survive the hunger, but were driven crazy by the environment. If you can't maintain a good attitude, even your body will collapse. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. In this situation, they had no way out and no right to blame Lu Fan for being fragile. Lu Fan looked at the starry sky. Compared to those in the city, the stars here were at the blue light level and so clear that they seemed within reach. As he watched, Lu Fan couldn't help but hum a song. Da-da-da-da-da. Live broadcast room. I recognized it. It's Lupanus. Why do I want to cry so much? I feel sorry for the great god. No one is with him. I miss home too. I haven't been back for 4 years to make money. Woo? Before he knew it, Lu Fan fell into a deep sleep, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room gradually decreased. The next morning, Lu Fan woke up refreshed again. After making breakfast and eating his fill, Lu Fan patted his stomach contentedly and burped loudly. Then he rolled up from the bamboo mat and stretched his muscles. Today, Lu Fan decided to go hunting. Although there was no shortage of seafood, the bamboo rat and rabbit meat had been eaten up, so he decided to replenish some food. Carrying a homemade bow and arrow on his back, a sharp dagger and an iron pickaxe on his waist, and a basket on his back, Lu Fan set out on the hunting journey in a heroic and high-spirited manner. It's still early, but many people have already flocked to the live broadcast room. Good morning, everyone. I'm the first one. Master Lu Fan is setting off again. It's great to see that Master Lu Fan has regained his optimism. People who love to laugh will have good luck and will definitely catch big prey. The audience talked one after another, as if they had already seen the scene of Lu Fan returning with a full load. Lu Fan walked along the path beside the stream, looking around for traces of prey. As he was walking, suddenly, his eyes lit up and a goat appeared in his sight, leisurely grazing on the grass. The plump body made Lu Fan drool. Haha, a good start, really lucky. Goat, you are really a delicacy delivered to my doorstep. Lu Fan muttered excitedly, quickly hid behind a big tree, secretly observing the goat's movements. He picked up the bow and arrow, aimed at the goat, and was about to shoot when suddenly the sky reminder sounded. Follow the footsteps of goats, and you will discover open-air salt mines. Lu Fan's eyes lit up, and he put away the arrow. No, I can't alert the snake. I have to follow it quietly and find the salt mine first. Lu Fan thought to himself and followed the goat carefully, keeping a certain distance for fear of alarming it. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw Lu Fan tracking the goat, they all left comments. Lu Fan, are you going to track the goats and find their organization? This goat looks so fat. Lu Fan will definitely have a good harvest. Wang Tao, Lu Fan's hunting skills are getting better and better. This time he will definitely return with a full load. Zhao Hangjun smiled and said, tracking prey requires patience and skills. Lu Fan did a good job. This not only increases the harvest but also avoids unnecessary risks. Yurue couldn't help but be curious. Lu Fan is so smart. I can't wait to see how he catches the goat. Lu Fan followed the goats through the woods, across the streams, and unknowingly arrived in front of a mountain. Suddenly, the goat stopped, looked up and around, as if it had noticed something. Lu Fan quickly hid behind a big rock, held his breath, and did not move. Then the goat lowered its head, stuck out its tongue, and licked a stone. "Looks like this is it," Lu Fan said to himself. As he spoke, Lu Fan gently bent his bow and drew his arrow, then leaned his head out and took aim. Wong. The arrow flew out instantly and hit the goat's hind leg. Meh. The goat let out a miserable cry and ran away, dragging its crippled leg. Lu Fan immediately chased after him, and the man and the sheep chased each other among the rocks. While the goat was catching its breath, Lu Fan took the opportunity to shoot another arrow. This time the arrow hit the goat's neck. The goat could no longer hold on and fell to the ground gasping for breath. Lu Fan walked over with excitement on his face. He squatted down and touched the sheep. "It's really fat, lazy sheep." Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy goats 10,000 Seeing that Lu Fan successfully caught the goat, the live broadcast room became lively. "Great, got it. This sheep is really fat. It's a pity that we didn't find any other flocks." Wang Tao, ha ha ha, contestant Lu Fan brought us so many supplies again, that's great. Zhao Hagjun pushed up his glasses and said affirmatively, "As long as it is properly stored, contestant Lu Fan won't have to worry about food for the next few days." After carrying the goat to the pile of rocks and putting it down, Lu Fan began to observe it carefully. I saw the mountain here cracked, revealing large pieces of white crystals. He scooped a little with his hand and put it in his mouth. The first feeling was bitterness, but it was followed by saltiness. Lu Fan's brows relaxed instantly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It is indeed a salt mine. Chapter 21 Salt Production. The audience in the studio were also excited when they saw this scene. It's actually a salt mine? Lu Fan discovered the salt mine. That's amazing. Salt is a good thing. Now Lu Fan's quality of life will be improved again. Wang Tao was also surprised and said, "Wow, Lu Fan actually discovered the salt mine. This is really unexpected." Zhao Hagjun analyzed seriously. Salt is very important in surviving in the wild. It not only adds flavor, but also replenishes electrolytes needed by the human body. This is a huge discovery for Lu Fan. Yurue jumped up excitedly. Lu Fan actually discovered a salt mine. Isn't this a fortune? Lu Fan looked at the salt mine in front of him, and his heart was filled with joy. He picked up the pickaxe at his waist and started digging. Under Lu Fan's great strength, the salt block quickly fell apart. He decided to take a basketball-sized piece because there was still one sheep, and it was too much to carry. Lu Fan was very happy at this time. He knew that the discovery of this salt mine would not only make his food more delicious, but also play a huge role in his future survival. He put on his backpack, loaded with his harvest, and started on his way home, already imagining all kinds of delicious food in his mind. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Exposed salt mine 10,000. At the same time, 10,000 exposed salt mines appeared within China. In an instant, the world was shocked. You know, in recent years, it has become increasingly difficult to extract salt. Ocean pollution is becoming increasingly serious and even full of toxins, while the scarcity of resources on land makes the production of salt very difficult. The role of salt is particularly important. Not only can people not live without salt, but food processing also cannot live without salt. People in other countries broke down their defenses. Aha, it's the kid from China again. This is unfair. There must be something fishy going on. The Chinese must contribute their salt mines. Yes, or we will boycott China. Some people even went to China's live broadcast room to act wildly. The Chinese audience was not impressed and began friendly exchanges of language. From the Sakura country, What are you yelling about? You are all a bunch of. You are just barking here because you don't have the strength. Wang Tao also put on a serious expression at this moment. We will resolutely defend any interest belonging to our country, and anyone who wants to infringe on it will be regarded as a mortal enemy by us. The Royal Palace of Japan in Sakura country. Baka, why is it China again? We must try every possible means to surpass China. Send a barrage to Yamekawa Naiku and ask him to find the salt mine. This week's bullet screen has been used up. What? The Presidential Palace of the United States. Fuck. The president said nothing and just kept on complaining. Lu Fan returned to the shelter happily, carrying a backpack full of salt ore. He put the sheep aside and dealt with the salt mine first. Lu Fan first crushed the salt ore and put it into a jar, then added fresh water and stirred it. When the salt components in it were dissolved in the water, he let it settle. He also put some charcoal to absorb impurities and harmful substances in the water. Wait until the water on top becomes clear, Pour it into an iron pot and boil it over high heat until the water is boiled away and only white crystals remain. The audience in the live broadcast room watched Lu Fan boil salt. Lu Fan is boiling salt. So amazing. This salt must be very pure. I want to try it. As expected of me, God Lu. Wang Tao, salt is a strategic resource. It's great. Zhao Haijun smiled and said, boiling salt requires good control of the heat and time, which is a great test of skills. Yu Rui smiled. Wow, the salt made by Lu Fan looks so pure. I want to taste it. Lu Fan added fresh water to the crystals and repeated the same steps. After 2 or 3 times, the crystals turned snow white. Lu Fan took a bite, and his eyes immediately lit up. This is the taste. He created salt that has no peculiar smell and is healthy and harmless. Lu Fan put the salt in a small ceramic jar and placed it in the shelter. With the salt, Lu Fan couldn't wait to start cooking. He carried the sheep to the beach closer to process it. When he arrived at the beach, he found a flat sandy beach, spread a few large leaves, and gently put the goat down. Lu Fan took out a dagger and began to skin the sheep with skillful movements. The blade moved across the sheep's body, and the sound of the fur separating from the flesh was particularly clear on the quiet seaside. He had a skillful technique, and in a short while, a complete sheepskin was peeled off and laid flat aside. Next, he began to process the internal organs, retaining the useful parts one by one, such as lamb liver and lamb tripe, which are rare delicacies. Some of the unwanted ones were thrown into the water, and Lu Fan put them in the fish cage as bait. After processing the internal organs, he carefully cut the mutton into even pieces for subsequent cooking and preservation. Back at the shelter, Lu Fan decided to use some of the lamb to make a hearty lamb stew, seasoning it with his freshly brewed salt. He found a larger clay pot, put the chopped mutton into it, added an appropriate amount of water, sprinkled some salt, and the wild celery he had collected. Then he placed the clay pot next to the fire and simmered it slowly over low heat. A smile appeared on Lu Fan's lips, and his eyes were full of anticipation for the food. In the live broadcast room, Lu Fan is going to make lamb stew. I am so looking forward to it. Seasoning with salt you make yourself will definitely give it a different flavor. Wang Tao praised appropriately. Lu Fan's cooking skills are getting better and better. Every dish is eye-catching. Zhao Haijun also nodded and said, this stewed mutton is not only delicious, but also provides Lu Fan with rich protein and energy. Yu Rui leaned in front of the screen and sipped her saliva. Wow, the lamb stew made by Lu Fan looks so tempting. I want to have a bite. The lamb stew was slowly simmering beside the fire, giving off a fragrant aroma. Lu Fan occasionally stirred it with a wooden spoon to ensure that the lamb could be evenly heated. At the same time, he began to process the remaining mutton, intending to make it into jerky for storage. He cut the mutton into thin slices, marinated it lightly with salt, then found some thin ropes, strung the marinated mutton slices together, and hung them in a ventilated place in the shelter to let them dry naturally. Chapter 22 Digging Bamboo Shoots. It was a new day, and the sunlight cast mottled shadows through the treetops. Lu Fan stretched and walked out of the simple shelter. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, looked at the vibrant forest around him, and a new energy surged in his heart. Today, he has a plan to cut some bamboo and make more bamboo props to enrich his survival equipment. Nowadays, bamboo is in great demand, whether it is used to hold water or to make baskets to carry things. And now that we have bows and arrows, bamboo is a good choice for making arrows. Thinking of this, Lu Fan took his equipment and set out on the path to the bamboo forest. Soon, a lush bamboo forest came into view. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the bamboo leaves, casting spots of light, like a fairyland. Lu Fan put down the backpack, picked up the axe, and began to select suitable bamboo. He carefully observed the thickness and texture of the bamboo, selecting those that were tough and straight. As the axe rose and fell, bamboos fell one by one. He piled them neatly aside, ready to take them back to the shelter to make props. Finally, after cutting down a pile of bamboo, wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Growable bamboo 10,000 a. Soon after, lush bamboos sprouted up in the wilderness of China. Every 100 bamboos form a bamboo forest, which is divided into 100 locations within China. The whole Chinese nation was delighted. You know, due to soil erosion, it has been impossible to grow plants in the soil for many years. And these bamboos seem to possess some special power, growing firmly in the wilderness without any signs of decline. Ha 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 ha, I can actually see plants growing on the mountains again in my lifetime. Who else? There's a bamboo forest right outside my house, ha 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 ha. Thank you, Master Lu Fan. I'm going to go see the bamboo. Wang Tao in the live broadcast room. Here we would like to thank Lu Fan again for his contribution to us, making our beautiful mountains and rivers green again. Just as Lu Fan was busy having fun, a scent of soil mixed with a hint of sweetness penetrated into his nostrils. Discover freshly grown bamboo shoots. Lu Fan stopped what he was doing, followed the scent, and saw a hint of tender green emerging from the bamboo forest. He walked forward curiously, pushed aside the weeds, and was surprised to find a field of bamboo shoots growing out of the soil. Haha, this is an unexpected gain. Lu Fan shouted excitedly, with surprise flashing in his eyes. He immediately squatted down and began to dig carefully with the dagger in his hand. The bamboo shoots are hidden in the soft soil, with a little soil on the white and tender shoots, like small pagodas. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Fresh bamboo shoots 10,000. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene. Lu Fan discovered bamboo shoots. Awesome. This bamboo shoot looks delicious. I want to have a bite. Lu Fan is really lucky. Bamboo shoots are a rare delicacy. Zhao Haju nodded and said, bamboo shoots are not only delicious, but also rich in nutrients. They are very good for Lu Fan's health. Lu Fan dug more and more enthusiastically, and soon he had dug a large pile of bamboo shoots. He put the bamboo shoots into the backpack and thought to himself, these bamboo shoots will be delicious if I take them back to make a mutton and bamboo shoot soup. Lu Fan tied up the bamboo on the ground and carried it on his shoulders, then prepared to go home with the basket on his back. Back in the shelter, Lu Fan unloaded the bamboos and bamboo shoots one by one and started to get busy. First, he wanted to use the bamboos to build a toilet for himself, because going to the toilet in the wild was too inconvenient. Lu Fan found a secluded corner near the shelter and selected a piece of land. He first used an axe to chop down several thick bamboos and cut them into suitable lengths. Then he dug several shallow pits on the ground and inserted the bamboos vertically into the pits as supports for the toilet. This toilet has to be sturdy, otherwise it won't work. Lu Fan muttered to himself as he built it. He used rattan to tie the bamboo supports together securely to ensure a stable structure. Then he cut some thinner bamboos, weaved them into a bamboo fence, and surrounded the support to form a relatively enclosed space. To increase privacy, he hung some large leaves on the bamboo fence so that what's going on inside cannot be seen from the outside. Finally, he dug a deep pit in the center to serve as a cesspool to facilitate the disposal of excrement. Then a few thick bamboos were placed on top of the pit as a foothold. The live broadcast room at this moment. Lu Fan is building a toilet. We won't see Master Lu Fan's but anymore. This toilet looks very practical. Lu Fan is really an expert in living. As expected of my great master Lu Fan, he pays so much attention to hygiene even in the wild. Wang Tao couldn't help but praise him and said, Lu Fan is so good at hands-on work that he can even build a toilet by himself. He is really versatile. Zhao Hajun smiled and said, in the wild, sanitary facilities are also very important. Lu Fan has done a good job. This not only maintains a clean environment, but also improves the comfort of life. Yurue blushed as she glanced at the comment that said she could never look at Lu Fan's butt again, because she had also secretly looked at it a few times. After building the toilet, Lu Fan stood aside and looked at his work with satisfaction. He walked out of the toilet and scattered some soil and fallen leaves around the pit to reduce the odor. Although the conditions are simple, at least they are clean and sanitary. I no longer have to squat in the wild with my bare butt and feel unsafe. Lu Fan sighed inwardly. He looked up and saw that the sun was almost overhead, so he decided to start making lunch. Lu Fan cleaned the bamboo shoots, cut them into thin slices, and took one out to eat. The rest are pickled with salt and prepared to be dried into bamboo shoots for long-term preservation. This bamboo shoot must be delicious. I can't wait to see the bamboo shoot dishes he makes. Lu Fan cut the bamboo shoots into small pieces and put them in a ceramic pot for later use. He just tasted a small piece. Maybe it was because of the different variety, or maybe it was because it was too fresh. The bamboo shoot did not have a bitter taste. Next, he took a few pieces of mutton from the hanging jerky, washed them with warm water, and cut them into bite-sized pieces. Lu Fan found a larger ceramic jar, put the chopped mutton into it, and added an appropriate amount of water. Then sprinkle some salt, as well as wild ginger and wild onions collected by yourself to increase the aroma. Then he added the bamboo shoots into the clay pot and stirred gently with a wooden spoon to mix the ingredients thoroughly. Chapter 23. Making Bamboo Chairs and Beds. Finally, the bamboo shoots and lamb stew were ready. Lu Fan gently scooped up a spoonful with a wooden spoon, blew on the hot steam, and then tasted it carefully. The mutton was stewed until it was soft and tasty. The fragrance of bamboo shoots and the deliciousness of mutton blended perfectly, making him nod his head repeatedly and praise it endlessly. This bamboo shoot stewed with lamb is so delicious. Every bite is a gift from nature. He poured the stewed mutton into a bowl, sat in front of the shelter, and enjoyed it slowly. The audience in the live broadcast room could only drool when they saw Lu Fan eating bamboo shoot stewed with mutton. Technology is so advanced, but I can only eat synthetic nutritious meals here. I'm so greedy, I quickly made a pack of Kang's mutton noodle soup. When did this flavor come out? How come I didn't know about it? After finishing his meal, Lu Fan cleaned the pots and bowls and lay down in the shelter for a nap. After waking up, Lu Fan couldn't help but stretch. An animal has entered your territory. Lu Fan was stunned and walked outside the house to check. Next to the fire, there was a hedgehog licking the leftovers on the ground. Lu Fan walked over and observed. The live broadcast room also became lively. It's a hedgehog. So cute. I've only seen them in zoos. There are no wild animals outside now. Master Lu Fan, are you going to eat the hedgehog? That shouldn't be the case. How can I eat this thing, which is full of thorns? The hedgehog also discovered Lu Fan, and frightened it immediately ran into the woods. Lu Fan did not choose to chase the hedgehog, but instead stroked his chin and began to think. It seems that the defense of the shelter needs to be improved. Currently, the camp only has the bamboo house where he lives, which does not have a good defense against the outside world. There happened to be a lot of bamboo left, so Lu Fan decided to add a fence around the house. He first measured and planned the layout of the fence to ensure that it could provide protection while not affecting daily access. Lu Fan divided several thick bamboos into equal lengths, each more than 1 meter high. Then he inserted the bamboo into the ground at a certain distance and at a moderate depth to ensure its stability. Then he used rattan to connect the bamboos to form a solid whole. Lu Fan is making a fence. So cool. This fence looks pretty solid. After building the fence, there were still a lot of bamboos left, and Lu Fan was thinking about how to use them. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he had an idea. Oh, right. I can use bamboo to make a bamboo chair and a bamboo bed, so that it will be more comfortable when I rest. Lu Fan did what he said. He selected a suitable bamboo, carefully measured its length, and used a dagger to cut the bamboo into the appropriate size. To make a bamboo chair, he chose 4 longer bamboos as legs and several shorter bamboos for the back and armrests. This chair has to be sturdy and comfortable to sit on. Lu Fan muttered to himself as he started to work. He first fixed 4 bamboos into a square frame as the main body of the chair. He then used rattan to tie the bamboo tightly together to ensure a stable structure. Next, he fastened several shorter bamboos in parallel between the legs to form the seat. Finally, he used the same method to make the backrest and armrests, and a simple bamboo chair was completed. In the live broadcast room, Lu Fan is making a bamboo chair. So amazing. This bamboo chair looks very comfortable. I want to sit on it. This green color makes people feel very comfortable. I feel an itch on my head. After the bamboo chair was completed, Lu Fan sat on it with satisfaction and felt it was pretty good. He then began to make a bamboo bed. He selected more bamboo and made a larger frame as the main body of the bed. He then tied the bamboo together with rattan to ensure the stability of the bed. In order to increase comfort, Lu Fan wove a bamboo mat with bamboo strips and placed it on top to prevent ridges. Then he spread some dried moss on the bamboo mat to use as a mattress, which was extremely soft to sleep on. This bamboo bed should be very comfortable. Master Lu Fan can have a good sleep at night. The Simmons mattress at home suddenly doesn't smell good anymore. After making the bamboo chair and bamboo bed, Lu Fan stood aside and looked at his work with satisfaction. He walked into the bamboo bed and lay down on it. It felt just the right hardness and softness and very comfortable. Lu Fan couldn't help but close his eyes, enjoying a moment of tranquility. In the live broadcast room, it's not easy. Master Lu Fan is really exhausted. From the beginning till now, every day has been busy. I hope Master Lu Fan is doing well. It would be great if the players from our country could get together and help each other. After sleeping for a short while, Lu Fan got up. There are still many things to do, and I can't be lazy. He rubbed his face to sober up. Human laziness is addictive. When a person wants to be lazy, he can find many excuses. Many people think that they can just take a break and stop for a while. It won't have much impact and won't delay anything. This is how time is wasted most of the time. Being in the wilderness, Lu Fan knew that he had to stay vigilant and highly focused at all times. If he doesn't try his best to do everything well now, he won't be able to cope with it when the danger really comes. And he is not surviving alone. There is a country behind him. He must find more resources for the country and change the predicament of resource scarcity. As a Chinese citizen, since he was selected to participate in wilderness survival, this is his responsibility. After stretching his muscles a little, Lu Fan picked up the dagger and started working again. He split the bamboo into thumb-thick arrows and trimmed them into a round shape with the dagger. One after another, soon a large pile of arrows appeared on the ground. Lu Fan carefully sharpened the head of the arrow and put it into the charcoal fire to harden it. The pheasants he had caught previously provided him with a lot of feathers. He attached pheasant feathers to the tail of the arrow to increase the stability of the arrow, which is the same principle as the tail of an airplane. After doing all this, the sun was setting a little, around 4 or 5 o'clock. It's time to think about dinner. Today he decided to go to the sea to find some food, although there was still a lot of mutton. However, you should still eat sparingly until you have a stable food source. Therefore, Looking for food in the sea becomes a good choice, especially since it is so close. After packing up casually, Lu Fan took his equipment and walked towards the beach. Live broadcast room. Master Lu Fan is going out hunting again. He is really hardworking. There's still so much food. Because we Chinese are used to being prepared for danger in times of peace, we will not live off our savings, so we must take the path of sustainable development. It's all because of those foreigners who are endlessly exploiting resources and causing us trouble. Chapter 24 Undersea Scenery. Sea Cucumber. After arriving at the coast, Lu Fan tied the dagger to a bamboo stick to use as a harpoon. Then he did some warm-up exercises on the shore to fully move his body. After all, he didn't want any accidents to happen. Chest expansion exercise. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wrist and ankle joint movements. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the live broadcast room. It feels so familiar. I did it every day when I was in school. Oh my God, this is the first time I heard this step clearly. It turns out it's wrist and ankle. When I was in school, every physical education committee member said wrist and ankle. Wong Tao nodded and said with a smile, before going into the water, you must do warm-up exercises to prevent cramps from happening after being stimulated by the cold water, which can endanger your life. You know, in our country, there were many cases of death from drowning every year in the past few years. There was also a heated discussion in the live broadcast room. Haha, it's okay. You can hardly find a pond there nowadays. Hey, I learned it in the swimming pool. I can swim. Hasn't the person above heard the old saying, those who drown are those who can swim? It's okay. With the efforts of our Chinese players, sooner or later our Chinese environment will be able to return to its previous state. After warming up, Lu Fan began to observe the coast, looking for a place to go into the water. Of course, the most important thing is to rely on his plugins. This place is short of fish. You may be attacked by sea snakes if you go down here. There are a lot of sea urchins here, if you like to eat them. After searching for a while, Lu Fan finally found a suitable place to go into the water. He immediately took off his clothes. A gust of sea breeze blew over him, and he couldn't help shivering because it was so cold. Compared to when he first arrived, Lu Fan's body is stronger, and there are even faint traces of abdominal muscles in his abdomen. It seems that Master Lu Fan has lost weight and even has no fat belly anymore. Indeed, I still like the way Master Lu Fan looks when he has a greasy belly. Survival in the wilderness is too hard. Although Master Lu Fan has enough food, the daily workload is also very heavy. Lu Fan carefully tried to go into the water. The water was very cold, but he still went in. The water is too cold. We must adapt as soon as possible. Lu Fan scooped up the sea water and poured it over his body. Soon his body adapted to the temperature. Slowly he walked to the waist-deep water, took a breath, and then submerged his head in the water. Lu Fan was searching in the sea. The underwater world was colorful, with all kinds of fish swimming among the corals. Sea anemones sway gracefully on the seafloor, and starfish lie lazily on the sand. He carefully avoided these beautiful creatures and continued to look for edible seafood. The audience in the live broadcast room was shocked by the underwater scenery. Wow, it's so beautiful. I can't imagine the sea is like this. I've only seen this kind of scene in some documentaries. The sea is truly a treasure trove for mankind, but it is now polluted. Damn Sakura people. Lu Fan took a breath and continued looking for his target. There are sea cucumbers buried under the sand. Lu Fan immediately used his hands to push away the sand underneath and saw several sea cucumbers as big as his palms. If it weren't for the reminder from the prompt words, he really wouldn't have noticed these hidden masters. He quickly picked up the sea cucumber and put it in the bamboo cage around his waist. Master Lu Fan has a very good eye. It's a wild sea cucumber, not farmed. I'm so envious. Lu Fan caught 7 or 8 sea cucumbers in a row, and the fat sea cucumbers were very heavy. He stood up, wiped the sea water off his face, looked inside the bamboo cage, and couldn't help but smile. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Sea cucumber 810000. After taking a few breaths, Lu Fan dived into the sea again. He used a bamboo stick to gently poke at the sand on the seabed, hoping to find more seafood. There are lobsters hidden under the reef ahead. Sure enough, he saw a group of big lobsters hiding under a reef, with 2 long tentacles swaying in the water. Lu Fan immediately approached quietly and stabbed fiercely. The dagger on the bamboo stick accurately pierced the lobster's back. The lobster struggled frantically, but was nailed to the stone by Lu Fan. After a fruitless struggle, he was pulled out of the water. The other lobsters all ran away in fright, and their speed was so fast that Lu Fan was far behind. Lu Fan looked at the lobster with surprise. It was a splendid lobster with a bluish-green body. Compared with other common crayfish, it did not have huge claws. This splendid lobster is very big, almost as thick as Lu Fan's calf, and weighs about 5 or 6 kilograms. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy, splendid lobster 10,000. The audience in the live broadcast room was also very excited. Lobsters that big must be delicious. This is too big, like a mutation. Wang Tao's face was full of excitement. As expected, contestant Lu Fan has made another huge achievement. It really gave our country a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. The official announcement was also factual. As usual, after retaining a portion for breeding, the rest of the lobsters and sea cucumbers were distributed to the public through lottery. Suddenly Yu Rui jumped up excitedly. Oh, greater than over equal to, less than over equal to. Oh, I drew a lobster. Zhao Hangjun was also startled and couldn't help patting his chest, almost choking. Yu Rui immediately apologized with a red face. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. I was really too excited. I didn't win anything the last few times, but I didn't expect that this time. Zhao Hangjun waved his hand and said, It's okay, it's okay. It seems that you are very lucky. Young people should be more energetic. Rui actually won a lobster. I'm so envious. Haha, I got it too. Picture, winning. You upstairs deserve to die? Where's justice? Where's morality? Where's the address? Some foreign audiences were shocked when they saw this scene. Why is this Chinese kid so lucky? It must be a shady deal. Our country's athletes are still starving. The Chinese government is still the best. The rebates from our country's athletes have all been divided up by the top leaders. I saw that the ID was from the United States. Lu Fan lifted the bamboo cage around his waist and found it was quite heavy. After all, the key to eating seafood is its freshness. In such hot weather and without a refrigerator, if you catch too much, it will not be able to be preserved and will be wasted. Lu Fan quickly walked towards the shore. As soon as he came out of the water, the sea breeze blew and he shivered with cold. It's freezing cold. Lu Fan quickly rubbed the water off his body, put on his clothes, and ran back to his shelter. With a large portion of seafood in his hands, he couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 25 Red Coral. Lu Fan returned to the shelter and couldn't wait to start processing the captured seafood. He first cleaned the lobsters and sea cucumbers, and then started cooking them in iron pots and clay pots. He put the lobster into an iron pot, added an appropriate amount of water, sprinkled some salt and herbs he collected, and boiled it over high heat. Put the sea cucumber in a ceramic pot, add water and some wild ginger, and simmer slowly over low heat. I have never had the chance to eat this delicious food in my previous life. This time I must try it carefully. A smile appeared on Lu Fan's lips, and his eyes were full of anticipation for the food. The audience in the live broadcast room. Lobsters and sea cucumbers, my mouth is watering. This dish looks delicious. I want to try it too. I envy them for winning the lobster. Wang Tao also smiled and said, Lu Fan's cooking skills are getting better and better. Every dish is eye-catching. Yu Rui couldn't help but said enviously, It looks delicious. I want to try it later. Audiences from other countries can do nothing but watch with envy, except for some incompetent curses. Finally, the lobster and sea cucumber were cooked. Lu Fan gently scooped up a spoonful with a wooden spoon, blew away the hot steam, and then tasted it carefully. The lobster was cooked to perfection and the sea cucumber was stewed till soft and tasty. Every bite was a gift from nature, and he couldn't help but nod his head repeatedly and praise it endlessly. No wonder these things are so expensive. There must be a reason why they are expensive. Lu Fan sighed in his heart. He put the cooked lobster and sea cucumber into a bowl, sat in front of the shelter, and enjoyed it slowly. Oh, I'm really hungry. I'm drooling. After eating lobster and sea cucumber, Lu Fan patted his belly with satisfaction and felt a lot warmer. It was already very late after dinner. Lu Fan couldn't help but yawn, then went back to his new bed and lay down to sleep. The next day, Lu Fan took his equipment and went to the beach early. Yesterday's harvest made him taste the sweetness, so he decided to explore further today. After some warm-up, I went into the sea. In the live broadcast room, the early bird catches the worm. Master Lu Fan is really hardworking. Master Lu Fan got up so early. Unlike me who didn't sleep at all. I just played. The person upstairs is actually a half-step sudden death realm expert. I admire you so much. Lu used a bamboo stick to gently stir the sand on the seabed, hoping to find more seafood. Discovering red corals. When Lu Fan lowered his head, he saw a group of brightly colored corals with unique shapes, like a burning mountain of fire. He touched it with his hand and found it was hard. Then he quickly floated to the surface and wiped his face. Red coral. Lu Fan shouted excitedly, his voice full of surprise. You know, before the time travel, Red coral was extremely precious, and some wealthy people were keen on collecting red coral. He decided to pick a piece to take home as a decoration, and after some thought, he chose a red coral the size of a basketball. Lu Fan carefully cut off the roots of the red coral with a dagger. When the red coral is taken out from the seabed, its color becomes more vivid after leaving the sea water, as if it will burn at the next moment. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Red coral 10,000. What is this? It's so beautiful. Is it some underwater plant? Is this red coral? It looks so beautiful. I want to touch it. Nature is truly a magical being. Wang Tao also said excitedly, Lu Fan is really lucky. Red coral is a rare treasure. In our country, in order to protect the marine environment, the collection and sale of red coral has been banned for a long time. As a girl, Yurue naturally has no resistance to such beautiful things. Wow, the red coral that Lu Fan found is so beautiful. I want to buy one. In order to facilitate further hunting, Lu Fan brought the red coral to the beach. Lu Fan continued searching on the seabed, discovering pearl oysters. Looking at the huge pearl shell opening and closing in front of him, Lu Fan had a strange expression on his face. What's going on today? So many treasures are delivered to my door. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. What use is this thing to me in this wilderness? It would be great if I could have it in real life. But as the old saying goes, we're already here. Lu Fan stuffed the pearl shells that were bigger than his head into the basket. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Pearl oyster 1110000. Pearl oyster? Can it produce pearls? It shouldn't be possible to get a fake pig. Then he continued searching. There are top-quality oysters on the reef ahead. Seeing this hint, Lu Fan's eyes lit up. He climbed onto the reef with a dagger in hand, and sure enough, there were many large oysters attached to the reef. Lu Fan immediately pried them off with a dagger. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Top-quality oysters 410000. Live broadcast room. Such huge oysters. Incredible. You can't handle such a big premium oyster, Lu Fan. Let me do it. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? After another round of searching, the sun was almost reaching the top of our heads. Back on shore, Lu Fan sat on a rock and began to count the spoils. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Splendid lobster 10,000. Mussels 321000. Coconut crab 410000. Wow, this is such a rich harvest. I feel like we are the ones struggling to survive, while Master Lu Fan is enjoying life. I'm jealous. Lu Fan returned with a lot of things, and the first thing he did was to cook a big meal for himself. He put the clay pot on the fire, added half a pot of water, then put in half a lamb leg and 2 lamb ribs, added wild onions and salt, and finally covered it with a lid and simmered it. In addition to mutton soup, Lu Fan also prepared to grill some large oysters. He first cleaned the oysters, carefully pried open the shells with a dagger, took out the oyster meat, and then put the oyster meat back into the shells. He then sprinkles the oyster meat with some salt, grated wild ginger and herbs to enhance the flavor. Then he found some hot charcoal, placed the oyster shells on the hot charcoal, and started grilling the oysters. After thinking about it, Lu Fan took down the 2 lamb kidneys hanging on the wall, cut them into pieces with a dagger, and skewered them with 2 bamboo sticks to roast. Seeing this scene, people in the live broadcast room called him an expert. 666. This food. Lamb loin with oysters is like a golden hoop with an Iron Man suit. Ha ha, Master Lu Fan, please don't overdo it. At this time, some young people said that these things are not useful. Do young people still need supplements? If they still need supplements, what are you called young people? Young man upstairs, you will understand once you get married. Yes, when you get married you will find that oysters and lamb kidneys are the best tonics for men, great tonics. Chapter 26, Opening the Pearl. After grilling for a while, the aroma of the oysters began to spread, making people salivate. Lu Fan used a wooden stick to gently turn the oyster shells to ensure that the oyster meat was heated evenly. A few minutes later, the oysters and lamb loins were ready. He used a wooden stick to remove the oyster shells from the hot coals and set them aside to cool slightly. Finally, the mutton bone soup was almost done. Lu Fan poked it with chopsticks and found that the bones were already off. He made a bowl of soup and sat in front of the shelter, enjoying it slowly. I took a bite of the lamb leg and found the meat to be delicious, the soup to be rich, and the taste to be particularly tender. Take another sip of the soup, and it will warm your heart right to your stomach. Then he ate a grilled oyster. The oyster meat was tender and juicy, and the aroma was so fragrant that he couldn't help but nod his head repeatedly and praise it endlessly. After eating all of this, Lu Fan finally picked up the lamb kidneys and ate them. They were very chewy. He felt that in his previous life, he often made appointments with his friends to have supper at barbecue stalls, and the standard dish at that time was beer and lamb kidneys. The food left a lingering fragrance in Lu Fan's mouth, and the people in the live broadcast room were also drooling with envy. I can't stand it anymore. I want to have a good meal too. Oysters with garlic sauce are the best, and lamb kidneys are better the more spicy they are. Onion beer goes well with beef, and a slightly tipsy state is just right. You're full of jingles. Are you going to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Wang Tao couldn't help but smile and said, I'm hungry after watching this. I must have a barbecue later. Zhao Hangjun, I am old now. If I were 20 years younger, I could eat 10 skewers of lamb kidneys and 5 bottles of beer. After dinner, Lu Fan sat on a chair, studying the red coral in his hand. After thinking about it, he decided to make a base for the red coral and place it at the head of his bed. Lu Fan got to work right away. He first found a flat piece of wood and used a dagger to trim it into the appropriate size and shape. Then he carved some exquisite patterns on the wooden board to enhance the beauty of the base. After the base was completed, Lu Fan carefully placed the red coral on the base and adjusted the position to ensure that the red coral could stand firmly on the base. He stepped back, looked at his work carefully, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. This red coral looks even more beautiful when placed on the base. Lu Fan was just about to take a nap when he suddenly saw a basket of pearl oysters that had not opened. Adhering to the idea that he had already taken it, Lu Fan decided to drive it and give it a try. He poured out all the pearl oysters, exactly 10 of them, each as big as his head. Then, Lu Fan began to process the pearl shells. He first cleaned them and then carefully pried open the shells with a dagger. There is a bulge the size of a pigeon egg inside the shellfish meat. Lu Fan's eyebrows jumped. In stock. Discussions also began in the live broadcast room. Wow, pearls are really coming out. I'm really looking forward to it. It feels like I'm opening a blind box. Master Lu Fan, it looks so big, I mean the pearl. Lu Fan pressed along the edge of the pearl oyster with his hand, and the pearl inside flew out. The pearls are the size of pigeon eggs and exude a golden luster. In the live broadcast room. Damn, the golden legend. So many eat kunsu. If I hadn't seen the pearls that Master Lu Fan opened with my own eyes, I would have thought they were made of plastic. I've never seen such a big pearl before. It must be worth tens of millions. At this time, a person who claimed to be an expert in treasure appraisal appeared in the live broadcast room. It's more than tens of millions. Once in the United States, a top-quality pearl was auctioned for a sky-high price of $160 million US, but the quality of that pearl was not as good as the one of contestant Lu Fan. 160 million beautiful currency? The American people are really stupid and have a lot of money. Master Lu Fan has made a fortune. Yu Rui's face was full of envy. These pearls are so beautiful. Women are naturally unable to resist these things. Lu Fan took the pearl in his hand and said, Tisk tsk tsk. If this were outside, wouldn't I be rich? Then Lu Fan opened the remaining pearl shells. A total of 5 pearls were harvested, 2 white, 1 golden, and 2 purple. Although not as big as the first pearl, its quality is also very rare. After opening the pearl, Lu Fan's excitement subsided. After all, the pearl was of no use in this wilderness. Thinking of this, he threw the pearl into the corner and lay down to take a nap. In the live broadcast room. No, Lu Fan, don't do this to my Ajahn. Ajahn fell in love with Ah Chong on a night without stars. Master Lu Fan, you can dazzle my mouth with pearls if you don't want to. At this time, the Chinese government issued an announcement. We will select the best quality red corals and pearl shells from contestant Lu Fan's rewards and sell them online. People from all over the world can participate in the bidding. An auction. I thought it was a lottery. How is that possible? Such a precious thing must be sold to those suckers. Other countries also saw the announcement and flocked to the live broadcast room to participate in the auction. They also saw the top-quality pearls that Lu Fan had opened. If they could get them, they would definitely make a fortune. And their attitude is very arrogant. Ha ha ha. Only my beautiful country deserves to have such a treasure. Let's get started quickly. We, the Sakura country, are determined to win. Well, let's get in on the fun, oil country. In an instant, China's live broadcast room was packed with people. There are so many people. I can't understand what they are saying. Hee, we should sell them all to these suckers. As the auction approached, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became tense and heated. Bidders from all over the world are gearing up to show their skills. The bidders from the United States were full of confidence, believing that with their economic strength, they would definitely win the red corals and pearl shells. The bidders from the Sakura country were not to be outdone and declared that they would win these treasures at any cost. The bidders from oil-producing countries had a relaxed attitude, as if they were just there to join in the fun, but in fact their pockets were full of money and they were ready to bid at any time. China's official auctioneer stood in front of the camera, cleared his throat, and announced the official start of the auction. He first introduced the origin and value of the red coral, emphasizing that this is a precious treasure discovered by Chinese player Liu Fan while surviving in the wilderness, and it has extremely high artistic and collection value. The bidders listened with great interest, their eyes fixed on the pictures of red corals and pearl oysters on the screen, and they were thinking about their bidding strategies in their minds. China Live broadcast room. The atmosphere was so tense, it felt like a fight was about to break out. It's the first time I've seen such a grand spectacle. Chapter 27. The Fierce Auction, the Dumbfounded Sakura People. The auctioneer cleared his throat and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction items are of the best quality, but there are still risks. The auction is purely voluntary, and we, China, are not responsible for any consequences. Hurry up, we are determined to win the Sakura country, huh? The first red coral has a starting price of 100,000 Chinese yuan, and each bid increment must not be less than 10,000 Chinese yuan." As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the bidder from the United States could not wait to bid. 150,000. Soon after, the bidder from Sakura country was not far behind. 250,000. Bidders from oil-producing countries are sitting back and waiting for a better opportunity. The audience in the live broadcast room watched the fierce competition among bidders from various countries and commented, "Wow, this red coral is so popular. The pretty country and the Sakura country are really evenly matched. Is the oil country playing deep? It's a lot of small change. The oil country is really rich." Wang Tao also said excitedly, "This auction is so exciting. The price of red coral has been soaring." Finally, after a full 6 hours of auction, all the items were sold out. These auction items were quickly delivered to the buyers via special plane. Among them, the most things were photographed in the beautiful country and the cherry blossom country. Especially in the land of Sakura, almost 2/3 of the pearl oysters were auctioned off, perhaps because of some obsession with seafood. After the auction, Chinese officials announced that all funds raised from the auction would be used for environmental protection and public welfare projects to protect and restore the natural environment. This decision received widespread support from the audience in the live broadcast room. YYYDS. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility, and I hope other countries can follow suit. As expected, we still have to rely on China to do things. It's wonderful to use the money of those suckers to build our motherland. Wang Tao also said with emotion, "This move by our country is really meaningful. I hope it can make greater contributions to the global environmental protection cause." Zhao Hangjun smiled and said, "This is not only an auction, but also an opportunity to raise environmental awareness." At this moment, a barrage caught the attention of the audience. Hurry up and go to the live broadcast room of Sakura country. They are broadcasting the opening of pearls. Then the audience flocked into the live broadcast room of Sakura country. The Sakura country is currently broadcasting live around the world, performing a pearl opening show with an extremely arrogant attitude, claiming that only they are worthy of owning these precious pearls. I saw a wretched little man with a mustache opening a pearl shell. Aki, only our Sakura country deserves to own these beautiful pearls. The Chinese don't deserve it. Even if these pearl shells originally belonged to them, they still ended up in our hands. Wahahaha. Open it quickly. We are a nation blessed by the sea god. The man with a mustache picked up a pearl shell and opened it skillfully, but there was nothing inside. But he didn't mind it. It was normal to have free time occasionally. Who knew that the style of painting would become more and more wrong? The second one still yielded nothing, and the third one yielded a small pearl. Mustache's expression changes. After opening all the pearls, the recovery rate is less than half. Although there were a few pearls of good quality, they were far less than the cost of their auction. Nanny? What's going on? Where's the pearl? Where's the pearl? Assholes, the Chinese deceived us. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all mocked the bidder from Sakura country with comments. Sakura country really lost a lot of money this time. They spent a lot of money but only bought ordinary pearls. Their arrogance is now paying off. This is really embarrassing for the Sakura country. The whole world is laughing at it during the live broadcast. We are a nation blessed by the sea gods. Sarcastic. You dumped sewage into the sea and still want blessings. You deserve it. Audiences in other countries also joined in the ridicule. Sakura country has really shot itself in the foot this time. They looked so confident. Now it's really embarrassing. The Sakura country has now become a laughingstock around the world. The people of Sakura country only felt their blood pressure soaring wildly. Baga, it must be the Chinese who did something. The cunning Chinese must compensate us. Asshole. Chinese audiences responded by speaking out. If people are not good, blame the uneven road. You blame us for your bad luck. The oil country has produced several top-quality pearls. You bunch of... Yamamoto, fuck. Why can people upstairs send voice messages? The Chinese government even announced the entire process from selecting pearl oysters to auctioning and then to the video. The Chinese government hereby declares that this auction will be fair, just, and open, and will not accept any form of questioning, unless you want to start a war with China. The Chinese government's tough attitude was unanimously applauded by the Chinese audience, and the announcement instantly became the #1 hot search. Faced with China's tough attitude, the Sakura country could only suffer in silence and became a laughingstock of the world. After all, a despicable nation like them only dares to bully the weak and fear the strong, and do some small tricks behind the scenes. Chapter 28: Discovering Honey. At this time, Lu Fan was exploring in the wild. He used the axe in his hand to clear a path, and there was no grass left to stand wherever he passed. I think you are nothing but a token of selling your lives. Lu Fan turned the axe and almost hit himself. In the live broadcast room. It makes me miss it so much. I remember when I was a kid I would go outside and chop around with a stick, pretending I was a swordsman. At that time, as long as I had a stick in my hand, no one in the rapeseed flowers within a 10-mile radius could stand against me. When I think back to my childhood, I always wanted to grow up. Now that I'm grown up, I want to go back to being a kid. As he walked, Lu Fan came to a valley. Looking at the scenery in front of him, Lu Fan couldn't help but be amazed. There are flowers of various colors blooming on both sides of the valley, which looks like a colorful ocean at first glance. Oh, I should have built the shelter here earlier. This view alone makes me feel good. But having said that, Lu Fan has no plans to relocate the shelter for the time being, as that would be a huge project. Wow, the scenery here is really nice. I've only seen this kind of scene in games. What game is the one playing upstairs? Recommend it, and have a look. I know, I've played it before. It's called something like Naruto's Vacation. Fuck you, can I say this? When Lu Fan was walking in the sea of flowers. There is a beehive on the stone wall on your right. Lu Fan turned his head and looked over. Sure enough, there was a huge beehive on a stone wall about 100 meters away from him. Wow, that's a huge beehive. There must be a lot of honey in it. Lu Fan couldn't help licking his lips. Then Lu Fan approached the beehive with his equipment and stopped when he was about 10 meters away. Buzz, 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 densely packed bees fly around the hive. Oh my god, I have goosebumps. This is too much. I can't stand it anymore. My trypophobia is acting up. Sure enough, Master Lu Fan is still lucky. He found something good again. But how do you harvest this? I know that I can steal the honey from the bees at lightning speed before they can react, leaving them stunned. At this time, Zhao Hangjun also seriously popularized. If you are stung by a bee, the stung area will immediately show allergic symptoms such as redness, swelling, pain, and itching. In severe cases, suppuration and necrosis may occur, forming ulcers of varying sizes. In the wild, they cannot get good treatment and may even be at risk of infection, with symptoms such as redness, swelling, fever, and suppuration. At this moment, Lu Fan was also thinking about how to get the honey safely. Since he had encountered it, he must take some honey away. Suddenly he thought of a solution: smoke. He took out a bamboo tube from his waist, which contained a fire source. Bees are very sensitive to smoke and will feel fear and have a stress response when exposed to smoke. This reaction may cause the bees to abandon the nest and prepare to flee, and when they flee they will take away enough honey. Sucking nectar will cause the bee's abdomen to swell, making it difficult to sting the bee's sting, and it will not attack people. Lu Fan quickly found some hay and branches, piled them under the beehive, and lit a fire. The smoke rose slowly and gradually spread around the hive. Sure enough, the fumigation method was effective. The bees quickly fled the hive, while some of them stayed on the hive and did not move. Lu Fan took the opportunity to take out a dagger and carefully cut off a piece of the beehive. The honey immediately flowed out, golden and translucent, exuding an enticing aroma. The live broadcast room suddenly became lively. We found honey. That's amazing. This honey looks delicious. I want to have a taste. After collecting about 1/3 of the honey, Lu Fan put it into the bamboo tube he had prepared in advance. He didn't plan to cut it all, but to leave most of it so as not to affect the survival of the bees. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Complete honeycomb 10,000 a. Soon after, those 10,000 beehives appeared in the wilderness all over China, with each region benefiting equally. Carrying the backpack on his back, Lu Fan set out on his journey home with a full harvest, his heart full of anticipation for the honey delicacies he was about to make. Since we explored quite a distance today, it was already dark when we returned to the shelter. A-woo, 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 a-woo. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the woods. Lu Fan became alert instantly. The live broadcast room was also in an uproar. What's that noise? It's so creepy in the middle of the night. It looks like a dog. It must be a wolf. The voice is so loud. Hey, it's not difficult to distinguish between a wolf and a dog. Let me teach you. To distinguish between wolves and dogs, look at the paws. If the pads are soft, it is a wolf, and if they are hardened, in the country of cherry blossoms, it is a dog. Look at the tip of the nose. If it is moist, it is a wolf. If it is hardened, Sakura country, it is a dog. Look at the ears. If they are pointed and agile, they are wolves. If they are droopy and hardened, in the Sakura country, they are dogs. The man upstairs is worthy of being the first top scholar in the Qing dynasty. A wolf pack passed by 10 kilometers away and his left. Seeing the reminder from Tiandao, Lu Fan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly closed the guardrail door of the camp. It's better to leave. For now, if he faces a pack of wolves, he doesn't have any particularly good way to deal with it. After calming down, Lu Fan decided to make a delicious meal to comfort himself. So the main dish tonight is the secret roast lamb leg. He first cleaned the lamb leg and made a few cuts on it with a dagger to make it more flavorful. Then he found some wild ginger, wild onions and herbs, chopped them up and mixed them with honey to make a marinade. After spreading the marinade evenly on the lamb legs, Lu Fan gave the lamb legs a full massage to allow them to fully absorb the flavor. Master Lu Fan has such a skilled technique. Master Lu Fan, please press it for me too. The one above, Master Lu Fan, is mine. Don't even think about it. After marinating the lamb legs, Lu Fan found some hot charcoal and built a simple grill. He placed the lamb legs on the grill and slowly roasted them over the fire. As the temperature rises, the honey on the surface of the lamb leg begins to caramelize, emitting an enticing aroma. Lu Fan turned the lamb legs over from time to time to ensure that they were evenly heated, and at the same time used a wooden spoon to pour the roasted fat and honey juice on the lamb legs to enhance the flavor. The honey-glazed roasted lamb leg made by Lu Fan is so delicious that I am drooling. This dish looks delicious. I want to try it too. Wang Tao couldn't help swallowing and said, Lu Fan's cooking skills are getting better and better. Every dish is eye-catching. Chapter 29 Honey Lamb, Page and Son. Finally, the honey-roasted lamb leg was ready. Lu Fan took the lamb leg off the grill with a wooden stick and set it aside to cool down a bit. He gently cut off a small piece with a dagger, blew on the hot air, and then tasted it carefully. The skin of the lamb leg was crispy, and the meat inside was tender and juicy. The sweet fragrance of honey and the deliciousness of the lamb leg blended perfectly, making him nod his head repeatedly and praise it endlessly. Live broadcast room. I'm so greedy. The most painful moment is watching Master Lu Fan eating all kinds of delicious food, and I haven't even finished get off work yet. Picture. Isn't this an employee of my company? Fire him for watching live streams during work hours. No matter my family, I have to eat meat tonight. At this time, Yurue also started to eat dinner. Dang dang, did you see it, my family? We won the lottery yesterday. Let's taste the lobster. Well, it tastes very good. The texture is very smooth, and it has a very refreshing fragrance. She ate with a look of satisfaction on her face. Wow, seeing Rue eating lobster makes me even hungrier. I'm eating it too. Hee, it's delicious. Jealous? Benefit. Alas, I also won one, but I couldn't bear to eat it, so I sold it to a boss at a high price. I'm different. I gave my lobster to my goddess, and she praised me for being a shrimp boyfriend. Hee. After eating the honey-roasted lamb leg, Lu Fan couldn't help but pat his belly and felt a lot warmer. Then he went back to his bamboo hut and fell asleep. The next morning, before Lu Fan woke up, there was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. What's going on? Why are there so many people? The person above may not know. Didn't Master Lu Fan give us 10,000 beehives as rebates? Last night, a few people formed a group to steal honey and got stung. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. The big bumps on his head looked just like the Buddha. Not only that, they were also caught by the police and asked to post a video online to reflect on their mistakes. Post Wang Tao, we have to remind the public to pay attention to safety and not to cause unnecessary harm because of greed for small gains. When the sun shone into the shelter, Lu Fan woke up from the bamboo house, stretched, and felt refreshed. Washed with water. At this time, Lu Fan touched his face and found that his beard was more than 1 centimeter long. However, there was no way. If he was asked to cut his beard by himself, it was obviously impossible to do so. At the same time, he realized that there was not much water left at home, so he decided to go to the small pond to replenish the water resources. As usual, Lu Fan took his weapons and equipment and a few bamboo tubes and walked towards the small pond. Soon we arrived at a small pond. The water was still clear, and you could see the bottom. Lu Fan squatted down and scooped up the stream water with both hands, feeling the coolness that penetrated his soul. He was about to fill it with water when he heard a low humming sound not far away. He immediately became alert and looked cautiously in the direction of the sound. A wild boar falls into your trap. Hearing that it was a wild boar, Lu Fan immediately drew his bow and arrow and walked towards the trap. I saw a piglet accidentally fell into the trap that Lu Fan set yesterday and was struggling inside. Outside the trap, there was a huge sow, wandering around the trap, nudging the ground with her nose from time to time, looking very anxious. Live broadcast room. I went to see a wild boar that big. It looked like it weighed 400 or 500 kilograms. The braised pig's head is really delicious. This wild boar has thick skin and flesh. I don't think the arrows of Master Lu Fan can penetrate it at all. Wang Tao looked at Zhao Hangjun. Teacher Zhao, what do you think? Zhao Hangjun pushed up his glasses and analyzed. Wild boars are very powerful. In northeast my country, there is a saying that there are 3 tigers, 1 pig and 2 bears, which is enough to show how dangerous wild boars are. Wild boars are ferocious and will not hesitate to attack humans or other animals, especially when they feel threatened or when protecting their young. They run very fast, are very strong, and have sharp fangs. Once they attack, the consequences are often serious. My suggestion is to retreat directly. After all, Lu Fan is not short of food at the moment, so there is no need to conflict with this wild boar. Yurue couldn't help but pray, Master Lu Fan, please be careful. Looking at the huge wild boar, Lu Fan began to feel like retreating because he was not sure he could catch it. But obviously the wild boar did not give Lu Fan a chance, as it had already smelled Lu Fan's scent. Damn it! Lu Fan, who was quietly retreating, cursed inwardly. The wild boar stared at Lu Fan with its eyes, its hooves digging the ground unconsciously, and its nose breathing heavily. The already aggressive wild boar became even more violent now that its cubs were trapped. There was no way Lu Fan could do anything but be prepared. The live broadcast room was also extremely anxious at this moment. What should I do? Master Lu Fan has been discovered by a wild boar. It's too dangerous, Master Lu Fan. Please run away quickly. Run? How to run? A wild boar in a manic state. Alas. At this time, audiences in other countries also saw this scene. Ha ha ha, the Chinese kid is dead this time. That's right. He's been lucky for so long. It's time to punish him. A wild boar that big, even Andre would have to retreat if he encountered it. Let's see what this kid can do. Damn foreign dogs, don't underestimate our great god Lu Fan. That's right. Our great god Lu Fan will definitely be able to turn danger into safety. At this moment, Wang Tao is also worried. What should I do? This is going to be a big trouble. Zhao Hangjun frowned tightly. I hope contestant Lu Fan is safe. All we can do is pray for him. At this moment, the wild boar took the lead in attacking, rushing towards Lu Fan with red eyes. Master Lu Fan, get out of the way. Yurue couldn't even help but close her eyes, unable to bear to watch. Its left eye is injured, and its vision is obstructed. At the critical moment, the prompt word popped up. Lu Fan made a decision immediately and rolled forward to the left side of the wild boar. He raised his bow, aimed at the sow, and shot an arrow steadily. At such a close distance, the attack power generated by the bow and arrow is enormous. The arrow hit the sow's shoulder accurately. The sow howled in pain and turned to rush towards Lu Fan. Lu Fan once again took advantage of the wild boar's damaged left eye and quickly hid behind a big tree. The sow's momentum caused it to hit the tree trunk, making a loud bang. Fortunately, this wild boar is female, so it does not have the iconic fangs of wild boars. Without the cushioning of its fangs, the sow's nose hit the tree trunk directly. Chapter 30. Capture the wild boar. Don't kill old or young Lu. As an organ of smell, the wild boar's nose is relatively fragile, just like that of most animals. The powerful impact caused the wild boar to howl in pain. As expected of Master Lu Fan, he is so amazing. The little wild boar is easy to catch. The sow recovered quickly and attacked Lu Fan again. Lu Fan dodged nimbly, and the sow's arched snout brushed against his clothes, almost biting him. The audience in the live broadcast room also became worried when they saw this scene. Lu Fan is too dangerous, run. The sow has gone crazy, Lu Fan, be careful. Lu Fan was also frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, and quickly rolled to the wild boar's blind spot. Lu Fan continued to deal with the wild boar. He used the surrounding trees and terrain to cleverly avoid the sow's attacks. The wild boar charged again and again, but Lu Fan cleverly avoided them all. He decided to lead the wild boar towards the stone wall. So he drew his bow and shot another arrow at the wild boar's body. The wild boar was enraged and rushed towards Lu Fan with red eyes. Everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but hold their breath. Go Master Lu Fan. Of course I can. At the critical moment, Lu Fan quickly jumped to the left side of the wild boar. Due to the damaged vision in its left eye, the boar's every charge would be off to the right. The wild boar slammed hard into the stone wall, and the powerful impact caused it to stagger. Lu Fan quickly took out a dagger, jumped up, and stabbed it hard into the wild boar's neck. The wild boar suddenly let out a scream. This time, Lu Fan didn't give him a chance to react and chopped hard on the wound with a sharp axe. With the help of adrenaline, the axe fiercely cut open the wild boar's neck. Lu Fan quickly retreated, breathing heavily, his heart beating like a thunderous war drum. Finally, the wild boar struggled painfully for a few times, and finally fell to the ground and stopped moving. Lu Fan couldn't help but collapse on the ground and laughed out loud. Stimulate. The audience in the live broadcast room went wild instantly. Master Lu Fan is awesome. He successfully subdued the So. This is so thrilling. Lu Fan is in danger. Foreign dog. Speak. I wonder who dares to look down on our Chinese players. What a bullshit Sakura country warrior. Do you dare to come and fight with our great god Lu Fan? After seeing this scene, those foreign audiences who had made sarcastic remarks fled the live broadcast room in shame. Wang Tao couldn't hide his excitement at this time. I can't find any other adjectives except amazing. Yurue stood up excitedly. Master Lu Fan is so amazing. Zhao Haijun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and smiled with satisfaction. Lu Fan stayed there for more than 10 minutes before he calmed down. He walked to the water, scooped up a handful of water, and splashed it hard on his face. His mind instantly became much clearer. He walked up to the wild boar, which was lying on the ground, blood constantly flowing from its neck, and its belly heaving up and down as it breathed. He's already hanging on to his last breath. Seeing this scene, Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh. As I said, I never kill women and children with my sword. But you're not even a fucking human being. You're a pig. After saying that, he ended the wild boar's suffering with an axe. Then Lu Fan walked to the trap and saw the little wild boar. Little piglet, I'll tell you a riddle. If you guess it right, I'll let you go. Something with 4 legs that can't walk. Piglet, hee hee hee. Lu Fan smiled evilly. I guessed wrong. The answer is your mother. Look, she is lying there motionless. So I'm sorry. I am a man of my word. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room were also amused. Little pig. Who in the family understands? Pig. What a hell of a joke. Little pig. In my next life, I want to be reborn in a big city and learn new tricks. Without the previous tense atmosphere, the live broadcast room became full of laughter. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy old so 10,000 A. Healthy piglets 10,000 A. The next moment, 20,000 pigs were tied up and transported to the square of China's capital. Of course, Lu Fan didn't lack this little meat, but without the protection of the sow, even if he let the piglet go, it would be dead. After dealing with the 2 wild boars, Lu Fan began to dismember them carefully. He started with the sow, skillfully cutting the skin with a dagger and cutting off pieces of meat from the pig. He moves quickly and precisely, minimizing waste and ensuring that every part is fully utilized. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all left comments. Lu Fan is amazing. He is very skilled in dismembering a pig. This is great craftsmanship. Nothing is wasted. The master's family must be a butcher. He is so skilled. Lu Fan is still too comprehensive. He must be weakened. Wang Tao also said excitedly, Lu Fan's wilderness survival skills are becoming more and more comprehensive. He can not only hunt, but also handle prey. Zhao Haijun nodded and said, contestant Lu Fan's survival skills are far superior to others. Lu Fan handled it very carefully. Even the pig offal was cleaned with water. In the wilderness, food is very important. Besides, Lu Fan himself was not averse to things like pig offal. On the contrary, he was full of expectations. Even in his previous life, Lu Fan had never tasted wild boar. Although I often experienced wilderness survival in my previous life, it is not easy to eat pure wild boar meat in such a modern environment. You will never encounter them abroad, but in the country, wild boars are protected animals. Of course, there are also places where you can eat wild boar meat, such as Heizhou, Nanzhou, and other places. But Lu Fan didn't go after all, for fear that he would be mistaken for an outstanding graduate of the tribe. After dismembering the sow, Lu Fan began to deal with the piglets. Although the piglets are smaller in size, Lu Fan cuts them just as carefully to ensure that every piece of meat can be preserved. He also processes the pig's head, trotters, and other parts separately, as these parts also have special uses in cooking. After processing the 2 pigs, Lu Fan piled the meat neatly aside, ready to move it back to the shelter. Lu Fan put the pork in a large backpack and carried it back to the shelter. Although the journey was a bit long, he walked steadily without any sign of fatigue. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all praised Lu Fan. Lu Fan is amazing. He doesn't feel tired at all after carrying so much meat. This physical strength is amazing. I want to exercise too. Zhao Haijun commented. In the wild, good physical strength is the basis for survival, and Lu Fan did a great job. It took Lu Fan 3 trips to carry all the pork back to the shelter. Chapter 31. Whole Pig Banquet, Discovering Chili Peppers. Back at the shelter, the sun was already setting. Lu Fan decided to cook himself an unprecedented whole pig feast in the wilderness. He first picked out a piece of pork tenderloin with fine texture, intending to make a tender and juicy roast tenderloin. He cut the tenderloin into thick slices, crushed the wild onions, wild garlic, and other spices he had collected, spread them evenly on the meat slices, and sprinkled a little salt to allow the flavor of the spices to fully penetrate the meat. Next, he dug a shallow pit in the ground, placed the dry hardwood he had collected earlier in it, and lit the fire. When the fire gradually grew stronger and the firewood burned into red charcoal, Lu Fan placed the bamboo skewers with pork tenderloin slices above the charcoal. As the meat slices gradually changed color, the fat began to drip with a sizzling sound, and the sparks flashed like fireworks. The rich aroma of meat instantly filled the shelter, causing the audience in the live broadcast room to salivate, and the comments scrolled wildly. "The master's cooking skills are amazing. I am crying with greed through the screen. If I could have a bite of this, I would be like a living god. Whoever marries the great god in the future will die of happiness." While the tenderloin was being grilled, Lu Fan started preparing the pork bone soup. He crushed the pig bones, put them into a clay pot, poured the water from the bamboo tube into it, and then added some wild vegetables. The clay pot was placed on the edge of the fire pit and simmered over low heat. As time goes by, the aroma of the soup becomes more mellow, and the milky soup rolls in the pottery pot, as if telling the delicious legend of this wilderness. On the other side, Lu Fan first used pig fat to make some lard in the pot. Then he cleaned the pig's offal, cut it into small pieces, and stir-fried it with wild onions. The offal in the pot emits a unique and tempting aroma as it is stir-fried by the flame. After a while, a dish of stir-fried pork offal with good color, aroma, and taste was ready. When all the dishes were ready, Lu Fan sat in front of the shelter and enjoyed this hard-earned gourmet feast. The tender-roasted tenderloin melts in your mouth, the pork bone soup is rich and fragrant, and the stir-fried pork offal is chewy. It's not a prickly thing. Living in the mountains, it's not a prickly thing. Lu Fan ate with great relish. The audience gave thumbs up and were conquered by Lu Fan's cooking skills. After a hearty meal, Lu Fan lay down on a bamboo chair to rest. After dinner, Lu Fan began to process the pork. First, Lu Fan decided to refine the wild boar fat into lard. Lard is not only easy to preserve, but also adds a unique flavor in cooking. This is undoubtedly a perfect choice for him who is striving to survive in the wilderness and pursuing delicious food. Lu Fan took out the iron pot and used it as the pot for refining lard. When everything was ready, he started to refine lard. He cut the boar fat into small pieces and put it in an iron pot, then poured some water over it and lit a fire under the stove. As the temperature gradually rises, the water in the stone pot bubbles up and the fat begins to make a sizzling sound. The originally firm blocks of fat slowly melted and turned into a transparent liquid, which kept rolling and emitting bursts of unique oily aroma. In order to make the lard refine more evenly, Lu Fan held a thin wooden stick and stirred it in the pot from time to time. Occasionally, small bubbles will emerge from the melted fat, making a slight pop sound when they burst. During this process, the audience in the live broadcast room was attracted by this novel scene, and comments floated by like snowflakes. "Wow, this is the first time I've seen lard being refined in the wild. Master Lu Fan is so awesome. After refining this lard, the dishes we cook will definitely taste delicious. Yes, rapeseed oil is never as fragrant as lard. The master's life skills are so comprehensive that it seems nothing can stump him." As time went by, the wild boar fat in the pot gradually turned into a golden liquid, and more impurities floated on the surface. Lu Fan carefully used a spoon to skim off the impurities, making the lard pure. When almost all the fat in the pot melted and only some residue remained, he knew that the lard was almost refined. He turned down the heat on the stove and let the lard continue to cook for a while at the residual temperature to further remove moisture. Then he poured the refined lard through a simple filter woven from bamboo strips into several clean containers that had been prepared in advance. Every time a bucket is poured, the rich aroma of lard spreads, making people happy. After refining several barrels of lard, Lu Fan looked at the results with a satisfied smile on his face. This lard will become his precious food reserve in the wilderness. After refining the lard, Lu Fan salted all the pork and hung it on the fence to dry. After finishing his meal, Lu Fan didn't want to move at all, but he couldn't bear to be lazy, so he could only tinker around in the shelter and repair tools. The next morning, sunlight shone into the shelter through the gaps in the leaves, waking up the sleeping Lu Fan. He stretched, washed up briefly, and decided to continue exploring the surrounding wilderness. He walked along a path he had never walked before, and the dense bushes occasionally scratched his clothes. Along the way, Lu Fan carefully observed the surrounding plants and terrain. not missing any potentially valuable discoveries. As he walked, he came to a relatively open area. The vegetation here seemed different from what he had seen before. Peppers found 50 meters ahead. Lu Fan raised the corner of his mouth and cleared a path with an axe. Among the green leaves, a few clusters of bright red attracted Lu Fan's attention. He walked closer and took a look, and was suddenly filled with surprise. The plump peppers hanging on the branches sparkled attractively under the sunlight. Lu Fan was so excited that he could hardly control himself. He knew very well the importance of chili peppers in cooking. With chili peppers, his wilderness cuisine would have more possibilities. He picked the peppers carefully, fearing to ruin these precious ingredients. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Chili 3410000. Ha ha ha, with chili peppers, won't our future be prosperous? The audience was also infected by his joy, and they expressed their congratulations in the comments. Master, your luck is so great. With the chili pepper, the wilderness food is upgraded directly. I look forward to seeing you making more delicious dishes with chili peppers. After picking the peppers, Lu Fan did not rush back to the shelter, but continued to explore the surrounding area. Sure enough, another discovery was made soon. Discover Lipu taro. Taro. Lu Fan was a little surprised. This was the second time he found taro, but this time the taro actually had a name. But he would not let it go, because taro is a delicacy and was used as staple food by some poor people in ancient times. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Freshly Putaro 10,000. With a lot of harvest, Lu Fan started his journey home. Back at the sanctuary, he was eager to create delicious dishes with his newfound chilies and taro. Chapter 32 Chrysanthemums are hot. Paper-making plan. Lu Fan returned to the shelter, eager to show off his skills with his newfound chili peppers and taro. He first washed the taro carefully, cut it into thin slices with a knife, put it in a clay pot, added clear spring water from the stream, and slowly cooked it with firewood. He used a stone pestle to mash the cooked taro slices into a paste and added some fresh wild vegetables. Wash and chop into pieces, sprinkle into taro paste, add a small amount of salt, stir evenly, and make round taro cakes. It looks delicious. Daily drooling. At this time, Wang Tao also gave everyone some scientific knowledge. Taro has a soft and sticky texture. It can be eaten directly after being steamed, or it can be processed into snacks such as taro balls. Lipu taro is the best of all taro, and there is a story behind it. It is said that during the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty, Lu Yong was the governor of Guangxi. The local area presented Lipu taro as tribute to Qianlong, and Lipu taro became famous all over the world. In order to prevent local officials from forcing farmers to grow taro in order to curry favor with Emperor Qianlong, Lu Yong invited Emperor Qianlong to dinner at his home and fed him mochi as Lipu taro, making Qianlong not want to eat Lipu taro. Of course, this is all folklore. Wow, after hearing this story, I want to try it even more. I would rather risk deceiving the emperor than let him eat this taro. How delicious must this taro be? Next, Lu Fan washed the peppers, chopped them into fine pieces, put them into the pot, and scooped some of the lard that had been refined earlier, poured it into the stone pot, and stir-fried it slowly over low heat. As the temperature rose, the chili powder, soaked in lard, gradually gave off a rich aroma, and the entire shelter was enveloped in this spicy atmosphere. Lu Fan also added some chopped green onions and ginger to make the chili sauce taste richer. After frying, he scooped out the chili sauce and set it aside. Everything was ready. Lu Fan put the taro cakes on the charcoal fire to roast. After a while, both sides of the taro cakes turned golden and exuded an enticing aroma. He spread a thick layer of chili sauce on the taro cake and took a bite. The softness of the taro cake and the spiciness of the chili sauce blended perfectly, with a unique taste that was unforgettable. It looks delicious. I like spicy food too. It feels like I'm reading a good novel. Master Lu Fan is enjoying his meal, and I'm happy too. That being said, it really feels that way. After eating, Lu Fan wiped his mouth. It feels so good. Lu Fan was lying on the chair, humming a song leisurely. However, not long after, Lu Fan felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach, and his intestines began to churn. The next moment, I couldn't help but ran into the bathroom. What happened to Master Lu Fan? It seems to be diarrhea. This is normal. The food was so light a few days ago, but these past 2 days it's been filled with lard and chili peppers. My stomach and intestines can't handle it. Nothing will happen, I hope. Don't do that. One of the contestants from India had diarrhea and is now lying in the shelter exhausted and unable to do anything. At this time, Zhao Hagjun analyzed. Contestant Lu Fan was too excited and didn't pay attention to his own changes. Such a big difference in diet will indeed cause a certain burden on the body. After having diarrhea, Lu Fan sat on the ground, frowning, feeling a burning sensation in his body. Using leaves to wipe your butt is not very convenient after all. It is rough and unhygienic, and it can easily scratch your skin. He suddenly remembered that he had seen some simple paper-making methods in a book before. You can try it and solve this embarrassing problem for yourself. But before that, Lu Fan must first solve the problem of diarrhea. In the wild, if your body breaks down, you're basically doomed. At this time, the Tiandao reminder sound also sent a powerful reminder. There are plants near streams that can cure diarrhea. Lu Fan was delighted. It's really awesome. After learning the specific direction, Lu Fan set off immediately. In the live broadcast room, what is Master Lu Fan going to do? Why don't you take a good rest and don't hurt your body? I'm so worried. Coming to the stream, Lu Fan began to search. But before he had taken a few steps, the Tiandao reminder sound started to sound again. There are herbs for treating diarrhea in the cracks of the stone wall on the right. Lu Fan walked over and observed carefully, and finally found the plant in a semi-shady and damp rock crevice. The leaves are slender, the rhizomes are short, the color is light green, and the appearance is rather peculiar. Discovering Terrace fasciata. Lu Fan carefully picked some phoenix tail grass, making sure not to destroy its growing environment. This thing is an important material and must be allowed to continue growing. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Phoenix grass 10,000 a. So that's what Master Lu Fan came here for. Phoenix tail grass? What's the name? This looks like a herb, right? And Lan has picked the same one before. Zhao Haijun couldn't help but nodded when he saw this scene. Contestant Lu Fan once again refreshed my understanding of him. I didn't expect that he also knows about herbs. Phoenix tail grass can clear away heat and dampness, detoxify and stop dysentery, cool blood and stop bleeding. It is very effective in treating dysentery, enteritis, diarrhea, and other diseases. It is the most suitable for Lu Fan at the moment. After hearing Zhao Hanjuan's science popularization, the audience admired Lu Fan even more. Master Lu Fan has unlocked the medicine god system again. He really knows a little bit about everything. It's amazing. Master Lu Fan has almost no shortcomings. Even the great god Lu Fan cannot have a body that never leaks. After returning to the shelter, Lu Fan washed the phoenix grass according to the traditional method, then put it into a ceramic pot, added an appropriate amount of water, and slowly boiled it over firewood. During the decoction process, Lu Fan stirred from time to time to ensure that the medicinal effects could be fully released. After boiling for about 30 minutes, he poured the boiled medicine into a clean container and started drinking it after it cooled slightly. It's a bit bitter. After saying that, Lu Fan added a little honey to the medicine. Ah, it tastes delicious. Lu Fan finished the medicine in one breath. Live broadcast room. Ha ha ha. Master Lu Fan really doesn't want to suffer any hardship. I wonder what this medicine tastes like. It should be good with honey. You guys are really hungry. I like the taste of cheese. The building is crooked. Although eating chili peppers caused Lu Fan to have diarrhea, Lu Fan would not waste these peppers. He decided to pickle these peppers and make them into a dish to go with rice in his hometown, which they call sour and spicy. Lu Fan washed the peppers, removed the stems, and then chopped them up with a dagger. Then he chopped up some wild onions and wild ginger and added them in. Mix them together, sprinkle with salt, and stir well with a stick. You can also add some sugar to increase the flavor, but Lu Fan used honey instead. After pickling for a period of time, put the peppers into a ceramic jar and seal it to isolate it from air and oil. Then store it in a cool place to allow the peppers inside to ferment naturally. You can eat it after 1 or 2 months. Chapter 33 Papermaking in Progress. The pickled hot and sour peppers are sour and spicy, appetizing and refreshing, and are great for cooking or eating with rice. In the live broadcast room. Ha ha ha, so familiar. My mother pickles this every year. We call it spicy hot pepper here. Hee hee, I finally found something in common with the great god. I can do it too. If the great god can do it, so can I. I equals the great god. After pickling the peppers, Lu Fan couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It will be another dish then. After pickling the peppers, Lu Fan went back to bed to sleep. No basket weaving tonight. My bottom hurts. The next day, Lu Fan got up very early and boiled another pot of phoenix tail grass to drink. This morning he made a lighter breakfast, taro balls with honey and coconut milk. Lu Fan steamed the taro, then pinched it into small balls and quickly put it into cold water to shape it. Then use coconut milk and honey to make soup, and add taro balls when the soup boils. Well, it's very delicious. Lu Fan commented after taking a sip. Although it is currently impossible to make taro balls chewy, the soft and glutinous texture is also very good and sweet. Live broadcast room. Wow, homemade milk tea? A guy who can make milk tea is simply invincible. I'll order a cup of taro ball bobo to drink, too. I'm already drinking. Cheers, Master Lu Fan. After breakfast, Lu Fan set out to look for materials. His goal today is to try to make paper and change his life of using leaves and bamboo sticks to wipe his butt. This bush looks good. Maybe I can find something here. Lu Fan thought to himself and walked into the bushes. In the bushes, the sunlight shines through the gaps between the leaves, casting mottled shadows, and the air is filled with the fragrance of soil and plants. Discovering blueberries. Blueberries. These are good things. They can supplement my vitamins. Lu Fan excitedly picked some blueberries and put them in his backpack. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Blueberry 40100000. Live broadcast room. Ha ha ha. I finally triggered the blueberries. They weigh over 10 kilograms. I remember laughing at that Andre. Ha ha ha. Master Lu Fan has finally achieved what Andre did in a few days. Lu Fan ate a handful of blueberries and found them sweet and sour. Then Lu Fan began to look for materials for papermaking. With the help of the Tiandao prompt sound, it was not too difficult. Discovery of the high-fiber plant paper. Lu Fan walked up and touched it. To be honest, he really didn't recognize this thing. The bark fiber of the paper mulberry tree is soft and very suitable for making paper. Lu Fan carefully peeled off the bark of the paper mulberry tree with a dagger and then put the bark into his backpack. What is Lu Fan doing? Why is he collecting tree bark? You're not going to make paper. That would be amazing. Wang Tao also asked curiously, what is Lu Fan doing? It looks very complicated. Zhao Haijun explained, the bark fiber of the paper mulberry tree is soft and is a good material for making paper. So they really want to make paper. Master Lu Fan is so powerful. After collecting enough mulberry bark, Lu Fan returned to the shelter. He soaked the mulberry bark in water. After soaking for a few hours, the mulberry bark became much softer. Lu Fan fished out the bark, placed it on a flat stone, and tapped it gently with a wooden hammer to break up the fibers. He checked as he hammered, making sure the fibers were completely separated. This knocking requires skill. If it is too light, the fibers will not be separated completely, and if it is too heavy, the fibers will be broken up. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all commented, Lu Fan's craftsmanship is amazing. He can even make paper by himself. This paper mulberry bark looks very useful. I want to try it too. Wang Tao, player Lu Fan really deserves the title of great player. He has mastered so many practical skills. Yurue couldn't help but move closer to the screen. Master Lu Fan is really amazing. He knows everything. He must be the best among all the survivors. After breaking up the fibers, Lu Fan put them into a large basin, added an appropriate amount of water, and stirred them evenly with a wooden stick to form pulp. Then, he found a sieve woven with thin bamboo strips, poured the pulp evenly on the sieve, and gently shook the sieve to spread the pulp evenly. I hope it will succeed, otherwise the golden finger will be wasted. Lu Fan thought to himself, his hands moving nonstop. After the pulp was laid out, Lu Fan placed the screen in the sun to dry. He checked the paper from time to make sure it was drying evenly. After several hours of drying, the paper gradually dries and the fibers are tightly combined together to form a soft yet tough light yellow sheet. Lu Fan picked up one, which was light transmissive and soft to the touch. Haha, it worked. Lu Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter. From then on, the days of wiping his butt with leaves were gone forever. Thinking of this, Lu Fan was extremely pleased with himself. Lu Fan is so amazing. He really made paper. This paper looks so soft. I want to try it too. Master Lu Fan is so good at hands-on work that he can even make paper by himself. He is really versatile. This is the first person in the wilderness to make paper, right? I'm just asking who else has made it. Not only that, but he has also left other players far behind in other aspects. After the first experiment was successful, Lu Fan continued to do it until all the materials were used up. Every place in the shelter where one could step was covered with paper hanging out to dry. After doing all this, Lu Fan began to prepare dinner. He decided to treat himself to a dish of blueberry pork chops. He took out a piece of tender pork chop from the stored ingredients. The texture of the pork chop was clear and it had an attractive luster in the sun. Next, take the salt and sprinkle it evenly on both sides of the pork chops, leaving no corner untouched, so that the pork chops will begin to exude their unique charm under the seasoning. Then, Lu Fan lit the stove, placed a stone slab on the fire, and added a lump of lard. As the oil temperature rose, the bottom of the pot began to smoke slightly, and he gently put the pork chops into the pot. In an instant, a sizzling sound was heard, and the pork chops jumped happily in the pot. The sound seemed like a symphony of delicious food. The surface of the pork chop quickly turned golden brown and the aroma spread. While the pork chops were being frying, Lu Fan carefully selected some blueberries he had picked earlier and put them into a bowl. Then use a spoon to gently crush the blueberries, squeeze out the juice, add a little honey, stir well, and a unique blueberry sauce is ready. Chapter 34: 10,000 Iron or Veins. After a while, one side of the pork chop had been fried to a golden color. Lu Fan skillfully used tongs to turn the pork chop over and continued to fry the other side. Once both sides are fried to a perfect golden brown, he removes the pork chops and places them on a plate to let them rest for a while, which will allow the gravy to better lock into the meat. Then, Lu Fan poured the prepared blueberry sauce into the pan where the pork chops were fried and simmered it over low heat. The sauce rolls in the pot, gradually becoming thicker, exuding a rich, fruity, and sweet and sour aroma. He poured the blueberry sauce evenly on the pork chops, and the plump blueberries dotted around the pork chops, like a fine work of art. In the live broadcast room, the audience had already been craving for this blueberry pork chop, and comments flooded in like a tide. Wow, this is so tempting. I can smell the fragrance through the screen. A great God is a great God. He can make such high-end food in the wilderness. No, I'm going to order some takeout to satisfy my craving. Lu Fan looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. Then he picked up a piece of paper and pinned it to his collar as a napkin. Elegant and timeless. Lu Fan picked up the dagger with satisfaction, gently cut off a piece of pork chop, and put it into his mouth. Then he commented, "The tenderness of this pork chop is simply the most favored gift from nature. Every fiber is full of primitive vitality, jumping and lingering between the teeth. The blueberry sauce is like the ancient Greek muse in charge of flavors, injecting a lively sweet and sour flavor into the meaty aroma, with rich layers that are like the fantastic ideas in my mind that others cannot even dream of." Lu Fan couldn't help but close his eyes. Live broadcast room. Oh my God, eating Western food really can make people elegant. What the hell is that? Get off Master Lu Fan. Oh my God, is it really that delicious? It ruined the master's painting style. I want to eat too. I'll place the order right away. The one upstairs, please treat me to one portion, thank you. The pork chop is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with the fresh gravy overflowing in your mouth, blending perfectly with the sweet and sour blueberry sauce, creating an intoxicatingly rich taste. After dinner, we collected the paper that had been drying, and we collected a whole basket full of it. The next day, Lu Fan woke up very early. With his messy hair, he sat by the fire and thought about what to do today. Appeared the thinker by the fire. Master Lu Fan got up really early. I can tell at a glance that he got up very early this morning. The one upstairs, I really listened to your words as if they were my own. Put it here for me. The early morning sunlight shines through the mottled leaves and onto Lu Fan's campsite. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes subconsciously, and then saw the pickaxe placed in the corner. Yes, there is an iron mine waiting for me to dig. Lu Fan immediately had a target. Great. Master Lu Fan finally remembered that there is still iron ore to be mined. Ever since the iron pickaxe was invented, the great God has forgotten about this matter. If there is a rebate, there will be a lot of iron ore. I dare not think about it. Wang Tao in the live broadcast room seemed even more excited. If Lu Fan succeeds in digging up the iron ore, it will bring huge changes to our country. This means that our heavy industry will develop faster. While other countries are stagnating, we will see a qualitative leap. After a simple breakfast, Lu Fan began to carefully check and organize the equipment he would use today. The sturdy and durable mining pickaxe, with its sharp pick head shining with metallic luster, seems to be looking forward to colliding with the ore. The large capacity basket is enough to hold large amounts of iron ore. A shovel for digging. Everything was ready. Lu Fan carried his equipment and embarked on a mining journey full of unknowns. Soon, Lu Fan arrived at the place where the iron mine was discovered, relying on his memory. After a few days, the place was covered with a lot of grass. Lu Fan put down his equipment and started digging with a shovel. It took more than half an hour to dig a large hole more than 1 meter deep in the ground. Fortunately, the soil was relatively soft, so digging was not difficult. Soon, the shovel hit a hard object, causing Lu Fan's palm to go numb. Iron or discovery. Several stones revealed distinctive colors and a faint metallic texture. Lu Fan pried the stone out and used the mining pick in his hand to gently knock away the dirt and gravel covering the surface. Sure enough, a piece of dark brown iron ore appeared before his eyes. It is indeed iron ore. It is not comparable to iron sand. The iron content of this piece alone is probably higher than that of the previous iron sand. Lu Fan was a little excited looking at the iron ore in front of him. Having iron ore meant that he could make more iron tools, and it would save time and effort. After determining the approximate location of the iron ore, Lu Fan began the intensive mining work. And the Tiandao reminder sound also sent a reminder immediately. The mineral vein extends to your left front. With the help of the heavenly Dao prompt sound, Lu Fan saved a lot of useless work. He only needed to dig forward according to the instructions. Lu Fan gripped the mining pick with both hands, raised it high, and then smashed it hard into the iron ore. The pickaxe head collided with the ore, making a crisp sound and sending sparks flying. Again and again, his movements were full of power and rhythm. As time went by, his clothes were soaked with sweat, but he had no intention of stopping. During a mining operation, a large piece of iron ore suddenly loosened. Lu Fan was caught off guard, lost his balance, and almost fell. Fortunately, he stabilized himself in time, brushed off the dust on his body, and continued to mine. In between mining, Lu Fan would take out the water bottle he carried with him, drink a few sips of water, and replenish his energy. The great god is so amazing. He really mines iron ore in the wilderness. This mining work looks so hard. Come on, great god. The comments encouraged Lu Fan, even though they knew he couldn't see. Finally, after 5 hours of excavation, a vein of ore appeared before their eyes, extending all the way to a tall mountain. Lu Fan sat on a stone tiredly, drinking water from a bamboo tube. Looking at the mountains in front of him, Lu Fan was also a little shocked. According to the direction of the ore vein, this huge mountain contains rich iron ore. As if sensing what Lu Fan was thinking, the Tiandao prompt sound also popped up. High-quality iron ore veins discovered, with iron ore reserves of 2 billion tons. Seeing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile. Although he didn't know how much 2 billion tons was, it should be a lot. At this time, an announcement also appeared in the live broadcast room. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Congratulations to Chinese player Lu Fan for triggering a 10,000-fold rebate. High-quality iron ore vein, containing 2 billion tons, 10,000. Soon after, mountains of mineral veins emerged from the ground, some replacing the original mountains, and some going deep underground. At this moment, the whole world fell silent. Chapter 35 shocked the world, son of the wilderness. Then, like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing thousands of waves, the news that Lu Fan had discovered and obtained a high-quality iron ore vein with a 10,000-fold rebate spread around the world at the speed of light. The Chinese live broadcast room was instantly flooded with praise and cheers. Great God Lu Fan, the eternal God. This will directly make our country's resources take off. With this iron ore, our industry will soar to the sky and become the best in the world. This is a super shot in the arm for national development. Lu Fan is the eternal God. Master Lu Fan is a real man. Netizens were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. They seemed to have seen the country moving towards a more prosperous future because of this huge amount of iron ore. The host Wang Tao was so excited that he almost cried and almost choked up when he said, "Contestant Lu Fan can really be called a national hero." According to last year's data, the world's iron ore content is less than 5 billion tons, and we in China can no longer find any iron ore. However, this time, with 10,000 iron ore veins, our country's iron content has exceeded the total of all countries in the world throughout history. Zhao Hongjuan's eyes were red. People like us who are older know how difficult our country has been in recent years. The whole world is eyeing our piece of fat meat and wants to step on it. But today, this situation will change. Girls like you Rue couldn't hold back their tears any longer. Other players in the wilderness also saw the announcement. Ling Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. As expected of a Chinese contestant, this time the right to overturn the table belongs to us Chinese. As a Chinese soldier, Ling Yu has a strong sense of national responsibility, and his heart is filled with pride at this moment. And Lan's eyes were full of longing. Contestant Lu Fan is still so amazing. The rebates from the previous few times have already allowed Lan to see Lu Fan's strength. However, the reaction of other countries was completely different. Jealousy and suspicion spread among them. Netizens in the United States were the first to question, how is this possible? It must be cheating. How can anyone find such a large mineral vein in the wilderness and trigger a 10,000-fold rebate? This is definitely a farce directed and performed by China. Netizens in the Sakura country also echoed the trend. That's right, maybe the quality of this iron ore is not good at all, and they are deliberately exaggerating. There must be something fishy going on. China must give us an explanation. That's right, the resources must be shared with us. Faced with these smearing remarks, Chinese audiences refuted them with righteous words. Stop talking nonsense. This iron ore was discovered by Chinese players. It belongs to us. Yeah, don't say the grapes are sour because you can't have them. It's obviously your own players who are not good enough. Your lousy Yumekawa Nika player just sleeps there all day. The top leaders of various countries are even more restless. The lights in the White House of the United States were brightly on, and the president urgently convened an emergency meeting with members of Congress, military experts, and economic advisors. The president looked solemn and paced back and forth in the conference room. After a long time, he spoke. The sudden discovery of iron ore in China has disrupted the balance of global resources. Once they use these iron ore to vigorously develop heavy industry and military industry, our hegemony will be seriously threatened. A military expert stood up and analyzed. We must take action to restrict China's development and utilization of these iron ore mines. We can consider joining forces with our allies to impose economic sanctions on them, or discredit them in international opinion to hinder their plans to mine iron ore. At the same time, an emergency meeting was being held at the Prime Minister's residence in Sakura Country. The Prime Minister frowned, his face full of anxiety. With this huge amount of iron ore, China is bound to rise on the international economic and military stage. We can't sit idly by. We must find a way to get a piece of the pie. One official suggested, we can ask China for cooperation in mining, and if they refuse, we can set up barriers to their steel products in international trade. In China, senior officials who learned the news made quick decisions. In order to ensure the safe mining of the iron ore, the Ministry of National Defense urgently dispatched an elite force to the location of the mine to provide all-round protection. This force is well-equipped and well-trained, and shoulders the sacred mission of protecting the country's important resources. Countless workers rushed to the front line, and iron ore mining work was carried out in a tense and orderly manner. Chinese engineers use advanced technology and equipment to work day and night on the mining front. As iron ore was mined continuously and shipped to steel mills across the country, China's industrial development ushered in a growth spurt. Internationally, countries are constantly taking actions against China. The United States, together with some of its allies, proposed a resolution in the UN Security Council calling for so-called international supervision of China's iron ore mining, claiming that this was to maintain the fair distribution of global resources. But the Chinese representative argued with reason and righteously refuted. These are resources legally discovered by our citizens on our own territory, and we have the right to independently develop and utilize them. Certain countries are attempting to interfere in my country's internal affairs through unreasonable means. This behavior is a blatant violation of international law and the basic norms of international relations. The bill ultimately failed to pass due to a lack of support. The Sakura Country has set up numerous obstacles for China's steel products in international trade, using a variety of means such as raising tariffs and setting up technical barriers. But China has already had a plan to deal with this. On the one hand, it has increased its efforts to explore the domestic market. On the other hand, we actively established closer trade cooperation relations with other friendly countries and resolved the trade difficulties posed by the Sakura Country. In this international turmoil caused by iron ore, China has steadily responded to challenges from all sides with its firm stance, strong strength, and spirit of unity. Liu Fan, who is regarded as a national hero by the Chinese people, also stayed where he was at this moment, because another announcement popped up in front of him. Wilderness Survival Hidden Announcement. Congratulations to Liu Fan for triggering the hidden reward, Son of the Wilderness. When a player achieves a higher level of survival than other players and ranks first among all the survival players in terms of living standards, he will receive a hidden reward. All conditions are determined by the Wilderness Survival System. Reward. Title of Son of the Wilderness. Effect. Wearing this title will gain the physique of a child of the wilderness, producing the following effects. Physical enhancement. Animal affinity enhancement. Chapter 36. The Son of the Wilderness shows his power for the first time, free labor bucks. Liu Fan stared at the announcement that suddenly popped up in front of him. He stood there in a daze, his mind went blank. After a long while, the surprise and excitement that surged from the bottom of my heart spread throughout my body like a tide. The title of Son of the Wilderness is an unexpected surprise that I never dared to even think about. The first and most important thing is the effect of enhancing physical fitness. You must know that although Liu Fan has a golden finger and experience from his previous life, he is an ordinary person after all. He will also feel tired, feel pain, and encounter insurmountable obstacles, so the role of physical fitness enhancement is enormous. Then there is the animal affinity. Apart from anything else, it will be much easier to obtain prey in the future. Affinity does not mean that animals will relax their vigilance towards him. Liu Fan suppressed his inner joy and said silently, "Wear it." The next moment, a mysterious force spread throughout the body like an electric current. His muscles first tightened slightly, and then every inch of fiber seemed to be injected with vigorous vitality, and the sense of power surged. He subconsciously clenched his fists, feeling the unprecedented strong force, as if he could smash the boulder in front of him with one punch. Not only that, Lu Fan's senses also became extremely sharp. He could clearly capture every breath of the breeze that brushed across his cheeks. The flapping of birds' wings and the humming of insects in the distance are clearly audible, like a symphony played beside your ears. At this moment, everything is different. However, in the eyes of the audience, Lu Fan just stood there smiling foolishly. Master Lu Fan, what's wrong? The great god is happy for our country. You're right, this is something worth celebrating. After a while, Lu Fan came to his senses. Amidst this wonderful change, Lu Fan did not forget his mission, to transport the precious iron ore back to the camp. He filled a basket with ore, picked up the heavy basket, and strode towards the camp. The most obvious change after physical fitness improved is that the strength increased a lot. Live broadcast room. Oh my god, such a big basket of iron ore was carried up just like that. This basket of iron ore must weigh more than 100 kilograms. The sun was high in the sky, baking the earth hot. Lu Fan's clothes were soon soaked with sweat, but his steps were steady, with no intention of stopping. Soon Lu Fan transported the first basket of iron ore back to the shelter. After taking a few sips of water, he rushed towards the mining area again. When he walked into a dense forest, he suddenly heard the crisp sound of branches breaking. Spotting a stag, Lu Fan stopped vigilantly and quickly looked towards the source of the sound. He saw a tall and strong stag standing by the bushes not far away, staring at him vigilantly. This stag has a majestic figure, with antlers that stretch out in all directions like branches, exuding a wild majesty. Lu Fan subconsciously bent his bow and drew his arrow, ready to shoot it. With Lu Fan's current strength, it was enough to kill it with one strike. But looking at the strong body of the stag, Lu Fan loosened the bowstring again. He recalled the affinity for animals that came with his newly acquired title of Son of the Wilderness. Maybe I can use it to help me transport or... He slowly put the basket down, squatted down, and tried his best to make his figure look less threatening. Then, Lu Fan said softly to the stag in a soft and gentle voice, "Hey, friend, don't be afraid. I mean no harm." In the live broadcast room. Wow, what a big deer. This one will be enough for us to eat for a long time. It's even bigger than the goat before. Ha ha, deer antlers and deer penis are very nutritious. What is Master Lu Fan doing? Is he trying to tame this deer? No way, Reindeer Master. At this time, some foreign audiences jumped out again. How can you tame a wild beast? Moose, hurry up and trample this Chinese kid to death. The Chinese audience was too lazy to respond to these idiots and just stared at Lu Fan's actions nervously. Lu Fan's voice was like the breeze in the forest, carrying soothing power. The stag seemed to understand what he said, and its originally tense body relaxed a little, but its eyes were still fixed on Lu Fan. Lu Fan took out a small piece of salt he had collected earlier from his pocket. This is a very precious thing in the wilderness, and animals often have a special liking for salt. He placed the salt in the palm of his hand and slowly extended it towards the stag, motioning it to come over and enjoy it. The stag hesitated at first, his nose constantly sniffing the air. After a while, it seemed to be attracted by the smell of salt and took a few steps forward cautiously. After pausing for a moment, he slowly approached Lu Fan, lowered his head, and gently licked the salt in the palm of his hand with his tongue. While the stag was licking the salt, Lu Fan gently stretched out his other hand and slowly stroked its neck. The stag's body trembled slightly, but he did not move away. Lu Fan felt its trust, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. As he stroked the stag, he whispered, "Come with me, friend. I'll give you as much of this as you want." As if it understood Lu Fan's request, the stag became very calm and stared at Lu Fan with its eyes, no longer showing any hostility. Lu Fan stretched out his hand, and the deer immediately lowered its head and offered its horns to Lu Fan. Lu Fan was instantly ecstatic. He knew that he had established initial trust with this buck's team. He picked up the basket and walked forward, with the stag following quietly beside him. The audience in the live broadcast room was shocked by this scene. The bull is now tamed. Master Lu Fan is indeed amazing. He can even tame wild animals. I really don't know what Master Lu Fan can't do. The great god can't have children, It's hard to say. The foreign audience who had just made sarcastic remarks were now so shocked that they were speechless. Soon Lu Fan brought the deer to the mine. He filled 2 baskets with ore and tied them together with vines. Then Lu Fan exerted force and hung the basket on the back of the stag. The stag seemed a little uncomfortable with the sudden appearance of the foreign object on its back and twisted its body. Lu Fan quickly reached out and stroked the deer's neck to comfort him. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Relax, buddy. The stag quietly calmed down under the soothing. Seeing this scene, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile. When everything was ready, Lu Fan patted the stag's flank gently and said, "Let's go, buddy." The stag walked with steady steps through the forest, carrying the basket on its back. Lu Fan followed beside him, talking to the stag from time to time, just like two friends who had known each other for a long time. With the help of the stag, the process of transporting the iron ore became much easier. They followed the winding path, passed through the dense woods, and soon walked out of the forest. Chapter 37. New member of the shelter. Lu Fan returned to the camp safely with the stag carrying the ore. After unloading the ore from the stag, Lu Fan gave it some water. It's not appropriate to keep calling him Buck Deer, so Lu Fan decided to give him a name. What's a good name? When they heard that Lu Fan was going to name the bucks, the audience in the live broadcast room also expressed their ideas. I thought of a good name, Ultraman. I'm still Golzen. I don't know what name Master Lu Fan will give it. After thinking for a moment, Lu Fan saw the antlers of the stag. The antlers seemed like extended branches, full of attack power. Bighorn. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. He went over and touched the antlers of the stag, and said to the stag with great excitement, "My friend, from now on you will be called De Jiao. From today on, you will be the logistics manager of me, Lu." De Jiao seemed to understand and shook his head, his antlers sparkling in the sunlight. After placing the bighorn and the ore, Lu Fan immediately began to prepare to build a shed for the bighorn. He knew very well that the weather in the wilderness was unpredictable, and he had to provide Da Jiao with a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Lu Fan did it right away. He picked up an axe and went to the bamboo forest to cut some bamboo. When selecting bamboo, he was particularly careful and only picked those that were thick, straight, and had dense textures. Every time he selects one, he carefully strokes it with his hands to feel the texture of the wood to ensure it is sturdy and durable. When cutting bamboo, he used all his strength, and every swing of the axe was accompanied by a whistling sound. As my physical condition improved, chopping bamboo became easier and more convenient. Almost every blow of the axe could chop down a bamboo. After cutting down dozens of trees in succession, Lu Fan remained calm and relaxed. In the live broadcast room, "Oh my God, Master Lu Fan has successfully evolved into a strong one. He is so powerful. Guobian Ridge should have the name of Master Lu Fan." Master Lu Fan has also become stronger. The process of moving bamboo is just as easy. Lu Fan simply tied the bamboo into a bundle with vines, carried it on his shoulder, and walked towards the shelter. After returning to the camp, Lu Fan did not take time to rest and immediately started working on the construction. He first trimmed the bamboos flat with an axe and then tied them tightly together with vines. He concentrated all his attention on tying each knot tightly. De Jiao had been quietly watching Lu Fan busying himself, making soft calls from time to time, as if cheering him on. After a whole day of hard work, the frame of the shed was finally completed. At this time, Lu Fan's arms were sore and his waist was wailing. Although physical fitness has been improved, no matter who does this for a day, they will still feel sore. But looking at the shed that was taking shape, a gratified smile appeared on Lu Fan's face. However, the construction work is not over yet. Next, he needs to lay the material to protect the shed from wind and rain. This was easy, as there were still a lot of leftover bamboo mats in his camp, which he had made when he couldn't sleep at night. Lu Fan carefully laid the bamboo mats one by one on the top of the shed and secured them with thin branches. After some careful arrangement, the shed was finally completed. "De Jiao, come and see your new home," Lu Fan called De Jiao. "Wow, this is a house built by Master Lu Fan himself. I want to live there too. First, you have to be able to help the great god carry things, otherwise you will end up like that wild boar." De Jiao obviously didn't understand what Lu Fan was saying, but after being guided, it also knew that this was where they lived. Daji walked slowly into the shed, walked around inside, and then stood there quietly, his eyes full of contentment. The night was like a huge piece of black silk, slowly spreading over the wilderness and gently wrapping Lu Fan's camp. After a busy day, Lu Fan's stomach was already rumbling, so he decided to make himself a sumptuous dinner. In the camp, a simple campfire was crackling, and the jumping flames reflected Lu Fan's face. He took out a few taro from the basket. After a day, the taro was still plump and fresh. Lu Fan skillfully peeled the taro and cut it into thin slices, then placed the frying pan on the campfire and poured in lard. When the lard melted and made a sizzling sound, he placed the taro slices neatly in the pot. In an instant, a cheerful frying sound was heard in the pot. Under the kiss of hot oil, the taro slices gradually became golden and crispy, exuding an enticing aroma. While frying the taro cakes, Lu Fan took out the lamb chops that had been prepared long ago. He sprinkled the lamb chops evenly with salt and crushed chili pepper and added them to the pan. Under the influence of high temperature, the lamb chops quickly changed color, and an attractive burnt aroma appeared on the surface. The fat continued to seep out and drip into the campfire, splashing small sparks. In a short while, the fried taro cakes and fried lamb chops were ready. Lu Fan placed them on a special plate made of leaves. The golden taro cakes were paired with the crispy outside and tender inside lamb chops. The color was tempting, and the aroma was fragrant. He found a comfortable seat and sat down, ready to enjoy this hard-earned delicacy. In the live broadcast room, every ordinary meal of Master Lu Fan is beyond my reach. So greedy. Men who can cook are indeed the most handsome. I also ordered lamb chops, although I don't know what they are made of. Many viewers were watching Lu Fan's live broadcast of eating, obviously mistaking him for a food broadcaster. After eating a few bites, Lu Fan seemed to remember something and turned to look at Dajiao. Big Horn was staying quietly in the shed, occasionally making a few low sounds. Lu Fan stood up, picked up the big knife, and walked towards the lush grassland near the camp. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling on Lu Fan, outlining his slender figure. He swung the sword with skillful and powerful movements, and clumps of fresh green grass fell down under his hands. But to be honest, it's not as convenient as a sickle. Soon, he cut a large bale of hay. After returning to the camp, Lu Fan brought the hay to Dajiao, then took out a handful of salt from the jar and sprinkled it evenly on the hay. The salt sparkled in the moonlight, like stars falling on the grass. Dajiao, eat quickly. You've worked hard today. From now on, I will take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Lu Fan said solemnly. Dajiao seemed to understand what he said. He lowered his head and began to eat the grass with relish. From time to time, he looked up at Lu Fan, his eyes full of satisfaction. Lu Fan sat back by the campfire, eating dinner while looking at Dajiao. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be quiet, with only the sound of burning campfire and the rustling sound of Bighorn eating grass. This scene is so heartwarming. Master Lu Fan now has a companion. He is finally no longer lonely. In this vast wilderness full of unknowns and dangers, this simple dinner and the picture of people and deer together seem particularly heartwarming. Chapter 38 Upgrade Equipment. Big Sword. The next day, Lu Fan started working in the shelter early. His plan today is to upgrade his equipment. Lu Fan knew very well that in this wilderness full of dangers, if he wanted to survive better, he must have more powerful weapons. He turned his attention to the iron ore he had brought back before. Unlike the iron sand, the iron content of the iron ore was very high, enough to support him in forging more powerful weapons. In order to realize this plan, Lu Fan first set about preparing the crucial fuel, charcoal. He chose an open, sheltered area near the camp and dug a deep pit. Then, he plunged into the dense forest and carefully selected what's suitable for making charcoal. He specifically chooses trees with hard texture and fine grain, such as oak and birch, which are ideal choices. Every time he chopped down a tree, he cut it into appropriate lengths on the spot, and then dragged it laboriously back to the pit in the camp. Live broadcast room. Good morning, everyone. Master Lu Fan is preparing to do something again. It looks like it's going to be a big deal. With so many pits and firewood, are you trying to make venison? You above are really a devil. That's a partner. If it's true, please ask Master Lu Fan to send me a piece to taste. After all the wood was prepared, Lu carefully stacked them layer by layer in the pit to build a neat woodpile. On top of the woodpile, he had woven a makeshift shelter out of branches and leaves. It can not only prevent a large amount of external air from rushing in, but also allow the smoke generated by incomplete combustion inside to be discharged smoothly. Next, he ignited a small pile of dry thatch and sawdust at the bottom of the pit, and the flames spread quickly, licking the wood at the bottom of the pile. As the fire gradually grew, Lu Fan kept an eye on the temperature and used branches to adjust the position of the wood from time to time to ensure that every part was heated evenly. The whole process was long and boring. The scorching flames burned his cheeks so hard that they hurt. Sweat kept dripping from his forehead and back, soaking his clothes. But he always stood by, his eyes fixed on the pit, not daring to slack off in the slightest. What is this for? Are we going to have a bonfire party? Are you really going to make venison? At this time, Zhao Hangjun smiled and explained, looking at the movements of Lu Fanchuan's hands, he should be preparing to burn some charcoal. Whether it is firing pottery or ironware, charcoal is very important. After a whole morning of burning, as the fire slowly died down, the wood in the pit gradually turned into black charcoal. Lu Fan let out a long sigh, a relieved smile on his face. He carefully scraped away the ashes covering the charcoal, took out the burned charcoal one by one, and neatly stacked them aside for later use. With sufficient charcoal, Lu Fan began to build a stove for iron smelting. This time it's a big deal. The previous stove was too small. He built a sturdy stove next to the shelter with stones and clay, left a ventilation hole at the bottom of the stove, and connected it to a bellows carefully made from a bamboo tube. It is still the molten iron pouring forging method, but this time Lu Fan is more prepared. This time he chose to use clay as the mold. Lu Fan used a dagger to carve the wood into the weapon to be forged. Then press it into the clay, remove the model, and leave the groove. When everything was ready, he placed the iron ore in the center of the stove and piled charcoal around it. Then, light the stove, hold the bellows lever with both hands, and start blowing rhythmically. As the bellows blow, air flows into the stove continuously and the charcoal fire is instantly activated. The charcoal burned fiercely, emitting a dazzling light, illuminating the surroundings like daylight. Under high temperature, the iron ore gradually softens and melts, turning into red molten iron that slowly flows out. Lu Fan quickly picked up the prepared mold and carefully poured the molten iron into it. Wait for the molten iron to solidify. The outline of a big knife appeared in front of him, and Lu Fan quickly picked it up with a wooden stick and put it into the water in the bamboo tube. Shoo. The aroma is, no, it's filled with smoke. This step is quenching, which makes the metal harder and tougher. Lu Fan picked up the knife. Although the blade was rough, it had already become sharp. Lu Fan was not satisfied, and immediately used the remaining molten iron to cast dozens of iron arrowheads. He even cast a trident. After all of them were quenched, Lu Fan put them on the stone to grind them. After careful carving, the sword gleamed with cold light and was extremely sharp. The iron arrowhead was extremely sharp and exuded a deadly aura. Then Lu Fan took the trident and polished it carefully, and then stuck a pearl into the round hole reserved between the blade and the shaft. It's amazing. The sword looks lethal. I think the people in Sakura country will like it. This time we're upgrading our weapons. I like that trident. It looks like a work of art. The sea god must be strengthened. Lu Fan fiddled with the trident. He admitted that the trident was indeed burning with the soul of a middle school student. Some people may think that this trident is not very practical. After all, Lu Fan has a broadsword for close combat and a bow and arrow for long-range combat. Moreover, a trident weighs 4 or 5 kilograms, so it is really difficult to throw it and hit the target. But don't forget that Lu Fan's body has been strengthened now, so throwing a trident weighing 4 or 5 kilograms is easy for him. After doing all this, Lu Fan wanted to open a coconut, but found that the coconut was gone. Although there is fresh water, who can resist a drink every day? Dajiao, go pick some coconuts. Lu Fan led Dajiao out of the shed and placed 2 baskets on it. Then the man and the deer walked towards the beach. After several hours of trekking, a coconut grove appeared in front of us. Tall coconut trees stood, their dense branches and leaves swaying in the breeze, and plump coconuts hanging on the branches, as if waving to Lu Fan. There are not many coconuts left. After all, Lu Fan can't bear coming every day. Then let's pick them all at once. Lu Fan put his hand to his forehead and looked at the coconuts on the tree. He came to a coconut tree, looked up at the trunk carefully, and looked for the best climbing point. The coconut tree was not too thick, but its trunk was straight and smooth. Fortunately, there was a circle of leaf marks at regular intervals, which could provide him with some footholds. After his physical fitness improved, climbing trees became easier and he reached the top of the tree in no time. Master Lu Fan is becoming more and more flexible. It's even more flexible than a monkey. Of course not. After all, I make a living from this business. Lu Fan took out an axe and chopped it at the connection. The coconut fell directly to the ground, scaring Big Horn who was eating grass with his head down. Under Lu Fan's axe attack, there were soon only a few coconuts left. As he chopped off the last coconut, the announcement went off. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy coconut trees 10,000 A. Afterwards, coconut trees appeared in China. Even in the deserted wilderness, you can still see its tall figure. Chapter 39, The Horror of Animal Affinity, The Fish That Walked into the Trap. Live broadcast room. Wow, there are coconut trees again. As expected of a player from China. Ling Yu is also very good, but he is not as relaxed as the great god. It turned out that Special Forces soldier Ling Yu often climbed trees to pick coconuts with his agile skills, and triggered a 10,000 times rebate a day ago. Wang Tao couldn't help but sigh. They are both heroes of our country. Lu Fan looked at the mountain of coconuts in front of him, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He patted Dajiao's head and said with a smile, Dajiao, we have finally solved the coconut problem this time. Now let's go catch some fish. Dajiao seemed to understand what he said. He flicked his tail and let out a happy neigh. A man and a deer came to the beach, and the waves gently hit the beach, making pleasant sounds. Lu Fan looked at the sparkling sea and felt excited. He held the trident tightly in his hand, muttering, Today I will let you show your skills, don't let me down. It looked as if the trident in his hand was his close comrade in arms who was about to go to the battlefield. He walked carefully into the shallow sea area. The water was cool and instantly covered his ankles, bringing a slight chill. As soon as he stood firm on his feet, a small fish swam quickly past his feet. Lu Fan's eyes lit up, and he quickly swung the trident and stabbed the small fish. However, the little fish was too agile and easily dodged his attack with a turn. Hey, you're pretty smart, little guy. Lu Fan couldn't help but laugh and said, but don't be complacent. Wait and see how I catch you later. Walking in water is much more difficult than walking on land. Every step you take requires you to fight against the resistance of the seawater. But for Lu Fan, whose body had been strengthened, it was a piece of cake. Lu Fan walked forward slowly, one step deep and one step shallow, his eyes closely fixed on the movements around him. Suddenly, he found a group of fish swimming slowly not far ahead. He held his breath, approached carefully, and when the distance was right, he thrust out with the trident. This time, he predicted correctly and successfully stabbed a fish. The fish struggled desperately on the trident. Lu Fan shouted excitedly, "Haha, I finally caught you. Big Horn, look, this fish is quite big." Dejiao stood on the shore, looking at Lu Fan's results, and seemed happy for him. Perhaps it was because Lu Fan's animal affinity was working magically. The surrounding fish were not scared away, but instead swam towards him. This shocked Lu Fan. He widened his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. "Are you guys lining up for me to catch?" A big fish swam up to him with a swagger, as if to challenge him. "Come on, catch me if you can." Lu Fan naturally would not retreat. He was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He swung his trident and stabbed the big fish in one stab. "Good fellow, you really came to my door. Then I won't be polite." As more and more fish gathered around, Lu Fan was having a lot of fun. Don't worry. It's not in vain. It's not in vain." He stabbed to the left and then to the right, waving the trident in his hand with great vigor. Soon, many stabbed fish were floating around him. "This is not me catching fish, it's just the fish walking into the trap." Lu Fan couldn't help laughing while catching fish. The live broadcast room instantly became lively, with viewers leaving messages one after another. "Master Lu Fan, this is too much. Even the fish offered themselves voluntarily. This is simply against the will of heaven. Haha, other people catch fish with skills, but Master Lu Fan catches fish with charm. The fish are completely bewildered. If this happened in reality, I think all the fishmongers would lose their jobs. Master Lu Fan could monopolize the fish market by himself. What if those Air Force fishermen saw this? We fishermen have our own integrity. We don't want anything for free, unless it's more than 2 kilograms. Zhao Hangjun was also a little surprised when he saw this scene. It's really strange, these fish. It's hard to say. Ha ha ha, even expert Zhao has nothing to say. It's simply the Sea King himself. Does the trident really have any bonus? Just when Lu Fan was catching them with all his might, he suddenly felt something strange under his feet. He looked down and saw that it was an octopus that had wrapped its tentacles around his feet. "Hey, little guy, you're here to make trouble." Lu Fan reached out and grabbed the octopus's body and gently pulled it down. Because of Lu Fan's animal affinity, the octopus did not resist. He threw the octopus into the sea with force, and it drew a perfect parabola in the air. Go get SpongeBob and Patrick. After some hard work, Lu Fan's 2 fish baskets were filled with fish. Then he went ashore, hung the coconut on Big Horn, and drove the man and the deer back to the shelter. And those seafoods were also rebated 10,000 times to China and piled up into a small mountain. Live broadcast room. Dejiao is a good comrade of the people, working hard without complaint. "Lu Fan, I am the master, and you carry the things. Both of us are serving the people." What a name for a moose. Dejiao. Everyone wants to make a living. After returning to the camp, Lu Fan began to process the fish. He first sorted the fish and cut some of the larger fish into fillets, preparing to make a delicious sashimi meal. As for the small fish, he planned to skewer them on bamboo sticks and roast them over the campfire. He placed the sashimi neatly on a plate made of leaves and paired it with a sauce he made himself with blueberries, which looked particularly tempting. Then, he put the skewered fish on the campfire and kept turning them over. After a while, the surface of the fish became golden and crispy, emitting bursts of fragrance. "Dejiao, come and try today's delicious food." Lu Fan called out to Dejiao. He took out some fish meat, cut it into small pieces and fed it to Dejiao. Dejiao dodged. Lu Fan continued to feed. Dejiao continued to dodge. Lu Fan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. He grabbed a handful of grass, sprinkled salt on it, and handed it to Dejiao. Sure enough, this time Dejiao stuck out his tongue and took it. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? How would I know you wanted to eat grass if you didn't tell me?" Lu Fan said as he fed her. Dejiao ate with gusto and licked Lu Fan's hand from time to time, as if to express his love for the food. The audience in the live broadcast room were all amused by this scene. Dejiao said nothing, but just shook his head. "Big brother, Valderze eats grass. I speak a loose Hong Kong dialect. Big Horn, I want grass. Give me grass. Give me grass. The one upstairs, I'll give you grass." The building is tilted. Run. 1,000 alpaca horses are galloping through my heart. Chapter 40 Discovering Gold. Socks upstream. The next day, the morning light was just breaking, and the soft rays of light shone through the gaps between the leaves and onto Lu Fan's shelter. He stretched and got up from the simple bed. The big horn beside him had already woken up and was eating grass quietly. Lu Fan touched Dejiao's head, and Dejiao rubbed Lu Fan's hand affectionately. "You really like eating grass?" Lu Fan prepared a bowl of broth for himself as breakfast. "Ah, it feels so good. My belly feels warm." "Dejiao, let's go to a new place today. Maybe we can make some new discoveries," Lu Fan said to Dejiao while packing his equipment. Dejiao shook his tail, as if responding to his expectations. Lu Fan put the sharp knife on his waist, put on a backpack full of tools and dry food, held a spear in his hand, and left the familiar camp with Dejiao. They walked along a sparsely traveled path. It was quiet all around except for the occasional chirping of insects and birds. Walking and walking. White-bellied pheasant spotted ahead. When Lu Fan looked up, he saw a fat golden pheasant. Cuckoo. The golden pheasant is 100 to 140 centimeters long, with a metallic green head and white fan-shaped feathers on the back of the neck with blue-black feather edges. The back is metallic green and the lower body is white. "Fuck you, cuckold brother." The golden pheasant stared at Lu Fan blankly, as if wondering why there was an upright monkey. "Don't be afraid, it's here." Lu Fan lowered his hostility, and under the influence of animal affinity, the golden pheasant was immediately attracted. "How's a guy?" Lu Fan swung his 2-meter-long sword and the pheasant's head fell to the ground. Live broadcast room. What a fast knife. As expected, you are a man recognized by Guang. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy white-bellied pheasant 10,000 A. What? This thing is a golden pheasant. Isn't that a protected animal in the textbook? It became a protected species because its population was too small. Now there are 10,000 of them. Are they still protected species? Not a rare protected animal? In the wildlife protection sector, many experts are also engaged in heated debates. Is the golden pheasant a protected animal? And what should we do with these 10,000 golden pheasants? Of course, Lu Fan didn't recognize this chicken, and even if he did, it was just a dish. He threw it into Dejiao's basket and continued to explore the way forward. This time he wanted to explore more remote places. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a clear gurgling sound came into Lu Fan's ears. Discover the river. His eyes lit up instantly and he quickened his pace and ran towards the source of the sound. Dejiao, there is a river ahead. Dejiao was also infected by his excitement and followed behind with brisk steps. Soon, a crystal-clear river came into view. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. On-site testing in progress. Rivers will merge with streams. Then, the small water source that Lu Fan triggered for the first time immediately expanded and turned into a river. Live broadcast room. This wilderness survival system is so smart, it can even be superimposed. I'm still worried that we don't have enough land. Ha ha ha, now our water resources are even more abundant. Our country has already started to restore green areas near water sources, and now it is easier. Let those foreign dogs be envious. The river water shimmers in the sunlight, like a flowing silver ribbon. Lu Fan excitedly ran to the river, squatted down, and scooped up a handful of water with his hands. The cool and sweet river water slid down his throat, making him feel extremely comfortable. He strolled leisurely along the riverbank, taking in the beauty of his surroundings and keeping an eye out for any useful resources. Gold found under your feet. Gold. Where? Lu Fan looked around but found nothing. Suddenly he saw a dark stone in the river. Lu Fan walked into the river curiously. The water was above his knees. He bent over to take a closer look and found that the stone was a little different. He acted decisively and used his pickaxe to knock on the stone. A piece of the stone fell off, revealing the golden color inside. It's really gold. Lu Fan couldn't believe his eyes. He picked up the gold and weighed it in his hand. The heavy texture and unique color made him sure that this was a genuine treasure. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Gold 10000. Live broadcast room. Gold. It's incredible luck that I can even pick this up. 666. What's the use of gold in the wild? Making a golden spoon? Dejiao, we're rich. Lu Fan shouted excitedly to Dejiao on the shore. Dejiao just looked up and then lowered his head to continue eating grass. Just as he was immersed in the joy of discovering the treasure, a strange object floated along the current. A pair of socks made with modern craftsmanship. Lu Fan's pupil shrank. Socks? What's going on? Lu Fan was full of doubts and reached out to pick up the socks. The material of this sock is ordinary, but the style looks familiar, as if it comes from a familiar area. He looked at it carefully, feeling uneasy. How could a sock appear out of nowhere in the wilderness? This means there must be other people upstream. Lu Fan's nerves tensed up instantly, and he looked upstream of the river vigilantly. In this dangerous wilderness, encountering other people, especially those of unknown identity, is no small matter. Various possible dangerous scenarios emerged in his mind. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also going wild. This sock doesn't look right. Could someone have set a trap nearby? I have a bad feeling. Could it be those foreign players with bad intentions? I heard that the players from Sakura country are very cunning. Master Lu Fan, be careful. Don't fall into the trap. Maybe it was washed down by the current, but no matter what, we have to be careful. Zhao Hangjun looked at the screen, frowned and analyzed. Judging from the material and style of the socks, there is a high probability that they are the type commonly seen in Sakura country. The sudden appearance of a sock in the wilderness cannot but arouse people's vigilance. The players from Sakura country are known for using any means necessary in the competition, so Lu Fan must proceed with caution. Lu Fan was well aware of the danger, so he decided to go upstream to find out the truth. Although he was full of vigilance, he also knew that escape would not solve any problems. Big Horn, let's go up and see if we can find anything. Big Horn followed him and stepped into the river. The water rippled around its legs. They moved forward carefully along the river, and Lu Fan kept an eye on the movements around him. Every swaying leaf and every slightest sound would instantly make him alert. The scenery on both sides of the river gradually became gloomy, and the dense woods seemed to hide countless pairs of eyes, spying on them in secret. Chapter 41 Yumeko wa Nike is upstream. Lu Fan and Jiao searched carefully upstream of the river for a long time, not missing any clues. He looked carefully at every piece of disturbed soil, trying to find something else, hoping to find some leftover object or clue. His eyes were as sharp as a torch, and he did not miss any unusual bends in the grass or any signs of artificial breaking of branches. However, apart from the occasional startled birds and the sound of gurgling river water, nothing was found. As night fell, the danger level in the wilderness doubled. Lu Fan had no choice but to return to the shelter with full of doubts and vigilance. Along the way, he kept thinking about the origin of the sock in his mind, and various dangerous scenes kept emerging. Daji seemed to sense his master's solemnity and followed quietly behind him, no longer as lively as usual. After returning to the shelter, Lu Fan had a simple meal and then sat by the campfire to think. Even the gold was forgotten. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room was discussing heatedly, as if a boiling pot was boiling. Everyone was worried about the origin of the socks and speculated about the dangers hidden behind them. Just when everyone was getting anxious, a senior audience member known as Geography Expert appeared on the scene. With his rich geographical knowledge and keen observation, he started a wonderful reasoning analysis. Everyone, let's take a look. Through analyzing the environment and vegetation where Lu Fan is located and combining it with the contour map, we can tell that this river originates from the mountains in the northeast. From a geographical perspective, the upper reaches of a river are often higher and have more complex terrain, mostly mountains or hills. The analysis is based on the amount of sediment carried by the river, flow rate, and riverbank erosion. About 30 kilometers upstream, there is a relatively flat area formed by river alluvial deposits. From the perspective of wilderness survivors, such places have abundant water resources and flat terrain, making them very suitable for temporary camps. Then Geography Expert released another video and continued the analysis. Let's take a look at the environment around this Sakura country player, Yumekawa Ichiko. Very much like this washout. Looking at the location where the sock appeared, based on the water flow speed, the curvature of the river channel and the time calculation, it was most likely from that flat area. We can see that on the third day of survival in the wilderness, there was a heavy rain and Yumekawa Naiku encountered a landslide. Although he escaped and ran farther from the river, his shelter was washed away. But from beginning to end, he did not notice the existence of the river. It is very likely that this sock was washed into the river along with the mountain and then flowed downstream. Moreover, expert Zhao Hangjun mentioned earlier that the sock style is most likely a common type in the land of Sakura. Taking all these factors into consideration, I have every reason to infer that the distance between Sakura country player Yumekawa Naiku and Master Lu Fan is no more than 150 kilometers. The analysis of Geography Expert was well-reasoned and logically rigorous, which instantly made the live broadcast room boil. This is amazing. This analysis is like Sherlock Holmes in the real world. What should we do? Master Lu Fan might be in danger. Should we use the wilderness survival barrage to tell Master Lu Fan? I didn't expect it to be so close. What if we run into them someday? The Sakura people are very cunning. So what if we run into each other? Master Lu Fan beat him so hard that his face was covered with peach blossoms. Wang Tao's face was also full of worry at this moment. We have reason to believe that these players are likely to be in the same wilderness and may encounter danger at any time. Zhao Haijun pushed up his glasses and said, in the wilderness, people are often scarier than beasts because there are no laws to constrain them. When it comes to survival, bloodshed can happen at any time. And Yurue couldn't help but pray, Master Lu Fan must be safe. The analysis of geography expert was like a storm, which quickly shocked the whole world. This video went viral on various platforms, sparking wildly different reactions from all sides. After seeing the analysis, the top leaders of Sakura countries' eyes flashed with greed. They held an emergency meeting to discuss response strategies. A senior official slammed the table excitedly and said, "This is a great opportunity. Lu Fan has so many resources, and he has triggered a 10,000-fold rebate. If Meituan Nike can snatch them from him, our Sakura country will have an unparalleled advantage in this wilderness survival." Everyone nodded, with malicious smiles on their faces. So, they quickly discussed how to tell Yumekawa Naiku Lu Fan's location in 50 words. At the same time, the United States could no longer sit still. Their senior management also saw the analysis of geography expert and realized that this was an opportunity to reposition. The United States has always wanted to dominate this global wilderness survival competition. Now that he found that Lu Fan and Meituan Naiku were so close, he felt that there was an opportunity. They planned to contact the players from their own country and instruct them to keep a close eye on the movements of Lu Fan and Yumekawa Naiku, and to disrupt the situation if necessary to gain maximum benefits. When the Chinese top leaders learned the news, they looked solemn. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense and everyone was worried about Lu Fan's safety. A leader said seriously, "We must find a way to remind Lu Fan as soon as possible and let him be vigilant. The players from the Sakura country have always been unscrupulous, and the players from the beautiful country may also take the opportunity to cause trouble. The danger that Lu Fan faces should not be underestimated." An elderly general said, "I don't think we need to rush. Judging from the current performance, Lu Fan is not weaker than Ling Yu." "I think so too. We need to stay calm. Contestant Lu Fan has so many weapons that it won't be a problem for him to protect himself." "You're right. You can only post 50 words in a week in the wild survival barrage, and you have to use them at critical moments. We can first send people to monitor the live broadcast of players from other countries to prevent their movements and wait until they make a move." After discussion, everyone felt that this method was feasible. Upon learning the news, Patton, thousands of miles away, showed its sincere friendship with Pakistan. The top leaders of Baton issued a statement: "If our players encounter Lu Fan in the wilderness, they will definitely help him with all their strength. In this difficult journey of survival, friendship and mutual assistance are more important than competition. Only by common development can we overcome difficulties." This statement allowed the world to see the deep friendship between Patton and China, and also won praise from many countries. In the live broadcast room, the audience became even more anxious after learning about the reactions of various countries. The Sakura country is too shameless. They actually want to snatch the resources of Master Lu Fan. They're just stinking shit. The United States is not a good country either. It will cause trouble. Luckily, there is the country of Baton. I am so touched. Don't be afraid. As long as our Chinese players get together, we are not afraid of anything. Yes, as long as Master Lu Fan and Master Ling Yu join forces, there will be no rivals in the entire wilderness. We must have confidence in Master Lu Fan. He has so many sophisticated weapons. Chapter 42. Discovering a banana tree and encountering a little monkey. At this time, Lu Fan was sitting in front of the shelter, thinking with his chin supported by his hands. His expression was somewhat serious. "I remember that Ling Yu also triggered the rebate of coconut before, and Andre from the beautiful country triggered the rebate of blueberry." Lu Fan muttered to himself. "They all triggered the same rebate as me. If this is a real world, does that mean that we survivors are in the same environment, or even in the same forest? In other words, it is only a matter of time before the survivors meet each other." Lu Fan couldn't help but analyze while touching his chin. In the live broadcast room, Master Lu Fan is so smart. He has figured out so much based on just this little clue. That's amazing. But I have to say it, Master Lu Fan is really handsome when he thinks seriously. After figuring out the key points, Lu Fan's mood suddenly improved a lot. First of all, the people upstream don't know whether they are enemies or friends, so there is no need to scare yourself. Secondly, he has so many weapons in his hands, even long-range weapons. With the blessing of the physical enhancement of the Son of the Wilderness, he is not afraid of anyone. And even if you really can't win, you can just ride on the big horns and run away. Sure enough, your mental strength is not strong enough. You were scared by a sock. Lu Fan stood up and stretched, and couldn't help but laugh at himself. He picked up the bow and arrow on the ground. There's an old Chinese saying that goes, "If an enemy comes, we'll fight him. If a flood comes, we'll block it with earth. In this wilderness, I'm not afraid of any challenge." With a bang, the arrow equipped with an iron arrowhead was shot out. The terrifying force directly penetrated a tree in the distance. Lu Fan still maintained the action of shooting arrows, and for a moment he looked very cool. Wow, Master Lu Fan is so handsome. That's right. Our great god Lu Fan is not afraid of anyone. Although Master Lu Fan is usually cheerful and joking, he is still very intimidating when he is serious. I feel similar to me. On the surface, I am lazy and easygoing, and I get along well with everyone. But in fact, I take 10 steps at a time, and my mind is far more meticulous than my peers. I have never lacked thundering means or a heart of a bodhisattva. I have both Buddha and devil in my heart, but I have sealed the devil deeply, leaving only Buddha. I wanted to face everyone with a compassionate heart, but some people insisted that I unseal the demon in my heart. Then I want to ask you, when you face a real demon in the world, can you still calm down? Haha. No. Ha 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 ha. What the hell is that thing the person above posted? It's some elementary school student quote. Don't make me laugh at this serious moment. I dare not laugh. I really thought so before. Zhao Hangjun also nodded with satisfaction. It's great that Lu Fan adjusted so quickly. You must have a good attitude in the wilderness. We Chinese people never lack the courage and perseverance to face difficulties. If you become depressed when faced with difficulties, you will not be able to survive in the wilderness. Lu Fan put the bow and arrow aside and felt much happier. Suddenly he thought of something and was stunned for a moment. Jiao, did I just drink the river water that I soaked my socks in? Jiao? I don't understand. After resting for a while, Lu Fan decided to continue exploring, and Jiao followed behind him, full of energy. The sunlight shines through the dense branches and leaves onto the ground, forming spots of light. As Lu Fan walked, he kept an eye on the movements around him, looking for any potentially useful resources. As we were walking, the sound of the heavenly Tao reminder rang out. A small banana forest was found ahead. Lu Fan's eyes lit up, and a small patch of banana trees appeared in front of him, about 3 or 4 trees. Bunches of plump bananas hung on the branches, swaying gently in the breeze, as if waving to him. Haha, I'm lucky today. Lu Fan rubbed his hands excitedly and walked quickly towards the banana tree. Looking up at the bunches of plump and tempting bananas, I feel that I am really blessed today. He rubbed his hands and was about to show off his picking skills when suddenly, a slight rustling sound came from the bushes next to him. Lu Fan stopped his action alertly and quickly looked towards the source of the sound. Found a little monkey. A skinny monkey poked its head out from the bushes and looked at him timidly. The little monkey's fur is a little messy, but its eyes are big and round, revealing a lively spirit. There was curiosity about Lu Fan in his eyes, but also a bit of cautious fear. Lu Fan was immediately attracted by this little guy. This little monkey is not comparable to the one in Mount Ame. Remembering that he had an affinity for animals, he tried to put on a gentle smile and said softly, "Hey, little guy, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." As he spoke, he deliberately slowed down his movements, picked a banana from the tree, peeled it, and handed it to the little monkey. The little monkey was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. It hesitated there for a long time, its little paws nervously grasping the soil on the ground. After a while, it slowly approached Lu Fan step by step. He had to stop every step to observe Lu Fan's reaction, as if he was embarking on an adventure full of unknown challenges. Although it was a little scared, the attraction emanating from Lu Fan and the bananas on the ground made it want to get closer. Finally, the little monkey came to Lu Fan. It first sniffed the banana handed to it carefully with its nose. Then he looked up at Lu Fan, as if to confirm whether this was really edible. After receiving Lu Fan's encouraging look, the little monkey stretched out its little paw, gently took the banana, then quickly hit aside and began to eat it voraciously. Haha, it looks like you were really hungry. Looking at the little monkey eating with relish, Lu Fan couldn't help but touch the little monkey's head with his hand. The little monkey seemed very docile in response to Lu Fan's touch. The audience in the live broadcast room were also amused by this heartwarming and interesting scene, and barrages of comments floated by like snowflakes. Wow, this little monkey is so cute. The interaction with Master Lu Fan is so loving. Master Lu Fan's affinity with animals is simply amazing. The little monkey is not afraid of him at all. The little monkey's inner thoughts. This human is so nice, he actually gave me a banana to eat. While the little monkey was enjoying the food, Lu Fan started picking bananas. He was very skilled and soon picked several bunches and placed them on the grass nearby. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Banana tree 10,000 A. Live broadcast room. Great, it's fruit this time. With the help of these 3 contestants, our country's ecology is getting better and better. Not bad, not bad. I can actually see the environment recovering in my lifetime. After eating the banana, the little monkey licked its lips satisfied and looked at Lu Fan eagerly. Chapter 43 Human-Monkey Friendship. Do you want more? Lu Fan understood and handed it another banana. This time, the little monkey was not scared like before, but walked up to Lu Fan and took the banana. He even rubbed Lu Fan's leg gently, as if to express his gratitude. The man and the monkey got along happily, and Lu Fan talked to the little monkey from time to time. Although he knew that the little monkey couldn't understand him, This kind of communication made him feel extremely relaxed. The little monkey became more and more lively, jumping up and down around Lu Fan, and from time to time picking up small branches on the ground and waving them playfully. Just then, a squeaking sound came from not far away. Adult female monkey found. When the little monkey heard the sound, he suddenly stopped and a look of nervousness appeared on his face. Immediately afterwards, a large female monkey jumped out from the woods, her eyes full of vigilance, and rushed straight towards Lu Fan and the little monkey. Big Horn came over immediately, very wary of the monkey. Lu Fan subconsciously took a step back, realizing that this female monkey might be the mother of the little monkey. Seeing himself with the little monkey, he thought the little monkey was threatened. He quickly waved to the female monkey, indicating that he had no ill intentions. When the little monkey saw the mother monkey, he shouted excitedly and ran to the mother monkey happily. He gestured and squeaked, as if telling his mother what had just happened. The female monkey looked at Big Horn vigilantly, making low growling sounds continuously. Seeing this, Lu Fan quickly comforted Dejiao. Relax, Dejiao. We are not enemies. Don't be so nervous. With Lu Fan's comfort, Dejiao quickly calmed down. Lu Fan picked up another bunch of bananas from the ground, put them on the ground, and then slowly stepped back a few steps. He said in a gentle tone, "Don't worry, I just shared some bananas with it and didn't mean to hurt it." The female monkey stared at Lu Fan for a while, then looked at the banana on the ground, as if judging whether his words were credible. After a long while, the mother monkey's eyes gradually relaxed and she slowly walked to the banana. After sniffing carefully and making sure there was no danger, he turned to look at the little monkey and called out softly a few times. Then the two monkeys came to Lu Fan. The little monkey seemed very lively and crawled all over Lu Fan. The female monkey was also attracted by Lu Fan's friendliness and peeled a banana and handed it to him. Lu Fan took the banana with a smile. "Thank you." Seeing Lu Fan taking the banana, the female monkey danced with joy. She felt that Lu Fan accepted her kindness. Lu Fan couldn't help but smile. "Fortunately, I don't eat humanoid creatures." Live broadcast room. "I'm a picky eater like the Emperor of Desolate Heaven. I remember there was a tribe in Africa that often ate baboons. My God, that was such a scene. Oh, I've seen that too. It's so disgusting. Hee hee, it's nice. I love watching it. I watch it every day." The little monkey might have gotten hungry while running, so it ran to Lu Fan, rubbed his legs, and then ran to the mother monkey. The mother monkey touched the little monkey's head with her paw, then took the little monkey to the banana and started eating. Seeing this scene, Lu Fan showed a relieved smile on his face. The audience in the live broadcast room also gave thumbs up to this heartwarming ending. It's amazing that humans can actually live in harmony with animals. That's because our great god Lu Fan is awesome. You can try someone else. This scene is so touching. It shows the greatness of maternal love and the trust between animals. Master Lu Fan is really kind. He used bananas to resolve a potential crisis. Female monkey, it seems that this human is not bad. I may consider letting my child play with him more in the future. Lu Fan did not disturb the mother monkey and the baby monkey while they were eating bananas. He stood quietly by and watched the mother and son enjoy the food. After a while, the mother monkey and the little monkey were full. The mother monkey nodded towards Lu Fan as if to express her gratitude, and then disappeared into the woods with the little monkey. Lu Fan looked at the direction they left, feeling filled with emotion. Relatively speaking, facing animals is much easier than facing people. At least they can feel your kindness and return the same kindness. Of course, the Emishan monkeys are exceptions. They are the bullies among monkeys. As for people, you never know what they are thinking when they are chatting and laughing with you. Lu Fan picked 2 large bunches of bananas, put them in Dajiao's basket, and then slowly walked towards the shelter. Lu Fan brought Dejiao and carried a heavy load of bananas and leisurely returned to the shelter. The sunlight at this time has faded from the scorching heat of midday and has become soft and warm, shining obliquely around the shelter, giving everything a light golden hue. He carefully took the bananas out of the basket, picked out a few ripe ones and put them aside. Then, he took out a piece of carefully marinated pork from the bamboo house. Thanks to his proper preservation, the pork has firm texture and exudes an enticing aroma. Lu Fan skillfully built a bonfire, skewered the pork on carefully cut wooden skewers, put it on the fire and started roasting. The flames licked the pork and the fat sizzled. Soon, the aroma of the meat spread, interweaving with the fresh scent of the surrounding grass and trees, creating a unique atmosphere of wilderness gourmet food. In between the barbecue, Lu Fan started making his creative desserts. He peeled the bananas, cut them into small pieces and put them in an earthenware bowl. Next, he pulled out the blueberry jam he had made and stored earlier. This blueberry jam is bright in color, just like the deep night sky, exuding an attractive sweet and sour aroma. Lu Fan scooped up the blueberry jam with a spoon and slowly poured it on the bananas, so that each banana was covered with the rich blueberry jam. The blueberry jam and golden bananas complement each other, and the color combination is very attractive. He stirred it gently, and the banana segments wrapped in blueberry jam became more crystal clear, like exquisite works of art. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room had already been attracted by the tempting food-making process, and the barrage of comments kept rolling like a tide. Wow, Master Lu Fan not only has perfect wilderness survival skills, but also excellent cooking skills. This dessert looks so delicious. I can smell the fragrance through the screen. Can you send me a copy to satisfy my craving? Grilled meat with banana and blueberry dessert. What a divine combination. Love it. I suddenly feel that I can live such a fulfilling life in the wilderness. I envy the life of Master Lu Fan. When I see bananas, I remember that my brother used to live in Zakudian. He often contacted me and said he would pick bananas for me forever. By the way, my brother's name is Wang Jingxian. I'll tag him below. Chapter 44: Discovering Soap Nuts and Making Your Own Laundry Detergent. As time went by, the pork was also roasted. The outside is baked to a golden and crispy texture with a glossy luster, while the inside is tender and juicy. Lu Fan placed the barbecue on a large leaf, picked up the plate of banana and blueberry dessert, sat by the campfire, and prepared to enjoy this sumptuous wilderness meal. He picked up a piece of roast meat, took a bite, and the tender gravy overflowed in his mouth. The perfect combination of the charred crust and the tender meat made him look satisfied. Then, he scooped another spoonful of banana blueberry dessert and put it into his mouth. The sweet and sour blueberry sauce and the soft and sticky banana collided on the tip of his tongue, instantly bringing a wonderful taste enjoyment. Well, this tastes absolutely amazing. Lu Fan couldn't help but give a thumbs up, with a happy smile on his face. When the audience saw him eating so happily, they expressed their envy and love in the barrage. After eating, Lu Fan prepared fodder for Da Jiao as usual. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened, and the night, like a huge piece of black silk, slowly enveloped the entire wilderness. Although it was already dark, Lu Fan guessed that it was only around 8 or 9 o'clock. Under the cover of night, the bonfire that Lu Fan lit in the camp was burning fiercely, and the jumping flames stretched his figure out. After having eaten his fill, Da Jiao was chewing grass leisurely, humming contentedly from time to time. Lu Fan stood in an open space, picked up the bow and arrow that had been with him for a long time, his eyes revealing concentration and determination. He stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, leaned back slightly, knocked the arrow, and pulled the string, all in one go. With a whoosh, the arrow flew out like an arrow from a bow and landed steadily on the simple target he made himself in the distance. This arrow was just right in terms of both power and accuracy. Lu Fan nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction with his condition. He knew that in this dangerous wilderness, superb archery skills were an important guarantee for his survival. Whether he encounters humans or beasts, distance is his advantage. By repeating the archery action again and again, Lu Fan's muscle memory became deeper and deeper. Every time he pulled the string, he was full of power, and every time he released the arrow, he was confident. Sweat dripped from his forehead and soaked his clothes, but he was unaware of it, immersed in the process of self-improvement. Master Lu Fan is so hardworking. You are worthy of being the undisputed king of the wilderness. With this kind of archery skills and this kind of power, it would be useless if Yumekawa Naiku from Sakura country came here. Time passed by unknowingly, and when Lu Fan finally stopped, it was already late at night, and the sky was full of twinkling stars, as if cheering for his persistence. Lu Fan returned to the campfire, added some firewood, looked at the jumping flames, and thought about tomorrow's plan. The sweat on his body made him feel sticky. He noticed that his clothes were filthy. He had been exploring around in this suit these days, hunting and mining, and the suit was already stained and gave off a strange smell. In this wilderness, keeping your clothes clean is not only a matter of comfort, but also closely related to your health. So he decided to explore the wilderness the next day to find something that could clean his clothes. The next morning, the sunlight shone through the dense branches and leaves, casting mottled shadows. After a simple breakfast, Lu Fan took Da Jiao on a journey of exploration. He walked along a path he had never walked on before, searching the surrounding vegetation carefully. Along the way, he saw many familiar plants, but none of them were what he needed. Just when he was feeling a little disappointed, a soapberry tree was found in the right front. Lu Fan walked forward following the prompt sound, and sure enough, several tall trees caught his attention. When you get closer, you will see that the tree is full of bunches of beans-like fruits, slender and plump. Soapberry. Ha ha. Lu Fan was pleasantly surprised. Among his knowledge of survival in the wild, he had a deep impression of the appearance of soapberries. He observed carefully, and after confirming that everything was correct, he began to pick soapberries. These soapberries grow on tall branches, and the trunks are covered with thorns, making it impossible to climb up, so one can only use a wooden stick to knock the soapberries down. As Lu Fan fiddled with the wooden stick, the soap beans fell off one after another. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Gleditzia 3010000. What is a soapberry? It looks like some kind of bean food. It should taste good. Being noticed by Master Lu Fan should be very useful. Can we grow pea shooters to protect the shelter? At this time, Zhao Hangjun began to popularize science to the audience. Saponins contain saponin, which is a natural surfactant. Peeling the soapberry fruit and processing it, such as crushing and soaking, can produce rich foam, which can remove stains on clothes. Just like the laundry detergent we use now, it can make dirty clothes clean. In ancient times, people did not have modern detergents, and soap nuts were an important laundry material to help people clean their clothes. After a bountiful harvest, Lu Fan brought the soapberries back to the camp. Lu Fan sat on the ground and began to study how to use soapberries to make something to clean clothes. He first peeled off the shell of the soapberry and took out the fruit inside. Then, find a flat stone, place the fruit on it, and crush it repeatedly with another stone. With continuous crushing, the soapberry fruit gradually turns into a fine paste, exuding a unique fragrance. In order to make the soapberry paste play a better cleaning role, Lu Fan found some wood ash. He knew that wood ash had certain cleaning capabilities, and that the effect might be better when combined with soapberries. Add an appropriate amount of wood ash to the soapberry paste, then add some water, and Lu Fan began to stir. After some stirring, the original paste became thicker and the color became a little gray, but the smell it exuded made people feel at ease. I don't know what the effect will be, Lu Fan said to himself. He took off his socks and poured some water into the clay basin. Then apply the soap nuts on your socks. Then he began to rub it hard, and the stains gradually faded away, and the color of the socks gradually became brighter. Success! Lu Fan shouted excitedly. He didn't expect that the cleaning products he made would be so effective. The audience in the live broadcast room exclaimed in amazement when they saw this scene. Wow, Master Lu Fan is so amazing. He can actually make his own laundry machine. This is the power of knowledge. It can solve various problems, even in the wilderness. Following Master Lu Fan, I learned a lot of wilderness survival skills, which may come in handy in the future. The Master is an all-round player who can do everything. Chapter 45, Making a Sheepskin Coat. Seeing that the homemade soapberry cleansing paste was so effective, Lu Fan's confidence increased greatly. He was excited about getting all the dirty clothes clean. But before he started, he suddenly remembered that he only had this one set of clothes. It would be so embarrassing if I didn't have clean clothes to change into when doing the laundry and ended up with my bottom naked. After thinking for a while, Lu Fan suddenly remembered the goat he had shot before. He had kept the sheepskin and had never used it. He could make himself a suit of clothes out of the sheepskin. Lu Fan did it right away. He took out the sheepskin that he had carefully handled and preserved from the storage corner. Under his careful care, the sheepskin became soft and tough, exuding a faint leather scent. He spread the sheepskin flat on the ground and used a sharp stone to measure it, sketching the general outline of the clothes in his mind. Well, the sleeves need to be longer so that it's easier to move around, and the hem needs to be wider so that I can move freely in the wilderness. He muttered as he carefully marked the cutting lines. Picking up the sharp dagger, Lu Fan carefully cut the sheepskin along the marked line. The dagger rubbed against the sheepskin, making a rustling sound, as if playing a unique wilderness music. The cutting process was not smooth. The sheepskin in some places was very tough, so he had to use some effort and saw repeatedly. This sheepskin is quite stubborn, but stubbornness is of no use. He teased with a smile, but his hands did not stop moving at all. After some effort, the various parts of the clothes were finally cut. The next step is the key step of suturing. Due to limited conditions, only simple sutures can be performed. Lu Fan first used a dagger to make a few holes in the places that needed suturing. He also found some dry grass nearby and weaved it into straw ropes. This became his side job. He passed the straw rope through the holes in the sheepskin and pulled it tight to form a structure like shoelaces. In this way, he can also adjust the size and tightness of the clothes according to his body shape. While dressing, Lu Fan suddenly felt a pain in his finger. It turned out that he was accidentally stabbed by the tip of the dagger. Good boy, you scared me. Lu Fan smiled and shook his fingers. The reinforced body was not punctured, only a red mark appeared. Of course, this was also due to the cushioning of the sheepskin. This indirectly shows that this sheepskin jacket has good defensive power. After complaining, Lu Fan went back to making clothes. After long and dedicated efforts, a sheepskin garment of unique style finally appeared in front of Lu Fan. Although it looks a bit rough, it is full of primitive charm. Then Lu Fan took off all his old clothes. Everyone in the live broadcast room saw Lu Fan's figure flash by. Oh my gosh, abs. I can't stand it anymore. Master Lu Fan is so handsome. Oh my god, Master Lu Fan, where is your oil belly? You actually betrayed our oil belly organization. It's only been a few days, and you've already transformed from a fat belly to abs. Lu Fan's figure now is no longer the same as when he first arrived. His body is full of muscles, but not exaggerated. He looks very strong overall, very much like Ling Chun, who came out of the Special Forces, all real muscles. Of course, Lu Fan certainly couldn't develop such beautiful muscles in just a few days. This was the change brought about by the son of the wilderness after strengthening his body. He couldn't wait to put on his new clothes and walked around in front of the campfire. Hey, what do you think, Dajiao? Do you think my new clothes look handsome? Dajiao seemed to understand what he said. He raised his head, shook his head, and let out a low cry. Master Lu Fan is so talented. This sheepskin clothing is simply a wilderness fashion item. Haha, Dajiao's reaction is so cute. It seems that he also thinks his master is so handsome. The master's hands-on ability is simply unmatched. It will be no problem for him to open a clothing store in the wilderness in the future. If you wear this outfit, you will definitely be the most handsome guy in the wilderness, and you will definitely get a lot of attention. Lu Fan felt refreshed after putting on the new clothes. He patted the sheepskin on his body and said with satisfaction, "Okay, now I can wash clothes with peace of mind." He put the dirty clothes in a basket, took soap nuts and a clay basin, and led Dajiao to the small pond. Soon the man and the deer arrived at the pond. The sun was quite strong at that time, making people feel warm, and the water was not so cold. Looking at the pile of stained clothes in front of him, Lu Fan rolled up his sleeves and smiled confidently. "Today, I will give you all a brand new look." Lu Fan evenly applied the soapnut cleaning paste he had prepared earlier on each piece of clothing, and then soaked them in clean water. After a moment, he began to scrub the clothes vigorously, focusing on cleaning the areas with the most stains. As he moved, rich foam appeared on the water surface, like a white cloud. Thanks to the efforts of Zhao Jiao and him, the stains on the clothes were gradually peeled off and merged into the water. The audience in the live broadcast room. The cleaning ability of this soap berry is really strong. These dirts are washed off in no time. Moreover, this natural cleaning material is environmentally friendly and very practical in the wilderness. Sure enough, the method left by our ancestors can't be wrong. Everyone can come and watch my live broadcast. I am making this soapnut laundry detergent. With Lu Fan's sudden popularity, many bloggers have appeared on the internet who imitate his production methods. They collect supplies from others at high prices, and then make these things during live broadcasts to attract traffic. While washing, Lu Fan found that the stain on a piece of clothing was particularly stubborn and could not be rubbed off no matter how hard he rubbed it. He frowned and thought for a while. Then it suddenly occurred to him that he could wipe it gently with a rough stone. He found a stone and rubbed it carefully on the stain. After some effort, the stain was finally removed and the clothes returned to their original color. Haha, as long as your thinking doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than problems. After several hours of hard work, all the dirty clothes were washed clean. Lu Fan wrung them out one by one and hung them on the surrounding branches. A breeze blew, and the wet clothes fluttered gently, as if telling him the joy of being clean. Looking at the clothes on the clothesline, Lu Fan felt a sense of accomplishment. This is the joy of life in the wilderness, doing it yourself and having enough food and clothing. Looking at the scorching sun, Lu Fan decided to take a shower. After all, soap nuts can also be used to cleanse the skin and hair. It has moderate cleansing ability and will not over-cleanse and cause dryness to the skin and hair. It is relatively gentle. Chapter 46 Green Apple Tree, Wolf's Tracks. Lu Fan walked into the pool leisurely. The cool water covered his body and dispelled the fatigue that had accumulated over the past few days. He scooped up the water mixed with soapnut cleansing paste and carefully washed his body and hair, feeling the gentle cleansing power. Ripples appeared on the water surface, sparkling with tiny lights under the sunlight. In the live broadcast room. Ah, welfare. It's really the right time to come to this live broadcast today. Hee, I've already recorded the screen. The sister upstairs sent me a copy. Just as Lu Fan was immersed in this rare moment of relaxation, the Tiandao reminder sound suddenly rang. There is a 5-step snake coming towards you. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Fan caught a glimpse of a slender black shadow swimming quickly in the water. His heart tightened, and he looked carefully. The 5-step snake had patterns all over its body and was spitting out its tongue. It was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed with a clear target. Although he was startled, Lu Fan's body still reacted quickly. He didn't have time to think. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the snake's vital point with lightning speed. The snake twisted its body wildly, and its sharp teeth kept opening and closing, trying to bite Lu Fan. Lu Fan tensed his arm muscles and used all his strength to throw the uninvited guest towards the shore. The five-step snake was thrown into the grass on the shore. Da Jiao was originally eating grass quietly nearby, but when he heard the noise, he raised his head alertly. At this time, it also noticed the snake that was thrown ashore by Lu Fan. The snake struggled in the grass and tried to escape, but Bighorn didn't give it any chance. Bighorn raised his front hooves high and stomped heavily on the snake's body. Once, twice. Each hit was full of force, and the snake soon became motionless under the attack of the big horns. Lu Fan swam quickly to the shore and climbed up. He walked to Da Jiao, reached out and patted Da Jiao's neck, panting, and said, "Good job, Da Jiao. If it weren't for you, I would be in trouble today." Da Jiao seemed to understand his compliment. He shook his head proudly and made a loud deer cry. The live broadcast room was completely boiling at this moment. "Oh my God, that was so thrilling. Master Lu Fan is so awesome. He caught a snake with his bare hands. If it were me, I would have fainted from fear." Da Jiao was a great help, saving the master at the critical moment. This wilderness is full of dangers. Master Lu Fan is able to turn danger into safety every time. He is amazing. After a thrilling fight with the five-step snake by the pond, Lu Fan set out on his journey home with Da Jiao. The warm sunlight gently caressed his weather-beaten face. Although the sheepskin coat on his body was rough, it was full of the simplicity of the wilderness. Today is really exciting. I need to take a good rest when I get home. Lu Fan patted Da Jiao's neck, and Da Jiao wagged his tail obediently and walked briskly. Not long after walking, the Tiandao reminder sounded again. Discovering the apple tree, Lu Fan cut down the weeds, and a big tree with lush branches and leaves came into view in front of him, with green apples hanging on it. Lu Fan's eyes lit up and he rushed to the tree excitedly. This green apple tree is like a generous giant, with its drooping branches full of fruits. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Fresh green apple 10,000. Apple tree. The great god is so lucky. Green apples. When I was a kid, there was a green apple in my grandma's yard. It was so sour that it made your teeth fall out. I've used the word envy so many times. I hope I can win this time. I like sour food. Lu Fan used his hands and feet to climb up the tree nimbly, and apples fell into his arms one after another. These green apples can be used to make a sweet and sour jam, and paired with roasted rabbit meat. It will be perfect, he thought happily, his hands moving nonstop. In a short while, his pockets were full of apples. He jumped down from the tree and was about to leave when he received another reminder. Wolf footprints found. Lu Fan looked down and found a series of strange marks in the grass under his feet. He squatted down and took a closer look, his expression becoming somewhat serious. It looks like a pack of wolves passed by here. The audience in the live broadcast room also heard Lu Fan's words. Are there wolves? Run quickly. Wolves usually fight in groups. You can't handle them alone. This wilderness is so dangerous. Just after escaping from the snake's mouth, we enter the wolf's den. Lu Fan quickly looked around and clenched the homemade axe in his hand. Da Jiao, we have to be careful, he whispered. Da Jiao seemed to understand and leaned towards him nervously. Lu Fan studied the footprints, his brows furrowed more and more. Judging from the depth and spacing of the footprints, this wolf was quite large and had just left not long ago. Lu Fan was startled, remembering the creepy wolf howl a few nights ago. Maybe it was this guy. In the live broadcast room, Zhao Hangjun also introduced to the audience. In the wild, wolves are even more dangerous than tigers or lions, because wolves are group animals and they fight in groups. And, in good weather conditions, wolves can smell prey from about 2.8 kilometers away. At this time, Lu Fan also frowned. This place was no more than 20 kilometers away from his shelter. As canines, wolves have a very keen sense of smell. In addition, Lu Fan often moves around in this area, so it is very likely that his tracks have been exposed to the wolves. Lu Fan squatted down, trying to get more information from the footprints. Strange, why are these footprints a bit messy? He found that the footprints overlapped, as if a wolf had been wandering here. Did he find some prey, or sense danger? Lu Fan fell into deep thought. Wolves in the wilderness usually don't act alone. Could there be a wolf pack nearby? He did not dare to take it lightly, and decided to follow the footprints for a while to see if he could find out the situation. Da Jiao, follow me closely, he ordered softly, and Da Jiao followed closely. The man and the deer walked carefully along the footprints, being extremely cautious with every step. As the tracking deepened, the footprints became clearer and clearer, and Lu Fan's heart rose to his throat. Suddenly, he found some flattened grass next to the footprints in front of him, as if an animal had struggled violently here. What's going on? He squatted down, looked carefully, and found a few strands of gray hair in the grass. It's wolf hair. He continued forward and found footprints leading towards a bush. Lu Fan knew that danger might be right before his eyes. He held the axe tightly, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Everyone in the live broadcast room also held their breath. What should I do? I'm so nervous. Can Master Lu Fan defeat the wolf? The wolf won't suddenly jump out. Sudden. Flutter. Spot a grouse. The sudden noise gave Lu Fan a fright. Seeing that it was a grouse, Lu Fan couldn't help but swear. FKU. Chapter 47. Grouse Who Loves Blueberries. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room suddenly scrolled wildly. Oh my god, where did this chicken come from? It's so scary. I was so scared. I was at work and almost screamed and got discovered by my boss. Haha. Even Master Lu Fan was so shocked that he burst into swearing. How funny. Look at the grouse. This is a good opportunity to add to your meal. Lu Fan was so startled by the sudden fluttering sound that he almost jumped up, his heart pounding wildly. When he saw clearly that it was a grouse, his tense nerves relaxed a little. He panted and said to the grouse unhappily, "You almost scared me to death." Da Jiao was also frightened and trembled all over. He hid behind Lu Fan, sticking his head out and looking at the grouse cautiously. Lu Fan stared at the grouse, his eyes rolled, and he smirked. "Since you've come to my door, don't blame me for being rude." As he spoke, he gripped the axe tightly in his hand and tiptoed towards the grouse. Lu Fan relaxed his body, took out a few blueberries and put them in his hand, constantly releasing kindness. Gugugugoo. Come and eat. Come and eat. Grouse are omnivores, and attracted by the animal's affinity, they tentatively walked towards Lu Fan. When it came to Lu Fan, it pecked at a blueberry and ate it slowly. Eat, eat, eat more. If you are full, you won't feel pain on the road to the underworld, Lu Fan said with a smile. Then Lu Fan tentatively put his hand on the grouse. The grouse turned its head, took a look, and continued to eat blueberries. At this time, the grouse did not know that danger had arrived. Coo-coo-coo. The next second, Lu Fan instantly grabbed the grouse's neck. The grouse flapped their wings constantly. Ha! Lu Fan transformed into the three heroes of strange laughter, extremely rampant. Then he simply ended the grouse's life with a knife. Let's eat chicken tonight, Lu Fan said proudly. In the live broadcast room. Great God, this move is so cool. Grouse. Speechless about the death of my family members, I met Lao Lu. I know it was all caused by blueberries. They were so fragrant, sweet, and delicious that they caused me to lose my life in a flash. The guy upstairs, why can you send voice messages? Tonight's extra meal, the grouse will definitely be delicious. Lu Fan hung the grouse around his waist and continued to look around to see if there was anything else he could find. After walking a few steps, he was surprised to find a dozen grouse eggs in the grass. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect the takeaway would come with a small egg. Da Jiao, we're going to have a good meal tonight. Da Jiao called out happily, as if responding to him. Lu Fan carefully picked up the pine eggs one by one, wrapped them in leaves, and put them into the basket. He looked at the grouse at his waist and said, "A family should be well organized. Don't you think so, brother chicken?" Speak. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy grouse 10,000. Healthy loose eggs 1610000. The discussion in the live broadcast room immediately began. This grouse seems to be a first-class protected species, right? Although it became extinct a few years ago. Again, can 10,000 grouse be considered a protected species? So what does it take to be a protective action? It's simple. Kill them and eat them. If there are two left, they will become rare animals. Oh my god, you upstairs are a genius. After packing up his things, Lu Fan quickened his pace and walked towards the shelter with a full harvest. After returning to the shelter, Lu Fan first hung the washed clothes on the branches one by one. A breeze blew by, and his wet clothes swayed gently, as if cheering for his thrilling experience that day. Then he began to prepare dinner, handling the grouse expertly, defleshing and gutting the bird with a sharp knife, his movements smooth and fluid. After processing the grouse, he set up a simple grill over the campfire, skewered the grouse on branches, and roasted them over the fire. The flames licked the grouse, the fat sizzled, and the aroma filled the air. Lu Fan turned the branches from time to time to ensure that the grouse were heated evenly. At the same time, he found an iron pan, cracked a few loose eggs on it, stirred them briefly, and then slowly fried them on the fire. Grouse and grouse eggs are rich in nutrients and must taste amazing, Lu Fan said to himself. Then he took some blueberry jam and spread it on the roast grouse. Live broadcast room. I'm drooling just looking at this. Great master, Please try it and see how it tastes. If I could eat one bite of this, my life would be worth it. Grouse. I didn't have enough to eat when I was alive, but I didn't expect that I would have blueberries to keep me company after I died. While waiting for the food to be cooked, Lu Fan remembered the wolf footprints he had found earlier. I don't know where the wolves are right now. I have to find time to reinforce the shelter, he said to himself. Soon, the grouse and grouse eggs were cooked. The grouse skin was roasted to a golden and crispy texture, mixed with the sweetness of blueberries. Take a bite, and the tender and juicy chicken spreads in your mouth, followed by the slightly sweet blueberry, and the fragrance fills your entire mouth. Pineapple eggs are fresh, tender, and smooth, with a unique aroma. It tastes good. Your death is worth it, Lu Fan said vaguely while wolfing down the food. The audience in the live broadcast room watched Lu Fan eat with gusto and expressed envy. The great god is eating so deliciously. I am hungry. These grouse and grouse eggs are definitely better than the delicacies in those high-end restaurants. After eating and drinking, Lu Fan lay on the ground, touched his round belly, and burped contentedly. Today is such an exciting and fulfilling day. First, we had a big fight with a 5-step snake. Then we found apple trees and wolf footprints. And finally, we harvested grouse and grouse eggs. In this wilderness, every day is full of surprises and challenges. Lu Fan reminisced while eating a fruit salad made of green apples and honey. He looked up at the night sky. The stars were twinkling as if telling the mysteries of the universe. Big Horn, we must survive well in this wilderness. Maybe we can create more miracles in the future. Jiao leaned beside him and listened to him quietly. After resting for a while, Lu Fan got up and started to pack up. He stored the remaining grouse and grouse eggs for later consumption. Then he began to check every corner of the shelter to see if there was anything that needed to be reinforced. We need to find some stronger branches and reinforce the wall. If wolves come, we can't let them break in easily, he said as he started to work. Under the moonlight, Lu Fan's busy figure appeared particularly determined. He knew that in this wilderness, danger could come at any time, but as long as he remained calm and continued to learn and improve, he would be able to survive. After working for a while, Lu Fan finally completed the reinforcement of the shelter. He looked at his work with satisfaction, dusted himself off, and prepared to take a rest. Let's stop here today. We'll talk about tomorrow. Then Lu Fan got into his bed. Did I forget something? After thinking for a long time and still couldn't remember, Lu Fan just fell asleep. Jiao stood alone in the shed and said, Master, you haven't made dinner for me yet. How can you sleep peacefully? Chapter 48 Old Wolf Night Attack. In the middle of the night, Lu Fan was having a sweet dream. Suddenly, Jiao's rapid and terrified cry was like a sharp alarm, instantly pulling him out of his sleep. He opened his eyes suddenly, and in the darkness, the outline of a large horn was swaying panically in the shed. Jiao, what's going on? Lu Fan sat up with a start and grabbed the knife beside the pillow. His heart was pounding so loudly that it seemed to burst through his chest. Jiao was so anxious that he stamped his feet, turned his limbs restlessly, and made a series of short and urgent sounds from his throat. There is a wolf outside the shelter. Lu Fan crouched down and approached the door carefully, taking every step very lightly for fear of making any sound. The moonlight was like a layer of gauze, shining through the gaps onto the ground, forming strange spots of light. He held his breath and looked out through the crack in the door, only to see a huge wolf standing quietly not far away. The moonlight outlined its bony silhouette, and its dark green eyes flashed mysteriously and dangerously in the darkness, like two will-o'-the-wisp fires, staring at the shelter. Wow, there really is a wolf. Lu Fan took a breath. His hands unconsciously clenched the sword, and the muscles in his arms tensed instantly, like springs filled with power. Jiao hid in the shed, his body shaking like a sieve. He would occasionally stick his head out and then quickly retract it, his antlers trembling slightly in the moonlight. The wolf seemed to notice Lu Fan's gaze and let out a low growl, the sound squeezing out from the depths of its throat. The roar was filled with endless vicissitudes and ferocity, and it echoed far away in the silent night. Lu Fan had reinforced the fence before, so the wolf couldn't get in for a while. In the dim moonlight, he looked at the wolf carefully. I saw a long wound on its hind leg, with the skin and flesh rolled up. The dried blood appeared dark red under the moonlight, like an ugly centipede lying on the leg. Strange. How come this wolf is alone and injured like this? Lu Fan's brows were twisted into a knot. Looking at this wolf, it should be quite old and strong. The wolf footprints and messy traces he had discovered earlier flashed through Lu Fan's mind like a movie. If there was a fight between wolves. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, could it be that the new Wolf King was challenging the old Wolf King, so there was a fight? That is to say, it is possible that it is the old Wolf King who was driven out of the wolf pack. In the wild wolf world, the hierarchy is as strict as that of a feudal dynasty. When the new and old Wolf Kings take over, the old Wolf King will often be defeated by his young and strong opponents. Then he was ruthlessly expelled from the group, and lived a lonely and difficult wandering life from then on. Hey, old man, what are you doing here? Lu Fan plucked up his courage and shouted at the old wolf. The voice spread out in the silent night, carrying a hint of weirdness. After all, who would talk to a wolf in the middle of the night? Live broadcast room. Oh my god, what's going on in the middle of the night? Is this a wolf? The wolf is coming. The wolf is coming. Luckily, I have the habit of staying up late, otherwise I would have missed this step. At this moment, Yurue couldn't help but move closer to the screen. Master Lu Fan must be careful. That's right, Yurue, one of the hosts, hasn't slept yet either. The old wolf seemed to understand Lu Fan's words. He raised his head and roared at Lu Fan again. This roar no longer had the confidence it had just now, and was as weak as a gust of wind that could die out at any time. Lu Fan's mind moved. What if this wolf lost its ability to hunt due to injury and happened to smell the scent of food in the shelter? So you're here looking for food? Dejiao, don't be afraid. This old guy probably doesn't have much energy to struggle now. Lu Fan patted Dejiao's head and comforted him softly. Then he took a deep breath, slowly walked out of the shelter with the trident, and approached the old wolf step by step. With every step he took, his heart became more nervous. He stared at the old wolf's every move, ready to respond to any emergency at any time. When the old wolf saw Lu Fan approaching, he instinctively shrank back and made a whining sound in his throat, which seemed like a warning, but also like a sign of weakness. But it was too weak and could not launch any attack on Lu Fan. He could only lie weakly on the ground and let out roars that had no deterrent effect. Lu Fan stopped a few steps away from the old wolf, squatted down, and carefully examined its wounds. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible. The surrounding skin was extremely red and swollen, and it emitted a pungent, foul smell. It looks quite serious. If no treatment is given, this leg will probably be crippled. Lu Fan frowned and said to himself. But the old wolf seemed to have misunderstood his meaning. It suddenly bared its teeth, revealing its sharp fangs, and pretended to pounce. Hey, calm down, calm down. I mean no harm. Lu Fan quickly stood up and took a few steps back, the trident in his hand ready to stab the other person to death at any time. Dejiao was in the shelter, walking around in circles anxiously, and making worried noises from time to time. After feeling the animal affinity from Lu Fan, the old wolf slowly calmed down and lay on the ground licking its wounds. Lu Fan's mind was working rapidly, thinking of a countermeasure. Suddenly, he had an idea. He ran back to the shelter, took out a piece of leftover grouse, and threw it carefully in front of the old wolf. Eat, you look so skinny, Lu Fan said softly. The old wolf stared at the grouse on the ground and hesitated for a long time. In its eyes, hunger and vigilance were intertwined. Finally, hunger took over. It slowly lowered its head, picked up the chicken, and began to eat it voraciously. In a short while, the grouse was eaten up cleanly. After eating the chicken, the old wolf's eyes became a little more gentle, no longer as hostile as before. Lu Fan took the opportunity to get closer again, squatted down, and prepared to treat its wounds. But the old wolf stepped back suddenly and avoided Lu Fan's hand. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, I mean no harm. Lu Fan smiled helplessly. He knew that taming a wolf was not an easy task. After a long stalemate, Lu Fan suddenly thought of a solution. He returned to the shelter and pulled out a rope, winding it around his hands a few times. Then he slowly approached the old wolf, whispering, Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Under the influence of Lu Fan's animal affinity, the old wolf relaxed his vigilance. Lu Fan took advantage of the moment when the old wolf was distracted and suddenly made a move, putting the rope around the old wolf's neck. The old wolf suddenly panicked and struggled desperately, twisting its body left and right, trying to break free from the rope. Lu Fan held the rope tightly and stood firmly on the ground with his feet, like a rooted tree. I said, if you want to live, don't move. The old wolf was very frightened and kept struggling, but the more it struggled, the more energy it consumed. Chapter 49, Taming the Old Wolf. A man and a wolf started a fierce tug-of-war game under the moonlight. The old wolf was very strong, and Lu Fan's arms were hurt by the rope, but he refused to let go. Dejiao was standing aside, stamping his feet in anxiety, and could only roar continuously. During the tug-of-war, Lu Fan continued to comfort the wolf, lowering his vigilance and showing his kindness. After a fierce fight, the old wolf was gradually influenced by Lu Fan's animal affinity. He gradually relaxed his body and collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. Lu Fan was also exhausted and sweating. He slowly approached the old wolf, squatted down, and said softly, Don't struggle. Follow me from now on, and you will have food. The old wolf raised his head and looked at Lu Fan. There was less vigilance and more submission and dependence in his eyes. Lu Fan quickly took out the herbs he had prepared earlier. These were the ones he had looked for when he had diarrhea, just in case. Lu Fan applied herbal medicine to its wound and bandaged it. During the bandaging process, Lao Lang no longer resisted and just looked at Lu Fan quietly. Okay, everything is fine for now. Lu Fan patted the old wolf's head and stood up. It's so fucking exciting. Lu Fan couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Although he has an affinity for animals, the effect is weaker against wilder animals. So he didn't have much confidence when facing this old wolf. But he still wanted to take a gamble. After all, this was the former Wolf King. As long as he recovered, he could greatly increase Lu Fan's fighting power. At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room was scrolling wildly. Oh my god, Master Lu Fan is so awesome, he actually dared to tame a wolf. This plot is so exciting, it's more exciting than watching a movie. Great god, be careful. A wolf is still a wolf after all. Don't let it bite you back. After dealing with the old wolf's matter, Lu Fan was exhausted. When he returned to the shelter, Big Horn immediately ran over and rubbed his head against his legs, as if to express his worry and concern. Dejiao, it's okay. Lu Fan touched Dejiao's head and comforted him. The next morning, the sunlight was like a golden veil, gently shining through the gaps between the leaves and onto Lu Fan's shelter. Lu Fan woke up slowly, feeling sore all over, as if he had been beaten severely. The fierce fight with Lao Lang last night really consumed too much of his energy. Hiss. He took a deep breath, slowly sat up, and his eyes fell on the old wolf lying at the door. At this moment, the old wolf seemed exceptionally quiet in the morning light, and the neatly bandaged wound on its hind leg silently told of last night's danger. At the same time, the online world was in an uproar over a video. It turned out that a viewer in the live broadcast room last night recorded the entire process of Lu Fan taming the old wolf and uploaded it to major social platforms. Once the video was released, it was like a bombshell, instantly detonating the entire internet. The headline-grabbing sprees have emerged one after another, with exaggerated headlines such as surprise. In the wilderness, he tamed the Wolf King, and Legend of the Wilderness, the life and death battle and the wonderful bond between man and wolf. The click rate, number of reposts, and number of comments soared like a rocket, and the name Lu Fan became a frequent hot search on the internet overnight. How is this possible? Can humans really tame wolves? Master Lu Fan is so awesome, he is like the real-life Tarzan, except his target is a wolf. The person above doesn't understand, right? This is called experts among the people, miracles in the wilderness. I bet 50 cents that this must be a special effect. There's no way such a thing can be so miraculous. What on earth have I missed? I stay up late every night except last night. There are many different opinions on the internet, and Chinese audiences have expressed their admiration. As for the audiences from other countries, some were amazed and admired, while others were skeptical and questioned. They were unwilling to believe that a Chinese person could be so amazing. Some people even started a live broadcast and talked about their opinions on the video in front of the screen, trying to get some attention. But Lu Fan in the wilderness knew nothing about this. He stretched himself, washed up briefly, and began to prepare breakfast. He took out the grouse meat left over from last night, cut it into small pieces, gave some to Big Horn, and brought the rest to Old Wolf. Hey, old man, eat something and get better soon, Lu Fan said softly, his tone full of concern. The old wolf raised his head, his eyes moving back and forth between Lu Fan and the food, as if hesitating. After a while, it slowly moved forward, carefully picked up a piece of meat and started chewing. Haha, it seems you still can't resist the temptation of delicious food, Lu Fan joked with a smile. Seeing the old wolf eating with gusto, he felt so happy in his heart. This was an important step for the old wolf to trust him. Then Lu Fan gave the remaining sheep bones to the old wolf. This time the old wolf didn't hesitate anymore and started to chew the bone. Even when Lu Fan put his hand on its head, it didn't react much. Inside the shed, Big Horn was still trembling with fear. Carnivorous animals were naturally suppressive of them. Lu Fan fed Dejiao a handful of grass, patted its head, and comforted it softly. Don't be afraid of Dejiao. It will become our partner in the future. Don't be afraid. With Lu Fan's comfort, Dejiao gradually calmed down. The morning sun is warm and feels very comfortable. Lu Fan sat on the rock and stroked the old wolf's head. The old wolf just lay there quietly with an expression of enjoyment on his face. In addition to taming the wolf to make it a great help to him, Lu Fan had another consideration. That was the sock, and that was the sock he was keeping in the shelter right now. If necessary, he can use the old wolf's sense of smell to find the owner of the sock. Moreover, if a conflict really occurs at that time, the old wolf can be let go. If the enemy was killed by a wolf, it cannot be blamed on humans in any way. Of course, Lu Fan can do it himself, but this is a global live broadcast after all. He represents the face of China and cannot give anyone a handle. Live broadcast room. When I woke up this morning, I saw the video of Master Lu Fan bravely fighting a wild wolf. It's really amazing, absolutely invincible. Ha ha ha. I didn't sleep last night and saw the whole process. It was so exciting. That scene was so dangerous that my heart was in my throat. Zhao Hagjun pushed up his glasses. In the Paleolithic age, humans began to come into contact with wolves. Early humans lived by hunting and gathering, and wolves also roamed in the surrounding environment. The initial interactions were probably based on competition for food and territory. But over time, some wolves may have discovered that they could get some leftovers, such as leftover bones and offal, by staying close to human camps, thus forming a preliminary symbiotic relationship. Some wolves may have been captured by humans after being injured or losing the protection of the wolf pack. In the process of raising these young wolves, the wolves gradually became accustomed to the presence of humans. This is one of the possible origins of wolf domestication. Chapter 50. Training the Old Wolf, using How to Chordata to heal wounds. The sun shines warmly. Lu Fan sat on the rock, stroking the old wolf's head, and was already thinking about how to make the old wolf recover faster and further enhance their mutual understanding. He knew very well that it was not an easy task to make this former wolf king a reliable helper. "Old man, you have to get better soon. We have a lot of things to do together in the future," Lu Fan whispered to Lao Lang. The old wolf seemed to understand and made a low purring sound in his throat as if in response. The top priority now is to recover the old wolf's injuries as soon as possible. Lu Fan decided to go to the wild to find some more herbs. He tied the old wolf with a rope in the shelter, and the old wolf cooperated by lying there quietly. He picked up the simple backpack he had made and took Big Horn with him. He was worried about leaving Big Horn alone with the old wolf in the shelter. "Big Horn, let's go find some good things for the old wolf." Jiao wagged his tail happily and followed Lu Fan. As soon as he stepped into the wilderness, Lu Fan seemed like a different person. His eyes became sharp and focused, not missing any corner. How to Chordata was found in the grass ahead. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Fan's eyes, and he searched carefully in the grass. Sure enough, he found traces of How to Chordata. Its rhizomes are buried in the soil, and its leaves are heart-shaped and purple. In Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan, How to Chordata is also called How to Chordata. Because of its strange taste, many people are afraid to try it easily. Horsetail intermedia. Yes, that's it. It will definitely help the old wolf's wound. As he said this, he skillfully pulled it up by the roots and put it into the backpack. Dajia watched curiously from the side, sniffing the herbs from time to time, as if he wanted to join in the fun. "Jiao, don't touch it. This is reserved for the old wolf to heal his wounds," Lu Fan reminded Jiao with a smile. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. How to Chordata 10,000 Live broadcast room. How to Chordata. My god, this is what I'm most afraid of. This wave of Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan regions has gained a lot. I love to eat How to Chordata the most. I have to eat it with every meal. Master Lu Fan just said that this How to Chordata is used to heal injuries. Isn't it a vegetable? Seeing this comment, Wang Tao couldn't help but look at Zhao Hangjun. How does How to Chordata treat injuries? Teacher Zhao, can you tell us? Zhao Hajun said with a smile. How to Chordata generally grows near damp water or in humid places. Its main components are volatile oils, flavonoids, etc. It has the effects of clearing away heat and detoxifying, reducing swelling and discharging pus. When the wound becomes festered, applying How to Chordata externally can help remove pus, reduce bacterial growth, and promote new flesh growth. After searching for a while, Lu Fan had already reaped a rich harvest, with his backpack filled with various herbs. Okay, these should be enough for Old Wolf to use for a while. On the way back, we passed by the bamboo forest. Hey, I have an idea. Lu Fan's eyes lit up, and he walked towards the bamboo forest. Arriving at the bamboo forest, Lu Fan picked out a bamboo of moderate thickness and chopped it down with an axe. He planned to make a bamboo ball to train the old wolf and enhance their interaction and tacit understanding. I saw him skillfully cut the bamboo into small pieces, and then tightly wrap and fix these small pieces with rattan, and a rough but strong bamboo ball was formed. With a full harvest, Lu Fan returned to the shelter. The old wolf was lying at the door. When he saw Lu Fan coming back from afar, he immediately stood up and wagged his tail to greet him. "Old man, look what I brought you." Lu Fan put the herbs aside, picked up the bamboo ball and shook it in front of the old wolf. The old wolf's eyes were immediately attracted to this rolling thing, and he stared at it curiously. "Come on, try this." Lu Fan threw the bamboo ball out with force, and the bamboo ball rolled on the grass. The old wolf was stunned for a moment, then instinctively chased after it and grabbed the bamboo ball in its mouth. "Good job." Lu Fan clapped excitedly. This was a good start. The old wolf ran back with the bamboo ball in his mouth and placed the ball at Lu Fan's feet, looking at him expectantly, as if waiting for him to throw it again. Lu Fan touched the old wolf's head and threw the bamboo ball out again, this time deliberately throwing it farther. The old wolf spread his legs and ran away. Although he didn't dare touch the ground with his injured leg, his speed was so fast that even Lu Fan was a little surprised. In this way, the man and the wolf played the game of chasing bamboo balls in the open space in front of the shelter. The big horned bird watched from the side, chirping from time to time, as if cheering them on. Every time the old wolf successfully brought back a bamboo ball, Lu Fan would praise it and reward it with a small piece of dried meat. Lao Lang's enthusiasm became higher and higher, and he became more and more cooperative with Lu Fan's instructions. After playing for a while, Lu Fan decided to increase the difficulty. He hid the bamboo ball behind him and asked the old wolf to find it. The old wolf first circled around Lu Fan a few times, sniffing around, trying to find the scent of the bamboo ball. After a while, it seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly went around behind Lu Fan and grabbed the bamboo ball in its mouth. Haha, you have a really sensitive nose. Lu Fan couldn't help but burst out laughing. During the training break, Lu Fan began to process the herbs. He washed and chopped the herbs, then crushed them into a paste with a stone and applied it to the old wolf's wounds. Bear with it, this medicine may hurt a bit, but it will be good for your injury. The old wolf lay on the ground obediently, letting Lu Fan play with it. Only occasionally would he tremble slightly because of the pain. The wolf's self-healing ability is very terrifying, otherwise Wolverine would not be set as an immortal warrior. I believe it won't take long for the old wolf's legs to recover. Lu Fan suddenly had an idea and decided to let Lao Lang and Da Jiao develop some feelings. He called Da Jiao to his side, then took the bamboo ball and asked Lao Lang and Da Jiao to chase together. At first, Da Jiao was a little scared and didn't dare to approach the old wolf. But with Lu Fan's encouragement, it gradually relaxed its vigilance and started chasing the bamboo ball with the old wolf. Looking at the old wolf and Big Horn running happily on the grass, Lu Fan felt full of a sense of accomplishment. This is what a family looks like, he said with a smile. In the live broadcast room, the audience witnessed the wonderful interaction between the man and the two animals, and the barrage of comments kept rolling like snowflakes. Master Lu Fan is so amazing. He not only tamed the wolf, but also trained it to be so obedient. This bamboo ball training method is so interesting. Old Wolf and Big Horn both have a lot of fun. The great god is really a genius. He can think of so many ways to get along with animals. Zhao Hangjun also explained to the audience, through this game-like training, Lu Fan not only strengthened the tacit understanding between him and the wolf, but also exercised the wolf's body, which helped it recover from its injuries. Moreover, allowing wolves and deer to interact together can ease the natural hostility between them and create a harmonious coexistence environment. This is very important in surviving in the wild. Chapter 51 Big Black shows his power. The night felt like a huge piece of black silk, gently covering the entire wilderness. Lu Fan looked at the old wolf and Big Horn playing on the grass, and his heart was filled with warmth. He decided to prepare a sumptuous meal tonight to formally welcome the old wolf into this small wilderness family. Da Jiao, we'll have delicious food tonight. Lu Fan shouted at the two animals. From today on, this old wolf has his own name, Da. It symbolizes its shiny black hair and will become the indestructible guardian of the shelter. Live broadcast room. Da, it's really suitable. My grandma's dog is also called Da, and he's older than me. I have finally gathered the two generals, Hang and Ha. From now on, I can start using the pet template. Da and Da Jiao heard the call and ran over happily. Although Dahe's steps were still a little limp, it was much better than before. The wolf's self-healing ability was truly amazing. Lu Fan started to get busy. He first took out the grouse meat and grouse eggs that he had stored before. The wild fruits collected during the day were carefully washed and prepared to make a unique wilderness feast. He cut the grouse into small pieces, made several cuts on the meat with a sharp dagger, and then squeezed the juice of wild fruits on it, so that the meat could fully absorb the sour and sweet taste of the juice. Then he skewered the meat with vines and slowly roasted it over the campfire. The flames licked the grouse, making a sizzling sound. Fat dripped onto the flames, splashing golden sparks, and the air was filled with tempting aroma. Dahe and Da Jiao gathered around the campfire, staring at the grill with their eyes wide open, drooling. Don't worry, it will be ready soon, Lu Fan said with a smile. While turning the skewers of meat, he made 2 simple plates with leaves. After a while, the grouse meat was roasted. The skin was golden and crispy, and the inside was tender and juicy, with the fragrance of wild fruits. Lu Fan divided the meat into 3 portions, gave one to Da Jiao, one to Dahe, and kept one for himself. Come, have a taste of my cooking, and welcome Dahe to be one of us. Dahe couldn't wait to pick up the meat and eat it ravenously. After finishing it, he licked his lips with satisfaction. Da Jiao was much more elegant. He chewed slowly and looked up at Lu Fan from time to time, as if expressing his love for the food. After dinner, Lu Fan lay on the grass, looking at the starry sky, with Dahe and Da Jiao lying on his left and right. Dahe, Da Jiao, from now on we must live well together in this wilderness, Lu Fan said softly, his voice echoing in the night sky. After a good night's sleep, the next morning the sunlight was like golden threads, shining through the gaps between the leaves and into the shelter. Lu Fan got up early and stretched himself. Dahe, Dajiao, let's go out and explore today. When Dahe and Dajiao heard the call, they immediately stood up in high spirits. Dahe's wounds have mostly healed. Although he can't run as fast as before, he has no problem walking normally. The man and two animals left the shelter and headed deep into the wilderness. Along the way, Dahe ran excitedly in front, stopping from time to time to sniff the surrounding smells, as if exploring unknown treasures. Dajiao followed Lu Fan, occasionally lowering his head to eat a few bites of fresh green grass on the roadside. Suddenly, Dahe stopped, his nose twitching constantly, and his eyes fixed on the grass in front of him. Spotting the hare, Lu Fan immediately realized the situation. He walked gently to Dahe, squatted down, and looked in the direction Dahe was looking. In the grass, I saw a fat rabbit vigilantly nibbling on the grass. Dahe, can you catch it? Lu Fan said to Dahe in a low voice. Although he didn't know whether Dahe could understand, he still communicated with Dahe subconsciously. Dahe seemed to understand Lu Fan's meaning. It slowly crouched down, staring at the rabbit, with all its muscles tensed, ready to go. Suddenly, Dahe rushed out like an arrow. The rabbit was frightened by the sudden attack and ran away desperately. Dahe was chasing closely behind, its speed getting faster and faster, and its injured hind leg no longer seemed to be a hindrance to it. The rabbit dodged left and right in front, but Dahe gradually narrowed the distance between them with his keen observation and agile posture. Just when the rabbit thought he could escape, Dahe suddenly leaped forward, drew a graceful arc in the air, and bit the rabbit's neck. The rabbit struggled for a few times and then stopped moving. That's great, Dahe. You're so awesome. Lu Fan ran over excitedly, stroking Dahe's head and praising him. Dahe wagged his tail proudly and carried the rabbit to Lu Fan's feet. Bighorn also came over and looked at the captured rabbit curiously. Dajiao, look how powerful Dahe is. Lu Fan said to Dajiao with a smile. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Rabbit 10000. Live broadcast room. This Dahe is really amazing. He hits the target with every strike. From now on, Master Lu Fan has another capable dipping sauce expert. Lu Fan's acquisition of Dajiao and Dahe is like Chow Chow's acquisition of Jianwei and Su Chu. This wilderness survival system is quite humane. The prey caught by the pet can also be rebated 10,000 times. What pet? That's Admiral Dahe. The Chinese authorities also launched a lottery after processing the rabbit. After all, rabbits have a very strong reproductive capacity and resources are scarce, so we can't afford to raise them. With this unexpected gain, Lu Fan decided to find a place nearby to rest. Lu Fan poured some water from a bamboo tube for Dajiao and Dahe to drink, and then he began to process the rabbits. He skillfully used a dagger to skin the rabbit, take out the internal organs, and cut the rabbit meat into small pieces. Then he found some dry branches and made a bonfire. Skewer the rabbit on branches and roast over a fire. Thanks to Dahe today, we can have another meal. Lu Fan said to Dahe and Dajiao while roasting the rabbit meat. Dahe and Dajiao gathered around the campfire, staring at the grill, looking forward to the delicious food coming out of the oven. After a while, the rabbit meat was roasted and the aroma was fragrant. Lu Fan shared the rabbit meat with Dahe and started eating it himself, while Dajiao was eating grass quietly beside him. This taste is absolutely amazing, Lu Fan said with satisfaction. After eating the rabbit meat, Lu Fan continued to move forward with Dahe and Dajiao. They discovered many new things in the wilderness, including colorful wildflowers, stones of various shapes, and some small animals they had never seen before. As time passed, the sun gradually set, and a gorgeous sunset glow appeared on the horizon. Lu Fan knew it was time to go back. Dahe, Dajiao, let's go home. Dahe and Dajiao followed behind Lu Fan with brisk steps. On the way home, Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh that with the company of Dahe and Dajiao, although life in the wilderness was full of challenges, it was also full of fun and warmth. Chapter 52, Seed Breeding Hotbed. Lu Fan brought Dahe and Dajiao back to the shelter, humming a cheerful tune, and Dajiao returned to its shed. Since Dahe had no place to live, Lu Fan built a nest for it with bamboo and put some dry leaves inside. After all, canines love to sleep in their dens. When Lu Fan indicated that this was Dahe's nest, Dahe looked incredulous. It jumped around Lu Fan, then crawled into its nest, leaving only its head exposed. Live broadcast room. Haha, Dahe looks very happy. We have a saying here, dogs love narrow places, cats love warm places. I seriously doubt that Dahe is a husky, stupid. A good night's sleep. The next morning, The sunlight playfully danced on Lu Fan's face, waking up this wilderness survival expert. Stretching, Lu Fan began to think about today's foraging plan. Remembering the taro field he had discovered earlier, he decided to dig some more. Dahe Dajiao, let's go dig some delicious food today. As soon as Lu Fan gave an order, the two companions instantly became energetic and followed him on the journey. Along the way, Dahe was like a scout, jumping left and right in front, sniffing the grass on the side of the road from time to time, startling groups of small flying insects. The bighorn civet slowly shook its head, occasionally nibbling on the fresh grass tips, as if it was taking a leisurely pastoral walk. When he arrived at the taro field, Lu Fan was dumbfounded. It turned out that without anyone noticing, Lu Fan had almost dug up all the taro here. The once lush taro field now has only a few plants left. He dug up the soil with great anticipation, only to find that there were only 2 taro left. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Taro 10000. I still neglected its growth rate. Lu Fan scratched his head helplessly. It was a difficult problem. Live broadcast room. There are only 2 taro left. I always thought that Master Lu Fan would never lack food. What should we do? Taro is an important source of carbohydrates. But Lu Fan is not someone who will be easily defeated by such difficulties. He looked at the 2 round taro in his hand and quickly came up with an idea. Got it. Take them home and plant them. Then there will be more taro than we can eat in the future. He did it right away. He carefully put the taro into his arms, as if he was holding 2 rare treasures. After returning to the shelter, Lu Fan began to plan his planting business. Of course, this matter is not urgent. First, we need to cultivate taro seeds. He planned to build a simple breeding room. Lu Fan found some bamboo and split it into thin strips. Then he went back to his old trade, basket weaving. Only this time, the braid is tighter and thinner. During the weaving process, Dahe would come up from time to smell it. Go away, don't disturb me while I'm doing my work. As he said that, he pushed Dahe's big face away. Live broadcast room. What is Master Lu Fan doing? Such a big basket, could it be Dahe's new nest? I don't understand, but I believe that Master Lu Fan must be of great use. Finally, after more than 2 hours, Lu Fan weaved a big basket that was as big as a bathtub. Done. I'm so tired. Lu Fan looked at the big basket with satisfaction. To be precise, this is a miniature greenhouse. Then Lu Fan found a piece of land and drew a rectangle on the ground. Then he shoveled some of the ashes from the fire and piled them on the ground. Then Lu Fan found some dry grass and spread it on top of the charcoal ash, forming a small hotbed. Then he divided the 2 taro into different pieces and placed them on the hotbed. Then crush the remaining dried chilies, take out their seeds, and bury them in the hotbed. Sprinkle water on the hotbed to ensure it is moist, and then cover the greenhouse. A micro-seed breeding hotbed is ready. Looking at his masterpiece, Lu Fan nodded with satisfaction. Now, just wait for the seeds to germinate. In the live broadcast room, comments kept rolling like a tide, and the audience had a heated discussion about Lu Fan's micro-seed breeding hotbed. This operation is amazing. Master Lu Fan can always turn the seemingly impossible into reality. He was able to plan out a future food field from just these 2 taro plants. Wang Tao was not stingy with his praise. His words were full of admiration. Zhao Hangjun started to popularize science. Do you know that the design of Lu Fan's hotbed is very scientific? Charcoal ash can play a certain role in heat preservation and insect prevention. Spreading dead grass on it can keep the soil loose and breathable, creating a good environment for seed germination. The greenhouse he built can effectively maintain the internal humidity and temperature, just like creating a small greenhouse for the seeds, which greatly improves the germination rate of the seeds. So that's why? No wonder the master is always successful. There is a scientific basis behind it. An audience member suddenly realized. I thought it was just a casual trick, but I didn't expect it to be so elaborate. I've learned a lot. I thought the big basket the master had woven must be very useful. It's perfect to use it as a greenhouse. Haha, that means that Master Lu Fan can be self-sufficient in the future. I remember when I was in school, I would sprinkle water on the sawdust under the pencil sharpener, put the watermelon seeds in it, and wait for them to sprout. Sure enough, farming and infrastructure are pursuits engraved in the bones of the Chinese people. I look forward to seeing the day when Master Lu Fan grows food. At this time, Wang Tao could not help but comment. Lu Fan's perseverance and self-sufficiency are exactly the reflection of the development of our country. Just like Lu Fan is planting seeds for the future, sooner or later, China will get rid of its resource dilemma and achieve sustainable development. Meanwhile, Dahe and Dajiao were curiously circling around the hotbed. Dahe would sniff the shed from time to time, as if trying to figure out what treasures were hidden inside. Bighorn gently dug the soil beside him with his hooves, as if he was helping this land that gave birth to hope in his own way. The seeds are in the cultivation stage, but they can be prepared in advance for planting. Lu Fan also decided to do one thing, which was to prepare fertilizer. He remembered the way of making fertilizer he saw in the village in his previous life, composting. He first found a relatively hidden and well-drained corner near the shelter as a composting site, then prepared to collect some leaves. Chapter 53 The Week You. Dahe Dajiao, go out to work. In the woods, Lu Fan collected a large amount of fallen leaves, tied them into bundles with vines, and carried them on his back. Dahe and Dajiao were running around and having fun everywhere. Dahe even peed everywhere to mark his territory. While it was having fun everywhere, it would occasionally pick up a few fallen leaves with its mouth and run back to give them to Lu Fan, wagging its tail. Bighorn followed slowly behind, taking a few bites of the grass when passing by. Back at the composting site, Lu Fan first spread a thick layer of fallen leaves on the ground. This is the bottom layer of the compost and can serve as a ventilation and drainage layer. Then, Lu Fan began to collect Dajiao's feces, which were all in the shed where it lived. He spread the collected feces evenly on the fallen leaves. The feces are rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and other elements, which are important nutrients needed for plant growth. Next, it's time to find some weeds, Lu Fan said to himself. He brought Dahe and Dajiao to an area overgrown with weeds and started harvesting the weeds. Dahe watched curiously from the side, occasionally scratching the cut weeds with his claws. After collecting the weeds, Lu Fan piled them on top of the feces, forming a thick layer of weeds. In order to make the compost ferment faster, he also took some water from the river and poured it evenly on the compost to keep the entire compost at a certain humidity. Finally, Lu Fan took 2 bamboo mats and covered the entire compost pile, which would not only maintain the temperature and humidity, but also prevent excessive erosion by rain. Live broadcast room. Wow, this composting method looks familiar. A few years ago, there were piles of dirt like this everywhere in the village. The village? Are you from the village too? A matras. Zhuzi, do you think you are ready again? Oh, if I get excited, you can blow my lungs out. As the composting work came to a halt and the seedlings in the hotbed grew vigorously, Lu Fan thought about improving the food on the table. So he decided to take Dahe and Dajiao to the surrounding mountains and forests to try their luck and start a hunting trip. Dahe Dajiao, let's try to get some fresh meat today, Lu Fan shouted with high spirits, holding a homemade spear in his hand and a sharp blade on his waist. Dahe jumped up and down excitedly, circling around Lu Fan and barking eagerly from time to time, as if urging him to set off quickly. Dajiao shook his head slowly and followed behind at a leisurely pace. As soon as he entered the forest, Dahe rushed out like an arrow, exploring the way ahead with his keen sense of smell. Sometimes it would dive into the dense bushes, sometimes it would fly between the tall trees, startling flocks of birds. Lu Fan and Dajiao walked steadily forward behind. Lu Fan kept an eye on the movements around him, not missing any signs of possible prey. As Dajiao walked, he nibbled on the fresh wild grass on the roadside. Occasionally, he would stop, look up and around, as if feeling the breath of the forest. Just as they went deep into the mountains and forests, searching carefully for prey, Dahe suddenly stopped. His nose kept sniffing the air, his ears stood straight up, and the hair on his body stood up slightly, as he entered a state of high alert. Weak female goat found ahead. Seeing this, Lu Fan immediately became alert. He followed Dahe's gaze and saw a white figure swaying slightly in the grass not far away. Just as Dahe was about to jump out, Lu Fan held him down. Be obedient and don't go. Since it is a female goat, it should produce milk. This is what Lu Fan was thinking at the moment. Lu Fan approached cautiously, holding the spear tightly in his hand, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. As the distance got closer, he could see the ewe clearly. He looked very thin, his wool was a little messy, and his eyes revealed fatigue and vigilance. The ewe also discovered Lu Fan and his group, and tried to turn around and run away. But he staggered after taking just a few steps, obviously extremely weak. This sheep looks like it's dying, Lu Fan said softly. He put down his spear, walked slowly towards the ewe, and made gentle sounds to calm its nervous emotions. Dahe and Dajiao also followed. Dahe stared at the ewe curiously and kept sniffing. Dajiao stood aside and watched all this quietly. The ewe felt Lu Fan's animal affinity and stopped struggling, just standing there quietly. But when he saw Dahe, fear appeared in his eyes. Dahe is ready to make a move and bar his fangs at any time. Lu Fan slapped Dahe on the head, and Dahe's eyes immediately became clear, and he stuck out his tongue. In the live broadcast room. Good fellow. With one slap the Wolf King turned into a husky. Ha ha ha. Dahe is really good at performing. 2 minutes have passed, and the goat is still alive. I would guess that the goat is not dead yet. Okay. Could that be the legendary drum washing machine upstairs? Master Lu Fan, should we take this goat back to the shelter? After all, we don't need food for the time being. That's good too, as a reserve of food for emergencies. Lu Fan checked the ew's body and found that it had no obvious external injuries. It might have been frightened or chased, causing it to be a little weak. Let's take it back to the shelter and see if we can save it. Lu Fan said to Dahe and Dajiao, as if they could understand what he said. Dahe wagged his tail happily, as if to express his agreement. Dajiao responded with a soft moo. So, Lu Fan carefully helped the ewe up, let it lean on him, and walked towards the shelter step by step. Dahe led the way in front, looking back at the ewe from time to time and drooling, but was glared back by Lu Fan. Dajiao followed slowly behind, as if protecting everyone. Along the way, the ew's steps were very heavy, but she never gave up. With Lu Fan's support, she moved forward with difficulty. After returning to the shelter, Lu Fan immediately prepared clean water and some fresh green grass for the ewes. He sprinkled some salt on the grass. The ewe first licked the water carefully, then drank it in big gulps. After drinking the water, she began to eat the grass voraciously. Dahe and Dajiao watched quietly from the side, their eyes full of curiosity. After Lu Fan's careful care, the ew's body gradually recovered. Its hair became smooth, and its eyes became bright and energetic. She looked at Lu Fan with a more affectionate look and licked Lu Fan's hand with her tongue. Me. Chapter 54, Making Cheese. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy use 10,000. As the ewe gradually recovered in the shelter, Lu Fan decided to build a comfortable and exclusive nest for the new member. Little lamb, from now on, you will be my full-time milk production master. Mimi is your name, and 9527 is your number. Work hard, and getting a promotion and a raise is not just a dream. While muttering to the ewe, Lu Fan picked up his tools and prepared to get to work. Live broadcast room. I'll just say this sheep will be a great addition to the sanctuary. Then I can drink goat's milk in the future. This ewe didn't have any lambs to begin with, so where did the milk come from? Do we need to catch a ram? Lu Fan walked into the familiar bamboo forest again and picked out tough bamboos. We have to pick some good materials this time and build a 5-star shed for Mimi. Lu Fan muttered to himself, wielding the long knife in his hand vigorously, and soon he had chopped down enough bamboo. Dahe and Dajiao also followed. Dahe jumped up and down in the bamboo forest, bumping into the bamboos from time to time, causing them to shake and the bamboo leaves to fall. Dahe, stop making trouble. If you continue to make trouble, you won't get goat milk tonight. Dahe seemed to understand. He squatted obediently beside him, wagging his tail and looking at Lu Fan. Back at the shelter, Lu Fan began to build a shed. He skillfully split the bamboo into appropriate lengths and widths and tied them firmly together with vines. Dajiao came over curiously and gently nudged the half-built shed with his head. Lu Fan smiled and patted it. Dajiao, don't worry, you can come and cool off when it's finished. After some hard work, a spacious and sturdy sheep shed was finally built. The shed is well ventilated and has a small window so that the ewes can see the outside world at any time. Mimi, come and see your new home. Lu Fan led the ewe into the shed. The ewe excitedly turned around a few times, rubbing her head against Lu Fan's legs from time to time and making cheerful bleating sounds from her mouth. Looking at the ewe enjoying herself in her new home, Lu Fan thought it was time to try milking the goat. He found a clean bamboo tube and squatted carefully beside the ewe. The ewe was a little uncomfortable at first and moved her body restlessly. Bah, don't be afraid, just squeeze it gently. Lu Fan soothed softly, while gently holding the ewe's nipple and trying to squeeze out the first drop of milk. It wasn't smooth at the beginning. The ewe's muscles were so tense that her milk couldn't come out at all. Dahe was watching anxiously from the side. He kept pacing around outside the sheep shed, making a woo sound from his mouth, as if he was cheering Lu Fan on. Dahe, be quiet. You scared Mimi. Lu Fan said helplessly. After many attempts, finally, a drop of white goat milk dripped into the bamboo tube. Success! Lu Fan shouted excitedly. When Dahe heard the cry, he jumped up excitedly and almost knocked over the bamboo tube. With Lu Fan's patient, soothing, and gentle operation, the goat's milk gradually increased, and soon half a barrel was collected. Live broadcast room. Did the sheep really get squeezed out? This sheep has no lambs either. Could it be that it got lost? Maybe people are different from sheep. No matter what, Master Lu Fan has goat milk to drink. Wang Tao looked at Zhao Hangjun and said, Teacher Zhao, can you explain this phenomenon to us? Zhao Hangjun smiled and nodded. Of course, this is my job. Under normal circumstances, ewes produce milk because after giving birth, they are stimulated by hormones such as prolactin in their bodies, and their mammary glands begin to secrete milk to feed the lambs. However, if the ewe is stimulated by external factors during lactation, such as proper massage, milking, and other physical stimulation, its body will mistakenly think that the lamb still needs milk, and the mammary gland will continue to work to produce milk. In addition, some special nutritional supplements or changes in environmental factors may also affect the ewe's endocrine system and induce milk production. However, the amount of milk produced during this unnatural lactation period may be less than during normal lactation. Wang Tao couldn't help but applaud. Teacher Zhao is indeed knowledgeable. Haha, I'm just too old to use my phone, so I just read more books. Yu Rui is no longer seen in the live broadcast room. Because she often stays up late, she has been transferred to the late-night slot. Looking at the fresh goat milk, Lu Fan decided to challenge himself by making goat cheese. He remembered that he had seen the recipe on A Bite of China. Although he didn't have the exact tools and materials, he decided to give it a try relying on his memory and his creativity. He first poured the goat's milk into an iron pot and slowly heated it over the campfire. The temperature can't be too high, otherwise the goat milk will go bad. Lu Fan muttered to himself while staring at the goat milk. Dahe lay beside it, his eyes fixed on the container, his nose sniffing constantly and licking his lips from time to time. Dahe, don't worry, you will definitely get a share when it's ready. After heating to the appropriate temperature, Lu Fan found a rumex from the plants he had collected previously. This is a wild grass that has the effect of clotting milk. I hope this stuff works. He crushed the weeds, squeezed out the juice, and dripped it into the goat's milk. A magical thing happened. The goat milk began to slowly coagulate and form soft curds. Then, Lu Fan wrapped the curd with a clean bamboo mat and squeezed it hard to squeeze out the excess whey. The curd gradually took shape in his hands. He placed the shaped cheese in a special bamboo mold and pressed a stone on it to make the cheese more firm. While waiting for the cheese to take shape, Dahe would come over from time to time and sniff the mold with his nose, his face full of anticipation. Don't be impatient, we have to wait for a while. Lu Fan smiled and touched Dahe's head. Jiao also came over and looked at the mold in Lu Fan's hand curiously. After a long wait, the feta cheese is finally ready. Lu Fan took the cheese out of the mold and cut it into small pieces. Then spread honey, coconut, blueberry jam, and applesauce on the cheese to create 4 flavors. He first picked up a piece and handed it to Dahe, who swallowed it eagerly, then wagged his tail constantly, wanting more. Here you go, here you go. Lu Fan smiled and gave Dahe a few more pieces. He fed Dajiao another piece. Dajiao chewed it, seemed very satisfied with the taste, and mooed softly. Finally, Lu Fan took a bite himself. The goat cheese had a unique milky aroma and a delicate taste, and the various different sweet flavors made people happy. Although it is not as good as those made with modern technology, it is undoubtedly a rare delicacy in this wilderness. Now our meals are richer again, Lu Fan said happily. The ewe was bleating nearby, as if she was also proud of being able to contribute delicious food. Chapter 55, Going Out to Collect Salt, Encountering Danger in the Big Black Salt Pit. After a busy day, fatigue quickly sets in. Lu Fan couldn't help but yawn. In the live broadcast room, a lot of things happened today. Thank you for your hard work, Master Lu Fan. Not only did it create a hotbed for breeding seeds, but it also harvested new members. Master Lu Fan is really amazing. He accomplished in one day what others couldn't accomplish in several days. Lu Fan sorted out his supplies and climbed onto his bed. Suddenly, he got up again and slapped Dahe. If you dare to eat the sheep, you're done. Dahe immediately withdrew his gaze and showed a dazed expression. Ha ha ha, Dahe is acting dumb because he feels guilty about his crime. Dahe, don't talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation. What should I do if my child is always craving in the middle of the night? Ha ha, just give him a beating. After giving the warning, Lu Fan returned to his room to sleep, and Dahe also went into his own doghouse. The next morning, after washing up casually, Lu Fan began to prepare breakfast for 1 person and 3 beasts. As the number of members in the shelter increased, Lu Fan realized another problem. That is, the original salt reserves were quickly consumed and the situation was already urgent. This salt is by no means an ordinary seasoning when surviving in the wilderness. For Lu Fan, salt is key to keeping his body functioning properly. Working in the wilderness made him sweat profusely every day, and a large amount of salt was lost from his body. Without sufficient salt supplementation, the body will gradually weaken and symptoms such as fatigue and dizziness will appear, which will seriously affect subsequent survival activities. For Big Horns and Big Black, Salt is also indispensable. As a great helper in carrying weight and transporting goods, the bighorn has huge daily consumption, and salt can help it maintain its physical strength. The dahe is lively and active with a fast metabolism. Salt helps stabilize its nervous system and maintain good mobility. As for manhwa, the production of high-quality goat milk is inseparable from sufficient salt intake. Lack of salt will not only affect the milk production of goats, but also greatly reduce the quality of goat milk. This is undoubtedly a huge loss for Lu Fan. After all, goat milk is an important source of nutrition. In addition, food preservation is also a big problem in the wilderness. Salt can help Lu Fan marinate meat and extend the shelf life of food in case of emergency. After thinking it over again and again, Lu Fan knew that if he wanted to survive in this wilderness for a long time, he must replenish salt as soon as possible. So, he resolutely decided to take Dajiao and Dahe to the salt mine that had been discovered before and mine salt again. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy wild rabbit 10,000 die. Looking at Dahe holding a fat rabbit in his mouth, Lu Fan couldn't help but nodded. It turned out that it was the right choice for him to rescue Dahe. Apart from anything else, it made it much easier to obtain prey. No matter how professional Lu Fan is, he cannot compare to an adult wolf that lives in the wild all year round. Well done, Dahe. Lu Fan rubbed Dahe's head, and Dahe couldn't help sticking out his tongue. After putting the hare into Big Horn's basket, Lu Fan continued on his way. This time there were no more accidents on the road, and we successfully arrived at the salt mine that we had discovered before. This salt mine looks like a huge white gem thrown away by the earth, sparkling with tiny lights in the sun. As soon as they arrived here, relying on their animal instincts, Dajiao and Dahe went up to lick the rocks and absorb the salt in them. We have to pick more today. After Mimi came, our salt is used up much faster. As Lu Fan spoke, he picked up his homemade iron pickaxe. The tool looked a bit simple, but in Lu Fan's hands, it was like professional mining equipment. Dajiao stood obediently by the side, rubbing the stone next to him with his horns from time to time, as if to cheer Lu Fan up. Dahe was as excited as a little madman. He ran around the salt mine, digging at the salt grains on the ground with his claws from time to time and having a lot of fun. Lu Fan began to mine. He hit the salt mine with a hammer, each time with full enthusiasm. The white salt blocks peeled off from the mountain bit by bit, and soon formed a small pile. Ha ha, at this rate, we will have enough salt to eat for a long time, Lu Fan said proudly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. But at this moment, an accident happened. Dahe, who was too excited, didn't pay attention to his feet while running, and suddenly fell into a crack hidden in the salt mine with a wow. Dahe! Lu Fan shouted in horror, threw down the tools in his hands, and ran to the crack at a high speed. Dajiao was also startled by this sudden change, and hurried over, letting out a worried cry. The crack looked deep and dark, like the open mouth of a giant beast, and Lu Fan could not see the bottom at all. Dahe, how are you? Lu Fan shouted anxiously. The sound echoed in the crack, but only the faint whimpering of Dahe could be heard. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Oh my god, how could Dahe be so careless? Think of a solution quickly, Master Lu Fan. This crack looks very deep. Will Dahe be in danger? I don't think they will be in any danger. Wang Tao and Zhao Hajun were also staring at the screen nervously at this moment. Wang Tao said, Teacher Zhao, what do you think we should do in this situation? Zhao Hajun frowned, thought for a moment and said, First we have to make sure Dahe is injured, and then find a way to rescue him. This crack looks like it was formed during an earthquake. Be careful with the surrounding rock structures to prevent secondary collapse. Lu Fan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He took out a rope from his backpack. He had carefully woven this rope out of vines, and it was quite strong. He tied one end to a huge rock nearby and slowly lowered the rope into the crack. Dahe, grab the rope, he shouted. But in the crack there was only Dahe's panicked cry, but no sound of anyone grabbing the rope. No, this crack is too dark. Dahe may not be able to see the rope, Lu Fan said to himself. After thinking for a while, Lu Fan came up with an idea. He took one of the baskets off Big Horn, tied it with vines, and put it into the wide crack. In order to load more salt, Lu Fan brought two of the largest baskets this time, which were big enough to hold Dahe's body. Big Black, jump into the basket. The audience in the live broadcast room held their breath and stared at the screen. Master Lu Fan is so smart. He used a basket. I hope Dahe can understand what he means. Just when everyone was extremely anxious, Dahe seemed to finally understand what Lu Fan meant and jumped into the basket. Lu Fan felt a pulling force and was delighted. Dahe, hold on. I'll pull you up. Chapter 56, 10,000 Saltpeter Mines. He began to pull the rope carefully. An adult wild wolf weighs only about 30 to 50 kilograms. For Lu Fan, whose body had been strengthened, carrying this weight was a piece of cake. Every time he pulled, he had to stop to check whether the surrounding salt mines were loose, for fear of causing a collapse. Bighorn also helped, using its strong horns to hold the rocks nearby to prevent them from sliding. With the efforts of one man and one deer, Dahe was finally pulled up. It was covered in salt and looked miserable, but fortunately it was not injured. As soon as Dahe came up, he snuggled up to Lu Fan tightly, wagging his tail constantly, as if telling about the fear he had just felt. "You idiot, you scared me to death," Lu Fan said while stroking Dahe's head. There was cheering in the live broadcast room. "Great, Dahe is fine. Master Lu Fan is so awesome, he successfully rescued Dahe." It must be said that Master Lu Fan is really strong. It feels like he is about the same strength as contestant Ling Yu. In terms of physical fitness, the two of them may be about the same, but in terms of survival, I personally feel that Master Lu Fan is better. That's true. Master Lu Fan is recognized by everyone as the best wilderness surviving expert. Lu Fan patted Dahe's body with his hands to help him get rid of the salt. "Well, what is this?" Suddenly his fingers touched a particle with a strange texture. Upon closer inspection, it was a small piece of slightly yellowish crystal. Saltpeter fragments found. Lu Fan's eyes widened instantly, and a surge of ecstasy surged in his heart. He searched carefully in Dahe's fur again, and sure enough, he found several grains of saltpeter. "Saltpeter, it's actually saltpeter, ha 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 ha," Lu Fan shouted excitedly. The live broadcast room instantly became lively again. "What? Saltpeter? Isn't that something that can make ice? Oh my god, Dahe has fallen into the crack of the treasure. Master Lu Fan is so lucky." Wang Tao and Zhao Hangjun were also shocked by the sudden news. Wang Tao said excitedly, "Teacher Zhao, this is such a pleasant surprise." Zhao Hangjun also interrupted at the right time and started his science popularization time. "That's right. The saltpeter ice-making method is actually a method of making ice by using the principle that saltpeter absorbs a large amount of heat when dissolved in water. In ancient times, people would put saltpeter into water, wait for the water to freeze, and then take out the ice cubes to preserve them. Although this method is primitive, it was very practical in ancient times when there was no modern refrigeration technology." "Teacher Zhao, besides making ice, does saltpeter have any other uses?" an audience member asked curiously. Zhao Hangjun smiled and continued to explain. "Saltpeter has many uses. In addition to making ice, it is also an important chemical raw material. It can be used to make gunpowder, fertilizer, etc. Moreover, saltpeter also has certain applications in medicine. For example, it can be used to treat some skin diseases." The audience listened with great interest and marveled at the magic of saltpeter. "If we can make gunpowder, does that mean that Master Lu Fan can make explosives? Maybe you can make guns. It's too difficult to make a gun. There are no instruments that are that sophisticated. Be bold. With the strength of Master Lu Fan, it is not a problem to make gunpowder in 1 day, a pistol in 2 days, and a plane and a rocket in 3 days." Lu Fan looked at Dahe and said with a smile, "Silly dog, you are such a lucky dog." He squatted down and gently stroked Dahe's head. Dahe seemed to feel Lu Fan's joy. He wagged his tail, stretched out his tongue, and looked very proud. "Since we have discovered saltpeter, I must go down and take a look. Maybe there are a lot of them down there," Lu Fan said with determination in his eyes. He was well aware of the importance of saltpeter. As the weather gets hotter, meat will become difficult to preserve. Even if it is simply pickled, there is a risk of spoilage. Besides, who would want to eat pickled meat when there is fresh meat to eat? With saltpeter, not only can we make ice to cool down in the hot wilderness, but it will also come in handy in various situations that we may encounter in the future. Lu Fan checked the rope tied to the salt stone again to make sure it was secure. Then, take a basket to fill with saltpeter. "Jiao, wait for me up there. If anything happens, just shout loudly." Lu Fan patted Jiao's neck and said. Jiao seemed to understand and mooed, rubbing his head against Lu Fan. Lu Fan slowly descended along the rope, observing the surrounding rock walls as he descended. On the rock wall inside the crack, some white crystals could be vaguely seen gleaming, and his heart became more and more excited. The audience in the live broadcast room were looking at the screen nervously and excitedly. "Wow, I look forward to the harvest from Master Lu Fan. Be careful, Master Lu Fan, don't let any more accidents happen." As Lu Fan continued to descend, the situation in the crack gradually became clear. There are many white crystals inlaid on the rock wall. After careful identification, it was determined that they are saltpeter. He took out the pickaxe and shovel he carried with him and began to carefully collect saltpeter. Every time he collected a piece of saltpeter, he would carefully check the surrounding rock walls to ensure safety. The space inside the crack is not large, and if Lu Fan moves a little bit bigger, some small stones will fall. Refrigerator, gunpowder, crushed ice, ice cream. Lu Fan muttered while collecting saltpeter. In the process of collecting saltpeter, Lu Fan also discovered some strange phenomena. The saltpeter in the crack seemed to be so tightly bonded to the surrounding rocks that some of it even required a lot of effort to pry it out. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Micro saltpeter mine 10,000 I. Great. The 10,000-fold rebate has been triggered again. Master Lu Fan is really amazing. Thank you, Master Lu Fan, for sending me 10,000 saltpeter mines. Sometimes having too much stuff isn't necessarily a good thing. Don't you agree? Beautiful country, Sakura country. You're right. Our country's territory is limited and cannot carry so many supplies. Gradually, Lu Fan's basket was filled with saltpeter and became heavy. It's almost time to go up. Lu Fan first tied the basket with a rope, and then he climbed up. Relying on his strong physical fitness, Lu Fan supported himself on the stone walls on both sides of the crack with his hands and feet. Then he climbed up quickly using his hands and feet. Live broadcast room. Oh my god, what a strong physique. Classic reappearance of I am a special swollen soldier. Oh, I've seen this episode. That cold wind climbed up the chimney like that and managed to catch a cold. In this live broadcast room, you can learn a lot even if you don't do anything. They're all a bunch of idiots. Chapter 57. Saltpeter Ice Making. Lu Fan used his hands and feet and returned to the ground in a short while. When Dahei saw Lu Fan coming back, he rushed over excitedly and almost knocked Lu Fan down. Go away, stupid dog. Don't knock me down again. Lu Fan smiled and pushed Dahei away. Dahei jumped up and down with his tongue hanging out. Then he pulled the rope and lifted the saltpeter up. He put the basket full of saltpeter on the ground. The audience in the live broadcast room were amazed when they saw so much saltpeter. Master Lu Fan has gained a lot from this trip. Now I can have ice cream to eat. I'm so jealous. Lu Fan picked up some salt blocks and filled another basket, then put the basket on Dajiao's body. Then he turned to the mad Dahei and said, "Let's go back to the shelter." On the way back, Lu Fan felt particularly happy. Not only did they successfully save Dahei's life, but they also discovered saltpeter. The experience of this day was full of twists and turns and surprises. Dajiao and Dahei seemed to have sensed Lu Fan's joy. Dajiao took brisk steps while Dahei ran happily in front, looking back at Lu Fan from time to time. Lu Fan returned to the shelter and his tense nerves finally relaxed. Looking at Dajiao and Dahei who were playing happily beside him, he knew that today's thrills and gains would become precious assets in survival in the wilderness. After taking a short breath, Lu Fan began to deal with the harvest he brought back. He first processed the mined salt rock to remove impurities. The water in the big pot was bubbling and boiling over the raging fire, and Lu Fan slowly poured the salt stone powder into it. As time goes by, the water slowly evaporates, and white and delicate salt grains gradually precipitate from the bottom of the pot, sparkling with crystal light in the sun. With so much salt, I won't have to worry about it for a long time. Lu Fan sighed as he gently stirred the salt grains with a spoon. The audience left messages on the screen to express their admiration for Lu Fan's superb skills. Master Lu Fan is amazing. The salt he made is just like the salt you buy in the supermarket. Sure enough, the masters are among the people. Oh no, in the wilderness. Although this is my second time watching it, I am still amazed by Master Lu Fan's craftsmanship. After the salt was made, Lu Fan immediately started the challenge of making ice from saltpeter. He found 2 containers, an iron pot and a large clay basin, and placed the iron pot steadily into the large clay basin. Then pour saltpeter and water into the gap between the iron pot and the ceramic basin. A magical thing happened. The saltpeter dissolved quickly, the temperature of the water dropped sharply, and a thin layer of ice began to appear on the surface of the water in the iron pot. Lu Fan touched it with his hand, and a cool breeze came through his fingertips. The live broadcast room was instantly boiling with excitement, and the audience was amazed. Wow, this is magic. This ice is so easy to make, it makes me want to try it. Excuse me, where did you get the saltpeter? After the ice was made, it was time for dinner, so Lu Fan decided to have a good meal. He started by crafting a blueberry and honey smoothie. The fresh blueberries picked from the tree are plump and round, like purple gems. Lu Fan gently mashed the blueberries, and thick juice instantly flowed out, with the rich fruity aroma filling the air. Dahei kept sniffing, eager to try. Lu Fan broke the prepared ice into small pieces, put them into a bowl, then poured in sweet honey, covered it with mashed blueberries, and finally stirred it evenly with chopsticks. The smoothie sparkles with an alluring luster under the sunlight, and the purple of blueberries and the golden color of honey blend together, like a fine work of art. The making of spicy rabbit head is another taste adventure. The wild rabbit that Dahei had caught before was carefully processed, and the rabbit head became the protagonist of this delicacy. After Lu Fan processed the rabbit skins, he hung them out to dry. He currently has 3 rabbit skins and plans to make them into clothes later. Lu Fan put the rabbit head into the pot and cooked it, then took it out and drained the water. Take out the pickled chili peppers that you had previously pickled. Lu Fan took a sip, and the spicy taste was still there. This pepper is really strong, he said as he continued with his movements. Then, he put the pickled chili peppers into the pot, added appropriate amounts of salt and water, and boiled them into a pot of rich spicy soup. The soup was boiling in the pot, and the hot steam seemed to carry an invisible, spicy power. When Dahe, who had a keen sense of smell, smelled the odor, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Finally, put the rabbit head into the soup and let it fully absorb the flavor of the soup. As it stews, a spicy aroma fills the entire sanctuary. Dahe and Dajia were attracted by the tempting aroma and stared at the pot eagerly. Dajia sniffed from time to time and licked his lips with his tongue. But Lu Fan knew that Dajiao couldn't bear such spicy food, so he smiled and said to it, "Dajiao, you can't bear this. I will prepare some fresh green grass for you later." After some patient waiting, the spicy rabbit head was finally out of the pot. The audience in the live broadcast room were so envious that the screen was full of messages. This smoothie looks refreshing and delicious, and the spicy rabbit head is even better. I envy Master Lu Fan's craftsmanship so much. The combination of this smoothie and spicy rabbit head must taste amazing. It feels like the collision of two extremes. I smoothie with rabbit head. If Lu Fan doesn't run away, I'm a dog. The guy upstairs, I think you were just saying the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. Lu Fan first scooped a spoonful of blueberry honey smoothie into his mouth, and the icy taste instantly spread in his mouth. The sourness of blueberries and the sweetness of honey blend perfectly, as if the freshness and sweetness of summer are locked in this bite. It makes people feel as if they are in a cool orchard, with the breeze blowing and bringing bursts of fruit fragrance. Lu Fan began his celebrity-style comments again. Then, he took a bite of the spicy rabbit head. The rabbit head meat is tender and juicy, and the spicy taste blooms instantly on the tip of the tongue. Like a lively party, the flavors of various spices intertwine and stimulate the taste buds. The coolness of the smoothie and the spiciness of the spicy rabbit head form a sharp contrast, one cold and one hot, one sweet and one spicy. The two completely different flavors intertwine and collide in the mouth, bringing an unprecedented wonderful experience. Live broadcast room. Oh my god, it appears again. Lu's review. I'm so embarrassed. I missed the commercials. I want to say that Lu Fan has a lot of drama. The whole world is watching his performance. It's really excellent. I'll just use my 30-meter-long knife to peel an apple for you. The wonderful taste made Lu Fan's eyes light up. He couldn't help but take another sip of the smoothie and then a bite of the rabbit head, repeating this over and over again, intoxicated in this unique taste feast. Dahe watched eagerly from the side, wagging his tail nonstop, his saliva almost dripping onto the ground. Lu Fan smiled and broke off a small piece of rabbit head meat and handed it to Dahe. Here, you try it too. Chapter 58, Making a Cold Storage Room. Dahe couldn't hold back any longer and swallowed it in one gulp. As a result, he was instantly jumped up and down on the spot because of the spiciness, and kept sticking out his tongue to dissipate the heat, making a woo-woo sound from his mouth, which made Lu Fan laugh. Haha, you vegetable dog, do you still want to eat? Although Dahe was spicy, he seemed attracted by the unique taste and kept staring at the rabbit head. Lu Fan fed it a little more. This time, Dahe ate it carefully and drank some water from time to time to relieve the spiciness. After enjoying this delicious meal of ice and fire, Lu Fan lay comfortably on a bamboo chair to bask in the sun. He couldn't help humming an unknown tune and patting his belly in contentment. Dajiao and Mamie were eating grass under the shed, looking up from time to time. The veggie dog Dahe was gnawing on the bamboo ball with his mouth, fetching the ball back and forth. Everything is so harmonious. But not long after, Lu Fan's expression gradually became a little ugly, and his originally relaxed smile was replaced by a hint of pain. Ouch, my stomach. Lu Fan covered his stomach with his hands, frowning. He originally thought it was just a slight discomfort and would go away if he endured it, but he didn't expect that the cramps would become more and more intense. He could only grab the paper and rush to the toilet. If I had known, I would have eaten less smoothies. This is too stimulating. Lu Fan gritted his teeth and squatted with difficulty. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they were immediately shocked. Haha, Master Lu has also suffered this day. Although smoothies are delicious, don't be greedy. I'm almost dying of laughter. I was enjoying the food just now, but now my stomach is hurting so much. This is what they call cooling down for a while, but it can turn your stomach into a crematorium. I know he's going to run away. I have a lot of experience. Wang Tao suppressed his laughter and said, the temperature of the ice smoothie is extremely low, and the spicy rabbit head is too spicy. If you eat a large amount of it in a short period of time, the stomach and intestines will be stimulated by the dual stimulation of cold, heat, and spiciness, which can easily cause stomach cramps and lead to diarrhea. This is a very common condition in medicine. Here I would like to remind the audience to pay attention to healthy diet and proper diet. Seeing that Lu Fan hadn't come out of the toilet for such a long time, Dahe couldn't help but run to the toilet and put his head in. Get out of here, you stupid dog. Believe it or not, I can make you into a belt. After saying that, Lu Fan slapped Dahe in the face, causing him to flee in panic. The people in the live broadcast room were also amused by this scene. I dare say that just now was definitely the moment when Master Lu Fan was at his most vulnerable. Ha ha ha, Dahe is such a stupid dog. Dahe, let me see. Dahe, don't try to eat delicious food without telling me. In the following period of time, Lu Fan was troubled by this sudden diarrhea. After running to the toilet again and again, my legs felt a little weak. Helplessly, he could only boil some herbs and drink them, still following the recipe of less herbs and more honey. This is really a case of extreme joy leading to extreme sorrow. I will never dare to eat and drink like this again, Lu Fan said weakly. It was finally afternoon when Lu Fan's stomach finally calmed down a little. He slumped down on a bamboo chair, breathing heavily, and secretly vowed to himself that he would pay attention to his diet in the future. After a while, the medicine took effect and the pain gradually disappeared. I won't go out today. I'll stay in the shelter and rest for a while. Having said that, Lu Fan couldn't sit still. Now that he had saltpeter, he decided to create a storage room out of ice. Lu Fan started looking for a suitable location without delay. He walked around the shelter and finally chose a shady corner. This place can avoid direct sunlight and is relatively hidden, making it an ideal location for building an ice house. Lu Fan first used a shovel to dig a rectangular hole in the ground. After his body recovered, he picked up the shovel and started working. Soon a rectangular pit nearly 1 meter deep appeared on the ground. Then he dragged in bamboo, cut it neatly and stacked it at the bottom of the pit, and also laid bamboo on the walls of the pit. A simple framework is formed. Then Lu Fan used saltpeter to make a large amount of ice cubes. He carefully stacked the ice blocks one by one in the frame, as if he was building a crystal-clear castle. Every time he places an ice cube, he carefully adjusts its position to ensure that the ice cubes fit tightly together to reduce the entry of heat. It would be great if these ice cubes could stick together like glue, Lu Fan said to himself while he was busy. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he thought of water. So he brought a basin of water and slowly poured it into the gaps between the ice cubes. The water froze quickly under the low temperature, sticking the ice cubes firmly together. As the ice cubes continued to pile up, the prototype of the storage room gradually emerged. Lu Fan looked at his masterpiece and felt a sense of accomplishment. Then he used the bamboo to make a raft to serve as a cover for the storage room. How did Lu Fan find some dry leaves from nearby and spread them layer by layer on the bamboo raft, just like putting on a thick cotton jacket for the ice room? These leaves can effectively block the outside heat and keep the temperature inside the ice room low. While they were busy, Dahe and Daji were watching curiously from the side. Dahe would touch the ice with his paws from time to time, but would immediately retract his paws because of the cold, which made Lu Fan laugh. Silly dog, don't make trouble. This is used to keep your dog food fresh, Lu Fan said to Dahe with a smile. Dajiao stood obediently by the side, occasionally rubbing Lu Fan gently with his antlers, as if to cheer him up. After several hours of hard work, the ice room was finally built. He carefully placed the remaining fresh meat into the ice room and closed the door tightly. That's good now. We don't have to worry about the meat going bad for the time being, Lu Fan said excitedly. The audience in the live broadcast room praised Lu Fan's creativity and initiative. Master Lu is really amazing. He can think of this. We don't have to worry about the meat going bad anymore. This ice room is so cool, it feels like a work of art. Lu Fan is so good at hands-on work that he can live a life with a refrigerator in the wilderness. Wang Tao said in the live broadcast room, Teacher Zhao, do you think Lu Fan's ice room can play a good role in preserving fresh food? Zhao Hagjun pushed up his glasses and analyzed, from a scientific point of view, ice can absorb the surrounding heat and maintain a low-temperature environment, which can indeed extend the shelf life of meat. Moreover, Lu Fan took good insulation measures to reduce the entry of external heat. As long as the ice cubes are not completely melted, this ice room can continue to play a role in preserving freshness. However, the melting speed of ice will be affected by factors such as ambient temperature, so Lu Fan needs to pay close attention to it. Chapter 59. Making popsicles and poisoning. Looking at the ice room that had just been completed, Lu Fan felt a sense of accomplishment. However, seeing that there was only some meat in the storage room, Lu Fan felt it was a bit of a waste. Looking at the scorching sun, a new idea popped into his head. Since there is such a great ice house, why don't we try some popsicles? The live broadcast room instantly became lively, with the audience cheering and various expectant messages filling the screen. Popsicle, what an idea. Others are thinking about how to survive, while Master Lu Fan is thinking about how to enjoy himself. Yumeka wa Naikyu, it's all an illusion. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Haha. Lu Fan decided to go collect fruits first. He took Dahe with him and prepared to look for the destined person. No, the destined fruit. When Dahe heard that he was going out, he jumped up and down excitedly, circling around Lu Fan and wagging his tail like a rattle. Dahe, don't run around. If I can't find you later, I won't be able to help you. Lu Fan deliberately put on a stern face to scare it, but Dahe didn't listen at all. He had already rushed to the front, like a pioneer. Soon Lu Fan and his friends arrived at the place where they had discovered blueberries before. The blueberry bushes swayed gently in the breeze, as if waving to Lu Fan. Haha, I have to pack you all up and take you away this time. Lu Fan smiled as he picked the fruit skillfully. While picking blueberries, Lu Fan stuffed them into his mouth. Soon, the small wicker basket he brought was filled with blueberries. The plump blueberries in the basket sparkled with an alluring luster like purple gems. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Small blueberry bush 10,000 A. Soon, clusters of blueberry trees appeared across China. Come on, Dahe, let's look for other fruits. Lu Fan patted Dahe's head, and the man and the dog continued to go deeper into the woods. Along the way, Big Black sniffed here and there, and from time to time he barked at the small animals in the bushes, scaring the little guys away in all directions. Just when Lu Fan felt a little tired, Dahe suddenly stopped not far ahead, sniffed the ground with his nose, and then shouted excitedly. What's the matter, Dahe? Did you find any treasure? Lu Fan hurried over. Edible wild strawberries discovered. The scene before him made Lu Fan's eyes light up. A bunch of red strawberries appeared in front of them. Each strawberry is small and delicate, fresh and juicy, with crystal water droplets hanging on it. Under the sunlight, they look like red gems. Haha, silly dog, you have a nice nose. Lu Fan squatted down happily and began to pick strawberries carefully. The aroma of strawberries wafted into Lu Fan's nose, making him drool. He picked them and put them into his mouth. The sweet and sour taste spread in his mouth instantly, making him unable to help but let out an exclamation of satisfaction. The bunch of strawberries was not big, so Lu Fan picked them all to save the wild animals. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Small wild strawberry bush 10,000. Live broadcast room. I found strawberries again, drooling. I'm so envious. These fruits are so expensive now. I spend hundreds of dollars just to buy a few small ones. The prices in the Magic City are even more outrageous. One piece of fruit is enough to buy my life. With a full harvest, Lu Fan and Dahe returned to the shelter. When Jiao and Mei Mei saw them come back, they came over to join in the fun, as if they were curious about what good things they had brought back. Jiao, Mei Mei, we have delicious popsicles today, but you can't eat them, Lu Fan said to them with a smile. After returning to the shelter, Lu Fan started making popsicles. He first washed the blueberries and strawberries separately, then mashed the blueberries. Thick juice instantly flowed out, and the rich fruity aroma filled the air again. He cut the strawberries into small pieces while retaining their complete shape. Then, Lu Fan found some bamboo tubes he had made earlier, poured the blueberry juice and strawberry pieces into the bamboo tubes respectively, and then added an appropriate amount of honey. The honey flows slowly like golden threads, adding a touch of sweetness to the juice. Then he placed the bamboo tube into water with saltpeter, and the mixture inside slowly solidified. After a while, Lu Fan picked up the bamboo tube, and the popsicle had solidified into shape. He carefully took the popsicles out of the bamboo tube, wrapped them carefully with leaves, and arranged them neatly one by one. It's done. I'm such a fucking genius. Lu Fan picked up a popsicle. The surface of the popsicle is covered with a thin layer of frost, through which you can see the tempting colors of the blueberry juice and strawberry chunks inside. Wow, an ice factory. I want to eat it, but it's too expensive. I still prefer Adidas, especially the sesame sauce on it. It's delicious. Adi. Das? Sesame? Are you sure, bro? Lu Fan couldn't wait to take a bite, and the cool taste spread in his mouth instantly. The sweet and sour taste of blueberries, the freshness of strawberries, and the fragrance of honey blended perfectly together, making him intoxicated. This tastes absolutely amazing, Lu Fan exclaimed as he ate. Live broadcast room. Workers are only fit to watch. I personally prefer summer rider. Riding on ice in summer, wouldn't that make you a quick frozen dumpling? Oh my god, you guys are geniuses. Dahe watched eagerly from the side, wagging his tail nonstop, his saliva almost flowing like a river. Dahe, you can't eat too much of this popsicle. I'll only give you a small bite. Lu Fan broke off a small piece of popsicle and handed it to Dahe. Dahe swallowed it in one gulp and was so cold that his whole body trembled and he couldn't even stick out his tongue. He looked very funny and made Lu Fan and the audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Dahe, are you frozen? Lu Fan smiled and touched Dahe's head. Dahe was still not satisfied and wanted to eat more, so he kept circling around Lu Fan. Lu Fan ate a few more popsicles and patted his stomach contentedly. He put the remaining popsicles in a bamboo tube and put them in the refrigerator. Just when the Chinese audience was immersed in joy. Wilderness survival announcement. Otto from Rima died due to pufferfish poisoning from Yumekawa from Sakura. Lima player Otto triggers 10,000 times rebate. 10,000 people in Rio will be randomly infected with pufferfish toxin. Sakura country player Yumekawa Ichiko triggers 10,000 times rebate. Half of the 10,000-fold rebate materials generated by Rio player Otto will be returned to Sakura country. Chapter 60 Reactions from various countries. Live broadcast room. What? Poisoning? And poisoning someone to death? Is this allowed? Half of the resources are returned. Isn't this encouraging the survivors to kill each other? The people of Sakura country are so disgusting that they would do such despicable things. The Sakura country must give an explanation. The whole world was shocked and speechless by this announcement, and then a wave of public opinion swept in. On social media, countless netizens have come forward to criticize the Sakura country player Yumekawa Ichiko's insane behavior. The people of Lima were heartbroken, and their anger burned like a raging fire. They frantically vented their condemnation of Yumekawa Naiku on the internet and demanded justice for the dead Otto. The live broadcast rooms in various countries also exploded, and the audience flocked into the live broadcast room of the Sakura country. The barrage of comments poured down like a rainstorm, full of insults and contempt for Yumekawa Naiku. It's totally inhumane. This is wilderness survival, not a murder game. The murderer must be severely punished. But what is unexpected is that in the face of overwhelming accusations, the people of the Sakura country not only feel no guilt, but instead have the ugly faces of a villain who has succeeded. In the live broadcast room, they mocked other countries in a sarcastic manner and made excuses for Yumekawa Naiku's evil deeds. He claimed that this was a survival strategy, and that Otto himself was too stupid to fall into the trap. Their cabinet even made a hypocritical apology in front of the media. We are very sorry for the harm caused to the people of Rima by the actions of our player Yumekawa Naiku. However, all of this is for survival. To express our apology, we will take out some of the supplies to help the country of Lima. Sorry again. Fuck you, you bastard. Villain, even after all these years, their faces are still so disgusting. People are not buying into the apology from the land of Sakura. At this moment, the beautiful country also stood up and openly supported the Sakura country. The official spokesperson of the United States said in the live broadcast room, "In such a cruel environment as wilderness survival, all means are for survival." Although Yumekawa Naiku's actions are extreme, they're understandable. These remarks that distorted right and wrong instantly aroused greater public indignation, but the United States turned a blind eye to it. Their eyes have long been attracted by the half of the rebate materials. In order to make the subsequent plans go smoothly, they have to whitewash the Sakura country. The Sakura country and the beautiful country secretly contacted each other and planned a conspiracy against the Chinese player Lu Fan. They were well aware of Lu Fan's outstanding performance and powerful strength in the wilderness. With the help of Lu Fan, China's development is now soaring. On the surface, the United States and China are still powerful countries that are on par with each other in the world, but anyone with a discerning eye knows that China has left the United States behind. This is something that the United States, which claims to be a noble nation, cannot tolerate. If he is not eliminated as soon as possible, Lu Fan may very likely become their biggest obstacle in this wilderness survival competition. That Lu Fan is too dangerous. Not only has he triggered multiple 10,000-fold rebates, he is also thriving in the wilderness. We must find a way to get him out. A high-ranking official from Sakura country said this viciously. The malice on his face was disgusting. The top officials of the United States also nodded in agreement. That's right. And the audience's support for him is very high. If he can successfully complete the competition, it will be detrimental to our country's influence. We have to think of a comprehensive way to get rid of him without arousing too much suspicion. So the two sides began to plan. At the same time, some righteous contestants and spectators noticed the unusual behavior of the Sakura country and the beautiful country and began to issue warnings on the internet. Everyone be careful. The Sakura country and the beautiful country seem to be planning something against the Chinese players. We can't just sit back and watch. A senior African official said anxiously at the meeting. But the Sakura country and the beautiful country scoffed at this, and they still planned their conspiracy. In China, relevant departments have also noticed this potential danger. China's top leaders immediately convened a meeting of experts. This poisoning incident has given us a warning that the players must be more vigilant. Killing a survivor will earn you half of the other party's rebate. If this happens, our country's players will definitely become the target of public criticism. A general said, "We don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but we must take precautions." At this time, an expert said, "Let Shalu from our research institute report to you all." He is the famous geography expert on the internet. Then a young man with glasses stood up and bowed. Dear leaders, we have studied and analyzed the environment, terrain, climate, and other factors of the three contestants overnight and came to the following conclusions. With contestant Lu Fan as the center, about 120 kilometers northwest of him is the location of contestant Lan, and they are all in a rainforest environment. Contestant Ling Yu is farther away, 600 kilometers east of contestant Lu Fan, almost on the other side of the deserted island. The biggest problem now lies with Yumekawa Naiku from the Sakura country. He has been in a free state, and his position is between Lu Fan and Lan. It is very likely that Sakura country has also analyzed their location. No matter which way he goes, he will encounter our players. The problem is that we can only send comments to one contestant now. Is it Lu Fan or Lan? An old man wearing glasses said, send comments to contestant Lu Fan. I believe everyone can see how important he is. We must ensure his safety. I object. I think that with the Sakura country's nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, they are likely to go after Lan and send her a barrage of comments, asking her to go find Lu Fan. We are running out of time, but we cannot afford to lose anyone. Alas. Just as they were discussing heatedly, the old man sitting at the head seat knocked on the table, and the meeting room suddenly became quiet. First, pay attention to the movements of the players from Sakura country and Beautiful country. If they are targeting player Lu Fan, send a barrage to player Lu Fan. If they are targeting player Lan. The first leader was silent for a moment, and then said, we will continue to send bullet comments to contestant Lu Fan, asking him to rescue contestant Lan. As for the specific results, we can only leave it to fate. Everyone fell silent. For now, this was the best solution. Extra, happy year of the snake. The first rays of morning sunlight shine through the dense branches and leaves and fall on the shelter. Lan was the first to wake up from her sleep. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and turned her head to see Lu Fan lying on the bamboo bed not far away. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on Lu Fan's face, making him look a little softer. Lan looked at Lu Fan's peaceful sleeping face, her cheeks slightly flushed. She got up quietly, afraid of waking Lu Fan. Happy New Year, Lu Fan. Lan suddenly shouted at Lu Fan. Lu Fan was awakened by the sudden sound and opened his eyes in a daze. Seeing Lan standing beside the bed with a smile on his face, I was a little stunned for a moment. Happy New Year? He scratched his head, his mind working rapidly. According to the time before they arrived in the wilderness, today was indeed New Year's Eve. Happy New Year. Lu Fan responded with a smile, and his mood became particularly good. In this wilderness, it doesn't seem so bad to have a companion like Lan to accompany me during the New Year. The two quickly made their beds and began to prepare for this special New Year's Eve dinner. They caught some fat fish by the sea and found some fresh wild vegetables in the forest. Although the ingredients are simple, their faces are filled with smiles of anticipation. We have to show off our skills today and make the New Year's Eve dinner in the wilderness special. While Lu Fan was handling the fish skillfully, he said to Lan with a smile. Lan helped to wash the wild vegetables, his eyes smiling into crescents. Of course, I can't wait to taste our cooking skills. Just when they were busy and happy, a white figure suddenly rushed in from outside, breaking this warm scene. Lan screamed in fright and subconsciously hid behind Lu Fan. Don't be afraid, it's a white snake. Lu Fan hurriedly comforted Lan. He looked at the uninvited guest, but he didn't feel too much fear in his heart. A white snake as thick as a thigh, with smooth and delicate scales and eyes as big as black beans. Relying on his affinity for animals, he slowly approached the white snake and soothed it with soft words. The white snake's originally vigilant eyes gradually softened. It no longer ran around, but stayed quietly in place, allowing Lu Fan to stroke its head. This snake looks so docile. Lan poked his head out from behind Lu Fan and looked at the white snake cautiously. The fear in his eyes was gradually replaced by curiosity. Today is the year of the snake. Touching it might bring good luck. Lu Fan said with a smile, his hand gently stroking the white snake, silently hoping that something good would happen. At the moment his hand touched the white snake, a dazzling light suddenly flashed, and the white snake turned into 3 red envelopes emitting golden light, floating in the air. At the same time, the familiar mechanical sound of the wilderness survival announcement sounded in their ears. Wilderness survival announcement. Congratulations to Lu Fan for discovering the auspicious beast in the wilderness, triggering a red envelope with a 10,000-fold rebate. Longevity red packet 10,000. Lucky money red packet 10,000. Smooth sailing red packet 10,000. Red envelopes contain magical power that can bless people's fortunes for a year. This is too magical. Lan was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. Lu Fan was also stunned by this sudden surprise. He was stunned for several seconds before he reacted. A bright smile appeared on his face. It seems that this year is really a lucky year. The live broadcast room exploded instantly, and the barrage of comments rolled like crazy like a tide. Oh my god, what kind of luck is this? Master Lu is simply possessed by the Emperor of Europe. This is too enviable. 10,000 times the rebate. This is going to make a fortune. The Chinese audience will be so envious, just waiting for the draw. When Chinese officials learned the news, they took immediate action. They quickly set up a fair lottery system to ensure that every audience member had a chance to participate. As soon as the news came out, the whole of China was in an uproar. People are sitting in front of their computers and mobile phones, waiting for the arrival of the god of luck. In the wilderness, Lu Fan and Lan had no time to cook. They were excitedly discussing the meaning of the 3 red envelopes. This, live a long life, must mean that everyone is in good health. Lan picked up one of the red envelopes, his eyes full of anticipation. Good fortune rolling in means that we all hope that we can get rich. Lu Fan smiled and picked up another red envelope, jokingly saying, maybe we can find some treasure in this wilderness this year. In this smooth sailing, I hope our next journey of survival in the wilderness will be smooth and we won't encounter so many dangers again. Lan looked at the last red envelope, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The two of them were immersed in this sudden joy, and their laughter echoed in the shelter. At this time, China's lottery activity officially began. Countless people clicked their mice with excitement, waiting for the decision of fate. Soon, the lottery results came out. Wang Tao held a list of winners, ready to announce it to the audience. First of all, congratulations to the following audience members. They were very lucky and directly won 3 red envelopes. They are ID, and Shaon who loves Changzhou snacks. ID, username 25572949. ID, Jun Munin of Nagong. ID, Lan Yin who likes honeysuckle vine. ID, Richie Rue. ID, the author is really handsome. ID, the author made a fortune. I won. I really won. Damn, I got 3. I'm so envious. I didn't draw any. An old lady was also lucky enough to win a red envelope. Wearing reading glasses, she looked at the winning information on her phone and smiled from ear to ear. This is really the best gift for the new year. With the birth of each lucky child, the whole of China is immersed in a sea of joy. People shared their joy on social media, and topics such as Guangzhou Balhongbao, Nianhoyin quickly topped the hot search list. After drawing the prizes, Wang Tao waved his hand gently and continued. Here, on behalf of all the staff, we send our most sincere New Year's Eve blessings to the people of the country. I wish everyone in the new year will be as healthy as the longevity red envelope they drew, free from the troubles of illness, and able to meet the challenges of life with full energy every day. Zhao Hangjun went on to say, may the blessing of good fortune rolling in the red envelope come true. May everyone's wallets become fatter and fatter. May their careers flourish and go smoothly. May everyone be able to reap wealth and success, whether they are working hard in the workplace or starting their own business. The screen in the live broadcast room was also refreshed. Happy Year of the Snake. Happy Year of the Snake. Happy Year of the Snake. After an afternoon in the wilderness, Lu Fan and Lan finally completed their New Year's Eve dinner. Although there were no sumptuous dishes and no lively spring festival gala, they felt a different kind of happiness. They sat together, eating simple but thoughtful meals, looking at the red envelopes in their hands, their hearts full of longing for the future. In the new year, I hope we can all get better and better. Lu Fan raised the coconut shell in his hand, which was filled with clear coconut juice, just like holding up a glass of mellow wine. It's getting better and better. Lan also raised the coconut shell and gently touched it with Lu Fan. The laughter of the two echoed in the night sky of the wilderness, as if announcing their happiness and satisfaction to the world. Make a wish, Lan suggested, and the two of them closed their eyes and made a wish. After making the wish, they looked at each other. What wish did you make? Lan asked curiously, but then she regretted it. Don't say it. It won't work anymore. Lu Fan smiled and said, you have to say your wish out loud, otherwise how can God hear you? In the new year, I hope the rivers are calm, and I hope the mountains and rivers are safe. I hope that all those who are moving forward will have a smooth journey, and I hope that all those who are facing adversity will turn danger into safety. I hope lovers will eventually get married, and I hope those who are separated will eventually meet again. I hope that the gentle will be treated gently, and I hope that the kind will meet kindness. I hope everyone's eyes are as bright as stars, and I hope everyone's hearts are always at peace. Whether poor or rich, whether humble or noble, whether in darkness or encountering injustice. I sincerely wish all those who deserve to be blessed, and hope that you can love yourself every time and be loved every time, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, countless times. Dear friends, Happy New Year! Chapter 61, Moving the Hive Back to the Sanctuary. The survivors had different reactions to this announcement. In the distant wilderness, Ling Yu sat by the fire, holding a cow leg in his hand. Sakura country, don't let me meet you, otherwise I will settle all the new and old grudges together. After saying that, he took a big bite of the beef. Plateau area. White Bear country contestant. The running dogs of Sakura country and beautiful country. If it were me, I would tear them to pieces. In the forest, Lon, who was making medicine, couldn't help but frowned and muttered to himself. Can the contestants hurt each other? At this moment, a video is spreading online. In the video, Yumekawa Naiku accidentally discovered Otto's shelter while exploring. Originally, he wanted to steal something, but Otto was strong and Yumekawa was afraid of being beaten to death. So he took advantage of Otto going to the toilet and secretly added the puffer fish innards that he had accidentally picked up at the beach into Otto's soup. After Otto drank the soup, the poison took effect. His whole body convulsed and became paralyzed, and he foamed at the mouth. In just a few minutes, part of his skin turned purple, and his breathing became increasingly difficult. Finally, he died after struggling in agony, and until his death he had no idea why he was poisoned. After Otto's death, Yumekawa Naiku took over Otto's sanctuary. They even stripped Otto's clothes and put them on themselves, and threw Otto's body into the wilderness. After seeing the wilderness survival announcement, Yumekawa Naiku laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, it turns out that only our Sakura country is worthy of having such resources. The audience was also disgusted by Yumekawa Naiku's appearance. FCK, this is fucking shit. I'm so angry. How can there be such a shameless person? I will kill him if I get a chance. Seeing this shocking wilderness survival announcement, Lu Fan just frowned slightly and quickly regained his composure. He patted Dahei, who was always vigilant beside him, and glanced at the homemade iron weapons leaning against the wall, a confident smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Humph, no matter who wants to cause trouble, with Dahei and these guys here, I'll see who dares to come. He whispered to himself, his tone full of fearlessness. Live broadcast room. Yes, Master Lu Fan has Dahei and so many weapons, he is not afraid of anyone. Yes, Master Lu Fan is simply using dimensionality reduction to attack them. What the hell is Yumekawa Naiku? Come on. Well, I'm not afraid of direct confrontation, but I'm afraid they'll play dirty tricks. The gloom brought by the announcement did not last long, as Lu Fan's attention was soon drawn to another matter. A lot of honey was consumed in the making of popsicles, and now the stock was running out. Honey is a rare source of sweetness in this wilderness. It not only serves as a seasoning, but can also replenish physical strength at critical moments. No, I have to find a way to get some honey back. He stroked his chin and thought of the valley before. After thinking for a while, a bold and interesting idea popped up in Lu Fan's mind, to move the beehive near the shelter. With the animal affinity rewarded by the wilderness survival system, he felt that he might be able to have a special cooperation with these hard-working little insects. Dahei Dajiao, go out and work. Lu Fan rushed towards the valley with his equipment. Arrived at the destination very quickly. It is still a vast sea of flowers, with dense bees working. Dahei, this mission is a bit tricky. Just stay here and shout if you see any strange people approaching. Lu Fan squatted down and gave instructions to Dahei. I have an affinity for animals and am not afraid of bees, but Dahei and Dajiao are not. Dahei seemed to understand. He wagged his tail obediently, lay on the ground, and stared at the movements around him. Dajiao also called out to Lu Fan, then quietly lowered his head and began to eat grass. Lu Fan walked cautiously towards the direction of the beehive. When he got closer, he saw the beehive where he had collected honey before. There were dense crowds of bees going in and out, and the buzzing sound of their wings was endless. He took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his hand, trying to send a friendly signal to the bees. Hey, little guys, don't be nervous, I don't mean any harm. He said softly, his voice as gentle as the spring breeze. Lu Fan exudes a strange affinity, as if he is blending with the subtle magnetic field of nature. At first, the bees hovered vigilantly, like a group of well-trained guards, constantly circling around Lu Fan. But gradually, feeling Lu Fan's pure kindness, the frequency of their wing flapping slowed down, and they were no longer on edge. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and searched carefully among the dense swarm of bees. Finally, in the core of the hive, he found the queen bee, which was slightly larger and more elegant. The queen bee is surrounded by many worker bees, like stars surrounding the moon. Lu Fan adjusted his breathing, concentrated his mind, and conveyed the kindness in his heart to the queen bee through subtle aura. He stretched out his hand, and the queen bee landed on his hand. Little one, come with me, to my home. The queen bee flapped her wings and flew back to the hive. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. The queen bee gently vibrates her wings in the hive, forming a special frequency, as if she is giving some kind of command. Slowly, all the bees stopped flying and landed on the hive. Lu Fan was overjoyed. It's done. Then he took out a dagger, cut the huge beehive from the stone wall, and put it in the basket. Some bees flew around Lu Fan, and some even landed on him, but none of them attacked him. Live broadcast room. It's amazing that these bees don't attack Master Lu Fan. I remember that we used smoke last time, but this time we just took away the beehives. Then there will be endless honey to eat. Dahe and Dajiao under the tree were always paying attention to Lu Fan's every move. When Dahe saw Lu Fan slowly coming down with the beehive in his arms, he wagged his tail excitedly, as if cheering for his success. Dajiao raised his head and let out a low cry, as if to express congratulations. Lu Fan held the basket and walked towards the shelter step by step. Along the way, he kept an eye on the status of the bee colony, continuously sending signals of friendliness and stability in his heart. The magical thing is that the bees always stay quietly in the hive, as if they trust this special guide. Back in the shelter, Lu Fan found a large tree with lush branches and leaves and carefully hung the beehive on a thick branch. He took a few steps back and looked at the new settlement with satisfaction. The bees quickly adapted to the new environment and flew out to the flowers around the shelter. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they were instantly shocked by Lu Fan's amazing operation. What kind of magical skill is this? Master Lu Fan is simply an animal whisperer. With this bee colony, we won't have to worry about the sweet supply in the shelter anymore. It feels like Lu Fan has become one with nature. It's incredible. Chapter 62, Making a Beehive. Wang Tao said excitedly in the live broadcast room. Teacher Zhao, please tell us how to explain this from a scientific perspective. Zhao Hangjun pushed up his glasses and said in amazement and seriousness, scientifically speaking, there are many ways of communication between animals that we have not yet fully understood. Maybe it's through smell, sound frequencies, or some subtle bioelectric signal. Perhaps Lu Fan has mastered this special law, or perhaps he has captured and responded to these signals. The goodwill he conveyed to the queen bee might have been received by the queen bee in a special way, making the queen bee approve of his behavior. We don't know how this method works, of course. Lu Fan stood under the big tree carrying the new beehive, a satisfied smile on his face. However, his eyes soon became focused again, and his mind began to conceive the next plan. Just one beehive is not enough. I have to build a more comfortable home for these little guys. He muttered to himself as he walked towards the swaying bamboo forest. Lu Fan did what he said. He picked up the axe and strode towards the bamboo forest. Every time he swung the axe, he was full of energy, making a bang-bang sound, and soon, 3 thick bamboos fell down. He carried the bamboo back to the shelter and started making beehives on the spot. I saw him skillfully using an axe to split the bamboo into appropriate lengths and widths, and then carefully carving it with a sharp dagger to remove the excess parts. With his skillful hands, the edge of the bamboo becomes smooth and flat, without any worry of scratching the bees. While Lu Fan was busy, he said to himself, we need to ensure that there is enough space for the bees to live and store honey, and also pay attention to ventilation and warmth, so that the little guys can work with peace of mind. His eyes revealed professionalism and concentration, as if he was engaged in a sacred creation. After careful polishing, 3 uniquely shaped beehives took shape. Lu Fan carefully checks the details of each beehive to ensure there are no flaws. After everything was ready, Lu Fan came to the beehive again. He took a deep breath, exerted his animal affinity to the utmost, and gently conveyed an invitation signal to the swarm. Little ones, come and see your new home. I promise you will be satisfied, he said softly, his tone full of anticipation. The magical thing is that the bees seemed to understand what he said, and they flapped their wings and flew around Lu Fan. The queen bee flew into the first beehive first, and after patrolling inside, she stopped in a corner, as if sending a signal to her companions. Seeing this, other bees also flew into the beehive one after another and settled down in an orderly manner. Lu Fan divided the beehive into 3 parts and put them into the beehive respectively. After receiving certain instructions, the bee colony begins to build a new nest based on this. They quickly got into the state and started new work. Lu Fan watched this scene with a smile, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. He used the same method and successfully introduced some of the bees into 2 other beehives. That's good. Now you have 3 warm homes. You can produce honey with peace of mind from now on. He patted the beehive with satisfaction, as if he was talking to a close friend. At this time, Dahe, who had been watching curiously on the side, could no longer hold back. It stared at the busy bees with its eyes wide open and occasionally stretched out its nose to sniff. Suddenly, Dahe seemed to be attracted by something and rushed forward, wanting to observe these little guests from a closer distance. Dahe, stop making trouble. Lu Fan realized something was wrong and shouted. But it was too late. As soon as Dahe's nose approached the beehive, a bee quickly flew out and stung Dahe hard on the mouth. Ouch! Dahe screamed, stepped back suddenly, and shook his head continuously, trying to get rid of the piercing pain. Its mouth swelled up instantly and looked very funny. Ha ha ha, silly dog. I told you not to be disobedient. Lu Fan couldn't help laughing, but when he saw Dahe's pitiful appearance, he hurried forward to check. Don't be afraid, Dahe. I'll take care of it for you right away. While comforting Dahe, he searched for herbs in the shelter. Soon, Lu Fan found a herbal medicine with anti-inflammatory and analgesic effects. He chewed the herb in his mouth and then gently applied it to Dahe's swollen mouth. Bear with it, it will be fine soon. He stroked Dahe's head as gently as possible. Dahe seemed to feel Lu Fan's concern and gradually calmed down, only licking his injured mouth with his tongue from time to time. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed so hard when they saw this scene. Dahe is so greedy that he even dares to mess with bees. Dahe looks like the poster child for sausage mouth. I actually saw a live emoticon, haha. But Master Lu's handling method is very professional. He is indeed a wilderness survival expert. Under Lu Fan's careful care, the swelling in Dahe's mouth gradually subsided, and it returned to its former self, frolicking around the shelter with its tongue wagging. However, this experience seemed to have taught Dahe a lesson. He looked at the beehive from a distance and never dared to approach it easily again. And the bees quickly adapted to their new home. After a while, the bees responsible for collecting nectar flew out of the beehive and flew far away to collect nectar. Lu Fan looked at the hard-working bees and his heart was filled with joy. Little ones, go to work. Don't be lazy, collect more honey. Live broadcast room. I am a capitalist. Even the most hard-working little bees are being exploited. This reminds me of my boss, who exploits us every day, and the key is that every time he thinks we are lazy. Haha, from now on, all the honey made by the little bees will belong to Master Lu Fan. Lu Fan couldn't help laughing when he thought about having endless honey in the future. Lu Fan was immersed in the fantasy of a sweet life in the future, when suddenly a vivid memory of the seafood flashed through his mind. It seems like I haven't eaten seafood for a long time. I'm craving for it. Dahe, come on, I'll take you to catch fish. Lu Fan shouted to Dahe. Then he took the fish cage and the gleaming silver trident. Live broadcast room. That's great, carrot. It's my favorite part of catching seafood again. Set off. Lu Fan, I am the man who wants to become the pirate king. I think Master Lu Fan is more suitable to be the bandit king. When Dahe heard that he was going out, he rushed over with his tongue wagging. A man and a dog, no, a wolf, walked towards the seaside. Chapter 63, Best Grouper. After successfully settling the bee colony and experiencing the little episode of Dahe being stung, Lu Fan headed towards the seaside he had been longing for, full of anticipation for the delicious seafood. I have to treat myself well today. I wonder what treasures I can find at the beach. Lu Fan muttered to himself as he quickened his pace. When the boundless blue sea finally came into view, the waves beat against the beach happily, as if welcoming him warmly. Lu Fan strolled along the coastline, his eyes like searchlights, carefully searching every corner where seafood might be hidden. Suddenly, a big guy on the beach not far away caught his attention. When I got closer, I saw that it was a big sea turtle lying on the beach with its forelegs up in the air. Its limbs were waving helplessly, but it couldn't turn over. It looked very pitiful. As soon as Dahe saw it, he immediately became interested. He rushed over and sniffed it with his nose, and even put his feet on the turtle's belly. The big turtle was so scared that it shook its head back and forth and tried to struggle. Lu Fan came over and slapped Dahe. What are you doing, you idiot? You are so rude. Are you okay, old buddy? Lu Fan squatted down and gently stroked the turtle's shell, as if he was greeting an old friend. The turtle felt the affinity from Lu Fan and stretched its head out again, and its originally flustered movements eased a little. Lu Fan thought that if the turtle stayed on the beach for too long, it would not only be in danger of dehydration, but it might also become prey to other animals. So he had to help it return to the sea quickly. Lu Fan did it right away. He grabbed the turtle's shell tightly with both hands, took a deep breath, and exerted force suddenly. Although this turtle was bigger than a large iron pot, Lu Fan still turned it over easily. Wow, your tonnage is really huge. Lu Fan joked with a smile. After the turtle returned to its normal position, It touched Lu Fan affectionately with its flippers. "Old buddy, please bless me to live a few more years." Lu Fan touched the patterns on the turtle's back with his hand. The old turtle stretched out its neck and called out, as if responding to Lu Fan's words. "Ha ha ha, go back and don't come up here again. You'll be a loser if you meet others." Lu Fan couldn't help laughing. As if it had been reborn, it immediately crawled towards the sea. It looked back at Lu Fan from time to time, as if expressing its gratitude. "Go home quickly and be careful next time." Lu Fan waved at the turtle with a warm smile on his face. Live broadcast room. Wow, what a heartwarming scene. A big turtle in distress and a kind survivor. The dead hare, huh? Kind, are you sure? There are also wild boars and goats, ha ha. In the end, the big turtle turned back to look at Master Lu Fan. It turns out that all things have spirits, except mosquitoes. After saying goodbye to the turtle, Lu Fan followed the instructions on the prompt and came to a sea area covered with reefs. The water here is crystal clear, making it an ideal habitat for all kinds of seafood. Dahe jumped directly into the sea and swam around using a skilled dog paddle. Lu Fan rolled up his trouser legs and stepped into the water carefully, holding the trident tightly in his hand, his eyes fixed on the movements underwater. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed through the crevice of the reef. With his rich experience, Lu Fan immediately judged that this was most likely a big fish. He held his breath, walked slowly towards the direction where the shadow disappeared, and stared at the water without blinking. "Come on, little fish, become my meal." Gurgle. Lu Fan, who was about to stab the fish, was pushed into the water by a big black fish that swam by. In an instant, bubbles came out of his mouth. Dahe stepped on Lu Fan's back, stuck out his tongue, and shook his head. Lu Fan emerged from the water and spat out a mouthful of seawater. "Ahem, ahem, you stupid dog. Get out of here." After saying that, Lu Fan picked up Dahe and threw it to the other side. Woo! Dahe drew an arc in the air and fell into the sea. But it quickly emerged from the water again, swimming around with its tongue hanging out like a fool. Live broadcast room. Ha ha ha, Dahe is such a jerk. Master Lu Fan almost stabbed the fish. Master Lu Fan didn't beat it. Who would have believed that this thing was actually a native wild wolf? It's becoming more and more like a dog. Lu Fan wiped his face, lowered his head, and began to look for his target again. This time he tried to reduce his murderous intent as much as possible and let the animal affinity spread out. Under the influence of animal affinity, the fish swam out from under the stone again. Just as the fish reappeared, Lu Fan was quick-witted and threw the harpoon out. With a plop, the trident hit the target accurately. "Haha, I got you." Lu Fan shouted excitedly and quickly pulled the harpoon ashore. Discover the best grouper. What? Premium grouper? Lu Fan couldn't help but shout out. A closer look at this grouper reveals that it has colorful stripes and a plump body, which looks extremely delicious. "What great luck," Lu Fan said happily as he carefully put the grouper into the bamboo basket he carried with him. The grouper flapped its wings in the bamboo basket, as if protesting against becoming Lu Fan's trophy. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Top quality grouper 10,000. Live broadcast room. Superb grouper. What is it? I don't know why you're surprised. It has the word top quality in it, so it should be very expensive. Not many people know about this thing, and it became extinct several years ago. At this time, Zhao Hangjun started to popularize science. Grouper has delicious meat, low fat, high protein, rich in protein, amino acids, unsaturated fatty acids, and other nutrients, and is a high-quality edible fish. Wild ones are even rarer, and their prices have always been high, but unfortunately, due to ocean pollution, they are no longer available. With this unexpected surprise, Lu Fan continued to explore the beach. He came to a shallow beach with many stones and shells of various shapes on the beach. Discovering sea urchins. Lu Fan looked down and found several black round balls, sea urchins bigger than his fists. It is huge in size, with long and sharp thorns, and it is obviously of high quality at first glance. "I'm so lucky today." Lu Fan squatted down excitedly, carefully picked up the sea urchin, and put it into the bamboo basket. The sea urchin's spines were a little stinging on his hands, but this did not affect Lu Fan's good mood at all. He knew that these sea urchins were a rare delicacy, and if handled properly, he could taste the delicious sea urchin roe. As the amount of seafood in the bamboo basket increased, Lu Fan prepared to return to the shelter with satisfaction. Today's harvest is so rich. I have to think carefully about how to cook these delicacies when I go back, Lu Fan said as he picked up the bamboo basket and started his journey home. "Go silly dog, go home." When Dahe heard this, he immediately emerged from the sea, shaking off the water on his body. Chapter 64. I ate fried grouper and would not trade it for the president. On the way back, Lu Fan had already started thinking about tonight's seafood dinner. He thought of frying the grouper in an iron pan. The fish had golden and crispy skin, and the fish meat was tender and juicy. It was simply perfect. Sea urchins can be eaten raw or steamed, and are very delicious. Lu Fan hummed a tuneless little song and returned with Dahe with a full load. As soon as he returned to the shelter, he couldn't wait to pour all the treasures in the bamboo basket onto the flat stone slab. In an instant, the stone slabs were filled with lively and exquisite groupers and chubby sea urchins, like a small marine life party. The live broadcast room instantly became lively, with viewers leaving messages and giving likes one after another. Master Lu is so lucky. He caught both grouper and sea urchin. Waiting for Master Lu's cooking tutorial, it makes me hungry just by looking at it. Dahe is in for a treat now. He can enjoy delicious food with Master Lu again. Let's be extravagant today, Lu Fan said to Dahe, who was looking at him with his head tilted. Dahe seemed to understand and wagged his tail and barked twice. First, he set his sights on the plump, top-quality grouper. Although this grouper is huge, Lu Fan's hands have been trained to be extremely agile and powerful through long-term life in the wilderness. He first picked up a sharp dagger and skillfully began to scrape the scales from the fish gills. Swish, swish, swish. The scales fell like snowflakes. If this fish scale can be made into a decoration, it might be quite beautiful. Lu Fan muttered to himself. A funny image of himself wearing fish scale armor emerged in his mind, and then he remembered a movie he had seen before. I am Ao Bing of the East Sea. I am the hope of the dragon race. Dahe tilted his head and looked at Lu Fan strangely. Look at what your father is doing. After dealing with the fish scales, he carefully cut a hole along the fish belly and cleaned out the internal organs bit by bit. The contents of the fish's stomach can't be thrown away casually. Who knows, they might come in handy someday. Lu Fan muttered as he put the cleaned-out internal organs aside. Dahe came over curiously, sniffing with his nose, and seemed very interested in these internal organs. Go away, this is not for you to eat. Lu Fan pushed Dahe away with a smile. Next, he turned his attention to the sea urchins. Looking at the sharp spines of the sea urchin, Lu Fan scratched his head. This thing is not easy to deal with. If you get pricked by it accidentally, it will be very unpleasant. He found 2 thick branches, clamped the sea urchin like chopsticks, and then gently pried open the top with a dagger. Hey, it's open. The golden yellow inside the sea urchin was revealed, and Lu Fan's eyes lit up. This is the essence of sea urchin and must not be wasted. He carefully scooped out the sea urchin roe and placed it in a clean bowl. After the ingredients are prepared, the next step is cooking. Lu Fan immediately lit the fire vigorously. Put the iron pan on the stove, heat the bottom of the pan, and add the snow-white lard. When the lard started to smoke, he put the processed grouper in. As soon as the fish body came into contact with the lard, a sizzling sound was made, and the aroma instantly spread. Lu Fan sniffed and almost drooled. While frying the fish, Lu Fan began to think about how to eat sea urchin. He remembered seeing a recipe for sea urchin steamed egg in a food magazine. Since we have eggs now, we might as well give it a try. He cracked the pine eggs he had found earlier into a ceramic bowl. Add appropriate amount of water and salt. Stir well, then add sea urchin roe. I don't know what it will taste like. I hope it won't be a disaster. He joked to himself while stirring. Under the roasting of the fire, both sides of the grouper gradually became golden and crispy. Lu Fan turned the fish over with chopsticks and continued to fry it. This fish would be perfect if it were sprinkled with some pepper, but it's a pity that I haven't found that thing yet. He shook his head regretfully. On the other side, the sea urchin steamed egg was also being slowly cooked over the fire. Lu Fan lifted the lid of the pot, and a fresh fragrance wafted into his nose. It looks good, but I don't know how it tastes. He poked the steamed egg lightly with his finger. It was soft and elastic. Finally, a sumptuous seafood feast was ready. Lu Fan put the fried grouper on a plate and placed the sea urchin steamed egg next to it. Lu Fan spread some jam on the fried grouper. The sea urchin steamed egg is served with some chopped wild onions. Dahe, it's time for dinner. He shouted to Dahe, who was already very hungry. Dahe ran over excitedly, circled around the food, drooling. He first picked up a piece of grouper and put it into his mouth. The fresh and tender fish meat spread on the tip of his tongue, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the fragrance was everywhere. Well, it's worthy of being a top-quality grouper, so tender. Lu Fan gave a thumbs up while eating. Dahe looked at Lu Fan eagerly, making a woohoo sound. I'll give you one. Lu Fan picked up a piece of fish and threw it to Dahe. Dahe caught it and ate it with relish. Then, Lu Fan scooped another spoonful of sea urchin steamed egg and put it into his mouth. The deliciousness of the sea urchin and the tenderness of the egg blended perfectly together, with a delicate texture and delicious taste. This one is good too. Lu Fan looked very satisfied, as if he was not surviving in the wilderness but enjoying delicious food in a five-star hotel. In a short while, a large plate of grouper and sea urchin steamed eggs was completely finished by Lu Fan and Dahe. Lu Fan patted his round belly and said, "I wouldn't trade it for the president after eating fried giant grouper." Of course, a few pieces of fish are definitely not enough for an adult wild wolf. Lu Fan took out a large piece of pork chop from the storage room, roasted it over the fire until it sizzled, and then sprinkled salt on it. Dahe was already drooling with greed, but he still sat obediently beside waiting to be fed. "Eat." Lu Fan put the pork chop in Dahe's dog bowl. Then Lu Fan cut some grass, sprinkled salt on it, and fed it to Dajiao and Mamie. After eating, Dajiao and Mamie laid down under the shed to rest. Dahe was also lying on the ground. His stomach was bulging, his eyes narrowed into slits, and he looked very comfortable. Live broadcast room. Wow, I really envy Master Lu Fan. He eats delicious food every day. I envy Master Lu Fan for having so many pets. I can't even afford a dog. I envy Dahe more because he has delicious food every day. It's true now. We live worse than animals. The above, I suggest you delete it, it's broken. This is the current environment. People are not as valuable as animals. Looking at Dahe and Dajiao who were well fed and satisfied, Lu Fan felt filled with a sense of accomplishment. Then Lu Fan began to clean up the mess. He gathered the remaining fish bones and shells and placed them on his compost pile. These are all good things and cannot be wasted, Lu Fan said seriously. Dahe watched Lu Fan busying around, sniffing from time to time, as if helping to find any missed food scraps. Chapter 65. The Priority of Occupation, the Coming Crisis. At this moment, the atmosphere in the high-level conference room of Sakura country was weird and fanatical. These Chinese people don't know how to enjoy a top-quality grouper. They are simply wasting food. An official with an exaggerated mustache was shouting with disdain on his face, spitting everywhere. They don't deserve such good supplies at all. Sooner or later, they will belong to our Sakura country. Another person followed suit, his eyes revealing greed and arrogance. Contestant Yumekawa Naiku has received our instructions, and those supplies will soon fall into our hands. Someone else added smugly, as if everything was already in their grasp. We also received news from the United States that their Kalba players will assist us in our operation. Ha ha ha. A sickening laugh echoed throughout the gaudy, weirdly decorated conference room. They stared at Lu Fan's live broadcast on the screen, their greedy eyes wishing they could snatch all the supplies on the screen. They continue to slander the Chinese and make no secret of their desire for those precious resources. At the same time, on the other side of the earth, in the United States, people were in a state of crazy excitement. Because the contestant they had high hopes for, Kalba, was about to reach the upper reaches of the river that Lu Fan had discovered earlier. The entire United States was in an uproar, and major media outlets reported the incident on the headlines, as if they had already incorporated the entire river into their territory. On the streets, people were cheering, and in the bars the sound of beer bottles clinking could be heard one after another, as everyone was celebrating the impending victory in advance. Kalba, the tall white athlete, was striding towards the river with confidence. The scene of himself being hailed as a hero by the people of the whole country after triggering the 10,000-fold rebate had already appeared in his mind. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose up, revealing a smug smile. At this time, people in China also noticed this news. What? The contestants from the United States also found that river. Doesn't that mean they may also trigger a 10,000-fold rebate? Damn it, it must be Master Lu Fan's live broadcast that exposed the location of the river. This group of sinister and cunning guys actually plagiarized the fruits of our great Master Lu Fan's labor. China's top leaders quickly convened an emergency meeting to actively discuss and prepare for emergencies. A few years ago, in order to compete with China in technology, the United States exploited resources without restraint, resulting in serious pollution of domestic water sources. Once they recover from the shock of obtaining a large amount of water resources by triggering a 10,000-fold rebate, they are very likely to take adverse actions against China. Finally, with the whole world's attention focused, Kalba arrived at the river. He stood on the shore, straightened his back, and declared loudly, "Now, I, Kalba, will make history here and make the United States the biggest winner in this wilderness survival." After that, he couldn't wait to start looking for the so-called resources by the river, in an attempt to trigger a 10,000-fold rebate. However, as time passed, Kalba's face became more and more ugly. He turned over every stone by the river, pushed aside every bush, and even jumped into the river to search around. But he never received the long-awaited wilderness survival announcement. The audience in the United States also gradually became nervous from their initial excitement, and the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room scrolled wildly. What's going on? Why hasn't the rebate been triggered yet? Kalba, hurry up. Is there something wrong with the wilderness survival system? You must have not drunk any water. Kalba, try drinking some water. At this moment, the cold but fair announcement of the wilderness survival system sounded in live broadcast rooms all over the world. Wilderness survival announcement. The same resource can only be triggered by the first person who discovers the resource. For the same resource, rebates can only be triggered by the first person. This short sentence, like a blockbuster bomb, instantly shattered the beautiful country's dream. On the streets of the United States, the cheering crowd suddenly quieted down, leaving only dead silence. People stared blankly at their mobile phones or TV screens, with disbelief written all over their faces. In the bar, someone angrily smashed the wine glass in his hand against the wall. The sound of broken glass and people's curses echoed throughout the city. In the conference room of the United States, the laughter of several senior executives suddenly stopped, and the expressions on their faces seemed to be frozen at that moment, full of astonishment and anger. How is this possible? One of them stood up suddenly and threw the documents in his hand to the ground. There must be a collusion between the Chinese and this wilderness survival system. This is absolutely unfair. Another person also jumped up, shouting loudly, trying to find excuses for his failure. At the same time, the live broadcast room in China was bustling with activity and joy. Ha 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 ha. Let those guys lose more than they gain. Master Lu Fan is so awesome. His first discovery is awesome. See if they dare to look down on us Chinese. The first person to discover this. Isn't this the principle of priority occupation? Ha ha ha. Netizens expressed their joy and pride in the barrage of comments, and the whole of China was immersed in a sea of joy. But soon, some careful netizens discovered the problem. I just realized that this Kalba was heading for the river from the beginning. Yes, from the day after Master Lu Fan triggered the 10,000 times rebate, he abandoned his shelter and headed towards the river. He is now at the upper reaches of the river, while Master Lu Fan is at the lower reaches of the river. According to the analysis of the great geography expert, the distance between Kalba and the Great Lu Fan is definitely no more than 100 kilometers. It is very likely that he was heading for Master Lu Fan. He had been on the road nonstop before. At this time, Kalba, who was venting his emotions wildly by the river, gradually calmed down. He walked to the shore, a sinister smile on his face, and murmured in a low voice, "Chinese boy, just wait for me." That's right, Kalba was indeed coming for Lu Fan. As early as the day when Lu Fan triggered the river's 10,000 times rebate, which was last week, he received a barrage of comments from the top leaders of the United States. Wild survival barrage, 50 words per week. Keep going south, and you will find a river. You will have a chance to defeat Chinese player Lu Fan and fight for supplies. So he went all the way south to look for a river, while also looking for an opportunity to get rid of Lu Fan and seize his supplies. As a result, the day before, an announcement was made that Yamekawa Naiku of Sakura Country had poisoned player Otto, and everyone knew that they would get half of the rebate materials from other players if they killed them. So, last night, Kalba received new barrage instructions from the United States. Go down the river, join the Sakura Country players, and work together to seize Chinese supplies. Due to the characteristics of the American language, one meaning often requires more words to express, and the top leaders of the United States dare not send too many words. After Kalba calmed down, he took quick action. He took up his stone axe and began to chop wood in the surrounding woods. Soon he had cut down a pile of wood. Then he used tough vines to tie the wood tightly together to make a simple but practical raft. He planned to ride this raft downstream to speed up his rendezvous with Yamekawa Naiku in an attempt to carry out their evil plot. Chapter 66. China's Decision, Dahai's Strength. In China's conference room, the atmosphere was so heavy that it seemed like the oppression before a storm, making people breathe heavily unconsciously. China's top executives sat neatly around a huge conference table, all eyes fixed on the screen in front of them, which was showing real-time footage of survival in the wilderness. At this moment, Kalba was paddling the raft hard on the river. His anxious look seemed to announce to people the impending crisis. An official in charge of intelligence analysis looked stern and said in a heavy tone, "Based on the current situation, it is very likely that Kalba and Meichuan Naiku will meet." Once they join forces, it will be difficult for Lu Fan to compete with them with his current material reserves and environment. As he spoke, he traced his finger along the river on the map, accurately marking the possible meeting point between Kalba and Yamekawa Naiku. Then we must send a bullet screen reminder to Lu Fan immediately. We can't just watch our players fall into danger. A general couldn't help but speak out, his eyes revealing anxiety and worry. He wished he could take immediate action to protect Lu Fan. But if we send out the barrage now, will it alert the enemy? Will it make the beautiful country and the Sakura country realize that we have seen through their plans, and then change their strategy and turn their target to the weaker inland player? Another official raised objections, and his concerns were not unreasonable. After all, any move could trigger a series of chain reactions. What's worse is that the area where Lu Fan is located is too high. There is a tributary of the river that goes directly to the area where Contestant and Lan is located. They have a chance to go downstream and find Lan. The main reason is that we already sent a barrage to Lingyu last week, and now we only have one chance left. That is to say, if they both set off at the same time, we will not be able to notify both players at the same time. Everyone was talking at once, and arguments were heard one after another. Everyone analyzed the pros and cons from different perspectives, but could not reach a consensus. The meeting room was filled with a tense and tangled atmosphere. At this moment, the leader who had been silent all the time raised his head slightly and slowly swept his eyes over everyone. The conference room instantly became quiet, as if time had stopped. The leader pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. Let's wait and keep a close eye on their movements. Lu Fan has shown extraordinary wisdom and adaptability in his previous wilderness survival. We must trust him. Moreover, exposing our intervention too early may have unforeseen effects on the subsequent development of the situation. After hearing this, although everyone was still worried, they all understood that the decision made by the top leader had far-reaching considerations and nodded in agreement. In this complex situation, staying calm and cautious may be the best option at the moment. The next morning, the sunlight was like a golden veil, gently and warmly shining on Lu Fan's shelter. Lu Fan stretched and climbed out of the warm bed. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Dahei lying not far away, his bright eyes full of anticipation. The tail beat the ground rhythmically, making a bang-bang sound, as if it couldn't wait to tell Lu Fan, "Master, get up quickly. You can go out and play again today." "Dahei, it seems that you are in good shape today." Lu Fan smiled and touched Dahei's hind legs, and was surprised to find that the injured part had almost healed. The hair becomes smooth and shiny again, shining with a healthy glow under the sunlight. "Let's go hunting today to see if your skills have deteriorated after your injury has healed." Dahei seemed to understand what Lu Fan said. He jumped up excitedly, circled around Lu Fan, and made a low roar in his throat. It was as if he was declaring that he was ready for battle and couldn't wait to show his skills. Lu Fan packed up his things simply, took his bow and arrow and dagger, and set out on a hunting trip with Dahei. They walked along a winding path into the depths of the forest. The surrounding trees were lush and green, like huge green umbrellas, shielding them from the sunlight. The birds sang happily on the branches, as if cheering for their journey, or telling them the secrets of the mountains and forests. "Dahei, don't just play around. You have to find prey for me." Lu Fan teased Dahei as they walked. Dahei was like a loyal guard, jumping and hopping in front to lead the way, stopping from time to time to sniff the ground with his nose, not missing any suspicious smell. As he walked, Dahei suddenly stopped, raised his nose high, and sniffed the air hard. The tail also became straight, and the muscles of the whole body tensed up like a fully drawn bowstring, ready to be released. Lu Fan immediately realized that something was wrong. Spotting blue sheep, he gently approached Dahei and followed Dahei's gaze. He saw several mountain goats leisurely grazing on the hillside not far away. The blue sheep have a sturdy body and long limbs. They are extremely vigilant and may flee in an instant at the slightest sign of trouble. "Dahei, this time it's up to you," Lu Fan whispered to Dahei, and at the same time took out the bow and arrow from behind, ready to shoot at any time, with determination and confidence in his eyes. Dahei nodded slightly, as if responding to Lu Fan's instructions, and then approached the ibex silently. Its movements were light and agile, like a flash of black lightning, shuttling through the grass with almost no sound. When Dahei was only a few dozen meters away from the blue sheep, one of the blue sheep seemed to sense the danger and raised its head to look around vigilantly. Dahei immediately stopped and lay on the ground motionless, staring at the ibex, as if time had stopped. Its body blends in with the surrounding environment, making it almost impossible to detect its presence. After a while, the ibex saw that there was nothing unusual and lowered its head to continue eating grass. Dahe seized this opportunity, exerted his strength suddenly, and rushed out like an arrow. Its speed was so fast that it instantly broke the silence around it and brought up a gust of wind. The ibexes were frightened by the sudden attack and fled in all directions. Dahe stared at one of the smaller blue sheep and chased it relentlessly. The ibex was running desperately in front, jumping flexibly between the mountains, using the terrain to try to escape the pursuit of the big black sheep. Sometimes it jumped over a boulder, sometimes it dived into a bush, and every movement was filled with the desire to survive. Dahe was not to be outdone. He pushed the ground vigorously with his limbs, and every jump was full of power. During the chase, Dahe cleverly used trees and rocks to change his running route, gradually closing the distance with the ibex. Lu Fan followed behind, cheering for Dahe as he ran. "Dahe, come on. Don't let it run away." His voice echoed in the valley, full of strength and encouragement. Although he knew Dahe's speed and ability, he still couldn't help but worry for it, and didn't dare to take his eyes off Dahe and the blue sheep for a moment. After a fierce chase, the distance between the big black sheep and the blue sheep became closer and closer. The ibex was already panting, its strength was gradually failing, and its steps were becoming heavier and heavier. Finally, in front of a steep hillside, the ibex was exhausted, slipped, and fell to the ground. Dahe took the opportunity to jump up and bit the ibex tightly with his sharp claws and teeth, making it unable to move. The ibex struggled for a few times, but was eventually subdued by the big black one. "That's great. Dahe, well done." Lu Fan rushed to the scene and shouted excitedly. The moment he saw the big black sheep subdued, his heart was filled with pride. Dahe stood majestically next to the ibex, roaring with victory, as if announcing his success to the world. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy blue sheep 10,000. "Thank you for your hard work, Dahe." Lu Fan walked over, gently stroked Dahe's head, and praised its performance. Dahe wagged his tail and licked Lu Fan's hand with his tongue, as if he was enjoying his master's praise, his eyes full of pride and satisfaction. Live broadcast room. "Wow, Dahe is so awesome. Dahe is usually so stupid that I almost forget that he is a wolf. Do you think that when Master Lu Fan holds his trident and Dahe, does he look like Yang Jian?" "That's true, but Master Lu Fan doesn't have ghost eyes." "Huh? Which Yang Jian are you talking about?" When the spirits begin to revive. Lu Fan checked the ibex and found that it was quite big, enough for him and Dahe to eat for several days. Chapter 67. Discovering a herd of wild horses. Lu Fan skillfully drew out the dagger and began to deal with the mountain goat. He was very skilled, and it was obviously not the first time he had done this kind of work. While he was busy, he said to Dahe beside him, "Dahe, when we go back today, I will make you some delicious roasted lamb. You must eat more." Dahe seemed to understand. His eyes were shining with excitement, and his tail was wagging like a rattle. On the way back, Lu Fan carried the mountain goat with steady and powerful steps. Dahe ran happily beside him, jumping up from time to time and rubbing his head against Lu Fan's arm affectionately, as if reminding him, "Don't forget my contribution." When passing by a stream, Lu Fan stopped, dipped the ibex into the stream water, and carefully washed the blood stains on it. After cleaning, he said to Dahe, "Dahe, come and drink some water." When Dahe heard this, he immediately put his head into the stream and drank it in big gulps. After drinking, he shook his head vigorously, and water splashed everywhere, splashing onto Lu Fan's face. "Hey, you silly dog." Lu Fan smiled and patted Dahe's head. Dahe happily circled around him, wagging his tail even more happily. Suddenly, Lu Fan found some strange footprints by the stream. Wild horse footprints discovered. He squatted down, looked carefully, and was surprised. Wild horse. He quickly stood up and searched the surroundings carefully, trying to find more clues about the wild horses. Dahe also felt his master's concentration and stopped playing around. He followed Lu Fan closely, sniffing the ground, as if he wanted to help. "Dahe, let's look and see if we can find the herd of wild horses." As Lu Fan spoke, he crouched down, not letting go of any suspicious spots. In the wild, wild horses are an excellent means of transportation. Which boy doesn't have a dream of riding a horse? When Lu Fan thought of himself holding a spear, sitting on a tall horse, and annihilating all invading enemies, he couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. They followed the direction of the footprints, and not far away, the footprints disappeared into a hard rock area. Lu Fan frowned and stood there thinking. Suddenly, he looked up and saw a high mountain not far away. He thought that if the wild horses were looking for water and food, they would probably pass by the mountain, and maybe he could find more clues there. "Dahe, let's go climb the mountain." Lu Fan pointed at the mountain and said to Dahe. Dahe shouted excitedly and ran up the mountain. This mountain may not seem high, but it is extremely difficult to climb. The mountain road was rugged and steep. Lu Fan grabbed the mountain goat with one hand and held the branch next to him with the other, climbing up with difficulty. Every step needs to be taken with caution, as you may slip if you are not careful. Dahe was quite agile, jumping left and right in front as if walking on flat ground. He looked back at Lu Fan from time to time, as if urging him, "Hurry up, hurry up. Hey, silly dog, you look relaxed, but I'm still carrying this thing," Lu Fan said unhappily. After climbing for a while, Lu Fan felt that his arms were almost not his own and was about to find a place to rest. Suddenly, he heard Dahe shouting loudly in front of him. He quickly quickened his pace and came to Dahe's side. I saw Dahe standing on a small hill, wagging his tail excitedly and barking towards the front. Lu Fan looked in the direction of the big black finger and was stunned by the scene before him. On the other side of the mountain is a huge depression, like a basin carefully carved by nature. The depression was covered with green grass, and a clear stream meandered through it, sparkling in the sunlight. And on this grassland, a group of wild horses are grazing leisurely. Those wild horses have strong bodies and shiny coats, which sparkle charmingly under the sunlight. Some of them lowered their heads to eat grass, some swung their tails to drive away mosquitoes, and a few foals were running and playing happily on the grass, making crisp neighing sounds from time to time. In the middle of the herd, several mares were grazing with their foals. The foals were eating grass and playing with each other playfully. One of the foals accidentally fell down. It struggled to get up, shook off the grass debris on its body, and continued to chase its companions. That naive look makes people laugh. At this time, the live broadcast room was flooded with comments. Wow, what a beautiful view. Nature's workmanship is truly magnificent. I've only seen this kind of scene in documentaries. It's so spectacular. Does Master Lu Fan want to catch a horse to ride? Is it possible that the shelter will have new members? Zhao Hangjun looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. I remember when I was a child, I followed my father to raise horses on the grassland. I was very happy at that time. I get up early every morning and go far away to fetch water. During the day, I follow my father to herd cattle. Just think about it. In just a few years, we won't see scenes like this anymore. Wang Tao, who was listening carefully, couldn't help but say, "Teacher Zhao, don't worry. With the efforts of our 3 contestants, this kind of scene will appear again sooner or later. Even if we can't see it, our next generation will definitely see it." Lu Fan was fascinated by the sight and completely immersed in this lively and energetic world of horses. It took him a while to remember his current situation. They were too far away from the herd, and a lot of preparation work needed to be done if they wanted to observe and study these wild horses more closely. "Dahe, we can only take a look this time. We'll come back to explore this place next time," Lu Fan said with some regret. Dahe seemed to understand what his master said and called out softly, as if to express his agreement. Even though Lu Fan is only separated from the depression by a mountain, as the old saying goes, a horse will die if it runs too high. It is at least dozens of kilometers from here to the depression. There was no choice. Lu Fan could only return to the shelter with Dahe regretfully. As the saying goes, it is easy to go up the mountain, but difficult to go down. It took a lot of effort to return along the same route. Back in the shelter, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became excited when they saw the blue sheep that Lu Fan and Dahe brought back. Wow, Master Lu and Dahe are so awesome. This mountain goat looks fat. Dahe is such an expert hunter. So cool. Master Lu is in for a treat again. I'm drooling just thinking about roasted lamb. Dahe has done a great job. He must be given a chicken drumstick. Haha, I think it should be lamb shanks. Next, Lu Fan began to prepare the roast lamb. He first cut the mountain goat into even-sized pieces, skewered them with bamboo, then set up a rack over the fire and placed the skewers on it. As the flames roasted the mutton, it gradually turned golden, fat continued to drip onto the fire, making a sizzling sound, and the aroma filled the entire shelter. Dahe, wait a little longer, it will be ready soon. Looking at Dahe's greedy look, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile and said. Dahe squatted beside, staring at the lamb skewers, saliva flowing from his mouth and his tail wagging like a rattle. After a while, the roast lamb was ready. Lu Fan sprinkled some salt and handed a string to Dahe. Dahe couldn't wait to take the mutton skewers and ate them ravenously, his mouth full of oil. After eating the roasted lamb, Lu Fan began to clean up the remaining lamb. He cut part of the mutton into thin slices and hung them in a ventilated place to dry, preparing to make it into jerky for long-term preservation. The other part was wrapped in leaves and placed in the storage room built earlier. Chapter 68 Rabbit Skin Slippers, Kalba and Yumekawa Nika reunited. After eating the roasted lamb, Lu Fan went to feed grass to Da Jiao and Mamie. Da Jiao nudged Lu Fan affectionately with his head and made a low sound, as if to scold him. Why don't you take me out? Lu Fan subconsciously touched its antlers and joked, what does this deer antler taste like? The big horned bird seemed to understand. It stepped back vigilantly and let out another low cry. Ha ha ha, just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Lu Fan couldn't help laughing out loud when he looked at Dejiao's reaction. This scene was seen by the audience in the live broadcast room, and the barrage of comments instantly filled the screen. Dejiao, who in my family understands? I work so hard every day, but in the end, my black-hearted boss still wants my body. Lu Fan, are you serious about taking a half step back? That's how a crisis of confidence arises. Master Lu Fan wants to eat everything. Back in the house, Lu Fan looked at the pile of supplies in the corner and decided to sort them out. As he searched, he found that the rabbit skins he had saved before had been dried to perfection. Each piece was smooth, dry, and had a faint luster. Hey, these rabbit skins can come in handy. Lu Fan's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, it's just right to make a pair of slippers. It will definitely be warm to wear in winter. Action speaks louder than words. Lu Fan picked up the dagger and prepared to show his skills. He picked up a piece of rabbit skin, carefully measured the size under his feet, then gripped the dagger and carefully cut along the outline. This dagger is too awkward to use. I'll make a pair of scissors when I have time. While Lu Fan was muttering, he took great pains to cut out 2 saws of barely identical shapes. Then, he carefully picked out 2 soft rabbit skins to make the uppers. The process of sewing the shoe upper is not easy. Every time I poke a hole with a dagger, it feels like a battle with myself. Several times, the sharp dagger pierced his fingers. Hiss, fortunately I have a good physique. Lu Fan took a deep breath, looked at the red marks on his fingers, smiled bitterly and sighed. It's really not easy to do handicrafts. But he did not back down at all, and continued to pierce the holes and thread the leads, muttering to himself, persistence is victory. Once it is done, I will wear it every day. Just when he was concentrating on sewing the shoe upper, Dahei came over without him noticing. It stared at the rabbit skin in Lu Fan's hand curiously, and stretched out its nose to sniff it hard. Dahei, don't make trouble, Lu Fan said as he hid the rabbit skin behind him. But Dahei refused to give in and kept circling around Lu Fan, occasionally scratching his legs with his claws. You silly dog, do you think this is a toy prepared for you? Lu Fan smiled helplessly, held up a newly sewn shoe in front of Dahei, and explained, look, this is not for you. This is the slipper I want to wear. Dahei tilted his head, looking confused. He stared at the shoe for a while, then thought it was boring, and walked away wagging his tail. After all the holes were drilled, Lu Fan used a dagger to cut 2 thin sheepskins to use as threads. After all, he had not found a more suitable thread yet. After some hard work, the 2 slippers were finally finished. Lu Fan couldn't wait to put it on and walked back and forth in the room several times. Hey, they fit well. It's just the appearance. Looking at the peculiar-looking slippers on his feet, Lu Fan couldn't help laughing. Although it looks a bit funny, it is warm and comfortable to wear on your feet. Not bad, not bad. This means I can have enough food and clothing by doing it myself. Lu Fan was very satisfied with his work. There was another bustle in the live broadcast room. Wow, what cute slippers. I want them too. Rabbit, of course, it's so cute. The style of these slippers is not suitable for the masculinity of Master Lu Fan. Please mail them to me. I heard all your abacus beads in Gangdong, pretty boy. I didn't expect that Master Lu Fan, a boy, could sew. In fact, children from poor families can do it. After sorting out the rabbit skins, Lu Fan immediately started to count other supplies. He found that the stored herbs were almost gone, and he had to collect some more as soon as possible. Herbs were essential for survival in the wilderness. And the hunting tools also need to be carefully inspected and repaired, otherwise it will be troublesome next time you encounter large prey. Looks like I'll be busy again tomorrow, Lu Fan said to himself. As the sky gradually darkened, Lu Fan couldn't help but yawn. At this time, a cry of a night owl came from outside the window, breaking the tranquility of the night. Lu Fan walked to the window, looking at the dark night sky, the stars twinkling, and his thoughts drifted far away. He thought of the herd of wild horses he had discovered during the day, and decided to bring more equipment with him next time he went exploring. Perhaps he would discover something even more interesting. In this place far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, Lu Fan's life is simple yet full of challenges and surprises. Every day, he is in close contact with nature, learning how to survive in the wilderness and constantly exploring the mysteries of nature. Dahei, we still have a long life ahead of us, and there will definitely be more fun things in the future, Lu Fan said to Dahei, who was lying on the ground. Dahei raised his head and wagged his tail, as if responding to his owner. Soon, Lu Fan returned to his room and fell asleep, while Dahei lay in the doghouse. Although he closed his eyes, he remained alert at all times. Most of the other contestants also fell asleep one after another, and the live broadcast room gradually became deserted. While Lu Fan was soundly sleeping, he had no idea that a conspiracy against him was quietly brewing about 60 kilometers away from him. At around 4 in the morning, Kalba from the United States and Yumekawa Naiku from Japan finally succeeded in meeting up. Kalba took advantage of the night and sneaked into Yumekawa Naiku's shelter. Strictly speaking, this was originally Otto's shelter. Inside the shelter, Kalba, a tall and burly man with a face full of flesh, had a look of ferocity and greed in his eyes. Yumekawa Naiku, who was short and ugly, exudes a sinister aura. "Mr. Kalba, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation," Yumekawa Naiku said in poor American English. It turned out that Yumekawa Naiku had received barrage instructions from Japan a day ago. Wild survival barrage, 50 words can be posted per week. Wait at the spot, meet up with Kalba of the United States, cooperate to seize the supplies of the Chinese players, 50 kilometers northwest of Anlin, 60 kilometers southeast of Lufan. Mr. Kalba, Lufan is 60 kilometers southeast of us, and Anlin is 50 kilometers northwest. Yumekawa Naiku reported with a flattering look on his face. Humph. Let's split into 2 groups and set off at the same time. I'll go to Lufan's side, and you go to Anlan's side. Capture them and force China to cede land and pay compensation to us. Athahaha. Kalba laughed arrogantly. Yumekawa Naiku suggested cautiously, "Mr. Kalba, why don't we be more cautious and act together? I can also poison them." Kalba snorted disdainfully. "Do you need 2 people to deal with Amir Lufan? He's just lucky. I can handle him by myself? Or can you not even handle a woman?" Yumekawa Naiku nodded and bowed quickly. Yes, I will listen to Mr. Kalba. Chapter 69, Barrage Reminder from China. Looking at the extremely wretched appearance of Yumekawa Naiku, Kalba was full of disdain and secretly curled his lips. In his opinion, to their beautiful country, the Sakura country is just an obedient dog in their captivity. Even in the world, there is still a world-famous painting called MacArthur and His Dog. The painting depicts the scene when the United States controlled the cabinet of Japan. This story is still talked about by people as a topic of conversation after dinner. What's more, Yumekawa Naiku's despicable act of secretly poisoning made Kalba look down on him from the bottom of his heart. Soon, after some discussion, the two decided to split into 2 groups and set off immediately. Kalba continued to head south, aiming to find Lufan, while Meituan Naiku took a raft and rushed along the tributary at the fastest speed towards the direction where Anlan was. After the discussion was over, the 2 of them sneaked out of the live broadcast room like night walkers with ulterior motives. At the same time, in the live broadcast room of a TV station in a distant but prosperous city, the host Yurue was concentrating on her post, conducting a special report on the evening wilderness survival competition. On the big screen in the live broadcast room, numerous images kept switching like a kaleidoscope, showing in real time the difficult situation of each player in the wilderness. When Yurue's eyes inadvertently fell on the picture of Kalba and Yumekawa Naiku, her expression froze instantly, and her face that was originally full of vitality was instantly replaced by solemnity. The malicious expressions on their faces and their eyes that revealed their ill intentions towards Lufan and Anlan made her keenly aware of the seriousness of the matter, and a feeling of uneasiness quietly spread in her heart. In the live broadcast room, the audience also noticed this situation, and the barrage instantly filled the screen. Oh my god, Kalba and Yumekawa Naiku have reunited. They must be trying to harm Master Lufan. How despicable. Remind him quickly, we can't let them succeed. How can you remind me in the middle of the night? It's so frustrating. Yurue's heart began to beat violently. She knew very well that these 2 people had ulterior motives and were ruthless. If their conspiracy is allowed to succeed, not only will the lives of Chinese athletes be greatly threatened, but the dignity and honor of the country will also be at stake. This is absolutely unacceptable. Without any hesitation, she decisively pressed the emergency contact button and reported this amazing discovery to the TV station's backstage staff, with an anxiety that was hard to conceal in her voice. Soon, someone rushed over to have an emergency talk with Yurue. Hello. Thank you very much for your vigilance and professionalism. We actually have someone who has observed this abnormal situation. Please don't make it public for now, so as not to alert the enemy and make the United States and the Sakura country prepared. We will have follow-up response measures. After hearing the technician's calm words, Yurue's heart was finally at ease. She believed that the country must have a more comprehensive and appropriate response method, but it was not convenient to disclose it because the time was not right. At this time, the viewers in the live broadcast room who were frantically sending worried barrages also received notification messages from the professional department one after another, and their barrages were withdrawn one by one. And the live broadcast room temporarily returned to its superficial calm. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Chinese high-level conference room was so solemn that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the live broadcast screen. Every move of Kalba and Yumekawa Naiku in the screen was like a string taut in everyone's heart. Tell me what you think. He rubbed his slightly swollen brows with his hand. There was a hint of fatigue in his voice, but his eyes were particularly firm. Now we can be sure that these two people are targeting our players and have bad intentions. An old man had a serious expression, his tone revealing unquestionable certainty. The key to the problem is that these two people are on two different routes, and we can only choose to alert one person at the moment. According to calculations, the 60-kilometer journey would normally take about 7 to 8 hours, given Kalba's physical condition. However, considering the rugged mountain roads, it may actually take more than 10 hours to reach Lu Fan's location. A geographer pushed his glasses up on his nose and analyzed clearly. Don't forget that there is another one named Yumekawa Naikyu. He is sitting on a raft. With the help of the current, he can save about 4 to 5 hours of travel time. With his physical fitness, he can easily walk the remaining 10 kilometers to the shelter of contestant Anlin. A general had a grim expression, his eyes fixed on the map, and analyzed the situation in a heavy tone. I think everyone is very clear about the importance of contestant Lu Fan. We must notify him as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. But Lu Fan is very strong. In comparison, shouldn't we prioritize the safety of Anlin? After all, every player is our precious asset, and we really can't afford to lose them. In the conference room, everyone expressed their opinions and argued fiercely about whether to send barrages to Lu Fan or Anlin. For a moment, various opinions collided, and the atmosphere was tense. Finally, the top leader made a firm decision. We will not give up any Chinese citizen. This is not based on a trade-off of gains and losses. This is our Chinese attitude and our firm position that we will never abandon any of our compatriots. Send a barrage of messages to player Lu Fan, asking him to temporarily avoid the limelight and evacuate to the northwest, and at the same time hope that he can rescue player Anlin while ensuring his own safety. As for the final result, or whether Lu Fan saved him or not, he is our hero. There was a brief silence in the conference room. Everyone understood that this was an unavoidable yet appropriate solution in the current difficult situation. They have to make difficult decisions under limited conditions, and no matter what choice they make, they are full of trust and expectations in Lu Fan. Soon, the relevant departments quickly drafted the content of the barrage. Lu Fan, who was sleeping, suddenly trembled all over, as if awakened by an invisible force, and suddenly opened his eyes. Wild survival barrage, 50 words can be sent per week. There will be an enemy 60 kilometers to the northwest, and Anlin will be in danger 120 kilometers to the west. If there is a chance to rescue Anlin, it is more important to protect yourself. Lu Fan sat up suddenly, his heart pounding and his mood very excited. Are the enemies finally coming? 60 kilometers, which means they will be almost here before the afternoon. Lu Fan quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Competitor Anlin, 120 kilometers away. The enemy is really cunning and has a good plan. If I receive the barrage, it means that contestant Anlin didn't know someone was heading towards her. Lu Fan's brain was like a high-speed machine. In just a few seconds, he figured out many key issues. First of all, hiding is definitely not an option. You can hide for a while, but not forever. The enemy is obviously targeting the Chinese players, so a head-on conflict will break out sooner or later. Then there is only one way now. Rescue contestant Anlin first, and then come back to find a chance to deal with the enemies here. Lu Fan made a quick decision and decided to rescue Anlin first. After all, they are all Chinese players, not to mention that it is a living life. In his heart, the safety of his teammates is as heavy as Mount Tai. Of course, Lu Fan could deal with the enemy in front of him first, and then help Anlin. But the situation is unclear now. There is no telling when the enemy over there will find Anlin. Time is running out and there is no room for delay. After making the decision, Lu Fan quickly stood up and left the room. Dahei in the doghouse heard the noise, quickly got up, ran happily to Lu Fan, sticking out his tongue and wagging his tail. Chapter 70 Searching for the Horses. Lu Fan reached out his hand, gently touched its head, and said, "It's urgent. We have to leave quickly." Afterwards, Lu Fan picked up 2 bottles of water and hurriedly left the shelter, heading towards the wilderness he had been to yesterday. As summer approaches, the sky begins to get light around 5 in the morning. In the faint light of the morning, Lu Fan hurried on his way. After a while, his body was wet by the dew on the roadside. Although Dahei didn't know why Lu Fan was so anxious, he still followed him closely and never left him. At this time, China's top leaders were also paying close attention to Lu Fan's actions. What is contestant Lu Fan going to do? Seeing him walking in this direction, he may very well meet contestant Kalba in the wilderness. Is he going to deal with Kalba? This is too risky and too worrying. It shouldn't be. Look, contestant Lu Fan didn't even bring a weapon. He must have other purposes. Everyone started speculating about Lu Fan's behavior. Everyone's heart was filled with worry and curiosity. Their eyes followed Lu Fan's figure closely, hoping that he could resolve the crisis safely. As time went by, the audience in the live broadcast room were like ripples caused by a stone thrown into a calm lake. The Chinese audiences all noticed the shocking news that Kalba and Yumekawa Naiku had joined together. In an instant, the barrage of comments rolled like a surging tide, and the words were filled with deep concern for the safety of the two Chinese players. Lu Fan's actions at this moment became the focus of heated discussion among everyone, and the barrage of various speculations and blessings continued to refresh. Everyone was praying silently for Lu Fan and Lan, hoping that they could get through this crisis safely. In the Chinese live broadcast room, the barrage of comments exploded like gorgeous fireworks. The audience expressed their opinions and the discussion was heated regarding the sinister conspiracy of Kalba and Yumekawa Naiku, as well as Lu Fan's actions. These two bad guys definitely have bad intentions when they get together. Lu Fan must be careful. An anxious audience said. I think Lu Fan went to the wilderness. Maybe there was a secret weapon hidden there that he had discovered before, which could be used to deal with these two guys at a critical moment. An audience member had a lot of ideas and put forward his own guess. Maybe they are going to meet up with other Chinese players. After all, there is strength in numbers, and only by uniting together can we have a chance of winning. Some viewers left hopeful messages, trying to find a positive explanation for Lu Fan's actions. But what should we do about contestant Lan? She is a girl after all, and that despicable guy Yumekawa Naiku can poison her. It's really worrying. They are too far away from each other, and there is no time to rescue them. Master Lu Fan can only protect himself first and then think of a solution. Just when everyone was discussing in full swing, the audiences from the beautiful country and the Sakura country seemed to have received some kind of unified command, and they rushed into the Chinese live broadcast room in groups and with great momentum. As soon as they came in, they began to scroll through the screen frantically, with words filled with provocation and contempt, as if they wanted to turn the place upside down. Haha, your Lu Fan is about to be in trouble. Kalba is our beautiful country's trump card player. This time he will definitely not be able to escape. Hurry up and have your leaders send messages to Lu Fan, asking him to surrender and stop resisting in vain. The audience in Sakura country were not to be outdone, and they jumped out to post comments one after another. Yumekawa Naiku attacked, and Lan had no power to fight back at all. Just wait and see the joke. I think your so-called great god Lu Fan is probably running away out of fear now, ha 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 ha. These provocative words instantly ignited the anger of the Chinese audience, and a fierce barrage of insults broke out. Don't be so arrogant. Lu Fan will definitely let you see what real strength is. You will cry when the time comes. That's right. Your contestants are using such despicable means. They're a disgrace to the wilderness survival community and are not worthy of participating in the competition. If you have the guts, challenge Master Lu Fan in a one-on-one duel. I'll see if he doesn't beat that Yumekawa Naiku to a pulp. The audiences from the United States and the Sakura country were still unyielding, like a group of crazy provocateurs, constantly throwing out all kinds of humiliating words. You Chinese people are only good at talking big, but in the wilderness, you are just a group of weaklings who can be slaughtered at will. Faced with such arrogant provocation, Chinese audiences united as one and fought back resolutely with powerful barrages of comments. Our Chinese players have an indomitable will, which is beyond your reach. Lu Fan and Lan will definitely be safe, and your players will pay a heavy price for their actions. At this time, the host Wang Tao said solemnly with a serious face, our Chinese contestants have an indomitable will and a spirit of courage to fight. We will give all invading enemies a head-on blow, and we also hope that the United States and the Sakura country can learn from the lessons of the past. Please believe in our players. They will definitely get through this difficult time, and please believe that our leaders will make the right decisions. Wang Tao's words were like a shot of adrenaline, calming the Chinese audience's emotions a little and giving them more confidence. At this time, Lu Fan, who was in the wilderness, had no idea that a fierce verbal fight was taking place in the live broadcast room. He and Dahe walked quickly and unknowingly arrived at a small pond. It was already past 6 o'clock. The sun gradually became hotter, covering the earth with a layer of golden gauze. Lu Fan climbed to the top of the mountain yesterday, looked far away, and carefully observed the surrounding terrain. Soon, he found the way to the wild horse herd depression. That's right, Lu Fan's target this time is the herd of wild horses. Lan is about 120 kilometers away from Lu Fan. If he relies on his own 2 legs to travel, it may take him 20 to 30 hours. Besides, they were on a mountain road with many unforeseen obstacles along the way, and he was not clear about the specific situation of contestant Lan. Time was running out and there was no time to waste. After Lu Fan found the way, he headed towards the depression without hesitation. At this time, the sun was gradually rising, and a sultry atmosphere began to spread in the air, as if an invisible steamer was covering the entire world. Dahe followed Lu Fan closely, occasionally sticking out his long tongue to dissipate heat. He made a huffing sound from his mouth, as if he was complaining to Lu Fan about the hot weather and the busy schedule. Along the way, they crossed many dangerous terrains. There is a section of the road where Lu Fan needs to climb a steep rock wall. The stone wall was like irregular building blocks placed randomly by a giant. It was uneven, covered with green moss, and slippery. Every point of force was full of uncertainty. Lu Fan held onto the cracks in the stone with both hands, his knuckles turning white from the force, and his feet struggled to find a foothold on the stone wall. Every step upward took a lot of effort. Sweat dripped down his cheeks and onto the rocks below. Dahe was lingering anxiously below, occasionally making a few short and urgent calls, as if to cheer Lu Fan up. "Master, you can do it." "Hey, Dahe, don't worry. Just wait for me to go up." Lu Fan comforted Dahe while panting, his eyes revealing firm determination. After finally climbing over the stone wall, Lu Fan encountered a narrow ravine. It was bottomless and looked like a hideous wound in the earth. There was only a rotten tree trunk lying across the ravine, which looked shaky and would break at any time. Rotten tree trunk, risk of breaking. The familiar sound of the heavenly Tao sounded in Lu Fan's ears. Lu Fan stood at the edge of the ravine and muttered to himself, "If I fall down, I will become an abyss explorer. I guess I won't even be able to find my body." Although he received the reminder from the heavenly Tao, thinking that Lan was still waiting for rescue, Lu Fan gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk. He stepped onto the tree trunk carefully, taking every step with extreme caution, for fear that he would fall into the abyss if he was not careful. The tree trunk creaked in protest under his weight, as if telling him that it was overwhelmed. Lu Fan felt like an acrobat walking on a tightrope. Every step was thrilling, and the difference between life and death was only a fine line. Finally, just before the rotten wood was about to break, Lu Fan tried his best and leaped to the other side. Chapter 71, Taming the Horse King, Lightning. The moment he landed, his legs trembled slightly and there was still a trace of fear in his heart. In the live broadcast room, the audience's hearts were in their throats. "Oh my God, it's so thrilling. What would I do if I fell down? I don't even dare to look. I'm too nervous. Master Lu Fan must be safe." The direction that Master Lu Fan was heading seemed to be the same direction where the herd of wild horses was discovered yesterday. A careful viewer discovered Lu Fan's route. Could it be that Master Lu Fan is going to bring a horseback? With a horse, we can speed up our support for Lan. Someone suddenly realized and guessed Lu Fan's intention. "Come on, Master Lu Fan, you must succeed." The audience sent barrages of comments to cheer for Lu Fan. Lu Fan looked at the broken wood with lingering fear, secretly thanking his good luck, then took a deep breath and continued on his way. And Dahe, relying on his innate agility, followed Lu Fan closely in the mountains and fields like a nimble deer, never leaving him. After 2 or 3 hours of arduous trek, Lu Fan finally reached the depression and saw the herd of wild horses he had discovered yesterday. The herd of horses was like a surging black ocean, galloping and neighing wildly in the depression. It was a spectacular scene. Lu Fan's goal this time is to find the strongest horse to serve as his partner in rescuing Lan. Lu Fan's eyes quickly locked onto the Horse King. The horse had shiny black skin, as if it was carefully dyed with thick ink, and it reflected a charming luster under the sunlight. It has strong muscles and smooth lines, and every muscle seems to contain endless power. The mane flutters freely in the wind like a fluttering flag, showing its kingly demeanor. There was an unparalleled arrogance in his eyes, as if declaring his dominance to the whole world. In the live broadcast room, the audience was once again shocked by the scene before them. "Oh my God, what a strong horse. This is simply the king of horses. It's the first time I've seen such a huge horse. It's taller than a human. It's so shocking. Otherwise, why is it called a tall horse? This Horse King has such a powerful aura. Can Master Lu Fan really tame this horse? It seems so difficult." The audience was both excited and worried, wondering how Lu Fan would tame this unruly Horse King. When he saw this Horse King, Lu Fan's eyes lit up, as if he saw the dawn of victory. "Okay, it's you. We have to get to know each other better today. I believe that you can become my most capable partner." Lu Fan muttered to himself as he slowly approached the herd of horses. When the horses sensed a stranger approaching, they immediately became alert, and the originally orderly team began to become agitated. The Horse King raised his head and neighed. The high-pitched cry seemed to be a stern warning to Lu Fan. "Don't get close to my territory, or don't blame me for being rude." At this time, Dahe was excited by the herd of horses and was eager to rush over. Lu Fan was quick to grasp it and said softly but without question, "Dahe, stay here and don't move." He knew clearly that he must not let Dahe alarm the herd of horses. If these wild horses were frightened and scattered, it would take a lot of effort to find them. Time was running out and he couldn't afford to waste any time. Lu Fan knew very well that taming the majestic Horse King in front of him was no easy task. He began to circle slowly around the herd, his steps light and cautious, his eyes fixed on the Horse King's every move, trying to find a perfect opportunity to get closer. The Horse King was not someone to be trifled with. He kept staring at Lu Fan with his hawk-like vigilant eyes. As long as Lu Fan showed any intention to get closer, it would immediately lead the herd to retreat quickly and swiftly, as if announcing to Lu Fan, Don't even think about getting close to my herd. Lu Fan approached cautiously while secretly releasing his animal affinity. A magical thing happened. The horses that were originally nervous gradually relaxed their tense nerves, lowered their heads slowly, and began to eat grass leisurely. This subtle change gave Lu Fan hope. He followed the momentum of this affinity and slowly walked into the herd of horses step by step. The closer he got to the Horse King, the more he could feel the powerful aura emanating from the horse. Its sturdy body, flying mane, every detail revealed its incomparable handsomeness. Lu Fan stretched out his hand tentatively and slowly approached the Horse King, wanting to touch it. The Horse King noticed the strange behavior and let out a low cry at Lu Fan, while exhaling a breath of hot air, as if warning Lu Fan not to act rashly. Calm down, brother. I mean no harm to you. I just want to be friends with you. Lu Fan soothed him softly, as if he was talking to an old friend of many years. Under the continued influence of animal affinity, the wild horse's taut muscles gradually relaxed and its tense breath dissipated. Seeing this, Lu Fan was delighted. He seized the opportunity, reached out and grabbed the wild horse's mane, tentatively trying to ride on it. However, this action still caused a strong reaction from the Horse King. It struggled to break free from Lu Fan's hand and quickly walked to the side, its eyes once again filled with vigilance and resistance. Only then did Lu Fan realize that it was not an easy task to tame this wild horse. What the system rewards him is only animal affinity, not animal taming ability. Simply put, under the effect of animal affinity, animals will reduce their vigilance and hostility towards Lu Fan, but this does not mean that they can be tamed. Especially for an animal like the Horse King who is so wild and serves as the leader of the herd, it is difficult to surrender easily. Looking back at the time when I tamed Dahe, it was because Dahe was seriously injured and was ruthlessly driven out by the wolf pack. He was in a state of isolation, helplessness, and extreme weakness. At that time, Lu Fan helped Dahe heal his wounds and gave him food, making Dahe feel warmth and care. This made Dahe obey and rely on Lu Fan from the bottom of his heart. But the Horse King in front of him is different. It is high above, commanding the entire herd, exuding an unruly aura. It is conceivable how difficult it is to tame it. In this way, a thrilling chase game unfolded between Lu Fan and the Horse King. Lu Fan was like an experienced and cunning hunter, constantly observing and testing, looking for the flaws of the Horse King. The Horse King was like a guard who held his ground and never retreated. He was always alert to Lu Fan's every move, guarding against any opportunity that Lu Fan could take advantage of. The surrounding wild horses also seemed attracted by this strange battle. They all stopped to watch, neighing from time to time, as if they were cheering for the Horse King, or as if they were creating psychological pressure on Lu Fan. After a long period of negotiation, the opportunity finally came. When the Horse King turned around, his steps paused briefly. Although it was only for a moment, Lu Fan was sharp-eyed and caught this flaw instantly. He seized the opportunity and rushed towards the Horse King as swiftly as an arrow. Before the Horse King could react, he had already straddled the horse's back. The Horse King obviously did not expect Lu Fan to suddenly attack, and it was completely enraged by this sudden action. It was like an erupting volcano, shaking its body wildly, trying to throw off Lu Fan, the uninvited guest. In the live broadcast room, the audience's hearts were in their throats. Oh my God, this is too dangerous. If I get thrown off, I will definitely fall badly. Yeah, I don't even dare to look at it. Master Lu Fan must be careful. At this moment, Lu Fan was like a piece of chewing gum stuck tightly to the horse's back, holding the Horse King's mane tightly with both hands. No matter how the Horse King tossed him, he was determined not to let go. Brother, don't waste your energy. From today on, you will be my powerful mount. Lu Fan shouted loudly on horseback, his voice full of excitement and confidence, as if he was declaring his determination to the Horse King. The Horse King would not surrender so easily. When it saw that it could not get rid of Lu Fan, it began to run wildly in the depression, as fast as a whistling whirlwind, raising up dust on the ground. Lu Fan felt like he was riding an out-of-control roller coaster. He was thrown high into the air, and his heart seemed to be about to jump out of his throat. After a while, it dropped rapidly again, and all the internal organs were displaced. His heart was beating wildly in his chest, as if it would burst out of his chest at any time. Boy, that's really strong. But I like it. While Lu Fan was shouting loudly to encourage himself, he was trying his best to keep his body balance, his eyes fixed on the front, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Seeing that it couldn't get rid of Lu Fan even by running wildly, the Horse King came up with a new trick. It suddenly jumped high and pushed the ground hard with its strong hind hooves, trying to throw Lu Fan to the ground. Lu Fan was so shaken by the violent shaking that he felt like his internal organs were about to be shaken out, and his head was dizzy. Hey, you're quite resourceful, but I won't give up easily, so just wait till I tame you. Lu Fan gritted his teeth, endured the physical discomfort and dizziness, and continued to hold the Horse King tightly. His eyes revealed firm belief and unyielding perseverance. This thrilling battle between man and horse lasted for a long time, with both sides fighting tenaciously. Slowly, under the continued effect of animal affinity and Lu Fan's persistent violent taming, the Horse King's movements gradually slowed down, and its resistance became weaker and weaker. Lu Fan keenly felt that the Horse King's resistance was gradually weakening, and he knew that the time was ripe. He began to comfort the Horse King softly, as if he was coaxing a child who was having a tantrum. All right, brother, stop making trouble. Come with me. From now on we will be good partners, fighting side by side. As Lu Fan spoke gently, he stroked the Horse King's neck gently, his movements soft and soothing, trying to make the Horse King feel his kindness and friendliness. The Horse King seemed to really understand Lu Fan's words. He slowly stopped struggling, his violently heaving chest gradually calmed down, and his breathing became steady and long. Successfully tamed the Wild Horse King. Lu Fan successfully tamed the Horse King. He was so excited that his face turned red. He cheered loudly on the horse's back. Haha, I did it. I finally tamed the Horse King. Dahe, look, you have a new partner. Lu Fan shouted to Dahe, who was standing aside and watching anxiously. Dahe also wagged his tail excitedly and made cheerful noises, as if celebrating Lu Fan's hard-earned victory. There seemed to be a special emotion between the man, the horse, and the dog. In the live broadcast room, the audience also became excited. Great. Master Lu Fan really tamed the Horse King. So amazing. It was so thrilling. If it were someone else, they would have been thrown off the horse and had a bruised face. However, just as everyone was immersed in joy, some foreign audiences jumped out at an inopportune time and expressed disdain. So what if we tamed a horse? Once our Kalba player kills Lu Fan, everything that Lu Fan owns will belong to us. That's right, you Chinese are finished this time, haha. These provocative words instantly angered the Chinese audience. Foreign dogs, get out. You are not welcome here. Yes, go back to your hometown right now and stop embarrassing yourself here. Just wait for our great god Lu Fan to beat up your Kalba and that shitty Meichuan Naiku. You will cry then. After taming the Horse King, Lu Fan carefully got off the horse's back. He knew that the Horse King had just consumed a lot of energy and needed to replenish water and salt. He first let the Horse King drink some clear water. Seeing the Horse King drinking the water happily, he took out the prepared salt and fed it to the Horse King little by little. Eat some salt and replenish your strength. There will be a difficult task waiting for us later. Lu Fan said softly, as if he was discussing something with the Horse King. From today on, your name is Lightning. From now on, we will be good partners who share life and death. Lu Fan looked at the Horse King and said seriously. Miraculously, the Horse King seemed to recognize the name. It raised its head and let out passionate roars, as if responding to Lu Fan's call. After Lightning had almost recovered, Lu Fan immediately got on the horse, his eyes full of determination and resolve. Dahe, let's go home and save Lan. Dahe, who had been squatting in the grass and waiting patiently, heard Lu Fan's call and immediately ran out like an arrow, following Lu Fan and Lightning. Lightning seemed to understand Lu Fan's intention. It let out a long hiss towards the sky, the sound echoing throughout the depression, and then rushed out like a black lightning. Its speed was amazing. Dahe followed closely behind the Horse King, running quickly on its four legs, splashing up dust on the ground. A man, a horse, and a dog raised a cloud of dust in the wilderness and galloped towards the shelter. Their momentum seemed to break through all obstacles. When the other horses in the herd saw the direction the Horse King was running, they followed one after another. For a moment, the horses were galloping, and the scene was very spectacular. Oh, Lu Fan pulled Lightning's mane, signaling it to stop. He patted Lightning's neck gently and said tenderly, "Brother, your tribe can't follow us. They will be safer here." Lightning seemed to understand Lu Fan's words. He immediately turned around and let out a loud roar towards the sky again. The herd of horses responded with bursts of neighing, as if saying goodbye to the Horse King. Slowly, all the horses stopped and stared quietly in the direction where the Lightning left. Then, Lightning turned around and continued on his way to his destination. This time, the herd of horses did not catch up with him. At this time, in the live broadcast room, the war of words between the Chinese audience and the audiences from the United States and the Sakura country was still going on fiercely. Although the host Wang Tao's speech temporarily calmed the anger of some Chinese audiences, everyone was still worried about the safety of Lu Fan and Lan. I don't know how Lu Fan is doing now. I hope he can find Enlon as soon as possible and successfully get rid of those two bad guys. An audience member left a message in the barrage, his words full of worry and concern. Lu Fan, you must keep going. We all believe in you. You are our pride. Another audience member also expressed his trust and support for Lu Fan in the barrage. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, the screen in the live broadcast room suddenly switched to a scene of Lu Fan riding the Horse King and galloping in the wilderness. When the audience saw this scene, they were excited again. Hope was rekindled in their hearts. They cheered for Lu Fan and looked forward to him successfully completing the rescue mission and overcoming all difficulties. Chapter 72. The sneak attack failed. Kalba was knocked away. Wow, Lu Fan actually tamed the Horse King. This is amazing. Now there is hope. The Horse King's speed will definitely allow Lu Fan to get to Enlon as soon as possible. The Chinese audience cheered excitedly, and comments scrolled wildly on the screen. In contrast, the audiences in the beautiful country and the cherry blossom country were completely stunned by this sudden scene. They were originally looking forward to seeing Lu Fan getting into trouble and watching a good show. They didn't expect that Lu Fan would come up with such a brilliant idea and successfully tame the Horse King, which was beyond their expectations. How is this possible? How did he do it? An American audience couldn't believe his eyes and asked questions one after another in the barrage, full of disbelief. Don't underestimate our Chinese players. Lu Fan is really capable, and you can't just look down on him. In the wilderness, Lu Fan rode the lightning steadily, speeding all the way. His eyes were firm and confident, shining like the North Star in the cold night. In his heart, he had only one firm belief. He must rush to Enlon as quickly as possible and protect her. Lightning seemed to have deeply felt Lu Fan's determination. All its muscles were tense, and every tendon burst out with endless power. Its forehooves moved alternately on the ground at a rapid speed, creating bursts of flying dust. Although Dahe was having a hard time catching up from behind, his unyielding spirit made him follow closely, and he was not willing to be left behind even a step. As time passed, Lu Fan got closer and closer to the shelter. He rode on the majestic lightning and galloped through the wilderness. The rugged terrain seemed like a flat road under Lightning's feet. Lightning was born to belong to this wilderness. Every muscle and every inch of its skin seemed to be grown for running so wildly. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also chatting animatedly. Riding a horse is fast. A journey that usually takes 2 or 3 hours now only takes a dozen minutes. The scene of the horses galloping just now was so shocking. It reminded me of the scene in Journey to the West when I was a child where Sun Wukong released his horses in the Tianhe River. Now that you mention it, I remember it all. I remembered it all. When I was the marshal of the heavenly Peng in heaven, Sun Wukong was the one who released his horse in the territory I was in charge of. I remember it too. We were colleagues upstairs. I also remember the days when I worked in Tiangong. I miss it so much. 666. The people above are all talented. Their imaginations are amazing. After riding on the horse, Lu Fan arrived near the small pond in just 20 minutes. He stopped the horse steadily and began to carefully observe the surrounding terrain. Every blade of grass and every tree here may hide danger, so Lu Fan dared not be careless at all. Suddenly, the Tiandao prompt sound popped up without warning. When danger comes, turn your head to the right to avoid it. Relying on his agile physical reactions developed from long years in the wilderness, Lu Fan quickly turned his head to the right almost the moment he heard the prompt sound. He saw a stone axe flying past him with a whistling sound, and then hit the ground heavily. The axe blade sank into the soil, splashing up a cloud of dust. Lu Fan was startled and turned his head to see a figure slowly standing up from the grass. Looking closely, it turned out to be Kalba. How could he be here? It turned out that Kalba had been running all the way and finally reached a small pond. Tired and thirsty, he stopped to drink water. However, after drinking the water, the 10,000 times rebate did not get triggered. He secretly guessed that this might be the source of the water that had caused Lu Fan to trigger the 10,000 times rebate before. This means that Lu Fan's shelter must be nearby. Kalba climbed to the top of the mountain, panting with reluctance. He just wanted to take a breath and observe the terrain. But the scene before him made him open his eyes wide in shock. Lu Fan actually succeeded in taming the Horse King. Jealousy and anger instantly surged into Kalba's heart like a raging tide. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turned white from the force, and he began to frantically think about how to destroy Lu Fan's plan. This Chinese kid actually has such ability. We must not let him succeed. Kalba cursed in a low voice, and the ferocity and jealousy on his face became more and more obvious. So Kalba decided to wait here. He tightly grasped the stone axe he had carefully crafted, hiding carefully behind the dense bushes, like a lurking wolf, quietly waiting for Lu Fan's arrival. When Lu Fan appeared in his sight riding on the Horse King, a hint of ruthlessness and determination flashed in Kalba's eyes, and he threw the stone axe towards Lu Fan without hesitation. The stone axe, carrying full of malice, cut through the air and headed straight for Lu Fan. Fortunately, Lu Fan reacted quickly and successfully avoided the fatal blow. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Oh my God, that scene just now was too thrilling. It was a matter of life and death. It's Kalba? Why is he here? It's so abominable. Fortunately, Master Lu Fan dodged it. Otherwise it would be dangerous. Damn these beautiful Chinese people. They are so insidious, actually resorting to such despicable sneak attacks. However, the American audience was still stubborn and argued in the comments. This is called strategy. It's Lu Fan who is incapable of avoiding it. Humph. Bah, you just can't afford to lose. Just wait and see how our Lu Fan will deal with him. The Chinese audience immediately responded tit for tat, their words full of trust and support for Lu Fan. Kalba came out from behind the bushes with a sinister smile on his face and said loudly, "Are you the Lu Fan from China? Great, I finally found you." At this moment, Lu Fan had no intention of paying attention to him at all. His face was as gloomy as the sky before a storm. Another more terrifying thing suddenly occurred to him. If Kalba had already reached his side, then it was very likely that Yameko and Naiku had also reached Amlin's side. Thinking of this, Lu Fan became extremely anxious. He had to seize every minute and every second to rush back. Seeing that Lu Fan ignored him, Kalba thought that Lu Fan was afraid, so he became even more unscrupulous and challenged Lu Fan. "Chinese boy, do you dare to come down and fight me in single combat?" After saying that, he picked up his stone axe and stared at Lu Fan intently, as if he wanted to eat Lu Fan alive. What the hell is that? I don't understand it. Lu Fan was extremely anxious and didn't want to get entangled with Kalba anymore. So he squeezed the horse's belly with his legs. "Get out of my way." The Horse King rushed towards Kalba like an arrow shot from a bow with an unstoppable momentum. The momentum was like that of a high-speed chariot, which was frightening. Looking at the lightning rushing towards him like a ferocious beast, Kalba was instantly frightened and his face turned pale, and the arrogance on his face disappeared without a trace in an instant. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The Horse King's impact force was so great that it directly knocked Kalba away. Kalba drew an ugly arc in the air, and with a splash, he fell heavily into a small pool of water, splashing a large amount of water and creating ripples on the water surface. Haha, Kalba, this is what happens to you. In the live broadcast room, the Chinese audience cheered excitedly when they saw this scene, and the barrage of comments scrolled wildly, full of ridicule for Kalba and praise for Lu Fan. This is impossible. How could Kalba be knocked down so easily? The American audiences were unwilling to accept it and posted comments crazily, unwilling to accept such a result. The facts are in front of us. Your people are just not good enough. Stop being stubborn. The Chinese audience retorted mercilessly, and every word hit the pain point of the American audience. How can you Chinese people allow your contestants to hurt others like this? The American audience was still trying to quibble. Hey, this is weird. It was obviously your damn Kalba who attacked first. Can you have a little shame? You are only allowed to launch a sneak attack, but we are not allowed to fight back? If you have the guts, show us your true strength and stop playing rogue here. Lu Fan looked back and saw Kalba floating on the water, motionless, with a hint of bright red spreading in the water. It looks like he will be disabled if he doesn't die. Then he urged the lightning again and rushed towards his shelter. Dahei also perked up and followed the Horse King closely. His agile posture seemed to tell of his loyalty. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter at this scene. Is this the warrior from your beautiful country? It's a joke. He fell down in an instant. I'm not going to die, haha. Now you know how powerful our Master Lu Fan is. How dare you look down on us? They can't even beat Master Lu Fan's pet. They really overestimate their own abilities. But after Lu Fan left, Kalba climbed out of the water. He covered his chest with his hands, blood flowed from his mouth, and he spat out a few broken teeth, with a resentful expression on his face. It turned out that he had studied Kung Fu in China before and learned the technique of relieving force from a master. So when the lightning hit him, he dissipated the force in time to save his life, and then lay motionless pretending to be dead. I didn't expect that I could actually deceive Lu Fan with this. It's really ironic to think about it. The Chinese culture that they have always looked down upon actually saved his life. Finally, Lu Fan rushed back to his shelter. He quickly jumped off Lightning's back and walked quickly into the house, looking vigilantly for anything unusual. The items in the house were neatly arranged and did not appear to have been rummaged through. Only then did Lu Fan breathe a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. But he knew that the danger had not been completely eliminated, and he had to start packing his equipment immediately to prepare for any crisis that might arise at any time. Chapter 73, Let Dejiao and Mei Mei Go, Extreme Rescue. In the wilderness, Lu Fan stood in the shelter he had built with his own hands, his eyes as sharp as torches, quickly scanning every inch of the room. His brain was working rapidly, carefully screening out the items that were crucial to rescuing Lan. This rescue operation is full of unknowns and dangers. He must be fully prepared and not allow any mistakes. He first picked up the bamboo tube and steadily filled it with some clean water, then put a handful of salt into the bag, and then casually put in some dried meat. These seemingly simple supplies can become the key to supporting his survival and fighting in the wilderness. Then, Lu Fan walked towards the weapons storage area. He was the first to pick up the extremely sharp dagger. The blade gleamed with cold light, reflecting his resolute face. This dagger has been his great help in escaping danger many times in the wilderness, and every scratch on it records the thrilling moments of the past. He gently stroked the blade, and the scenes of using it to resist wild beasts and cut prey appeared before his eyes one by one, and a sense of confidence surged in his heart. Then he picked up the bow that had taken so much effort to make. The bow is made of tough material, the result of his careful selection and repeated polishing. Then he selected a dozen well-polished arrows with neatly arranged feathers at the tails. The iron arrowhead was extremely sharp, flashing a cold light in the sunlight, as if telling of the upcoming battle. With these, I will have a better chance of winning when I encounter the enemy. Lu Fan thought secretly, with determination in his eyes. Finally, he picked up the trident. Almost all the weapons were carried. Such equipment could be considered heavy firepower equipment if placed anywhere in the wilderness. However, Lu Fan still felt that it was not enough. After all, after experiencing many dangerous incidents, the Chinese people's pursuit of firepower and desire for safety became stronger and stronger. He was no exception and suffered from fear of insufficient firepower. After packing up the key items, Lu Fan's eyes fell on the equipment in the house that was not needed temporarily. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Forget it, never mind. Saving lives is the most important thing. At this moment, Lu Fan couldn't care less. Picking up his equipment, Lu Fan came to the shed next to the shelter. In the shed, Bighorn and the Yu-Mi-Mi were eating grass leisurely, unaware of the impending danger. Lu Fan gently stroked Dejiao's antlers and said softly, "Dejiao, I have to go on an important mission and cannot take you with me. You can live freely in the wilderness and be sure to pay attention to safety." After saying that, he slowly opened the door of the shed and gently patted Dejiao's butt. Dejiao seemed to understand what he said. He was stunned for a moment, then slowly walked out of the shed. It stood at the door, looking at Lu Fan and making low calls, as if expressing its reluctance to leave. Let's go back to nature." Lu Fan pushed them out again. Dejiao seemed to sense Lu Fan's determination and finally took a step forward, heading towards the depths of the wilderness. The Yu-Mi-Mi followed closely behind Bighorn and slowly disappeared from Lu Fan's sight. Lu Fan looked at their departing backs and silently prayed that they would be safe in the wilderness. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room was nervously following Lu Fan's every move, and the barrage of comments kept rolling like snowflakes. Master Lu Fan is well prepared. He must be going to rescue Lan. Dejiao and Mei Mei are gone. This scene makes me so sad. Me too, they are like family. We can't help it. Great God, Lu Fan is not here. It's very likely that Kalba will come to hurt them. This is also for their own good. I didn't expect that Kalba actually pretended to be dead and fooled Master Lu Fan. Damn it. After getting ready, Lu Fan rode on his horse. Let's go, Dahe. I won't chase you away. I still need to rely on your nose to find someone. He patted the horse's neck and said, Lightning, it's up to you now. We have to get to Lan as soon as possible. Lightning seemed to understand what he said. He neighed to the sky and raised his front hooves high, showing his great energy. Dahe also stood aside, looking at Lu Fan firmly, as if to say, Master, I am ready too. Lu Fan looked at Dahe and said, Dahe, this mission is very dangerous. You have to follow closely. Dahe wagged his tail in response. Everything was ready. Lu Fan squeezed his legs against the horse's belly and rushed out like an arrow, with Dahe following closely behind. They sped along a winding path towards Lan's shelter. Along the way, the wind whistled in his ears, but Lu Fan's eyes were always firmly looking forward, with only one belief in his heart. He must successfully rescue Lan. On the other side of the small pond, Kalba was still hiding in the water, with only his head exposed. His eyes were fixed on the direction where Lu Fan left, his heart filled with hatred. Lu Fan, just wait for me. I will make you pay the price. Kalba growled in a low voice, his voice full of resentment. At this time, Anlan had no idea of the danger he was about to face. She was concentrating on studying medicinal herbs in her own shelter. Although life in the wilderness is hard, Anlan enjoys it. Because here, she can see many medicinal herbs that have long been extinct. Those plants that she could only see in books before can now be actually touched and studied. For Anlan, being able to truly practice the effects of these medicinal herbs is an extremely happy thing. Yumekawa Naiku, who came here on a raft, also reached the shore at this moment. He walked to the shore, grinning sinisterly. According to previous speculation, after the river reached the shore, he was only about 10 kilometers away from Inland shelter. Yumekawa Naiku looked at the forest in the distance, and thinking of the goal within reach, he couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Chinese, get ready to accept the sanctions from my Sakura country. In the live broadcast room, the audience was extremely anxious. Oh, what should I do? This Yumekawa Naiku is almost here. But Miss Anlan doesn't know the news yet. Oh, I'm so anxious. It's okay. Master Lu Fan is on his way. He will definitely catch up. Yes, we must believe in Master Lu Fan. After determining the direction based on the sun, Yumekawa Naiku plunged into the woods. In his arms, he also had the prepared puffer fish intestines, which were the evil tool he used to harm people. At this time, Lu Fan was rushing on his way frantically. Although the inside of his thighs had been rubbed red, and even some blood had seeped out, he didn't care at all. There is a deep pit ahead. Lu Fan pulled the reins suddenly, jumped high like lightning, and directly crossed the deep pit. Along the way, the heavenly prompts played a huge role and helped him avoid many dangers. As he got closer to Inland shelter, Lu Fan's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. He knew that danger was approaching step by step, but he was not afraid. He believed in his own abilities, the weapons in his hands, and even more in the company of Lightning and Daihe. Chapter 74. Yumekawa Naiku arrives at Inland shelter. As the road continued to extend, the surrounding trees became more and more lush, with layers of branches and leaves intertwined, dividing the sky into irregular small pieces. Along the way, Lu Fan saw many fruit trees from afar. The branches were heavily hung with fruits, swaying gently in the breeze, exuding an enticing scent. However, he was worried about Anlan and had no time to care about these things. He just took a quick glance and rode past. After traveling for more than an hour, Lu Fan decided to take a break. He rode the Lightning and stopped under a big tree with lush branches and leaves. The crown of this tree is extremely large, like a natural giant umbrella, completely blocking out the scorching sun. After a long period of speeding, although Lightning was still full of energy, his physical strength had been consumed, and he needed to replenish his energy. Lu Fan carefully selected the fresh green grass around him, cut it in bunches, and held it in both hands before presenting it to Lightning. He looked as if he was comforting a close comrade who had fought side by side with him for many years. Eat, Lightning, so we can continue on our journey once we're full. He whispered softly, his eyes full of care and expectation. Then he took out some salt and fed it to Lightning. Lightning stuck out his tongue and licked it happily. His tail couldn't help but swing from side to side. He was fascinated by this rare salt. You know, it's not easy for wild animals to obtain salt. They can often only replenish trace salt by finding salt-rich plants or other extremely limited ways, so salt is extremely attractive to them. At the same time, Daihe rushed into the dense forest without looking back like a wild horse. Don't run too far, silly dog. Take a rest, and then we have to continue on our journey. Lu Fan took a sip of water and shouted loudly in the direction where Daihe left. Relying on his innate hunting instinct, Daihe shuttled back and forth in the nearby grass, his body agile like a black lightning. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy wild rabbit 10,000. Hearing the sound, Lu Fan turned around and saw Daihe coming out from the grass, holding a hare in his mouth and trotting towards him. Daihe gently placed the hare in front of Lu Fan and wagged his tail happily. It gently pushed the hare with its paw, then raised its head and looked at Lu Fan eagerly, as if it was trying to win credit from its master. Look how great I am. Lu Fan touched Daihe's head and praised him. Well, you are really good. You can eat it yourself. I won't eat it. As he spoke, he skillfully took out a dagger, peeled off the rabbit skin cleanly and neatly, and threw the tender rabbit meat to Daihe. Daihe immediately started to eat voraciously, enjoying the meal very much. At the same time, the live broadcast room was bustling with activity. Wow, Dahei's hunting ability is simply amazing. He is a master in the wilderness. Lightning's meal is so delicious. I think it will be able to run even faster after this meal. It will take off directly. Master Lu Fan, please get some rest quickly. And Lan's situation is extremely urgent, and there is no time to lose. Lu Fan took out some dried meat to replenish his strength. To be honest, the taste of this jerky is really not good. In order to preserve it for a long time, a large amount of salt was added during the pickling process, which made it taste salty and bitter. He had to drink water constantly to relieve the saltiness in his mouth. At this time, Yumekawa Naiko had been lost in the woods for a long time, wandering around like a headless fly. As he stumbled along, he kept muttering, "Why is this broken forest so hard to walk through? Where on earth is Lan hiding?" His clothes were already soaked with sweat and stuck to his body, and his hair was messy from being blown by the branches, hanging in wisps on his face. The hot weather, coupled with the delay in finding Anlin's shelter, made Yumekawa Naiko increasingly irritated, and every step he took was accompanied by a series of complaints. Finally, when he climbed up a hill panting, the scene before him suddenly became clear. He squinted his small eyes and searched carefully in the mountains and forest for a long time, and finally found a clue. On the other side of the mountain, a wisp of light green smoke was seen rising from the forest. In this deserted wilderness, the wisp of green smoke was particularly eye-catching, like a bright lamp in the darkness. He estimated the distance, and it seemed to be only 3 or 4 kilometers away. "Haha, I finally found you, Lan," Yumekawa Naiko shouted excitedly. A sinister and cunning smile appeared on its face, as if it had seen the dawn of victory right before its eyes, and it was standing on top of the world. This news instantly caused a commotion in his live broadcast room. Lord Meichuan is amazing. He found the target so quickly. He is truly our hero. We must let those Chinese know how powerful our Sakura country is and make them bow down to us. Ha ha ha, victory belongs to our Sakura country, and the glory will surely belong to us. Yumekawa Naiko's face turned red with excitement. He rushed down the mountain impatiently and ran towards the direction of the smoke. As he ran, he let out a creepy and sinister laugh, as if he had already firmly grasped the fruits of victory in his hands, and the whole world was at his feet. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw Yumekawa Naiko's actions, they all expressed their concerns. "Oh no, the devil has discovered contestant and Lan's location. The situation is extremely critical. Master Lu Fan, please hurry up. Lan is about to fall into danger." "Ah, damn Yumekawa Naiko, don't let him succeed." After a short rest, Lu Fan turned over again and rode on Lightning, continuing to gallop towards Lan's shelter. He knew very well that time was running out. Every minute and every second depended on Lan's life and death, and there was no room for delay. Lightning seemed to sense his master's anxiety and uneasiness, and he galloped on all fours, faster than before, creating a whistling sound in the wind. Dahei followed closely behind, his agile figure looming in the grass, like a black ghost. Turn left and reach the destination after 20 kilometers. As he got closer to Lan's shelter, Lu Fan's heart beat faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. His hands were tightly clenched around Lightning's mane, his knuckles turning white from the force, and his eyes were fixed firmly ahead, revealing unquestionable determination and courage. At this time, Lan was still concentrating on studying medicinal herbs in the shelter. She had no idea that danger was approaching step by step, and the shadow of death was quietly looming. She gently picked up a freshly picked herb and placed it in front of her eyes, carefully observing its texture and color. She kept muttering to herself, "This herb looks somewhat similar to the one recorded in the ancient books, but not exactly the same. I wonder what its medicinal effect is." Her eyes sparkled with a desire for knowledge and a passion for exploration, and she was completely immersed in her own world. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room were extremely anxious and kept sending barrages of comments. "Lan, stop researching. Danger is coming. Wake up. Yumekawa Naiko is nearby. Hide quickly and find a safe place to hide." At this time, Yumekawa Naiko had sneaked to a place several hundred meters away from Anlin's shelter. "Ha ha ha, I finally found it." It lowered its voice and laughed triumphantly, with a distorted and hideous expression on its face. It approached cautiously, its eyes vigilantly observing every move around it, and took every step carefully, for fear of making any noise. Afterwards, it quietly crouched in a dense bush, thinking of a vicious plan in its mind. It originally planned to put deadly pufferfish poison in Lan's food when she was out, so that she would be poisoned to death without knowing it. Thinking of this, it took out the bag of prepared pufferfish organs from its arms, and a sinister smile appeared on its face. "Humph, once she's poisoned, she'll be at my mercy. By then, I'll force China to send me supplies and let them know how powerful I am." He talked to himself, with greed flashing in his eyes, as if he had already seen himself standing in front of China and showing off his power. In his live broadcast room, the audience from the Sakura country were also frantically posting comments. Ha ha ha, the final victory can only belong to my Sakura country. We are invincible. Well done, Yumeko-kun. You are the bravest samurai in our great Sakura empire and our pride. Yumeko Naiku was squatting outside Anlin's shelter, his eyes fixed on the simple yet lively shack. When Anlin's graceful figure appeared in its sight, its eyes instantly became greedy and obscene, and an evil thought surged in its heart. Originally, he only wanted to use puffer fish poison to kill Anlin without anyone noticing, but at this moment, seeing Anlin's beautiful face, the evil thoughts in his heart became stronger. He wanted to subdue her with his bare hands, take her back and torture her, in order to humiliate China. I didn't expect she was a beauty. It would be a pity to kill her, ha ha ha. Yumeko and Naiku laughed obscenely, and that laughter made people shudder. It collected the pufferfish's internal organs and decided to subdue Anlin by force. In the live broadcast room, the audience was furious. Ah, this damn Yumeko and Naiku is worse than a beast. Master Lu Fan, please come quickly. It will be too late if you're any later. Anlin, run. The bad guys are coming. Be careful. Chapter 75, Divine Soldiers from Heaven. Yumeko and Naiku crouched like a wolf hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. He stood up carefully from the grass and tiptoed towards Anlin. At that time, Anlin was concentrating on sorting out the herbs he had picked outside the shelter. The breeze gently ruffled her hair, adding a touch of charming charm to her. Yumeko and Naiku looked at the scene in front of him. His breathing became more rapid, and his pace unconsciously quickened a bit. At this moment, his mind was blank. The original plan had long been thrown out of the window, and there was only one thought left in his mind, to control this beautiful Chinese woman. However, as an excellent wilderness survival player, Anlin always remains highly vigilant. When Yumeko and Naiku was only 7 or 8 meters away from her, she keenly caught the strange breath coming from behind her. Anlin turned around abruptly, and the hand that was originally holding the herbs reached out to the bow and arrow hanging next to him as quickly as lightning. His movements were done in one go, smoothly and naturally. This bow and arrow was carefully made by her using plant fibers. Although it is not as strong and powerful as the bowstring made of python tendons by Lu Fan, it also has considerable lethality. Anlin's eyes revealed determination and vigilance. He stared at the uninvited guest like two sharp blades and shouted, "What do you want to do?" Her voice was clear and loud, yet full of intimidation. The bow in her hand was already fully drawn, with the arrow pointing steadily at Yumeko and Naiku's head. Yumeko and Naiku was so frightened by this sudden change that his whole body trembled. But he quickly came to his senses, a ferocious smile appeared on his face, and he said in Sakura language, "My little beauty, come back to Sakura country with me, and let you Chinese know how powerful we are." As he spoke, he slowly moved forward, trying to get closer to Anlin. Sakura country people? Anlin's brows furrowed instantly, and a hint of disgust and vigilance flashed in his eyes. Then, without hesitation, she aimed an arrow at Yumeko and Naiku's feet and warned, "This is a warning, don't come any closer." Yumeko and Naiku was so frightened by the sudden arrow that he froze in place. But at this time, he was already overwhelmed by desire. With his mind full of lust, he didn't care about these things at all and continued to press on. Anlin was not afraid at all. She dealt with Meichuan Naiku while retreating carefully. Always keep a safe distance from him, and the bow and arrow in your hand is always aimed at him steadily. The two men thus engaged in a thrilling confrontation outside the shelter. Yumeko and Naiku tried several times to rush forward and snatch the bow and arrow from Anlin's hand, but she dodged him skillfully each time. Anlin's heart was filled with hatred, and he kept looking for opportunities to attack. But she was just an ordinary person after all, and had not learned archery specifically, so she never had the chance to attack. If you miss, there will be no time to shoot the second arrow. In the live broadcast room, the hearts of the Chinese audience were in their throats, and the comments were scrolling wildly. Anlin, don't hesitate, shoot him. What should I do, damn Sakura people? After this incident, we must let their country give us an explanation. I wish I could kill this mustache guy. Seeing that it was difficult to succeed for the time being, Yumeko and Naiku became more and more anxious. He circled around Anlin like a trapped beast, trying to find her weakness. Suddenly, he rushed forward and grabbed Anlin's bow and arrow with his hands like pliers. Anlin reacted quickly, dodged sideways, and seized the opportunity to shoot an arrow. Yumeko and Naiku reacted quickly as well, twisting his body violently and barely avoiding the fatal arrow. Yumeko and Naiku, frightened by the arrow, immediately shouted angrily, "Humph, do you think you can escape?" Yumeko and Naiku's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He attacked again, this time with greater ferocity and deadly moves. Anlin gradually became unable to withstand his fierce attack. While dodging, Anlin accidentally stepped on a stone, and his body instantly lost balance and staggered back a few steps. Seeing this, Yumeko and Naiku was overjoyed, thinking that his chance had come, and took the opportunity to pounce on him again. In panic, Lan could only keep waving the bow and arrow in his hand to resist. In the fierce fight, the two men unknowingly approached the edge of the hillside. Meituan Naika seized the opportunity and exerted force to knock the arrow out of Lan's hand. Lan lost his weapon, and his heart tightened, and he suddenly felt that the situation was not good. She tried to turn and run, but Yumekawa Naika grabbed her arm. "My little beauty, you can't run away now." Yumekawa Naika smiled triumphantly, his face trembling, and then he pulled Lan into his arms. Lan struggled desperately. She kicked and scratched with her hands, her nails leaving bloody marks on Meituan Naika's arms, trying to break free from his control. As the two were struggling, Lan slipped and rolled down the hillside. Yumekawa Naika was also startled by this sudden change and subconsciously let go of his hand. Lan rolled all the way down the hillside, her body constantly hitting rocks and trees. The intense pain made her close her eyes tightly. Finally, she stopped at the foot of the hill. She was in so much pain that she couldn't move. She had multiple injuries on her body and her clothes were in tatters. Yumekawa Naika stood on the hillside, looking at Lan lying at the foot of the hillside, with a smug smile on his face. He walked slowly down the hillside, approaching Lan, and kept saying, "Haha, do you think you can escape from my grasp? Now that you are in my hands, you can only let me do whatever I want." Yumekawa Naika walked to Lan, squatted down, stared down at Lan condescendingly, his eyes full of ridicule and complacency. Lan's legs were covered in blood and his arms had multiple abrasions. Blood continued to seep out of the wounds, staining the surrounding land red. She endured the pain, glared at Meituan Naika fiercely, and said through gritted teeth, "Don't be complacent, you will not end well." Meituan Naika disagreed. He stood up and began to search for supplies in Lan's shelter, muttering, "Wait until I take all the supplies here and take you back. China will definitely send me more supplies." At this time, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. When the Chinese audience saw Lan injured, they were extremely worried and left messages in the comments, hoping that Lu Fan could arrive soon. "Master Lu Fan, please save Lan. This damned Yumekawa Naika must be made to pay the price." The audience in the Sakura country cheered in the live broadcast room and applauded Yumekawa Naika's behavior. "Master Meituan is so amazing. The Chinese players are going to be in trouble now. Let them know the strength of our Sakura country, ha 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 ha." After searching for a while, Yumekawa didn't find any useful supplies in the warehouse and angrily kicked down the shelf where the medicinal herbs were placed. He cursed, "Baga, why is there nothing here? Just some flowers and plants." Soon, Yumekawa Naika came to Lan again. Lan struggled to stand up and resist, but he was unable to do so due to his severe injuries. "Since there is no food, I will eat you first." Meituan Naika had an obscene smile on his face. He approached Lan step by step, ready to attack. Lan's eyes were already filled with tears, but she gritted her teeth and held them back, thinking to herself, "Even if I die, I cannot shed tears in front of the devils from the Sakura country." Just when Yumekawa Naika was getting carried away. Da-da, da-da, da-da. A dense and powerful sound of horse hooves swept over as fast as a storm. Then, a sharp arrow came through the air like lightning. "Ah!" Accompanied by a shrill scream, the sharp arrow pierced Yumekawa Naika's shoulder directly, and the powerful impact force shot him to the ground. Yumekawa Naika's eyes rolled back in pain, and he lay on the ground howling like a dead dog. Am I late? Chapter 76, Rescue Success. Yumekawa Ichiko wets his pants. Lan subconsciously raised her head and saw a jet-black horse carrying a sturdy young man. Like a black lightning, it flew over her head and landed steadily in front of her. The young man had a tall and straight figure and was dressed in sheepskin clothes. His exposed arms were tanned by the sun, yet they revealed a sense of vigorous power. He held a bow and arrow tightly in his hand, with a dozen arrows in the quiver behind him and a big knife on his waist. The style was simple and ancient, as if he had walked out of the anti-Japanese war history museum. What was even more eye-catching was that he was carrying an iron spear that was nearly 2 meters long. The spear body was glowing with a cold light, and its unique shape was difficult to describe for a moment. Riding on a tall horse, he looked majestic and imposing. The person who came was Lu Fan. Just a few minutes ago. Turn right and go over the hill for 600 meters to reach the destination. Lu Fan rode his horse at full speed, crossed the hillside, and finally arrived at the shelter. As soon as he got down the hill, he saw Lan standing there weakly, facing a man with a shifty mustache and shifty eyes. Lu Fan didn't hesitate. He squeezed his legs on the horse's belly and the horse galloped away like an arrow. The distance of several hundred meters was covered in a flash. He quickly bent the bow and drew the arrow in one smooth movement, aiming the arrow steadily at the mustache man. Then, he pulled the reins, and the horse, lightning leaped high, passed over Lan's head, and landed steadily in front of her. Lu Fan turned around and looked at Lan, his eyes full of concern. Am I late? and Lan was so stunned by the sudden scene before him that he stood there in a daze, as if he was in a legend of a hero saving a beauty. After hearing Lu Fan's question, she came back to her senses and answered subconsciously, "No, you came at the right time." Lu Fan turned his gaze to the dead dog on the ground, then looked at the man with a mustache, his face gloomy, and said in a cold voice, "It's you, Meichuan Naiku?" The lightning under his crotch seemed to sense his master's anger, raised its front hooves high, and let out a deafening neigh. The cry broke the silence of the mountains and forests. It was sharp and long, as if it burst out from the depths of the soul. It not only vents the response to the master's anxious mood, but also seems like an angry roar against the enemy who threatens the master's companions. The anger is like a volcano about to erupt, with a terrifying momentum. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. "Oh my god, Master Lu Fan is finally here, and Lan is saved. So handsome, Master Lu Fan. A princess in distress and a prince who shows up just in time. I admit I'm touched." Yumeko Naiku was frightened by Lu Fan's powerful aura and burst into tears. He begged for mercy in Sakura language. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Listening to his gibberish, Lu Fan couldn't help but dismount, walked up to him, and shouted angrily, "Look at you. You look like a bitch. What the hell are you talking about?" Yumeko Naiku was so frightened that his face turned pale as paper, his legs went limp, and he fell to his knees with a plop. He kept bowing to Lu Fan with his hands and begging for mercy in Sakura language. He looked so miserable, just like a dog that had lost its home. In Lan, he speaks well, with power. Lu Fan frowned even deeper and asked, "No, can you fucking speak Chinese?" At this time, Dahe, who was one step behind, also came over panting. It stuck out its tongue and gasped heavily. Its hair looked a little messy from running all the way, but its eyes revealed a fierceness. As soon as it saw Yumeko Naika kneeling on the ground, a cold light flashed in its eyes and a low roar came from its throat. The voice seemed to come from an endless dark abyss, sending chills down Yumeko Naika's spine and making his heart shudder. Lu Fan reached out and touched Dahe's head, and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work, keeping an eye on this guy." Dahe wagged his tail, walked up to Yumeko Naiku, bared his sharp teeth, and drooled. Yumeko Naiku looked at Daikoku in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably, shouting, "Wolf! Wolf! Help! Help! Don't eat me!" He wanted to step back, but found that his legs were as soft as noodles, and he had no strength at all. Just as Daikoku was getting closer and closer, Yumeko Naika felt a hot current flowing out from his lower body, and he was so scared that he wet his pants. The pungent smell of urine spread instantly. Dahe, who had a sensitive nose, couldn't help but step back, as if he was disgusted. "It's too dirty." "Ha ha ha ha, well done, Dahe." Lu Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter. His hearty laughter echoed through the mountains and forests, forming a sharp contrast with Meichuan Naika's embarrassment. After laughing, Lu Fan hurried to Lan's side, carefully helped her up, his eyes full of worry, and asked with concern, "Lan, how are you? Are you seriously injured?" As he spoke, he looked over Lan carefully. Lan looked at Lu Fan, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She shook her head gently and said gratefully, "You must be Lu Fan. Thank you. If you hadn't arrived in time, I can't imagine what would have happened." Lu Fan nodded seriously. "You're welcome. My name is Lingyu." Lan blushed instantly and explained hastily, "I'm sorry. I thought you were contestant Lu Fan. I'm not." Before she could finish, Lu Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "How do you know I'm Lu Fan? Is it because of my handsome face?" "Ha ha." Lan's face froze instantly, and he looked helpless. Lu Fan proudly stroked his beard, which looked like Robinson Crusoe because he hadn't taken care of it for more than 10 days. Lan, 6. The live broadcast room suddenly became lively again. "Ha ha, Lu Fan is so mean. Look at how anxious Lan is. His face is red." "Jack, thank you, Taylor." 7. Ha 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 ha. 7. FKU. Lu Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said, "It's good that everything is fine. It's good that everything is fine. Fortunately, I made it in time. Wait, I'll take care of this guy from Sakura country." As the live broadcast spread, almost everyone in the world noticed this scene. When the Chinese audience saw Lu Fan's handsome appearance and successful rescue of Lan, they were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. The bullet comments kept rolling like snowflakes. "Master Lu Fan is so awesome. He is simply our superhero. This is the true wilderness survival king. Not only is he strong, he is also very responsible. It's great that Lan is okay. I can finally put my mind at ease." In China's high-level conference room, leaders were also closely following this live broadcast. Seeing that Lu Fan successfully rescued Lan, everyone smiled with relief. "Lu Fan is really great. He is not vague at all at the critical moment," a leader exclaimed. "Yes, he not only demonstrated his personal strength, but also brought honor to our China. In this wilderness survival competition, our Chinese players stole the show," another leader echoed. At this moment, Lu Fan had no time to care about the excitement in the live broadcast room and the praise from the senior executives. He had only one thought in his mind, and that was to make Yumeko and Nika pay for what he had done. Looking at the murderous Lu Fan, Enlon couldn't help but say, "Lu Fan, wait a minute, this is a global broadcast. If we kill him like this, is that right?" Lu Fan looked back at Enlon and asked, "Don't you want to kill him?" Enlon shook his head. "Of course I think that these Sakura country devils should be killed by everyone." Lu Fan smiled with satisfaction. "That's fine. Besides, it wasn't me who did it." "Dahei, bite this bastard to death." Lu Fan pointed at Meichuan Naiku and ordered coldly. Dahei couldn't wait any longer. When he heard his master's order, he rushed out like an arrow. Yumeko and Nika looked at Dahei with his bloody mouth wide open and rushed towards him. He was so scared that he tried his best to hide backwards, but he kept shouting, "Help, help." Chapter 77. 10,000 wild wolves arrive. Sakura country's defense is broken. Daikoku's speed was as fast as lightning, and Yumeko and Nika had no time to make any evasive moves. In an instant, Dahei pounced on him like a black cannonball, and its sharp fangs dug into his neck. "Ah!" Yumeko and Naiku let out a shrill scream. The sound was full of fear and despair. It echoed in the wilderness. It was creepy. His body struggled desperately and his hands waved wildly in the air, trying to push away the deadly wolf, but it was all in vain. Dahei's strength was astonishing. Its powerful jaws held Yumeko and Nika tightly, and no matter how he resisted, it was useless. Not long after, Yumeko and Nika's body gradually became limp as if all the muscles and bones had been pulled out. The light of life in his eyes quickly faded until there was no movement anymore. This villain from the Sakura country who acted recklessly in the wilderness and tried to harm the Chinese players finally got the punishment he deserved. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Sakura country player Yumeko Ichiko died in the mouth of a wild wolf. Sakura country player Yumeko Ichiko triggers 10,000 times rebate. How? 10,000 wild wolves will descend upon Sakura country and launch indiscriminate attacks until death. Wolves contain deadly toxins and cannot be eaten. In a flash, 10,000 huge wild wolves appeared out of nowhere in every corner of the Sakura country. The entire Sakura country instantly fell into chaos and panic. Since the wild wolves arrived randomly, some even appeared directly in the residences of high-ranking officials of the Sakura country. After a few screams, several cabinet officials were killed by the wolves. Seeing this scene, the Chinese people all applauded. Well, they died well. These bad guys should have had such an end long ago. This is the happiest thing I have heard in recent years. It makes me happier than getting a promotion and a pay raise. Ha ha ha, my grandfather, who was over 90 years old, was so excited when he saw this scene that he showed off his sword skills. By the way, my grandfather is a veteran Red Army soldier. That's right. I must tell this story to my deceased grandmother. She will definitely be happy in her grave. Immediately afterwards, the Wilderness Survival announcement sounded again. Wilderness Survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan defeated Sakura player Yumeko Ichiko. Huaguo obtained half of the triggering materials of Sakura country player Yumeko Ichiko. Snakeberry 5000. Deadpool 5000 for big face size. Grasshopper 5000. The live broadcast room suddenly became lively. Oh my god, how did Yumeko and Naiku last in this competition until now? All he triggered were useless garbage supplies. I've watched his live broadcasts. He just finds all kinds of excuses to sleep in every day. He's so hungry that he even eats cockroaches. Oh my god, that's too bad. In this part of northeast China, it's hard for people like this to find a partner. Other players in the wilderness also saw the announcement. When Lingyu, who was hunting, saw this, he couldn't help but stop what he was doing and cheered loudly. Great, great. As expected of a Chinese player, you should teach these Sakura country devils a lesson. Kalba, who was in such a state of disgrace at the moment, was so angry that he jumped up and down. How could this happen? Yumeko and Naiku is that rubbish. After cursing, he continued to move forward with his limping leg, still planning to steal something from Lu Fan's shelter. The White Bear country player murmured to himself, "Is it this Lu Fan from China again?" The reactions of contestants from different countries varied, but they all couldn't help but admire Lu Fan, who often triggered rebates. Looking at the excited Dahei, Lu Fan called it back. "Okay, Dahei, stop biting, it's too disgusting, come back." Dahei obediently opened his mouth and ran back to Lu Fan happily, wagging his tail, as if he was asking for credit from his master. "Well done, Dahei." Lu Fan smiled and touched Dahei's head. Dahei turned his head to look at Enlon, suddenly baring his teeth, and the mouth full of blood looked particularly terrifying in the sunlight. Enlon was so frightened that her face turned pale and she staggered back. Lu Fan was quick to support Enlon, who was about to fall, and then slapped Dahei. "What are you doing, stupid dog? This is one of us. If you show your teeth again, I will beat you up." After this slap, Dahei's eyes instantly became clear. He squatted on the ground obediently, sticking out his tongue. Lu Fan pushed it away with a look of disgust. It's disgusting. Find a place to clean yourself up. Oh, and drag that guy's body to a place where I can't see him. After hearing this, Dahe ran away obediently. Lu Fan turned to look at Enlon and said with concern, Enlon, let's go back to the shelter first. I will help you treat your wounds. Enlon nodded slightly, but when he stood up, he couldn't help frowning because of the pain. Lu Fan looked at her feet and reached out to touch them gently. Enlon immediately trembled in pain. It hurts. Lu Fan looked at her helplessly. You said you were fine, but I think you just broke your bones. Come on, I'll take you back to have a good look. Enlon nodded again, and with Lu Fan's support, he limped towards the shelter. After returning to the shelter, Lu Fan carefully helped Enlon treat his wounds. He first washed the wound carefully with clean water. At this time, a line of prompts appeared in front of him. Minor ankle sprain. Lu Fan, who was checking, was suddenly stunned and wondered in his heart, can there be such a prompt? Seeing Lu Fan stunned, Enlon couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? It shouldn't be serious. I just sprained my ankle. Lu Fan came back to his senses and asked, are you studying medicine? Well, I studied Chinese medicine. No wonder there are so many herbs here. Lu Fan looked at the piles of herbs around him, nodded in sudden realization, and then asked, then you should have medicine for treating bruises and sprains, right? Enlon immediately pointed to the side, that one over there. Afterwards, Lu Fan used these herbs to bandage Enlon's wounds. His movements were gentle and careful for fear of hurting Enlon. Looking at Lu Fan, who was treating his wounds carefully, Enlon couldn't help but feel curious about this man who suddenly appeared and saved her. After treating the wound, Lu Fan took out some dried meat and water, handed them to Enlon, and said, eat something first to replenish your energy. Enlon took the food and water, his eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, Lu Fan. If it weren't for you, I really can't imagine what would happen today. Lu Fan smiled and said, you're welcome. We are teammates and it's only natural for us to help each other. Besides, we are all Chinese, so we should be united when we are outside. At this moment, the live broadcast room was filled with joy, and the barrage of comments from the Chinese audience kept rolling like a surging tide, expressing their inner excitement and joy. It's so satisfying. The bad guy Yumeko Naika finally got the punishment he deserved. Lu Fan and Dahe are so handsome, they are simply messengers of justice in the wilderness. It's great that Enlon is safe and sound. Thank you, Master Lu Fan. However, just as the Chinese audience was immersed in joy, the situation in the country of Sakura was in chaos. Some extreme netizens in the Sakura country frantically condemned Lu Fan's murder behavior on international social platforms. They ignored the facts, turned right into wrong, and claimed that Lu Fan's behavior was a blatant act of violence and a serious violation of the rules of the game and international ethical standards. They strongly demanded severe sanctions against Lu Fan and even launched a so-called international petition in an attempt to put pressure on China. The official media of the Sakura country also followed suit and published a series of reports that distorted the facts. They portrayed Yumeko Naika as an innocent victim, while Lu Fan was maliciously portrayed as a vicious thug. These reports attracted the attention of some people in the international community who were unaware of the truth. For a time, public opinion seemed to be moving in a direction that was unfavorable to China. However, the Chinese authorities had anticipated this and quickly launched a strong and powerful counterattack. The spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs held a press conference as soon as possible. At the meeting, the spokesperson pointed out righteously, in this wilderness survival competition, Yumeko Naika took the initiative to provoke and try to hurt the Chinese players many times, and his behavior seriously violated the fairness and friendship principles of the competition. Lu Fan's behavior was self-defense, intended to protect his own life and the life of his teammates. The groundless accusations and smears by certain forces and individuals in the Sakura country are completely a farce with ulterior motives. We firmly demand that the Sakura country respect the facts and stop this irresponsible public opinion attack. At the same time, China also released a large amount of evidence on international social platforms, including live video clips of Yumeko Naika's provocative remarks and screenshots of his threatening remarks, clearly presenting the truth to the world. These evidences quickly spread on the internet. After learning the truth, many international netizens who had been misled changed their attitudes and began to condemn the malicious smear campaign of the Sakura country. Chapter 78. I'm not a vegetarian. Why is it a rabbit again? In the midst of an exciting international event, the spokesperson of the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs responded at a press conference with a serious and firm expression. The truth of this incident is definitely not what the Sakura country described. We have sufficient evidence to show that Yumeko Naika was the first to take harmful actions against Chinese athletes. Their behavior seriously violated the principle of fair competition and broke the basic moral bottom line. Moreover, Yumeko Naika had a history of maliciously harming other players before. As soon as he finished speaking, the Chinese authorities directly released the video of Yumekawa Ichika poisoning player Otto, slamming the evidence in the face of the Sakura country. This video instantly caused an uproar internationally. The people who were originally misled by the Sakura country have begun to re-examine this matter. They couldn't believe that Meichuan Naiku was such a cruel and ruthless person. Their previous accusations against Lu Fan now seemed so pale and powerless. The officials and media of the Sakura country were instantly caught in an extremely embarrassing situation. Faced with the video with irrefutable evidence, they had no way to refute it. The previous unreasonable condemnations and smearing remarks now became slaps in their own faces. At the same time, Chinese audiences in the live broadcast room expressed their anger and contempt for the actions of the Sakura country. Sakura country is just the thief crying thief. Their own players did something bad, and they still have the nerve to blame others. Let's see how they can argue now. Facts speak louder than words. Let them know that China is not easy to bully. If they want to slander us, there is no way. At this time, Lu Fan had just finished bandaging and Lan's wound when his stomach growled. The sound was like there was a dissatisfied little beast hidden in his stomach, protesting against its owner's mistreatment. He touched his stomach and said to Lan a little embarrassedly, "This stomach is really impatient. It's urging me to cook." And Lan was amused by his appearance and quickly said, "Eat something quickly." As he said that, he limped to get the food he had stored. Lu Fan was full of expectations, but when he saw the wild fruits in Lan's hand, his smile froze on his face. "No way, just these wild fruits? This is too light. My carnivore stomach can't stand it." He looked at the pile of pitiful wild fruits with disgust on his face, as if he had foreseen his miserable vegetarian life. And Lan looked at Lu Fan's disgusted expression, couldn't help blushing, and whispered, "I caught a wild rabbit before, but I've been unlucky these days. No wonder you're so skinny. Wait, I'll go out and find you something delicious." Lu Fan stood up, patted the dust off his body, and called Dahe. "Come on, Dahe, let's go hunting. Whether we can eat meat tonight depends entirely on you." Dahe seemed to understand what he said. He wagged his tail excitedly and purred, as if to say, "Master, don't worry. I'll take care of it." Lu Fan took Dahe out of the shelter, and the outside world was still filled with the mysterious atmosphere of the wilderness. As Lu Fan walked, he looked around like an experienced explorer, muttering, "Meat, meat, where are you?" Dahe was running happily beside, sniffing the ground from time to time, just like a diligent little scout. Suddenly, Dahe stopped, his nose twitching constantly, and his eyes fixed on the grass in front of him. Found traces of pheasant. Lu Fan immediately understood what he meant and tiptoed over, moving very quietly for fear of disturbing anything. He lowered his voice and said to Dahe, "Hold on, Dahe, don't scare our dinner away." A man, a dog, and a wolf were lurking quietly, and the atmosphere was as tense as the calm before a storm. Just then, a pheasant fluttered out from the grass, as fast as lightning. Lu Fan's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Chase!" Dahe rushed out like an arrow, and Lu Fan was not to be outdone, running wildly behind him, shouting as he ran, "Where are you going to run to? You'll be my meal tonight." The scene was like a fierce track and field competition, except that one of the contestants was a human and the other was a dog, and the prize was a fat pheasant. The pheasant was flying desperately in front, and Dahe was chasing it closely behind. Lu Fan shouted from behind, "Dahe, come on, you can't let this chicken get away." Dahe seemed to be encouraged and ran faster. Its 4 legs seemed to be equipped with small motors, leaving a series of clear footprints on the grass. After a fierce chase, the pheasant finally ran out of energy and fell under a tree. Dahe seized the opportunity, rushed forward, and bit the pheasant tightly with his mouth. "Ha ha, I finally caught you." Lu Fan ran over excitedly and took the pheasant from Dahe's mouth. He touched Dahe's head and said, "Well done, Dahe. You are the top contributor tonight. I will give you a big chicken drumstick later." Dahe wagged his tail and stuck out his tongue, looking very satisfied, as if to say, "Master, I knew I could do it." Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy pheasant 10,000 The live broadcast room suddenly became lively. "That's great. Now Lan can also eat meat." Sure enough, once the great god makes a move, we can tell whether there is any. Look at what our Dahe has been trained into. He no longer looks like a wolf at all. Yeji, how could I, Kunkin, deserve 2 heroes to attack me at the same time? Pheasant, I really want to live another 2 years. And Lan, who was in the shelter, also saw the news and couldn't help showing a longing expression on his face. That's amazing. He's only been out for less than half an hour. Although Lan made a bow and arrow himself, he had no professional training and gained little from hunting. Of course, 1 pheasant is definitely not enough. Lu Fan has a big appetite, not to mention Dahe. "Come on, Dahe, let's go look for others." Not long after walking, Lu Fan heard the prompt tone again. "A hare is spotted ahead." These rabbits are really rampant. Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh. I saw a fat hare lying in the grass in front of me. Dahe subconsciously crouched down, with a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. Lu Fan held Dahe down and said, "Give this to me." After saying that, Lu Fan bent his bow, took aim, and shot the arrow. Before the rabbit could react, the iron arrow pierced its head and it fell asleep. Wilderness survival notice pops up again. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy wild rabbit 10,000 die. Live broadcast room. It's the rabbits again. Our Chinese players have already triggered hundreds of thousands of rabbits. I can't help it. My strength is just that strong. I've drawn the rabbit twice, and it tastes just like that. Oh my god, you upstairs are taking your life. You only got to draw twice among more than 1 billion people in the country. So every night I have to sacrifice hundreds of millions of lives to God, asking him to bless me. In the underground, the old ancestor looked at the tens of thousands of descendants who died young and fell into deep thought. Chapter 79 Late Night Chat. Lu Fan hummed a magical little tune he made up, holding a hare and a pheasant in his hands, and strode into the shelter with brisk steps, like a triumphant general returning from victory. Enlon heard the noise, looked up, and saw the fat hare. His eyes widened instantly and he blurted out, "Wow, it's so big." Lu Fan curled his lips and said jokingly, "You're better off talking about rabbits." Enlon was speechless for a moment. "I'm worth two at my own expense." Lu Fan looked very proud. He put the prey on the ground, rolled up his sleeves and prepared to do a good job. Dahe followed behind, wagging his tail like a propeller, as if to take credit. "I also contributed, don't forget me." Lu Fan was very skilled in peeling and cutting the skin, and his movements were done in one go, which made Enlon secretly admire him. Looking at the burning fire in the shelter, Lu Fan was full of curiosity and asked, "How did you start this fire?" "You know, in this wilderness, there are still many people who don't have fire and can only eat raw and cold food." Enlon raised the corners of his mouth and explained with a smile, "It was a thunderstorm before, and a tree was struck by lightning. I seized the opportunity and preserved the fire." After listening to this, Lu Fan took a deep breath. The risks involved were self-evident. Few people had the courage and luck to do this. He couldn't help but admire this thin but strong girl in front of him. He gave her a thumbs up and praised her. "You were so brave." Enlon smiled and said seriously, "There is no such thing as being brave or not. Even if not for myself, for the country, I have to grit my teeth and persist in living." "What a high level of awareness!" Lu Fan exclaimed, turning around and starting to prepare dinner. "Since I didn't bring the pot back, I could only bake it." He picked up the dagger, neatly cut the wood into several sticks, and put the pheasant and hare on the fire. The flames licked the prey, and the surface of the hare and pheasant gradually turned golden, with fat sizzling out, exuding an enticing aroma unique to primitive game. Lu Fan took out the salt and sprinkled it evenly on it. Enlon looked at the snow-white fine salt and couldn't help but praise, "You are really amazing. You can actually get such good salt in this wilderness." Lu Fan smiled and raised his head, his eyes falling on Enlon's face. "You look good. There should be a way to replenish salt, right?" Enlon nodded and explained, "I found some plants with high salt content. A lot of salt is attached to their roots. As expected of a student of Chinese medicine, you know a lot. So what are you studying?" Enlon asked curiously. "As for me, I'm studying to become a kindergarten teacher, but I'm not very good at it," Lu Fan answered while flipping the grilled meat. "I really can't tell." Enlon looked him up and down, his eyes full of confusion. The two of them were chatting back and forth, while Dahe, who was lying on the side, stared at the barbecue. From time to time, he would glance at the two of them with confusion, as if wondering, what is there to talk about? Isn't the meat delicious? Finally, the meat was cooked. "Come, have a taste of my cooking." Lu Fan cut off a big chicken leg with a dagger and handed it to Enlon. "Thanks." Enlon took it, blew it gently, took a bite, and his eyes instantly lit up like stars. "It's so delicious. With your cooking skills, it's a pity that you are not a chef." Lu Fan scratched his head and chuckled. "I have loved studying food since I was a child. I didn't expect it would come in handy in this wilderness." For Enlon, who hadn't tasted meat for a long time, he didn't care about being reserved at this moment and started eating with big mouthfuls. Lu Fan did not forget Dahe and cut half of the rabbit meat for it as it was staring at him eagerly. Dahe took the meat and immediately gobbled it up, eating it with such relish. After eating and drinking, Enlon leaned against the wall and couldn't help but burp loudly. "Excuse me." She blushed instantly and quickly covered her mouth with her hands. "Haha, it doesn't matter. Only when you are full will you have the strength to survive." Lu Fan smiled heartily. With the efforts of both of them, the food was quickly eaten up. Burp. "I'm so full." Enlon held her stomach with her hands, a satisfied smile on her face. This was the most sumptuous meal she had ever had since she started surviving in the wilderness. At this time, the sky gradually darkened, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone through the gaps in the leaves and sprinkled into the shelter, forming golden spots of light, like a dream stage. After the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, they found themselves in an awkward situation where they didn't know what to say. "Oh, the pheasant today is quite fat." Lu Fan broke the silence first and started to make small talk. "Yes, thanks to you and Dahe." And Lan responded, his eyes drifting away, his fingers unconsciously tugging at the corner of his clothes. "That Dahe has done a great job today. Let it catch a few fatter ones tomorrow," Lu Fan said as he reached out and touched Dahe's head. Dahe squinted his eyes comfortably, enjoying the praise from his master, and a comfortable purring sound came from his throat. "Well, Dahe is really awesome." And Lan nodded, but didn't know what to say. The atmosphere fell into silence again, with only the crackling sound of burning firewood, which seemed to add fuel to the awkward atmosphere. Lu Fan racked his brains and tried hard to find a topic. In the live broadcast room, barrages of comments flew like snowflakes. "Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Master Lu Fan, why don't you say something? You usually chat with Dahe quite a lot." "Oh, these two people, this isn't a blind date. Why are they being so awkward? Ha ha ha. I was like this the first time I went to my father-in-law's house. I was so nervous that I didn't know what to say." The atmosphere became increasingly silent, and Lu Fan suddenly had an idea. "Do you think there are any other strange animals in this wilderness?" "It's possible, but I've never seen it." And Lan became interested, sat up straight, with curiosity flashing in his eyes. "I think there must be. Maybe there are dinosaurs that can breathe fire," Lu Fan said seriously with a mysterious expression on his face. "Don't talk nonsense. Dinosaurs became extinct long ago." And Lan was amused. What if a few fish escape the net and secretly reproduce in this wilderness? Lu Fan's words became more and more outrageous, and he gestured in the air to imitate a dinosaur with bared fangs and claws. "Then we'd be in trouble. We might even become dinner for dinosaurs." And Lan followed his imagination and also made a joke, with a smile in his eyes. "That won't do. I can definitely run faster than you. I'll just ride away on a horse and throw you to the dinosaur as bait." Lu Fan deliberately grinned, dodged backwards, and made a gesture as if he was ready to run away at any time. You've gone too far." And Lan pretended to be angry and reached out to hit him, and the two of them laughed together. The atmosphere suddenly became relaxed and the awkwardness disappeared. After laughing enough, and Lan asked curiously, "What do you think the contestants from other countries are doing now?" "Who knows? Maybe he's still hungry. Not everyone is as lucky as you to meet a survival god like me." Lu Fan looked proud, his chin slightly raised, his face full of confidence. "Maybe they have caught a lot of prey and are enjoying their meal." And Lan retorted, crossing his arms over his chest and looking at him with his head tilted. "I can't say anything else, but our Chinese playerling, you must be eating delicious food. I often hear his rebate announcements." Lu Fan patted his chest with a firm tone. "What I hear the most is your rebate, Lu Fan. Sometimes I really doubt that you and we are not in the same wilderness survival mission." And Lan teased with a smile, his eyes full of envy. "Haha, I'm just lucky." Lu Fan scratched his head and showed a humble smile on his face. The two of them chatted with each other, discussing the situation of the other contestants, guessing what dangers they would encounter and what adventures they would have. Before I knew it, the sky had become completely dark, and the sky was filled with stars, like gems inlaid on black satin. "Look, the stars are so beautiful." And Lan pointed to the sky, his face intoxicated, the bright starlight reflected in his eyes. "Yes, you can't see such a beautiful starry sky in the city." Lu Fan also looked up, a hint of emotion in his eyes, and his thoughts seemed to drift back to the past. Chapter 80 Homecoming. In the city, there are lights everywhere, and the light of the stars is covered. It's not like here. The starry sky is so bright, it feels like you can touch the stars with your hand. Lu Fan sighed, his eyes still looking at the sky, as if he wanted to imprint this beautiful scenery deeply in his mind. And Lan nodded gently, with a faint smile on his face. "Yes, maybe this is the price of development. You always have to sacrifice something." The stars were twinkling, and the sky was peaceful and beautiful. Lu Fan paused and said, "Let's take a short break tomorrow morning, and then I'll take you back to my shelter. We can take care of each other, and I have a lot of resources there." "Okay." And Lan's response was concise and contained a sense of reassurance. Now that the two of them have met up, it's impossible for them to just play by themselves. They must help each other. The two of them looked at the starry sky quietly for a while, enjoying this moment of tranquility and beauty. It wasn't until the night wind blew, bringing a slight chill, and Lan couldn't help shivering that Lu Fan came back to his senses. "It's too late. You should rest quickly. We have to travel tomorrow," Lu Fan said as he added some firewood to the fire to make it burn more vigorously to dispel the night's chill. "Then where do you sleep?" And Lan asked. "It's okay. I'm in good health. I can just sleep against the wall. You should get some rest," Lu Fan said with a smile, his tone full of care and responsibility. And Lan had no choice but to nod. After all, it would be impossible to conjure up 2 beds in a short time. She returned to the haystack in the shelter, laid down in a comfortable position, closed her eyes, and prepared to fall asleep. Lu Fan sat aside, leaning against the wall, guarding Lan. Dahe also lay at his feet and soon began to snore softly. The breathing sounds of the 2 men and the wolf intertwined together, adding a bit of warmth to the wilderness night. Lu Fan woke up at dawn the next day. He stretched lazily and looked at Lan, who was still sleeping soundly, but did not wake her up immediately. Instead, he tiptoed out of the shelter and took a look around to see if there were any new discoveries. The wilderness in the early morning was filled with a thin layer of mist, like a fairyland, and the air was filled with the fragrance of grass and soil. Lu Fan took a deep breath and felt refreshed. He found some berries in the grass not far away. They were brightly colored, plump, and attractive, so he picked some carefully, thinking of bringing them back for Lan to taste. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Berry 501-0000. When Lu Fan returned to the shelter, Lan had already woken up and was packing his things. She had very little stuff, mainly some dried herbs, which were light and easy to carry, and her treasured bow and arrow. Everything else may be nothing, but for her, these things are an important reliance for survival in the wilderness. Good morning. How did you sleep? Lu Fan greeted with a smile, his face filled with early morning energy. Good morning. You slept so soundly. I haven't slept so soundly in a long time. Lan also smiled back, with a slight blush on her face from just waking up, and she looked particularly gentle. I picked some berries so we can eat them on the way. Lu Fan handed the berries to Lan, his eyes full of anticipation for her to taste them. Berries? Why haven't I seen them before? Lan asked curiously, with confusion and curiosity flashing in his eyes. Maybe I'm lucky. Lu Fan added silently in his heart. I can't tell you that I have a hack. Wow, you were really lucky. I haven't found any berries in such a long time here. Lan took the berries and praised, his tone full of envy. The 2 of them had a simple meal, packed their bags, and prepared to set off. Lu Fan walked to the side of the horse, patted Lightning's neck, and said affectionately, Old buddy, today I'm relying on you. Take us back to my shelter safely. Lightning seemed to understand what he said. He neighed and pawed the ground with his front hooves. He looked very excited, as if to say, Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Lan looked at the horse and hesitated. Can this horse carry the 2 of us? Don't worry, this horse is very strong. It can carry the 2 of us with ease. Lu Fan said confidently, patting the horses but to cheer it up. As he spoke, Lu Fan first climbed onto the horse with smooth and skillful movements, then reached out to pull Lan. Come, I'll pull you up. Lan hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and grabbed Lu Fan's hand. With Lu Fan's help, she carefully mounted the horse and sat behind Lu Fan. Hold me tight, otherwise don't blame me for not warning you if you fall down. Lu Fan said half-jokingly with a sly smile on his face. Lan's face turned slightly red. After hesitating for a moment, she gently hugged Lu Fan's waist. She glanced back at her shelter. Although it is small and a bit crude, it was built by her bit by bit. It carries the memories of countless days and nights, and she couldn't help but feel a little reluctant. In the live broadcast room, barrages of comments rolled like the tide. Great, we are finally going back to the sanctuary of Master Lu Fan. Now that 2 people can get together and talk to each other, it doesn't feel so lonely. I didn't expect that Master Lu Fan could bring back a beautiful woman after just one trip. I'm a little disappointed with them both. I declare this a done deal. Set off. Lu Fan shouted and gently squeezed the horse's belly with his legs, and the horse spread its 4 hooves and ran towards his shelter. Because he was bringing Lan with him this time, he drove more slowly and considerately put a layer of dry grass on the horse's back to prevent friction and make Lan as comfortable as possible. Dahe ran in front to lead the way, occasionally disappearing into the invisible grass, like a naughty child or a diligent little guard. Along the way, the breeze gently brushed across my face, bringing a hint of coolness, like a gentle caress of nature. The scenery on both sides flashed by quickly like a slideshow. There were lush forests, whose branches and leaves sparkled with the luster of life under the sunlight. There were colorful wild flowers, competing for beauty and emitting bursts of fragrance, and there was a clear stream, whose water gurgled and played a pleasant natural music. Lan sat on the horse, looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, and couldn't help but be intoxicated by it. Wow, the scenery here is so beautiful. Lan couldn't help but exclaimed, his voice full of surprise and intoxication. Yes, there are beautiful views like this everywhere in the wilderness, but many people don't have the opportunity to appreciate them. As Lu Fan spoke, he skillfully rode the horse, his eyes revealing his love and familiarity with this wilderness. Suddenly, the speed of lightning slowed down, and it turned out that a stream appeared ahead. The stream is gurgling and clear, and you can see the stones and small fish swimming at the bottom of the stream. They swim happily in the water where light and shadow interweave, feeling free and comfortable. Let's take a rest here and let the horse drink some water, Lu Fan suggested, with a hint of relief after fatigue in his voice. Okay. And Lan readily agreed. She was also looking forward to the opportunity to feel the clear stream water up close. Lu Fan got off the horse first with quick movements, then picked up Lan and helped her walk to the stream, showing his gentlemanly demeanor. The horse lowered its head and drank the water in big gulps, making gurgling sounds in its throat, as if expressing its love for the sweet stream water. Lu Fan squatted by the stream, scooped up stream water with his hands to wash his face. He immediately felt extremely cool and all his fatigue was swept away. Why didn't it trigger the 10,000-fold rebate? Lu Fan was a little confused, and just as he was wondering, the Tiandao reminder sound rang. This stream is a tributary of the previous Trigger River. Lu Fan understood instantly that it had already been triggered. The water is so cold, why don't you wash your face too? Lu Fan said to Lan with a refreshing smile on his face. Lan also followed Lu Fan's example and scooped up stream water with his hands to wash his face. The cool stream water touching her cheeks refreshed her mind, as if all her troubles were washed away by the stream water. After washing their faces, they sat on the rocks by the stream to rest. Lan looked at the small fish swimming in the stream and suddenly had an idea. How about we catch a few fish here and grill them for dinner in the evening? That's a good idea. I just happened to bring a harpoon with me. Lu Fan immediately became interested, with excitement flashing in his eyes. As he spoke, Lu Fan took off his trident from his back. This trident has a unique shape and sparkles with metallic luster in the sun. The large yellow pearl on it is even more eye-catching, exuding a mysterious and luxurious atmosphere. Looking at Lu Fan's artistic trident, Lan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Did you make this too?" "Yes, how about it? Not bad, right?" Lu Fan looked proud, like a child waiting for praise. Lan looked at the big yellow pearl on the trident and said admiringly, "You are really extravagant. Such a big pearl must be very valuable outside." Chapter 81. The Phantom Thief Kalbo was beaten to death for stealing. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments rolled like snowflakes. "Oh no. I saw that Kalbo went to the sanctuary of Master Lu Fan. Lu Fan. Oh no, my elixir. What should we do? He will definitely steal the supplies from Master Lu Fan. It's okay. It's okay. Master Lu Fan will be at the shelter soon. He can't get away. Yes, we must teach him a good lesson this time." As Lu Fan and Lan were hurrying on their journey, Kalba, who had been groping in the dark all night, finally found Lu Fan's shelter. Kalba crouched down like a sneaky mouse and crept around the shelter several times. He stared with wide eyes at the mountains of iron ore and salt mines, with a greedy gleam in his eyes, just like a hungry wolf eyeing its fat prey. Damn it, where on earth did Lu Fan get all these good stuff? Kalba muttered to himself, rubbing his bony hands, the fire of greed burning deep in his heart, growing stronger and stronger. But now, these things belong to me. Kalba felt as if he had hit the jackpot and discovered a mysterious cave full of treasures, and his mind was filled with crazy ideas about taking these precious resources for himself. He tiptoed into the shelter, his eyes rolling around like a thief, looking here and touching there, muttering to himself, "These are all mine, haha, now I'm rich." He was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. His hands were shaking as he frantically began to stuff things into his arms, iron, ore, pottery jars, baskets, anything he could carry. When Kalba came around to Lu Fan's storage room, he was so excited that he almost fainted. The pantry was filled with pork, mutton, and a variety of seafood, and the rich food was piled up like a mountain. "These are enough to keep me fed for weeks, ha 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 ha." Kalba laughed so hard that he fell backwards, his face twisted and greedy. But then, his face suddenly changed, revealing a resentful and ferocious expression. "Why do all these things belong to Lu Fan? They should all belong to me. Only I deserve to own all of this." Just as he was getting carried away and immersed in his greedy fantasies, he suddenly heard a slight buzzing sound. Kalba didn't take it seriously at first, thinking it was just hallucination caused by excessive nervousness. But after a while, the buzzing sound became louder and clearer, like a large group of fighter jets rushing towards him frantically. "What's that sound?" Kalba's heart suddenly tightened, and his hands stopped moving instantly. He widened his eyes vigilantly and looked around. When he subconsciously raised his head, his face instantly turned as pale as paper, completely bloodless. He saw a large group of bees, densely packed like a dark cloud, rushing towards him fiercely. It turned out that this was the colony of bees that Lu Fan had transferred here. Their beehives were placed quietly in the yard, but Kalba was so focused on stealing things that he didn't notice them at all. Obviously, Kalba, the uninvited guest, was unceremoniously regarded by the bee colony as a dangerous invader. This group of bees will defend their territory unwaveringly and will not allow any infringement. Kalba was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. But how could the bees let him go so easily? They chased Kalba closely and stung him wildly like small precision-guided missiles. Kalba ran as fast as he could and waved his arms wildly, trying to drive away the bees that followed him like a shadow. However, his resistance was of no avail. Instead, it completely enraged the bee colony, causing them to attack even more fiercely. "Help! Someone save me!" Kalba screamed at the top of his lungs and ran desperately in the wilderness. Go away, you damn bees. I'm going to kill you." However, his shouting and struggling were of no avail. Kalba's face, hands, and body were covered with large lumps caused by bee stings. After just a while, they were swollen like steam buns, which was a horrible sight. To make matters worse, Kalba was severely allergic to bee venom. He had not run far when he felt breathing becoming increasingly difficult, as if his chest was being pressed down by a huge rock. His vision went dark, his body staggered, and he almost fell to the ground. At this time, Dajiao, who had been leisurely wandering near the shelter, heard Kalba's miserable screams. Out of curiosity, it walked over slowly. Although Lu Fan has released Mime and Dajia back into the wild, they have long regarded this place as their warm home, so they have been reluctant to leave and have been lingering nearby. When Dajiao saw Kalba fleeing in a panic, he thought he was causing trouble and immediately became furious and unhappy. It snorted angrily, pawed the ground vigorously with its front hooves, stirring up a cloud of dust, and then rushed towards Kalba with great momentum like a rampaging small tank. What the hell is this? When Kalba saw Dajia rushing towards him aggressively, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He was already dizzy and unconscious from the bee stings, and now he suddenly encountered such a huge monster. He completely collapsed and his mind went blank. Dajia didn't care about that. Full of anger, he rushed to Kalba and used his sharp antlers to attack him wildly. You know, as Lu Fan's former capable transport soldier, Dajiao is strong and has incredible strength, as big as a car. Kalba dodged left and right, looking very embarrassed, but the deer antlers still made several severe cuts on his body. Blood gushed out and he screamed in pain. "I was wrong. I won't do it again." Kalba cried for his parents and stumbled around trying to escape. But he was so weak from being stung by the bees that he had no strength left. He was also so dizzy from being chased by the big horn that he had no idea where to go. Dajiao seized the opportunity, kicked his hind legs hard, and pushed hard. Kalba was pushed out like a broken sack. Per Kalba, he was knocked down by Lu Fan on horseback yesterday, and today he was ruthlessly knocked down again by Dajiao. He is really unlucky. Fuck, big horn. At this moment, Lu Fan rode back at lightning speed on his horse. As soon as he arrived at the shelter, he saw this chaotic and funny scene. When Kalba saw Lu Fan, he seemed to have grasped the last straw and issued a weak and desperate cry for help. "Save me, please, save me." Nice words. His voice was filled with fear and helplessness. And Lan was also stunned by the chaotic scene in front of him. What's going on? Who is this person? Lu Fan turned around and replied sternly, "This is an enemy. He is in the same group as that Meituan Naikyu." At this time, the big horn saw Lu Fan coming back and ran to him excitedly, calling out happily, and constantly touching Lu Fan gently with its horns, as if expressing its longing for him. Mimi also jumped out from behind the tree and fluttered around Lu Fan, looking extremely happy. When Lu Fan saw Dajiao and Mimi, his eyes suddenly lit up and a smile of surprise and relief appeared on his face. "Dajiao, Mei, why are you still here?" Lu Fan said excitedly, reaching out to touch Dajiao's head lovingly and gently rubbing Mei's ears. Dajiao rubbed his head against Lu Fan affectionately, and Mei also bleated, as if expressing her longing and concern for him during this period of time. "And Lan, let me introduce you. This is Dajiao, my logistics manager, and Mimi, our milk production master." Lu Fan excitedly introduced them to Lan, his face filled with pride. Seeing that Lu Fan not only has the loyal Dahe, but also cute and capable partners like Dajiao and Mimi, and Lan's eyes are filled with surprise and love. After all, what woman can resist the charm of these cute little animals, even if they are not small in size? Haha, that's great. I will never chase you away again. This will always be your home. Lu Fan promised loudly, his eyes full of tenderness and determination. Dajiao and Mimi seemed to understand what he said. They barked happily a few times, circled around him affectionately, and had fun. At this time, Kalba's weak and almost inaudible voice came again. Help me, you're my father. Please." The voice was weak, filled with deep despair and trembling, and sounded particularly desolate in the cold wind. Fuck, I actually understood it. Lu Fan's heart trembled. Finally, there came a day when he could understand English. But it soon came to its senses and turned to look at Kalba, who was lying on the ground dying. Kalba was seen lying on the ground in a mess, his body covered with wounds, his face swollen like a pig's head from being stung by bees and full of pain. There were shocking wounds on his body left by the big horns. Blood kept oozing out, staining his tattered clothes red. Lu Fan frowned, walked forward with a look of disgust, squatted down, and looked down at Kalba. Why are you so forgetful? It's not enough that you got knocked away once before, you have to come and steal my things. Aren't you asking for trouble? Kalba opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he just coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground weakly, his eyes full of fear and regret. Can you speak Chinese? Lu Fan spoke confidently. Chapter 82 Kalba dies. The United States confuses right and wrong. Kalba's eyes instantly lit up again, as if he had grasped the last straw, and he blurted out excitedly, Dad, save me. These were the only Chinese words he could think of after racking his brains. At a critical moment of life and death, these two words were almost all his hope. I don't understand. Lu Fan's mouth curled up slightly with a hint of playful chuckle, and his face showed that he didn't care about Kalba's request for help. Looking at your miserable state now, I guess there's no hope for you. Who told you to get involved with that guy Yumeko and Aiku and do bad things all day long? As he spoke, Lu Fan stood up and shook his head helplessly, with a hint of contempt in his eyes, as if he was looking at a clown who had reaped the fruits of his own actions. And Lan stood aside, his originally clear eyes now filled with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Her hands unconsciously clenched the corners of her clothes, and her voice trembled slightly. Is he really hopeless? I guess there's no hope of saving him. He was stung by a bee like this, and hit so hard by the big horn. He's also allergic. His luck is really bad. Lu Fan spread out his hands, his tone as calm as if he was talking about today's weather, as if the life and death of the person in front of him had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Kalba's body twitched uncontrollably, as if being pulled hard by the hand of fate. Then, his eyes slowly closed, and his whole body became motionless, as if he was completely swallowed by the darkness. And Lan asked subconsciously, He is dead? Well, dead. Lu Fan's answer was brief and clear, as calm as a bottomless lake, without a single ripple, as if this was just a normal thing that happened every day in the wilderness. Wilderness survival announcement. American athlete Kalba died of bee allergy and serious injury to the buck. American player Kalba triggers 10,000 times rebate. 10,000 people in the United States will randomly experience severe allergic reactions. 10,000 crazy deer containing toxins in their bodies, inedible, will descend on the United States and indiscriminately attack humans until they die. The live broadcast room was in an uproar, with comments rolling like crazy. Ha ha ha, it's finally the turn of the United States. It's really satisfying. These foreigners are so lame. It's unheard of for them to die from allergies. Ha ha, our boss was so happy that he doubled our salary. Huh? Why did my boss scold me for watching the live broadcast at work? Great. This is what a bad guy deserves. Kalba must have regretted not learning more Chinese. Then, the wilderness survival announcement sounded in everyone's ears again. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan defeated American player Kalba. China will receive half of the materials triggered by the American player Kalba. Small berry bush 5,000. Healthy rabbit 5,000 A. Flint 5,000 A. Nut 5,000 A. In the blink of an eye, half of the supplies that originally belonged to the United States and were triggered by Kalba appeared in China like magic. This sudden pie in the sky made Chinese netizens very excited, and the entire network was immersed in a sea of joy. Why do I always have tears in my eyes? Because I cry from laughing. I lost more than I gained. Now I even lost my life. Master Lu Fan is so powerful that he solved an enemy without even having to do anything. However, the audience in the United States was like a powder keg that had been lit, and they were instantly furious. They began to accuse Lu Fan frantically in the live broadcast room, with malicious comments flooding the screen. Look, it's this Chinese player who killed someone on purpose. Yes, he knew Kalba was injured, but he didn't save him. This is murder. The Chinese players are too cruel. They must give us an explanation. Chinese audiences saw these false statements and stood up to fight back fiercely. Don't talk nonsense. He was the one who stole things, got stung by a bee, and got hit by a big horn. What does it have to do with Lu Fan? That's right. He did something bad himself. Who can he blame? And he has the nerve to blame others. People in the United States have double standards. They don't care if their own athletes do bad things, but they make a big fuss about other people's problems. The audiences on both sides argued fiercely in the live broadcast room, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Some busybodies in the United States have even begun to incite public opinion in an organized manner, bringing about unhealthy trends and evil tendencies. They strongly demanded that China use half of its resources to compensate them. This unreasonable demand was as absurd as the logic of a robber. At this time, Lu Fan and Lan knew nothing about this. They were concentrating on cleaning up the shelter that was turned upside down by Kalba. Dahe, on the other hand, skillfully dragged Kalba's body out of the shelter for processing into manure. While Lu Fan was tidying up the items scattered on the ground, he said to Lan with emotion, "These people just can't stand seeing others doing well. Seeing that I have abundant resources here, they are jealous and want to steal. As he said this, his eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and disdain. Yeah, but he was just unlucky. He got stung by a bee and hit by a giant horn. As Enlon spoke, he could not help but burst out laughing. The crisp laughter echoed in this slightly messy shelter, adding a different kind of relaxation to the tense atmosphere. This is called evil will be punished. It's his fault for having evil intentions. Lu Fan responded with a smile. There was a hint of ridicule in that smile, but also a firm belief in justice. Okay, forget about him. Let's clean up this place and have a good meal tonight to celebrate that we've survived this difficult time. As he spoke, Lu Fan gently supported Enlon and let her sit on the chair to rest. Enlon was about to stand up to help, but Lu Fan gently held her down. Your foot is not healed yet. Just sit here and rest. Lu Fan was busy for a while. His figure shuttled back and forth in the shelter. Sweat soaked his back, but he had no intention of stopping. Finally, thanks to his efforts, the shelter was put in order, and everything returned to its former cleanliness and warmth. Taking advantage of this time, Enlon also began to look carefully at Lu Fan's shelter. The first thing that catches your eye is a fence about 1 meter high, which, like a loyal guard, guards the entire shelter tightly. Walking into the fence, a large square bamboo house stands steadily in the middle, simple and solid. Next to it is a warm and comfortable nest, which you can tell is prepared for Dahe, and it is covered with soft hay. On the left side of the bamboo house is the spacious shed for Dajiao and Ming. The shed is not only spacious, but also thoughtfully equipped with feeding troughs. It can be seen that Lu Fan takes care of them meticulously. Next to it is a small shed where a lot of ores are neatly stacked. Different types of ores are divided into 2 piles, which sparkle with a unique light under the sunlight. Next to it is a compost pile, which is cleverly covered with some broad leaves, which not only serves as a protection but also makes the whole yard look less messy. In front of the bamboo house, where Enlon is sitting now, there is a tall iron smelting furnace. Traces of the previous iron smelting are still left on the furnace wall, as if telling a story from the past. Near the door, there are 3 beehives, with groups of bees flying busily in and out around the hives. They were like well-trained soldiers, each doing their own job. The strange thing was that these bees were very friendly to Enlon and Lu Fan and never stung anyone, but they were merciless to Kalba just now, which made Enlon very curious. Behind the bamboo house is a small but very tidy storage room, which should store the various supplies that Lu Fan has worked so hard to accumulate. Next to the storage room is a tool rack filled with a variety of tools. Each one is well maintained, and it can be seen that they play an important role in survival in the wilderness. There is also a bamboo box whose purpose Enlon does not know for the time being. It is placed quietly in the corner, as if hiding an unknown secret. The entire shelter is well laid out and fully functional, like a paradise hidden in the wilderness, almost comparable to a fully functional farmyard. The only thing that people can't help but complain about is probably the bamboo house that looks like a matchbox. Although it is practical, its appearance is indeed a bit. Looking at the busy Lu Fan, Enlon felt a sincere admiration in his heart. Her eyes were full of appreciation and admiration, and she thought, he is worthy of being called the #1 man in the wilderness. It is really amazing that he can build such a warm and practical home in this uninhabited place. Just as Enlon was immersed in his own thoughts, Lu Fan had already started preparing dinner. He took out the iron pan skillfully, his movements like an experienced chef. Considering that girls might like sweet food, he decided to make a blueberry lamb chops, taro seafood soup, and also specially made a honey coconut soup. Enlon was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. From the moment Lu Fan took out the iron pot, she was stunned by everything she saw. In this remote place, it is like an incredible magic show to see such complete kitchen utensils and abundant ingredients. After a while, a sumptuous dinner was freshly prepared. Lu Fan carefully brought the fragrant fried lamb chops and the delicious taro seafood soup to the table, and thoughtfully took out some plump and juicy berries as dessert after the meal. Come, try my cooking, Lu Fan said to Enlon with a smile, with a hint of anticipation in his smile. Enlon picked up a piece of lamb chop and gently put it into his mouth. The tender lamb meat spread on the tip of his tongue, and the delicious taste instantly bloomed in his mouth. Her eyes immediately lit up, like twinkling stars in the night sky. It's delicious. Your cooking skills are amazing. The tone was full of undisguised praise and surprise. Lu Fan smiled, a satisfied smile on his face. As long as you like it, try this honey coconut soup. It's hot and warms you up. There was a hint of tenderness in his voice that made people feel warm inside. Thanks, Enlon said softly, with a blush on her face, which was the color of happiness infected by the delicious food and warm atmosphere. While eating dinner, the two enthusiastically shared their experiences in the wilderness. Enlon vividly described how he searched for herbs in the dense jungle and how he dodged ferocious beasts on the edge of danger. Those thrilling moments seemed to be right in front of him. Lu Fan talked incessantly about the wonderful and interesting things that happened when he triggered a 10,000-fold rebate, as well as the adventures he experienced with De Jiao and De He. And Lan was fascinated by those wonderful stories. After dinner, it was completely dark. The night is like a huge piece of black silk, gently covering the whole world. The two sat at the door of the shelter, quietly looking up at the twinkling stars in the sky, enjoying this rare tranquility and beauty. I've really been through a lot today. And Lan sighed, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue, yet also a sense of relief at having survived the calamity. Yes, but it's all in the past. From now on, as long as we are together, we can overcome any difficulties. Lu Fan said firmly, his eyes revealing a reassuring power, as if announcing to the world that they would not fear any challenge. At this time, the quarrel in the live broadcast room was still in full swing. Some people in the United States are like gamblers who have lost all their money. They are relentless and keep posting out of context and distorted remarks online in an attempt to discredit Lu Fan and China, pushing this already fierce war of public opinion to a higher climax. Chinese netizens united as one and stood up to refute them with detailed facts and solid evidence, firmly defending the truth and dignity. This war of public opinion has intensified on the internet, like a war without the smoke of gunpowder, and has even attracted widespread attention from the international community. Seeing Lu Fan and Lan peacefully in the shelter, host Wang Tao couldn't help but sigh. These past 2 days have really been like a dream. Suddenly, danger occurred, and then our contestants gathered together. His tone was full of amazement at the ups and downs of the past 2 days. Zhao Hangjun also nodded in approval, but what is certain is that contestant Lu Fan's overall strength has been significantly enhanced. The wild horse he tamed was of top quality and greatly increased his traveling speed. There is also contestant Lan, who is very familiar with herbs and medical treatment, and her help to Lu Fan will undoubtedly be huge. Of course, Lu Fan can also protect Lan very well, which greatly improves the resource security of our country in this wilderness survival. His analysis was clear and logical, giving people confidence in the duo's combination. Chapter 83. Lan moves in. After the meal, Lu Fan carefully made a cup of honey water for Lan. The warm yellow liquid swayed gently in the bamboo cup, exuding a faint sweet fragrance. He picked up the cup, with a sincere smile on his face, and said, "There is no wine at the moment, so I will use this honey water to toast you and welcome you to this simple but warm shelter. From today on, you are an important member here, and you have a share of control over everything here." And Lan looked at Lu Fan's serious expression, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She also picked up her cup, gently clinked it with Lu Fan, and responded sincerely, "Thank you." Time passed quietly, and the sky gradually darkened. The watery moonlight gently sprinkles on this mysterious wilderness, covering all things in the world with a layer of silver gauze. Due to time constraints, there was no time to build a new room. Lu Fan looked at Lan's foot, which had not yet fully recovered, and said decisively without hesitation, "You sleep in my bed, and I'll just make a bed on the floor." After hearing this, Lan was embarrassed and quickly waved his hand to refuse. "How can this be possible? It's too unfair to you." Lu Fan smiled and gently pushed her to the bed, his tone unquestionable. "Don't talk too much. Your foot isn't fully healed yet. Hurry up and have a good rest." After saying this, he skillfully used bamboo mats and dry grass to carefully make a bed on the ground. The audience in the live broadcast room became excited instantly when they saw this scene, and comments flew like snowflakes. "Who in the family understands? What kind of fairy CP is this? So sweet and doting. Master Lu is such a gentleman. This wave of actions has directly increased his favorability. You guys are really crazy. This didn't do anything. Is this worth it? You stinky man, what do you know? You deserve to be single for the rest of your life." "No, I'm just asking. I'm so happy. I'm going to eat this candy first. It's so sweet." And Lan lay on Lu Fan's bed, wrapped in warmth and security, and soon fell asleep. Lu Fan lay on the floor, listening to Lan's even and gentle breathing. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, forming an arc, and he gradually fell asleep. The next morning, soft sunlight shone through the cracks in the bamboo house and fell on their faces like golden threads. Lu Fan got up early. He glanced at Lan, who was still sleeping, then tiptoed out of the bamboo house. He planned in his mind that he would build an exclusive room for Lan today, and also make a practical rack for drying herbs. "Do it as soon as you think of it." Lu Fan picked up the tools and called out, "Da He, let's go out and work." He walked through the bamboo forest, carefully selecting bamboos of uniform thickness, and kept muttering, "This bamboo grows really fast, it's perfect, I'll take it." After making his selection, Lu Fan took out the axe and began to chop the bamboo with skillful and powerful movements. Dahe was running around happily. The audience in the live broadcast room expressed sincere admiration as they watched his smooth movements. With Master Lu's skills, it would be a shame if he didn't become a carpenter. Even professional carpenters would have to admire his level of proficiency. This must be the legendary hexagonal warrior. He is proficient in everything, such as surviving in the wilderness, cooking, and building houses. There is nothing he can't do. I wonder what Lan's expression will be when he wakes up and sees this surprise. I can't wait to find out. I'm so excited. While Lu Fan was busy here, Lan also woke up slowly in the bamboo house. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and found that Lu Fan was not in the house, so she got up and walked out of the bamboo house. Looking at the empty yard, she guessed that Lu Fan must have gone out for something. Out of curiosity, Lan walked to the shed, picked up a handful of hay, and gently fed it to Dejiao, saying softly, "Hello Dejiao, my name is Lan. Please take care of me in the future." Dejiao didn't seem to be unfamiliar with this new friend, nor did he reject it. He quietly ate the grass that Lan handed to him. After all, Lu Fan had already introduced the animals at home to this new companion yesterday. Looking at the big horn eating grass, Lan couldn't help but smile brightly. She had seen how powerful Big Horn was. It had subdued Kalba before. Moreover, the opportunity to hand-feed such a wild animal is truly rare. Thanks to the implementation of the previous Sustainable Development Strategy, China has become the only country in the world with a zoo. However, zoo tickets are expensive, and most ordinary people can only learn about animals through videos and pictures. After a while, Lan saw Lu Fan coming back carrying a large bundle of bamboo from afar. Her face flushed slightly, and she hurried forward to help Lu Fan unload the bamboo. She felt a little embarrassed. After all, Lu Fan had already returned from work, and she had just woken up. "Lu Fan, why are you cutting so many bamboos?" Lan asked in surprise. Lu Fan turned around with a warm smile on his face and replied, "I'll build you a small room of my own. You'll have your own private space from now on. By the way, I'll also make you a drying rack for herbs." After hearing this, Lan was deeply moved and said gratefully, "Thank you." There was another burst of screams in the live broadcast room, and the barrage of comments rolled wildly. "I'm dying of sweetness. What a beautiful love story that goes both ways. I'm so envious. The interaction between these two is so natural and sweet. I declare this is my new favorite couple. I'm obsessed with it. Hurry up and get married. I have already moved to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Please get married quickly here." "No, what's wrong? Why are you so sweet again? If you don't build a house, are you going to sleep outside?" Soon, Lu Fan began to build the house. With his previous experience, he was more adept at this time. He carefully cut the bamboos one by one and tied them tightly together with tough vines. Every movement was smooth and focused. A few hours later, a warm and lovely little room appeared in front of Lan. Although the room is not big, it is decorated very attentively. There is a small window in the corner, through which you can see the beautiful natural scenery outside. Immediately afterwards, Lu Fan started to make racks for drying herbs. He carefully designed multi-layer racks based on the special needs of drying herbs. The spacing between each layer has been precisely calculated to ensure that every herb can fully enjoy the sunlight while maintaining good ventilation. The racks for drying herbs have been arranged. Master Lu not only has a strong ability to survive in the wild, but he has also considered these details so carefully. He is indeed the best in the wilderness. He is amazing. And Lan is so lucky to have such a caring and versatile person to take care of her. I really envy her. The guy upstairs is gentle and considerate, and he has money, so please consider me." And Lan looked at Lu Fan busying around and wanted to help, but was stopped by Lu Fan every time. "Just watch from the side, don't tire yourself out." And Lan had no choice but to hand tools to Lu Fan and occasionally chat with him and share their ideas. "Tell me, when we finish this wilderness survival, what do you most want to do?" And Lan suddenly asked curiously. Lu Fan stopped what he was doing, thought about it seriously, and replied, "As for me, I just want to try all the delicacies in the world and taste all the delicacies I missed in the wilderness. What about you?" And Lan's face was filled with a yearning smile, and he said, "I want to open a clinic to promote Chinese medicine and help more people." The audience in the live broadcast room started eating sugar mode again, with constant barrage of comments. "Wow, what's going on? These two look so perfect for each other. They're a perfect match. Wow, my great god Lu Fan has Lan. I am heartbroken, but I still wish them happiness. When they return, they must publish a love diary to record every detail of their lives. I will be the first to buy it, and I will absolutely support it. I've already started imagining their happy life in the future. It's bound to be super sweet. What are you doing? They just live together. What do you mean by just living together? This is clearly the beginning of love. Don't misunderstand." Finally, the rack for drying herbs was completed perfectly. Lu Fan placed it steadily in the place with the most sunlight and carefully adjusted the angle to ensure that every inch of sunlight could be fully utilized. "Okay, from now on you can put your herbs here to dry," Lu Fan said to Lan with a smile, his face full of a sense of accomplishment. Lan looked at the shelf that was the result of Lu Fan's hard work, in the cozy little room. She was so moved that she didn't know what to say. She could only whisper again, "Thank you, Lu Fan." "You're welcome. We are partners, so of course we have to help each other." Lu Fan responded with a smile, his eyes full of warmth. At this time, some people in the United States are still trying their best to discredit Lu Fan and China on the internet in an attempt to confuse the public. But Chinese netizens are not to be trifled with. They have stepped forward one after another, produced solid evidence, and forcefully refuted the United States' distorted remarks one by one. Look, this is what you call evidence of murder? It's ridiculous. It was obviously Kalba's own evil deeds that led to his fate. Lu Fan has helped so many people in the wilderness and done so many good things, but you have chosen to be blind and keep smearing him. What is your intention? Don't make trouble for yourself. Facts speak louder than words. Your conspiracy will never succeed. After finishing the scaffolding, Lu Fan clapped his hands in satisfaction, looked at the fruits of his labor, and nodded in praise. Well, not bad. Very perfect. Suddenly, Lu Fan touched his chin and fell into thought. Seeing this, Lon couldn't help but ask with concern, "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" Lu Fan scratched his head and answered with some confusion. "I always feel like I forgot something important, but I can't remember it for a while." Chapter 84. Forget Dahe. Lon blinked her lively eyes and racked her brains to think about it, but no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't guess what important thing Lu Fan had forgotten. At this moment, the sharp-eyed audience in the live broadcast room was the first to discover the clue. "Family, I found out that Dahe didn't come back." As soon as this barrage appeared, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves and being swiped up crazily. Immediately afterwards, all kinds of humorous and sarcastic comments came in like a surging tide. "Ha ha ha, Master Lu has completely forgotten about Dahe now that he has Anlin. Dahe must be feeling very aggrieved." They agreed to travel the wilderness together, but his master found a new love halfway through and forgot about him. Poor Dahe. I don't know if he got lost outside. He is waiting anxiously for his owner to find him. Suddenly, Lon had an idea. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Lu Fan and asked, "Where is Dahe?" Lu Fan slapped his forehead suddenly, his face full of regret, and suddenly realized, "Oh, it's true, I actually forgot it." Having said that, he anxiously prepared to go out to look for Dahe. Lon also wanted to go with him, but Lu Fan firmly disagreed. He said with concern, "Your foot has not fully recovered yet. Don't follow me around and get tired. Rest here." Lon had no choice but to stand there helplessly, with worry in his eyes, and warned, "Then you must be careful and come back early." Lu Fan followed the path he had taken before, searching carefully along the way, and shouted Dahe's name loudly as he walked. "Dahe, where are you? Come back soon." After searching for a while, I finally found Dahe near a dense bush. At this time, Dahe was happily jumping around in the grass, like a carefree fool. "Dahe, come here," Lu Fan shouted loudly. When Dahe heard Lu Fan's voice, his ears instantly stood up and he ran over excitedly, wagging his tail like a rattle. "You silly dog, why did you come here by yourself?" Lu Fan stroked Dahe's head and put the blame on him. Dahe was confused. It didn't understand Lu Fan's slightly sinister words at all, and still circled around Lu Fan excitedly, rubbing its head against his legs affectionately from time to time, as if expressing its longing for him. "Come on, follow me back." Lu Fan walked back with Dahe, and on the way he kept saying, "Next time you get lost, remember to call me." There was a sudden burst of laughter in the live broadcast room. "Ha ha ha, what a great way to put the blame on someone else. Master Lu's move is so funny." Dahe is probably thinking, "I ran away? Are you sure you didn't forget me?" Master Lu Fan was busy building a house for Lon, so busy that he had no time to care about Dahe. Didn't you see that he was swinging his axe so hard that sparks flew in order to get back earlier? When they returned to the shelter, Lon came to greet them early. Seeing that Dahe was safe and sound, he finally felt relieved. "I finally found you," Lon said to Dahe with a smile, his eyes full of tenderness. Dahe was also very enthusiastic. He immediately ran to Anlin's legs and rubbed against them, as if he was acting coquettishly. Lon mustered up his courage and gently stroked the big black hair twice, with a satisfied smile on his face, thinking, "It feels so good." Lu Fan didn't even have time to rest for a moment, and immediately started to prepare to build the lightning shed with great enthusiasm. He once again carefully selected some bamboos of moderate thickness and tough texture, and began to skillfully cut bamboo slices and cut bamboo strips. Every movement was smooth and powerful, showing his ingenuity and dexterity. Lon kindly helped pass tools and discussed the design of the shed with Lu Fan from time to time. "Do you think that lightning shed should be made a little bigger so that it can move more freely and conveniently?" Lon asked seriously, blinking. Lu Fan stopped what he was doing, thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement and said, "You make a lot of sense. Let's expand the area so that lightning can live more comfortably." Amid their heated discussion, Lightning's shed gradually took shape. The audience in the live broadcast room also watched intently, with great interest, and kept sending comments of praise. Master Lu's ability to do things is simply unmatched. So amazing. Lan and Lu Fan work so well together. Their CP feeling is almost overflowing the screen. So sweet. God Ling Wei is still talking to the monkey somewhere. Ha 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 ha. As long as the world where Master Ling Yu is injured is achieved. Soon, with Lu Fan's efforts, a spacious and comfortable shed was perfectly built. Lu Fan carefully led Lightning in. Lightning seemed very satisfied with this new home. He wagged his tail happily and neighed with joy from time to time. That's good now. Everyone has their own exclusive space. Lu Fan looked at the fruits of his labor with satisfaction. And Lan smiled and said, yes, thanks to your hard work. Otherwise, there would be no such a good home. The next step is to decorate Lan's room. Lu Fan carefully built a bamboo bed for her and laid it with soft bamboo mats and dry grass. There's no other way. The conditions are limited at the moment, so we can only do this for now. If it's cold at night, you can cover yourself with a straw mat. I've woven it very tightly, so it won't be too hard. Lu Fan said with a hint of apology. Looking at these thoughtful arrangements, Lan couldn't help but have his eyes light up, and said with surprise, it's already very good, much better than my previous shelter, which had nothing before. Then, like a magic trick, Lu Fan supplied Lan with some practical daily necessities. This is the paper I made myself. It may be a little rough. I will study and improve it later. And this water cup, I made it myself. It may look a little ugly, please don't mind. And this small table is for you to study medicinal materials. Oh, and the toilet is at the back, so you won't lose it when you need it. Seeing Lu Fan taking out these things one after another, Lan was deeply moved and couldn't help but exclaimed, I used to not believe that there are geniuses in the world, but now I really believe it. You are really born to survive in the wilderness. You are amazing. Listening to Lan's generous praise, Lu Fan smiled a little embarrassedly, scratched his head and said, ha ha ha, maybe I specialized in this in my previous life, so I am so skilled in this life. Looking at Lu Fan, who was wearing clean sheepskin clothes and looked free and easy, he looked at his own clothes which were covered with dirt and grass debris, as dirty as if they had just been fished out of a quagmire, and then looked at this clean, tidy and well-arranged room. Lan felt a strong desire in her heart. She wanted to take a good bath and completely remove the thick armor of dirt on her body. Lu Fan's keen observation instantly caught the flash of desire in Lan's eyes. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a teasing smile, and asked softly, why, do you want to take a shower? Lan blushed a little embarrassedly, like a shy little girl, and nodded gently. Okay, leave it to me. As Lu Fan spoke, he deftly dug out his clean clothes and stuffed them into Lan's arms. You can wear mine for now. I've washed it clean. Do you mind? Lan happily took the clothes and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, thank you, I don't mind. Then, Lu Fan started to shout again, Dahe, come here. I have an important task for you today. When Dahe heard this, he rushed over like an arrow, his tail wagging like a propeller, and he was so excited that he seemed to be saying, Master, just tell me what task you have. And you, Big Horn. Lu Fan patted Dajiao's sturdy body and said, carry Lan for a trip. Daji seemed to understand, shook his head, and made a low cry, as if responding, don't worry, leave it to me. I will definitely get Lan to safety. Everything was ready, and Lu Fan took out the homemade soap horn cleaner from the room. Then he greeted Lan enthusiastically, Lan, you ride the big horn. With Lu Fan's support, Lan nervously sat on Dajiao's back. Don't be afraid, Dajiao is very docile, Lu Fan comforted him softly. Hearing Lu Fan's words, Dajiao gently shook his antlers, as if to prove his docility. Lan also gradually put his mind at ease, with a relieved smile on his face. The live broadcast room became lively again. Kalba, gentle? Are you serious? It just sent me away, and you call that gentle? Ha ha ha, Kalba was the one who bravely died after using his body to resist 2 collisions. Laugh at the jokes, not the people. Kalba is a real man. Wow, Master Lu Fan is so gentle and considerate. I want the same big horn. It feels so majestic to ride it. Chapter 85 Lan wants to take a bath. After everything was ready, Lu Fan and his group headed towards the small pond in a lively and mighty manner. Along the way, Dahe ran happily in the front like a naughty child, looking back from time to time, and his anxious look seemed to urge everyone, hurry up, I can't wait to play in the water. Dajiao carried Lan steadily, taking slow, steady, and powerful steps. He was as calm as an experienced and responsible driver. Lan sat comfortably on the big horn's back, the breeze gently brushing across his cheeks, bringing with it a hint of the unique freshness of the wilderness. She looked at Lu Fan's busy yet confident back, and ripples appeared in her heart, and a different feeling quietly grew in her heart. Finally, they arrived at the small pond. The crystal clear water sparkles under the caress of the sun, like a huge and pure mirror, clearly reflecting the blue sky and white clouds as well as the lush and vibrant trees around it. The water plants by the pond swayed slowly with the water flow, as if they were a group of hospitable hosts, cheerfully welcoming their arrival. "We're here, come on down," Lu Fan said as he carefully placed the soapnut laundry detergent on the flat stones beside the pond, and then considerately helped Enlon get off Dajiao's back. Wow, the water looks so clean. Enlon couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, his eyes flashing with excitement and surprise, just like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Of course not. This water is very clean. It is all spring water flowing down from the mountains. It is pure, natural, pollution-free, and very clean. Lu Fan introduced it proudly with a smug smile on his face. Also, the temperature of this pool of water is just right, not too cold or too hot. It's so comfortable to wash in. As he spoke, Lu Fan patiently taught Enlon how to use soapnut laundry detergent. Look, pour this soapnut laundry detergent into the water and stir it gently to produce a lot of bubbles. As he spoke, he picked up a branch and slowly stirred the water. In an instant, a thick layer of snow-white foam appeared on the water surface, emitting a faint, fresh, and pleasant plant fragrance. "Wow, this is amazing," Enlon exclaimed, his eyes full of curiosity and anticipation, and he couldn't wait to try it himself. "Go wash first. I'll go check the surroundings. I'll let Dahe and Dajiao protect you. If anything happens, just shout for me and I'll come right over." As Lu Fan spoke, he began to instruct Dajiao and Dahe seriously. "You two must stay here and watch over Enlon. You are not allowed to leave. Especially you, stupid dog. Do you hear me?" Dahe raised his head and squinted at Lu Fan, as if to say, "I am a well-known smart wolf in the surrounding area." After saying that, Lu Fan turned and walked away, considerately giving Enlon enough private space. Enlon walked into the water carefully, feeling the cool, clear water gently wrapping around his body, and an unprecedented sense of comfort and relaxation surged in his heart. She slowly closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if all her fatigue and worries were completely washed away by the clear and pure water, and her body and mind became extremely light. After soaking in the water for a while, Enlon began to wash her hair and body with soapnut laundry detergent. The rich and dense foam was rubbed into cute and interesting shapes on her body, just like sweet and tempting little marshmallows. While washing, she hummed a little tune, her face filled with a happy and satisfied smile, and she was completely immersed in this wonderful moment. At this time, Lu Fan, who was exploring the surroundings, suddenly had a thought in his mind. If it was broadcast live to the world, then Enlon was seen taking a bath, right? Thinking of this, Lu Fan felt inexplicably unhappy. Hearing Lu Fan mumbling to himself, the entire live broadcast room suddenly burst into laughter. "Master Lu Fan is jealous of us, haha. I'll just watch." "Ha ha ha, Master Lu Fan, don't worry. This live broadcast is automatically censored, and privacy is absolutely protected." Wow, I get annoyed just thinking about this. I can't even see Master Lu Fan taking a bath. Fuck, isn't the ID upstairs a man? Male? Give me a thumbs up. Brother Jia, please don't. At this time, Lu Fan, who was concentrating on exploration, made a new discovery. A flock of sheep is spotted ahead. Lu Fan looked carefully and saw 4 sheep slowly coming towards him from the grass in front of him. It seemed that they were coming to drink water. They are about 50 or 60 meters apart. Lu Fan immediately bent the bow and drew the arrow skillfully, his eyes revealing determination and confidence. "Just right. I just need one more piece of clothing." After saying that, Lu Fan loosened his fingers and the iron arrow flew out like a black lightning. I saw a sheep's head being pierced directly and accurately. It shook its body and fell to the ground, twitching for the last time in its life. The other sheep were frightened and turned around and ran away desperately. Lu Fan walked over quickly to check and found that it was a ram. It's a male, so it's not a pity. It doesn't produce milk. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy goats 10,000 Lu Fan carried the goat and walked towards the pond. When he came near the pool, he stopped very tactfully, for fear of offending Enlon, who was taking a bath. Dahe, who was lying bored by the pond, became energized instantly when he smelled Lu Fan's scent and ran over. Seeing the big black cat rushing towards him excitedly with its tongue wagging, Lu Fan quickly reached out to catch it, but was still knocked to the ground by its momentum. "You silly dog, you want to seize power and usurp the throne." Dahe didn't care about that. He jumped around Lu Fan excitedly, wagging his tail like a rattle. After a while, Enlon finished taking a shower. She was wearing Lu Fan's clothes and walked out of the water lightly, looking completely refreshed. The wet hair lay softly on her face, adding a touch of charming charm. "Wow, you look like a completely different person." Lu Fan looked at Enlon with amazement in his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At this moment, Enlon was wearing his clothes, and a different feeling quietly spread in his heart, making him feel itchy. "Thank you for the compliment. And Lan smiled a little embarrassedly, her cheeks slightly flushed, just like peach blossoms blooming in spring. This is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I don't know when I would be able to take such a comfortable bath. Don't be polite. We are teammates, Lu Fan said with a warm smile on his face. Then Lan saw the goat lying on the ground. She couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. Did you just kill this? It's only been a short time. You are so awesome. Haha, I'm lucky to have met a goat that came to drink water. I can make you a piece of clothing when the time comes. Lu Fan showed off while talking about the goat. By the way, give me your dirty clothes and I'll wash them for you. Looking at Lan's dirty clothes full of stains, Lu Fan asked with concern. Hearing Lu Fan say this, Lan's cheeks instantly became hot, like a ripe tomato. No, I can wash it myself. How could she possibly let Lu Fan help her wash? Does she still have any face left? As he spoke, Lan hurriedly picked up his dirty clothes, walked to the edge of the pond, and began to wash them carefully. She rubbed the clothes skillfully, her movements light and smooth. After a while, the originally dirty clothes became clean, and under the sunlight, they exuded a fresh scent. Okay, we're done washing, Lan said with a red face, with a hint of shyness in her voice. Okay, let's go back then. Lu Fan, who had been standing aside in a daze for a long time, finally came back to his senses. Just now he seemed to have caught a glimpse of a black dress with lace. Looking at the dazed Lu Fan, Lan's face turned even redder. She had never washed clothes in front of a boy before and felt it was too embarrassing. But she couldn't help asking, if we go back now, what will we do with the sheep? Oh, yes, let me take care of it first. Lu Fan suddenly woke up as if from a dream, and in panic he dragged the goat to the water's edge to deal with it. Thank you, Lu Fan. And Lan looked at the busy Lu Fan, his heart full of gratitude, and couldn't help but speak again. Lu Fan asked doubtfully, didn't I thank you? Thank you for saving me. You're so handsome. Hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth, and the arc of his mouth became bigger and bigger. It's okay, we are teammates, haha. Is it really so handsome? Seeing Lu Fan trying to hold back his laughter and being shy, and Lan also recovered from her shyness. It turned out that Lu Fan was even more shy than her. Then she couldn't help but smile and said, it's really handsome. Lu Fan just happened to turn around and caught a glimpse of Lan's brilliant smile. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. He felt that this smile was like the brightest warm sunshine in spring. When Lu Fan came back to his senses, he couldn't help but blushing, and could only silently say in his heart, Ba. I'm obsessed with appearances, women are all red-faced skeletons. Chapter 86 Mutton Soup, Sprouted Seeds. After processing the mutton, Lu Fan and Lan set out on the road back to the shelter with their full harvest. The afterglow of the setting sun gently falls on them, outlining a warm and beautiful silhouette. Back at the shelter, Lu Fan carefully took Lan off the Jiao's back. Lan blushed slightly and said softly, actually, my foot is just slightly sprained and it's getting much better now. After hearing this, Lu Fan raised his lips and said, it's okay. Just take a good rest. You don't have to worry about food. At this time, Lu Fan noticed that Lan was barefoot, with her white toes exposed. Lan noticed Lu Fan's gaze, and she pulled her feet back a little embarrassedly, explaining, I just washed my shoes as well. It is really inconvenient to move barefoot. If you accidentally step on something sharp, it will be troublesome. Suddenly, Lu Fan seemed to remember something and his eyes lit up. In addition to the pair of shoes he is wearing, he had made another pair before. Wait here for a minute. I'll find you some shoes. After saying that, he quickly ran back to his room and came out a few moments later with a pair of rabbit skin slippers. You can wear this for now. Although the workmanship is a bit rough, it keeps you warm quite well. Lu Fan handed the rabbit leather slippers to Lan. Lan took the slippers and looked at the cute rabbit ears drooping on the surface, his eyes full of surprise. She couldn't help but praise him. I didn't expect you to be so good at sewing. Then, Lu Fan put the slippers on the ground and Lan tried them on. They were the perfect size, as if they were specially tailor-made for her. After putting on slippers, Lan began to look for a place to hang out his clothes. The clothes drying pole is behind the house. Lu Fan gave a considerate instruction and turned around to prepare dinner. Considering the large temperature difference between morning and evening, he decided to make a pot of steaming mutton offal soup to warm everyone up. Lu Fan cut the mutton offal skillfully. His movements were smooth and natural, and he completed the task in one go. It seemed as if he was not processing food ingredients, but rather performing a wonderful artistic creation. Lan, do you want to eat mutton offal? He suddenly stopped what he was doing, turned his head and asked. I'm fine with anything. I don't have any dietary restrictions. After hanging up the clothes, Lan answered with a smile, her eyes curved. While Lu Fan was cutting the mutton offal, Lan made a fire on the side. In fact, you can easily light a fire by just scraping away the ashes and adding some firewood. After all, Lu Fan has always been very careful to preserve the fire and never let it go out. Finally, Lu Fan took out the clay pot, put the chopped mutton offal in it, covered it with a lid and started simmering. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted out of the pot. The mutton offal soup was bubbling happily in the pot, and the white soup was as thick as milk. Lu Fan sprinkled some wild onions and coriander collected from nearby into the pot. In an instant, the fragrance became stronger and filled the entire shelter. Come, try it. Lu Fan filled a bowl of mutton soup and handed it to Enlon with great anticipation. Enlon took the soup, blew on it gently, took a sip, and his eyes lit up instantly. Very fresh. Very delicious. Lu Fan scratched his head. Haha, that's good. I was worried that you wouldn't be used to it. As he spoke, he also picked up a bowl of soup and drank it in big gulps, with a satisfied look on his face, as if this was the most delicious food in the world. After drinking the soup, it was already completely dark. Lu Fan remembered the taro and chili seeds he had carefully cultivated before, so he got up to check. I don't know if it has sprouted yet, he muttered to himself as he walked quickly towards the seed hotbed he had built. He gently lifted the bamboo cover and was pleasantly surprised by the sight before him. Some tender green sprouts have emerged from the taro and chili seeds. These sprouts swayed gently in the breeze, like cute little elves waving to him. Although these young shoots are still weak, they are the hope of life and are full of vitality. Oh my God, it really sprouted. Lu Fan shouted excitedly, his voice filled with uncontrollable joy. Hearing Lu Fan's call, Enlon hurried over. Seeing those tender green sprouts, she couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is where you grow seeds? I have always been curious about it." As she spoke, she squatted down and carefully observed the small buds, her face filled with curiosity and joy. Lu Fan also squatted aside, gently stroking the small buds, his eyes full of joy. These are our hopes for the future. With them, we won't have to worry about food anymore, he said with emotion, his voice full of longing for the future. Enlon looked at Lu Fan, and her admiration for him increased a little more. In this wilderness full of unknowns and dangers, being able to grow their own food means that they are on the path of sustainable development, and their future life seems to become more hopeful. Well, I believe we can survive here. Enlon nodded seriously, his eyes firm and confident. At this time, Dahe also came over, sniffing the small buds curiously, and his tail wagged like a propeller. Dahe, please don't mess around. These little buds are precious. Lu Fan said to Dahe with a smile, and at the same time reached out and stroked its head. Dahe seemed to understand what Lu Fan said. He lay obediently beside him, but his eyes were fixed on the small buds, as if he was curious about what these tender green little things were. At the same time, the live broadcast room was also very lively. Wow, that's great. It finally sprouted. Sure enough, farming is an instinct ingrained in the Chinese people's bones. Wow, this is so exciting, even more exciting than watching the Chinese national football team score a goal. Huh? When has the Chinese national football team ever scored a goal? Zhang Yishuan? You actually dare to use your real name online. Aren't you afraid that they will throw sea cucumbers at you? Gigi, that's great. Go ahead and smash me to death. I've never eaten a sea cucumber before. Commentator Wang Tao was all smiles and said excitedly, Sure enough, Lu Fan never lets us down. These seeds have really sprouted successfully. Zhao Hagjun couldn't help but nod in agreement. The taro and peppers cultivated by contestant Lu Fan have sprouted. This seemingly small step will bring about huge changes. From a historical perspective, this is equivalent to moving from primitive society to agricultural society, which is a major leap in productivity. This also means that Lu Fan has taken the first solid step towards self-sufficiency. Lu Fan gently fiddled with the seeds, turned to look at Enlon, and asked seriously, Do you have any good suggestions for this batch of seeds? Seeing that Lu Fan was asking sincerely, Enlon also started to think about it seriously. Lu Fan, I think these taro seedlings need more sunlight. We can remove some of the obstructions to allow more sunlight to shine in. Enlon pointed at the taro seedlings and spoke in an orderly manner. Lu Fan looked in the direction she pointed and nodded in agreement. Well, you make sense. As he spoke, he began to remove some of the dead grass covering the seeds. After a while, the warm sunset shone through the gaps between the branches and leaves and sprinkled on the tender green taro seedlings. Under the sunshine, the taro seedlings appear more vibrant, as if they have taken another big step on the road to thriving growth. Okay, now they can thrive. Lu Fan looked at the taro seedlings with satisfaction, a gratified smile on his face. Enlon also has his own unique insights into pepper seedlings. Pepper seedlings like fertile soil. We have to mark out a piece of land and find ways to increase the fertility of the soil first, she said to Lu Fan seriously. After hearing this, Lu Fan smiled and nodded, pointing to the pile of fertilizer outside the fence. That's the fertilizer I prepared. Just spread it directly into the soil when the time comes. Chapter 87 Massage, Enlon makes breakfast. The night was like a huge piece of black satin, gently covering the shelter. The faint light of the bonfire swayed gently in the night breeze, as if weaving a warm dream, adding a bit of warmth and romance to the surroundings. Lu Fan and Lan sat side by the fire, talking in low voices. At this moment, Lu Fan's heart was full of emotion. He found that the days now were not as difficult as before. Having a companion by your side to talk to, and not having to go to bed early at night, such time actually brings a different kind of warmth. As they were chatting, Lu Fan inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lan gently stroking his ankle. His heart tightened, realizing that Lan's previously sprained foot might not have fully recovered yet. After hesitating for a long time, he finally mustered up the courage to speak. "How about I give you a massage?" When Lan heard this, he was slightly stunned at first, obviously not expecting Lu Fan to make such a suggestion. Seeing this, Lu Fan hurriedly explained, "I don't mean anything else. When I was working part-time during the holidays, I worked in a massage parlor for a while and learned some simple techniques. A massage will help your ankle recover." Lan felt a little conflicted, and his ankle was indeed aching slightly. She knew in her heart that if her foot injury was not completely healed, Lu Fan would definitely not agree to let her go out exploring with him, and she would have to stay in the shelter alone. As an independent woman, she doesn't want to always be the one being taken care of. After thinking for a moment, Lan finally nodded gently and said, "Then I'll trouble you." Lan sat on a simple wooden stool. In the light of the fire, her slightly red cheeks were unclear, whether it was due to the bonfire or her inner nervousness. She slowly took off her shoes, her movements gentle and shy, and carefully stretched her sprained foot in front of Lu Fan. Lu Fan looked at Lan's outstretched foot. Although he was mentally prepared, his heart still skipped a beat uncontrollably. Oh my God. But he quickly adjusted his state, and under Lan's slightly shy gaze, he slowly squatted down, looking focused and serious. He gently held Lan's ankle, his movements so gentle as if he was touching a rare treasure, afraid that it would be damaged if he used a little force. His fingers slowly moved along the outline of the ankle, carefully feeling the condition of the joints, and every subtle movement was filled with concern. He looked up from time to time, observing Lan's expression, and said softly, "Tell me if it hurts a little, don't bear it." Lan nodded slightly, her cheeks became hotter, and her heartbeat quickened unconsciously. Lu Fan began to exert force, and the movements of his hands gradually became heavier, pushing and rubbing slowly from the ankles upwards, with just the right amount of force each time. His technique seemed casual, but in fact he accurately avoided the most injured parts and started by relaxing the surrounding muscles. Lan only felt a warm current rising slowly from the soles of his feet, and the original feeling of soreness and pain seemed to be alleviated a lot. "How does it feel?" Lu Fan asked softly while massaging. "Much better. It doesn't hurt as much." Lan answered softly. Looking at Lu Fan's focused look, a warm feeling surged in her heart. This warm feeling dispelled the chill of the wilderness and also brought them closer together. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room could no longer contain their excitement. "My family, what kind of idol drama plot is this?" I fainted in front of the screen. "This interaction is so sweet. The corners of my mouth are almost stretched to my temples. Who would understand? This kind of careful and gentle care really touches me. Am I the only one concerned that Master Lu Fan can actually give massages?" As expected of a wilderness god who knows a little bit about everything, Lu Fan changed his position again, gently pinching Lan's toes with his thumb and index finger, slowly rotating and stretching them to help her relax the joints of her feet. Lan's feet are white and slender, and look particularly small in Lu Fan's broad palms. "Does it hurt?" Lu Fan looked up and asked again, his eyes full of worry and concern. Lan shook her head, a blush appearing on her face. Lu Fan continued to massage seriously, occasionally patting the soles of his feet gently with his palms to promote blood circulation. Fine beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead, and in the light of the fire, the profile of his face looked particularly resolute. After a careful massage, Lan felt his ankle was much more relaxed. She tried to move her feet and said in surprise, "It's really much better. Thank you, Lu Fan." Lu Fan smiled and said, "It's okay. I should be able to fully recover by tomorrow." That night, a warm atmosphere permeated the shelter, and the two of them, with their own thoughts, gradually fell into sweet dreams. The next morning, the sunlight was like golden threads, shining through the gaps in the leaves and gently falling on the shelter. Lan got up early. She moved her ankle and was surprised to find that it had basically recovered. Thinking of how focused and careful Lu Fan was when he was massaging her last night, her cheeks flushed slightly and her heart was filled with warmth and gratitude. She came to where the ingredients were placed, looked at the remaining mutton, and had an idea in her mind. In order to thank Lu Fan for his care during this period, she decided to make him a fried lamb chop as breakfast. She took the iron pot and lit a fire beside it. The flames jumped as if they were also looking forward to the birth of this delicious meal. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room also waited in front of the screen early, eager to witness the interaction between the two people in the new day. Family, I calculated with my fingers. There will definitely be candy today. I'm ready to support this couple and wait for the interaction between Enlon and Lu Fan. I wonder what surprises there will be today. Should I continue farming or explore new maps? Enlon put the chopped mutton on the hot iron pan. Instantly, a sizzling sound was heard and the fat quickly came out under the high temperature, emitting an enticing aroma. She flipped the lamb chops from time to time with grace and confidence, sprinkling them with some natural spices she had collected from the wild. As the spices were incorporated, the scent grew stronger, filling the entire sanctuary. Lu Fan was awakened by the alluring aroma. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, walked out of the room, and saw Enlon busy at work. He was a little surprised. Are you making breakfast? Enlon turned around with a bright smile on his face. Yes, thank you for taking care of me all the time. Today I will make you a delicious meal. Lu Fan scratched his head and said with a smile, You're too polite, but it smells so good. I'm almost drooling. After the lamb chops were fried, Enlon put them in a ceramic bowl and handed it to Lu Fan, with a hint of nervousness and anticipation in his expression. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Lu Fan took it and took a bite. The tender and juicy mutton spread in his mouth. The taste of spices was just right, which made him couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, it's delicious. I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. Seeing Lu Fan's satisfied expression, Enlon breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was her first time cooking for a boy. How could she not want to be praised? Then leave the breakfast making to me from now on. I only know how to make simple things anyway, Enlon said happily. Lu Fan knew that Enlon had not yet completely regarded this place as his home, so he always felt that he owed him and wanted to find more things to do. Thinking of this, Lu Fan smiled and agreed. Okay, I'll leave breakfast to you. How about we make lunch and dinner together? Okay. Enlon seemed very happy to get the answer, with joy flashing in his eyes. After breakfast, Lu Fan looked at Enlon, who was full of energy, and an idea came to his mind. He suggested, The weather is nice today, let's go out and explore. Maybe we can find more useful things. Chapter 88. Flint discovered. Wild boar suddenly appears. When Enlon heard Lu Fan's suggestion, his eyes lit up instantly. He nodded without hesitation and said excitedly, Okay, I've wanted to go outside and take a look for a long time. Lu Fan looked at her impatient expression and smiled slightly. In fact, he had long seen that Enlon was full of yearning for the outside world. So, the two of them started to pack their equipment. Lu Fan handed his sharp dagger to Enlon and said seriously, Use this dagger for self-defense. If you encounter danger, call me first and don't try to be brave. Enlon took it with a smile, his eyes full of trust. Afterwards, the two of them set out on a journey of exploration with De Jiao and De He, full of expectations. Along the way, the sunlight shone through the dense leaves, casting mottled shadows as if laying a golden carpet for them. The two chatted happily as they walked, their laughter echoing in the woods, making the originally somewhat boring journey interesting. As they walked, they came to an open plain. Enlon had sharp eyes and saw the various plants growing on the flat ground at a glance. He was so excited that he couldn't help shouting, Wow, there are so many plants here that can be used as medicinal herbs. Having said that, he squatted down impatiently and began to identify it with full concentration. Lu Fan smiled and looked at her gently, saying, Okay, then you just stay here and collect herbs. I'll go around and see if I can find other treasures. After saying that, he walked around, his eyes full of expectation, hoping to gain more. While picking herbs, Enlon muttered to himself, listing the names and effects of various plants. This is plantain, which can clear away heat and promote diuresis. This is dandelion, which is indispensable for anti-inflammatory and detoxification. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Enlon triggers 10,000 times rebate. Plantago 410000. Dandelion 510000. Phoenix grass 710,000. Dahe also came over, sniffing the plants curiously and occasionally scratching them gently with his claws, as if he was helping. Bighorn was quietly eating grass with his head down, occasionally raising his head and looking around vigilantly, guarding this small world. Hearing the wilderness survival announcement, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile knowingly. He knew very well that this was exactly what Enlon wanted. She was not the kind of person who could only sit idle in the shelter. She also had her own abilities and value. While Lu Fan used a knife to cut down the weeds to clear a path, he carefully observed his surroundings. Soon he found an outcropping of rock that looked like granite. Lu Fan walked quickly to the rock and began to observe it carefully. He reached out and gently touched the surface of the rock, feeling its texture and grain, not missing any detail. Suddenly, he noticed a stone with a unique texture, round and translucent. Discovery of flint. Flint. Lu Fan's heart suddenly moved. He had never noticed before that flint was translucent in this way. In his impression, he always thought that flint should be a black stone like coal. If it were someone else, even if they encountered it, they would probably find it difficult to know what it was. But Lu Fan was different. Although he didn't recognize it at first, he had a reminder sound, just like a floating window, providing him with key information at any time. Haha, I found a treasure this time. Lu Fan shouted excitedly, his voice full of surprise and excitement. Although it was his first time to come into contact with flint, he knew that this thing was equivalent to a lighter in the wild and was very useful. After all, who didn't play MC once or twice when they were young? In the game, flint is an important prop for making fire. He carefully pried the flint out of the rock and examined it again and again in his hand. This flint is black and its surface is as smooth as a mirror. It has a faint mysterious luster and a bit of jade-like feeling, and looks very unique. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Flint 10,000. The live broadcast room suddenly became lively. Wow, Master Lu Fan has made another great discovery. But what is this flint used for? Haha, let me, an old MC player, tell you that this is flint, which can be used to start a fire. I'm also an MC player. The one next door is garbage. I won't say what game it is. No one told me that playing games can really help you learn. And Lon is collecting herbs over there, and Lu Fan is looking for flint over here. This division of labor is so tacit. It's killing me. Lu Fan took the flint and returned to Enlon happily. Enlon saw the stone in his hand and asked curiously, "What is this? It looks very special." Lu Fan proudly shook the flint and explained with a smile, "This is flint. When it hits metal, it will produce sparks. It will be much easier to make a fire in the future. No need to work so hard to preserve the fire anymore." Enlan's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "Really? That's great." As she spoke, she carefully placed the collected herbs into the basket she carried with her, then came over and carefully studied the flint, her eyes full of curiosity. "Let's try it," Lu Fan said, taking the dagger from Enlon. He picked up the flint and struck it quickly with the dagger. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, and under the sunlight, they looked like stars. Dahe was startled by the sudden sparks and took several steps back. Then he came closer curiously and stared at it without blinking, as if he was studying this magical thing. "It's amazing," Enlon exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. She took the flint and dagger and tried to strike them a few times. Although her movements were a little clumsy, she successfully produced sparks and her face was filled with a sense of accomplishment. But we don't seem to be short of fire. Suddenly, Enlon asked a soul-searching question. Lu Fan was also stunned for a moment, and then fell silent. Indeed, they now have a stable fire. But soon, he figured it out and became happy again, saying, "It's okay. It will be much more convenient to make fire when exploring outside in the future. I don't have to carry the fire around with me. It would be troublesome if I accidentally extinguished it." The two were having a great time when suddenly, Zhao let out an uneasy cry. Lu Fan and Enlon looked up quickly and saw something moving in the grass not far away, and a dark shadow could be vaguely seen. "Be careful." Lu Fan spoke softly to Enlon, and at the same time quickly protected her behind him, holding the bow and arrow tightly in his hand. His eyes became alert. Dahe also sensed the danger. He stood beside them with all the hair on his body standing up and letting out a low roar, as if protesting against the unknown danger. Wild boar found behind the bush. There was a rustling sound in the grass, and a figure slowly emerged from it. It turned out to be a wild boar. This wild boar was huge, with two long fangs exposed, flashing coldly in the sun, looking very ferocious and chilling. "It seems that we have disturbed its territory," Lu Fan frowned and said in a low voice. He knew very well that wild boars were extremely aggressive animals and if provoked, they would likely attack them recklessly. Of course, he was not particularly worried about his own safety. After all, he had successfully killed a wild boar before his body was strengthened, let alone now. He was mainly worried that when the fight broke out, he would not be able to protect Enlon in all aspects. Enlon nervously grabbed Lu Fan's arm and asked with a trembling voice, "What should we do?" Lu Fan immediately comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let you get hurt." Lu Fan took the bow and arrow, walked steadily forward, and slowly approached the wild boar. Under the magical influence of animal affinity, the wild boar was a little confused. The person in front of it made it feel very strange. It wanted to attack Lu Fan, but it seemed to feel an inexplicable sense of intimacy from Lu Fan, which made it hesitant. It could only dig the soil with its hooves anxiously, making dull humming sounds. Lu Fan also keenly observed this, and then calmed his tone and said softly, "I don't lack food for the time being. You should leave quickly. We don't want to hurt you." Enlon, who was nervous behind him, was suddenly confused when he heard Lu Fan's words. Negotiating with pigs? Is this why I can't become a great god? Chapter 89, Persuading the Wild Boar to Retreat, Green Apple. Under the miraculous effect of animal affinity, the wild boar, which was originally as irritable as a small cannon, seemed to be firmly restrained by an invisible rein. Under Lu Fan's firm and gentle gaze, its originally frantic digging and protesting movements slowly stopped as if the slow-motion button was pressed. Its two long fangs flashed a cold light in the afterglow of the setting sun, but at this moment it no longer had the ferociousness it had before to tear people to pieces. Its head was tilted to one side, its ears were shaking restlessly, and its bean-sized eyes were rolling around, as if it was trying its best to decipher the mysterious code in Lu Fan's words, and as if it was struggling with the inexplicable sense of intimacy that was rising up from deep in its heart. Lu Fan stood in place, trying to slow his breathing down, with the bow in his hand fully drawn, the arrow pointing straight at the wild boar. If things went wrong, he didn't mind taking the wild boar's carcass back. Time seemed to be under a spell of freezing. The only sound around was the rustling of the breeze through the grass. Dahe's low roar like thunder added a bit of oppression to the tense atmosphere. Enlon also stared at the scene in front of him intently, his hands unconsciously clenched tightly. At this critical moment, the wild boar seemed to be finally persuaded and made an important decision. It roared heavily, and the sound seemed to be forced out of its throat, with a bit of unwillingness. Then, it slowly turned around, twisting its butt and slowly walked into the dense grass behind it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Fan and Enlon breathed a sigh of relief as if their tense strings were released at the same time. Enlan's hand was still tightly holding Lu Fan's arm, and his palms were wet with sweat. It's really gone. Enlan's voice was trembling slightly, full of surprise and excitement, as if he had discovered a new world. She looked at Lu Fan in disbelief, her eyes as big as bells, as if she was looking at a superhero walking out of a comic book. How did you do it? Negotiating with pigs, this is too outrageous. I feel like I'm watching a science fiction movie. I wanted to ask you before, how did you tame Big Black and Big Horn? Lu Fan smiled and put away his bow and arrow, secretly thanking his lucky stars that his animal affinity did not fail at the critical moment. Maybe I am more popular with small animals. They think I am not a threat and just come for a stroll. However, this is too dangerous. We should be more careful in the future and not provoke these wild animals casually. Although there was nothing wrong with telling Enlon that he had an affinity for animals, he decided to keep it secret for the time being. After all, people from other countries were also watching the live broadcast, and hiding some things would be beneficial to him. On the way back, Enlon was still immersed in the shock brought by the scene just now. Lu Fan's mind raced, and he suddenly remembered that there was a wild apple grove nearby. The sweet and sour green apples seemed to be waving to him enthusiastically. Enlon, let's go pick some green apples. They're sour and sweet, and the taste is amazing when you take a bite. Lu Fan suggested excitedly, with anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Enlon had not yet recovered from the shock and nodded subconsciously. Although she was still a little frightened, she was infected by Lu Fan's enthusiasm, as if she was being led by an invisible hand and followed him forward. The two of them took Dahe and Dajiao and walked towards the wild apple forest. Soon they found the wild apple grove. The trees are full of green apples, swaying gently in the breeze. Lu Fan was as agile as a nimble monkey and climbed up the tree in just a few steps. He stood on the branch like a majestic general, picking apples one by one and throwing them accurately to Enlon under the tree. Enlon was like a well-trained catching expert, happily catching the ball and letting out clear and pleasant laughter from time to time. The laughter echoed in the woods, startling a few roosting birds. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Sweet and sour green apple 1310000E. Be careful, don't fall. Enlon caught the apple while shouting at the top of her voice to remind Lu Fan, not daring to take her eyes off him for a moment, for fear that he would fall accidentally. Don't worry, I'm the king of tree climbing. This height is nothing. In a short while, they harvested a small basket full of green apples. Lu Fan jumped down from the tree, dusted himself off, looked at the bag in Enlan's hand, and smiled with satisfaction. Let's go back. We'll have a treat tonight. After returning to the shelter, Lu Fan put the green apple aside, rubbed his hands, and decided to show off his skills to make a super delicious roasted lamb leg. He cleaned the lamb leg skillfully, just like a professional chef. Then, he took out the various spices that Enlon had collected from the wild, chopped them up, sprinkled them on the lamb legs, and began to marinate them carefully. Enlon helped on the side. She washed the green apple she picked, placed them on a flat stone, and cut them into small pieces with a sharp dagger. Looking at Lu Fan concentrating on grilling the meat, a warm feeling surged in her heart. This man, not only can he protect her like a Superman in dangerous moments, but he can also cook delicious food. He is simply an all-rounder. The only thing he lacks is the ability to fly. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also deeply attracted by this warm and interesting scene, and the barrage of comments rolled like snowflakes. Wow, what a life like this, a battle of wits with wild boars, sweet fruit picking, and heartwarming cooking. This plot is more exciting than a TV show. Master Lu Fan not only has maxed out his wilderness survival skills, but his cooking skills are also amazing. He is simply a hexagonal warrior. The way Lan looks at Lu Fan really gets me. This couple is a perfect match. I'll take the key. As the lamb leg slowly turned on the fire, the fat dripped onto the campfire, making a sizzling sound, which was like a wonderful symphony of gourmet food. The tempting aroma began to permeate the entire shelter, entering everyone's nostrils and making the greedy worms in their stomachs crawl up. Lu Fan turned the lamb legs over from time to time and sprinkled some spices on them to ensure that every part was roasted golden and crispy. After a while, the roasted lamb leg was done. Lu Fan placed the lamb leg on a clean wooden board and cut it into small pieces with a knife. The steaming lamb exuded a charming aroma. He and Lan sat at the table with roasted lamb legs and sliced green apples in front of them, and began to enjoy this sumptuous dinner. The sweet and sour taste of green apple is a perfect match with the tenderness of roasted lamb leg. Take a bite of lamb, and then eat a piece of apple. The taste is rich and layered, and the flavor is indescribable. The two of them were immersed in the pleasure brought by the food, feeling the comfort and satisfaction of the moment. Chapter 90. And Lan shaves Lu Fan's beard. It tastes really good. I rarely have the chance to eat this kind of real, pure wild mutton before. And Lan exclaimed vaguely while wolfing down the food. Lu Fan laughed. So there are pros and cons to participating in this. Although you have to face various dangers every day, it's actually not bad to think about it. At least no one will urge you to go to work. While devouring the meal, the two enthusiastically shared today's wonderful experiences and inner feelings. Woo woo woo. When Lu Fan looked back, he saw that Dahe's saliva was about to flow to the ground. Lu Fan smiled and cut off a piece of tender mutton and gently threw it to Dahe. Dahe jumped up excitedly, caught it steadily, and began to chew it happily, occasionally letting out a satisfied growl. After eating and drinking, Lu Fan lay comfortably in the rocking chair, with his hands behind his head, looking at the blue sky leisurely. His belly was slightly bulging and his face was full of satisfaction. At this moment, the warm sunshine shines on my body, and lying down like this after eating and drinking is truly the happiest moment in life. Dahe also lay at his feet, his belly rising and falling with his even breathing, and he smacked his lips from time to time, as if he was still savoring the delicious lamb legs he had just eaten. And Lan was busy on the side, spreading out the herbs he had picked today to dry. She squatted on the ground, gently fiddling with the herbs that still carried the fragrance of soil, her eyes focused and serious. The warm sunlight shines on her, outlining her slender and soft features like a quiet and beautiful pastoral oil painting. Occasionally, she would raise her head and her eyes would unconsciously drift towards Lu Fan. After drying the herbs, Lan paced around the shelter board and inadvertently looked at Lu Fan again. Lu Fan seemed particularly comfortable while sleeping, with a faint smile on his lips. Although his thin face was tanned by the sun, it revealed a kind of determined handsomeness. And Lan then noticed that Lu Fan had grown a thick layer of stubble on his chin, making him look a little more weathered and rugged. This is really helpless. Running around in the wilderness every day, coupled with a heavy taste in food, the metabolism is accelerated, and the beard naturally grows very fast. An idea suddenly flashed through Lan's mind, to help Lu Fan shave his beard. She tiptoed to Lu Fan, squatted down, tilted her head, and looked at Lu Fan's beard carefully. The more I look at it, the more it catches my eye. In a daze, Lu Fan felt a dark shadow swaying in front of his eyes. He narrowed his eyes subconsciously and saw Lan holding a dagger and gesturing near his head. Oh my god. Lu Fan was so frightened that he woke up instantly. He clamped his legs together reflexively and almost knocked the chair over. Lan looked at Lu Fan, who was awakened by the shock, with an apologetic look on his face, and hurriedly stood up to explain. Don't get me wrong. I just saw that your beard is too long, so I wanted to help you shave it. I was so scared. I thought you were going to chop me into pieces and cook them. Lu Fan let out a long sigh and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He felt a hint of chill even under the scorching sun. Shaving? You can do that. But what are you going to use? You don't want to use that sharp dagger, do you? Lu Fan looked at the dagger that was shining with cold light. His eyes widened like copper bells, and his face was full of fear and resistance. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Ha 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 ha. This is the first time I see Master Lu Fan so frightened. Perfect details. I saw Master Lu Fan cross his legs. Alas, you don't understand the pain of men. Lan laughed out loud at Lu Fan's exaggerated reaction. Look at how cowardly you are. My cooking skills are really good. No, absolutely not. Lu Fan still refused firmly. The horrifying scene of himself being scratched on the chin by a dagger and bleeding all over his face appeared in his mind. This is no joke. If your hand shakes, my handsome face will be completely disfigured. Seeing Lu Fan's firm attitude, Lan no longer forced him. However, she smiled and came up with an idea. Then you figure it out yourself. You can't keep wearing this big beard all the time. You'll look like a primitive man. Lu Fan touched his thick beard, sighed helplessly, and felt that what Lan said made sense. He sat up and thought seriously for a moment. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he shouted excitedly, "Got it. We can make scissors and razors ourselves." Make it yourself? Can you do it? And Lan's face was full of doubt. In her understanding, delicate tools like scissors and razors were extremely difficult to make and could not be made easily. "Don't worry, the bag will be fine." Lu Fan patted his chest confidently. "Where do you think all those weapons of mine came from? Although the process is a bit troublesome, as long as I have enough patience and perseverance, I will definitely succeed." Lu Fan immediately became energetic and threw away the idea of sleeping. He devoted all his attention to making tools. He took out a few pieces of iron, or swung his pickaxe, and smashed them into small pieces with a few bangs. Then, he skillfully used clay to make a mold, his movements flowing like a skilled pottery master. Then, Lu Fan carefully put the ore into the furnace, staring at it without blinking, paying attention to the changes in the ore at all times. Every minute and every second of waiting was filled with anticipation and tension. Lan watched Lu Fan busy at work, full of admiration. Although she didn't know much about these technical jobs, she knew that refining metals was not an easy task and required great patience and perseverance. She silently handed over the tools. After a long period of suffering, the ore finally began to melt slowly and turned into hot liquid metal. Lu Fan carefully poured the boiling molten metal into the pre-prepared mold, as if pouring hope. After the metal solidified, he gently opened the mold, and a simple pair of scissors and the prototype of a razor appeared before his eyes. He quickly took them out and threw them into the water to quench them. Magnetic. After quenching, the parts emit a black glow. The next step is the polishing process, which also cannot be sloppy and requires extreme care and patience. Lu Fan took the rough metal product, sat on a flat stone, picked up the grindstone, and began to polish it carefully. He was very careful and focused in every move he made, fearing that all his efforts would be wasted if he was not careful. Lan also came over and offered to help polish it. The two of them were talking and laughing as they were polishing, and from time to time they would burst into laughter because of some small mistakes. The scissors are divided into two halves, leaving a precise hole in the middle to facilitate fixing with something, while also ensuring that they can be opened and closed flexibly. After some unremitting efforts, the scissors and razor finally succeeded. Lu Fan took them and waved them in front of Lan proudly. "What do you think? I told you I could do it." Lan looked at the two tools, which were simple but embodied the hard work and sweat of two people. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praise them endlessly. "You are so awesome, Lu Fan. Now I can finally shave your beard." Lu Fan sat down with a smile, and Lan picked up the razor and prepared to help him shave. Lu Fan was so nervous that his legs were shaking unconsciously. Anyone would be scared if someone held a knife to their neck. "Don't be afraid. When I was an intern in the hospital, I often came into contact with scalpels and learned a lot of skills. I promise I won't hurt you." Lan comforted softly, his tone full of confidence and tenderness. Lu Fan always felt that this sentence was familiar, as if he had said something similar at some point, but he couldn't remember where. How could it be possible? How could a stinky bear be so kind? "No, I'm not scared at all. Come on." He pretended to be calm when speaking, but a hint of nervousness flashed across his face. Lan looked at Lu Fan pretending to be calm and couldn't help but smile. She first used some soap liquid, rubbed it gently in her hands, and rubbed out a fine and dense foam, then gently applied it on Lu Fan's beard, preparing for the subsequent shaving. Chapter 91 Return to the Peak of Beauty and Go to the Sea. Lan gently picked up a ball of soap bubble, and with gentle movements as if she was protecting a rare treasure, she carefully applied it on Lu Fan's face. The foam is dense and delicate, exuding a light herbal fragrance. It can not only effectively reduce the friction between the razor and the skin to prevent accidental scratches, but also soften the beard, making the subsequent shaving process smoother. Feeling Lan's fingertips gently caressing his face and massaging it in gentle circles, Lu Fan felt that all the pores in his body were relaxed and an unprecedented sense of comfort arose spontaneously. In a trance, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that no wonder the shampooing industry was so popular. Such an experience was so comfortable and enjoyable. He was a little embarrassed to open his eyes and could only pretend to be calm, but his rolling eyes still exposed his inner uneasiness and anxiety. Lan didn't say much. Her eyes were full of concentration and seriousness. The razor in her hand seemed to be given life, and it moved lightly across Lu Fan's face. With every stroke of the razor, the thick stubble fell off. Under Lan's careful sculpting, Lu Fan's beard gradually faded, the originally covered chin line gradually became clear, and his well-defined face was once again revealed. Without the beard covering his face, Lu Fan's face looks more refreshing and handsome. It's not the kind of exquisite handsomeness that only appears on the surface, but the kind of affinity that emanates from the inside out and makes people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. "All right, it's done." Lan looked at the refreshed Lu Fan and felt a great sense of accomplishment. Lu Fan raised his hand and touched his smooth chin. The corners of his mouth turned up. He stood up with a smile and deliberately turned around and said humorously, "How about it? Did you instantly transform from a rough and rugged man into a handsome and elegant man?" At this moment, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room rolled wildly like a flood that broke through a dam. "Wow, I haven't seen such a handsome Master Lu Fan in a long time. After shaving his beard, he has returned to his peak appearance. My girlish heart is overflowing again. Haha, he's back. The handsome Lu Fan from before is back. And Lan's skills are simply amazing. He made Lu Fan look so handsome. The two of them standing together are simply a match made in heaven." Looking at Lu Fan, who looked smug and a little cocky, and Lan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a chuckle, "Just shaving your beard is not enough. Look at your hair. It's so messy that it looks like a bird's nest." Lu Fan reached out and touched his messy hair that looked like a bird's nest, and said with a hearty smile, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble the great stylist in Lan to carefully design a handsome hairstyle for me." And Lan held a pair of scissors in his hand, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement and anticipation as he skillfully moved the scissors through Lu Fan's hair. Sometimes she tilted her head, sometimes frowned slightly. Her fingers nimbly flipped Lu Fan's hair, and each trim was just right, as if endowed with magical powers. Lu Fan sat there obediently, like a well-behaved primary school student, allowing Lan to play with him. Occasionally when his hair was pulled, he would just grin and let out a slight hiss, but he never dared to move at all, for fear of disrupting Lan's creative rhythm. "Don't move, it will be done soon." Lan stared intently at the hair in her hands. The strands of hair on her forehead swayed gently with her movements, like lively notes. After careful trimming, Lu Fan's hair became neat and tidy with distinct layers. He instantly exuded new vitality and energy, looking more energetic and handsome. And Lan looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, a proud smile on his face, and said with a smile, "Well, now I look several years younger, just like a handsome young man." Lu Fan looked at his reflection in the water, nodded with satisfaction, and praised, "Not bad, not bad. It turns out that I was really young when I was young." Seeing Lu Fan's satisfied look, and Lan was also delighted. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind, and she said to Lu Fan, "Since I have cut your hair, I also want to change my hairstyle to change my mood." So, with Lu Fan's enthusiastic help, and Lan also picked up the scissors and carefully trimmed her hair facing the reflection in the basin. Lu Fan gave suggestions from time to time, and the two of them chatted and laughed. The laughter echoed in the shelter, and it was so happy. After a while, and Lan's long hair turned into shoulder-length hair, and the whole person instantly became more heroic. It is full of youthful vitality, like a sunflower blooming in the sun, emitting charming brilliance. "Wow, your short hair suits you so well. It makes you look more beautiful and more elegant." Lu Fan praised sincerely, his eyes full of appreciation and admiration. And Lan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled a little embarrassedly, and said softly, "It's okay, this is also the first time I try this kind of short hair." After doing all this, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The warm sunlight is no longer as hot and dazzling as it was at noon, but has a soft golden hue, like a layer of gauze, gently sprinkling on the earth. Lu Fan looked at the sky, turned to Lan and said, "It's still early. Let's go to the beach and get some seafood. I haven't had a seafood feast for a long time, and I'm drooling just thinking about it." When Lan heard this, his eyes lit up immediately and he said excitedly, "Great. I've never been to the beach before, and I've wanted to go there for a long time." The two of them took Dahe and walked towards the beach excitedly. Along the way, Dahe ran around in front with his legs spread out, occasionally diving into the grass, having a lot of fun. Jiao followed slowly behind. Soon, they arrived at the beach. The waves gently hit the beach, making a pleasant schwa-hwa sound, as if the sea was playing a beautiful piece of music. The sea breeze, carrying the unique salty smell of the sea, blows on your face, gently brushing your cheeks, making you feel extremely comfortable, as if all your worries are taken away by this gentle sea breeze. And Lan excitedly took off his shoes and walked barefoot on the beach. The fine sand slowly slid through his toes, bringing a tingling sensation, warm and comfortable. Lu Fan walked over with a smile, took off his shoes, and strolled leisurely on the beach with Lan. "Let's find a place to pick up shells first. If we're lucky, we might even find pearls," Lu Fan suggested enthusiastically. So, the two of them immediately bent down, stared at the ground, and searched carefully on the beach without missing any corner. Dahe was also joining in the fun. He dug the sand with his claws, picked up a shell from time to time, ran over happily, wagging his tail in front of Lu Fan and Lan, showing off his trophy. "Look, I found a beautiful shell." Lan excitedly held up a shell. The shell was sparkling with colorful light in the sun, like a shining gem, very beautiful. Lu Fan was searching around to see if there was any seafood. In the live broadcast room, the enthusiasm of the audience was also ignited by this warm and beautiful scene. Sunshine, beach, handsome guys, beautiful girls. Aw. But the quality of this live broadcast is really amazing. Every frame is like a blockbuster movie. It's so enjoyable. I envy them so much for being able to enjoy life in such a beautiful place. I really wish I could go there too. Hey, you won't be happy if you really go. After picking up shells for a while, Lu Fan pulled Lan into the shallow sea area, ready to start a wonderful journey in search of seafood. The cool sea water gently flowed over their ankles, bringing a refreshing feeling, as if the sea was playing with them intimately. They walked carefully in the water, keeping their eyes fixed on the seabed, not missing any corner that might hide delicious seafood. Those clams, crabs, etc. hidden in the sand are like mysterious treasures waiting for them to discover. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Clam 2110000. For a moment, the seabed seemed to be cast under a spell, with plump clams everywhere. Lan was overwhelmed and couldn't catch them all. Wow, there's a crab here. Lan had sharp eyes and saw at a glance a small crab crawling quickly on the seabed. Its 8 flexible legs left shallow traces on the sand. Lu Fan quickly bent down and reached out to grab the crab. But this crab was very clever. As if it sensed the danger, it quickly whooshed into the crevice of the rock next to it, leaving only a small hole. Lu Fan was unwilling to let the fat meat in his mouth slip away, so he carefully reached his hand and groped in the crevice of the rock, trying to take the crab out of its hiding place. Be careful, don't get pinched by crabs. Lan said worriedly, his eyes full of concern. Don't worry, I have a way. Lu Fan said confidently. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he dug hard and successfully pulled the crab out of the crevice. The crab waved its claws in his hand and struggled desperately, as if it was still making a final resistance, but Lu Fan laughed out loud. Where can you run to? Now I can catch you. They continued searching in the water, and soon they had a basket full of clams and crabs. Just as they were immersed in the joy of harvest, kelp that has come from across the ocean appears ahead. Lu Fan looked up and found a large green object floating on the sea not far away. It appeared and disappeared with the rise and fall of the waves, as if it was a green forest floating on the sea. Chapter 92. Go Bang. He excitedly dove into the water, paddled hard with his arms and swam over, grabbed the target in his hands, and shouted in surprise at the top of his voice, Lan, come here. There is a large piece of kelp hidden here. When Lan heard the shouting, he ran over in a few steps as if the wind had sprung up under his feet. When he saw the kelp, his eyes lit up instantly and he said excitedly, such a big piece of kelp. The two men crouched down and carefully picked up kelp from the bottom of the sea. The long kelp sways gently in the water, like a lively green ribbon, shining with charming luster under the refraction of sunlight. After great effort, they finally managed to pull a large piece of kelp intact onto the shore. Today is such a great harvest. I can enjoy a sumptuous seafood dinner tonight. Lu Fan smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits, with satisfaction written all over his face. Lan looked at the clams, crabs and large pieces of kelp piled up on the ground, and smiled. Yes, and they are all natural. It's so hard to find them nowadays. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Kelp slices 10,000. The live broadcast room was instantly flooded with comments. Wow, this kelp is so big that it can hardly fit on the screen. It turns out that unprocessed kelp looks like this. It's really eye-opening. It makes me drool. I'm almost sick of eating industrial kelp every day. Kai, I spent half a year's savings to come across the ocean to see you. Wang Tao said in the live broadcast room. I haven't seen such fresh, pure wild seafood for many years. Even I can't help but envy it. Zhao Haijun pushed up his glasses and began to explain. Kelp has a crisp texture and a light taste, and is a rare delicacy. Moreover, kelp has a high iodine content, which is an important raw material for synthesizing thyroid hormones. It plays a vital role in maintaining normal human metabolism, promoting growth and development, especially the development of the nervous system. Iodine deficiency can lead to diseases such as goiter. Eating kelp properly can effectively supplement iodine and prevent iodine deficiency diseases. With a heavy harvest, Lu Fan and Lan set out on the journey back to the shelter. The afterglow of the setting sun gently fell on them, stretching their shadows long. Dahe was running happily in front like a naughty child. Dajiao carried the kelp steadily and followed slowly behind, doing his job diligently like a professional porter. After returning to the shelter, Lu Fan and Lan immediately began busy preparations. Lu Fan handled the seafood skillfully, cleaning the clams and crabs with swift movements, intending to steam them to preserve their original freshness. Lan cut the kelp into small pieces and prepared to cook a pot of delicious kelp soup, letting the delicious aroma fill the entire shelter. The bonfire was burning, and the warm yellow light illuminated their faces. Soon, a sumptuous seafood dinner was served. Steamed clams, spicy crabs, kelp soup, one delicious dish after another is placed steaming in front of you. The colors are tempting, making people salivate at the mere sight of them. Come, try the steamed clams I made and see if they're fresh. Lu Fan picked up a clam and handed it to Enlon, his eyes full of anticipation. Enlon took the clam and sucked it gently. The tender clam meat slid into his mouth, and the delicious taste spread in his mouth instantly. She closed her eyes contentedly and savored the food carefully. It's so delicious, it's worthy of being wild. The two of them chatted happily while enjoying the delicious food. After eating and drinking, Lu Fan and Enlon leaned back comfortably in their chairs, looking up at the twinkling stars in the night sky. The breeze blows gently, bringing a hint of coolness, dispelling the day's heat and making people feel particularly comfortable. The big black belly became round like a small ball after eating so much. He burped from time to time and squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Big Horn was chewing grass quietly, occasionally flicking his tail to drive away mosquitoes. Everything was so harmonious. Today's seafood dinner is so satisfying. I haven't had such a satisfying meal in a long time. Enlon patted his slightly bulging belly, a happy smile on his face. Lu Fan stretched his body and said with a smile, yes, pure natural seafood is different and tastes much better than artificially farmed seafood. But now that I've had enough to eat and drink, what should I do next? I can't just sit there doing nothing in this long night. Enlon tilted his head and thought about it seriously. Before she could speak, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he excitedly suggested, how about we play Go Bang? I haven't played it for a long time. I miss the feeling of a battle of wits and courage. Go Bang? But we don't have a chessboard or chess pieces. Enlon looked at him suspiciously, his eyes full of confusion. Lu Fan smiled mysteriously and stood up confidently. What's so difficult about this? Just watch me. After saying that, he looked around carefully and finally found a flat stone slab. He picked up a sharp stone, lay on the ground, and carefully drew the Go chess squares on the stone slab stroke by stroke. Although the grid is a bit crooked, it does not affect the interest in playing chess at all. The chessboard is done. Lu Fan stood up proudly, like an architect who had completed a great project. Then he began to collect stones of different sizes, treating the larger ones as black pieces and the smaller ones as white pieces. Ding, dang, dang. I have the chess pieces. What do you think? Am I very smart? Lu Fan held the chess pieces and showed off in front of Enlon like a little child, with pride written all over his face. Enlon was amused by his actions and nodded as he laughed. You have a lot of clever ideas. Okay, let's play a game and see who is the best Go player. The two men sat face to face in front of the stone slab, and an intense and interesting Go game officially began. Lu Fan played the black pieces first. He placed the first chess piece with full confidence, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. Enlon was not in a hurry. He held his chin and carefully thought about every move of chess, his eyes focused and determined. Look at me. If you take this step, it will be difficult for you to deal with it. As Lu Fan spoke, he proudly placed the chess piece heavily on the chessboard, making a crisp pop sound, as if announcing his advantage to Enlon. Enlon frowned and stared at the chessboard for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, the corners of his mouth turned up, and he placed a chess piece, smiling and said, Don't be too proud too soon. This move of mine is full of mysteries. I'm just waiting to see how you respond. The two of them moved back and forth, and there were more and more chess pieces on the board, and the situation became more and more tense. At the beginning, Lu Fan did win more and lose less thanks to his rich experience. Every time he won a game, he would jump up excitedly, like a victorious general, and show off in front of Enlon by dancing with joy. Haha, what do you think? I told you I'm awesome. If you practice more, maybe you can beat me in the future. Enlon smiled unconvinced and said, Don't be too happy too soon. I'm not serious yet. When I find the feel, you'll be in trouble. Don't cry then. Sure enough, as the game progressed, Enlon gradually found her feeling and her chess skills began to improve by leaps and bounds. Every move was made with extreme precision and careful calculation, leaving Lu Fan overwhelmed. Lu Fan, who was originally very proud, gradually lost the smile on his face and was replaced by a look of nervousness and concentration. He stared at the chessboard, thinking about his next move. What's going on? Why has my chess skill declined? Lu Fan slapped his head in regret. Looking at the gradually forming defeat on the chessboard, he felt a little anxious and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. But he refused to admit defeat. He gritted his teeth and continued to concentrate on the game, vowing to win back the game. Chapter 93 Discovering the Living Waterland. Enlan's face was full of pride, with the corners of his mouth raised, and he said with a smile, Well, now you know how powerful I am. Who said that I need to practice more? The tone was full of pride of victory and the eyes were shining. Although Lu Fan was unwilling to accept the defeat, he still refused to admit defeat and said with his neck stiff, This is just an accident. I will definitely win the next round. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes showing a determination to refuse to admit defeat, and it seemed that he was already planning how to win the next game in his mind. However, in the next few games, Lu Fan was beaten by Enlon without any chance to fight back, and lost every game miserably. After each round, Enlon would smile faintly, with a hint of teasing in her smile, and asked Lu Fan softly, "Are you coming?" "Haha, I won again. I think you were destined to lose to me today." Enlon teased with a smile, his crisp laughter echoing in the air, as sweet as a silver bell. Lu Fan sighed helplessly, his face full of helplessness and admiration. "Your progress is too fast. You are simply a genius." He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, "No, where is my reminder tone?" In the live broadcast room, the audience laughed out loud at their intense and interesting Go game, and the barrage of comments rolled like snowflakes. "Haha, I didn't expect that Master Lu Fan would also be abused. This is so funny. And Lan's counterattack is too powerful. He was suppressed by Lu Fan before, but now he is killing him directly. As the old saying goes, there is no child who cries every day, and there is no one who loses every day at chess. Now I have seen it. It is true. If I were there, I would definitely cheer for Enlon and watch her beat Lu Fan to a pulp. I think Master Lu Fan can play against Dahe and will definitely win every time. What the hell? Human versus AlphaGo?" Amidst laughter and joy, time passed by in a flash, and before we knew it, it was already late at night. The moon hung high in the sky, like a silver plate, casting silvery light, covering the entire shelter with a mysterious veil, and everything seemed so peaceful and beautiful. Dahe had already fallen asleep nearby, snoring evenly. Dajia was also lying quietly on the ground resting, occasionally wagging his tail. The next morning, before the sun had time to completely wake up the earth, Lu Fan suddenly jumped up from his sleep. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and recalled the dream last night of playing Go with Enlon and being beaten horribly. He was still frightened. "It's horrible. When I walked out of the room, I saw Enlon was milking Meme, but her technique was not very skilled. She was so anxious that her forehead was sweating slightly, but she couldn't squeeze out much milk for half a day." Lu Fan walked over with a smile and said gently, "Let me do it. Your technique is wrong. Let me show you." As he spoke, he squatted down and patiently explained to Enlon while skillfully milking. In just a short while, a large bowl was filled with white goat milk, which rippled in the bowl, emitting a faint milky fragrance. Then, Lu Fan fed some grass to Mimi, Dijiao, and Lightning. Looking at these lovely animals, his heart was filled with warmth. Unconsciously, there were already so many members in the family, and it was becoming more and more like a warm big family. Breakfast is hot goat milk and lamb chops, focusing on the original soup and original food. The steaming goat milk and fragrant lamb chops increase your appetite. "What are we going to do later?" Enlon asked curiously while wiping his mouth after breakfast. "Let's find a piece of land to plant taro and peppers." Lu Fan thought for a while and said seriously. When Enlon heard this, he immediately became energetic, with excitement flashing in his eyes. "Okay, I was looking for something to do too." The two men packed up their things briefly and set off carrying hoes, shovels, and other tools. They walked along the paths around the shelter in search of suitable flat land, their eyes like searchlights, not missing any corner, carefully observing every piece of land. As Lu Fan walked, he muttered, okay, where are you hiding? Don't make me look for you too long." Enlon couldn't help laughing. Her laughter was as clear as a silver bell. "Are you talking to the land? Can it hear you?" "The land may not be able to hear, but God can definitely hear. Do you believe it?" Lu Fan answered seriously. "There is a flowing water area at the foot of the hillside 1,600 meters ahead." The sudden reminder from the heavenly Tao startled Lu Fan, but he smiled brightly the next second, his face filled with joy. "Who said the earth can't hear? It has already told me." He said it with great confidence, as if he had received guidance from God. "Come with me, I'll take you to find the place." Lu Fan said confidently, his determined eyes seemed to tell Enlon that victory was just ahead. Enlon looked at Lu Fan's confident look and began to believe it, although she still asked, "Is it true?" But he still followed quickly. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Fan brought Enlon to the precious land. This place is located at the confluence of the foot of two mountains, and the impact of water flow formed a lower plain. However, this place is full of grass, and the grass is extremely lush, waist-high. When the breeze blows, the grass waves rise and fall like a green ocean. Enlon couldn't help but ask, "Is this the good place you mentioned? I think you were just lazy." She looked back and saw that she was only 2,000 meters away from the shelter and could even see the outline of the shelter. "Do you think I'm the kind of person?" Lu Fan asked with a smile, a hint of cunning in his eyes. After saying that, Lu Fan cut the grass with a knife and threw it aside. After a while, the situation below was revealed. The scene before them brightened their eyes. They saw that the soil of this land was dark black, as if it had been stained with ink, and looked a bit sticky. With a gentle pinch of your hands, you can feel the perfect moisture, as if every inch of the soil is telling of its fertility and exuding the unique fragrance of the soil. "It's here, that's right." Lu Fan excitedly showed the soil to Enlon. This soil is so fertile and surprisingly moist. And Lan said excitedly with shining eyes. She studied traditional Chinese medicine and was often exposed to the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Naturally, she knew that this soil was very fertile and was a rare treasure land for planting. How did you find out? And Lan asked curiously, his eyes full of confusion. God told me. Lu Fan pointed to the sky mysteriously. It's the reminder sound of heaven, God, there's nothing wrong with it. And Lan rolled his eyes and pretended to be angry and said, if you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Seeing in Lan's playful look, Lu Fan patiently explained, in fact, if you observe carefully, you will find that the area around our shelter is actually a huge impact fan. I built the shelter here with this in mind. It is extremely easy to find water here. Sure enough, I have found 2 water sources. This place is located between 2 mountains, so there is a high probability that there is groundwater underneath. Hearing Lu Fan's explanation, Lan showed a surprised expression, his eyes full of admiration. I didn't expect you to think so much. No wonder you are so amazing. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also attracted by this wonderful scene and expressed their admiration. Wow, so familiar, high school geography knowledge. I've learned a lot. Master Lu Fan is worthy of his reputation. Although I don't quite understand it, I still feel it's powerful. Based on my more than 30 years of experience in farming, this is a rare piece of land with running water. What is living water land? The host Wang Tao is also amazed. I didn't expect that contestant Lu Fan considered so many factors when building the shelter. After that, he looked at Zhao Hangjun again. Teacher Zhao, can you explain the living water land to us? Zhao Hangjun smiled and patiently explained, in fact, this living water land is not a very strict and unified professional term, but it can generally be understood as land with the following characteristics. There are rivers, streams and other surface runoff passing through the land, providing a stable water supply for the land, which can keep the land moist. There is abundant flowing groundwater underground, and the groundwater will naturally gush out through springs, etc., keeping the land moist for a long time. After explaining to Lan, Lu Fan decided to remove the weeds first. At the beginning, Lu Fan used his knife to cut the grass. Although the knife was very sharp, it was difficult to exert force due to its shape. After cutting for a while, he was tired and out of breath. I should have made a sickle earlier, he said with some regret. But it is obviously too late to make a sickle now. So Lu Fan simply used a big shovel to shovel the grass and soil away. Chapter 94. Hope from the Land. And Lan, who was standing by, was concentrating on tying up the grass that Lu Fan had cut. I saw that she was very skilled, and her slender fingers moved flexibly among the grass. In a short while, she had tidied up the grass neatly. This grass is a treasure. It can be used as fodder directly after being cut, can be used to make straw mats after being dried, and can be used as fertilizer after being rotten. Grass is so good. I love grass. I love grass. While Lu Fan was shoveling the soil vigorously, he was talking to himself with a beaming excitement, as if he had discovered a treasure. And Lan couldn't help but chuckle. His hands kept moving, but he muttered to himself, this guy, what he said feels weird, but I can't tell what's wrong. At this time, the live broadcast room was also very lively. Ah, Master Lu Fan and I finally have something in common. I also love grass. Give me grass. Give me grass. The one above, I still say the same thing. I'll give you the grass. No, this conversation seems familiar. Fuck, you guys are a bunch of losers. Lu Fan was like a tireless human-shaped earth drilling machine, digging one shovel after another, each time with great enthusiasm. His reinforced body was full of strength, and every time he swung the shovel, he could shovel up a large piece of dirt and weeds. Suddenly, there was a loud clang sound, like the sound of metal colliding, which was particularly harsh in the quiet field, and scared Lan, who was concentrating on tying hay nearby. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lan threw the grass in his hand in panic and ran over quickly. Lu Fan shook his numbed hands, a puzzled look on his face, as if he had hit a piece of extremely hard stone. What's going on? He frowned and took a closer look. He found that it was a large stone hidden in the soil with only a small corner of it exposed. Good guy. You still want to trip me up? Lu Fan was unwilling to admit defeat. He put down the hoe, hugged the stone tightly with both hands, gritted his teeth, and tried to move it with all his strength, his face flushed. However, the stone seemed to have taken root and did not move at all. However, Lu Fan sat down on the ground because he exerted too much force. Lan looked at his embarrassed appearance and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Are you performing acrobatics? Lu Fan scratched his head awkwardly and said with a wry smile, this stone is really stubborn. It seems that if I don't deal with you today, I won't be able to farm this land. At this time, Lan tried hard to suppress his smile, walked over, squatted down, carefully observed the position of the stone, and then said confidently, let's try it together. I'll pry it over here and you push it over there. The 2 men stood in position, took a deep breath, and shouted slogans in unison. 1, 2, 3, hard work. With a shout, the two men exerted force at the same time. Veins on their foreheads bulged, and sweat kept flowing down their cheeks. Finally, with their concerted efforts, the big rock was successfully moved and rolled to the side. It's finally done. Lu Fan let out a long sigh, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, looked at the moved stones, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment and a victorious smile on his face. Enlon patted his shoulder and said approvingly, "Not bad. You are quite perseverant." After a short rest, the two continued digging. But before long, new problems arose. The land was covered with dense grass roots, like an intricate net, tightly entangled together, making it difficult for their tools to penetrate deeply. Every time I dug with the hoe, I felt like I was being pulled by an invisible force. What should we do? Enlon asked with a frown and a worried look on his face. Lu Fan stopped what he was doing, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's use a hoe to loosen the soil around the grass roots first, and then pull them out with our hands. It should be easier." So, the two of them divided the work, and Lu Fan waved the hoe and loosened the soil bit by bit. Enlon squatted on the ground, carefully pulling out the grass roots one by one. Her fingers were red from being pinched by the grass roots, but she still persisted without any complaints. After a while, their waists began to ache and they had difficulty standing up. But none of them complained of being tired. They just straightened up occasionally, patted their sore backs, and then continued to work. While pulling out the weeds, Enlon suddenly found a small insect. She was so scared that she screamed, "What is this?" She took a few steps back suddenly, her face full of horror. Lu Fan ran over and couldn't help laughing when he saw it. "Don't be afraid. These are earthworms. They are good for the soil and can make it more fertile." Enlon heaved a sigh of relief, patted his chest sheepishly, and said, "I thought it was something scary." After several hours of unremitting efforts, they finally cleared the grass roots in the land. The two men were so tired that they sat down on the ground, looking at the blue sky, breathing heavily, but their hearts were filled with a sense of accomplishment. Finally done. Lu Fan shouted excitedly, his voice echoing in the empty field. Enlon also smiled and said, "I didn't expect farming to be so difficult, but looking at this piece of land that we have cleared, I really have an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Yes, I really feel the weight of the 5 words, every grain of rice is hard-earned. Lu Fan was filled with emotion, his eyes full of cherishment for the fruits of his labor. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room were also moved by their hard work and left messages. Yeah, think about it. It's because we didn't know how to save and wasted resources crazily in the past few years that this situation has come about. When I was a kid, I followed my family to harvest wheat, and my skin was sunburned. If Teacher Yuan saw the world today, he would probably be very disappointed. Our country is still good. At least the country has not given up on us. Look at those Western countries. The upper class is glamorous, but the lower class is full of corpses." Just then, an exciting news came. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Fertile water land 10,000. 10,000 pieces of fertile land suddenly appeared on the once barren desert in China like a dreamlike miracle. The desert, which was originally filled with yellow sand and lifeless, is now covered with fertile land. The whole of China was instantly swept by an indescribable joy and excitement. In the streets and alleys, people were running around telling each other the news, with happy smiles on their faces. The news spread like a swift spring breeze, reaching every corner of the motherland at an extremely fast speed. Some elderly people couldn't help but shed tears when they thought about the years when they had toiled on the barren land but had little harvest. They stretched out their hands tremblingly, caressing this hard-earned land, muttering to themselves, "This is a gift from God. There is hope for our future generations." They are well aware of the significance of land to farmers. It is the foundation for survival for generations and the source of hope. Host Wang Tao and Zhao Hangjun in the live broadcast room were also shocked by this sudden surprise and were speechless. They stared at the screen with wide eyes, as if they couldn't believe their ears. After a short silence, Wang Tao's voice trembled as he said excitedly, "What a miracle! Contestant Lu Fan, with his own efforts and opportunities, brought these 10,000 pieces of fertile land to our country. What does this mean? It means that our agricultural development will usher in a brand new chapter." His face was filled with a proud smile and his voice was full of admiration for Lu Fan. Zhao Hangjun also nodded and added, "Yes, the once barren desert will soon be full of vitality and become a field that breeds life and hope." There was a gleam of excitement in his eyes and his words were full of longing for the future. The two men's eyes were filled with satisfaction and pride, and their words were full of appreciation and admiration for Lu Fan. After learning the news, China's top leaders also highly praised Lu Fan's heroic feat. At an emergency meeting, a leader said with emotion, "Lu Fan's achievement is not only a personal honor, but also a huge contribution to the entire country. He showed us the power of fighting in difficult situations and the dawn of hope. This piece of land will provide a solid guarantee for our country's food security and inject new vitality into economic development. Other leaders expressed their agreement and unanimously decided to commend Lu Fan. At the same time, a team of experts was quickly organized to develop a development and utilization plan for the land to ensure that it could achieve the greatest benefits in the shortest time. However, in other corners of the world, jealous eyes are shot at China like hidden arrows. After hearing the news, some viewers in the land of Sakura looked so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of their faces. Humph, it's just good luck. Anyone can achieve such a thing as pie falling from the sky. It's nothing big, they said sourly, their tone full of jealousy and resentment. But his remarks were quickly drowned out by comments from netizens. One netizen mercilessly retorted, "Why don't you go to the wilderness to survive and trigger a 10,000-fold rebate? If you have the ability, you can also bring so much fertile land to the Sakura country." The people of the United States also couldn't suppress their jealousy and spoke in a sarcastic tone during the live broadcast. This may be a gimmick deliberately created by China. Who knows if the land is really as fertile as it is said to be? They try to discredit China's achievements to cover up their jealousy. But their doubts were completely untenable and were soon refuted by the land inspection report released by China. The report shows that these lands are rich in various minerals and organic matter and are extremely high-quality arable land. Faced with the ironclad facts, the American contestant could only shut up in shame, but was still secretly unwilling to accept it in her heart. Chapter 95, Discovering the Spring. After reclaiming the land, Lu Fan and Lan also heard the announcement about wilderness survival. For a moment, they couldn't hide their surprise in their eyes and smiled at each other. That smile was full of longing and hope for the future. Lingyu, who was hundreds of kilometers away, was so excited that his face turned red and his voice trembled. "Well done, well done." He was so excited that he was incoherent and just kept repeating, "Everyone has food to eat. Everyone has food to eat. Ah ha 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 ha." The hearty laughter seemed to penetrate the screen, conveying endless joy. Back in the shelter, Lu Fan and Lan were exhausted like two puddles of mud. They collapsed directly on the bamboo chairs, gasping for breath, not wanting to move even a finger. After a long while, Lu Fan said weakly, "Lan, I'm really exhausted today. How about we massage each other's shoulders and legs to relax?" As he spoke, he looked at Lan with expectant eyes. Lan rolled her eyes at him, but couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth and said with a smile, "Okay, considering that you performed well today." So Lu Fan massaged Lan's shoulders first. As soon as his hand was on Lan's shoulder, Lan couldn't help but cried out, "Ouch, gently, gently, do you want to crush my shoulders?" Lu Fan smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. "Sorry, I didn't control the strength well." As he spoke, he carefully reduced his strength and massaged Lan's shoulders again and again, muttering to himself, "Lan, do you know? There are many acupuncture points on the shoulders, such as Jianjing acupoint and Tianzong acupoint. Pressing them more often is good for your body. It can relieve fatigue and prevent cervical spondylosis." Lan couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Oh, when did you become a health guru?" She laughed so hard that her eyes narrowed into slits, full of ridicule. Lu Fan chuckled and scratched his head. "Haha, you forgot that I've done massage." It was Lan's turn to massage Lu Fan's legs. Although her little fist had little strength, it gave her a different kind of comfort when it landed on Lu Fan's leg. In fact, with Lu Fan's current physical condition, he would be almost recovered after a short rest. But who can refuse the attentive service of a beautiful woman? Lu Fan squinted his eyes in satisfaction, pretending to enjoy it, and kept muttering, "Oh, it's so comfortable. And Lan, with your skills, you can open a massage parlor. I guarantee that the business will be booming." And Lan said unhappily, "Stop talking nonsense. If you keep talking nonsense, I will hit you hard." In the live broadcast room. "Oh, what a divine scene this is. It's so sweet I'm dying." Lu Fan and Lan are such a perfect match. The ambiguous atmosphere is almost overflowing from the screen. I declare that Lu Fan and Lan are the best couple in my mind, and I will not accept any rebuttal. Stop shouting in front. I'm taking screenshots now. I'm going to save this candy and eat it slowly. Lu Fan and Lan were completely immersed in their interaction with each other and were oblivious to the hustle and bustle in the live broadcast room. Looking at Lan massaging his legs seriously, Lu Fan suddenly felt a warm feeling in his heart. He said softly, "Lan, thanks to you today, otherwise I really can't handle that piece of land by myself." His voice was very soft, but full of sincerity. Lan looked up at him with a hint of shyness in her eyes. "Stop talking nonsense. I also completed it with your help." The two of them chatted back and forth like this, and before they knew it, their fatigue gradually dissipated and the ambiguous atmosphere became stronger and stronger, as if they were the only two people left in the whole world. "I'll cook first. You take a rest," Lu Fan said a little embarrassedly, breaking the sweet tranquility. "Let me help you." Lan responded with a smile. Instead of letting Lu Fan work alone, he walked over to the side with him and helped wash and cut the vegetables. The two of them cooperated very well. In the afternoon, Lu Fan let Lan have a good rest in the shelter, while he picked up the hoe, hummed a tuneless little tune, and went to level the land like a cheerful old man. Although he was exhausted from cultivating the land in the morning, when he thought about growing all kinds of crops and vegetables on this land in the future, Lu Fan felt full of energy, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. And his steps became much lighter. When he got to the field, Lu Fan rolled up his sleeves and started to work. While he was hoeing the ground, he was thinking in his mind, let's plant some taro first, it has a high yield and can help you stay hungry. Then plant some vegetables to supplement vitamins. Oh, and plant some corn, the taste of roasted corn, TSK. It's a pity that there are no seeds now. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that his saliva was almost watering. At this moment, he suddenly felt as if the hoe hit something hard. There was a clang sound, and his palm became numb. Nima? Again? Lu Fan muttered, bent down, and dug up the soil with his hands. He saw a round stone exposed. He pulled it hard, and the stone came out. But then, a stream of clear water gushed out from the ground. Although the water flow is only as thick as a finger, the water outflow speed is very impressive. Small groundwater discovered. Groundwater? Lu Fan widened his eyes, looking confused, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He quickly dug a few more times and expanded the water outlet to the size of a wash basin. Spring water was gushing out continuously. No wonder the soil here is so moist, it turns out there is groundwater. He suddenly realized, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. He quickly scooped up a handful of spring water and drank it. It was sweet and delicious, with a hint of coolness, and instantly dispelled his fatigue. Haha, now I'm rich. Lu Fan jumped up excitedly and ran towards the shelter, shouting as he ran, Lan, come out quickly, I have a great discovery. His voice echoed in the air, full of joy. Lan was resting in the shelter. When she heard Lu Fan shout, she thought something had happened and ran out in a hurry. What's wrong? What's wrong? You're so flustered, she asked anxiously. Lu Fan ran to Lan breathlessly, grabbed her hand, and said excitedly, Lan, I dug up groundwater. It's right next to our land. The spring water is sweet and it flows out quickly. From now on, we don't have to run to the small pond a few kilometers away to fetch water. Is it true? Lan looked at him doubtfully, his eyes full of confusion. Of course it's true. How could I lie to you? Come on, I'll take you to see it. As he said that, Lu Fan pulled Lan and ran to the field. The two of them looked particularly cheerful in the sun. Arriving at the spring, Lan saw the clear spring water and couldn't help but cheer. Great. This will solve the big problem. The two were excited for a while before Lu Fan came back to his senses. He thought for a moment and said, No, we have to use this spring quickly. I will dig a reservoir here to store water. It will be convenient for watering the fields, cooking, and washing clothes in the future. We don't have to travel so far. As he spoke, he gestured to indicate the size of the reservoir. Lu Fan got to work right away. He picked up a hoe and started digging a reservoir next to the spring. As he was digging, he muttered to himself, This reservoir needs to be dug deeper, otherwise it won't be able to store much water. As for the width, it just needs to be wide enough for two people to stand inside. He looked serious, like a focused craftsman. Lan was also busy, helping Lu Fan move the excavated soil to the side. Looking at Lu Fan's sweaty face, she couldn't help but smile and said, You're really a model worker today. You reclaimed the land in the morning and dug a reservoir in the afternoon. Aren't you afraid of getting tired? Her tone was full of concern. Lu Fan wiped the sweat off his face and smiled. Why are you so tired? This is a good thing. When the reservoir is dug, our lives will be more comfortable. While digging, Lu Fan suddenly stopped and frowned, saying, It's not enough to just dig a hole. The soil is easy to seep water. We have to think of a way to make it firmer. Lan thought for a moment and said, We can go find some stones and cover the sides and bottom of the reservoir to prevent water seepage. Her eyes lit up, and she put forward her idea. You are really smart, Lu Fan praised, looking at Lan with admiration in his eyes. Chapter 96: The Upcoming Hot Weather. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Small groundwater 10,000 A. This time, the appearance of groundwater did not cause much stir in the hearts of Chinese audiences. After all, they are already a powerful country with 10,000 rivers, and adding another 10,000 small water sources will only be icing on the cake for the already vibrant ecology. In the live broadcast room, the audience joked. It's another spring. The water price has become more affordable these days. Water, so much water I just like more water. The comments above are weird, but I can't tell what's wrong. Lu Fan and Lan were busy beside the spring. They were looking for stones all around and were going to lay them in the reservoir that had been converted from the spring. Every time he found a satisfactory stone, Lu Fan would shout excitedly as if he had discovered a rare treasure. And Lan, look at this one. How about it? It looks good. And Lan smiled and responded gently. Yes, yes, you have a great eye for picking. After laying stones on the bottom and sides of the reservoir, Lu Fan scratched his head and began to worry. What kind of cover should I use? I can't just leave it open. What if something dirty falls in? The clean spring water will be ruined. And Lan's eyes lit up, and he pointed to the bamboo mat in the corner and suggested, why don't we try this bamboo mat? It looks like the right size. Lu Fan slapped his thigh and agreed. Why good? After saying that, he deftly covered the reservoir with the bamboo mat. It fit perfectly, as if he had tailor-made a big straw hat for the reservoir. At this time, the sunset glow in the horizon was painted on the sky wantonly, as if nature had overturned a paint palette. And Lan looked at the spring and the reservoir, then at Lu Fan, who was exhausted but smiling, and felt very happy. She said with emotion, this water source came at the right time. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. If I have to run several kilometers to fetch water, life will be difficult. Lu Fan raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his face and grinned. Yeah, that's what we call luck. Even the door panels can't stop it. Maybe I can pick up a bag of seeds when I go out tomorrow. Then our small plantation will be even richer. If that's true, then we can just plant them in the ground. Hearing Lu Fan's fantasy, and Lan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Early the next morning, before the sun rose completely, Lu Fan was like a wound-up alarm clock. He jumped from the seedling bed and ran straight to the place where the taro sprouts were placed. He squatted there, his eyes wide as copper bells, staring at the taro sprouts without blinking, and muttered to himself, good guys, I haven't seen you for a few days. You have grown taller again. Not bad, not bad. And Lan was also awakened by Lu Fan's movement. She came out sleepily and asked in confusion, what are you doing so early? Lu Fan smiled and said, go plant taro. Look how vibrant the taro sprouts are. And Lan smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll go with you. Plant more and you'll be able to achieve taro freedom in the future. The two came to the field, and Lu Fan took a shovel and carefully dug small holes in the soil. And Lan followed behind, gently placing the taro sprouts and chili seedlings into the pit, and then lightly covering them with soil. While they were busy, the audience in the live broadcast room were also busy, and the comments were like happy fish swimming across the screen. Family members, who understands? These two are simply the condor heroes of the earth. The discovery of this spring is so amazing. It feels like their life is about to take off and reach the peak of their lives. That's right. When I see how they grow taro, I know that I will be able to eat delicious taro in the future. I have already begun to imagine the sweet and soft roasted taro. Hiss, my mouth is watering. By the way, do you think Lu Fan and Lan are getting more and more in sync with each other? Their back-and-forth cooperation is sweeter than an idol drama. While planting taro, Lu Fan said to Lan, you have to plant these taro well. They will provide us with most of our staple food in the future. When it is harvested, it is soft and sticky when steamed, sweet and delicious when boiled, and crispy and tender on the inside when roasted. No matter how you eat it, it is intoxicating. And Lan smiled and joked, you only think about eating it, and don't think about how hard it was to grow it. This delicacy is earned through sweat. Lu Fan chuckled, what's the hard work? This is called hardship before sweetness. When the taro is harvested, I will make delicious food for you every day and make you plump and white. After planting taro and peppers, Lu Fan straightened up, patted the dirt on his hands, and looked at the newly planted land with satisfaction, as if he had already seen the scene of a good harvest in the future. But he couldn't help but sigh. It's not enough to just grow taro and peppers, you have to grow some other vegetables. Otherwise, if you eat them every day, you will vomit no matter how delicious they are. And Lan laughed out loud at his amusement. You are just a chatterbox. So what are you going to grow? Lu Fan touched his chin, thought for a while, sighed helplessly, and said, we still have too few seeds. Even a good cook cannot cook without rice. Actually, it's not a small amount. We can plant some onions and ginger, and then find some more seeds later. Looking at Lu Fan, who was sighing, and Lan smiled and comforted him. After planting the taro, the two slowly walked back to the shelter. The scorching sun shone on their bodies like a layer of hot gauze, making them feel a little overwhelmed. What's going on? The weather is not right. Lu Fan couldn't help but put the water bag on his forehead to cool down, his brows twisted into a knot. Maybe it's summer. And Lan couldn't help but fan the air with his hands, trying to dispel some of the heat. Something's wrong. The temperature has risen so much in just a few days, and it's only morning. Lu Fan frowned uneasily, having a bad feeling in his heart. Back in the shelter, Dahe lay on the ground, his tongue stretched out, breathing heavily. The other animals also looked wilted by the heat and huddled in the corner listlessly. Wilderness survival announcement. 3 days later, the wilderness will experience 3 days of extremely high temperatures. Survivors, please be prepared. The two people who were resting were also stunned when they heard the announcement. Sure enough, I said the temperature wouldn't rise so quickly for no reason. Lu Fan looked solemn, his eyes revealing worry. And Lan breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, we found the spring in time. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for Da He and the others to get water, not to mention us. Seeing the wilderness survival announcement, the live broadcast room exploded instantly, with comments rolling like snowflakes. It's over. It's over. What are we going to do with this extreme heat? Can they handle it? It's really worrying. What are you afraid of? Our brother Lu and sister Lan are amazing. They will definitely make it through this safely. They have overcome so many difficulties before, so they will have no problem this time either. Yes, Master Lu Fan can also make ice, so don't be afraid. Ice can help relieve the temperature a lot. Luckily, we found the spring in time. Otherwise, we would have to go far away to fetch water, which would be too dangerous in such high temperatures. Some people even tagged Zhao Haijun crazily in the comments. Professor Zhao, please come out and tell us how dangerous this hot weather is. We are so anxious. Zhao Haijun saw the comments, pushed up his glasses, and began to seriously popularize science. In a high-temperature environment, the human body loses water much faster. If you don't replenish water in time, you will easily become dehydrated. Severe dehydration can lead to electrolyte imbalance in the body, which in turn can cause symptoms such as dizziness, fatigue, nausea and vomiting, and even coma. Moreover, being in high temperatures for a long time can easily lead to heat stroke. Heat stroke is the most serious type of heat stroke, with a very high mortality rate. Everyone must pay attention and take protective measures. Chapter 97 Pre-War Preparations. Not only that, high temperature also has a great impact on plant growth. Zhao Haijun pushed his glasses up, his expression solemn, and continued to explain, the moisture in the soil will evaporate quickly under high temperatures, and crops may dry up and die due to lack of water. Animals are also prone to heat stress reactions, which can be life-threatening in severe cases. Zhao Hanjuan's popular science made the atmosphere in the live broadcast room increasingly tense, with viewers expressing their concerns in the barrage. Lu Fan scratched his head and said helplessly, God really knows how to choose the right time. He did this just when we were just starting to farm. Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for us? And Lan seemed exceptionally calm and whispered to comfort him, it's okay, we have a spring, so we don't have to worry about the water. We just need to take protective measures. There will be a way out when we get to the mountain, and we will definitely make it through. As he spoke, Lu Fan stood up and walked to the kitchen to prepare lunch. He walked and muttered, it's so hot. I have to make something refreshing, otherwise I can't eat it. People are iron and rice is steel. No matter how hot it is, you have to eat well. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new world, and he shouted excitedly, and Lan, how about I make you a blueberry smoothie? I guarantee it will make you feel cool and excited, and drive away the heat instantly. And Lan's eyes lit up as well, with an expectant smile on his face. Okay, I haven't had a smoothie in a long time, and I feel refreshed just thinking about it. Lu Fan started working quickly. He first took out a piece of clean ice from the storage room. The ice sparkled in the sunlight, like a piece of precious crystal. He put the ice into a mortar and began to crush it with a pestle. The action of pounding the ice was quite rhythmic. The ice cubes in the stone mortar made a clinking, clanging sound, just like playing a unique percussion music. And Lan watched from the side and couldn't help laughing. Look at your posture. If you don't know, you might think you were practicing some peerless martial arts. Maybe you can perform a set of 18 dragon-subduing palms in the next second. Lu Fan chuckled and joked, this is the long-lost secret manual of the ice palm. Zhang Wuji was crippled by this skill. When I master it, even the high temperatures will be afraid of me. After crushing the ice cubes into crushed ice, Lu Fan took out the preserved blueberries from the storage room. These blueberries are plump and bright purple, like precious gems, exuding an enticing fruity aroma. He put the blueberries into the mortar and mixed them with crushed ice. As he mixed, he muttered to himself, blueberries and smoothies are a perfect match. They're sour and sweet, and the icy taste makes me drool just thinking about it. Once it's done, it will definitely be a delicacy. In a short while, a delicious blueberry smoothie is ready. Lu Fan carefully put the smoothie in a wooden bowl, inserted a homemade wooden spoon, and deliberately arranged it in a nice shape. Then he handed it to Lan, bowed slightly, and said like a gentleman, dear guest, please enjoy. I hope this smoothie can help you dispel the summer heat. And Lan took the smoothie and tasted it gently. His eyes narrowed into slits instantly, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Wow, it's delicious, Lu Fan, you are really a genius. I didn't expect to be able to eat such a delicious smoothie in this wilderness. Lu Fan raised his eyebrows proudly, his mouth corners turned up, revealing a confident smile. Of course, don't you see who I am? I am a hidden gourmet master. Nothing can stump me. The two sat on bamboo chairs, eating smoothies and discussing ways to deal with the hot weather. The bamboo chairs swayed gently with their movements. I think we should fill all containers that can hold water, just in case. Water is the source of life and can save lives at critical moments, Lu Fan said with determination in his eyes. Lan nodded in agreement, and then added, yes, we also need to prepare a cool place for Dahe and the others, and put more water. Animals can't stand such hot weather, we have to take good care of them. The two of them talked to each other and took into account every detail, from food reserves to protective equipment to the placement of animals, leaving no aspect untouched. In the live broadcast room, the audience's barrage of comments kept rolling like snowflakes. This blueberry smoothie looks so tempting, I want to eat it too. I can feel the coolness through the screen. You two really know how to enjoy yourself. I was almost worried to death in this hot weather, but you were still eating smoothies here. But seeing how calm you are, I feel a little relieved. What are you afraid of? With Brother Lu here, there will be no accidents. Brother Lu and Sister Lan will definitely be able to find a way to deal with it. I have confidence in them. After eating the smoothies, Lu Fan and Lan immediately started to take action. They found a well-ventilated corner next to the shelter, where there were several large trees with lush branches and leaves, like huge parasols. A simple pergola was built with bamboo and leaves, providing a place for Dahe and other small animals to escape the summer heat. Dahe seemed to feel his owner's care. He wagged his tail and turned around happily in the shed, occasionally running over to rub against Lu Fan and Lan's legs. After everything was arranged, Lu Fan stood in front of the shelter, his hands on his hips, his eyes determined, and spoke thoughtfully. I have to go to the crack I found earlier to collect more saltpeter. This saltpeter is very useful. I can make more ice when the time comes. With ice, it can not only reduce temperature, but also preserve food. Lan nodded in support and said, let's go together. One more person means more strength, and two people can also look after each other. Lu Fan patted Dejiao's neck and said with a smile, Dejiao, today we are relying on you to do the hard work. Let's go and move the baby. You are a right-hand man, so don't let us down. Dejiao seemed to understand what he said. He shook his head and let out a low cry, as if responding to him, or as if cheering himself up. After walking for more than an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. Lu Fan brought Big Horn to the crack and could even feel a hint of coolness gushing out from it, as if the wind was blowing from another cool world. And Lan, I'll go down first, you support me up there. If anything happens, just shout for me. As Lu Fan spoke, he tightened the rope around his body and prepared to go down into the crevice. After saying that, Lu Fan skillfully crawled into the crack. The further down you go, the larger the gap becomes, until an underground cavity is formed. It was dark and damp inside, filled with a mysterious atmosphere. He walked slowly to a relatively wide area, where there seemed to be a lot of saltpeter, which was flashing white in the dim light. Lu Fan rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes sparkling with joy, and said, so much saltpeter is simply a treasure. We have to dig more this time. With these saltpeter, we have a secret weapon to fight against high temperatures. He picked up his tools and began to carefully collect saltpeter. Every once in a while, Lan would shout to confirm Lu Fan's safety. Lu Fan, are you okay? I'm fine. Everything is fine. Lu Fan responded loudly every time. The soil here is mostly sandy and has saltpeter stuck in it, so it is relatively easy to mine. After some effort, Lu Fan filled 2 large baskets with saltpeter. Lu Fan climbed up skillfully and lifted up the 2 baskets with great effort. At this moment, a wilderness survival announcement sounded in the sky. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Saltpeter 541-0000. They were both surprised and delighted to hear the news. Lu Fan jumped up excitedly. Great. This much saltpeter is enough for us to use for a long time. Lan also showed a happy smile. This luck is too good. It seems that we are really prepared this time. Then Lan said, I'll go look around to see if there are any plants that can clear away heat and reduce internal heat. I'll pick them and make tea with them. Drinking some herbal tea can quench your thirst and reduce internal heat. Then Lu Fan led Dejiao and followed her. They shuttled through the mountains and forests, their eyes like searchlights, carefully searching for useful plants. Don't miss any leaf or flower. Discover honeysuckle. That's honeysuckle, right? Lu Fan pretended to remind Lan casually, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised with a hint of pride. You have a very sharp eye. The honeysuckle is growing so lushly. I'm sure we can make a big pot of delicious herbal tea with it. With it, we will feel much more comfortable in the hot weather. Lan happily started picking them, his movements skillful and quick. During the picking process, Lan also encountered some other herbs. With her knowledge and experience, she figured out which ones could be used in hot weather. This is mint. It smells cool. Let's pick some and take it back. Mint tea is refreshing and perfect for summer. As she spoke, she put the mint into the bamboo basket. Unconsciously, the sun gradually set, and the sky was filled with orange-red sunset glow, like a beautiful painting. Lu Fan and Lan both returned to the shelter with a lot of harvest. The two looked at each other's results and showed satisfied smiles on their faces. The bamboo baskets are filled with various herbs, and the baskets are filled with saltpeter, which are their weapons to fight against the high temperatures. We have gained a lot today. With these saltpeter and herbs, we are more confident in fighting the high temperature, Lu Fan said with a smile, his face full of pride. And Lon nodded in agreement. Yes, as long as we work together, we will definitely get through this difficult time. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we can overcome them together. Of course, this preparation alone is not enough. They are not sure how alarming the extreme heat will reach. If it's too hot to go out, have some food ready just in case. During the break, Lu Fan decided to weave 2 hats to block the sun. He first picked up the dagger and skillfully shaved a pile of bamboo strips, making each strip evenly thick. Then remove all the burrs on the bamboo strips with careful and meticulous movements. His fingers moved flexibly between the bamboo strips, as if he was playing a beautiful piece of music. Then he weaved them together by overlapping them. As long as you find the pattern, it's not difficult to get started with this thing. While weaving, Lu Fan recalled the time when he watched his grandfather weave bamboo baskets when he was a child. Those warm memories made his movements more skillful. After a while, an exquisite bamboo hat was formed. Lu Fan put it on his head and said to Lon with a smile, "How is it? My craftsmanship is not bad, right?" And Lon smiled and nodded. "It looks good. You are really clever and skillful." Hey, have you ever heard of the saying, 18 strange things in Yunnan? Straw hat is pot lid? I have worn this since I was a child. Chapter 98 Cutting Grass and Going Out Hunting. After careful weaving, 2 unique bamboo hats are freshly produced. One is slightly larger in size, with a simple and elegant design, and was tailor-made by Lu Fan for himself. The other is small and exquisite, with delicate patterns specially woven on the edge, and was obviously prepared for Lon. Lon, come and try the hat I made. Lu Fan's face was filled with an unconcealable smile. Lon put down the herbs she was carefully sorting, took the hat with a smile, put it on her head gently, turned around playfully, then nodded with satisfaction and said, "The sunshade effect is good. Thank you for your hard work. I didn't expect you have this skill." "Haha, you're welcome. It's just a simple thing." Lu Fan scratched his head and responded with a smile, then put on his hat, holding the brim with one hand and putting the other hand on his waist. "I am going to be the man of the Pirate King." That exaggerated expression and tone made him look just like a middle school boy. Looking at Lu Fan's appearance, Lon couldn't help laughing and turned around to prepare dinner. Today's menu is fried lamb chops and cold kelp salad, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, which complement each other perfectly. The lamb chops sizzle in the pan and are fried to an attractive golden color. The surface is evenly sprinkled with some unique spices collected from the wild. The rich aroma spreads instantly, and just the smell makes people salivate. The cold mixed kelp shreds are refreshing and less greasy. The kelp shreds are cut into thin strips of uniform thickness and served with chopped fresh wild onions and wild ginger. The red, green, and white colors are bright, and just looking at them will increase your appetite. Wow, teacherin, your cooking skills are getting better and better. I can hardly help myself. Lu Fan sniffed exaggeratedly, and his stomach growled in agreement. He couldn't wait to pick up the cutlery. The two sat at the dining table, enjoying the delicious food and happily sharing their gains and feelings of the day. Occasionally, a few small flying insects were attracted by the fire and buzzed around. Lu Fan would wave his arms from time to time to drive away these uninvited guests, muttering, "Go away, don't disturb us from enjoying this wonderful dinner time." And Lon laughed continuously, and the whole shelter was filled with warmth and joy. After dinner, night had quietly fallen, the scorching heat of the day had faded a little, and there was a rare coolness in the air. The collected saltpeter was neatly placed under the shed, gleaming in the moonlight. They will not be used to make ice for the time being. After all, ice made in advance will melt quickly, so it is better to keep it until it is really needed. Lu Fan put down his bowl and chopsticks, patted his round belly, and said contentedly, "I'm so full. I have to take advantage of this cool weather to prepare some fodder for Dajiao and the others." And Lon nodded in agreement. "Okay, be careful. I'll pack my things here." Lu Fan picked up the knife and went to the nearby grass. The moonlight sprinkled on the grass, like a layer of silver gauze, like a dream. He bent down and wielded the knife skillfully. His movements were smooth and flowing, and bundles of grass quickly took shape in his hands. Occasionally, a few frightened little insects flew out from the grass, but Lu Fan didn't care at all. He just focused on cutting the grass, thinking about preparing the freshest grass for the bighorns. In a short while, he had cut a full pile of grass. He tied the grass into bundles, carried them on his shoulders with difficulty, and walked back step by step. The bighorn seemed to hear the footsteps of its master, and shouted happily in the distance, as if to say, "Master, you are finally back. I am so hungry." "Dajiao, don't be anxious. Delicious food will be available soon." Lu Fan responded to Dajiao, panting. When he returned to the shelter, he was already exhausted and sweating profusely. His clothes were soaked with sweat, but when he saw the expectant eyes of Big Horn and the others, his fatigue instantly dissipated. He piled the grass neatly next to the Bighorn cat's feeding trough. May and Lightning came over immediately and started eating with big mouthfuls, making satisfied noises from time to time. Seeing them eating with gusto, Lu Fan wiped the sweat off his face and said with a smile, "Now you can have a full meal. I hope this hot weather will pass quickly so that everyone can relax a little." After taking a short rest, Lu Fan began to think about other ways to deal with the high temperature. He remembered that he had found some large leaves during his previous exploration, which might be used to make sunshades to further reduce the temperature in the shelter. So, taking his rope and tools, he headed again toward the place where he had found the leaves. The forest at night is a little more mysterious, and the occasional calls of unknown animals make people feel uneasy. Lu Fan was a little scared and couldn't help thinking wildly, "I hope nothing scary will jump out of this wilderness." He tightened his grip on the tools in his hands and quickened his pace. He came to that area and carefully selected the large and thick leaves, holding each one in his hand and examining it as if he was selecting a precious treasure. After selecting, he began to string the leaves together one by one with a rope. Although his movements were a little unfamiliar, he was very focused and kept muttering to himself, "One leaf, 2 leaves." When he returned to the shelter with the finished sunshade, Enlon had already cleaned everything up and was sorting out the herbs collected today. Seeing Lu Fan coming back, Enlon hurried to meet him, eyes full of concern. "You are finally back. How come you were gone for so long? Did you encounter any danger?" Lu Fan smiled and shook his head. "It's okay. It just took some time to find leaves and make the sunshade. Look, this one I made. Hanging it outside the room should be able to block a lot of sunlight." As he spoke, he showed the sunshade in his hand. Together, they hung sunshades at the entrance and windows of the room. Enlon looked at the hung sunshade and nodded with satisfaction. "Well, it's much better now. It feels a little cooler. Your idea is really good." The next day, the sun shone on the shelter early, giving everything around it a golden hue. Lu Fan got up early and looked at the scorching sun that was still high in the sky. He thought to himself that he had to stock up more food to cope with the hot weather that might not end for some time. He decided to hunt further away. After all, the prey nearby had become scarce after searching for a period of time. "Enlon, I'm going to ride Lightning to go somewhere farther today. You stay in the shelter and sort out the herbs we collected yesterday. If you have time, you can also study how to make ice with saltpeter." While packing up his bow and arrows, Lu Fan said to Enlon. Enlon put down the herbs she was drying, walked to Lu Fan, and reminded him, "Be careful. You might encounter danger if you go far away. If you feel something is wrong, come back quickly." Her eyes were full of worry and concern. "Don't worry, there's no danger for me." Lu Fan patted his chest and said confidently. Then he turned over, rode on Lightning, and ran away into the distance. Along the way, the heat wave hit Lu Fan in the face, and he felt like he was put into a huge steamer. Sweat kept coming out of his forehead, wetting his hair. Lightning's his raised clouds of dust. Lu Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead from time to time, but his eyes were always paying attention to the movements around him, not missing any corner where prey might appear. After a long journey, he finally arrived at an unfamiliar forest. The trees here are more dense, and their branches and leaves are intertwined, blocking some of the sunlight, making Lu Fan feel a little cooler. A herd of blue sheep appears on the stone wall ahead. Lu Fan was delighted, and couldn't help but smile. "Whatever you want, you get it. I'm in for a treat. I have to catch a few more to bring back." He carefully got off Lightning's back and quietly approached the herd of mountain goats, ready to embark on a thrilling hunting operation. Chapter 99. The prey was stolen, and the harvest was great. Lu Fan gently squeezed the horse's belly and carefully drove Lightning towards the source of the sound. The dense branches and leaves acted as a natural barrier. Lu Fan crouched down, trying not to make any sound. Through the gaps between the branches and leaves, he finally saw a scene that made his heart beat faster. A group of blue sheep were grazing comfortably on a sloping rock wall. These mountain goats have strong bodies, with muscle lines faintly visible in the sun, and you can tell at a glance that their meat is delicious. Lu Fan was thinking that if he could hunt one, it would be enough for him and Enlon to eat for several days. It would be a rare and delicious supplement. Lu Fan's palms were slightly sweaty due to his excitement. He slowly clenched the bow and arrow in his hand, and his movements were so gentle as if he was afraid to disturb the tranquility of the forest. He half-crouched, bent his knees slightly, slowly pulled the bowstring, squinted one eye, and aimed at a slightly skinny mountain goat. The ibex seemed to notice something and its ears twitched slightly, but it did not stop grazing. Just when Lu Fan was about to let go of the arrow, a black shadow rushed out from the bushes next to him like lightning, so fast that it brought up a gust of wind. "A cheetah!" Lu Fan exclaimed in his heart, but before he could react, the cheetah had already rushed towards the herd of blue sheep at an extremely fast speed. The ibexes were instantly panicked, and the originally quiet and peaceful scene was instantly broken. They fled in all directions, and their hooves made rapid sounds on the ground. One of the sturdy blue sheep was knocked down by the cheetah in an instant. The cheetah's sharp claws were deeply embedded in the blue sheep's body. The cheetah bit its throat tightly. After struggling for a few times, it became motionless. Then, the cheetah dragged the blue sheep and quickly disappeared into the depths of the jungle, leaving only a cloud of dust. Damn it, this cheetah is really good at stealing my business. The mutton I had in my hands just flew away. Lu Fan slapped his thigh in annoyance, his face full of unwillingness, and looked helplessly in the direction where the cheetah disappeared. The group of mountain goats were also frightened and ran away wildly, soon disappearing from Lu Fan's sight, leaving Lu Fan standing there staring blankly. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Fuck, what was that just now? It looks like a leopard. It's moving very fast. The sheep were scared away. This leopard is so wicked. But this jungle is really dangerous. It's okay if the sheep run away, as long as people are safe. Looking at the cheetah that had long disappeared, Lu Fan sighed and consoled himself. Forget it. It seems that I can't eat this mountain goat today. Let's find other prey. He patted Lightning's neck, as if to cheer himself up, or as if to comfort Lightning, and continued to ride Lightning through the mountains and forests. It was almost noon, the sun was high in the sky, and the scorching sun almost scorched the earth. Lu Fan felt like he was in a huge steamer. Sweat kept oozing out from his forehead, sliding down his cheeks and wetting his clothes. He found a tree, sat down tiredly, took out the prepared dried meat from his backpack and started eating. The jerky was dry and hard, and each bite was very difficult to chew, but Lu Fan still ate it with relish. After all, it was very rare to have such food in the wilderness. Lightning was grazing leisurely nearby, occasionally flicking his tail to drive away mosquitoes. After resting for a while, Lu Fan recovered some strength and continued to ride Lightning through the mountains and forest again. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, forming spots of light that jump and flicker on the ground, like a beautiful painting. But Lu Fan had no intention of appreciating the beautiful scenery. He was only looking for prey. Oh God, please give me a big prey. I'm almost being roasted by the sun. I'm just hoping to get some to show off to Enlon. While muttering, Lu Fan wiped the sweat off his face with his hand. The sweat was evaporated by the hot air as soon as it appeared, leaving a layer of white salt stains. Maybe God heard his prayers. Just when Lu Fan was thirsty and almost gave up, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Sick a deer spotted ahead. Lu Fan instantly became alert, his eyes widened like copper bells, and he drove Lightning to approach carefully. Through the layers of branches and leaves, he saw a sick deer drinking water leisurely by the stream. The deer has a sturdy figure, and the spots on its body sparkled charmingly in the sun, making it look like an elf in the forest. Good guy, we can't let the duck in our mouth fly away this time. Lu Fan was so excited that he almost shouted out loud. He quickly covered his mouth for fear of disturbing this hard-earned prey. Although he has an affinity for animals, he is not in the mood to cultivate a relationship with the deer at the moment. The best thing to do is to capture it as soon as possible. Lu Fan gently drew out the bow and arrow, put on the arrow feathers, took a deep breath, and calmed his pounding heart a little. His hands were shaking slightly, not only because of nervousness, but also because of anticipation for this delicious meal. His eyes were fixed on the deer's every move, as if the whole world only contained him and the deer. With a whoosh, the first arrow shot out like a meteor and hit the deer's neck squarely. The deer felt pain, raised its head suddenly, let out a wail, and tried to escape. There was no way Lu Fan would let it get away easily, so he quickly put the second arrow on the bow and shot another arrow, hitting the deer right in the butt. The deer ran away despite its injuries, but its speed was much slower than before. Little guy, let's see how far you can run. Lu Fan shouted excitedly and chased after him on his Lightning. Although the deer was seriously injured, its desire to survive made it burst out with amazing strength. It rushed left and right in the mountains and forests, avoiding Lu Fan's pursuit. Lu Fan chased after him relentlessly, encouraging himself as he did so. Hold on, we'll get it soon. Tonight's dinner depends on you. In this way, a man and a deer started a thrilling chase in the mountains and forests. After running for a while, the deer would stop to catch its breath because of its serious injuries, and Lu Fan would take the opportunity to close the distance. Finally, after chasing for a long distance, the deer could no longer hold on and fell to the ground with a bang. Haha, finally done. Lu Fan jumped off the horse excitedly and ran over to check his spoils. The deer was no longer breathing, but its eyes were still wide open, as if it was still expressing its unwillingness. Lu Fan patted the deer's head and said, "Brother, I'm sorry, but I have to survive in this wilderness. Just think of it as helping me and Enlon." Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy sick a deer 10,000. The The live broadcast room was instantly boiling. I told you, it doesn't matter if the sheep runs away, there are better ones coming. Sure enough, every time Master Lu Fan takes action, he never returns empty-handed. This sika deer is even more delicious than the mutton. Have you eaten upstairs? No. But think about it. Those rich bosses try their best to eat something rare. It must be delicious. Lu Fan was just about to tie the deer to Lightning's back when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a bunch of purple things hanging on the stone wall next to him. He took a closer look and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, isn't this wild grapes? This is such a pleasant surprise." I saw wild grapes growing densely on the stone wall. Each one was plump and round, sparkling with an alluring luster under the sunlight, like a string of purple gems. Lu Fan didn't care about his sweat and fatigue and immediately reached out to pick them. These wild grapes grew on the stone wall, and some places were hard to reach, but fortunately Lu Fan was in good physical condition. He jumped up and down like a nimble monkey, climbing up the rocks, and then stretching his arms to reach the grapes growing high up. This bunch is really big, and Lon will definitely like it, Lu Fan muttered to himself as he picked them. In a short while, he picked a big bag full of wild grapes. He put the grapes in a basket and looked at his big harvest, feeling very proud. Today is a great harvest. This deer will be enough for us to eat for a long time. And here are the wild grapes. I'll ask Lon to make some wild grape jam when I get back. It will definitely be delicious. Lu Fan's mouth almost watered as he thought about it. It's true that misfortune may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Grapevine 10000. He laboriously moved the deer onto Lightning's back, hung the wild grapes next to the saddle, and then climbed on the horse. "Let's go, Lightning, let's go home." Lu Fan patted Lightning's neck and walked towards the shelter happily. Along the way, he hummed a little tune. Although he was very out of tune, he was not aware of it and was immersed in the joy of the harvest. Chapter 100 Processing Deerskin. "Lon, I'm back," Lu Fan shouted at the top of his voice before reaching the shelter. When Lon heard the sound, he immediately came out of the shelter. She saw that the horse behind Lu Fan was carrying a deer and a few bunches of wild grapes. She was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. "Wow, where have you been? How did you bring back so many good things?" Lon asked with surprise on her face. Lu Fan proudly jumped off his horse, patted the horse and said, "That's a long story. Today I went through a thrilling adventure. First I encountered a cheetah trying to steal my blue sheep, and then I finally caught up with this deer. I didn't expect to find these wild grapes. It was a pleasant surprise." Lon took the wild grapes with a smile and said, "You are really amazing. I knew you could do it. These wild grapes look so fresh." At this time, the live broadcast room also became lively. "Wow, I miss these round purple grapes so much. This was my favorite when I was a kid. It was sour and sweet. Although it's not as sweet as the sunshine rose we have now, I just like it. The grapes nowadays are all improved varieties. They are sweet, but they don't have the original taste of grapes. Yes, just like today's society, it looks big and beautiful, but its essence has changed. I don't understand what you were saying upstairs." Together, the two men unloaded the deer from the horse and began preparing to process the deer. Lu Fan was responsible for skinning and cutting the meat, while Lon helped by handing tools and water. While processing the venison, Lu Fan vividly narrated to Lon his adventure of the day, describing vividly the ferocity of the cheetah and the tenacious resistance of the deer. Lon listened with great interest and exclaimed from time to time, "This is too dangerous. If I encountered such a situation, I would be scared to death." Lon said. Lu Fan patted his chest and said confidently, "With my skills, if the leopard dares to come, I will catch it and make it into a leather jacket." The two of them were busy as they talked, and before they knew it, it was already dark. The shelter was lit with warm firelight and filled with the aroma of barbecue. Lu Fan roasted the venison over the fire while Lon made wild grape jam on the side. The aroma of the jam mixed with the scent of barbecue filled the entire shelter with a warm atmosphere. "It smells so good, I can hardly hold it anymore." Lu Fan smelled the fragrance and kept swallowing his saliva. Lon smiled and said, "If it were outside, this venison wouldn't be something that ordinary people could eat." Soon, the roast venison and wild grape jam were ready. They sat at the dining table and enjoyed the sumptuous dinner. The roasted venison is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, fresh and juicy, and the wild grape jam is sour and sweet with a mellow taste. "Well, it's delicious. The young lady's cooking skills are getting better and better," Lu Fan praised while eating. Lon smiled and replied, "It's all thanks to you today. If you hadn't brought back so many good things, there wouldn't be such a sumptuous dinner." The two of them ate and chatted, sharing each other's happiness and joy. Although their lives in this hot wilderness are full of hardships and challenges, they are also extremely warm and beautiful because of these small gains and each other's company. After dinner, the two of them cut the remaining venison into pieces and prepared to store them for later consumption. Enlon also put the wild grape jam into containers and stored them in a cool place. Today has been so fulfilling. I need to take a good rest. Lu Fan stretched and yawned. The next day, just as the morning light penetrated the mist, Lu Fan jumped out of bed. A delicious meal and enough sleep last night made him full of energy, like a well-wound little motor. He yawned and muttered, I have to take good care of this deerskin today. I can make a handsome deerskin coat in the future. Maybe I can become a leader in wilderness fashion. At present, he has not found suitable materials to make clothes. He gave his shirt to Enlon and wore pants and sheepskin himself. After all, it is impossible for a girl to walk around wearing a sheepskin like him, and it is impossible for him to wear Enlon's clothes. So this deerskin is particularly important, and it is necessary to preserve it. Enlon was still asleep, and Lu Fan walked out of the shelter quietly, afraid of waking her up. When he came to the place where the deerskin was stored and looked at the deerskin that still smelled of blood, Lu Fan rubbed his hands, eager to give it a try. He first found a large clean stone and spread the deerskin flatly on it. Then he went to the spring to fetch a bucket of water, preparing to give the deerskin a clean water bath. This deerskin is really thick. It will definitely be warm and wear-resistant when used to make clothes in the future, Lu Fan said as he poured water on the deerskin, picked up a shovel, and began to scrape it vigorously. The shovel rubbed against the deerskin, making a rustling sound, as if playing a unique labor song. After scraping and washing for a while, the bloodstains and impurities on the deerskin were washed away, revealing its original color. Lu Fan nodded with satisfaction, and then took out some special juice extracted from plants from the storage box. These juices are all made by Anlin and are said to have good preservative and tanning effects. Hey, little darlings, it's your turn. Lu Fan smiled and spread the juice evenly on the deerskin, muttering as he did so. Put more on it. Put more on it. Make my deerskin soft and strong. After applying the juice, Lu Fan hung the deerskin on a thick branch to dry in the sun. He stood aside, staring at the deerskin, and from time to time he said, Not bad, not bad. It is indeed high-quality leather. Just when Lu Fan was full of anticipation, a naughty little bird flew over and landed on the branch next to the deerskin. It tilted its head and looked at the deerskin curiously. Suddenly, it seemed to have found something interesting and pecked the deerskin with its sharp beak. Oh my God, where did this stupid bird come from? Stop making trouble. Lu Fan quickly ran over and waved his arms to drive the bird away. The bird was so frightened that it flew away. Lu Fan looked at the small peck mark on the deerskin and felt very distressed. Fortunately, it's just a small mark. If you had pecked a hole, I would not have forgiven you. After dealing with the bird's attack, Lu Fan returned to the deerskin and continued to observe its drying condition. After a while, he felt that one side of the deerskin was almost dried, so he carefully turned it over and continued to dry it. Before they knew it, the sun had risen high in the sky and Enlon came out of the shelter. She saw Lu Fan standing in front of the deerskin and asked with a smile, Are you going to make clothes with the deerskin? Lu Fan ran over excitedly and pulled Enlon to the deerskin. Look, the pattern looks good, right? When it dries, I will make a deerskin coat. Chapter 101, Deer and Stupid Chicken. The scorching sun hangs high in the sky, burning this mysterious wilderness. Enlon stood in front of the shelter, with the breeze blowing past. She looked at the deerskin in front of her that had been cleaned and swaying gently in the wind, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. Well, it's really good. In the blink of an eye, it was noon, and simple food was placed on the simple dining table. Lu Fan keenly noticed that Enlon had a poor appetite. She just put food into her mouth mechanically and ate only half of her usual amount. Lu Fan's eyes were full of concern, and he asked softly, Enlon, are you feeling unwell? Why haven't you eaten much? Enlon forced a smile and explained, It's okay, it's just that the weather is too hot, and I don't have much appetite. Lu Fan frowned slightly. It seemed that the food needed to be improved. After dinner, Lu Fan took Dahe and embarked on a journey of exploration with high morale. Along the way, Lu Fan kept a vigilant eye on the surroundings while chattering with Dahe. Dahe, we have to find some good things to bring back today. You have to keep an eye out for me. If you find anything delicious, don't forget to remind me. Dahe seemed to have completely understood what he said. He wagged his tail excitedly, ran happily in front, and looked back at Lu Fan from time to time, as if responding to his instructions. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Not far ahead, he saw several green apple trees, full of fruits. Haha, now there is a solution. Lu Fan shouted excitedly and ran towards the apple tree. He couldn't wait to pick an apple and put it directly into his mouth. With a crunch sound, he bit it, and the sour taste instantly spread in his mouth, stimulating his taste buds. This taste is so appetizing. Anlan will definitely like it. Lu Fan talked to himself while picking apples quickly. Soon, the basket he carried with him was filled to the brim. Continuing to move forward, Dahe suddenly stopped, sniffing the ground with his nose. His ears stood up straight, and the hair on his body trembled slightly with excitement. A deer stalk was spotted ahead. Lu Fan immediately understood what he meant. He tiptoed towards Dahe and followed Dahe's line of sight. He saw a muntjac leisurely eating grass not far away, completely unaware of the impending danger. Lu Fan was secretly delighted. He gently put down the basket of apples, being extremely careful not to make any noise and alarm the prey. Then, he took the bow and arrow from his back, slowly pulled the bowstring, stared at the deer closely, not daring to breathe, every nerve in his body tense. Just as he was about to release the arrow, the muntjac seemed to sense the danger. Its ears twitched, and it raised its head vigilantly and looked around. Seeing this, Lu Fan immediately held his breath, his body motionless like a sculpture, and even his heartbeat seemed to be amplified several times. After a while, the muntjac saw that there was nothing unusual and lowered its head to continue eating grass. Lu Fan seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He loosened his fingers, and the arrow flew out like an arrow from a bow. With a whoosh, it hit the muntjac's vital point. The muntjac struggled for a few times and then fell to the ground. Great! Lu Fan waved his fists excitedly, ran over to look at his prey, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy muntjac, 10,000. Just as Lu Fan was about to pick up the muntjac, a coo sound came into his ears. He looked in the direction of the sound and found a pheasant in the bushes not far away. This pheasant has colorful feathers that sparkle charmingly under the sunlight, and it is very beautiful. I didn't expect there really is such a guy who is not afraid of death. Lu Fan's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sly smile. He put the muntjac aside first, then tiptoed towards the pheasant, taking every step carefully, like a lurking cheetah. The pheasant was very alert. It seemed to be aware of every step Lu Fan took, and its head kept turning. Suddenly, the pheasant turned its head and looked straight at Lu Fan. Lu Fan immediately stopped and said softly, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to make friends with you." The magical thing is that, feeling the inexplicable affinity from Lu Fan, the pheasant gradually relaxed its guard and slowly approached him. When he was close enough to the pheasant, Lu Fan suddenly pounced forward, and with his hands as fast as lightning, he actually grabbed the chicken's neck. The pheasant struggled desperately in his hands, flapping its wings and making sharp cries, but still couldn't escape from Lu Fan's palm. "Haha, you stupid chicken, just be a good boy and become Mr. Lu's appetizer." Lu Fan laughed proudly. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Pheasant 10000. Lu Fan smiled happily, packed up the pheasants and deer, and returned with Dahe along with the apples. The live broadcast room suddenly became lively. Haha, a classic reappearance. No chicken can escape the clutches of Master Lu Fan. I don't even dare to eat this chicken, for fear of becoming stupid. The one upstairs, your stupidity has nothing to do with chickens. When Enlan returned to the shelter, she saw Lu Fan coming back with so many goodies. Her eyes lit up and she said in surprise, "Wow, did you go to the slaughterhouse? How did you bring back so many goodies?" Lu Fan proudly placed the apple, pheasant, and muntjac on the ground, patted the dust off his body, and said with a smile, "Of course, I put a lot of thought into it." Having said that, he began to process the prey. He first carried the muntjac aside, then skinned and cut it skillfully, his movements done in one go, like an experienced chef. During the process, he did not forget to share the thrilling moments of hunting with Enlan, and described in vivid detail how the muntjac almost escaped and how he held his breath and waited for the best opportunity. Enlan listened attentively, sometimes covering his mouth nervously, and sometimes laughing out loud at Lu Fan's humor, and his laughter echoed in the shelter. After dealing with the muntjac, Lu Fan started to clean up the pheasants. The pheasant kept flapping its wings from time to time, as if it was unwilling to become a meal on the plate. While holding it down, Lu Fan said with a smile, "Little guy, you were so alert just now. How come I caught you in the end? Now just accept your fate." Enlan was washing the apples with water. Looking at the green and crisp apples, she couldn't help but pick one up and take a bite. The sour taste instantly activated her taste buds. Well, this apple is really good, sour, just right for this hot weather. Anlan praised it highly. After Lu Fan processed the prey, he began to count the food reserves. He looked at the neatly arranged half-boar meat, mutton, rabbit meat, venison that had just been hunted yesterday, and some seafood that had been stored previously, and his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Our food reserves are almost as much as a small supermarket. Lu Fan joked with a smile. Anlan came over, looked at the dazzling array of food, and said with a smile, "Yes, but with so much food, we have to preserve it well, otherwise it will be a pity if it goes bad." Lu Fan nodded and said confidently, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. By the way, I'll make you some appetizing dishes tonight. I guarantee they'll whet your appetite." So, Lu Fan started to get busy in the kitchen. He decided to make a dish of spicy oil first, which was his specialty. He ground the chili peppers he collected from the wild and added some chopped green onions and minced ginger. Then pour in the hot oil, and instantly, a rich, spicy aroma fills the entire shelter. "Wow, it smells so good." Anlan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Lu Fan responded with a smile. "Just kidding. As a kid from Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan, how can I eat without some spicy food?" Chapter 102. Eat and drink to learn archery. Next, Lu Fan mixed the kelp with the prepared chili oil. The kelp shreds are wrapped in red oil and garnished with some chopped ginger and green onions. The appearance alone makes people salivate. He then made the processed pheasant into poached chicken. The chicken was cooked to perfection, tender and juicy, and paired with a special dipping sauce. The taste was simply amazing. Anlan helped cut the washed apples into small pieces, and Lu Fan added some honey extracted from wild honey, and a refreshing and delicious apple salad was ready. Lu Fan also chilled a few bunches of grapes with mountain spring water. They were sour and sweet and very delicious. As night fell, a warm fire lit up in the shelter. Lu Fan and Anlan sat at the dining table, looking at the table full of delicious food, their hearts filled with happiness. "Anlan, try the boiled chicken I made and see how it tastes." Lu Fan picked up a piece of chicken and handed it to Anlan. Anlan took the chicken, put it in his mouth, chewed it carefully, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It's delicious. The chicken is so tender, and the dipping sauce is just right." After hearing this, Lu Fan laughed happily. "If it tastes good, eat more. I saw that you had no appetite this morning, so I made something sour and spicy for you." Seeing that Lu Fan did all this because he had no appetite, Anlan felt a little touched. "Try the oil-splashed kelp shreds." Lu Fan enthusiastically picked up some food for Anlan. Anlan picked up a piece of kelp shreds with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. The sour and spicy taste stimulated her taste buds and increased her appetite. "Wow, this kelp shreds is so appetizing. How did you create this sour taste?" Lu smiled and said proudly, "That's the juice from the green apple. I made it specially." "You didn't pinch it with your hands?" Anlan joked with a smile. "How is that possible? I used a stone to pound it." The two of them ate delicious food and chatted. Live broadcast room. Master Lu Fan's cooking skills are simply amazing. I can smell the fragrance through the screen. I'm almost crying because of greed. Life in the wilderness is more comfortable than at home. They both really know how to enjoy life. This is true wilderness survival. After dinner, the two of them lay on chairs to digest the food. Eat some chilled grapes while you're at it. Hiss, sour and sweet. This taste is absolutely amazing. Anlan looked at Lu Fan's exaggerated look and couldn't help laughing. "You should show your jawline more to make it more perfect." "Forget it. I'm afraid of being scolded." Anlan lay comfortably in the chair, stroking his slightly bulging belly. While digesting the food, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Her eyes lit up, and she looked at Lu Fan and said excitedly, "Lu Fan, I saw that you were very good at archery before. Can you teach me?" Lu Fan was happily chewing the last iced grape and almost choked when he heard this. He swallowed it quickly and said with a smile, "Are you sure you want to learn? Archery is not an easy thing. Don't regret it when your arms are too sore to lift them. Don't forget, I made a bow myself. It's just not as accurate as yours." Anlan stood up with a determined look on his face, rubbing his hands together, as if he was already a great archer. Lu Fan recalled that Anlan did use a bow and arrow to fight against Meituan Naiku at that time. Lu Fan couldn't persuade her, so he had to get up and prepare. He found some branches and vines and deftly made a few crooked scarecrows. They looked like a few drunk old men, standing staggeringly in the open space. "This is our target." Lu Fan pointed at the scarecrow and said to Anlan, "Don't underestimate them, or you'll have a headache later." Anlan looked at the scarecrows and couldn't help laughing. "I can definitely shoot them easily." Lu Fan picked up his own bow from the side, handed a few arrows to Lan, and began to explain the basic movements. First, you need to put the arrow on the string, making sure the arrow is pointing forward. Then, hold the bow handle with your left hand and pull the string with your right hand. Keep steady while pulling and feel the tension of the arrow on the string. Lan followed Lu Fan's example, learning how to knock the arrow and pull the bowstring, but the bowstring was made of snake tendons and was not as hard as hers. Her face flushed, and she tried her best to finally pull the string short. However, her hand slipped, and the arrow flew out with a whoosh. It dived straight into the grass next to it, without even touching the edge of the scarecrow. The live broadcast room suddenly became lively. Ha! Lan's arrow was on the string and had to be shot, but he ended up shooting in the wrong direction. This is called a bad start, but it doesn't matter. Lan, come on, we believe in you. I feel like archery is so difficult. I can't hit the target at all. Look at me upstairs. I can hit the target with every shot I make. My bow is not suitable for you. Change it. Lu Fan handed Lan's own bow and arrow to her. Lan took the bow and arrow with a blushing face. Sure enough, he successfully pulled the bow and arrow this time, but his accuracy was not very good, and the arrow seemed to have drunk fake wine. Arrows were flying everywhere. Dahe immediately jumped out, brought back the arrow, and put it in front of Lu Fan. Lu Fan suppressed his smile and took the arrow. Then he walked over to help Lan adjust his posture. Don't use too much force. Use your strength skillfully, like this. He held Lan's hand and taught her the correct way to exert force, little by little. Under Lu Fan's guidance, Lan made rapid progress. Although he still missed the target, at least he was heading towards the target. Not bad. Not bad. You've made progress. Lu Fan encouraged. Keep it up. Just practice a few more times, and you'll be fine. Lan was encouraged, and his confidence increased, and he shot several arrows one after another. Some arrows flew past the edge of the scarecrow, some arrows directly stuck into the ground, and one arrow even got stuck on the scarecrow's shoulder, which looked very funny. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed so hard that they fell over. This scarecrow must be thinking, what have I done to deserve being attacked for no reason? Isn't Lan giving acupuncture to the scarecrow? The needles are quite accurate, all on the acupuncture points. I feel that archery is much more difficult than I thought. It's amazing that Lan can shoot near the target. Lan looked at his achievements and couldn't help laughing. It seems that archery is really not an easy thing. I thought it was as simple as playing darts. Lu Fan smiled and said, archery and darts are different. Darts mainly rely on the strength of the wrist, while archery requires the coordination of the whole body, especially the strength of the back and arms. Besides, archery requires a calm mind. If you are too anxious, the arrow will not obey you. Lan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. She knocked the arrow and pulled the string again. This time, her movements were obviously much steadier. She aimed at the scarecrow, slowly loosened her fingers, and the arrow flew out and shot straight towards the scarecrow. Hit! Hit! Lan jumped up excitedly. The arrow stabbed the scarecrow's chest steadily. Yes, congratulations to Mr. and for getting into high school. Lu Fan next to him was dancing with joy, and his expression was even more exaggerated than Lan's. Chapter 103, Replenishing Ice and Protecting Seedlings. The live broadcast room was instantly filled with barrages of comments. Wow, Lan is so awesome. He finally hit the target. This must be the legendary and arrow piercing the heart. The scarecrow is very hurt. It seems that hard work pays off. Come on, Lan, and try to hit the target every time. Lu Fan was also happy for Lan. Not bad. You have made rapid progress. However, this is just the beginning. You still need to practice shooting at different distances and shooting at moving targets. So, in the following period of time, Lan continued to practice archery under Lu Fan's guidance. As time went by, her archery skills became more and more proficient, and she hit the scarecrow more and more often. Although there are still some funny mistakes occasionally, such as the arrow hitting the tree nearby or directly sticking into the ground, her progress is obvious to everyone. The sky gradually darkened and the moonlight sprinkled on the open space, adding a romantic atmosphere to the archery practice. Lan and Lu Fan finally finished today's practice. They returned to the shelter with a full sense of accomplishment. I had a really great time today. Not only did I have a delicious dinner, but I also learned archery. Lan said as she fixed her hair. Lu Fan smiled and said, yes, and you are improving so fast. Maybe in the future in the wilderness, you will be able to hunt with archery like me. Haha. With you, what else do I need for prey? Lan smiled and said, I learned archery just to help you when you are in danger. As they talked, they returned to their beds. Today's experience made them all feel very tired, but also full of satisfaction. In the live broadcast room, The audience was still enthusiastically discussing today's archery practice. I was really amused by Enlon and Lu Fan today. Life in the wilderness is so interesting. It's really rewarding to see Enlon go from a novice archer to a master who can hit the target. I can't wait to see what new adventures they will have tomorrow. As the last barrage of comments was sent out, the live broadcast room gradually became quiet. Enlon and Lu Fan also fell into a sweet dream in this peaceful wilderness. Waiting for them will be the challenges and surprises of a new day. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight shine through the gaps in the leaves and sprinkle into the shelter, interweaving like golden silk threads. Lu Fan and Enlon were still immersed in their dreams when they were awakened by the chirping of birds. Enlon opened his eyes dazedly and muttered, "This little bird is so dedicated. He's holding a concert so early in the morning." Lu Fan turned over and said with a smile, "Okay, nature's alarm clock has rung, and a new day has begun." The two of them got up slowly, washed up simply, and started preparing breakfast. The leftover boiled chicken and fried kelp shreds from last night became the main ingredients, and paired with some wild fruits, a simple and delicious breakfast was prepared. As soon as he finished eating, Lu Fan frowned, looked up at the sky, and said, "According to the announcement, the high temperature will be tomorrow." Enlon followed his gaze and saw that the sky was extremely blue, without a single cloud. The sun hangs brightly in the sky, as if it is gathering strength. "Then let's act quickly. Don't be caught off guard by the high temperature." Lu Fan smiled and said, "Relax, there is so much saltpeter, it is enough to make a lot of ice." As he spoke, he moved the saltpeter he had collected yesterday and started making it. Enlon watched curiously from the side, and from time to time he leaned over to ask, "Although I know about saltpeter making ice, I have never seen it with my own eyes." While Lu Fan was busy, he patiently explained, "When this saltpeter is dissolved in water, it absorbs a lot of heat, which can quickly cool the water and freeze it. Although the principle is simple, it is very useful in this wilderness." After a while, the first piece of ice was born. Enlon picked up the ice cubes excitedly. The cool touch made her shiver. "Wow, this is amazing. It feels like finding an oasis in the desert." The live broadcast room also became lively. "The great God is the great God. He can do anything in this wilderness. This saltpeter makes ice. I think I can set up a stall to sell cold drinks." Enlon and Lu Fan's survival skills are simply unbeatable. They can solve any difficulties. "With so much ice, we don't have to worry even if hot weather comes." The players from other countries were panicking, but our players were very steady. After watching Lu Fan's operation, Enlon also wanted to try it himself. "Lu Fan, let me do it." Lu Fan smiled and gave up his position. "Come on, I'll watch you do it." With the addition of saltpeter, the water in the iron pot quickly froze and slowly turned into a lump of ice. With the successful experience, Enlon was full of energy and made a lot of ice cubes, which he carefully put into the storage room, where meat was stored. Looking at the storage room full of ice cubes, Lu Fan nodded with satisfaction. Now the food can be preserved for a few more days, and there is no need to worry about running out of food in hot weather. After solving the food storage problem, the two turned their attention to the pepper and taro seedlings in the field. These seedlings are their hope for the future and must not be killed by the high temperature. Lu Fan found some bamboo and prepared to weave a big bamboo basket. His fingers moved nimbly between the bamboos, and soon, an exquisite bamboo basket took shape. Enlon helped pass the bamboos and teased from time to time, "Lu Fan, your hands are more skillful than a girl like me. Can you weave a bamboo basket for me to hold the wild fruits in the future?" Lu Fan smiled and replied, "No problem. When I'm done with this, I'll make you a super big one. It can hold as many wild fruits as you want." After the bamboo basket was woven, the two people carefully moved it next to the chili and taro seedlings. They squatted down and slowly placed the bamboo basket over the seedlings as gently as if they were treating a baby in a cradle. The shadow of the bamboo basket firmly covered the tender green seedlings, providing them with shade. This bamboo basket has to be placed properly. If it's a little tilted, it may not be able to block the sun. Lu Fan muttered as he adjusted the angle of the bamboo basket. Enlon also observed carefully and suddenly slapped his head. "Oh, I almost forgot there are leaves." As she said that, she ran to the woods nearby and soon brought back a large pile of leaves. The two began to cover the bamboo basket with leaves one by one, as if they were carefully decorating a huge green cake. Enlon picked up a large leaf and said playfully, "This leaf is so big, it must be able to block a lot of sunlight for the seedlings, just like putting a big straw hat on them." Lu Fan smiled and continued, "After we get through this time, they should start to grow." The live broadcast room also became lively. "The great God is the great God. He can do anything in this wilderness. It's so cute to cover the seedlings with a blanket. It feels like they treat the seedlings as their treasures. Anlan and Lu Fan's survival skills are simply unbeatable. They can solve any difficulties. Chapter 104 Extreme Weather arrives. After finishing the work in the fields, the sun was already high in the sky, and the scorching sunlight made it impossible to open my eyes. Lu Fan and Anlan hid in the shelter, drinking ice-chilled mountain spring water, feeling extremely comfortable. The weather is so hot today. I can't imagine how hot it will be tomorrow, Anlan said, while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Lu Fan nodded. Yes, so we have to prepare more things now. It will be cooler at night, so we can go cut some grass and prepare food for the animals. Finally, it was night. When the cool evening breeze blew, Lu Fan and Anlan instantly regained their energy. They took their knives and came to a lush meadow. The moonlight sprinkled on the grass, like a layer of silver frost on the earth. Wow, this grass is so beautiful under the moonlight. It doesn't feel like a wilderness, but a fairy tale world, Anlan said excitedly. Lu Fan smiled and said, "This is the charm of nature, but we still have to work first, otherwise the animals will be hungry tomorrow." The two began to mow the grass, and Lu Fan directly used a shovel to cut off the grass roots. Under his powerful arm strength, the grass fell down in neat rows. Anlan was mowing the grass with a big knife, but her movements were a little unfamiliar, and she was mowing much more slowly. "Oh, why doesn't this knife obey me?" Anlan muttered, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Seeing this, Lu Fan walked over and took the big knife. "Forget it. You should just help me bundle the grass, and you can come back next time when I get the sickle." Lu Fan was clearing the grass, and Anlan was bundling the grass. Soon, a tall haystack was piled up behind them. "The scenery here is so beautiful. I just saw fireflies," Anlan praised as he looked at the quiet night. "You can also see Dahe running around in the wild, catching fireflies." Lu Fan smiled and said, "This is the charm of nature, which cannot be seen in big cities." After several hours of hard work, the two finally cut enough grass. They carried the bales of grass back to the shelter and stacked them neatly in a corner. Looking at the fodder, Anlan said with satisfaction, "Now the animals can spend the hot weather comfortably." After a busy day, the two of them collapsed on the bed exhausted. "Although my body is tired, my heart is filled with joy. Today is really not easy, but we are so well prepared, the high temperature will definitely not be a problem for us," Anlan said with a yawn. The places where they slept were separated by only a wall, and the two of them often chatted at night. Lu Fan responded, "Yes, as long as we work together, no difficulty can stop us." After midnight, the originally cool air seemed to be quickly sucked away by an invisible big hand, and the temperature began to rise sharply. In the darkness, Lu Fan and Anlan were sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the impending high-temperature crisis. At first, Lu Fan just turned over in his sleep and muttered, "Why do I feel a little hot?" But soon, the heat was like a surging tide, completely drowning him. He opened his eyes drowsily and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Only then he realized that the entire shelter was like a huge steamer. Anlan, are you awake?" Lu Fan shouted as he sat up and reached out to touch the kettle beside him. However, the water in the kettle also became lukewarm and could not quench his thirst at all. Anlan was also awakened by the heat. She replied weakly, "It's so hot. What kind of horrible weather is this?" Lu Fan looked around in the faint moonlight and found that animals such as Dahe and Dajiao were also unable to sleep due to the heat and were pacing restlessly in the corner. Dahe stuck out his tongue and gasped heavily, while Dajiao kept swinging his tail, trying to drive away the ubiquitous heat. "It seems that the hot weather is worse than we thought," Lu Fan said with a frown. He quickly got up and fetched a large basin of water for Dahe and the others. "Come on, guys, drink some water to cool down," Lu Fan said as he placed the basin of water in front of Dahe and Dajiao. Dahe seemed to have seen a life-saving straw. He dived into the water and started drinking it up with gulps. The bighorn was not to be outdone. It stuck out its tongue and licked the water. After a while, half of the large basin of water was drunk by them. After solving the animals' drinking water problem, Lu Fan immediately fetched a basin of cold water and carefully brought it to Anlan's room. "Anlan, wipe your face with cold water quickly. It will make you feel more comfortable." Lu Fan placed the basin of water beside Anlan's bed, picked up the hat beside him, and fanned Anlan. Anlan looked at Lu Fan gratefully, wiped her face with cold water, and immediately felt refreshed. "Thank you, Lu Fan. It's so hot that I feel like I'm about to be roasted." Lu Fan smiled and said, "Why are you being so polite to me? We are in the same boat now. This temperature is more unbearable than I thought." Anlan sighed. Lu Fan suddenly had an idea. "Wait, I'll get you a basin of water." As he spoke, Lu Fan ran out and fetched a basin of mountain spring water. He reached out and touched it. It was icy cold. He put the water in the corner of the room, and after a while, the temperature in the room seemed to really drop a little. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also attracted by their experiences and sent comments to offer suggestions. Using water to cool down is a good idea. Why don't you try putting a wet towel over your body? It can also cool you down by evaporating and absorbing heat. I feel so hot for them. The high temperature in the wilderness is really challenging. The night falls, but the temperature in the wilderness does not decrease at all. This scorching heat is like a disaster without borders, sweeping every corner. Wilderness survival contestants from different countries are struggling in this high temperature. Yamamoto, a contestant from the Sakura country, was feeling hot like a dog at the moment and was sticking out his tongue to cool down. His shelter was made of some thin branches and leaves, which looked like paper in this hot weather and had no insulation effect at all. Yamamoto was shirtless, sweat dripping down his lean body. He was holding a large leaf in his hand, fanning it weakly. But the wind blown out by the fan was also hot and could not relieve the unbearable heat at all. When will this horrible weather end? Yamamoto muttered in Japanese, his voice full of fatigue and irritability. On the other side, Andre from the United States was not much better. His shelter looked quite sturdy, built with large stones and thick tree trunks, but it became a huge steamer under the high temperature. Andre was holding a simple animal skin fan and fanning it frantically, trying to create a cool breeze. But the wind from the fan was like that from a stove, which made him even hotter. Damn, it's hotter than the summer in Texas. Andre complained loudly, his face flushed red from the heat, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Chapter 105 Vacation. Finally, Enlon fell asleep. Lu Fan looked at them with some envy. It turned out that girls could tolerate heat better than boys. Back in his room, Lu Fan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It's too hot to sleep, go out and cool down. The night outside was as dark as ink. The moonlight was blocked by thick clouds, with only a few stars occasionally twinkling in the gaps between the clouds. Relying on his familiarity with the surrounding environment, Lu Fan trotted all the way towards the spring not far away. Along the way, the chirping of insects in the grass rose and fell, as if playing a unique symphony for this hot night. When he ran to the spring, the moonlight finally peeked out from behind the clouds and illuminated everything around him. The spring is not big, and clear water gurgles out of it, sparkling in the moonlight. Lu Fan couldn't wait to put the basin into the spring water. With a splash, the cool spring water instantly filled the basin. He reached out and scooped up the spring water, splashing it on his face and neck. The cool feeling instantly dispelled the heat in his body, making him shiver uncontrollably. He simply took off his shirt, scooped up spring water with a basin, and poured it over his head. The water flowed down his chest and abdomen, taking away the heat and fatigue from his body. While taking a shower, he muttered, "This is what I call comfort. I was so hot." The cold spring water poured on my body, making a crackling sound, as if it was waging a fierce battle against the hot weather. After taking a shower, Lu Fan felt refreshed and full of energy. The next day, as soon as the scorching sun appeared, it generously poured its passion on the deserted island. The temperature continued to rise, as if it was going to set the whole world on fire. The athletes from other countries were tortured by the high temperature and looked listless. Faced with this scorching hot weather, they felt as if their backbones had been pulled out and could only helplessly collapse in their respective shelters, trying to find a bit of coolness. On the other hand, Lu Fan and Enlon seemed particularly comfortable. Lu Fan thoroughly felt the coolness of the shower last night, so he went to the spring again early in the morning and fetched some water to bring back. Back in the shelter, Lu Fan took out some ice cubes from the storage room and put some into the water. Enlon took out yesterday's grapes. She washed the grapes skillfully, then put them into a ceramic basin and added ice cubes. Soon, the iced grapes were ready. The grapes were frozen hard. When you took a bite, the sweet and sour juice instantly burst in your mouth, mixed with the coolness of the ice. It was simply a delicacy. Enlon, try this fruit smoothie. Lu Fan was holding a bowl containing a smoothie he had just made using ice cubes and some wild fruits. I saw him holding a pair of chopsticks in his hand, stirring the bowl nonstop like a professional dessert chef, fully blending the ice cubes and wild fruits. After a while, a bowl of colorful smoothie appeared in front of Enlon. Enlon took the bowl, scooped a small sip with a spoon, and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, a cool and sweet feeling spread from the tip of his tongue to his whole body. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she said excitedly, "It's perfect to have a smoothie on a hot summer day." Seeing Enlan's reaction, Lu Fan was delighted. He chuckled and said, "Haha, if it tastes good, eat more. After that, the two of them sat in the shelter, eating smoothies and iced grapes, enjoying the moment of coolness. In order to cool themselves down even more, they found two large basins, poured cold water with ice cubes into them, put their feet in the basins, and soaked their feet leisurely. These days are just like being on vacation. Lu Fan sighed while soaking his feet. Yes, eating smoothies and iced grapes, and soaking feet in cool water, it's a real treat even if I lived in the city before. Enlon said with a smile. While Lu Fan and Enlon were leisurely enjoying the summer heat in the shelter, Ling Yu also found a way to cool off. He built a temporary shelter on the other side of the deserted island, by the sea. The environment at this seaside is unique, and the sea breeze brings a hint of coolness. Ling Yu looked at the endless sea in front of him, and an impulse surged in his heart. He took off his shirt without hesitation, wearing only a pair of shorts, and jumped into the sea with a splash, like a nimble fish. The sea water was cool and pleasant, wrapping around his body and making him feel instantly refreshed. He swam freely in the sea, sometimes diving into the water and sometimes surfacing, enjoying this rare coolness and freedom. This is what summer should be like, Ling Yu shouted while swimming. His voice echoed off the sea, as if announcing his victory to the hot weather. At this time, Chinese audiences far away in China saw the three contestants' unique ways of cooling off through the live broadcast and left messages in the barrage. Wow, Lu Fan and Enlon really know how to enjoy themselves. Smoothies and iced grapes, I'm drooling over them. Ling Yu is swimming in the sea. It's so cool. I want to go swimming at the beach too. The Chinese players are amazing. In such a harsh environment, they can come up with so many good ways to beat the heat. Everyone else is almost dying from the heat, but our Chinese players are like gods. It's amazing. The audience left messages one after another, and the live broadcast room was very lively. Everyone was happy for the three contestants and was also looking forward to their life on the deserted island. Lu Fan, who was lying on a chair, inadvertently glanced at the corner of the shelter where Dahe and the others were lying there with their heads down. His tongue was stretched out long, and he was breathing heavily. He looked so pitiful. Oh, I was so busy cooling myself down that I almost forgot about you guys. It's so hot out here, you must be thirsty. Lu Fan slapped his forehead, quickly picked up the remaining basin of spring water, and walked towards them quickly. The first one to notice the movement was Dahe. His ears pricked up and his originally dull eyes instantly lit up. It stood up suddenly, wagging its tail like a rattle, and ran towards Lu Fan. The nose kept moving towards the water basin, and a low humming sound came out of the mouth, as if to say, I am so thirsty, please give me some water. Don't be anxious, everyone has a share. Lu Fan put the basin of water on the ground with a smile, and Dahe immediately put his head in it. His tongue licked the water quickly, splashing water. After a while, half of the basin of water was empty. Da Jiao and Mamie also walked over slowly. These two were always gentle and polite. Even though they were very thirsty, they still drank water in an elegant manner. They bent down, slightly bent their necks, lightly touched the water surface with their mouths, and drank the water leisurely. From time to time, she would raise her head and look at Lu Fan with her big wet eyes, as if to express her gratitude. Chapter 106, Installing a Fan. Lightning was a man of impatient temper. Seeing that Da Jiao and Mamie were drinking slowly, he became a little impatient. He pawed the ground with his front hooves, making a whistling sound. As soon as Da Jiao finished drinking, it couldn't wait to squeeze over, plunged its head into the basin, and gulped down the water. Water splashed everywhere, splashing water all over himself and the big black guy next to him. Dahe shook his body in disgust, shook off the water droplets on his head, and glared at Lightning with dissatisfaction, but Lightning acted as if nothing had happened and was only focused on drinking water. You are so impatient. Aren't you afraid of choking? Lu Fan smiled helplessly and patted Lightning's neck gently. After drinking the water, Lightning snorted loudly and rubbed his head against Lu Fan's shoulder affectionately. The wet horse made wet a large area of Lu Fan's clothes. Seeing their satisfied expressions after drinking enough water, Lu Fan felt warm in his heart. On this deserted island, these animals have long become his and Enlan's family and companions, accompanying and relying on each other. After feeding the baby with water, Lu Fan felt his stomach growling. He looked at the time, and it was already lunchtime. He decided to show off his skills and make his signature roast rabbit dish. The wild rabbits left over from the previous hunting trip have been carefully preserved, waiting to be used to reward myself and Enlan today. Lu Fan skillfully prepared the hare, built a bonfire, skewered the rabbit meat on polished branches, and began to roast it. Licking by the flames, the rabbit meat gradually turned golden. The moisture in the rabbit meat sizzled out and dripped into the campfire, splashing a string of sparks. A rich aroma instantly spread. What a nice smell! What smells so good? Attracted by the fragrance, Anlan walked out of the house, took a deep breath, his face full of anticipation. Haha, just wait and see. Today I'll let you taste my cooking skills. Lu Fan raised his eyebrows proudly and kept turning the rabbit meat in his hands, occasionally sprinkling some natural spices he had collected before. The roasted rabbit meat had an attractive color, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Lu Fan took out the honey he had collected earlier and mixed it with the cut green apples. A dish of honey and green apples was ready. The two sat in the shelter, with fragrant roasted rabbit and sweet green apples mixed with honey in front of them. Come, try it. Lu Fan handed the roasted rabbit to Anlan. Anlan took a bite and her eyes lit up instantly. Wow, it's delicious. I didn't expect to have such a delicious lunch on this deserted island. Of course, my cooking skills are unique on this deserted island. While eating, Lu Fan joked, when I go back, I can open a barbecue restaurant called Desert Island Delicious. Live broadcast room. So greedy. The instant noodles in my hand no longer smell good. Haha, when I eat instant noodles, I have to add sausage and eggs. Damn, with the prices these days, with sausage and eggs, the people upstairs must be rich second generation. It's just adding sausage and eggs, but you're making it seem like no one can do it. You upstairs, you can relieve yourself on the ground and look at your face to solve your confusion. After lunch and a short rest, Lu Fan thought of the taro field he had opened up on the island before. In such hot weather, the taro seedlings must be in urgent need of water. He picked up a clay basin and walked towards the taro field. Anlan also wanted to go, but Lu Fan pushed her to sit down. Just boil some water in the shelter and make me a cup of herbal tea. Okay. Anlan nodded helplessly, but she was still happy to be cared about. Arriving at the field, Lu Fan opened the bamboo basket and looked at the wilted taro seedlings. He said distressedly, "My dear, hold on, kids. Grandpa will give you some water right away." He bent down and watered the taro seedlings bucket by bucket, muttering, "Drink more water, grow up quickly, and then we can taste your deliciousness." After watering each row, he straightened up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and watched the taro seedlings gradually regain life after being nourished by the water. A gratified smile appeared on his face. After working for more than half an hour, I finally finished watering the taro field. This weather is really unbearable. Lu Fan dragged his body back to the shelter, feeling a little tired but full of a sense of accomplishment. When Anlan saw him coming back, she quickly handed him a glass of water and said with concern, "You've worked hard. Drink some water and take a rest." Lu Fan took the water, drank it all, and said with a long sigh, "It's not hard. Seeing the taro seedlings drink enough water makes me feel at ease." After drinking the water, Lu Fan sat down on the chair. Although there was a sea breeze blowing, the heat in his body had not completely dissipated. This won't do. If it keeps getting this hot, I'll be dried up by the heat. Lu Fan frowned and said to himself. His eyes were looking at the whistling sea breeze outside the window. Due to the terribly high temperature, all the wind was hot. Suddenly, an idea came to me. Got it. Lu Fan slapped his thigh excitedly and jumped up from his chair. Our shelter is by the sea, and the wind is so strong. Why don't we make a wind-driven fan? Thinking of this, he immediately stood up and began to look for the materials needed to make the fan. Fortunately, there were still some bamboos left from the previous cut. Otherwise, even Lu Fan would not be able to withstand going out to cut bamboo in this kind of weather. He put the bamboo on the ground, picked up the axe, and started working with it. He first selected several thick and straight bamboos and split them into bamboo strips of uniform size. In his hands, these bamboo strips seemed to have life. He skillfully shaved off the burrs and polished them until they were incredibly smooth. Then he cut the bamboo strips into appropriate lengths to make fan blades. Anlan, come over here and help me take a look at the shape of this fan blade. Lu Fan fiddled with the bamboo strips in his hand while calling out to Anlan. Anlan put down the herbs he was sorting and walked over. I think it would be better if we adjusted a little bit. Anlan pointed at the bamboo and said, Look, if you make this place narrower, the fan blades will turn more easily and the wind will be stronger. When Lu Fan heard this, he thought it made sense and immediately started to make changes according to Anlan's suggestions. After careful carving, 4 perfectly shaped fan blades were finally created. These fan blades look like 4 sharp swords and exude a faint bamboo fragrance. The next step is to make the device that connects the fan blades and the windmill. Lu Fan found some straw ropes and fixed the fan blades to transmit wind power. He also made an ingenious gear out of bamboo. This gear is the key component of the entire fan, as it can convert the windmill's rotational motion into the rotation of the fan blades. Everything was ready, and Lu Fan came to the roof with tools and materials. He wanted to install a huge windmill on the roof to use as a power source for the fan. Lu Fan carefully climbed onto the roof of Enlan's room, held the beam tightly with one hand, and began to install the windmill with the other hand. Fortunately, he built a matchbox house, so he didn't have to climb too high. Chapter 107 The Squirrel Played Tricked by Dahe. He first fixed the windmill's bracket to the roof with ropes, and then installed the windmill's blades one by one. Every time he installs a blade, he checks it carefully to ensure it is installed securely. After some effort, the windmill was finally installed. Lu Fan stood on the roof, looking at his masterpiece, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. At this time, the sea breeze blew gently, and the windmill began to turn slowly, making a creaking sound. Success! Lu Fan shouted excitedly and climbed down from the roof. He couldn't wait to go back to the room to see if the fan was working properly. When he tied the rope connecting the windmill to the fan, something magical happened. As the windmill turned, the fan in the room spun rapidly. A strong, cool breeze blew in my face, instantly dispelling the stuffiness in the room. Wow, it's so cool. Enlan cheered happily. She stood under the fan and enjoyed the cool breeze to her heart's content. Lu Fan, you are amazing. This fan is so well made. Haha, of course. Don't you see who I am? Lu Fan laughed proudly. He sat on the chair, feeling the coolness brought by the fan, and felt extremely satisfied. That's good. I don't have to worry about getting burned like a roast suckling pig anymore. Enlan looked at Lu Fan with joy in her eyes. Hurry up and install one for your room too. Lu Fan smiled and waved his hand. There is no material left. I will just come to your place to blow it. Enlan didn't think much about it and nodded with a smile. In the live broadcast room, the audience exclaimed in amazement when they saw the wind fan made by Lu Fan. Oh my god, this is amazing. This is the real desert island inventor. With this fan, life on a desert island is so comfortable. I'm impressed by Lu Fan's hands-on skills. I can't even make a kite, but he can actually make a wind-powered fan. I always feel that Master Lu Fan didn't install a fan for himself so that he could go to Enlan's room openly. I have the same feeling. I feel like something is wrong with Master Lu Fan. Amid the exclamations of the audience in the live broadcast room, Lu Fan and Enlan enjoyed the coolness brought by the fan. But soon Lu Fan noticed a problem. After drinking the water, Dahe, Dajiao, and Lightning were still staring at the basin with their tongues stretched out. Obviously, they still hadn't drunk enough. It seems that there was too little water before. Lu Fan looked at the animals, feeling both angry and amused. Okay, let's go. I'll take you to the spring's reservoir and let you drink as much as you want. Seeing this, Enlan also wanted to go, so Lu Fan had no choice but to agree. Then you put on your hat and come back if you can't stand it. Enlan smiled and nodded. I'm not that stupid. I will definitely come back if I can't stand the heat. So, Lu Fan led the way in front, Enlan followed behind, and Mimi, Dajiao, and Lightning followed them like 3 obedient students, walking towards the reservoir of the spring. But Dahe was different. He was so excited that he jumped up and down and couldn't stop. From time to time, it would run to the front to explore the way, and when it came back, its tail would wag like a propeller, as if reporting to everyone that everything was normal ahead. When they arrived at the reservoir, the little guys finally had a great time. Lightning was the first to rush forward. He plunged his head into the water with a plop and started drinking. He drank so fast that the water splashed onto Dajiao. Dajiao was not angry. He walked slowly to the side, lowered his head gracefully, and licked the water gently with his tongue. Dahe was busy doing both things, sometimes running to Lightning to join in the fun, sometimes going to Dajiao to grab a shot. He was having a lot of fun. But this scared the little lamb so much that she could only hide beside the big horns. You guys are really made of water. Enlan looked at them and couldn't help laughing out loud. When they have almost finished drinking, their stomachs are round like inflated balloons. Dahe burped loudly, Dajiao slowly shook his tail, and Lightning pawed his hooves happily. Then, several animals walked to the big tree next to them in tacit understanding, laid down on the ground with a plop, and began to enjoy the pleasant cool time. They live a more comfortable life than I do. Lu Fan looked at them and teased with a smile. Just as everyone was immersed in this leisurely atmosphere, a little squirrel jumped down from the tree. This little squirrel is covered with fur. Its tail is like a big parachute, and its round eyes are rolling around. It is so cute. It was obviously also overwhelmed by the hot weather and ran straight to the reservoir, wanting to drink some water to quench its thirst. But before the little squirrel ran to the pool, Dahe became excited as if he had discovered a new continent. It quickly got up from the ground, rushed over like an arrow, and caught the little squirrel in its mouth. Dahe, what are you doing? Lu Fan and Enlon were startled by the sudden scene and hurried over. I saw Dahe holding the little squirrel in his mouth, shaking his head left and right. The little squirrel was so scared in its mouth that it trembled and squeaked, as if begging for mercy. Please let me go. I don't want to die young. Enlon saw this and shouted anxiously. Dahe, let the little squirrel go quickly. It looks so pitiful. Dahe seemed to finally understand Enlon's words. After hesitating for a moment, he spit out the little squirrel. But it hadn't had enough fun yet. As soon as the little squirrel landed on the ground, it stretched out its claws to fiddle with it, scaring the little squirrel away everywhere. Silly dog, don't go too far. Lu Fan couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he hooked it with his foot and threw it aside. Then he walked over and picked up the frightened little squirrel in his hands. Ha ha ha, Beansprout, you must be scared. It's okay, that's just how fools are. Lu Fan gently stroked the little squirrel's head and comforted it. The little squirrel curled up in Lu Fan's palm, tears still glistening in its eyes, and it kept shaking. After a long while, it gradually came to its senses, raised its head cautiously, and looked at Lu Fan. Okay, go drink some water. Lu Fan put the little squirrel next to the reservoir. The little squirrel looked at Lu Fan, then looked at the vigilant Dahe beside him, then carefully approached the pool and began to drink water. You, that thing doesn't taste good. Why did you catch it? Lu Fan looked at Dahe, smiled, and rubbed its head. Dahe gave a silly smile, and his tail wagged wildly. After the little squirrel finished drinking the water, it did not leave immediately. It jumped onto Lu Fan's shoulder and rubbed its head against Lu Fan's face, as if to express its gratitude. Then he ran to Enlon, spun around in her hand a few times, and then reluctantly ran back to the tree. This little guy is quite smart, Enlon said with a smile as he looked at the little squirrel on the tree. Chapter 108, Zheng Jiu died of heat stroke. After the little squirrel ran back to the tree, Lu Fan and Enlon continued to enjoy the leisurely afternoon. This place is close to the springs and the air is relatively cool, making it an ideal place to cool off. From time to time, Lu Fan would tease Dahe, who was lying under a tree to enjoy the cool air, making Dahe cry. Just when Lu Fan was considering whether he should go back to the shelter to prepare dinner, the little squirrel appeared again. I saw it jumping down from the branch nimbly with a few plump nuts in its mouth. It ran straight to Lu Fan, placed the nut at his feet, and patted it with its little paws, as if to say, "Thank you for saving me before. This is a thank you gift for you." Wow, this little guy actually knows how to repay a favor. And Lan's eyes were full of surprise when he saw this scene. Then he couldn't help but tease. I didn't expect there were nuts to eat. Lu Fan picked up the nuts with a smile and handed them to Enlon. Okay, mine is yours. Why make such a distinction? Enlon took the nut. A sweet smile appeared on her face, and she punched Lu Fan lightly. Nonsense. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Nut 410000. Looking at the nuts in his hand, Lu Fan suddenly thought of something. This reservoir is an important water source. Today, a little squirrel came, and there is a chance that various other animals will come to drink water in the future. Water sources can easily become contaminated and may be infested with harmful animals. Thinking of this, Lu Fan stood up, dusted himself off, and said to Enlon, I have to go chop some wood and build a fence to surround the reservoir. Otherwise, if more animals come to drink water in the future, the water source will be polluted and that will be troublesome. Enlon nodded, his eyes full of approval. You are so thoughtful, I will go with you. So the two of them took their tools and went to some trees. Lu Fan swung the axe, and with a few bangs, he chopped down several trees of suitable thickness. As he chopped the trees, he joked, Hey, big trees, I'll let you down for a bit today and help us protect our water sources. Enlon was helping to sort out the cut branches and responded with a smile. You can chat with trees for half a day. After cutting the wood, Lu Fan began to sharpen them with an axe and a dagger. His movements were skillful and smooth, wood chips fluttered down, and soon, sharp wooden stakes appeared before his eyes. I hope there won't be any lions or tigers coming over here, Lu Fan said seriously, holding a wooden stake. The two worked together to drive the cut wooden stakes one by one into the soil around the reservoir, and then tied them tightly together with vines. During this process, Dahe, Dajiao, and Lightning also came over and watched them busy with curiosity. Dahe was the most mischievous. He ran over and nudged the wooden stake with his nose, then picked up a vine and swung it around, as if he also wanted to join their engineering team. Dahe, don't make trouble. Just stay aside. Lu Fan smiled and drove Dahe away, but the little guy didn't listen at all. He came back jumping and circling around them. After some effort, the fence was finally completed, protecting the entire reservoir. The sun gradually sets, and the scorching sunlight loses some of its heat, but it is still a bit stuffy. The ground that was originally covered by the shade of the trees was now completely exposed to the sun, and the coolness was gone. It's getting late. Let's go back to the shelter and prepare dinner. We must have a good meal today. Lu Fan raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said to Enlon. Enlon nodded in agreement. She gently patted the sawdust on her body, looked at the newly built fence, and smiled with satisfaction. This fence was built just in time. No matter how many animals come to drink water, the water source can be kept clean. After returning to the shelter, Lu Fan and Enlon took a short rest and then began to prepare dinner. Lu Fan took out the hare he had hunted before from the storage. Today he planned to make a roasted hare and pair it with some seafood soup, which would be simple and delicious. He cleaned the hare skillfully, built a bonfire, skewered the hare on smooth branches, and began to roast it. Licking by the flames, the rabbit meat gradually turned golden. The fat sizzled out and dripped into the campfire, splashing a string of sparks, and the rich aroma instantly spread. It smells so good. I can't help it just by smelling it. Enlon was attracted by the fragrance. He moved closer to the campfire, took a deep breath, his face full of anticipation. Haha, wait a little longer. I guarantee you'll enjoy the meal. Lu Fan said with a smile, constantly turning the rabbit meat in his hands and sprinkling some natural spices he had collected previously from time to time. While the hare was roasting, Enlon prepared the seafood soup. She took out the seafood she had caught at the beach and cleaned it carefully. Then put them all in the pot, add appropriate amount of water, and start boiling. While the two were chatting, the roasted rabbit was almost ready. Lu Fan put the roasted rabbit on a plate and brought the cooked wild vegetable soup to the table. On the table, the golden roasted rabbit, the milky seafood soup, and the bowl of tempting smoothie looked particularly rich. Come, let's eat. Lu Fan picked up the knife and fork, cut off the roasted rabbit thigh, and handed it to Enlon. Enlon took the rabbit leg and took a bite. The tender rabbit meat spread in his mouth and tasted delicious. Well, it's delicious. The taste of this roasted rabbit is simply amazing. Enlon praised it highly. Just when the two were enjoying their meal, the wilderness survival announcement sounded. Wilderness survival announcement. Korean athlete Jung Ji-yu died of severe heat stroke. Korean player Jung Ji-yu triggers 10,000 times rebate. 10,000 people in South Korea will randomly experience severe heat stroke. When seeing this wilderness survival announcement, the live broadcast room was instantly like being thrown into a blockbuster bomb, and the barrage of comments rolled like a tide. Oh my god, this heat stroke is too serious. Someone actually died. What's wrong with the Korean country? The people are so fragile that they are crushed by the high temperature. I saw their contestants bragging about how great they were on the show before, but now they've been slapped in the face. The Chinese audiences were talking one after another, their voices filled with surprise and emotion. As for South Korea, the situation is even more chaotic. The internet is flooded with accusations and insults against Jung Ji-yu. Jung Ji-yu, this loser, was defeated by the high temperature. He brought shame to our country. Why couldn't he just hold on like the other contestants? Because of him alone, 10,000 of us have to suffer. He's such a sinner. Why choose such a useless piece of trash as the representative of our country? Ashi, Siba. Some irrational viewers don't care about anything and just keep on laughing. Chapter 109 Yamamoto's Hallucinations. These remarks spread quickly like a virus, and people seem to have forgotten that Jung Ji-yu was also a victim of the disaster and only vented their anger on him. They posted angry posts on various social media platforms, and some even launched an online crusade against Jung Ji-yu, demanding that his family come out and apologize. The scene was absurd and outrageous. On the other hand, in China, Lu Fan and Enlon couldn't help but frown after seeing the announcement. This is too tragic. A heat stroke can lead to such serious consequences. Enlan's face was full of pity, and he sighed softly. Yes, high-temperature weather is indeed very dangerous. We can't survive it without taking protective measures. Lu Fan shook his head, looking helpless. In the live broadcast room, Chinese audiences felt angry and amused when they saw Koreans scolding each other. This operation is really amazing. They don't even let their own people go. If Jung Ji-yu knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he would come back to life. Haha, they are desperate and can't find anyone to vent their anger on, so they resort to using the dead as a scapegoat. They are so proud at ordinary times, but now they blame each other when something goes wrong. It's really speechless. Amidst the discussions, Lu Fan and Enlon continued to eat dinner. But the impact of the announcement still made them feel a little uneasy. The originally delicious roast pheasant and seafood soup now lost some of their flavor. After dinner, Lu Fan and Enlon came outside the shelter and looked at the night sky and fell into deep thought. Dahe, Da Jiao and Lightning seemed to feel the solemn atmosphere as well, and they lay quietly aside, without their usual liveliness. I don't know how contestant Ling Yu is doing. We have to be careful in this hot weather. Enlon said worriedly. I believe contestant Ling Yu will be fine. Lu Fan raised his head, looked at the starry sky, and prayed silently. At this time, the situation in South Korea was getting worse. The 10,000 people who suffered severe heat stroke were rushed to hospitals. But because there were too many people, medical resources were instantly stretched to the limit. The hospital was overcrowded, and the corridors were filled with patients suffering from heat stroke. The medical staff were busy and overwhelmed, but still could not meet the needs of everyone. Doctor, please save my son, he is dying. A mother held her unconscious son in the hospital and cried bitterly, her voice full of despair. I want to save him too, but now we don't have enough medicines and equipment. We have tried our best. The doctor shook his head helplessly, his face full of fatigue and guilt. And on the internet, the crusade against Zheng Ziyu continues. Some radical people even ran to Zheng Ziyu's doorstep, holding banners and demanding that his family give everyone an explanation. Zheng Ziyu's family was so scared that they hid at home and dared not go out. Faced with accusations from the outside world, they were in tears. Our son is gone. Why do you still treat us like this? He is also a victim. Zheng Ziyu's father was in the house, looking at the angry crowd outside the window, tears streaming down his face. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room in China was still paying attention to the farce in South Korea. How far are they going to take this? The dead are the most important. How can they treat someone's family like this? It feels like they have lost their minds and won't listen to any advice. In comparison, China is still better. When people encounter difficulties, they help each other instead of blaming each other like this. Hey, that's because nothing happened to you. In the Chinese live broadcast room, the audience was complaining about the farce in South Korea while also worrying about other contestants. After all, this high temperature is a global disaster, and many athletes are struggling and encountering various problems. I don't know how many other players are suffering in this high temperature. I really hope everyone is safe. Yeah, I don't know what weird tricks the contestants from other countries have come up with to cool down. Everyone, please go watch the live broadcast room of Sakura Country. It's really eye-catching. The fact is, just as everyone worried, the high temperature made many players lose their composure. Take Andre from the United States, for example. This usually confident contestant was so hot that he lost his composure. He was shirtless, with nothing on his lower body, and was lying directly on the grass with his bare buttocks exposed. He kept muttering, "This damn weather, if it gets this hot, I'll be roasted." His originally bald head was now shiny black, with a few grass leaves stuck to his face, making him look extremely miserable. The Chinese audience in the live broadcast room were also amused by this scene. Haha, is this still the survival expert Andre? How did he become like this? You're treating the grass like an air-conditioned room. You're not afraid of being bitten by bugs. I've seen his previous videos. This is an old tradition. Turning our attention to Yamamoto in the land of Sakura, his situation is even more hilarious. Yamamoto was staggering through the woods wearing only a pair of diaper-like shorts. His eyes were blurry and he was obviously hallucinating due to the heat. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a big tree and hugged the trunk directly. He stroked the tree, giggled foolishly, and had a perverted expression on his face. He was still mumbling something, but no one knew what he was saying. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed so hard when they saw this scene that tears almost came out. What is Yamamoto doing? This action is too eye-catching. I guess he was too hot to handle it and mistook the tree for a beautiful woman. Hey, I found that this Yamamoto looks like a character in a movie called Incompetent Husband. Yes, they look exactly like each other. The one above, send me the movie and I'll see if it looks like it. Sakura National 3 is not a bad choice. It's music and animation. Aren't there only two? Hee. Chinese culture is broad and profound. In the Chinese live broadcast room, the barrage of comments rolled like crazy because of Yamamoto's ridiculous behavior. Everyone laughed and made fun of the embarrassment of the Sakura Country player. At this time, the audience in South Korea was also paying attention to the live broadcast of this global high-temperature disaster. When they cast their eyes on the living scenes of Lu Fan and Enlon, the envy in their hearts grew like weeds. Watching Lu Fan and Enlon deal with the high temperature in an orderly manner, they not only made a wind fan, but also enjoyed the food they cooked. From time to time, you can interact with the cute animals around you. Although life is simple and plain, it is full of wisdom and warmth. The Korean audience could no longer hold back, and some made sour comments in the live broadcast room. They must be lucky to be able to handle the high temperature so easily. If our Korean players were in that environment, they would definitely do better. Yes, that Jung Ji-yu is not a member of our great Korean nation at all. Chapter 110 Big Black Fights Cheetah. As time goes by, more and more Korean audiences are beginning to feel a genuine envy. This sentiment gradually fermented with the help of the internet, and some people even had the wildest imagination and made an extremely absurd statement online. Don't you think that some of Lu Fan's living habits are very similar to those of our country? Maybe he is actually a Korean, but was adopted by China. Lu Fan's amazing inventions and outstanding ability to deal with disasters are all the result of our strong Korean genes. That's right, contestant Lu Fan looks exactly like us Koreans. They both have one nose and two eyes. They are exactly the same. This statement was like a bombshell dropped into a calm lake, instantly causing a huge wave on the internet. Chinese audiences were immediately furious when they saw such absurd remarks. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Lu Fan is obviously a genuine Chinese. How come he is from your country? The heat has damaged their brains, and they've started talking nonsense, trying to take all the blame on themselves. Before, they were scolding each other, and now they are trying to steal our players. This is really outrageous. Chinese audiences have started to fight back in the comment section, with sharp comments like daggers firing at those ridiculous remarks like dense bullets. The next morning, Lu Fan was dragged awake by the scorching heat. In this horrible weather, the sun hasn't even risen yet, but the air is already filled with a suffocating heat, as if even the breath is filled with scorching heat. Lu Fan opened his eyes drowsily, yawned, stretched, and walked outside. He looked around and found that the animals had woken up and were drinking water leisurely. However, there was no sign of Dahae in the doghouse. Big Black. Lu Fan yelled at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing in the silent camp, but the only response he got was deathly silence. He instantly became more sober, his eyes full of confusion, and he began to look around, wondering in his heart, where on earth did this big black man go? Lu Fan stood up, stretched his muscles which were a little stiff from sleeping, and looked around vigilantly. I saw a familiar series of large footprints on the ground outside the tent, extending towards the direction of the reservoir. This guy must have gone to drink some water. Lu Fan muttered to himself as he quickly put on his shoes. Then I'll go get some water, too. Lu Fan picked up the bamboo tube while yawning. Dahae is fighting with the cheetah? Lu Fan woke up instantly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He quickly picked up his weapon and hurriedly said hello to Enlon, who had just woken up. Enlon, I'm going to go out and take a look. You stay in the shelter and don't go out casually. Enlon, who had just walked out of the room, looked confused. Before he had time to ask what was going on, he saw Lu Fan's back rushing out like an arrow. He chased in the direction of the footprints desperately, and not long after he ran, he heard the sound of fierce fighting and low roars. Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat, his pace quickened involuntarily. When he arrived at the reservoir, the scene before him made him gasp. Dahae was in a fierce confrontation with a cheetah. Both sides were injured, and the scene was tragic. There were several deep claw marks on the cheetah's originally beautiful fur, and blood oozed out, staining its stripes red. Dahae's condition was not optimistic either. His ears were bitten, his body was scratched in several places, his hair was messy, and he looked in a miserable state. It turned out that Dahae ran to the reservoir to drink water, as usual. Just after taking a few sips, he saw the cheetah also coming to drink water. This reservoir is the source of life for the animals in the shelter. In this drought-prone environment, water is the fundamental guarantee for survival. The cheetah's behavior undoubtedly broke the rules of the underworld. The two animals started fighting for water without saying a word. When Lu Fan saw this thrilling scene, he was extremely anxious and his heart seemed to jump out of his throat. He quickly bent his bow and aimed the arrow at the cheetah. But the cheetah and Dahae were fighting each other, and he was afraid of hurting Dahae by mistake. Lu Fan held his weapon tightly and approached the two fighting parties carefully, shouting as he approached, "Dahae, here I come." When Dahae heard Lu Fan's voice, he suddenly became spirited. Taking advantage of the moment when the cheetah was distracted, he pounced on it like an arrow and bit the cheetah's hind leg hard. The cheetah felt the pain and let out a sharp roar. It struggled desperately and scratched Dahae's body wildly with its sharp claws. Lu Fan ran closer and saw that Dahae and Lai Bao were both bloodthirsty. He knew that he should not rush forward rashly. He suddenly remembered that he had an affinity for animals and might be able to calm the cheetah down. So he slowly loosened the bowstring, slowly approached the cheetah step by step, and made soft sounds with his mouth, trying to soothe it. "Hey, little guy, don't get excited, calm down," Lu Fan said softly, forcing a gentle smile on his face. He stared closely into the cheetah's eyes, trying to release all his kindness. However, the cheetah had already been blinded by rage and ignored Lu Fan's attempts to comfort it. It turned its head and stared at Lu Fan viciously, growling deeply. Its eyes seemed to say, "Don't come over here, or I'll take care of you too." Lu Fan stopped helplessly. He knew that it was impossible to calm the cheetah down by relying on animal affinity. "It seems that we have to find another way." He pulled the bowstring to its full length, stared at the cheetah, looking for the best opportunity, his brain working rapidly as he pondered a countermeasure. This cheetah has a strong body and agile movements, and its fighting ability should not be underestimated. Although Dahe is brave, there is still a certain gap between him and the cheetah. If the fight continues for a long time, he will definitely suffer. We have to think of a way to save Dahe without hurting the cheetah. Lu Fan thought anxiously in his heart. Suddenly, he had an idea. He crouched down, carefully went around behind the cheetah, and found a secluded place to hide. Then he picked up a stone and threw it at the side of the cheetah with all his strength. With a pop sound, the stone hit the stone next to it and shattered directly, making a crisp sound. When the cheetah heard the sound, it thought an enemy was attacking it from the side, and immediately jumped up and turned around like a spring. Just as it jumped up, Lu Fan seized the opportunity and rushed out from his hiding place like a tiger emerging from the mountains, and quickly shot an arrow from the bow in his hand. With a whoosh, the arrow flew out with terrifying force. But as a top predator, the cheetah is top-notch in both speed and reaction. At the critical moment, the cheetah unexpectedly twisted its body in the air. The arrow that was supposed to hit its head hit its ear instead and pierced through it directly. Blood dripped from its head onto the ground. The cheetah felt pain and fell heavily to the ground. The cheetah stood firm, turned its head angrily, and pounced towards Lu Fan and Dahe again viciously. Almost in the blink of an eye, the cheetah was right in front of him, and Lu Fan could even clearly smell the disgusting fishy odor from its mouth. "Lie down." The moment Lu Fan heard the prompt sound, he lay back without hesitation, and the cheetah flew over his head with a gust of wind. Due to inertia, the cheetah rushed forward a long distance. However, relying on its strong physical fitness, it twisted its body in an instant and once again faced off against Lu Fan and Dahe. The two sides were in a stalemate. The air was filled with suffocating tension, and the hot wind seemed to be frightened by the tense atmosphere and dared not flow. Chapter 111 Fighting Cheetah. In the live broadcast room, the scene of Lu Fan confronting Cheetah made the Chinese audience's hearts hang in their throats, as if they were tightly grasped by an invisible hand. The barrage of comments rolled like a surging tide, and the screen was full of worry and concern for Lu Fan. "Lu Fan, be careful, this cheetah is too ferocious." Dahe was also injured. "I hope they are all safe." At this time, Zhao Hangjun and Wang Tao were sitting in the live broadcast monitoring room. Their faces were serious, their brows were twisted into knots, and their eyes were full of worry. However, just when the Chinese audience was anxious, some discordant voices came from the audience in the Sakura country and the beautiful country. Like sharks smelling blood, they rushed into the live broadcast room impatiently and began to utter vicious curses. This Chinese guy should just be killed by a cheetah, instead of being in the spotlight. That's right, it would be best if the cheetahs tore both him and the dog into pieces. It's annoying just to watch. These malicious comments instantly ignited the anger of the Chinese audience, and they immediately started counterattack mode. "Why are you guys so vicious? Did Lu Fan provoke you? No one in your own country has the ability, but you are jealous of others. How shameless." For a moment, the barrage battlefield in the live broadcast room was filled with smoke. The two sides fought back and forth, neither giving in. The sound of keyboard tapping seemed to turn into the roar of gunfire on the battlefield. In the picture, the confrontation between Lu Fan, Dahe, and Lai Bao continues. The two sides were in a stalemate, and the air was filled with suffocating tension. A low roar came from Dahe's throat, and its hair stood up like steel needles because of anger and tension. The wounds on his body were still bleeding. The bright red blood dripped onto the dry ground and was instantly absorbed, leaving only small dark red dots, like sad eyes growing out of the earth. The cheetah's condition was not optimistic either. Its ears were still bleeding. Blood was flowing down its agile body, leaving shocking bloodstains on its beautiful fur. Its eyes were burning with anger as it stared at Lu Fan and Dahe. Its eyes seemed to be declaring it would never retreat in this battle and would fight to the death. Dahe was the first one who couldn't hold back. He roared wildly, and the roar shook the air around him slightly. He rushed towards the cheetah like an arrow. The cheetah was not to be outdone. It let out a sharp roar and pounced towards Dahe. The two beasts wrestled with each other again. Their roars and the friction of their claws and fur intertwined together, forming a horrific symphony of death that was terrifying. Relying on his strong physique, Dahei tried again and again to suppress the cheetah. However, the cheetah's movements were so agile that it could always cleverly avoid Dahei's attacks, and then take the opportunity to counterattack. Each attack was deadly. Lu Fan remained calm, quickly drew his bow and arrow, staring closely at the two fighting parties, his eyes revealing firmness and determination, looking for the best opportunity. Just as the cheetah jumped high and was about to deal a fatal blow to Dahei, Lu Fan decisively let go, and with a whoosh, the arrow shot towards the cheetah like lightning. The cheetah sensed the danger and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The arrow flew past its body, and the powerful impact left a shallow blood mark on its body. This arrow successfully forced the cheetah back. Before the cheetah could recover, another arrow flew from a distance. It turned out that after hearing the fierce fighting and Lu Fan shouting, Anlan became worried and rushed over. She saw Lu Fan and Dahei confronting the cheetah and joined the fight without hesitation. After shooting an arrow, she quickly ran to Lu Fan, with the bow and arrow in her hand ready to shoot again. The cheetah was enraged by the sudden attack. It gave up fighting with Dahei and turned to pounce on Anlan. The cheetah was extremely fast and arrived in front of Anlan in the blink of an eye. It jumped high and opened its bloody mouth. Its sharp fangs flashed coldly in the sunlight, aiming directly at Anlan's neck. At this critical moment, Lu Fan felt like his heart was about to stop. He didn't have time to think and ran towards the cheetah with all his might. At this moment, all the muscles in his body were tense, and every muscle seemed to be injected with endless power, like a madly operating machine. At the moment when the cheetah was about to pounce on Anlan, he jumped high, used all his strength to kick the cheetah hard. The kick was so powerful that the cheetah's huge body was kicked away. After drawing an arc in the air, it fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The cheetah struggled to stand up, but found that his body was somewhat out of control. There was a hint of fear and confusion in its eyes, and it was obviously a little dazed by Lu Fan's kick. Lu Fan took the opportunity to run to Anlan, protected her behind him, and looked at the cheetah vigilantly. Dahei also ran over and stood beside Lu Fan, still making a low roar in his throat, ready to fight again at any time. Anlan's face was a little pale, but she still pretended to be calm and said, "I'm fine, thanks to you." Lu Fan looked at Anlan, breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a hint of blame in his voice, "Why did you run out? Didn't I tell you to stay in the shelter? It's too dangerous here." Anlan said stubbornly, "I was worried that something might happen to you, so I rushed over." As they were talking, the cheetah finally recovered. It slowly stood up and staggered towards them. Although it looked a little weak, its eyes were still full of hostility, a ferocity that would not stop until it achieved its goal. But at this moment, Dahei's physical strength was running out, and his limbs couldn't help shaking. Every tremor seemed to be declaring his powerlessness to fate. It was panting madly, and every breath seemed like it was struggling to squeeze air out of its lungs. But its eyes were still fixed on the cheetah, revealing tenacity and indomitable spirit. Upon seeing this, foreign viewers in the live broadcast room began to post comments frantically. "Ha, that dog has no strength left. Lu Fan is dead. Before, you were just showing off your power with a dog, and you even killed a warrior from our Sakura country. Now let's see what you can do. This time, I want to see what other tricks China has." "Foreign dog, shut up. Just wait and see. Our master Lu Fan will definitely turn the tide." Outside this chaotic battlefield of barrage, the situation in reality is becoming increasingly tense. Dahei's physical strength had been severely overdrawn, his limbs trembled uncontrollably, and every breath seemed like he was struggling to squeeze air out of his lungs. But it still held on, staring at the cheetah with firm eyes and never retreating a single step. Its persistence seemed to be defending its last bit of dignity. The cheetah seemed to sense Dahei's weakness and suddenly let out a low roar, which was filled with endless greed and ferocity. It rushed forward, aiming directly at Dahei. Seeing this, Lu Fan's heart tightened and he rushed towards Dahei without hesitation, holding the weapon tightly in his hand, his joints turning white from the force, ready to give the cheetah a fatal blow at any time. However, all this was within Cheetah's calculations, just as Lu Fan was about to approach. The cheetah suddenly made a sharp turn, and the momentum that was originally pouncing on Dahei instantly turned to Lu Fan. The speed was so fast that people had no time to react, as if a black lightning flashed by. Lu Fan was caught off guard by this sudden change and had no time to dodge. The cheetah's sharp claws flashed a cold light in the air and directly grabbed Lu Fan's arm. In an instant, blood gushed out and a long wound appeared on his arm. The piercing pain made Lu Fan frown tightly, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. "Lu Fan, and Lan was frightened by this scene and screamed out, his voice filled with fear and worry. Chapter 112, The Attack of the Terrifying Ape. In the live broadcast room, when the Chinese audience saw Lu Fan's arm being scratched by the cheetah, they all cried out in surprise at the same time, their hearts in their throats, and the tense atmosphere seemed to ignite the air. Haha, Lu Fan is finished now. Foreign audiences cheered with glee like vultures smelling blood, and their shrill laughter seemed to penetrate the screen. However, they all seriously underestimated Lu Fan. This sudden injury not only did not make Lu Fan feel like giving up, but instead was like a fire that completely ignited the anger deep in his heart. His eyes instantly became as ferocious as a wolf's, the adrenaline in his body surged sharply, and every nerve was burned by the flames of anger. At this moment, Lu Fan had only one unshakable thought in his mind, to kill this beast. After the cheetah succeeded in its attack, it did not give Lu Fan a chance to breathe. It bared its fangs and claws, and pounced on him again like black lightning, bringing up a whistling wind. Lu Fan took a deep breath and endured the piercing pain in his arm. Instead of retreating, he rushed towards the cheetah without hesitation. At the moment the cheetah pounced, he used his amazing reaction speed and agility to move sideways and cleverly avoid the fatal attack. At the same time, he stretched out his hand at lightning speed, and with amazing speed and strength, he accurately grabbed the cheetah's neck. The cheetah obviously did not expect Lu Fan to have such a bold and fierce counterattack. It struggled frantically, waving its sharp claws in the air, drawing streaks of cold light, trying to break free from Lu Fan's iron control. But in midair, without any fulcrum, it was like a fish out of water, struggling continuously. Lu Fan clenched his teeth, the muscles on his face were tense due to the force, and the muscles on his arms bulged high, like hard steel. His hands were like a pair of pliers, tightly locking the cheetah's neck, making it gradually unable to breathe. Your mother?" Lu Fan roared, his voice full of anger and determination. The roar seemed to be able to shake the sky, venting the raging anger in his heart. During the stalemate with the cheetah, Lu Fan freed his other hand and pulled out the dagger from his waist as quickly as possible. At this moment, there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, there was endless murderous intent, as if he had turned into the god of death from hell. He stabbed the cheetah with the dagger without hesitation, one strike after another. Each strike was filled with anger and all his strength, and each one was fatal. The cheetah's struggle gradually weakened, and fear began to appear in its eyes, the fear of death. But Lu Fan showed no mercy. He seemed to be caught in a frenzy of fighting, constantly waving the dagger. Blood splattered all over his body like a fountain, dyeing his clothes a shocking dark red. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned by this scene. The Chinese audience's originally extremely nervous mood was instantly replaced by excitement and pride. "Lu Fan, good job. That's awesome. This is our hero. It made my blood boil, so I kicked my eldest brother away and plowed 10 acres of land. The best place for you to till the ground upstairs is the ground. Am I the only one who noticed that Master Lu Fan just used a bad word?" Foreign audiences were completely shocked by Lu Fan's ferocity and strength. For a moment, the mocking and cursing comments in the live broadcast room disappeared without a trace like the receding tide. Instead, there was a dead silence, as if everyone was conquered by Lu Fan's bravery and dared not make any sound. As Lu Fan's last knife fell, the cheetah's body finally collapsed like a puddle of mud, fell heavily to the ground, and there was no movement anymore. Lu Fan let go of his hand, gasping for breath, his arm still bleeding. His body was covered in sweat and blood, and he looked exhausted, but his eyes were shining with a light of victory, which was the pride and glory after defeating a powerful enemy. Dahe staggered over, rubbed Lu Fan's leg affectionately with his head, and let out a weak cry, as if expressing his concern for his master and his gratitude for surviving the disaster. Lan also ran over and looked at Lu Fan's injured arm. Her eyes were full of heartache and her eyes were slightly red. "How are you? Are you seriously injured?" "It's okay. I could have passed the level without any damage, but I underestimated its cunning," Lu Fan said casually, but in fact he was regretting his carelessness in his heart. Lan looked at the cheetah's body with lingering fear, his voice still trembling. "What should we do with this body?" Lu Fan looked at it, thought for a while, and said solemnly, "Let Dahe eat it. Otherwise it will be a risk to our country if we return it. Just imagine, 10,000 leopards, it will be difficult for the country to handle it." Back in the shelter, the scorching sun shone through the gaps between the mottled leaves, shining on the exhausted 2 people and 1 dog. Lan helped Lu Fan sit down slowly, his eyes full of heartache and anxiety. She quickly turned around and dug out the herbs she had carefully collected earlier. These herbs, carefully dried and preserved by her, emit a faint fragrance and now become the light of hope to heal pain. Lan first came to Dahe. In order to protect everyone, this loyal companion had scars all over his body, and each wound was shocking. She gently stroked Dahe's head, trying to soothe its tired mood. Dahe lay on the ground obediently, his eyes revealing his trust and dependence on his master. Lan picked up the herbs and crushed them carefully. The juice of the herbs slowly seeped out in her hands, exuding a unique scent. She carefully applied the herbs to Dahe's wound, and every movement was gentle and focused for fear of hurting this brave partner. Dahe occasionally let out a few low whimpers, as if he was telling about the hardships of the battle, or as if he was thanking Anlin for his care. After treating Dahe's wound, Anlan quickly came to Lu Fan. She gently unbuttoned the sheepskin shirt on Lu Fan's arm, which was already sticky with blood. The wound was shocking, and the bloodstains seemed to tell the story of the thrilling battle that had just taken place. Anlan's hands were trembling slightly, his eyes were full of pity, and tears of heartache were welling up in his eyes. She first carefully cleaned the blood around the wound with clean water. Every time she wiped, Lu Fan couldn't help but frown, but he still endured the pain without making any sound, showing amazing perseverance. After cleaning, Anlan applied the crushed herbs evenly on the wound. The coolness of the herbs instantly relieved the burning sensation of the wound, and Lu Fan's brows gradually relaxed. Then, she took out a clean tissue and carefully bandaged Lu Fan's wound, round and round, with skilled and gentle movements. Each knot was tied extremely tightly, as if weaving a sense of peace of mind. During the bandaging process, Lu Fan looked at Anlan's focused expression, and a warm current surged in his heart. He said softly, "Anlan, this time thanks to you. If you hadn't arrived in time, I don't know what would have happened." Anlan raised her head and looked at Lu Fan, her eyes full of determination and a hint of reproach in her tone. "What are you talking about? We are a team, and of course we have to face danger together. Don't try so hard anymore. I'm really worried about you. I'm scared just thinking about the scene just now." As he spoke, Anlan patted his chest, still feeling frightened. Lu Fan nodded slightly, with a hint of smile on his face. "Don't worry, I will be careful next time. But I really didn't expect that guy to make a feint to the east and attack in the west." Anlan patted Lu Fan's head gently and said angrily, "Don't you think about it? I don't know how many battles I have experienced in the wilderness. How can it be so simple?" At this time, the heat in the live broadcast room remains unabated. Chinese audiences express their concern and praise for Lu Fan and Anlan in the barrage. Lu Fan is so amazing. He was able to turn defeat into victory even against such a ferocious cheetah. Anlan is also great. Not only did he bravely come to support us, he also treated our wounds. He is so thoughtful. Foreign audiences were mostly silent, and the previous ridicule and curses seemed to be blown away by the wind. Occasionally, there were a few comments expressing amazement at Lu Fan's strength. The fighting power of this Chinese is too terrifying. It seems that we really can't underestimate it. After treating the wounds, Lu Fan and Anlan sat in the shelter, recalling the battle just now, with a lot of emotion in their hearts. Lu Fan knew that although this victory was hard-won, it also made him realize more clearly that in this dangerous world, any negligence could lead to fatal consequences. Chapter 113, Survival in the Brutal Wilderness. At noon, the scorching sun poured down unreservedly, giving the entire shelter a dazzling golden glow. Anlan was busy in the simple stove area, skillfully flipping and frying pork chops by the fire. This pork chop was carefully marinated and preserved by Lu Fan after it was caught. Later, when ice became available, it was properly placed in the ice to preserve it, so it is still very fresh now. At this moment, the pork gradually turns golden and crispy in the sizzling oil pan, and the tempting aroma spreads instantly. The unique aroma of pork and the refreshing taste of the cold kelp shreds served next to it intertwined with each other, making the exhausted Lu Fan and Dahe swallow their saliva. "It smells so good, teacherin. Your cooking skills are getting better and better." Lu Fan sat aside, watching Anlan's busy figure, and exclaimed sincerely. Although the wound on his arm still hurt a little, the warm scene and familiar fragrance made him forget the pain temporarily. Anlan smiled and looked back at him, saying, "You're just a sweet talker. Hurry up and sit down. It'll be ready soon." After a while, she came over with a steaming plate of food and carefully placed the pork chops and cold kelp shreds on the simple stone table in front of Lu Fan. "You are injured, so let me feed you," Anlan said, picking up a piece of pork chop and handing it to Lu Fan's mouth. Lu Fan felt a little embarrassed, but looking at Anlan's concerned eyes, he opened his mouth obediently. While eating, Lu Fan suddenly reached out and took a grate to eat. The atmosphere became quiet for a moment, and then both of them reacted at the same time. "Wait, my left hand is injured," Lu Fan said with a helpless smile. Anlan's face instantly turned red, and she smiled awkwardly. "Oh, I forgot when I got nervous." As she spoke, she couldn't help laughing out loud. Lu Fan also laughed out loud, and the whole shelter was filled with joyful laughter. The tense atmosphere during the previous battle with the cheetah was swept away. "Forget it. Now that I've fed her, let's continue. I'll also enjoy this special treatment," Lu Fan said half-jokingly. Anlan rolled her eyes at him but continued to feed Lu Fan patiently. The two of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was particularly harmonious. "This pork chop would be perfect if some pepper was sprinkled on it," Lu Fan said with satisfaction while chewing the pork chop. Wait until we find more supplies. Not only pepper, but we'll give you all the seasonings. And Lan responded with a smile. At the same time, after recovering some strength, Dahe staggered towards the cheetah's corpse. It came to the cheetah's body and circled it a few times, as if to confirm that this former opponent no longer posed any threat. Then it lowered its head and began to eat with relish. For Dahe, cheetah meat is not only a sumptuous meal, but also an excellent source of energy to replenish his physical strength. The big black wolf ate voraciously, letting out satisfied growls from time to time, and the hair on his body trembled as he ate. In a short while, it had eaten up most of the cheetah's body. In the live broadcast room, the audience saw this interesting scene, and the barrage of comments started rolling wildly again. Haha, and Lan's action is so cute. She actually forgot that Lu Fan's injury was on his left hand. Dahe is eating so deliciously. It looks like this battle really tired him out. Lu Fan is getting a blessing in disguise. He is getting to enjoy the feeding service. The teasing and joy of the Chinese audience filled the entire live broadcast room, while the foreign audience remained mostly silent. Occasionally, there would be a few comments expressing admiration for the Chinese team's optimistic spirit. It's incredible that the Chinese can still be so relaxed and happy after going through such a dangerous battle. The bond between them seems so strong. This is friendship. After dinner, Lu Fan and Lan sat in the shade of the trees outside the shelter to rest. The sunlight shone on them through the gaps in the leaves, forming golden spots. After a while, Dahe, who had finished his meal, ran back with a cheetah skin in his mouth. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Leopard skin 10,000 I. In the past, Lu Fan always deliberately preserved the skin of his prey, so Dahe also remembered this and brought back the cheetah skin. Dahe placed the cheetah skin in front of Lu Fan, sat down and stuck out his tongue, as if to take credit from Lu Fan. Lu Fan stroked Dahe's head and praised with a smile. Well done, you have done a great job this time. Hearing Lu Fan's praise, Dahe's tail wagged so hard that it almost flew up, making him look like a silly dog. But Lu Fan didn't dare to underestimate it. It was once the Wolf King and the strongest of the tribe. Moreover, Dahe had previously bitten Umekawa Nika to death and had tasted human blood. This time he fought with a cheetah and ate its meat. In this situation, Dahe's ferocity was greatly enhanced. Under normal circumstances, wolves generally feed on herbivores and rarely eat the flesh and blood of superior predators. Just as Lu Fan and Lan were enjoying this moment of peace and warmth, an announcement from the Wilderness Survival Live broadcast platform suddenly popped up, instantly breaking their comfort. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Elephant Buddha player Tali fell off a cliff and died due to ruptured internal organs. Elephant Buddha player Tali triggers 10,000 times rebate. 10,000 people in the Elephant Buddha Kingdom will randomly have their internal organs ruptured. Watchmaker Cardaro died of poisoning after being bitten by a venomous snake. Watch Country player Cardalo triggers 10,000 times rebate. 10,000 poisonous snakes will descend upon the Watch Kingdom. The atmosphere in the entire live broadcast room suddenly froze, and the audience's attention was attracted by this sudden news, followed by an uproar. As the news spread, videos of the scenes of their deaths quickly circulated on the internet. The release of these videos allows viewers to more intuitively feel the cruelty and ruthlessness of survival in the wilderness. In the video, Tali is climbing up a steep hillside with difficulty, her eyes full of desire for water. However, a loose stone under her feet became the end of her life. Her body lost balance and fell rapidly, eventually disappearing below the cliff, leaving only the empty valley echoing with her desperate cries. The scene in Cardalo was even more horrifying, as a venomous snake hidden in the bushes suddenly jumped out and bit his ankle fiercely. He struggled in fear, trying to drive the poisonous snake away, but to no avail. The venom spread rapidly, his body gradually lost control, and he eventually fell to the ground, twitching in pain until the last moment of his life. In the live broadcast room, viewers expressed their opinions one after another. It's such a shame, Tully is still so young. Her journey to survival has just begun. I quite liked her. Such a beautiful woman, she died just like that. Sigh. Don't the people above know that Tully is actually a man? It looks like a Buddhist characteristic. Damn, that's even more of a pity. Kadoro is so unlucky to be bitten by a poisonous snake. The dangers in the wilderness are really hard to guard against. 10,000 poisonous snakes descended upon us. Just thinking about this scene gives me goosebumps. Chapter 114 White Snake Blessings. The spread of these videos made the atmosphere in the live broadcast room extremely heavy. Audiences mourned the passing of the two contestants, while also expressing concern for the safety of the contestants they supported. The Chinese audience focused their attention on Lu Fan and Lan. They kept leaving messages in the barrage, reminding the two to be careful and pay attention to safety. Lu Fan and Lan, you must be careful. There are dangers everywhere in the wilderness. After seeing what happened to Tally and Kadoro, I'm really worried about them. They must protect themselves. Don't worry, with Master Lu Fan here, we are not afraid of any danger. Seeing the announcement of another contestant's death, Lu Fan also sighed. And Lon also felt sad. In fact, many people do not have the ability to survive in the wilderness, but they were chosen and have to work hard for the country. Lu Fan saw in Lan's emotions and comforted her. Don't worry, I'm here. In the afternoon, the scorching sun was still high in the sky, baking the earth hot. After experiencing a thrilling battle with cheetahs in the morning, Lu Fan and Lon were exhausted both physically and mentally and decided to relax in the shelter. They found 2 clay basins, filled them with clean water from a nearby stream, and soaked their feet in them. Suddenly, a cool feeling spread from the soles of my feet to my whole body, and my fatigue seemed to dissipate a lot. This foot bath is so comfortable. I feel like I'm alive again. Lu Fan leaned comfortably against the tree trunk behind him, closed his eyes, and enjoyed this rare leisure time. Lon smiled and rolled her eyes at him. You are the only one who knows how to enjoy yourself. But the water is icy cold. I do feel much more relaxed after soaking my feet. Afterwards, Lon took out the honeysuckle and honey she had collected earlier and skillfully brewed 2 cups of herbal tea. The golden honey slowly blends into the clear tea, blending with the elegant aroma of honeysuckle, exuding an attractive sweet fragrance. Come, try my special honeysuckle honey tea. It can clear away heat and relieve summer heat. It's perfect to drink now. Lon handed a cup of herbal tea to Lu Fan. This one has a lot of honey added to it. Lu Fan took the teacup and took a sip. The tea tasted sweet, with the unique freshness of honeysuckle and the sweetness of honey, which instantly dispelled the heat in his mouth. How sweet. The 2 of them soaked their feet, drank herbal tea, talked and laughed, and enjoyed this moment of tranquility and comfort. However, this tranquility did not last long. Suddenly, Lon felt something sliding past her feet. She subconsciously looked down and saw a huge snow-white snake slowly crawling into the shelter. The snake was as thick as an adult's arm, and its scales shone with a warm luster under the sunlight. A pair of black bean-like eyes looked at everything around curiously. Ah! Lon screamed in horror and jumped up from her chair. She raised her feet in panic, trying to get away from the uninvited guest. When Lu Fan heard Lan scream, he suddenly opened his eyes, followed her gaze, and was also frightened by the white snake in front of him. He stood up quickly, picked up a wooden stick beside him, and stood in front of Lon vigilantly, ready to deal with any possible attack from the white snake at any time. White snake has no ill intentions. Seeing this prompt sound, Lu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He protected Lon behind him. Don't be afraid, I'm here. After the white snake slowly crawled into the shelter, it did not attack the 2 people, but crawled straight towards the basin of water placed aside. It stuck its head into the water and drank it in big gulps. After drinking, it laid down comfortably beside the basin, as if it regarded this place as its summer resort. What's going on with the snake? Lon looked at the white snake in front of him with a trembling voice. Although Lu Fan felt relieved, he did not put down the wooden stick in his hand. You must be thirsty, so you come here to get some water. Lu Fan continued to comfort her. The 2 of them stared at the white snake cautiously, not daring to breathe. After a while, the white snake seemed to have rested enough. It raised its head, glanced at the 2 of them, and then slowly crawled out of the shelter. Not until the white snake's figure completely disappeared from sight did Lon let out a long sigh of relief and sat down on the chair. I was so scared, I thought it was going to attack us. Lu Fan also put down the wooden stick in his hand and sat down again. I remember this year as the year of the snake. I guess this is a blessing sent by God to us. Lon rolled her eyes at Lu Fan with lingering fear, wrong logic. Suddenly she remembered something and asked, why is this white snake white? I have never seen a white snake before. Lu Fan thought for a moment and said, this may be a phenomenon of albinism. In nature, some animals lack melanin in their bodies due to gene mutations, making their bodies appear white or other light colors. This albinism phenomenon is also common among snakes, but most albino snakes have difficulty surviving in the wild because their body color is too conspicuous, so we rarely see them. So that's how it is. It seems this white snake is quite special. Lon couldn't help but feel a little curious about the white snake just now. The 2 sat back in their chairs and continued to enjoy their foot-soaking time. Having said that, survival in the wilderness is indeed full of surprises and dangers. I just had a big fight with the cheetah in the morning, and I encountered a white snake in the afternoon. I don't know what I will encounter tomorrow, Lu Fan said with emotion. Lon sighed softly. Yes, in the face of nature, we are all too insignificant. As the 2 were talking, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room began to scroll wildly again. Haha, that scene just now is so funny. Lan's scream almost deafened me. That white snake is so beautiful. It would be nice if I could have one as a pet. Come on upstairs, please stop it. This is a snake in the wilderness. What if it's poisonous? Master Lu Fan's mental strength is too strong. He can remain calm even when encountering a white snake. Is there a possibility that Lu Fan was also shocked? The audience's jokes and discussions made the atmosphere in the live broadcast room lively. At dinner time, Dahe, who had gone out for a play, ran back to the shelter happily like a triumphant warrior, holding a fat wild duck in his mouth. It put the wild duck at Lu Fan's feet, then wagged its tail, stuck out its tongue, and looked at Lu Fan with bright eyes, as if waiting for its owner's praise. Dahe, you are really our lucky star. Enlon smiled and touched Dahe's head. Dahe was praised and wagged his tail even more happily, almost knocking over the water basin next to him. Lu Fan took the wild duck that was not yet dead, and said with a smile, "So, I said that the white snake came to send blessings, and look, it's here." Chapter 115. The Duck That Pretends to Be Dead. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy wild duck 10,000 Looking at the fat wild duck in front of him, Lu Fan was just about to think about what to do with it. Then Lu Fan went to the storage room to see if there were any good side dishes. My eyes inadvertently swept to the corner of the storage room, where 2 bamboo shoots were lying quietly. Lu Fan's eyes lit up, and a pot of delicious and fragrant bamboo shoot and duck soup instantly appeared in his mind. Enlon, we are in for a treat tonight. Let's have the bamboo shoot and duck soup. When Enlon heard this, his eyes lit up. Wow, it's great. I haven't had such delicious soup in a long time, but it takes some effort to prepare the wild duck. Lu Fan rolled up his sleeves and got down to work, ready to show his skills. He first carefully examined the wild duck and found that its feathers were shiny and its meat was firm. It was obvious that it had grown up in the wild eating natural food and must be extremely delicious. Enlon, please help me deal with the feathers of this wild duck. I'll go and clean up the bamboo shoots. As Lu Fan spoke, he chopped off the duck's head and handed it to Enlon. Enlon looked at the wild duck in his hand and felt a little worried. This wild duck's feathers are really hard to pluck. She grabbed a feather and pulled it hard, but the feather seemed to have taken root in the duck's body and refused to come down. Enlon was not convinced and increased her strength. As a result, the wild duck broke free from her hands with a puff and almost fell into the fire next to her. Seeing this, Lu Fan smiled and said, "You can pluck the hairs easily by scalding them with hot water." Enlon also reacted, put the duck in a basin, and poured hot water into it. As a result, the headless duck jumped out of the basin the moment it was scalded by the hot water, flapping its wings and running around. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh. Enlon was frightened and ran away instantly. Lu Fan, who was washing bamboo shoots, also noticed this scene. He quickly stepped forward and kicked the duck, sending it flying out. Even after being kicked, the duck still flapped its wings stubbornly, even though it had no head. Enlon stood nearby with a horrified look on his face. This duck is resurrecting from the dead. Lu Fan also laughed when he heard it. What's the point of pretending to be dead? It's just that the physiological reaction has not yet ended. Don't be afraid. After hearing this, Enlon patted his chest with lingering fear. It's so scary, it jumped up all of a sudden. Live broadcast room. Damn it. I was so focused on watching it that I almost died of fright. This duck has such strong vitality. Ha ha ha. Poor Enlon. First he was scared by a snake, and then he was scared by a duck. With that kick just now, Master Lu Fan can be included in the national football team. Wang Tao also smiled. Teacher Zhao, can you explain to us why this duck came back to life after dying? Zhao Haijun pushed up his glasses and started to explain. Actually, there is no such thing as a dead body. The nervous system of a duck is composed of the central nervous system, the brain and the spinal cord, and the peripheral nervous system. When the head is cut off, although the connection between the brain, the control center, and the body is severed, the duck's spinal cord and some peripheral nerves can still maintain a certain degree of activity for a short period of time. So after being scalded by hot water, a reaction occurred, just like the human body's knee-jerk reflex. Being scared like this, Lu Fan didn't dare to let Enlon handle the duck anymore. I'll take care of the duck, and you help me with the bamboo shoots. Then, Lu Fan simply pressed the hot water on the duck without caring whether it moved or not. The duck flapped its wings a few times and then became motionless. Then Lu Fan plucked all the duck feathers cleanly and neatly. On the other side, Enlon was washing bamboo shoots carefully. She first used a knife to peel off the skin of the bamboo shoots, revealing the tender flesh inside, and then rinsed them with clean water. Looking at the white bamboo shoots in his hand, Enlon couldn't help swallowing his saliva. These bamboo shoots are so fresh just by looking at them. The duck feathers were almost processed, and Lu Fan picked up the duck and roasted it quickly over the fire a few times. Those tiny, hard-to-remove feathers were burned clean in an instant. Wow, Lu Fan, you were so awesome. Enlon looked at Lu Fan, who easily solved the feather problem, his eyes full of admiration. After preparing the wild duck and bamboo shoots, Lu Fan began to prepare the soup. He found the simple clay pot he had made earlier, placed it on the fire pit, and poured in clean water from the stream. After the water boiled, he put the chopped duck meat and bamboo shoots into the pot. Add some spices collected from the wild, such as bay leaves, cinnamon, etc. Although these spices are simple, they can add a unique flavor to the soup. As the water in the pot boiled again, a rich aroma gradually spread. Enlon took a deep breath and said intoxicatedly, "Wow, it smells so good. Classmate Lu Fan's cooking skills are pretty good." Don't be impatient. This soup needs to be stewed slowly to bring out the flavors of the duck meat and bamboo shoots. Lu Fan patiently stirred the soup in the pot, as if he was stirring a pot full of happiness. While waiting for the soup to be cooked, Da-hye also came over. He lay down beside the fire, staring straight into the pot. He licked his lips from time to time and made a woo-woo sound, as if urging Lu Fan to cook the soup quickly. Da-hye, don't be anxious. When the soup is ready, yours will definitely be included, Lu Fan said to Da-hye with a smile. Da-hye seemed to understand Lu Fan's words. He wagged his tail and lay quietly aside to continue waiting. In the live broadcast room, the audience saw this heartwarming scene and the barrage of comments began to scroll wildly again. Wow, bamboo shoot and duck soup looks so delicious. I'm drooling. I also had the same dish, bamboo shoot and duck soup instant noodles. Lu Fan and Enlon are living such a fulfilling life. They can even drink such delicious soup in the wilderness. It's just duck, but you act like everyone has tasted it before. The one upstairs, send me the address. You know, I have a sister. As time goes by, the soup in the pot becomes thicker and thicker, and the aroma becomes more and more intense. Finally, Lu Fan felt that the soup was ready and carefully took the clay pot off the fire. Come, try the bamboo shoot and duck soup I made. Lu Fan served Enlon a bowl of soup. The duck meat in the soup was tender and juicy, the bamboo shoots were crisp and delicious, and the soup was rich and fragrant, making people salivate at the sight. Enlon took the bowl, blew on it gently, and then took a sip of the soup. It's so delicious. As she spoke, she picked up another piece of duck meat and put it in her mouth. This duck meat is stewed just right. It melts in your mouth. Lu Fan also served himself a bowl of soup. After taking a sip, he said with satisfaction, "It's not easy to drink such a hot bowl of bamboo shoot and duck soup in this wilderness." Da-hye couldn't wait any longer. He kept scratching Lu Fan's legs with his claws and making anxious noises. Chapter 116, Taking a Bath. Okay, I'll give it to you. Lu Fan had a smile on his face. As he responded, he filled a bowl of soup for Da-hye and put some tender duck meat and crispy bamboo shoots in it. Da-hye had been staring at the food eagerly. As soon as he saw the food, he started to eat it voraciously. In a short while, the soup and meat in the bowl were completely finished by him. After eating, Da-hye licked the bowl with satisfaction, then lay on the ground and burped loudly. It seems that Da-hye likes to eat it too. Enlon looked at Da-hye's naive appearance and couldn't help but burst out laughing. In this warm and cheerful atmosphere, Lu Fan and Enlon finished this delicious dinner. After dinner, the sky was not completely dark yet. The sunset glow on the horizon looked like an overturned paint palette, dyeing the sky orange-red, as beautiful as a Monet oil painting. At this time, the sea breeze blew slowly, bringing a hint of coolness to the hot weather. Enlon stood up, gently patted the dust off his body, and suggested to Lu Fan with a smile, "Let's go for a walk on the beach, enjoy the sea breeze and help digest the food." Lu Fan readily agreed, and the two of them walked leisurely along the winding path towards the beach. Da-hye was also very excited. He followed them happily. Sometimes he ran to the front to explore the way, and sometimes he came back jumping and skipping. He seemed to be infected by the pleasant atmosphere and couldn't wait to go to the beach to play. When you arrive at the beach, the cool sea breeze carrying the unique salty and humid scent of the sea blows on your face, making you feel refreshed instantly. The waves gently hit the beach, making a pleasant, rustling sound, as if it was a beautiful music played by nature. Enlon closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and with a happy smile on his face, he exclaimed sincerely, "Wow, this feeling is so great. I really hope time can stay at this moment forever." Lu Fan looked at Enlon's intoxicated appearance, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised, and his eyes were full of tenderness. The two walked side by side, slowly moving along the coastline, leaving behind a series of footprints of varying depths. In the afterglow of the setting sun, these footprints were coated with a layer of gold, making them look particularly warm. As they were walking, Enlon suddenly stopped and pointed ahead excitedly. "Lu Fan, look, what is that?" Lu Fan looked in the direction of her finger and saw a huge sea turtle lying quietly on the beach, basking in the afterglow of the sunset. Its shell is large and round, covered with unique and mysterious patterns. It sparkles with an ancient luster under the sunlight, like a precious work of art. Lu Fan's heart suddenly moved. He walked forward quickly and observed the turtle carefully. When he saw the familiar lines on the turtle's shell, he said in surprise, "Enlon, this seems to be the turtle I rescued before." It turned out that Lu Fan had accidentally encountered a large sea turtle at the beach that had accidentally fallen over on the beach and was unable to move. He took some effort to help the turtle turn its body over and send it back to the sea. And Lon came over curiously, stared at the turtle and said, "Really? Does it still recognize you?" Lu Fan smiled and reached out to touch the turtle's head, as if he was greeting an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. "Prime Minister Turtle, do you still remember me?" The magical thing is that the turtle seemed to really recognize Lu Fan. It gently swung its limbs, raised its head slightly, and rubbed Lu Fan's hand affectionately. "It's amazing." And Lon exclaimed, "It really remembers you." Lu Fan smiled and took Lan's hand, saying, "Come, touch it, and get some blessings of longevity." And Lon stretched out his hand nervously and excitedly and gently touched the turtle's back shell. The turtle did not resist at all. Instead, it squinted its eyes comfortably, appearing to be enjoying it very much. At this moment, something even more magical happened. The turtle suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a large, round bead. This bead emits a soft and charming light under the reflection of the setting sun. If you look closely, you will find that there seems to be a blue light inside, bright and dazzling. "Wow, is this a gift for us?" And Lon covered his mouth in surprise, his eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Lu Fan also looked happy. He picked up the bead carefully, his heart filled with emotion and surprise. "It seems that it came to thank us." After the turtle completed its gift, it slowly crawled towards the sea. Although its movements are slow, they are full of power, as if expressing its deep attachment to the sea. Lu Fan and Lon stood on the beach, watching the turtle leave until its figure gradually disappeared into the vast ocean. Lu Fan took the bead and looked at it carefully. It was quite large. "This should be a pearl, right? It looks a bit like it, but why doesn't it trigger the rebate?" And Lon asked curiously. Lu Fan was stunned, then thought, "It's really strange. Is this thing no longer valuable outside? So there is no rebate?" Although he guessed this in his heart, Lu Fan still carefully put away the pearl. After all, it was a token of love from the sea turtle and a gift from the elder, so he must treasure it. Besides, all things have spirits, so maybe this pearl has some unknown wonders. For some mysterious things, it is better to believe in them than not to believe in them. After strolling along the beach for a while, night gradually fell and the sky was filled with stars. The two of them then took advantage of the starlight to rush back to the shelter. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling on them, stretching their shadows out long, outlining a peaceful and beautiful picture. Back at the shelter, the exhaustion of the day gradually set in. Lu Fan stretched his body and said to Lon, "I have gained a lot today, but I am really exhausted. I need to have a good rest." And Lon smiled and nodded in agreement, with joy and satisfaction from the walk still on her face. Before going to bed, Lu Fan, as usual, took a bucket to the spring to fetch water for a shower. The forest at night is quiet and mysterious. The moonlight shines through the gaps between the leaves and onto the ground, forming patches of mottled light and shadows. Lu Fan hummed a little tune and walked briskly towards the spring. The cool spring water poured on his body, making him shiver uncontrollably. Men are always quick at taking a bath. In just a few minutes, Lu Fan finished washing and put on his iconic sheepskin jersey. When he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of Lon. It's so hot today, she must want to take a bath, but she's probably too embarrassed to ask for it. Thinking of this, Lu Fan decided to get some water back for Lon. He acted quickly and soon filled several bamboo tubes with clear spring water. After returning to the shelter, Lu Fan put the water aside and said to Lon, "The water is back. You should take a bath too. You will sleep more comfortably at night." And Lon looked at the bucket of cool water, his eyes full of surprise and gratitude. After all, in this hot wilderness, being able to take a cool shower was the most pleasant thing. "Then you keep an eye on it for me, and I'll just do a simple cleanup in the room," Lon said shyly. Lu Fan nodded quickly and assured with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm outside and won't let anyone disturb you." After saying that, he walked to the door of the shelter and pretended to look around, as if he was patrolling for any potential threats around, looking like a responsible guard. And Lon looked at Lu Fan's funny look and couldn't help laughing. "Okay, stop talking nonsense and help me get some water." Lu Fan walked into the room carrying water, carefully poured it into a relatively large ceramic basin, and then considerately prepared soap liquid for Lon. "Call me if you need anything. I'm nearby," Lu Fan said as he handed the bamboo tube containing soap berries to Lon. Chapter 117, Living in the Same Room. Lon took the soap bean, leaned in, and sniffed it gently. A light and elegant fragrance spread and lingered around his nose. "Well, thank you for your hard work," she said with a smile on her face. "Then take your time washing. I'm going to go out." After saying that, Lu Fan turned around and slowly walked out of the room. Standing outside the shelter, Lu Fan listened to the faint sound of water coming from the room, and his mind began to wander involuntarily. He suddenly realized his gaffe and felt a little embarrassed. He raised his hand and scratched his head, muttering to himself, I can't think about it anymore. I can't think about it anymore. Or I'll fall down if I think about it anymore. But the gurgling sound of water seemed to carry an invisible magic that made his heart beat faster uncontrollably, and the thumping sound was particularly clear in the silent night. In order to dispel the embarrassment and tension, Lu Fan decided to go out for a walk and relax. He called Dahe and walked slowly along the winding path around the shelter. The forest at night is like a mysterious music hall, where the chirping of various insects comes one after another, interweaving into a harmonious and beautiful natural symphony. Although Dahe didn't know why Lu Fan dragged him out of the doghouse so late at night, he was still very happy. He ran around happily, and from time to time he excitedly chased a flashing firefly and had so much fun that he forgot himself. Lu Fan raised his head and looked at the vast starry sky. The stars were twinkling, like countless pairs of curious eyes silently watching everything in the world. He took a deep breath, enjoying the caress of the cool night breeze. The tension in his heart gradually dissipated with the gentle breeze. This night in the wilderness is so charming. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Lu Fan strolled leisurely outside for nearly half an hour. I don't know if Enlon has finished washing, he thought to himself, then quickened his pace and returned to the shelter. Back in the shelter, the sound of water in the room had stopped. Lu Fan approached quietly and called softly, Enlon, are you done washing? Enlan's clear and pleasant response soon came from the room. I'm done. Come in. Lu Fan gently lifted the curtain, and a fresh breath hit his face. It was the scent of soap berries after bathing mixed with the coolness of the night. Enlon was sitting on the edge of the bed, her wet hair casually draped over her shoulders, a few strands of hair still dripping water, and a satisfied and comfortable smile on her face. Her skin was slightly flushed from having just taken a shower, just like the peach blossoms blooming in spring, delicate and charming. At this time, Enlon was wearing Lu Fan's loose shirt, with the corners of the shirt slightly slipping down, revealing her slender collarbone. The outline of her chest was faintly visible, constantly attracting Lu Fan's attention. Lu Fan suddenly came back to his senses, quickly looked away, and asked calmly, Did you feel comfortable taking a shower? Enlon nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with joy. It's so comfortable, I feel refreshed. Thank you for fetching me some water. Lu Fan waved his hand with a gentle smile on his face. Why are you being so polite to me? Just make yourself comfortable. The two chatted enthusiastically for a while, sharing their new discoveries and interesting experiences at the beach today. Cheerful laughter rang out from the shelter from time to time, spreading far and wide in the quiet night. Gradually, sleepiness came over Enlon like a tide. She couldn't help yawning and quickly covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes full of tiredness. Seeing Enlan's sleepy look, Lu Fan said softly, It's getting late. You should go to bed early. Enlon nodded, and his eyes inadvertently lingered on Lu Fan's room for a moment. His room was extremely simply furnished, with only a simple bamboo bed, while his own room had not only a table and a fan, but also red corals and a large pile of pearls that Lu Fan had brought in. Looking back on these past few nights, Lu Fan always thoughtfully prepared ice water to cool down the room. As she thought about it, Enlan's mind emerged with all the warm little things Lu Fan had done for her. From the time when it was like a god descending from the sky to save his life, to today when he met a cheetah, he would protect him behind him without hesitation, from installing a fan because he was afraid of getting too hot, to every time he encountered danger, he would subconsciously protect him tightly in his arms. These warm moments kept replaying in her mind, causing her cheeks to gradually turn red with shyness. Enlon secretly glanced at Lu Fan and saw that he was about to go to his bamboo bed to rest. Suddenly, an impulse surged in his heart. She bit her lip, mustered up her courage, suppressed her shyness, and said softly, Lu Fan, there is nothing in your room. It must be uncomfortable to sleep at night. Otherwise, come to my room to sleep. After saying this, Enlon felt her heartbeat accelerate sharply, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. She lowered her head in panic, not daring to look at Lu Fan's expression. When Lu Fan heard this, he stood still for a moment, completely stunned. He never expected that Enlon would suddenly make such an invitation. His mind went blank in an instant, and he felt both surprised and a little overwhelmed. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Enlon hurriedly added an explanation. It's not that we sleep together, but we sleep separately. The weather is hot, and your wound is prone to inflammation. My room is cooler. Lu Fan scratched his head and stammered, Is this appropriate? Enlon felt a little disappointed when he saw him hesitate, but he still mustered up the courage to say, What's inappropriate? There's no need to be so particular in this wilderness, and we don't have any other choice. Lu Fan was conflicted. He knew Enlon meant well, and his room was indeed simple and stuffy, but he still felt uncomfortable with the two of them in the same room. But it is undeniable that there is a hint of expectation quietly surging in his heart. After a fierce ideological struggle, he finally nodded with pretended reserve and said, Well, okay then. So, Lu Fan carefully moved his bamboo bed and walked into Enlan's room with stiff and slow movements. He tried his best to make his movements appear natural and smooth, but every move revealed a nervousness and unnaturalness that was difficult to conceal. Lan looked at Lu Fan's awkward appearance and couldn't help but burst out laughing. The shyness that had been lingering in her heart was also alleviated a little. "Don't be so nervous. I'm not going to eat you," she teased half-jokingly. Lu Fan smiled awkwardly and placed the bamboo bed steadily in a corner of the room, deliberately keeping a distance from Lan's bed. Fortunately, when Lan's house was built, the room was designed to be larger considering that she was a girl. Now, even with 2 beds in place, it doesn't seem crowded at all. He lay down on the bamboo bed, his hands behind his head, his eyes staring at the ceiling, not daring to move, not even to breathe. All the muscles in his body were tense. Lan looked at him, who was as stiff as a wooden man, and found him both funny and cute. She turned over, faced Lu Fan, and whispered, "Good night, Lu Fan." When Lu Fan heard Lan's voice, he came back to his senses and quickly responded, "Good night, Lan." After they finished talking, the two fell into silence. The room was so quiet that the only sounds could be heard were each other's even breathing and the chirping of insects outside. Lu Fan lay on the bed, but his thoughts drifted far away. His eyes drifted towards Lan from time to time. Although he could only see a vague outline, his heartbeat involuntarily quickened again. He tried to force himself to focus on the ceiling, but gradually, sleepiness overwhelmed him like a tide. At this moment in the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments was rolling like snowflakes. What's going on? How did they end up sleeping together? My goddess Lan. Whoa. I'm so obsessed with them. My eyes are tearing. This kind of top-level ambiguity is the sweetest. The male god no longer belongs to me. Wake up. The man of honor doesn't belong to you in the first place. We just sleep in the same room, not together. What are you talking about? Damn it. There are steel bars upstairs. It's confirmed. Yurue, who was hosting the evening show at the moment, was so excited when she saw this scene that she couldn't help but pinch the doll in her arms tightly with her hands. Her eyes were shining and almost burst into stars. "We finally sleep together. Aw." Then, her face flushed slightly. She took a deep breath with some excitement and slowly reached her hand down. He picked up the milk tea hidden on the ground, took a sip, and said with satisfaction, "Well, I drank the pig in the first sip." Chapter 118, Making Yogurt. The next morning, soft sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves and fell into the shelter. Lu Fan was the first to wake up from his sleep. He rubbed his sleepy eyes gently and subconsciously turned his head to look at Lan's bed. He saw Lan still covered with the quilt, with her back to him, breathing evenly, and seemed still immersed in a sweet dream. Lu Fan stood up quietly, being extremely careful, for fear of disturbing Lan. He slowly walked out of the shelter and took a deep breath of the fresh morning air. The fresh breath instantly penetrated his lungs and refreshed him. Then he stretched his body and relaxed. However, this beautiful morning did not last long. In an instant, a wave of heat rushed towards him, making him realize that today's weather was a little unusual. Lu Fan looked up at the sky. There was not a single cloud in the clear sky. The sun was like a huge, blazing fireball, emitting endless heat without reservation, as if it was going to set the whole world on fire. This weather is so hot it's going to kill people. Lu Fan couldn't help but mutter to himself. He returned to the shelter, dug out the ice that he had carefully stored away, picked up a stone, and carefully broke the ice into pieces. Then he added crushed ice to the already brewed tea. Suddenly, the ice cubes and tea collided with each other, making a crisp and pleasant sound, and a hint of coolness spread. The familiar smell of Dick. At this time, Lan moved slightly on the bed. In fact, she had woken up a long time ago, but she was too embarrassed to face Lu Fan, so she pretended to be asleep. Hearing Lu Fan's movement outside, she slowly sat up and reached out to tidy up her messy hair. "Good morning, Lu Fan," Lan said while yawning, with a hint of laziness in his voice. "Good morning. You're awake. The weather today is ridiculously hot. It feels much hotter than the past few days." As Lu Fan spoke, he handed Lan a cup of iced tea with a warm smile on his face. Lan took the tea and took a sip. He immediately felt a coolness running from his throat to his heart. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, it's so comfortable." As the two were talking, they suddenly heard a bleeding sound coming from not far away, and the voice sounded very anxious. Lu Fan slapped his head and said angrily, "Oh no, I was so busy with other things these past 2 days that I completely forgot about milking the goat." After saying that, he hurriedly walked in the direction where Mimi was, and Lan followed quickly behind him. When we got to the shed, we saw Meow Meow walking around anxiously. Her belly was obviously swollen, and it was obvious that she was in great pain from her swollen breasts. "Mimi, I'm sorry, I forgot about you." As Lu Fan spoke gently, he skillfully picked up the bamboo tube and began to help Meme milk. Meme seemed to feel Lu Fan's comfort, and her emotions gradually stabilized and she was no longer so anxious. Before long, the 2 bamboo tubes were filled with goat milk. Lu Fan looked at the 2 large bamboo tubes of goat milk, then looked at the scorching hot weather, and couldn't help but frowned. It's so hot today, I'm afraid goat milk will be hard to preserve and will go bad in no time. And Lon pondered for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly, I have an idea. We can use grapes and apples to make yogurt. Grapes and apples have natural yeast on their skins, which can promote the fermentation of goat milk. This way, we can preserve the goat milk and turn it into delicious yogurt. After hearing this, Lu Fan's eyes lit up, and he said happily, this is a good idea. They got to work right away. They first found a clean container, carefully scalded it with boiling water, and thoroughly disinfected it to ensure the hygiene of the container and avoid affecting the production of yogurt. Then, Lu Fan went to the storage room to get some grapes and apples. He could clearly see a layer of white frost on the surface of the grapes, which was more obvious in the cold environment. Lon slowly poured the goat milk into a sterilized container. Then she carefully picked the grapes one by one and cut the apples into small, even pieces. I've never done this before, so whether I can succeed or not depends on fate. But I believe our luck won't be bad. Lon said with a smile, his eyes full of anticipation. Next, she put the chopped grapes and apples into the goat milk and gently stirred it with a clean wooden stick to mix the fruit and goat milk thoroughly, ensuring that every bit of goat milk could fully contact with the yeast in the fruit to promote fermentation. It's almost done. All we have to do is wait. Lon looked at the mixture in the container with satisfaction, as if he was admiring a work of art that was about to be completed. At this time, the live broadcast room. Wow, there is such a thing? Using grapes and apples to make yogurt. It's amazing. It's really good to be with 2 people. We can discuss everything together. We complement each other perfectly. Haha, Lingyu next door has fainted from crying in the wilderness. I really want to try what the yogurt they make tastes like. I have yogurt upstairs, too. Do you want to try it? Hey, the guy upstairs, I'm afraid your yogurt is sticky on your throat. Lu Fan and Lon placed the containers containing goat milk and fruit in a relatively cool place, where the temperature was suitable, which was conducive to the fermentation of yogurt. Then, they carefully wrapped it with some leaves and hay, trying to keep the temperature stable and create a good environment for yogurt fermentation. After finishing all this, it was lunchtime before I knew it. His stomach made a gurgling protest sound at the right time. Lu Fan patted his stomach and said with a smile, it's almost time. My stomach is starting to revolt. What do you want to eat? Lon nodded and said, well, let's have something simple today. Take out the leftover venison and stir-fry it. Then mix it with shredded kelp. It's refreshing and goes well with rice. Lu Fan did what he said and skillfully took out the previously refrigerated venison from the storage room. The venison still retained its bright red color and the meat looked very fresh. He cut the venison into thick slices. Each slice was cut into even sizes, and in the sunlight, the slices of meat had an attractive luster. Lon was processing the kelp shreds on the side. She put the kelp shreds into clear water, and the kelp shreds stretched out in the water like green silk ribbons. After cleaning, she cut the kelp into thin strips. Lu Fan raised the fire and placed the iron pot steadily on it. The bottom of the pot quickly became boiling hot under the licking of the flames. He put some lard in the pan, and the oil sizzled in the pan, as if playing a cheerful symphony. Lu Fan put the chopped venison into the pot. In an instant, a crackling sound came from the pot and the rich aroma of meat wafted out. He skillfully stir-fried the venison. The venison kept rolling in the pan. Each piece was fried until it turned slightly golden, and the aroma became more and more intense. Lon also made rapid progress. She put the washed kelp shreds into a large bowl, added various seasonings collected from the wild, including wild garlic and wild onions with unique aroma, and then poured Lu Fan's special chili oil on it. She stirred the kelp shreds with chopsticks, and the seasoning was fully blended with the kelp shreds. The kelp shreds gradually took on an attractive color and exuded a refreshing sour taste and the aroma of onions and garlic. At this time, the venison fried by Lu Fan burst out with a rich aroma. Wow, it smells so good. The venison is cooked so well. I feel like I can eat 2 big bowls. Lon took a deep breath and praised sincerely. Lu Fan smiled and responded, then you have to eat more today, you still have a lot to do in the afternoon. Soon, lunch was ready. The 2 sat in the shelter, drinking iced tea and enjoying the meal, enjoying this busy yet warm moment. Chapter 119 Summer Challenge, Lu Fan Cheats. They sat together, enjoying the delicious food and enthusiastically sharing their thoughts and feelings with each other. Dahe was also eating with gusto, raising his head from time to time, his big watery eyes staring at Lu Fan and Lon eagerly, full of expectation, as if to say, give me a little more, just a little. After lunch, the scorching sun became more intense, scorching the earth mercilessly. The whole world seemed to be put into a huge steamer, and smoke could come out at any time. Lu Fan wiped the corners of his mouth and suggested to Lon, this weather is really unbearable, let's go to the spring to cool off. and Lan agreed without hesitation. So Lu Fan took Dahe and the other animals and walked towards the spring with Lan. As soon as you arrive at the spring, a cool breath hits you in the face, as if it is a precious gift from nature. The air around the spring is obviously cooler and more pleasant than other places. The spring water is crystal clear, and the sand and rocks at the bottom are clearly visible, like a natural mirror. Lu Fan and Lan found a flat stone to sit on and slowly put their feet into the spring water. In an instant, a cool feeling quickly spread from the soles of my feet to my whole body, and the previous fatigue and heat disappeared without a trace. Dahe was even more excited and jumped directly into the spring, splashing a crystal clear water. It splashed happily in the water, slapping the water surface with its claws from time to time and having a lot of fun. Its body was covered with water droplets, sparkling in the sunlight like a huge, shining pearl. The bighorn fishes laid down leisurely on the spot, enjoying the coolness and comfort of the moment. Wow, this spring water is so comfortable. I feel like I'm alive again. And Lan closed his eyes, immersed deeply in this rare coolness, with a satisfied smile on his face. Seeing Lan's comfortable look, Lu Fan also agreed with a smile. Yes, this spring is really our summer resort. We are so lucky to have such a cool place in this uninhabited wilderness. However, just as they were enjoying the coolness and tranquility brought by the spring, the cold mechanical sound of the wilderness survival announcement suddenly rang in their ears, abruptly breaking this wonderful comfort. Wilderness survival announcement. Attention all wilderness survivors. Summer challenge is officially here. From now on, small fires will randomly occur within 300 meters of each survivor. 10 fire sources will fall one after another. The weather is dry. All survivors must extinguish the fire sources before the fire spreads. Failure penalty. If the challenge fails, the fire will return to reality, accompanied by 3 days of extremely high temperature weather. The challenge is successful if 1 or more people extinguish all fire sources. Challenge time, 30 minutes. When the world saw this announcement, it instantly exploded like a powder keg that had been lit. On social media, various news are flying like snowflakes, and the hot search list is firmly dominated by topics such as Wilderness Survival Summer Challenge, Fire Crisis, and Extreme Heat Punishment. News channels in various countries urgently interrupted the broadcast, and the hosts conveyed this shocking news to the public with solemn expressions. Many countries fell into panic. In the live broadcast room where Lu Fan and Lan were, the barrage of comments was rolling like a surging tide. It's over. It's over. This challenge is too abnormal. Random fires within 300 meters. Who can withstand this? Please, Master Lu and Goddess Anlin, please hold on. Don't let the extreme heat burn us. If this fire spreads to reality, it will definitely destroy the entire city. What should we do? Master Lu Fan and Lan have to face 20 fire sources. It's too difficult. There was an uproar on the internet in the land of Sakura, with angry comments pouring in like a tide. What kind of crappy challenge is this? Our contestant Yumekawa Naiku has already suffered misfortune in the previous survival. Now there is such an outrageous fire challenge. This is simply unfair. A netizen from the land of Sakura posted a harsh message on social media, which instantly received tens of thousands of likes and reposts. This challenge rule is extremely disadvantageous to our players. The previous accidents have already caused us heavy losses. Today's summer challenge is even worse. We demand that the rules be re-established, or that we be given special compensation. Yes, it was Lu Fan from China who killed our contestant. China must give us an explanation. Yes, the Chinese government must give us half of their supplies. Yes, it's the same in our country. Our contestants have already died, so we have to lower the difficulty. Yes, this is also unfair to our beautiful country. We must lower the difficulty. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to their accusations. After all, survival in the wilderness was governed by the mysterious laws of nature, and no one could interfere. At the same time, some people with malicious intentions ran to the Chinese live broadcast room and began to mock. 20 fire sources. Let's see what you Chinese will do this time. Even if our Sakura country loses one person, it doesn't matter. Your Chinese country is really doomed this time. Ha 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 ha, if the fire starts, it will burn all the Chinese to death. At this time, the Chinese live broadcast room was extremely nervous and had no time to care about the ridicule from foreigners. When Lu Fan and Lan looked at the announcement, the smiles on their faces disappeared instantly, replaced by solemn expressions. Dahe seemed to be keenly aware of the tense atmosphere. He stopped playing in the water and climbed out of the water wetly. It shook off the water on its body, ran to Lu Fan, and rubbed its head against his legs affectionately, as if seeking comfort. This challenge is a bit tricky. 300 meters is not a small range. We have to find a solution quickly. Lu Fan frowned, a hint of anxiety in his eyes, and stared at the announcement closely, as if he was trying to find a way to crack it. And Lan nodded and analyzed calmly, and it's not easy to put out the fire before it spreads. We have to prepare the firefighting tools first. So Lu Fan and Lan acted quickly, filled bamboo tubes with water, and stood ready to put out the fire at any time. Wilderness survival announcement. Challenge starts in 30 seconds. Just as the two were on high alert, Lu Fan's expression suddenly became a little strange. The first fire source will appear on the grass 10 meters to the left. As if receiving some mysterious guidance, Lu Fan walked 10 meters to the left without hesitation, holding the bamboo tube tightly in both hands and preparing with full concentration. And Lan looked at Lu Fan's strange behavior and was full of doubts. She couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Why did you come here suddenly?" As soon as Lan finished speaking, a thumb-sized ball of fire appeared out of nowhere in front of her. The fire source, with the help of high temperature and wind, quickly grew in the wind, like a ferocious beast out of a cage, baring its fangs and claws, ready to devour everything. Puff. Lu Fan calmly poured out the water in the bamboo tube with smooth movements. The flame, which had not yet had time to fully develop, died just like that. Flame? And Lan? Live broadcast room? Everyone was confused by Lu Fan's behavior, and the comments in the live broadcast room seemed to have been fast-forwarded, scrolling wildly. What's going on? How did Lu Fan know where the fire would be? Is he cheating? This is too outrageous. Damn, Master Lu Fan is awesome. The audiences in the land of cherry blossoms and the land of beauty were even more excited. There's an inside story. He must have cheated. How could it be so fast? Huagua must have done something. I don't believe it. These foreigners were eager to get in front of Lu Fan through the internet to ask for an explanation. And Lan was also shocked, his eyes wide open, looking at Lu Fan, stammering. How did you know the fire source would be here? Could it be that you can predict the future? Chapter 120 Various Countries and Various Situations. Lu Fan smiled mysteriously and was about to explain when the familiar and cold heavenly Tao reminder sound rang out again. The second fire source will appear next to the dead tree 50 meters ahead. When Lu Fan heard this, he was like a brave soldier who had received the charge horn. Without saying a word, he rushed forward. While running, he turned back and shouted at Lan at the top of his voice, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and catch up." Although Lan was full of doubts, he did not dare to delay. He quickly picked up the bamboo tube and ran after him with the hay. Arriving at the destination, Lu Fan just got into position and held the bamboo tube steadily to prepare to pour water, when a spark fell accurately on the dead tree. In a flash, Lu Fan raised the bamboo tube in his hand suddenly, and water spurted out like silver threads. Before the spark could even make a crackling sound of protest, it was ruthlessly extinguished in the cradle. The audience in the live broadcast room were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground, and the barrage of comments was like lit fireworks, swiping the screen wildly. This must be a perspective hack. This is too amazing. If this doesn't count as cheating, I'll eat the keyboard during live streaming. Great God Lu Fan, the eternal God. Invincible. The audiences from the cherry blossom country and the beautiful country were even more relentless, and their curses came like a storm, as if Lu Fan's actions were a great insult to their countries. And Lan ran to Lu Fan breathlessly, put her hands on her hips, and said angrily, "If you don't explain clearly, I will suspect that you have secretly reached some unspeakable deal with Tiandao." Lu Fan then smiled and pointed at his ears, half-jokingly saying, "Maybe God saw that I'm so handsome and gave me some special treatment." When Lan heard this, he rolled his eyes at him, but didn't ask any more questions. Before they could catch their breath, the third fire source will appear in the bushes 20 meters behind. Lu Fan quickly turned around and ran towards the designated location. And Lan was not willing to fall behind and followed closely. This time, they cooperated even better. And Lan was responsible for quickly finding the best angle for pouring water, while Lu Fan held the bamboo tube steadily, waiting attentively for the fire to appear. As soon as the small flame appeared, the two of them worked together in perfect harmony to put it out. The flame probably never figured out until its death why it was so short-lived and didn't even have a chance to burn wildly. As the fire sources were accurately extinguished time and time again, the style of the live broadcast room gradually underwent miraculous changes. The doubts that filled the screen at the beginning gradually disappeared, and everyone fell into a brief silence. They had completely given up questioning and just watched Lu Fan's wonderful performance quietly. However, some viewers in the land of Sakura and the country of beautiful women are still unwilling to accept the reality and are still posting sour comments in the barrage. It must be a coincidence. I won't be so lucky next time. Why is Lu Fan so powerful? This is unscientific. It's not fair. There must be something fishy going on. However, reality has slapped them in the face mercilessly time and time again. Every time, Lu Fan would be able to rush to the location of the fire source the moment the heavenly Tao prompt sound sounded, and then use the water in the bamboo tube to nip it in the bud. The scene was like experienced firefighters playing a target shooting game with incredible precision, with every shot hitting the center of the bowl. When the fire source appeared for the 7th time, it actually appeared on a tree. This really troubled Lan. After all, it was difficult to pour the water in the bamboo tube directly to such a high place. Lu Fan was not in a hurry. He looked around calmly and soon found a long branch. He walked quickly over to pick it up, tied the bamboo tube firmly to one end of the branch, and then held it high up, as if he was holding a special water gun. The moment the fire appeared, he swung the water with force, and the water drew a graceful arc in the air and poured accurately on the flames. There was a burst of warm applause and cheers in the live broadcast room, and the previous questioning voices became weaker and weaker. The 8th fire source appeared in a small earth pit surrounded by piles of hay. If it caught fire, the fire would definitely be quite big. When Lu Fan and Lan arrived, they found that there was not enough water in the bamboo tube. Lu Fan suddenly had an idea. He asked Lan to fetch water, while he used his clothes to desperately put out the flames, trying to delay time. Just when the flames were about to get out of control, Lan rushed back in time, and the two worked together and finally successfully put out the fire. When the fire appeared for the 9th time, a strong wind happened to blow, and the flames took advantage of the wind and jumped high in an instant. Lu Fan and Lan were forced to retreat again and again due to the heat wave, but they did not flinch or give up. Lu Fan carefully observed the wind direction, then took Lan around to the upwind side of the flames. The two of them splashed water at the same time, cleverly using the wind force to blow the water towards the flames. After some hard work, the dangerous source of fire was finally extinguished. The 10th fire source will appear in the crack of the rock 30 meters to the right. Lu Fan and Lan looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination to win. They quickly ran to the designated location, stood ready, and waited for the fire to appear. When the small flame came out from the crevice of the stone, Lu Fan steadily poured the water in the bamboo tube over it. The flame struggled for a while and then was completely extinguished. The 11th time. The 12th time. 20th time. As the last source of fire was extinguished, the whole world seemed to become quiet and time froze at this moment. Deafening cheers and applause broke out in the live broadcast room, and all kinds of words of praise poured in like a surging tide. Master Lu, YYDS. This is the perfect combination of strength and wisdom. It's amazing. When Lu Fan and Lan successfully put out the last source of fire, they received countless praises in the live broadcast room. However, the contestants from other countries were in dire straits in this summer challenge, with all kinds of situations that made people laugh and worry for them. Let's first look at Yamamoto from the land of Sakura. This guy is already feeling drowsy due to the scorching heat, as if his soul is about to be roasted out of his body by the high temperature. He squinted his eyes and lay listlessly under the simple awning he had built, with a coconut shell beside him. There was very little water left in it, and this was all the juice he had squeezed out of some leaves and grass with great effort. Suddenly, the cold mechanical sound of a wilderness survival announcement exploded in his ears, scaring him so much that he almost jumped up from the ground. Attention all wilderness survivors. The summer challenge has officially arrived. From now on, small fires will randomly occur within 300 meters of each survivor. When Yamamoto listened to these rules, his head buzzed and went blank. Before he could recover, the first source of fire appeared in a patch of hay not far in front of him. The flame was like a naughty little devil. It popped out with a whoosh and instantly ignited the surrounding hay. Yamamoto looked at the growing fire with his eyes wide open and frantically tried to grab the kettle to put out the fire. But in the panic, the coconut shell fell to the ground and the water spilled all over the floor. Baga. What a crap challenge. Yamamoto cursed angrily while turning around in circles like a headless fly. He was completely panicked and had no idea what to do. By the time he finally came to his senses and remembered to use the branches around him to put out the fire had already spread. The heat wave hit him in the face, burning his face so much that it hurt. He could only step back and watch the flames burn wildly, feeling extremely desperate. Chapter 121. The challenge ends. Look at Andre from the United States. In order to cool down in the scorching hot wilderness, this guy wears a homemade grass skirt and struts around as if the wilderness is his private show. When the fire challenge horn suddenly sounded, he was still humming a tuneless little tune. I happily imagined how I could show off my skills in front of a global audience, give a good performance, and win everyone's praise. As a result, the first source of fire suddenly appeared at his feet. Before he could react, the flame quickly jumped up along the hem of his grass skirt like a nimble little snake and ignited his grass skirt in the blink of an eye. Oh, my God. Andre let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. His whole body instantly became a mess, and fear was written all over his face. He jumped frantically, trying to get rid of the flames on his body, and slapped them with his hands, but his panicky movements made the fire even more intense. He could only run around in the wilderness like a madman, shouting loudly, "Help! Someone save me!" That funny look, just like a primitive man being burned by fire, makes people laugh and feel a little sympathy at the same time. The experience of Pete, a contestant from Bairu, was even more tragic. He finally found a cave in the wilderness as a shelter. He thought he could rest assured and spend his days in the wilderness peacefully. Unexpectedly, the sudden fire challenge put him in a desperate situation in an instant. The first fire source appeared on a pile of dead branches not far from the cave entrance. The dry branches acted like a fuse that ignited the fire. The flames spread rapidly and burned into the cave in the blink of an eye. Peter was choked by the thick smoke and started coughing, and it became difficult for him to breathe. He hurriedly picked up the clothes around him and tried to put out the fire, but the air in the cave was not circulating. The fire grew bigger, and thick smoke filled the entire cave, making it impossible for him to see the direction. In extreme panic, Pete groped around for a way to escape, but in his haste, he accidentally tripped over a stone on the ground and fell heavily beside the fire. The flames instantly engulfed him, and he let out a desperate cry that echoed in the empty cave. However, in this wilderness, no one could hear his cry for help. In this way, Pete's life came to an abrupt end in the raging fire, and the shelter he arranged with his own hands eventually became his own grave. His death shocked and saddened the audience in the live broadcast room, and the screen was filled with emotion about the fragility of life and fear of this cruel challenge. But Pete's death is not an isolated case. As the challenge progresses, more and more contestants encounter misfortune in this fire crisis, and their lives are lost in the flames. The contestants from various countries encountered various problems. Some of them could not find suitable firefighting tools in the wilderness and could only watch the fire spread helplessly. Some contestants were unable to open their eyes due to the thick smoke and lost their way in the wilderness, running around like headless flies. Other contestants were injured in the panic and fell to the ground groaning in pain, but no one rescued them. In comparison, Lu Fan and Lan seemed much more relaxed. With their accurate grasp of the heavens' hints and tacit cooperation, they successfully extinguished 20 fire sources. At this moment, they stood by the spring, enjoying the comfort brought by the cool spring water, their faces filled with the joy of victory, as if this thrilling challenge was just a relaxing game. The audience in the live broadcast room were still immersed in their wonderful firefighting performance, and the barrage of comments kept rolling like a tide, expressing admiration for them between the lines. Goddess Lu and Goddess Lan are simply invincible. Their cooperation and wisdom are incredible. Look at him, then look at the other contestants. The gap is too big. This challenge is simply Master Lu's personal show, and everyone else is just a foil. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Congratulations to Chinese contestants Lu Fan and Lan for completing the challenge. Congratulations to Huagua for completing the challenge. At this moment, Ling Yu, who was hundreds of miles away, looked bewildered after seeing the announcement. At the beginning of the challenge, Ling Yu showed strong psychological quality. Although his firefighting speed was not as fast as Lu Fan and Lan, he relied on his own abilities to quickly extinguish the 3 sources of fire. Just when he was concentrating on fighting the 4th wave of fire, the fire suddenly disappeared without a trace. Immediately afterwards, he heard the announcement that China's challenge was successful. For a moment, he felt as if he had drawn his sword and looked around in confusion, his heart full of admiration for Lu Fan and Lan. Lu Fan and Lan are really amazing, worthy of being my Chinese players. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also amused by this dramatic scene. Wow, Master Ling Yu won this time without any effort. Ling Yu, Phuket Island. I haven't made any move yet. It's over. Haha, my country is awesome. No one can defeat us. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Summer Challenge ends. The following is the list of countries that failed the challenge. Beautiful Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Elephant Buddha Country, Maple Leaf Country, Oil Country. The punishment for failing to challenge the country is coming. 100 fires will occur randomly across the country. The whole country will face 3 days of extremely high temperature weather. The list of players who died is as follows. Ruby Country player Pete. 10,000 people in Ruby will be randomly engulfed by fire. Caraco player Nemo. 10,000 people in Kara will be randomly suffocated. With the end of the Wild Survival Summer Challenge, the whole world seems to be divided into 2 completely different parts. On one side are places like China that are cheering and immersed in the joy of victory, while on the other side are failed countries that are in chaos and disaster. The punishment for failing to challenge was like a sword of Damocles, falling heavily and plunging the failed countries into dire straits. The first to fall into chaos were the Sakura country and the Beautiful country. When the punishment for the failed challenge came, the 2 countries were instantly in chaos. In the streets and alleys of the Sakura country, sirens rang one after another, and 100 fires randomly appeared across the country, like time bombs, exploding simultaneously in every corner. Firefighters were urgently summoned, but faced with such a scattered and fierce fire, they were like a group of exhausted ants, trying to put out the fire everywhere but losing sight of one thing while doing another, and were unable to effectively control the situation. In a busy district in Tokyo, a fire broke out near an old wooden building. The dry climate and old building materials caused the fire to spread rapidly. In just a few minutes, the flames leapt to the neighboring houses. The billowing smoke obscured the sky, shrouding the entire neighborhood in a terrifying atmosphere. Citizens fled their homes in panic. The streets were filled with cries, shouts, and car horns, creating an extremely chaotic scene. Yamada Yamada. Ayowa. Someone come save me. Ah, damn it, Yamamoto. I'm going to kill you. Yamamoto, you're a fairy. Some people tried to put out the fire with buckets of water at home, but in the face of the raging fire, that little bit of power was like a drop in the bucket and could not stop the spread of the fire at all. Even the Yasukuni shrine, which was regarded as a holy place by the people of Sakura, caught fire from the inside, and the statues of the animals being worshipped were instantly burned. I'll help. What should I do? The toilet is on fire. At first, those Sakura people only dared to bark like dogs outside, and no one dared to rush in to put out the fire. It can be seen that their beliefs are all bullshit. The situation in the United States is not much better. Between the skyscrapers in New York, a fire suddenly broke out at a construction site, instantly igniting the mountains of building materials. Strong winds fanned the flames, which raged and engulfed the surrounding scaffolding. Sparks flew everywhere, as if a doomsday disaster movie was being staged. Firefighting helicopters circled in the sky, trying to spray water to put out the fire, but the strong wind made it difficult for the aircraft to fly steadily, and most of the sprayed water missed the target and could not effectively suppress the fire. At the same time, extremely high temperatures also followed, and the whole city seemed to have turned into a huge steamer. The ground temperature was as high as 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. When walking on the street, the soles of your shoes would be melted by the scorching ground. People were suffering under the dual threats of high temperature and fire. Looking at those countries that are extremely lucky, Patton is definitely one of the best. Ali, a contestant from Batum, was sitting leisurely on a homemade raft, floating on the endless sea, enjoying the sea breeze and the sunshine. When the summer challenge began, he was still humming a little tune and basking in the sun on the raft, unaware of the impending crisis. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of fire appeared on the sea not far from him. It was the source of the fire. Ali stared with wide eyes at the flame struggling on the sea. Before he could react, something magical happened. As soon as the fire came into contact with the sea water, it was extinguished instantly as if by magic, leaving only a wisp of faint blue smoke. Then all 10 fire sources were extinguished by seawater. Ali was stunned for several seconds, then suddenly realized what was happening, jumped up excitedly and shouted, "I did it. I actually did it. This is too easy." His luck made audiences in other countries envious and also added a touch of drama to this cruel challenge. Chapter 122. It's raining. The live broadcast room of Baton suddenly became lively like ignited fireworks, and the whole country was immersed in jubilation. People seemed to be injected with infinite energy. They poured into the streets, singing and dancing, celebrating this unexpected victory in the most enthusiastic way. Their cheers echoed in the streets and alleys. Ali is simply our hero. This is the power of luck. It seems that God is especially kind to our country of Batum. Netizens were reposting Ali's video crazily on social media. His name seemed to have wings and spread to every corner of the country overnight. Chinese audiences also flocked to the Batum live broadcast room to send their sincere congratulations. The screen was filled with friendly messages and a friendly atmosphere was everywhere. China, as the first country to successfully complete the challenge, not only luckily avoided this terrible disaster, but also gained a lot of honor and pride. Lu Fan and Enlon became national heroes overnight. Their names and heroic deeds were reported by major media outlets and became the focus of heated discussion among people on the streets. Children regard them as idols, with admiration shining in their eyes, and are determined to be like them, possessing courage and extraordinary wisdom. With the end of the challenge, the temperature dropped visibly as if by magic and gradually returned to normal levels. Lu Fan carefully removed the bamboo basket from the taro seedlings, moving gently for fear of damaging the fragile seedlings. Then he picked up the kettle and watered the seedlings, watching the tender green leaves swaying gently in the breeze, as if the seedlings were nodding to him in thanks, telling of the tenacity and hope of life. Enlon was carefully organizing the tools and placing them neatly. Dahe and the other small animals surrounded them, jumping happily and making joyful calls from time to time. It seemed that they also felt the joy of their owners and shared the happiness together. As the temperature dropped, the animals changed from their previous listless appearance to become full of energy, playing happily and adding a lot of vitality to this wilderness. "We have to celebrate today. We have won a great victory," Lu Fan said to Enlon with a smile, his eyes shining with pride, as if announcing their victory to the world. And Lan raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a brilliant smile, and nodded in response. Yes, we must have a good meal and reward ourselves. The two returned to the shelter, and Lu Fan skillfully started a fire. His movements were smooth and fluid, and it was obvious that he was very experienced. And Lan began to prepare the ingredients carefully. She took out the prey she had stored before, and combined it with some fresh wild vegetables collected in the wilderness, preparing a hearty barbecue dinner. Dahe squatted on the side, staring at the barbecue grill with his eyes wide open, his mouth almost drooling, and from time to time he made a whiz sound, as if he was eagerly urging his owner, "Bake it quickly, I can't wait." Don't worry. You'll be welcome." Lu Fan smiled and touched Dahe's head. His intimate look was like he was talking to an old friend of many years, full of warmth. After a while, the aroma of barbecue filled the air, making people salivate. Lu Fan fed Dajiao and the others grass and water to ensure that these little friends were well fed. Afterwards, he and Lan sat by the fire and enjoyed the delicious barbecue. While we were having dinner, it suddenly started to rain heavily, and raindrops as big as beans fell down with a crackling sound. Lu Fan and Lan quickly moved to the room. Looking at the rain outside the window, Lan couldn't help but say happily, "It's finally raining. It was too hot before. This rain is really timely." In the remote wilderness, other contestants had different reactions when they saw the rain. When some contestants saw it raining, their eyes lit up as if they had discovered treasure. They frantically picked up various containers around them to collect the hard-earned fresh water, muttering as they did so, "Finally, we have water. If it doesn't rain, we will be dried up." Some contestants were like madmen who had broken free from their restraints. They ran wildly in the rain, shouting loudly, and enjoying the coolness of the moment to the fullest, as if they wanted to shake off all the previous heat and fatigue. Yamamoto from the land of Sakura was hiding under a makeshift awning at the moment, looking at the rain outside with a face full of regret. He recalled how miserable he was during the challenge, how he was chased by the fire and had to flee everywhere, and how he failed in the end. The country was also facing punishment, and he felt unwilling to accept it. "I wish I could be as good as Lu Fan from China." Yamamoto muttered softly, with a hint of envy in his eyes. He was well aware of the gap between himself and Lu Fan, and was also annoyed by his own performance. Andre from the United States is standing in the rain at this moment, letting the rain wash over him. His already messy hair was now stuck to his face by the rain, making him look even funnier. He recalled the tragic scene when his grass skirt was set on fire and couldn't help laughing. This experience can be written into a funny novel. Andre said to himself that he looked at his experience with an optimistic attitude and turned the disaster into an interesting story. As for Lu Fan and Lan from China, they were not as crazy as the other contestants. They stood quietly at the door of the shelter, watching the rain outside, with satisfied smiles on their faces. For them, this rain is not just a cool breeze, but also a symbol of victory. The rain in this wilderness has a unique flavor, a smell of earth, Lu Fan said with emotion. He felt the gift of nature with his heart and enjoyed this moment of tranquility and beauty. Dahe was running happily in the rain, jumping up from time to catch raindrops. He looked like a naughty child, full of childlike fun. The bighorn fish were not to be outdone, and they all played in the rain, splashing water. The entire shelter is full of vitality and vigor, like a beautiful pastoral painting. As the rain continued to fall, the ground gradually became moist, and the plants that had been wilted regained their vitality. The tender green leaves stretched out in the rain, as if thanking them for the timely rain. Lu Fan and Lan looked at all this, their hearts filled with relief. They knew that although this challenge was over, their lives would continue. They had to continue to survive in this wilderness and explore more unknowns. "Next, we have to plan our future life well." Lu Fan looked at Lan and said seriously, his eyes revealing his expectation and determination for the future. Lan nodded in agreement. "Yes, we can use the experience gained from this challenge to build a stronger shelter, grow more crops, and make our lives more stable." The two began to discuss their future plans enthusiastically, paying attention to every detail, from planting taro, building a more complete irrigation system, to making more practical tools. Their eyes were full of longing for the future, as if they had already seen a beautiful home gradually being built in this wilderness. The Chinese audience was also cheering for Lu Fan and Lan's victory. Major media outlets reported their deeds, and people were talking about these two heroes on the streets. The children put their photos on the head of their beds and vowed to be as brave and wise as them. Goddess Lu and Goddess Anlin are our pride. They represent the spirit of China. Yes, I want to be like them in the future, not backing down in the face of difficulties, but moving forward bravely. Netizens left crazy messages on social media to express their admiration. The names of Lu Fan and Lan have become a symbol, inspiring countless people to bravely face the challenges in life. In Patton, Ali's name also spread throughout the streets and alleys. People were proud of his good fortune and regarded him as a national hero. Ollie became a celebrity in Patton because of this, and his hometown also quickly became famous. Countless people went to pay their respects and wanted to catch a glimpse of this lucky man. At night, the rain stopped and the sky was dotted with stars, as if they were bright lights lit by nature for them. Lu Fan and Lon sat by the fire chatting and enjoying the quiet and beautiful night. When it was almost time to go to bed, neither of them spoke tacitly. It was too hot before, and Lan's room had a fan, so Lu Fan slept in her room. Now that the temperature has dropped, they seem to be waiting for the other party to speak first and decide on tonight's accommodation arrangements. There is a subtle feeling in the atmosphere. Chapter 123, Picking Mushrooms. Well, I'll move the bed back. Lu Fan stood up first, strode towards Lan's room, grasped the edge of the bed with both hands, and prepared to move the bed back to his room. Hiss, the wound hurts so much. As soon as he lifted the bed, Lu Fan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. His hands loosened, and the lifted bed fell back to its original place. He looked at Lon with a grin and said helplessly, "It seems there is no other way. I can only sleep in your room for a few more days. I will move back when my hand is healed." Lon, who witnessed all this, almost couldn't help laughing. As a medical student, she naturally knew at a glance that Lu Fan was pretending, but she did not expose him. "Okay, seeing that you look so pitiful, I'll let you stay for another night. But don't move around or you'll tear the wound." Lon tried hard to suppress his smile, his lips slightly raised, his eyes full of teasing. Afterwards, the two returned to Lan's room and lay down. "Oh, my hand feels much more comfortable after lying down." Lu Fan felt a little weak in his heart, but he deliberately shouted twice. Lon turned his head and glanced at him, and said lightly, "Sleep well." Lu Fan immediately straightened his body, like a terracotta warrior, and stood still, afraid that Lon would see through his floss. At this time, the live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments. "What the hell? This performance is too fake. Can't Lon see it? Ha ha ha, Goddess Lon must have seen through it. She just didn't expose it." With Master Lu Fan's physical condition, the wound is no different from a minor scrape. "Oh, I really like these two people." That night, Lu Fan slept particularly soundly. In his dream, he and Lon worked together to build a super manor in the wilderness. In the manor, all kinds of crops are thriving and full of vitality. An extra-large shelter is located inside, filled with a variety of high-tech tools. Animals such as Dahe and Dajia were running and playing happily in the manor, and from time to time they would run over and rub his legs affectionately. The next day, the sun was shining brightly and Lu Fan got up early. Soon after, Lon also got up. After a quick wash, they sat at the table and drank goat milk. "Do you have any plans for today?" Lon asked softly. Lu Fan thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "In this weather, this season, how about we go pick mushrooms? It rained heavily yesterday. There must be a lot of mushrooms growing." Lon couldn't help but feel a little moved, but still worried. "Do you know how to pick mushrooms? What if they are poisoned?" Lu Fan patted his chest and said confidently, "Don't worry. I'm from Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan. Picking mushrooms is a piece of cake for me." Lon was infected by his enthusiasm, smiled and nodded and agreed, "Okay, but don't just focus on looking for mushrooms. If you encounter danger, remember to protect yourself. Don't worry, I'm here to make sure you get the most delicious mushroom feast." While humming a tuneless little song, Lu Fan picked up a bamboo basket and prepared to go out excitedly. As soon as Dahe saw his owner was about to go out, he immediately followed him happily, wagging his tail like a propeller. "Dahe, don't run around. I won't be responsible if I can't find you later," Lu Fan said to Dahe in a serious tone. Dahe didn't care about that. He jumped around Lu Fan and made a whiff sound from time to time, as if to say, "I won't run around. I want to go on an adventure with my master." The two of them packed up their things simply, took a bamboo basket and some necessary tools, and headed deeper into the woods. Along the way, Lu Fan held a long knife, cutting down the weeds that blocked the way, while his eyes kept searching around for traces of mushrooms. He was still muttering, "Red umbrella, white pole, let's lie down together after eating." Lon followed behind him and couldn't help laughing when she heard his voice. "Don't be such a phoenix. Keep your eyes open and don't pick up the wrong one." At this moment, Lon suddenly stopped and stared at a patch of grass in front of him with a look of surprise on his face. Look, what is that?" She ran over excitedly as if she had discovered a new world. Lu Fan quickly followed. He saw a lot of white mushrooms growing densely in the grass, like a bunch of small umbrellas, which looked particularly cute under the sunlight. "Wow, it's mushrooms!" Lon shouted excitedly and reached out to pick them, etc. Lu Fan quickly stopped her and said seriously, "You can't pick these mushrooms casually. Some of them are poisonous and can kill people if eaten." When Lon heard this, he was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand, with a puzzled expression on his face. "Ah, these look normal. How can they be poisonous?" Lu Fan patiently explained, there are many kinds of mushrooms. Some poisonous mushrooms look very similar to edible mushrooms and are difficult to distinguish. For example, there is a mushroom called Amanita phalloides. It is white in color and very similar to the common edible mushrooms we eat, but it is one of the most poisonous mushrooms in the world. If eaten by mistake, it will cause serious damage to organs such as the liver and kidneys, and even endanger life. Therefore, if you encounter unfamiliar mushrooms in the wild, you must not pick them casually. And Lon couldn't help but take a deep breath after hearing this, and said with lingering fear, "Fortunately you reminded me, otherwise I would have been in big trouble." "But how do you know so much?" Lu Fan smiled and recalled, in the past, people in our village died every year from mushroom poisoning, so the walls of the village were covered with information about poisonous mushrooms. I learned from what I saw and heard and remembered it. And Lon nodded seriously and said, "I see. It seems that picking mushrooms is really a technical job. You should lead the way." The two continued searching in the woods. Along the way, they saw all kinds of mushrooms, some that looked like trumpets, some that looked like corals, and some that looked like flowers. They were colorful and very beautiful. "You can't eat this. You can't eat this either." Of course, it is impossible for Lu Fan to know all the fungi, but fortunately he has a plug-in to help him. Deerflower mushroom contains highly toxic substances. Inkcap mushroom, highly toxic. In this way, with the help of the plug-in, the two of them perfectly avoided all poisonous fungi. Edible Alpinia terrestris mushroom discovered. Hearing the prompt tone, Lu Fan's eyes lit up, and he pointed to a tree in front of him and said, "Look, that's a chicken mushroom." And Lon looked in the direction he pointed, and saw a cluster of pale yellow mushrooms growing under a tree. The caps were conical, the gills were long and slender, and they emitted a faint fragrance. Finally, the goods are available. Lu Fan ran over excitedly, squatted down, carefully picked the chicken mushrooms one by one, and put them into the bamboo basket. "I heard that the taste of Alpinia ternata is particularly delicious. We are in for a treat today." And Lon also came over with a smile and helped pick them. After harvesting the first cluster of chicken mushrooms, Lu Fan and Lon became more and more excited. Their eyes were like searchlights, not missing any corner, and they continued to shuttle through the mottled light and shadow in the woods, looking forward to more harvests. Chapter 124 Mushroom Hot Pot. Edible mushrooms found under the tree ahead. The reminder sounded again. Lu Fan seemed to be injected with stimulants and ran towards a dead tree. I saw several clusters of mushrooms growing on the dead wood. They looked like small brown umbrellas with slightly curled edges and thick caps emitting a rustic luster. "Lon, there are mushrooms here," Lu Fan shouted excitedly. Lon rushed over upon hearing the sound, a surprised smile blooming on his face. The two men carefully picked the mushrooms from the dead wood, and every action was filled with appreciation for the gift from nature. These mushrooms will be delicious if used to make soup. While picking them, Lon was looking forward to the upcoming gourmet feast. Before they could recover from the joy of the shiitake mushrooms, the reminder of edible oyster mushrooms discovered rang in Lu Fan's mind again. Not far away, a large patch of oyster mushrooms, like blooming lotus flowers, cling to another fallen tree trunk in layers. Lu Fan and Lon walked forward quickly. These oyster mushrooms were as white as snow, with fine and neat gills, and exuding a faint fragrance. These oyster mushrooms are growing so lushly. Today's harvest is so rich. Lu Fan exclaimed as he deftly put the oyster mushrooms into the bamboo basket. As time went by, there were more and more mushrooms in the bamboo basket, and the varieties became richer and richer. There are small and exquisite enoki mushrooms, which are clustered together tightly, with slender stems and round caps, as if they are a group of close friends. There are also cute straw mushrooms hiding in the grass. Their white bodies are like round pearls, waiting to be discovered by the right person. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Chinese player and Lon triggers 10,000 times rebate. Alstroemeria 410000. Shiitake mushrooms 1610000. Oyster mushroom 810000. Fragrant mushroom 1510000. Live broadcast room. Wow, that's a lot of mushrooms. Are there any friends from Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan who can tell me which mushrooms are poisonous? My cousin is upstairs. There are no poisonous mushrooms. They are just fried mushrooms. When I was young, I only had one plate of cold salad every day until my hands turned green. There are also artificially cultivated mushrooms now, but they are too expensive and we can't afford them. That's true. In our area, 1 pound of Alpinia hortensis weighs 500 grams. Looking at the full basket of mushrooms, Lu Fan was delighted. It's almost time for us to go back. And Lon looked at the sky and said, "If we don't go back now, we will miss lunchtime." Lu Fan nodded, stood up, and dusted himself off. Well, we've gained a lot today. I can make a sumptuous mushroom feast when I get back. With a full harvest, the two walked back along the same path they came. Just as the two were immersed in the joy of the harvest, Lu Fan suddenly caught a glimpse of the bamboo forest not far away. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind, and he said to Enlan, "There might be fresh bamboo shoots in this bamboo forest. Let's try our luck." Enlan's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. They walked into the bamboo forest. The breeze blew and the bamboo leaves rustled, as if welcoming their arrival. Fresh bamboo shoots found underground. Lu Fan observed the ground carefully and suddenly found a slight bulge in the ground with a few touches of fresh yellow faintly visible. "Found it!" he shouted excitedly, then squatted down carefully and gently dug the surrounding soil with the shovel he carried with him. After a while, a fresh bamboo shoot broke out of the soil. Its skin was covered with a layer of fine fluff, and the tender yellow flesh looked particularly tempting in the sun. Enlan was also searching hard on the side, and soon she was pleasantly surprised to find a bamboo shoot. "Come and see, this bamboo shoot is really strong," she greeted Lu Fan happily. The two of them were busy in the bamboo forest, and soon they dug up several bamboo shoots. Some of these bamboo shoots are straight and slender, while others are slightly curved. Each one is full of the vitality and vigor of nature. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Chinese player Enlan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Fresh bamboo shoots 710000. Fresh bamboo shoots 410000. Today's harvest is so abundant. These mushrooms and bamboo shoots are enough for us to eat for several meals. Lu Fan looked at the full bamboo basket of food, a satisfied smile on his face. Enlan also smiled and nodded. "Yes, and these are all pure natural green ingredients, nutritious and delicious." The two walked back at a brisk pace with a full harvest. Along the way, the sunlight shone on them through the gaps in the leaves, forming golden spots. The other small animals were waiting at the door of the shelter early in the morning. When it saw them coming back, it immediately ran over happily and kept circling around them, as if sharing their joy. "We found a lot of delicious food today. I'll share some with you later," Lu Fan said with a smile, touching Dahe's head. Dahe seemed to understand what he said. He wagged his tail happily and made a woo sound from his mouth. After Lu Fan and Enlan returned to the shelter, they began to get busy. Lu Fan was responsible for cleaning the mushrooms, while Enlan prepared other ingredients. They planned to make a mushroom hot pot. After a while, the water in the pot boiled, and Lu Fan put the washed mushrooms and various ingredients into the pot. Suddenly, an enticing aroma emanated from the pot, making people salivate. "Wow, it smells so good." Lu Fan took a deep breath and exclaimed, "This mushroom hot pot must be delicious." Enlan smiled and said, "Try it, and see if my cooking skills have improved." The two sat by the fire, eating delicious mushroom hot pot, and sharing their interesting experiences in the woods today. Dahe and other small animals also gathered around them, eating with relish. The entire shelter was filled with laughter and overflowing with a warm and happy atmosphere. After finishing his meal, Lu Fan burped contentedly, patted his round belly, looked at the many mushrooms left in the pot, and thought about his next arrangements. "Let's save some of these mushrooms for dinner, but don't waste the rest. Such good ingredients can be preserved for a long time if dried." As he spoke, he picked up a sharp dagger and carefully cut the mushrooms into evenly thin slices. His movements were so skillful that it seemed as if a professional chef was handling precious ingredients. Lu Fan hummed a little tune and came to the outside of the shelter with the cut mushrooms. He found a large, flat rock with plenty of sunlight and spread the mushrooms neatly on it to dry. The sunlight shines on the mushrooms, giving off a faint golden glow, as if giving them a mysterious coat. "Hey, just enjoy your sunbath. Once it's dried, it'll be a delicious treat," Lu Fan muttered to himself while looking at the mushrooms. Chapter 125 Hot Springs, Golden Monkey. Dahe ran over like a curious baby, walking with his short legs, wagging his tail, and jumping. His eyes were fixed on the snacks in Lu Fan's hand. His saliva was almost flowing out, and his nose kept sniffing, looking very greedy. "Go away, you stupid dog. You want to eat everything. Do you want to eat my shit?" While smiling, Lu Fan pretended to slap Dahe, trying to drive it away. But Dahe didn't understand this order to leave. He thought Lu Fan was playing with him. He was so excited that he wagged his tongue and jumped around Lu Fan. While Lu Fan was busy drying the mushrooms, Enlan was humming a cheerful tune, like a cheerful little bird, taking light steps, carrying a bucket, and preparing to go to the spring to fetch water. The sunlight shines on her, outlining her beautiful figure. Her clear singing echoes in the woods, adding a lively atmosphere to this quiet wilderness. After a while, Anlan arrived at the spring. Clear spring water flows out from the cracks in the rocks, and under the sunlight, it sparkles with crystal light, like a string of dazzling pearls. Anlan squatted down and gently placed the bamboo tube into the reservoir. In an instant, the bamboo tube was filled with cool and sweet spring water. At this moment, Anlan inadvertently looked up at the top of the mountain in the distance. His eyes suddenly widened, and an expression of surprise appeared on his face. Huh? Why does the top of that mountain seem to be smoking? Her heart skipped a beat, and the horrific scene of the previous fire suddenly appeared in her mind, and her heart began to pound. It's not going to catch fire again, is it? The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Not daring to delay even a moment, she quickly picked up the bamboo tube full of water and trotted back towards the shelter. Lu Fan, Lu Fan. Before Anlan reached the door of the shelter, she was already shouting Lu Fan's name at the top of her lungs, with a hint of anxiety in her voice. When Lu Fan heard the shout, he quickly put down the mushrooms in his hand, ran over from the drying area, and looked at Anlan with a puzzled look. What's wrong? Why are you so anxious? Anlan panted and said, I just went to the spring to fetch water and saw smoke coming out of the top of the mountain in the distance. I think it's on fire. When Lu Fan heard this, his expression changed slightly. He looked in the direction Anlan pointed, and sure enough, he saw wisps of smoke rising slowly from the top of the mountain in the distance, which was particularly conspicuous against the backdrop of the blue sky. This is troublesome. If there really is a fire, it will spread rapidly and cause great trouble. Lu Fan frowned, and his expression became serious. He and Anlan had just experienced the danger of fire and knew how terrible wildfires were. If the fire gets out of control, not only will their shelters be threatened, but all life in this wilderness will face a huge disaster. Lu Fan rode on lightning and prepared to find out what was going on. Anlan was not willing to show weakness. He put his hands on his hips and said firmly, Don't think of leaving me behind. We have been through so much together. I must go with you in this kind of thing. There was an unquestionable look in his eyes, as if saying, Don't even think about leaving me behind. Looking at Anlan's determined expression, Lu Fan shrugged helplessly and said with a smile, Okay, I really can't do anything to you. Then let's go together, but you have to hold me tight. Lightning runs very fast. Anlan raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a smug smile. Like a little lady, she sat gracefully behind Lu Fan, with her arms tightly around his waist. Set off. At Lu Fan's command, lightning rushed out like an arrow and ran towards the smoking mountaintop. Along the way, the sound of the wind whistled past my ears, and the trees on both sides flashed by quickly like slides, forming green light and shadows. Dahe was not willing to be left out, so he ran happily behind lightning, barking excitedly from time to time. The sound seemed to be cheering them on, and also as if saying, Wait for me. I want to go on an adventure with you too. The mountain road was rugged and bumpy, and lightning almost tripped several times, but it relied on its agile posture and super endurance to escape danger time and time again. Every time the horse jumped over a pothole, Lu Fan and Anlan felt like they were riding a roller coaster. Their bodies rose and fell with the horse's back, and they felt like their internal organs were about to be tossed out. This road is so bad. It's more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Lu Fan shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice distorted by the wind. Anlan closed her eyes tightly, put her face on Lu Fan's back, and responded loudly. Stop talking nonsense and concentrate on your journey. There was a hint of anger in his tone, as well as some worry about the unknown. After a difficult trek, they finally got closer and closer to the place where the smoke was coming from. After climbing up the hillside, they were stunned by the scene before them. There was steam rising from a pit on the top of the mountain, which turned out to be a hot spring. The clear spring water sparkles blue-green light under the sunlight, like a huge gem. There is a thin layer of mist on the surface of the water, which is like a dream or a fairyland on Earth, making people want to immerse themselves in it. Wow, it's a hot spring. Anlan jumped up excitedly. All the tiredness from the journey just now disappeared in an instant, and there was a gleam of surprise in his eyes. I thought we were going to have another tough battle with the fire, but it turned out to be a big surprise. Lu Fan also breathed a sigh of relief, a surprised smile on his face. That smile was full of relief for surviving the disaster and satisfaction for the unexpected surprise. Dahe was extremely excited. He ran around the hot spring and occasionally used his paws to poke the water surface, splashing water. He was having a lot of fun, as if saying, This place is so fun. Live broadcast room. Wow, it's actually a hot spring. It's a paradise on Earth. The power of nature is beyond imagination. If I could soak in this hot spring, I would be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a villa. Lu Fan squatted down, staring at the hot spring, observing its structure carefully like a professional geologist. I saw that the bottom of the hot spring was a layer of black rock covered with tiny pores. Spring water continuously gushed out from these pores, bringing with it wisps of hot air, as if the earth was breathing gently. The surrounding rocks have peculiar textures, as if they were melted by high temperature and then solidified again, recording the vicissitudes of time and the magical power of nature. I guess this might be an ancient volcanic site. Lu Fan touched his chin and said to Enlon seriously, the underground magma activity generates geothermal energy, which heats the groundwater to form this hot spring. Nature is so amazing. With just a wave of the hand, such a wonderful landscape appears. The tone was full of awe and admiration for nature. Enlon also came over and looked at it curiously. Really? I didn't expect that we would stumble upon such a geological wonder by accident. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement, as if she was exploring a mysterious treasure. Just as Lu Fan was marveling at the wonders of nature, Enlon suddenly pointed to the other side of the hot spring and shouted in surprise, Lu Fan, look over there. Lu Fan looked in the direction she pointed and saw a group of golden monkeys soaking comfortably in the hot spring. Some of them were combing each other's hair gently, as if they were having an intimate communication. Some of them closed their eyes comfortably and enjoyed the warm spring water, looking leisurely and contented. There were also a few little monkeys playing and fighting happily in the water, splashing a string of crystal water, and their cheerful calls seemed to tell of their happiness. Wow, they are so cute. Enlon couldn't help but exclaimed, his eyes full of love and tenderness. Feeling Lu Fan's magical animal affinity, several golden monkeys actually took the initiative to approach them. Leading the group was a larger golden monkey with shiny golden fur that sparkled brightly in the sun, as if it was wearing a gorgeous golden cloak. It walked cautiously to Lu Fan, tilted its head, looked at him curiously, and made a squeak sound from its mouth, as if it was greeting him or asking what he was here for. Hey little guys, hello. Lu Fan smiled and reached out his hand, gently touching the golden monkey's head. Instead of being afraid, the golden monkey squinted its eyes, looking very enjoyable, and rubbed Lu Fan's hand, as if saying, it feels so good, touch it again. Seeing this, the other golden monkeys also gathered around. For a moment, Lu Fan and Enlon were surrounded by these cute little guys. Some of them pulled at the corners of Lu Fan's clothes, some climbed onto his shoulders, and some looked at Enlon curiously. The scene was very warm and interesting. Live broadcast room. Oh my god, what kind of magical scene is this? Humans and monkeys taking a hot spring bath together. Master Lu Fan has an amazing affinity with animals. It feels like he can communicate with them without any obstacles. If it were me, I would have been scratched by the monkey a long time ago. I'm so envious of this treatment. Enlon looked at these cute golden monkeys and felt itchy in his heart. He couldn't help but want to touch one. Chapter 126 Hot Springs, Geothermal Energy. Lu Fan saw through Enlan's thoughts at a glance. Seeing her eager look, he smiled and picked up a chubby little golden monkey, gently placed it in Enlan's arms, and said gently, come, touch it, it's so well behaved. Enlan's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had discovered a treasure. He couldn't wait to raise his hand and gently touch the little golden monkey's head. The little golden monkey was very cooperative. It raised its big watery eyes and looked straight at Enlan. Enlan's surprised and gentle face was reflected in its clear eyes. Oh, this is so cute. Enlan's voice was full of joy. She immediately hugged the little golden monkey tightly in her arms and gently rubbed its chubby face. The little golden monkey not only did not resist, but also squinted its eyes comfortably, which made Enlan laugh continuously. Lu Fan looked at the steaming hot spring in front of him. The rising hot steam was like a pair of gentle hands, gently hooking his heartstrings, and the idea of soaking in the hot spring instantly popped up in his mind. Looking at Enlan again, his eyes seemed to be attracted by a magnet and lingered on the hot spring from time to time. It was clear that he had a telepathic connection with him. Lu Fan raised his lips, revealing a sly smile, and teased, Enlan, this hot spring looks comfortable. How about we enjoy it too? Enlan's cheeks flushed slightly, like a ripe apple. He coughed lightly and said calmly, well, it's not very good in the middle of nowhere. What are you afraid of? I'm here to protect you. Lu Fan patted his chest with a confident look on his face. His determined look made Enlan feel warm inside. Under Lu Fan's persuasion, Enlan also let go of her reserve. She was quick-witted and ran behind a big rock like a nimble deer, muttering as she ran, I'm over here. You're over there. Don't peek. That shy and cute look made Lu Fan couldn't help laughing. Lu Fan pretended to be wronged, spread his hands, and said helplessly, "How dare I? I'm busy preparing to enjoy this natural bathing place." As he spoke, he began to take off his clothes in a carefree and unrestrained manner. After a while, he was frank with each other, and then, like a happy fish, he dived into the hot spring, splashing a large area of crystal water. Wow, this water temperature is amazing. Lu Fan stretched out his limbs comfortably, rolled in the water like a dolphin, feeling the caress of the warm spring water, his face full of enjoyment. Anlan hid behind a rock, carefully took off his clothes, stretched out one foot first, and like a cautious explorer, gently tested the water temperature. It was warm and very comfortable. Then she slowly immersed herself in the water, leaving only her head exposed, enjoying the warmth of the spring water. Her tense nerves instantly relaxed, and she murmured softly, "It's so comfortable." At this time, a few naughty golden monkeys came over. A slightly larger golden monkey, like an experienced masseur, tiptoed onto Lu Fan's back and pressed gently with its flexible little paws. Lu Fan was startled at first, but then he reacted and laughed. "Wow, you have this skill. Okay, give it a good massage for me." The golden monkey seemed to understand and worked even harder. Its little paws rhythmically rubbed Lu Fan's back, sometimes pressing lightly, sometimes rubbing hard. Lu Fan was so comfortable that his eyes narrowed into slits, and he hummed a tuneless little song. Pinching on the left, rubbing on the right. This life is better than being a living god. On the other hand, Anlan could not escape the enthusiastic service of the golden monkey. A little golden monkey held a big leaf in his hand, walked to her shakily, and put the leaf on her head, as if he was putting a fashionable hat on her. Anlan was amused and giggled. "You little guy, you are quite creative." She gently touched the little golden monkey's head, and the little golden monkey called out happily a few times, as if responding to her praise. After soaking for a while, a clever golden monkey began to rummage through Lu Fan's hair. After a while, he proudly held up a small thing, and it turned out to be a louse. It squeaked and showed off to its companions as if it had accomplished some remarkable task. Lu Fan saw it and said with disgust, "Oh my God, it's too dirty. Thank you, but be gentle, my hair can't stand it." The golden monkey tilted its head, seemingly not understanding, but obediently stopped searching and jumped aside to play. The live broadcast room suddenly became lively, with comments flashing like snowflakes. "Haha, INB Master Lu's treatment. He even has monkeys to help with massage and remove lice. Goddess Anlan is behind the rock. She must be very amused by these little guys. Damn mosaic, I can't even see it. These hot springs and monkeys are simply the ultimate enjoyment in the wilderness." I remember seeing incidents of monkeys injuring people in manhwa on my phone when I was a kid. My cousin from manhwa, they are all staged photos. Anlan was behind a rock and was also amused by the actions of the golden monkeys. A little golden monkey climbed onto her shoulder and gently pulled her hair, as if they were playing some interesting game. Anlan smiled and said, "Don't mess up my hair, or I'll settle the score with you." The little golden monkey tilted its head and looked at her innocently. It looked so adorable that Anlan couldn't help but laugh out loud again. Lu Fan was stretching his body in the hot spring when he suddenly had an idea. He shouted to Anlan, "Anlan, how about we play a game? Let's see who can hold their breath the longest." Anlan was not willing to be outdone and responded, "Let's compete. Who's afraid of who?" The two took a deep breath and dived into the water. The golden monkeys gathered around curiously, watching them without blinking and occasionally patting the water with their paws, as if to cheer them on. After a while, Lu Fan emerged from the water first, gasping for breath. No, I give up." Anlan also surfaced with a triumphant smile on his face. "Haha, I knew I could beat you." The laughter of the two echoed over the hot springs, interweaving with the calls of the golden monkeys, forming a unique symphony full of joy and warmth. After soaking for a long time, the skin of both of them turned slightly red. Lu Fan stretched and said, "It's almost done. If you keep soaking, you'll get old." He looked at his hands and feet and saw that the skin was wrinkled like soaked raisins. Anlan smiled and nodded and began to get up. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Natural hot spring 10,000. Afterwards, hot springs emerged from the mountains and appeared within the territory of China. For a moment, the entire land of China seemed to be cast under a spell by nature. Warm hot springs appeared everywhere, steaming and dreamy. Live broadcast room. Wow, hot springs, I must go and experience it. Those upstairs, come together, one appeared near our village. I found that many experts have fenced off the hot springs. What's going on? They are not allowed to use them. Oh, no way, my pants are all off. Then a video quickly circulated on the internet, showing some people in uniform running to the hot spring with many instruments, and the army surrounding the hot spring. People started discussing the matter, and there were many different opinions. Everyone was curious and confused about this sudden change. At this time, hosts Wang Tao and Zhao Hangjun were called away, and after a while they returned to the live broadcast room with smiles on their faces. Wang Tao was the first to explain, holding back his excitement. Let me explain to you about the video on the internet. Since the hot springs bring the entire mountain with them, the underground heat is also brought here, which means we can mine this heat energy. His voice was full of excitement, as if he was announcing great news. Zhao Hangjun also smiled and added, geothermal energy has a wide range of uses. It can be used for power generation, heating, etc. Once successfully developed, it will provide great convenience to our lives. In the land of Sakura, the audience in the live broadcast room looked at China's hot springs and geothermal energy with envy in their hearts. Someone wrote in the comments sourly, "Humph, it's just good luck. What's the big deal? Our Sakura country's hot springs are not bad either." But someone soon retorted, "It's far from the truth. They can get a 10,000-fold rebate and use geothermal energy to generate electricity. What about us?" At this time, some Chinese viewers left messages below. "Isn't it just thermal energy? Let your beautiful father give you 2 more little boys. It's very hot, but it can last for at least several years." Damn it, the guy upstairs, how can you say such a stingy thing? How can 2 be enough? At least start with a set. Hee hee, if your father from the United States is reluctant, we from China can do it for you. Chapter 127 Sulfur. Some people even started to complain about the government. Can't the government think of a way to give us something like this? Some radical netizens even cursed directly on social media platforms. Why can China have such luck, but we can only watch helplessly? It's so unfair. Netizens in the United States were also gobsmacked. This is impossible. China must have cheated. How could there suddenly be so many hot springs and geothermal energy? A netizen posted an angry post on the forum, and many people echoed him, demanding an official investigation. Someone else left a message in the live broadcast room. Our country is so technologically advanced. How can we let China take the lead in energy? The government must take action. Some people even began to fantasize that it would be great if the United States could also trigger such a rebate, and various conspiracy theories were spread rampantly on the internet. The audience from Maple Leaf Country were full of envy. Wow, China is so lucky to have so many hot springs. It's so cold here in winter, it would be great if we could use the geothermal energy for heating. A netizen expressed his feelings on the social platform. Someone else joked, if we are selected to participate in wilderness survival, maybe we can also trigger such a good thing. But more people can only look at the screen helplessly, feeling regretful that their country does not have such opportunities. Players from other countries couldn't sit still either. In China, people were surprised and began to actively participate in the discussion on geothermal energy development. Experts study day and night how to make better use of this sudden geothermal energy. The government also quickly organized a professional team to develop a development plan. People from all over the country offered suggestions for the development project, and volunteers took the initiative to participate in the early preparatory work. After taking a hot spring bath, Lu Fan was about to get up. As soon as he raised his eyes, he saw the unique yellow color beside the hot spring. Discovering sulfur. Lu Fan quickly came closer to take a look, and wow, it was all sulfur. After years of accumulation, the number is quite large, sparkling with a strange and charming luster in the sun. Lu Fan was so excited that he almost jumped up. This is a treasure. His eyes sparkled, and he kept muttering, "Now I'm rich. This sulfur has so many uses." He quickly took out the basket he carried with him and prepared to pry them down with a dagger. When Enlon turned around, he saw Lu Fan dancing there. Oh, greater than over equal to gu less than over equal to, oh. Lu Fan was so scared that he turned around quickly. What's wrong? What happened? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Enlon covered his eyes and turned around quickly. Lu Fan looked down and said, "Hey, it has a hook." Live broadcast room. Fuck, an idol drama plot. So you're being frank? Oh my god, this is too sudden. Master Lu Fan didn't lose out this time. Lu Fan explained awkwardly. Ahem, sorry, I was too excited. Then he quickly put on his sheepskin battle coat. Enlon also turned around with a red face at this time. Without saying much, he just changed the subject. What makes you so excited? Lu Fan explained excitedly. Look, I found sulfur. Sulfur, I have waited for this day for too long. Lu Fan almost cried for joy. And Lan looked at the sulfur in Lu Fan's hand and could not help but nodded. Indeed, sulfur can not only be used to treat scabies, acne, eczema, and other skin diseases. It can also be used to treat cold and constipation and other diseases. Before Lan finished speaking, Lu Fan excitedly said, "With this sulfur and the saltpeter at home, I can make gunpowder." Lan, you want to make gunpowder? Lan asked in disbelief. Lu Fan couldn't help but smile. Of course, by the way, what did you just say? Lan, it's okay. Then Lu Fan happily started collecting sulfur. While collecting, he hummed a little tune. I hold a handful on the left, a handful on the right, full of great wealth. He looked like a pirate who had discovered treasure. After a while, he filled a basket. Looking at the sulfur, Lu Fan couldn't stop smiling. Hey, gunpowder, here I come. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Sulfur 10000. Live broadcast room. Sulfur. Oh my god, how much sulfur soap do I need to make with this? Gunpowder. It's finally showing up. Pistols. Cannons. Planes. After digging enough sulfur, the two men prepared to go back. When leaving the hot spring, Lan bid farewell to the golden monkey family. A little golden monkey clung to the corner of Lan's clothes tightly, its big watery eyes full of reluctance, and it kept making squeaking sounds from its mouth. Lan squatted down, gently stroked the little golden monkey's head, and said softly, "Little guy, I have to go back. I will definitely come to see you again if I have the chance." But the little golden monkey was not willing to let go easily. Instead, it pulled the corner of his clothes even harder and rubbed its little head into Lan's arms. Other golden monkeys also gathered around. Some jumped onto Lan's shoulders, and some circled around her feet, as if they were holding a grand retention ceremony. Lan was so amused by their enthusiastic behavior that he had to take out some leftover fruits from the basket and share them with these little guys. As soon as the golden monkeys saw the food, their eyes lit up instantly, and they let go of Lan and scrambled for the fruit. Lan then took the opportunity to stand up and set out on the journey back to the shelter with Lu Fan. Along the way, Lan looked back from time to time on horseback, looking at the figures jumping among the woods, his heart full of reluctance. Lu Fan was humming a little tune excitedly. When he thought about having a large amount of gunpowder, he wished that lightning could fly. Finally returning to the shelter, as soon as Lu Fan put down the basket, he couldn't wait to start making gunpowder. As he searched for the saltpeter he had collected earlier, he kept muttering, "My gunpowder, my baby, we'll see each other soon." Lan looked at his anxious look and couldn't help but pour a basin of cold water on him. "It's so late. You still want to mess around? Making gunpowder is no joke. What if something unexpected happens? What will we do in the dark?" With Lan's intervention, Lu Fan also calmed down. Lu Fan took a deep breath, trying to suppress his inner excitement, nodded and said, "You are right. Safety first. Let's eat first." As he said this, he turned and walked towards the stove and began to prepare dinner. After a while, the aroma of roasted venison spread, and the sizzling venison was roasted on the fire until it was golden and crispy. Lu Fan sprinkled various seasonings skillfully, and the aroma made people drool. At the same time, a pot of delicious mushroom soup was boiling on the stove. The rich aroma and the taste of roasted venison intertwined with each other, making the simple shelter instantly feel like home. Chapter 128, Making Black Powder. The two of them sat around the dining table. Lan looked at Lu Fan and said, "It's not easy to have such a hot meal in this wilderness." Lu Fan took a bite of venison, chewed it contentedly, and responded vaguely, "Yes, when I grow rice one day, that will be beautiful." The next day, just after daybreak, Lu Fan jumped out of bed like a wound-up alarm clock. He dreamed of fiddling with gunpowder last night. The crackling sound in his dream made him so excited that he almost couldn't sleep well. Lan, hurry up and get up. Today is the day when gunpowder was born. While Lu Fan was putting on his clothes, he shouted at the top of his lungs. The sound echoed in the shelter and almost blew the roof off. Lan got up dazedly, mumbling sleepily, "It's so early, can't you let me sleep a little longer?" Before he could finish his words, he was awakened by Lu Fan's gust of wind. Live broadcast room. Master Lu Fan is so excited. We're about to make gunpowder. I'd be excited too. Gunpowder is a powerful weapon that can change the course of history. If Master Lu Fan traveled through time to ancient times, relying on gunpowder, he would surely become a king of a different surname. Speaking of time travel, how come you don't know that Master Lu Fan didn't travel through time to save us? This live broadcast is getting more and more tortured the more you watch it. I saw that Lu Fan had already moved the sulfur collected yesterday, the saltpeter stored before, and the carefully selected charcoal onto the table. Akio. Lu Fan couldn't help but sneeze. Who was talking about me? Lan, don't underestimate these three things. When they are put together, they become black gunpowder with infinite power. There was a gleam of excitement in Lu Fan's eyes, like a magician about to perform an amazing magic. He first picked up a piece of saltpeter and tossed it in his hand. This saltpeter is the key to black powder. It can provide oxygen and make the gunpowder burn more vigorously. It's just like we need staple food for meals. We can't live without it. As he spoke, he used a small hammer to carefully hammer the saltpeter into powder. He looked so focused, as if he was carving a rare treasure. Then, it was Sulphur's turn. Lu Fan picked up a piece of sulphur, put it under his nose and sniffed it, frowning. This smell is really strong, but it can help the gunpowder burn, just like adding fuel to the flame and making it more intense. He also ground the sulphur into a fine powder, and his technique was as skillful as that of a professional pharmacist. Finally, it was charcoal. Lu Fan picked up a piece of charcoal and gestured in his hand. This charcoal is like the fuel in gunpowder. Without it, the gunpowder will be useless. He put the charcoal into a stone mortar and pounded it vigorously with a pestle, muttering to himself as he pounded, pound and pound to make the best gunpowder. Enlon looked at Lu Fan's flustered and serious appearance and couldn't help laughing. You look like you were preparing some super feast. This is a super feast. To me, gunpowder is more important than any delicacy. Lu Fan didn't even raise his head and continued to fiddle with his treasure. Now that the powders are ready, the next step is the crucial step of mixing. Enlon opened his eyes wide and watched Lu Fan's actions. Lu Fan suddenly froze. What is the ratio of this gunpowder formula? The mass ratio of potassium nitrate, charcoal and sulfur is approximately 75 hours 15 minutes and 10 seconds. Just when Lu Fan was thinking hard, the reminder sound of Tiandao came to the rescue. After hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but secretly praise him for being awesome. Then he took out a large bowl and poured saltpeter powder, sulfur powder, and charcoal powder into it in a certain proportion. As he poured, he kept muttering, "The ratio is just right. If there were too much or too little, this gunpowder wouldn't have the flavor I want." Enlon watched from the side and couldn't help but remind him, "Be careful, don't cause any accidents." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Lu Fan patted his chest and assured, but his hands were shaking slightly with excitement. He picked up a small wooden stick and began to slowly stir the powder in the bowl. The action is just like stirring a cup of fragrant coffee, but if something goes wrong with this coffee, it will be no joke. After stirring evenly, Lu Fan looked at the black powder in the bowl and nodded with satisfaction. "Look, this is the prototype of black powder, but it still needs to be processed to make it more perfect." He added some water to the bowl and began to rub it gently with his hands, rolling the powder into small lumps. As he rubbed the powder, he said proudly, "Look at my skills. The gunpowder particles I rubbed out are more regular than those made by machines." Enlon watched from the side and couldn't help but joked, "You can just blow it, but how do you plan to use this gunpowder you made?" "This is of great use." Lu Fan's eyes lit up. "Next time you encounter danger, set off some gunpowder to scare the wild animals. They will surely be scared to death. It can also be used for hunting. Just put gunpowder into a bamboo tube, add some stones, and throw it next to the prey. With a bang, the prey is in your hands. Or use it for mining. It's easy." As he spoke, he imitated a hunting scene, dancing and gesticulating, and almost spilled the gunpowder he had just made. Don't just think about hunting. You still have to be careful when using gunpowder. It would be bad if you hurt yourself. Enlon still looked worried. "I know, I'm not a child." Lu Fan said this, but he was still a little proud in his heart. After all, he made the gunpowder himself, which was a great secret weapon in the wilderness. The gunpowder pellets were ready, and Lu Fan carefully put them into a ceramic jar. He held the pot as if it were a priceless treasure, with a proud smile on his face. "Now, all we have to do is dry it." Enlon looked at the black lumps in the pottery jar curiously, a little unconvinced. "Can you make gunpowder right now?" Lu Fan couldn't help laughing at Enlan's doubtful expression. "Don't you think it's too simple? It's not the earth-shattering process you imagined." "Yeah," Enlon nodded. Lu Fan smiled and explained, "Many great discoveries in history came from ordinary things. Besides, I just made black gunpowder according to the formula. Compared with those predecessors, it's nothing. They made gunpowder from scratch through repeated experiments. They're truly amazing." Live broadcast room. "Black gunpowder is made right now? Master Lu Fan is awesome. Hey, now I know the recipe too. Black powder is nothing. I have more powerful techniques. The one upstairs, I'll provide the materials, you'll provide the technology, and we'll do something big. Hey guys, this seems to be a public live broadcast room, right?" Lu Fan put the gunpowder in a ventilated place and waited for it to dry. Then he began to select some bamboo tubes of appropriate thickness and started to study them. Enlon looked at him busy and finally couldn't help but speak. "Lu Fan, we need to talk." Chapter 129, Making Firecrackers. Lu Fan stopped what he was doing and looked at Enlon in confusion. "What's wrong?" Enlon simply grabbed his hand and pushed him onto the bamboo chair. Looking at Lan's serious expression, Lu Fan seemed a little at a loss. What? What happened? Seeing Lu Fan's nervous look, Lan's eyes softened, and she shook her head gently. It's nothing important. I just want you to have a rest. Seeing Lan's gentle eyes, Lu Fan suddenly became speechless. You are too tired. I have never seen you rest well. Every time I open my eyes, I see you busy with various things. You are always anxious and want to finish everything at once. Hearing Lan's words, Lu Fan couldn't help but say, No, I just can't sit still and want to do more things. I know you're very anxious. You must feel that if you don't do well, others will have opinions about you and think that you shouldn't be here. But what I want to say is that you have done very well. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Lan ignored Lu Fan's explanation. Lu Fan opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. How to refute it? But what she said was right. Ever since she was chosen to be the representative of China, she has become less and less like herself and more anxious. I am obviously a loser. I like to be lazy. I love to brag. And I can't help feeling inferior when I see those outstanding people. I learned some wilderness survival skills from the team in my previous life, so I became complacent about it. But in the end, he still died, leaving his parents to bury him before him. What is there to be proud of? If there is no reminder from heaven, what am I? There are so many geniuses in this world. Why do you think you are the best? On the one hand, I told myself that I could do it, but on the other hand, I was thinking, I am nothing, why did I get chosen? So I was confused too. People all over the world are watching. I can't be lazy. I can't be cowardly. I have to try to do more. Trigger more times the 10,000 times rebate. If I take a break, they will scold me. But I am just an ordinary person. Lan couldn't help but touch Lu Fan's face when she saw his expression. Take a break. Okay? Lu Fan looked at Lan and suddenly wondered how she could be so good. She was so good that it seemed unreal. She was strong, brave, considerate, able to endure loneliness, and not anxious. I really want to hug her. Lu Fan suddenly laughed, and for the first time he laughed so hard that he wanted to cry. Let's eat first. Lan and Lu Fan made lunch. After lunch, Lu Fan decided to take a break. He made a cup of tea and watched Lan drying the herbs quietly. The sunlight shines through the mottled leaves and falls on Lan's body, outlining a soft outline and making her look with a unique kind of tranquil beauty. Lan, do you think our future lives will always be like this? Lu Fan took a sip of tea, breaking the silence. Lan stopped what he was doing and looked up at Lu Fan, his eyes flashing with thought. Who knows, but it's not easy to have such a safe little world in this wilderness. There was some emotion in her tone, as well as uncertainty about the future. Lu Fan nodded thoughtfully, his eyes cast towards the mountains in the distance. I always feel that we can't be confined here like this. Having gunpowder is just one more means to protect ourselves. There was a gleam of longing in his eyes, as if he had already seen all the possibilities for the future. Lan smiled and lowered his head to sort the herbs again. You always have so many ideas. However, no matter what you want to do, I support you. But no matter where you go, you must pay attention to safety. Her voice was soft, but full of concern. Lu Fan felt warm in his heart. He put down the teacup, walked to Lan, squatted down and helped her sort the herbs. Don't worry, I will be careful with you by my side. Live broadcast room. What's going on? Why are you suddenly talking so ambiguously? What happened was that I saw Lan touch Lu Fan's face, and then the way he looked at Lan was not right. It's so good. Lan smiled, then sorted the herbs and crushed them. Lu Fan asked curiously, what are you going to do? Making mosquito coils. Haven't you noticed that there are more and more mosquitoes recently? Lu Fan asked curiously, how to do it? Teach me. Lan smiled and explained to him, these are wormwood, mint, and cloves. They all have the effect of repelling mosquitoes. First, crush them. Then Lan mixed the crushed plant powder with an appropriate amount of soil in a ratio of 3:1. Slowly add water and stir with a tool such as a stick until the mixture reaches a dough-like state with a certain degree of viscosity but not loose. Roll it into long strips and stick it on a bamboo stick. Lan handed the mixture to Lu Fan. Lu Fan took them immediately, rubbed them into strips with his hands, and stuck them on bamboo sticks. Then put them in a ventilated place to dry. After helping Lan make mosquito coils, Lu Fan began to tinker with his gunpowder. He decided to use bamboo tubes to make some firecrackers to test the effect. He found several bamboo tubes of uniform thickness and suitable length, rinsed them inside and out with clean water, and set them aside to dry. After Lan finished processing the herbs, she also came to Lu Fan and watched him fiddling with the bamboo tubes, her eyes full of curiosity. How are you going to make firecrackers? Lu Fan picked up a bamboo tube and explained excitedly. I plan to put the gunpowder into the bamboo tube, seal one end with mud, and leave a small hole for the fuse. After the fuse is lit, the gas produced by the burning gunpowder expands, causing the bamboo tube to explode, which is similar to the principle of firecrackers. Lu Fan did it right away and carefully put the dried gunpowder particles into the bamboo tube. Every time they loaded a little, they shook it gently to make the gunpowder more compact. And Lon helped pass the tools on the side, his eyes full of trust and expectation. After loading the gunpowder, Lu Fan used the soil he had prepared in advance to seal one end of the bamboo tube little by little, leaving only a very tiny hole. He picked up a simple fuse made of a mixture of dry grass and gunpowder and slowly inserted it into the small hole. Then the fuse was sealed tightly with mud to ensure that no gunpowder would leak. Okay, the first firecracker is completed. Lu Fan excitedly raised the bamboo tube in his hand, with a proud smile on his face. And Lon looked at him with a smile in his eyes. It looks quite realistic, but will it be dangerous if it explodes? Lu Fan looked at Lon, his eyes full of confidence. Don't worry, I have calculated everything. As long as we test it in an open area, there will be no problem. To ensure safety, Lu Fan and Lon came to an open grassland far away from the shelter. Chapter 130. Wearing underwear is not considered exposure. Lu Fan placed the firecrackers he had prepared on the ground, and then asked Lon to hide behind a big rock. He took out a tinderbox, took a deep breath, carefully lit the fuse, and then ran away quickly. The fuse began to burn with a sizzling sound, and the sparks quickly approached the bamboo tube. Hurry, cover your ears. Lu Fan shouted to Lon while covering his own ears tightly. Bang! A loud bang echoed across the open grassland as the firecrackers exploded successfully. The bamboo tubes were blown to pieces, and dirt and debris flew everywhere. Success! Lu Fan jumped up excitedly, holding Lan's hand and cheering. The big black one who was watching the fun nearby was frightened so much that it flew up. It couldn't help but make a whimpering sound, and its limbs couldn't help shaking. Lu Fan quickly touched Dahe with his hand and calmed it down. Don't be afraid. I made this. I won't hurt you. But there was a lot more fear in Dahe's eyes when he looked at Lu Fan. In the understanding of animals, the only thing that can produce such power and sound is the thunder in the sky, which is something they are naturally afraid of. And Lu Fan, who mastered this power, was like mastering the power of God. Just like when humans in ancient times faced nature, they were in awe of it. The live broadcast room was instantly flooded with comments. That's amazing. They really made firecrackers. This explosive power will be very useful in the wild in the future. Master Lu Fan is simply omnipotent. Now, no matter who we meet, we will kill one if there is one, and kill two if there are two. And Lon was also infected by Lu Fan's excitement, and a bright smile appeared on his face. You are really good. You can even do this. Lu Fan looked at Lon, his eyes sparkling. With this firecracker, we will have another means of deterrence when we encounter danger in the future. After confirming that the gunpowder could be used, Lu Fan made several at once. This time, more gunpowder was loaded, and some gravel was added to increase its power. Looking at these powerful weapons, Lu Fan nodded with satisfaction, and then he hid them under the bed. After doing all this, Lu Fan stretched out his body, and his bones made crackling sounds. Then he saw the deerskins and leopard skins drying on the fence at Nora. He looked down at the sheepskin and trousers on his body and felt that he needed to make 2 more sets of clothes. But after looking at the rough workmanship of the sheepskin, he decided to make some tools to assist in making clothes. Needle. The first thing Lu Fan thought of was to make a needle. After all, his previous sewing method was to make a few holes in the sheepskin and then thread it with a rope, which was very rough. Not only does it look unsightly, it is also uncomfortable to wear. Lu Fan decided to use the iron ore and small blast furnace in the shelter to make a needle. He knew very well that in this wilderness, any seemingly simple tool could become the key to survival. He first went to the place where the iron ore was stored and carefully selected the ore. These ores sparkled with metallic luster under the dim light. Relying on the experience accumulated over this period of time, Lu Fan selected several pieces of iron ores with higher purity and fewer impurities. He put the selected iron ore into a small blast furnace and started the fire. As the flames burned fiercely, the temperature inside the blast furnace gradually increased, and the iron ore began to soften and melt under the action of high temperature. Lu Fan stared at the blast furnace, his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat. He knew that this process could not tolerate any carelessness. If the temperature was not properly controlled, the molten iron might be impure, affecting the quality of the needle. After a long wait, the iron ore was finally completely melted into molten iron. Lu Fan carefully poured the molten iron into the mold prepared in advance. This mold was carefully made by him out of clay. It has an elongated shape with a sharp end, just like a needle. After the molten iron is poured into the mold, it quickly cools and solidifies. Lu Fan held his breath and gently knocked open the mold. A needle with a rudimentary shape appeared before his eyes. However, the needle is not perfect, the surface is rough, and the hole is not smooth enough. Lu Fan took out a piece of fine sand and began to polish it patiently. He grinded it stroke by stroke, controlling the force and direction each time, striving to make the needle smoother and sharper. The polishing process was long and boring, but Lu Fan did not slack off at all. He looked at the needle in his hand intently, as if the whole world only left him and this soon-to-be-finished tool. After some effort, the needle was finally polished. It sparkled with a cold light in the sunlight. The needle body was smooth, the tip was sharp, and the pinhole was polished to perfection. Although this needle is only slightly thinner than a nail, it is more than enough for use in the wild. Lu Fan looked at the finished product in his hand and felt a sense of accomplishment. He knew that this tiny needle would bring great convenience to their survival. After making the iron needle, Lu Fan also made a sickle because it was too difficult to cut the grass with a big knife. Lan watched Lu Fan's busy figure from the side, his eyes full of admiration. When Lu Fan finished making the needle, she also started to take action. She took out some processed high-fiber plants that she had washed and dried before and were now ready to use. Although it is not enough to make a piece of clothing, it is still possible to do some sewing work. After drying in the sun, the stem bark became dry and tough, and Lan began to twist them into ropes. Her technique was skillful and the rope gradually took shape in her hands. She twisted each rope evenly and finely to ensure that it would not break easily when sewing clothes. The process of making the rope also requires patience and skill, and Lan did it with great concentration, as if he was completing a work of art. Lu Fan squatted beside to help, and thin ropes were twisted out one by one. After everything was ready, Lu Fan and Lan prepared to sew clothes. "What style do you want?" Lan asked Lu Fan with his head tilted. Lu Fan lowered his head and thought for a while. "How about making a skirt with leopard skin, like Sun Wukong, and a top with deer skin?" Lan looked at Lu Fan's figure and nodded. "Okay." They first took the deer and leopard skins off the fence and spread them on the ground. After drying and preliminary processing, these skins have become soft and tough. Lu Fan picked up the needle, put on the rope made by Lan, and began to try sewing. With the help of a needle, the sewing process becomes much smoother. He sewed along the pre-drawn lines, stitch by stitch, making each stitch tight and neat. Lan helped from the side. She carefully aligned the leather to ensure that the sewing position was accurate. The two worked in perfect harmony, exchanging ideas while sewing. During this process, they also encountered some problems, such as the leather was thick, the needle was difficult to penetrate, and the rope sometimes got tangled. But they did not get discouraged, and instead worked together to find a solution. Lu Fan tried to soften the edges of the leather with a stone so that the needle could penetrate more easily. Lan arranged the rope more carefully to avoid tangles. After several hours of hard work, the first piece of clothing was finally sewn. Chapter 131: Discovering Potatoes. This is a top made of deerskin. It has a simple style, with short sleeves that are one piece in the front and one piece in the back, but it is full of practical value. The collar and cuffs of the clothes are sewn very neatly, making them warm and comfortable to wear. Lu Fan put on the clothes, turned around a few times, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Lan looked at Lu Fan and smiled happily. Continue to work on the second piece of clothing. This time, making a leopard skin skirt was much easier than making a top. During the production process, they learned from the lessons of the first garment and sewed it more skillfully and quickly. Soon, leopard skin skirts were also made. It is not only beautiful, but also has a good camouflage effect in the wild. Lu Fan tried on the new clothes and felt completely refreshed. The top fits her perfectly and the leather skirt falls to her knees, so she can wear a pair of underwear without exposing herself. Lan looked at Lu Fan and couldn't help but praise him. "Very handsome." Lu Fan posed arrogantly. "Of course, I am the most handsome man in the wilderness." At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room were also moved by their efforts and achievements. The comments came like a tide. "It's amazing. This hands-on ability is simply unmatched. From making needles to sewing clothes, every step is not easy. They are really amazing." With these new equipment, their chances of survival in the wild are greatly improved again. It's not easy to take a shower and wear new clothes in the wilderness. Alas, the godling you next door, he exercises a lot every day and sweats a lot. His clothes are all patinaed after washing. The sun began to set unknowingly, and the warm orange light cast a dreamy filter over the entire wilderness. Lu Fan looked at Jiao and other friends strolling leisurely in the fence and decided to cut some fresh grass for them. He picked up the newly made sickle. Although the sickle looked simple, it fit very well in his hand. The surrounding grass had been almost mowed, so Lu Fan walked further away this time. He put the basket on Dajiao's back, and then led Dajiao out of the shelter. Finally, he came to a meadow that had not been explored yet. "Brother, it's up to you to show off your skills." Lu Fan talked to himself while looking at the sickle. Then with a sudden swing, the sharp blade easily cut into the grass, making a rustling sound, as if playing a cheerful labor song. With this handy tool, the mowing efficiency was much faster. After a while, a mountain of grass piled up beside him. While cutting, Lu Fan suddenly stopped. His eyes were attracted by several withered vines. The vines grew strangely and lay wilted on the ground, like little snakes that had lost their vitality. Discovering potato plants. Lu Fan took a closer look. His eyes widened instantly, and his breathing became rapid. It's really a pute head. You should know that the history of potatoes on Chinese tables can be traced back to the Ming and Qing dynasties. They have won the love of the Chinese people due to their easy growth and high yield. Lu Fan squatted down and looked carefully, and saw some yellowish stuff faintly showing at the roots of the withered vines. Lu Fan was so excited that his hands were shaking a little. Without saying a word, he squatted down and carefully dug up the surrounding soil with his hands. His heart beat faster with every layer of soil he dug, and when the first fist-sized potato was completely exposed, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Haha, this is such a treat. Lu Fan couldn't stop smiling. He turned to look at Enlon, his eyes sparkling, like a pirate who had discovered treasure. So he began to dig frantically, and soon the ground was filled with round potatoes. After counting them, there are more than 20 of them. Each of them is plump and strong, just like cute little fat boys. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Potato 231-0000. Live broadcast room. Potatoes are my favorite, but it's hard to grow potatoes now. We call them fried potatoes here, and I loved eating fried potatoes when I was a kid. The key is that this thing has a large production volume. Master Lu Fan and his friends are in for a treat. This is incredible luck. I can find potatoes even when I go out to cut grass. The host Wang Tao was also very excited. I believe many viewers are very familiar with potatoes. My country has been planting potatoes since the early Qing dynasty. By the middle of the Qing dynasty, the population had increased dramatically, and potatoes, which were high-yielding and easy to grow, spread rapidly throughout China, becoming an indispensable food on the tables of ordinary people. Zhao Hangjun couldn't help but nodded. Potatoes can provide rich carbohydrates, which are very necessary for contestants Lu Fan and Enlon. Lu Fan put potatoes and fodder in a basket, and happily went back leading to Jiao. When we were approaching the shelter, we saw Enlon standing at the door from afar. Lu Fan waved at her happily. Enlon came out with a smile on his face. I just saw the announcement. Did you dig up potatoes? Huh, you were so happy about this. I thought you were here to greet me. The smile on Lu Fan's face collapsed instantly. Enlon rolled her eyes at him. What are you talking about? I must be here to greet you. Hearing these words, Lu Fan instantly became cocky again. We're going to have a potato feast tonight. As he said this, he gestured to Enlon to look at the potatoes in the basket. There are so many. Enlon's face was full of surprise. Lu Fan unloaded the fodder and potatoes. Then the two began to discuss how to cook these hard-earned delicacies. I think it tastes best when grilled, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Spread a little chili sauce on it. It's so delicious. As Lu Fan spoke, he couldn't help swallowing. It's good to eat it roasted, but we can also cook some potato stew, which is warm and nutritious. Enlon proposed a different idea. The two discussed for a long time and finally decided to try both ways of eating. Lu Fan was in charge of making the fire. He fiddled with the dry firewood expertly while muttering. Slowly simmer over low heat. Quickly roast over high heat. Today, I'll let you see my cooking skills. Enlon was washing potatoes. She put them in the water one by one and rubbed them. Watching these little guys covered in mud become clean in my hands, I felt so satisfied. After the fire was lit, Lu Fan threw the potatoes directly into the charcoal fire and covered them with charcoal ash. On the other side, Enlon put the cut potato pieces into the pot, added water and meat pieces, and started cooking potato soup. The water in the pot slowly boiled, and white mist rose up, bringing with it a fresh fragrance. Wow, it smells so good. Enlon took a deep breath. The audience in the live broadcast room had already been unable to contain their greed over this scene, and the barrage of comments kept popping up like snowflakes. It's so wonderful to be able to eat such fresh potatoes in the wilderness. Lu Fan and Enlon are simply wilderness gourmets. Their cooking skills are amazing. My mouth is watering already. I can smell the aroma through the screen. Soon, the baked potatoes and potato soup were ready. Lu Fan dug out a baked potato and blew on it gently, forming a layer of black charcoal shell on the outside of the potato. He scraped away the black part with a dagger, leaving only the golden appearance. Just as he was about to eat, Lu Fan remembered the spicy pickled chili he had made earlier. He ran back to the room, took out the pottery jar, opened the lid, and a toothacheing aroma filled his nostrils. This familiar taste instantly made Lu Fan drool. He cut the potatoes in half with a dagger, put pickled chili in the middle, and closed them. Lu Fan took a bite with anticipation, and the hot potato spread in his mouth. The soft, Sweet taste coupled with the spicy stimulation of the pickled chili peppers instantly conquered his taste buds. So delicious. While eating, Lu Fan said vaguely, "And Lon, try it quickly. This is definitely the best baked potato I have ever eaten." And Lon also tasted it, with a satisfied smile on his face. "Really, it's so delicious." The two of them sat by the campfire, enjoying the delicious food and looking at the sunset in the sky, feeling so happy. Chapter 132, Aboriginal Speculations. After dinner, Lu Fan fed the animals. Then he made 2 cups of tea and sat by the fire to chat with Lon. "I'm so lucky today. I actually found potatoes," Lu Fan said happily. "Yes, these potatoes taste exactly like the ones I ate when I was a kid." A trace of memory emerged on Lan's face. "That's true. Familiar taste, familiar mouthfeel." Lu Fan, who was drinking tea, suddenly stopped. Lon looked at Lu Fan, who was suddenly in a daze, and asked curiously, "What's wrong? What did you think of?" Lu Fan put down his teacup and looked at Lon with a strange expression, asking his own question, "Why are the potatoes in the wilderness the same as the ones we grow?" Lu Fan remembered that he had seen wild potatoes in the wild in his previous life. The skin of wild potatoes is more brown and black, the surface is rough, the inside is hard, and the texture is closer to that of a rhizome. The potatoes he had just dug were obviously yellow-skinned potatoes. Lon was also stunned when he heard Lu Fan's question. "What is going on?" Lu Fan lowered his head and thought. The peppers, taro, and fruits he had picked before seemed to be closer to the quality of modern life. "I didn't pay attention to it before, but now I think if it was natural evolution, there should be some differences." In an instant, a guess emerged in Lu Fan's mind. "Do you think it is possible that the wilderness we are in is also a real world, and there are humans living here, but we haven't met them yet?" Lon was shocked by Lu Fan's guess. It's possible that potatoes were cultivated by the indigenous people and were just drifted into the wilderness. The live broadcast room exploded instantly, and the barrage of comments rolled like snowflakes. "Yes, these fruits and plants really look like they are grown artificially. I said that the potato looked so unique. It didn't look like it grew in the wild." "I think the Aboriginals' guess is quite reliable. Maybe there is a mysterious tribe around this wilderness. Could it be a parallel world of Blue Star?" "Parallel world? This is a bit far-fetched, but it doesn't seem impossible. If it's a parallel world, then maybe I can encounter all kinds of magical things later. It's exciting just thinking about it." Lu Fan looked at the dancing flames, his thoughts drifting away. Lon frowned, his eyes full of curiosity and confusion. If there really are indigenous people, what would they be like? Would they use tools and build shelters like us? Lu Fan stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. "No matter what, we have to be careful. If there really are indigenous people, their lifestyle is different from ours, and it would be troublesome if conflicts arise. However, if we can communicate and cooperate with them, we might be able to get more information about this world." Seeing her worried look, Lu Fan smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry. You can't even see a ghost in this wilderness. Where would people come from? Even if there are indigenous people, they are not that developed. We even have gunpowder, so what are we afraid of?" Hearing this, Lon also smiled and said, "You are scaring yourself. If the indigenous people here can really develop while maintaining such a vast wilderness without being destroyed, then I estimate that their technological level is simply not something we can contend with. There is no point in worrying." After figuring this out, the two of them stopped worrying about it and went straight back to their room to rest. "Lon, what's wrong? If there is real danger, I will protect you with my life." "Okay, good night." On the internet, discussions about the world of wilderness survival spread rapidly, with various opinions emerging one after another. There are conspiracy theories, parallel universe theories, and even claims that aliens are observing humans. The next morning, the sun shone through the gaps in the leaves and fell on the shelter like golden threads. Lu Fan got up early and went to the place where potatoes were stored in high spirits. He searched carefully and picked out a few old potatoes with rough skin and obvious buds, muttering to himself, "Whether we can eat a steady supply of potatoes in the future depends on you guys." He decided to cultivate potato seeds just like he did with taro. He carefully cut the potatoes into small pieces, ensuring that each piece had at least one eye. His movements were so delicate, as if he was carving a rare treasure. These buds are crucial. Whether or not a healthy potato seedling can grow depends entirely on them. While cutting, Lu Fan explained to Lon, who was watching curiously beside him. After cutting, Lu Fan gently placed the potato pieces on the seed hotbed and carefully covered them with a layer of soft dead leaves, just like covering them with a warm quilt. "Okay, now we just have to wait for them to sprout." Lu Fan stood up and clapped his hands, his eyes filled with longing for the future. After finishing all this, Lu Fan and Enlon had a simple lunch. But as soon as he put down his bowl and chopsticks, Lu Fan frowned and walked to the storage room. Inside was piled with their food. It looked full, but in fact it could not withstand careful counting. First of all, Lu Fan and Enlon. Their daily exploration consumes a lot of energy, so they eat a lot. Moreover, after Lu Fan's body was strengthened, his appetite also increased day by day. In addition to the animals in the shelter, the other animals are not so bad. Most of the time they just have to eat grass. But there is still the carnivore Dahe. Although it occasionally goes out to find food for itself, most of the time it eats in the shelter. Lu Fan can't just ignore it. It's his go-to dipping sauce. This food is really not edible. Enlon also came over to take a look and said worriedly, "Yeah, it seems that we have to find a way to store more food. How about we go out and look for it this afternoon to see if we can find some more surprises like potatoes?" Lu Fan's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "What a good idea. Maybe we can find some wild fruits and vegetables. However, we must be well prepared and not return empty-handed." So the two of them began to prepare bows and arrows, shovels, baskets, etc. Everything was ready, and the two of them set off with Dahe. Dahe seemed to have sensed the need to go out on an adventure, and he ran around excitedly in front, looking back at Lu Fan and Enlon from time to time, his tail wagging like a rattle. Enlon looked at Lu Fan excitedly tying firecrackers to the arrows and felt helpless. "Why are you tying firecrackers to it?" Lu Fan replied with a smile. "I have to protect you. If you are in danger, I will use my explosive bow to blow him up. I guarantee that he will be blown to pieces." "You idiot, I think you just want to play." Chapter 133, Fireworks Show Their Power. The two explored in the direction where they found the potatoes yesterday. Along the way, the sunlight cast mottled shadows through the branches and leaves, as if covering the earth with a layer of golden diamonds. Dahe was running happily in front, stopping from time to time to sniff the wild flowers and grasses on the roadside, just like a curious baby. Not long after they walked, the sharp-eyed Enlon suddenly pointed to a dense bush in front of them and shouted excitedly, "Lu Fan, look, is that a wild kiwi fruit?" Lu Fan looked in the direction she pointed and saw furry fruits looming among the bushes intertwined with vines. "It's true. Today's luck is absolutely amazing." Lu Fan walked quickly forward, carefully pushed aside the branches and leaves, and began picking. Although these wild kiwis are small in size, they are abundant in number. In a short while, they picked a full small basket. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Chinese player Enlon triggers 10,000 times rebate. Wild kiwi fruit 1310000. Wild kiwi fruit 1210000. Lu Fan picked up one, peeled off the skin with a knife, and took a bite impatiently. The sweet and sour juice instantly burst in his mouth. So delicious. These authentic wild fruits are much more flavorful than those sold in supermarkets. He ate while speaking incoherently, with green fruit flesh hanging from the corners of his mouth, looking very funny. Enlon looked at him and couldn't help laughing. Maybe these fruits were grown by the indigenous people, and we are here to steal their fruits. Lu Fan didn't care at all, and even ate loudly on purpose, which made Enlon laugh even harder. After enjoying the delicious kiwi fruit, Lu Fan suddenly slapped his forehead, as if he remembered something important. "All right, I found some bananas somewhere before. Let's go pick some. If we can bring them back, it will be another delicious meal." Enlon's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded in agreement. So, led by Dahe, the two of them walked towards where the bananas grew. Along the way, Lu Fan hummed a little tune and felt particularly happy. "As I was walking, I suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from the front, like the cry of animals." Dahe also became alert, slowed down his pace, and let out a low roar from his throat. "Wild boar spotted." Lu Fan gestured to Enlon towards the front, and the two of them cautiously approached the source of the sound. Through the dense foliage, they saw a surprising scene. Several monkeys were being attacked by a wild boar. The wild boar was covered with rough black hair, and two long fangs protruded from the corners of its mouth, flashing coldly in the sunlight. At this moment, it was rushing towards the monkeys with its fangs and claws bared. The monkeys fled in panic. Some climbed up trees, some jumped between branches, and made sharp calls, trying to avoid the wild boar's attack. "What should we do?" Enlon nervously grabbed Lu Fan's arm and asked in a low voice. Lu Fan frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Just consider it as a good deed and capture this wild boar by the way." As he spoke, he took out an arrow tied with firecrackers from his back and showed a confident smile on his face. "Watch me. Let this wild boar see how powerful I am." Lu Fan first handed the fire source to Enlon, then quickly bent the bow and aimed the arrow at the wild boar. Light the fire for me. Enlon did not hesitate and quickly touched the fuse with fire. Laugh. The leads shortened rapidly. As soon as Lu Fan let go, the arrow flew out. Although the addition of firecrackers caused some imbalance during the flight. However, with the help of Lu Fan's powerful force, the sharp arrow still pierced into the wild boar's body. The wild boar let out a terrible cry, then turned around and rushed towards them aggressively. Boom! The deafening sound resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The wild boar, which was originally aggressive, fell to the ground, with a large area of blood and flesh on its waist. You can see that its entire waist was severely injured, and the exposed flesh was stained black, which was the burn from the gunpowder. There were a lot of gravel embedded around the wound, which had penetrated deeply into the wild boar's body and was the cause of its serious injury. At this time, the wild boar was lying on the ground, trembling all over, and its limbs could not help twitching. The loud noise also scared the monkeys so much that they scattered in panic. Some of them jumped up into the trees and cried out in fear. Some were so frightened that they stood there in a daze, as if they had lost their souls. Lu Fan let go of the hand that was covering the big black ear, picked up the knife, and went over to check the condition of the wild boar. Enlon looked at the half-dead wild boar with his mouth open in surprise. This is so powerful. Lu Fan smiled and said, "What do you think? The firecrackers that are set off during festivals only have a fingernail-sized amount of gunpowder inside. Mine is full of gunpowder, so of course it's very powerful." Then he stabbed the wild boar's neck with the dagger and twisted it clockwise, and the wild boar died. Lu Fan looked up at Enlon and continued to explain. In fact, half of the wild boar was killed by the explosion, and the other half was scared to death. Live broadcast room. Oh my god, 666. These firecrackers are too powerful. What firecrackers? These are Lu's hand-pulled cannons. This is an intercontinental missile. Congratulations to my brother Lu for becoming the only person in charge in the wilderness. Then Lu Fan raised his head and looked around. The monkeys were still in shock, looking at Lu Fan and Enlon with fear. Don't be afraid. I have killed the wild boar. Lu Fan used his animal affinity to calm the frightened monkeys, and the monkeys gradually came to their senses. A little monkey saw Lu Fan and jumped up and down excitedly, as if it had met a long-lost relative. It was the one that Lu Fan had fed before. It suddenly jumped onto Lu Fan's shoulder, rubbed his face affectionately, and squeaked continuously, as if telling how badly it had been chased by the wild boar just now. Hey little guy, long time no see. You look so energetic. Were you hurt by that wild boar just now? Lu Fan smiled and touched the little monkey's head. The little monkey was quite cooperative and stretched out its little paws to pat Lu Fan's hand, which made Enlon at the side couldn't help laughing. When the other monkeys saw that the little monkey was so close to Lu Fan, they were no longer afraid and gathered around. Lu Fan took the opportunity to communicate with the monkeys. He gestured and said, "Don't be afraid, everyone. I've already dealt with that bad guy." The monkeys seemed to understand what he said, and they chirped and cried as if they were cheering and celebrating. Just then, a larger monkey, probably the leader of the monkey group, made a few crisp calls. The other monkeys immediately took action and ran towards the nearby banana grove like a group of well-trained little soldiers. Lu Fan and Enlon looked at each other with confusion, wondering what the monkeys were going to do. After a while, the monkeys came back with a bunch of bananas. Chapter 134, Monkeys Thanks. They placed the bananas in front of Lu Fan and Enlon and handed them to them enthusiastically. It turned out that the monkeys went to pick bananas as a thank you gift to Lu Fan for saving them. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Chinese player Enlon triggers 10,000 times rebate. Banana 1410000. Banana 1110000. Wow, that's too polite. Enlon took the banana handed to him by the monkey with surprise, and a big smile appeared on his face. It seems your firecrackers are quite useful. Not only did they save them, but we also harvested so many bananas. Lu Fan smiled and scratched his head. I didn't expect them to be so enthusiastic. This is a pleasant surprise. As he spoke, he peeled a banana and took a big bite. The sweet and soft taste instantly spread in his mouth. This wild banana is different. It's sweeter than the ones I've eaten before. Enlon also tasted it and nodded repeatedly. It is indeed delicious, and this is a token of the monkey's love, so it tastes even sweeter. The monkeys watched them eat happily and became happy too, jumping up and down beside them. From time to time, he imitated them eating bananas, which made Lu Fan and Enlon laugh. After eating 2 bananas, Lu Fan and Enlon began to deal with the wild boar. They first cleaned the arrows and firecracker fragments from the wild boar, and then used the tools they brought to skillfully cut the wild boar into small pieces. During this process, the monkeys watched curiously, occasionally coming forward to smell it, and then jumping away because of the smell of blood. They looked very funny. This wild boar is really big. It's enough for us to eat for several days, Lu Fan said as he divided it. Besides, these wild boar meats are rich in nutrients. They are a good thing to replenish your physical strength in this wilderness. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy wild boar 10,000. After processing the wild boar meat, Lu Fan and Enlon were just about to take a break when the leader of the monkey group walked out in a heroic and high-spirited manner. The Monkey King has shiny hair all over his body and a clever look in his eyes. He is obviously the boss of this group of monkeys. It walked straight to Lu Fan, stretched out its furry claws, grabbed Lu Fan's hand, and kept pulling it away. It kept making a squeak sound, as if to say, "Brother, follow me. I have something good to show you." "What is this Monkey King going to do?" Enlon asked Lu Fan with a puzzled look on his face. Lu Fan was also completely confused, but his curiosity was aroused, and he said with a smile, "Never mind. Let's go and see. Maybe there will be some surprises." Although Lu Fan didn't know what the Monkey King was going to do, he could feel the Monkey King's kindness. So, Lu Fan and Enlon, accompanied by Dahe, followed the Monkey King on a mysterious journey. A few monkeys even kindly helped Lu Fan and the others carry the cut pork. Along the way, other monkeys followed behind like a group of little followers, jumping and playing with each other from time to time, as if celebrating their victory. Dahe also became excited, shuttling back and forth between the monkeys and the two people, barking at the monkeys from time to time, as if he was communicating with them. As a result, the monkeys were frightened and moved closer to Lu Fan. Lu Fan taught Dahe a lesson with a smile on his face. "Behave yourself. Look how scared they are." As they walked, they came to an ordinary-looking forest. If the Monkey King hadn't led the way, who would have thought that there was a secret base of the monkeys hidden here? Behind a huge old tree, there is an inconspicuous cave entrance, which is blocked by some vines and leaves and cannot be found without careful observation. This is the monkey's nest. It's quite hidden. As Lu Fan spoke, he carefully pushed aside the vines and followed the Monkey King into the cave. Enlon and Dahe followed closely behind. As soon as you enter the cave, a smell mixed with fruity aroma hits you in the face. With the faint light coming through the cave entrance, Lu Fan and Enlon were surprised to find that this naturally formed cave was filled with a variety of fruits, piled up as high as a hill. There are red wild apples, yellow wild pears, and some fruits that they can't name. It's a dazzling array and makes people salivate. My God, this group of monkeys are simply fruit wholesalers in the wilderness. Lu Fan couldn't help but exclaimed. Enlon also widened his eyes, his face full of surprise. These fruits look so fresh. The monkeys really know how to find places to hide treasures. The Monkey King looked at their surprised expressions and jumped proudly on the pile of fruit. He even picked up a wild apple and handed it to Lu Fan, making a squeaking sound as if to say, "These are all for you. Eat as much as you want." Lu Fan took the apple, rubbed it on his clothes, took a bite, and the sweet and sour juice instantly burst in his mouth. It's so delicious. The taste of this wild apple is pure. Enlon also took a wild pear, tasted it, and nodded repeatedly. This pear is crisp, sweet, and juicy. The monkeys watched them eat happily and cheered too, jumping up and down in the cave. The Monkey King stuffed various fruits into Lu Fan and Enlon's arms, eagerly asking them to accept them. Lu Fan was also amused by the Monkey King's enthusiasm and laughed. Okay, then I'll accept your fruit. Thank you." Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Chinese player Enlon triggers 10,000 times rebate. Apple 4, 10000. Green pear 6, 10000. Guava 4, 10000. The audience in the live broadcast room was also amused by this scene. Oh my God, this group of monkeys is so righteous that they just showed us all their wealth. Brother Lu is so lucky that he gets benefits wherever he goes. I seriously suspect that Brother Lu is a non-staff member of Huagua Mountain. Otherwise, how could he get along so well with the monkeys? When the Monkey King saw Lu Fan and the others accepting the fruits, he danced with joy, looking like a child who had been praised. It jumped up and down excitedly in the cave and made a few happy calls from time to time. The other monkeys cheered along, and the whole cave was filled with a lively atmosphere. "This Monkey King looks happier than us," Enlon said with a smile, his eyes full of laughter. Lu Fan couldn't help laughing. Yeah, it seems they really treat us as friends. The Monkey King seemed to be still not satisfied, so he grabbed Lu Fan's hand again and motioned him to follow him. Lu Fan and Enlon looked at each other, their eyes full of curiosity. They decided to continue following the Monkey King to explore this mysterious cave. Led by the Monkey King, they headed deeper into the cave. The light in the cave was getting dimmer and dimmer, and Lu Fan and Enlon had to move forward carefully, for fear of being tripped by something. Dahe also followed closely behind them, whimpering from time to time, seeming a little uneasy about this unfamiliar environment. Chapter 135 Monkey Wine. Suddenly, Lu Fan smelled a faint smell of alcohol. He wrinkled his nose and thought, why does this cave smell like alcohol? Is it my illusion? At this moment, the Monkey King stopped, pointed at a stone pit, squeaking and gesticulating with his hands. Lu Fan and Enlon took a closer look and saw some light yellow liquid in the stone pit, emitting a unique fragrance. What is this? Enlon asked curiously. Lu Fan also looked confused, and he observed the stone pit carefully. I found some tiny bubbles on the surface of the liquid, which looked very magical. Seeing that they didn't understand, the Monkey King jumped around anxiously. Then it dipped its hand in some liquid and pretended to put it into its mouth, then pretended to fall to the ground. There was also a whooshing sound coming from his mouth, as if telling them that they would fall to the ground if they drank it. Is this wine? Lu Fan's heart moved, and he remembered the legendary monkey wine. Discovering natural monkey wine. When Lu Fan heard the confirmation tone, his eyes suddenly lit up. It is said that monkey wine is a fine wine made by monkeys collecting wild fruits, piling them up in caves, and then naturally fermenting them over a long period of time. Unexpectedly, they found the legendary monkey wine in this cave today. Enlon, I think this might be monkey wine. Lu Fan said to Enlon excitedly. Monkey wine. Is it true? Enlon widened her eyes in surprise. Although she had heard of monkey wine, she had never seen it, let alone tasted it. Lu Fan carefully dipped his finger into the liquid and put it in his mouth to taste it. At first, he only felt a sweet and sour taste, and then a faint aroma of wine spread in his mouth, leaving him with an endless aftertaste. Yes, this is monkey wine. Lu Fan said excitedly, I didn't expect we would be so lucky to find monkey wine here. Enlon couldn't help but take a sip, and her eyes lit up immediately. It's true. It has the sweetness of fruit and the mellowness of wine. When the audience in the live broadcast room heard that they had discovered monkey wine, they were also excited. Oh my God, it really is monkey wine. Brother Lu is so lucky. Monkey wine is a legendary fine wine. I didn't expect to see it in the live broadcast room today. I am so lucky. Brother Lu, drink more so we can enjoy the feast for our eyes. Monkey wine? Why haven't I heard of it? The Monkey King watched them drinking happily and danced around, looking very proud. It seems to enjoy seeing humans praising its treasured treasures. This monkey wine must have been brewed by monkeys accidentally. Lu Fan explained to Enlon while tasting the monkey wine. They piled the wild fruits they couldn't finish eating in the stone pit. Over time, the wild fruits naturally fermented and turned into wine. Enlon nodded and asked curiously, is the alcohol content of this monkey wine high? Lu Fan thought for a moment and said, from the taste, the alcohol content shouldn't be too high. After all, it is naturally fermented and has not been distilled. However, you can't drink too much, lest you get drunk. As the two were talking, a little monkey sneaked over. It also imitated Lu Fan, dipped its finger in a little monkey wine, and put it in its mouth to taste it. As a result, as soon as the little monkey took a bite, it stuck out its tongue because of the spiciness. It kept jumping around and making a squeaking sound from its mouth, which looked very funny. Haha, this little monkey is feeling the spiciness. Enlon couldn't help but laugh. When the other monkeys saw the funny look of the little monkey, they also started laughing, and the whole cave was filled with laughter. Lu Fan tasted a little more, and he smacked his lips. The unique flavor of the monkey wine spread on the tip of his tongue, as if he had eaten all kinds of fresh fruits in one breath. The feeling was like a small hand scratching his heart, and he could never forget it. He stared at the monkey wine in the stone pit, and then looked at the smug Monkey King. Then Lu Fan expressed his goodwill to the Monkey King and began to negotiate with him. Hey, friend, your monkey wine is amazing. Can you give me some to take home and savor slowly? I'll definitely think of you when I get something good in the future. The Monkey King tilted his head, his eyes rolling around, as if trying to figure out what Lu Fan meant. Lu Fan quickly took out a bamboo tube filled with water, pointed at the monkey wine, and then pointed at himself. This time the Monkey King understood. He slapped his chest and made several loud squeaks. Then it took the bamboo tube from Lu Fan's hand, reached into the stone pit, scooped up 2 full tubes of monkey wine, and handed them to Lu Fan. There is something of an outlaw hero in his expression. Lu Fan was flattered and quickly took it with both hands, looking as if he was holding a rare treasure. Oh, thank you so much, my friend. You are really a timely help. I promise that I will enjoy this wine. He smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits, and he couldn't hide the joy on his face. When the Monkey King saw Lu Fan's happy expression, he also raised his head and made a woo-woo sound to express his joy. Seeing this scene, Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh at the Monkey King's intelligence and cleverness. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Natural Monkey Wine 210000. Live broadcast room. Wow, today's Master Lu Fan is simply invincible, triggering 10,000 times rebate one after another. Monkey Wine, this is not an ordinary wine, this is Wang Wei's poem. No, this is the legendary wine. Give me a taste, just one, dark and twisted. Is the person upstairs high? These monkeys are so smart. The host Wang Tao also lamented, although I haven't seen monkeys for several years, but in my memory, they are not so smart. Zhao Hangjun smiled and said, it is not without reason that primates can stand out from the natural development. Although they do not have sharp claws, strong bodies, cannot fly, and cannot breathe underwater. But they have evolved extraordinary intelligence, which allows them to do so through thinking. And Lon looked at Lu Fan's greedy look from the side, feeling both angry and amused, and patted him gently on the shoulder. You only think about this drink. Aren't you afraid of getting drunk when you go back and delaying your work? Lu Fan chuckled and said nonchalantly, how could that be possible? I know what I am doing. This is monkey wine. It would be a shame if I don't drink it to the fullest. It was almost time, the sun was setting, and an orange-red sunset glow appeared on the horizon. Lu Fan and Lon knew that it was time to return to the shelter, otherwise it would be dangerous to walk in the wilderness after dark. Chapter 136, Discovering Pig Sand, 1 cup down. The two men walked up to the Monkey King and looked at it sincerely. Lu Fan said, friend, today thanks to you, we have seen so many good things. We are going back now. I will come back to see you next time when I am free and bring you some delicious food. The Monkey King seemed to understand what they said. He took Lu Fan's hand reluctantly and gently tugged at the corner of his clothes. A series of low squeaks came out of his mouth, as if expressing his reluctance to leave. And Lon also walked forward, touched the Monkey King's head, and said gently, don't worry, we will definitely come again. You stay here and do well. After saying goodbye to the monkeys, Lu Fan and Lon, accompanied by Dahe, walked back to the shelter along the same route they came. Along the way, Lu Fan carefully opened the monkey wine and smelled it from time to time. He looked so intoxicated, as if all the troubles in the world were dispelled by this sip of wine. You, don't get really drunk. And Lon looked at Lu Fan and reminded him helplessly. It's okay. I'll just smell it. It would be a shame not to drink such good wine. Lu Fan answered with a smile, but he did not put down the wine jug in his hand. When we returned to the shelter, it was already dark. Lu Fan carefully put the leaf cup containing monkey wine aside, and then remembered the offal left over from butchering the wild boar. And Lon, I'll take the pig offal to the spring and clean it. We'll make some pig offal soup tonight. It's sure to taste delicious. And Lon nodded in agreement. Okay, go ahead. I'll light the fire here, and we can cook when you come back. Lu Fan carried the pig into the water, humming a little tune as he came to the spring. The water in the spring is so clear that you can see the bottom, and it ripples in the moonlight. He squatted down and was about to put the pig into the water when suddenly, a frog jumped into the water with its splashing water, which scared Lu Fan. Good Riker, if I wasn't in a good mood today, I would have asked you to go home and take a hot bath. Lu Fan said to the frog with a smile, as if the frog could understand what he said. Cleaning pig offal is not an easy job. It is dirty and smelly. But Lu Fan was having a lot of fun doing it. While washing, he muttered to himself, if the pig's offal is washed clean, the soup made from it will definitely be delicious. When it's paired with some wild vegetables, it will be a delicacy. While washing, he suddenly found a small hard lump in the pig offal. He picked out the lump out of curiosity, rinsed it in water, and took a look at it in the moonlight. It turned out to be a stone the size of a pearl. Discover pig sand. Lu Fan scratched his head in confusion. Pig litter? What is that? Take it back, and have a look. After washing the pig's offal, Lu Fan walked back. When Lu Fan returned to the shelter, he held up the pig sand and asked Lon, Lon, you are a medical student. Do you know what this is? I will throw it away if it is useless. Lon heard the shouting and ran over quickly. What's wrong? What happened? Lu Fan handed the stone to Lon and said proudly, look, I found this in the pig offal. Maybe it's some treasure. Lon took the stone and examined it carefully. This looks like pig sand. What's the function? Lu Fan asked curiously after seeing Lon recognize it. Traditional Chinese medicine believes that pig sand has medicinal value such as clearing heat, detoxifying, and resolving phlegm. The cause of its formation is usually lesions in the gallbladder and other parts of the pig, which causes certain components in the bile to abnormally condense and form stones. If I remember correctly, Lan said to Lu Fan with a smile. Lu Fan picked up the pig litter and looked at it. It was brown in color and had a slight sheen on the surface. It really is a pig stone. I don't know if it will be useful. Chinese medicine really can make anything into medicine. Lan smiled and explained, in fact, many things have been passed down for a reason. You don't believe in aliens, but you don't believe in the professionalism of ancient doctors. Just when Lu Fan and Lan were discussing pig litter in the live broadcast room. Imperial physician, don't underestimate the bond between me and the 9 clans, you bastard. Chinese medicine focuses on conditioning the body to restore balance, and then the disease will be cured. No one knows how to recuperate better than the Chinese. I went for a foot bath last month, and it was so relaxing. The guy above, do you still have this kind of service? I don't mean anything special. I just have a friend who likes to have his feet washed. I have a friend too. When I was a kid, I always wet the bed. An old Chinese doctor in the village gave me some insect eggs to eat, and I stopped wetting the bed afterwards. It was like a miracle. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Pig sand 10,000 I. After the discussion, Lan had already lit a blazing fire and the water in the pot had boiled. Lu Fan put the cleaned pig offal into the pot and added some wild ginger and wild onions. After a while, bursts of aroma wafted out of the pot. Wow, it smells so good. Lan took a deep breath and exclaimed, of course, my skills are really good. Lu Fan smiled proudly, picked up the spoon and tasted the soup. The taste is just right. Cook it for a while and you can eat it. While waiting for the pig offal soup to cook, Lu Fan took out some monkey wine and poured a glass for Lan. This monkey wine and pig offal soup are a perfect match, he said with satisfaction. Lan rolled his eyes at him and said, you are the only one who knows how to enjoy life. However, this monkey wine is really delicious. I didn't expect to be able to drink such delicious wine in this wilderness. Finally, the pig offal soup was cooked. Lu Fan and Lan sat by the campfire, eating the steaming hot pig offal soup and drinking monkey wine, enjoying this rare and pleasant time. Dahe was also wagging his tail, and from time to time he would get a piece of meat as a reward from Lu Fan, which he ate with relish. Today is such a fruitful day. Lu Fan said with emotion, not only did we discover monkey wine, but we also received a gift from the Monkey King. We can even find pig sand when we wash pig offal. Lan nodded in agreement. Yes, this wilderness is full of unknowns and surprises. I don't know what interesting things I will encounter tomorrow. While eating, something Lan could not have imagined happened. Although Lu Fan seemed very eager to drink monkey wine, no one expected that Lu Fan would get drunk after just one glass. At this time, Lu Fan's face was red, and he looked at Lan with a dazed look, as if he had something to say. Lan blushed a little when he looked at her. Hey, monster. Lan? I am the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. Lu Fan staggered and made a Monkey King gesture, pointing at Lan. You evildoer, you dare to rely on the power of heaven to do whatever you want, be lawless, be greedy, accept the incense of mortals, and eat human flesh and drink human blood. You are a bunch of hiccups fake gods. You hold a divine position, but hiccups, you don't work for the benefit of mortals, you don't protect the peace of the area. You have forgotten your original intention of becoming a god. You look like a god, but hiccups, you are a monster inside. You have long been blinded by the prosperity of the heavenly palace and blinded by worldly desires. Aren't you afraid? Aren't you afraid that I, old son, will beat you to death with a stick? Lan stood up helplessly and supported Lu Fan to comfort him. Okay, son Dashing, you are drunk, let's go to sleep obediently, okay? Lu Fan pushed Lan away with a red face. Why are you drunk? I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. I still want to recite a poem. Hey, hiccup. As soon as the wind and thunder rise from the earth, there will be a pile of bones. Monks are fools and can be taught, but demons are evil and will cause disasters. The golden monkey raised his powerful stick, and the sky was clear of dust. Today we cheer for Sun Wukong, only because the evil fog has returned again. Only because the evil fog has returned again. Chapter 137 Discovering the Squirrel Hole. The next day, the sunlight was like a golden veil, shining through the gaps in the shelter and gently onto Lu Fan's face. Lu Fan woke up slowly, but his head felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer, and he felt a dull pain. He rubbed his temple, vaguely recalling the embarrassing state of himself getting drunk after just one glass of monkey wine last night. His face suddenly turned red to his ears, as if it had been roasted by fire. It's over. I've made a fool of myself in front of Lan. Lu Fan muttered softly, his heart full of annoyance. He secretly looked around and found that Lan was not there, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, Lan came in with a bowl of steaming hot hangover soup. With a faint smile on his face, Hey, Hero Lu is awake? Come, Drink this hangover soup. You will feel better. Lu Fan took the soup, lowered his head, and said in a voice as small as a mosquito, I'm really sorry for last night. I didn't expect my alcohol tolerance to become so bad. And Lon couldn't help laughing out loud. You swore yesterday that monkey wine and pig offal soup are a perfect match, but you fell down after just one glass. I thought you were knocked out by the little monster and the monkey wine. Lu Fan scratched his head awkwardly, then downed the hangover soup in one gulp, trying to change the subject. This soup is really delicious. I feel much more clear-headed after drinking it. By the way, what are we doing today? And Lon smiled and said, Did you forget? Didn't you say yesterday that you would give the monkeys gifts? I've prepared everything. Lu Fan then remembered this and quickly stood up to help. They took out a portion of wild boar meat and roasted it carefully. The aroma of the roasted meat was so delicious that it made people salivate. He also took out the salt he had stored before, which is a precious resource in the wilderness, and added a jar of honey harvested from the beehive, which was full of thoughtfulness. Everything was ready. Lu Fan and Lon took Dahe and set out for the monkey's nest. Along the way, the warm sunshine sprinkled on our bodies, and the wild flowers on the roadside bloomed wantonly, colorfully, like a flower carpet covering the earth. Dahe was running happily in front, stopping from time to time to smell the flowers, and his tail wagging like a rattle. Soon, they arrived at the monkey's territory. The Monkey King saw them from afar, squeaked excitedly, and led a group of little monkeys to jump towards them, like a group of enthusiastic little fans. Friend, we're here to see you. We brought a lot of delicious food. Lu Fan greeted the Monkey King with a smile, like an old friend who hadn't seen him for a long time. The monkeys stared curiously at the gifts in their hands, their eyes as big as bells, full of anticipation. Lu Fan and Lon laid out the barbecue, salt and honey one by one, and the monkeys gathered around them all at once, chirping and making a lot of noise. A little monkey took the lead and grabbed a piece of barbecue and took a careful bite. Instantly its eyes lit up, it squeaked nonstop, and it somersaulted on the ground excitedly, as if to say, "This is so delicious." Seeing this, other monkeys followed suit. For a moment, all that could be heard was the sound of chewing, and the aroma of barbecue filled the air. The Monkey King also picked up a piece of barbecue and ate it with gusto, dipping his paws in salt from time to time. He looked as if he was tasting top-notch delicacy. After eating, it burped contentedly and danced towards Lu Fan and Lon, as if to express its gratitude. It seems that they like eating barbecue very much. This is their first time to eat cooked food. This can be regarded as opening the door to a new world for them. Lon said with a smile, his eyes full of smiles. Yes, look at how excited they are. They seem happier than if they had found treasure. Lu Fan was also infected by the monkey's enthusiasm and couldn't stop smiling. At this time, a naughty little monkey discovered the honey. It came over curiously, dipped a little with its paw, and put it in its mouth to taste it. In an instant, an intoxicated expression appeared on its face, and then it held the honey jar tightly, as if it was holding a rare treasure. Seeing this, the other monkeys gathered around and scrambled for the food, causing chaos. Haha, these little guys are about to fight for honey. Lu Fan looked at this funny scene and laughed so hard that he fell over. Lon hurried forward, divided the honey into small portions and gave them to each monkey. The monkeys then calmed down, each with their mouths full of honey, looking very cute. After eating and drinking, the monkeys surrounded Lu Fan and Lon, jumping up and down, and occasionally kneading their shoulders and legs, making the two of them laugh. Then they played games with the monkeys. Lu Fan and Lon taught the monkeys how to throw stones and play hide-and-seek. The monkeys learned very well and had a lot of fun. Dahe also joined in, chasing each other with the monkeys, and the scene was very joyful. Before they knew it, the sun was high in the sky. Lu Fan and Lon knew that it was time to go back and not indulge in fun. Friends, we are leaving. We will come to see you next time, Lu Fan said to the Monkey King reluctantly. The monkeys gathered around them, pulled at their clothes, and made squeaking sounds, as if trying to keep them. Lu Fan and Lon waved goodbye, and the monkeys followed suit and waved. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic monkeys, Lu Fan and Lon set off on their journey home with Dahe. Along the way, the warm sunshine still shone on them. Lu Fan also took out an axe from his backpack. He had another purpose for coming out this time, which was to chop wood. After all, the shelter is used every day, and a lot of firewood is consumed. So, the two of them found some dry branches on the roadside, and Lu Fan, holding a sharp axe, chopped the firewood skillfully. Dahe was running around happily, coming up to Lu Fan from time to time, wagging his tail like a propeller, as if he wanted to help too. As he was chopping, Lu Fan's attention was attracted by an exceptionally thick and dry pine tree. This pine tree stands out from the crowd, with twisted branches, like an old man who has experienced many vicissitudes of life. Lon, look at that pine tree. It's so big. If we cut it down and use it as firewood, it will definitely last us a long time. Lu Fan pointed at the tree excitedly, with a gleam in his eyes, as if he saw a warm bonfire for some time in the future. And Lon looked in the direction he pointed and nodded slightly. Indeed, but this tree looks quite old, maybe hundreds of years old. It's a pity that it's dead. Lu Fan strode to the pine tree, swung the axe, and chopped it down with full confidence. With a bang, the axe hit the tree, but the sound was a little wrong, hollow and dull, like hitting a broken drum. Strange. Why is the sound so strange? Lu Fan frowned and chopped a few more times with force. As the bark peeled off, they made a surprising discovery. The inside of the trunk was hollow. Discover the squirrel hole. And Lon, come and see. Squirrel hole. Lu Fan couldn't help laughing. And Lon came over curiously, and when he saw the tree hole, his eyes widened. Oh my God, there is something in it. Chapter 138 Chestnut Fried Chicken. When they got closer, they saw that the tree hole was filled with various nuts. There are round and plump pine nuts, chestnuts with hard shells, and some wild fruits that cannot be named. The nuts are stacked layer upon layer, as if they were carefully arranged, sparkling with an alluring luster in the dim tree hole. This must be the squirrel's hidden winter food. Lu Fan suddenly realized and said with a smile, it seems that we have found the squirrel's treasure trove by accident. Looks like a squirrel is going to be hungry. And Lon teased with a smile. Lu Fan scratched his head and thought for a while. It's okay, there are plenty of nuts in this forest. The squirrels must have other places to hide their food. As he spoke, Lu Fan reached into the tree hole and soon pulled out a handful of nuts. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Nut 4610000. Pine nut 198100000. Chestnut 4010000. These nuts vary in size, some still have fresh shells, and exude a faint fruity aroma. Dahe also came over and sniffed the nuts curiously, wagging his tail even more happily, as if to say, Master, what delicious food is this? These pine nuts and chestnuts are good things. We can fry them and eat them when we get home, or grind them into powder and make cakes. As Lu Fan spoke, he put the nuts into the backpack. And Lon also joined the treasure hunting group. She took the nuts out of the tree hole carefully, fearing that they would be broken. I didn't expect that I could get such a big harvest just by chopping wood. There are surprises hidden everywhere in this wilderness. The two were busy when they suddenly heard a chirp sound. They looked up and saw a little squirrel standing on a branch, looking at them angrily, its tail wagging as if in protest. Haha, this must be the squirrel's owner who came back and found us digging out its treasures, so he got angry. Lu Fan smiled and said to the little squirrel, Little guy, don't be angry, we will only take a little, and I left a lot for you. The little squirrel didn't seem to understand what he said. It continued jumping around on the branch and chirping. Dahe was also attracted by the cry of the little squirrel and barked a few times at the tree, scaring the little squirrel so much that it quickly hid behind the tree. Dahe, stop shouting. You're scaring the little squirrels away. And Lon hurriedly stopped Dahe. During the confrontation with the little squirrel, Lu Fan and Lon continued to dig in the tree hole. They divided the nuts into two piles, and Lu Fan grabbed a handful and put them back into the tree hole. Soon, the backpack was filled with nuts, and there was still a handful in the tree hole, which looked like there were dozens of them. Okay, that's enough. We should go now and stop disturbing the little squirrel. As Lu Fan spoke, he put the last handful of nuts into the backpack. Taking these dry goods and carrying the firewood they had chopped earlier, the two of them hummed a little tune and walked briskly back to the shelter. Dahe also followed behind them, running back and forth happily from time to time, as if he was also excited about this unexpected gain. As soon as he returned to the shelter, Lu Fan was like a chef ready to show off his skills. He put the firewood aside, rolled up his sleeves, looked at the fresh chestnuts and plump pheasants, and the tempting image of fried chicken with chestnuts appeared in his mind. And Lon, today I'll let you taste my specialty, fried chicken with chestnuts. This is a fusion of the delicious gifts from nature, and it will definitely make your taste buds dance on the tip of your tongue. And Lon smiled and nodded, then started to help wash the ingredients. Lu Fan took out half a chicken from the storage room and muttered to himself while processing it. This pheasant must have eaten a lot of good food in this wilderness. The meat must be firm and chewy. Add to that the chestnuts we found. This dish is a perfect match made in heaven. He cut the pheasant into even-sized pieces and put them into the boiling oil pan. Instantly, a sizzling sound came from the pan, and the aroma of meat wafted out. While waiting for the chicken to be fried until golden brown, Lu Fan started to process the chestnuts. He took great effort to remove the shell of the chestnut, and complained as he peeled it, the shell of this chestnut is really hard, although it's a little worse than mine. After finally peeling the chestnuts, he poured them into the pot and stir-fried them with the chicken. With the addition of various seasonings, the aroma becomes more intense. And Lon couldn't help swallowing and said with a smile, Lu Fan, your cooking skills are really amazing. Lu Fan looked at Lon and smiled. In fact, Cooking is about learning by analogy. As long as you can cook a few dishes skillfully, you can roughly reproduce other dishes as long as you have seen them, although the taste cannot be compared with those chefs. After a while, the chestnut fried chicken was ready. The golden chicken paired with soft and glutinous chestnuts has an attractive color that makes people salivate at the sight. The two of them sat in the shelter, eating the delicious dish with big mouthfuls, while Dahe watched eagerly from the side, making a woohoo sound from time to time. Suddenly, Dahe's ears stood up, and Lu Fan looked at Dahe, who had suddenly become alert, with some surprise. At this moment, the Tiandao reminder sounded. The Monkey King came to the shelter. When Lu Fan looked up, he saw the Monkey King standing at the door, sticking his head out to test. Its eyes were fixed on the chicken in front of Lu Fan, and its eyes were full of desire. It turned out that after it ate the cooked meat given by Lu Fan, it couldn't forget it, so it couldn't help but follow Lu Fan to the shelter. Inlan also saw the Monkey King. Why is it here? Does it want to talk to us about something? I guess he was attracted by the delicious food I cooked. Lu Fan guessed. Lu Fan picked up a piece of chicken and handed it to the Monkey King, saying with a smile, "Then I'll give it to you to try too." As a result, the Monkey King turned around and ran away. Lu Fan? Inlan looked at Lu Fan holding the chicken blankly and couldn't help laughing. It looks like it's just passing by. After dinner, the sun was still high in the sky. Lu Fan decided to spread out these dry goods and dry them in the sun. He found a clean, flat surface and spread all kinds of nuts evenly on it so that they could be evenly exposed to the sunlight. Inlan looked at Lu Fan's serious expression and couldn't help but joked. "You look like you are not drying nuts, but a pile of gold." Lu Fan said seriously, "This is no different from gold. In this wilderness, these nuts are even more useful than gold." While drying, Lu Fan turned the nuts over from time to check if there were any rotten ones. As he flipped through the pages, he explained to Inlan, "You know, drying nuts is a technical job. If you dry them too much, the nuts will lose moisture and become shriveled. If it is not exposed to the sun enough, it will easily become moldy and spoil. So we must find the right balance, just like being a person, not too much and not too little." Inlan listened with great interest. Men are truly a magical species. They can even learn the truth of life from drying nuts. Chapter 139 The Monkey King Loves Barbecue. Just then, a squeaking sound broke the silence. Lu Fan and Inlan looked in the direction of the sound, only to see the Monkey King and two little monkeys swaggering into the shelter. The Monkey King looked very majestic, his hair gleaming brown in the sun, and his tail held high, as if declaring his territory to the world. What is even more eye-catching is that it is holding a fat rabbit tightly in its hand. The rabbit is struggling in its hand but cannot break free. Lu Fan's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, "Wow, is this Monkey King here to give us a big gift? If this rabbit is roasted, it will definitely taste amazing." He stood up with a smile, ready to meet this surprise. But when he approached the Monkey King, he found that something seemed wrong. The Monkey King did not hand the rabbit to him as Lu Fan had imagined. Instead, he waved the rabbit around and gestured at the stove, pots and pans, making all kinds of strange noises with his mouth. The two little monkeys were also jumping up and down, as if helping the Monkey King convey some message. What does this mean? Inlan also came over and looked at the scene with a puzzled look on his face. Lu Fan scratched his head and observed the Monkey King's movements carefully. Suddenly, he understood and said with a smile, "Haha, I understand. The Monkey King is tired of eating raw meat and wants to try cooked meat. He came to us to help grill meat." Inlan couldn't help laughing. "I didn't expect this monkey to be so lucky to know that we can make delicious food here." Now that he understood the Monkey King's intention, Lu Fan naturally prepared to show his skills without saying anything. He first took the rabbit from the Monkey King, which was still struggling frantically. Lu Fan patted its head gently and said soothingly, "Don't bother. I'll turn you into a delicacy in a moment, and I guarantee that you won't live in vain." The next step was to deal with the rabbit. Lu Fan picked up the knife skillfully and began to skin the rabbit. As he peeled the shells, he muttered, "I never thought that one day I would be cooking for a monkey. How strange." The movement was so skillful that it looked like an artistic performance. In a short while, the rabbit's skin was completely peeled off. Inlan helped prepare the seasonings. She picked out some wild onions, wild garlic, and unknown herbs from the stored spices. These were all treasure seasonings they found in the wilderness. She chopped the spices and mixed them together to create a unique aroma. Once this seasoning is added, the roasted rabbit will be so fragrant that it will attract all the animals in the forest. Inlan said with a smile, "That won't work. If they come and snatch our delicious food, we won't have anything to eat." Lu Fan responded jokingly. After preparing the rabbit, Lu Fan found a branch, skewered the rabbit, put it on the stove, and started roasting it. He kept turning the branches to heat the rabbit evenly. The flames licked the rabbit meat, and soon the rabbit meat began to sizzle and emit oil, and the aroma gradually spread. The Monkey King and two little monkeys sat aside, staring at the roasted rabbit with their eyes wide open, their mouths watering. The Monkey King would come forward to smell it from time to time, making a squeak sound, as if urging Lu Fan, hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Don't be impatient, delicious food takes time to prepare. Lu Fan spoke to the Monkey King with a smile, as if the Monkey King could understand what he said. As time goes by, the color of the roasted rabbit becomes attractive golden, and a layer of attractive caramel color appears on the surface. The aroma was so fragrant that it made people salivate. Dahe was also attracted by the aroma. He lay aside, staring at the roasted rabbit with his tail wagging. Okay, that's about it. Lu Fan looked at the roasted rabbit and nodded with satisfaction. He took the roasted rabbit off the stove, placed it on a clean stone slab, and cut it into small pieces with a knife. The Monkey King couldn't wait any longer. He stretched out his hand to grab a piece of rabbit meat, but was burned so much that he squeaked and quickly pulled his hand back. Haha, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Lu Fan smiled and handed the Monkey King a leaf, indicating that it should wrap it in the leaf and eat it. The Monkey King took the leaf and, imitating Lu Fan, carefully picked up a piece of rabbit meat and put it into his mouth. Its eyes lit up instantly, and it made satisfied noises while chewing. The two little monkeys also hurried forward and scrambled for the rabbit meat. Seeing the Monkey King eating so happily, Lu Fan and Lan also felt a sense of accomplishment. While the Monkey King was enjoying the food, Lu Fan and Lan also started chatting with him. Although they could not understand what the Monkey King said and the Monkey King could not understand them, they seemed to have established a wonderful way of communication through gestures and expressions. Do you think the Monkey King will often bring food to us to roast in the future? Lan asked with a smile. You never know. If that happens, our shelter will become a wilderness gourmet restaurant, Lu Fan said jokingly. After eating the roasted rabbit, the Monkey King seemed to be still not satisfied. It circled the stove several times and looked at the drying nuts, as if thinking about what kind of delicious food to bring for Lu Fan and his team to process next time. Suddenly, Lu Fan had an idea. You should know that monkeys have very strong exploration capabilities in nature. Relying on their innate physical advantages, they can go to places that other animals cannot reach. The key is that they are very smart, and you might be able to ask them to help you find supplies. Thinking of this, Lu Fan picked up a piece of meat and said to the Monkey King, Monkey, do you want to eat barbecue in the future? The Monkey King stared at the barbecue and danced excitedly, as if to say, just think about it. Seeing the Monkey King's excitement, Lu Fan smiled. Help me find something and I'll grill you some meat. After saying that, Lu Fan gave the Monkey King a fruit, then took the fruit in his own hand and handed the barbecue to the Monkey King. Exchange, understand? With Lu Fan's constant signaling, the Monkey King finally understood what Lu Fan meant. It patted its chest with its hands, as if to say, as long as you give me barbecue, I will find you anything. And Lan was also surprised. This Monkey King is so smart. We won't lack fruits in the future. Lu Fan smiled and said, why does it have to be fruit if the pattern is a little bigger? Then he picked up a black charcoal from the fire and showed it to the Monkey King. Find this black stone and I'll give you barbecue. Lu Fan picked up another stone and handed it to the Monkey King together with the charcoal. The Monkey King lowered his head and observed. After thinking for a while, he patted his chest confidently. You wanted to help us find coal mines? Chapter 140 Searching for Coal. Lan asked curiously. Lu Fan smiled and nodded. After all, the two of us have limited manpower. It is difficult for the two of us to find these supplies alone, but these monkeys live in the forest all year round. Maybe they will find something. In the live broadcast room, comments from the audience flooded in like a tide, and they were all amazed at Lu Fan's bold and novel idea. This is a really creative idea. Asking monkeys to help find coal mines is the first time I've seen this. If we can really find a coal mine, we will be rich. It will be much more convenient to make fires for heating and cooking. Is this the legendary Monkey Scout? The audience was discussing the matter heatedly, with some saying that it was too difficult to ask monkeys to find supplies. Seeing Lan's unbelieving expression, Lu Fan smiled and said, there's nothing to lose by giving it a try. What if it succeeds? After the Monkey King accepted Lu Fan's conditions, he left in a hurry with the two little monkeys. Lu Fan looked at their departing backs, his mouth corners slightly raised, and said expectantly, Lan, maybe soon we will be able to use coal, then it will be much more convenient. Lan smiled and responded, I hope so, but can this monkey really find a coal mine? I still have my doubts. While waiting for the Monkey King to return, Lu Fan and Lan were not idle either. They continued to dry the nuts, sorting them by type and size to ensure that each nut was dried evenly. At the same time, they also made some minor repairs to the shelter and reinforced the roof to prevent sudden rain at night. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the sun set, emitting orange-red light, making people feel lazy. The small animals in the forest began to become active, and the sounds of various insects intertwined together, as if playing a nocturne. Just as Lu Fan and Lan were preparing to have dinner, they suddenly heard a familiar squeak sound. The Monkey King is back. Lu Fan stood up excitedly and looked towards the source of the sound. The Monkey King and his two little friends were seen dragging a pile of black stones towards the shelter with great effort. Their fur was a little messy, and they looked like they had a rough journey. Wow, this monkey really came. And Lon also widened his eyes in surprise. Lu Fan hurried forward, thinking that he would see the coal he had always dreamed of, but upon closer inspection, he found that although these stones were also black, they were obviously not coal. These stones have a smooth surface and hard texture, which is completely different from the characteristics of coal. Discover obsidian. Lu Fan held a piece of obsidian and waited. I even found the obsidian, but it's useless. I can't go to hell. The Monkey King also understood what Lu Fan meant. It placed the stone in front of Lu Fan and looked at him eagerly. Its tail was not held high as usual, but was hanging down instead, and its face was full of frustration, as if it felt guilty for not completing the task. It's okay. You've tried very hard. Lu Fan touched the Monkey King's head and comforted him. He knew that the Monkey King must have put a lot of effort into finding these stones, and he might have even traveled to many places. Although a little disappointed, Lu Fan still kept his promise and took out the barbecue he had prepared and handed it to the Monkey King. The Monkey King took the barbecue and started eating, but this time he did not eat as happily as last time. From time to time, it looked at the black stones, as if reflecting on what went wrong. Don't lose heart. Let's think of another way, Lu Fan said as he gestured to the Monkey King. Let me tell you, coal is softer and more crumbly and darker in color. Lu Fan explained patiently. Although he knew that the Monkey King might not understand what he said, he still hoped that through these actions and expressions, the Monkey King could understand the characteristics of coal. And Lon also offered some advice. How about we draw a picture of coal for it to see? Maybe it will understand it better this way. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. So he found a branch and drew a simple coal shape on the ground, and also marked some characteristics of the coal, such as the surface texture and color. The Monkey King came forward, looked at the painting on the ground carefully, and even stretched out his paw to touch it. It tilted its head, thinking for a moment, then looked back at the real coal, as if trying to commit this information to memory. The audience in the live broadcast room were amused when they saw this scene. This Monkey King is so cute. He looks so serious, as if he is really studying. Lu Fan's method of teaching monkeys is amazing. I wonder if the Monkey King can find real coal next time. The audience's comments kept scrolling, and everyone was full of curiosity and anticipation about this matter. After eating the barbecue, the Monkey King did not leave immediately. It circled the shelter several times, seemingly searching for some inspiration. Suddenly, its eyes lit up, and it ran to a big tree nearby and began to search at the roots. After a while, it dug out some black stuff and showed it to Lu Fan excitedly. When Lu Fan took a look, he found that it was some black soil wrapped in rotten leaves. Although it was not coal, he was deeply moved by the Monkey King's enthusiasm and hard work. You try really hard, but this is not what we are looking for, Lu Fan said to the Monkey King with a smile, and then demonstrated the charcoal burning process to it again. Let it understand that coal can be used to make fire just like charcoal. The Monkey King looked at the burning coals with curiosity gleaming in his eyes. It seemed to have a stronger interest in the burning black stone and was determined to find it. It kept exploring the surroundings and brought what it found to Lu Fan again and again. Sometimes it is black stone, sometimes it is black soil. Although neither of them is coal, Lu Fan still patiently explains the characteristics of coal to it. As time went on, the Monkey King became more and more familiar with the characteristics of coal. It was late at night, and the Monkey King left with the two little monkeys. He looked back at Lu Fan, raised his hand and waved. Lu Fan and Lon also raised their hands to respond. Looking at their departing backs, the two were filled with anticipation. I hope the Monkey King can bring real coal next time, said Lon. Lu Fan nodded. No matter whether we can find it or not, this experience with the Monkey King is so interesting. These days of survival in the wilderness are really full of surprises and accidents. Wilderness survival announcement. Mouse Country player Callie died after eating poisonous mushrooms. Mouse Country player Callie triggers 10,000 times rebate. Mouse Country will randomly produce poisonous mushroom poisoning reactions in 10,000 people. Chapter 141: The Surprise Brought by the Monkey King. The audience went wild in the live broadcast room, with comments scrolling wildly. Poisonous mushrooms. I remember that the population of Mousy was only about 10,000 or 20,000. This is too scary. A 10,000-fold rebate has put a small country in a desperate situation. What can Mousy do now? The medical facilities are poor, and with 10,000 people poisoned, they are simply unable to cope. I used to envy their country because they have a small population. As long as one player triggers a 10,000-fold rebate, the whole country can get a share. Lu Fan and Lon were also shocked by this sudden announcement and were speechless. After a long time, Lu Fan frowned and said, I remember that Mousy seemed to be a very backward country with a small population. And Lon showed an expression of pity on his face. They are a small country in Europe with a very small land area, so the population is also small. Lu Fan was silent for a moment. Under such circumstances, it can be said that the Maoist state is finished. 10,000 people were poisoned at the same time, and Mousy was simply unable to cope with it, so they could only wait to die. Don't think that any country will rescue them. In today's international situation, a small rescue may turn into an international political issue. Lu Fan touched his chin and was silent. He smelled the scent of gunpowder, and he even began to doubt the true intention of surviving in the wilderness. If its creation is to solve the crisis of resource scarcity on the blue planet, then is it possible that when there are only a few or even one country left in the world, the resource crisis will no longer exist? Lu Fan quickly shook his head to get rid of this dangerous thought. Forget it. Why should we worry so much? Lu Fan felt a little amused at his own thoughts. The next morning, the sunlight seemed to be accidentally knocked over by someone, and it sprinkled all over this mysterious wilderness. Lu Fan and Lon woke up slowly from their sleep, and a new day began in a clamorous manner. Gurgle. Lu Fan's stomach was the first to raise the flag of protest, and the sound was particularly loud in the quiet morning. Haha, the stomach alarm clock is pretty punctual. Lu Fan smiled and said, let's be extravagant today and have a meal of potatoes stewed with pork. The two of them moved swiftly, making fire, boiling water, and cutting vegetables, cooperating with each other in perfect harmony. After a while, the cheerful, gurgling sound of stewing came from the pot, and the aroma was like a naughty elf, going straight into people's noses. Wow, what a smell! And Lon took a deep breath, looking intoxicated. After a hearty meal, Lu Fan patted his round belly and said contentedly, this meal has given me a lot of energy. Next, Lu Fan came to the seed hotbed, ready to check on his babies. When he gently uncovered the hay, the sight before him made him cheer. Anlin, come and see. The potatoes are sprouting. I saw the tiny sprouts poking out of the potato pieces like little heads that couldn't wait to see the world. Lu Fan carefully held the sprouted potato pieces in his hands, as if they were rare treasures. These little guys are really doing well, Lu Fan said as he took them to the field. He squatted down, used a branch to draw neat little holes in the ground, then gently placed the potato pieces in them and carefully covered them with soil. Every movement is gentle and focused, as if completing a great work of art. Okay, little guys, take root and grow strong. Lu Fan whispered to the freshly planted potatoes, as if he was talking to an old friend. After finishing planting potatoes, Lu Fan turned his attention to the taro and pepper seedlings that had already been planted in the field. They have grown to more than 10 centimeters tall, and their tender green leaves are swaying gently in the breeze, as if waving to Lu Fan and Lon. Look, these taro and chili seedlings are growing so well. Lu Fan smiled with satisfaction, picked up a small hoe, and began to loosen the soil. As he loosened the soil, he kept muttering, loosen the soil and let it breathe, so you can grow stronger. That serious look makes him like a nagging old father. And Lon looked at Lu Fan from the side and couldn't help laughing. Animals can understand what you say, but can plants? Maybe they can understand. Lu Fan waved his hand with a smile and continued his planting business. After loosening the soil, Lu Fan picked up the bamboo tube to fetch water and watered the small plants. He ran back and forth, his back soaked with sweat, but his face was filled with a satisfied smile. Come on, little ones, drink some water and grow up quickly. Lu Fan sprinkled water evenly on the roots of each plant, as if feeding them a sweet drink. Finally, Lu Fan poured some fertilizer from the bamboo tube he brought to the shelter and carefully sprinkled it around the plants. These fertilizers are made by mixing rotten plants and animal manure. Although they don't smell very pleasant, they are the secret weapon for plants to thrive. This is pure natural, pollution-free organic fertilizer. Just enjoy it. Lu Fan smiled and said to the plants. In the afternoon, the scorching sun shines unreservedly on this mysterious wilderness, as if to melt the earth. Lu Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, but his eyes showed tenacity and concentration. He planned to continue making gunpowder today. This is a delicate job and cannot be done carelessly. And Lon, help me get some more of that dried saltpeter. As Lu Fan spoke, he carefully adjusted the ratio of charcoal and sulfur in the mortar. Soon a new gunpowder was produced. Just as he was concentrating on making gunpowder, he suddenly heard a familiar squeak sound. It's the Monkey King. Lu Fan raised his head excitedly and looked towards the source of the sound. They saw the Monkey King and a group of little monkeys running towards them happily. They hold all kinds of stones in their arms, which look heavy. The Monkey King ran to Lu Fan and poured all the stones in his arms onto the ground. Then he looked at Lu Fan triumphantly, as if to say, look, I brought you a lot of treasures. Lu Fan squatted down and began to search through the stones carefully. Discovery of coal or... Lu Fan's eyes lit up, and Lon, come and see. Coal or, it's really coal or this time. He picked up a black stone and waved it excitedly. Inlan also ran over and looked at the coal or with a surprised smile on his face. Great, now we finally have coal. It will be much more convenient to make fires for heating and cooking in the future. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Coal block 10,000. Chapter 142 found the mineral vein. Lu Fan touched the Monkey King's head gratefully. You are really my savior. You helped a lot this time. The Monkey King seemed to understand what he said and jumped around happily on the ground. To thank the Monkey King, Lu Fan decided to grill a pork chop for it. He took out a piece of fresh pork from the food storage area, cut it into evenly thin slices, and then put it on the fire and started roasting. The pork sizzled on the fire, and the fat kept dripping onto the flames, making a crackling sound, and the aroma spread. The Monkey King sat aside, staring at the grill with his eyes fixed, his saliva almost dripping out. Don't worry, it will be done soon, Lu Fan said to the Monkey King with a smile. After a while, the pork chops were baked, golden in color and fragrant. Lu Fan placed the pork chop on a large leaf and handed it to the Monkey King. The Monkey King couldn't wait to take the pork chop and started eating it in big mouthfuls, making a woo-woo sound from his mouth from time to time, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with this delicious food. The other little monkeys also gathered around, looking at the Monkey King eagerly, hoping to get a share. Seeing the Monkey King eating with gusto, Lu Fan and Inlan couldn't help laughing. This Monkey King is really a little foodie, but this time it's really thanks to him, Inlan said with a smile. Yes, we must leave more delicious food for it next time. After Lu Fan finished speaking, he turned his gaze back to the ore. He picked it up and examined it carefully, thinking about how to make better use of the coal. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room also sent barrages of comments. Wow, we really found coal. Master Lu and the Monkey King are so awesome. With coal, life in the wilderness has been elevated to a higher level. This pork chop is so delicious. The Monkey King is so lucky. Lu Fan couldn't wait to know the exact location of the coal mine, but he still waited patiently until the Monkey King finished eating the barbecue. When the Monkey King finished eating the barbecue, Lu Fan looked at him with expectation in his eyes. Friend, I have to trouble you to take us to the place where we can find coal or, okay? The Monkey King seemed to understand what he said. He jumped happily a few times and made a squeak sound, as if responding, leave it to me. Lu Fan pulled out Lightning, who was eating grass under the shed. He quickly jumped onto the horse and shouted to Inlan, wait in the shelter. I'll be back soon. After saying this, he gently squeezed the horse's belly, and the steed spread out its 4 hooves, following the Monkey King, who was nimbly moving through the woods. Along the way, the Monkey King was like a professional guide, jumping left and right in the dense woods and skillfully avoiding the intricate branches and bushes. Lu Fan was riding on his horse, staring at the Monkey King intently, fearing that he would lose him if he was not careful. The sunlight shines through the gaps between the branches and leaves, forming golden beams of light. Lu Fan felt as if he was in a mysterious world of light and shadow, and this journey was like a fantasy adventure in search of treasure. As they went deeper, the surrounding environment became more and more unfamiliar, and Lu Fan couldn't help feeling a little nervous. But when I thought about finding the source of the coal mine, the excitement overwhelmed all the anxiety. Finally, after climbing over a small hill, the Monkey King stopped in front of a depression. This depression is like a shallow dimple in the earth, and the surrounding mountains look a little loose, as if they have been casually carved by time. Occasionally, you can see a little bit of black coal slag sticking out from the mountain. They sparkled with a unique luster under the sunlight, as if announcing their existence to Lu Fan. Here it is. Lu Fan jumped off his horse excitedly and walked quickly to the side of the mountain. Shallow coal mines discovered. He grabbed a handful of soil and looked at it carefully, only to see some black crystals mixed in the soil. He leaned in and sniffed it, smelling a faint scent of gas. This is top-quality coal, Lu Fan said to himself excitedly. Live broadcast room. Ah, we found a coal mine. Where is it? Is it buried in this ground? Looking at how happy Master Lu Fan is, the coal mine should be here. Wang Tao smiled and said, it seems that contestant Lu Fan has confirmed that there is a coal mine in this place. Teacher Zhao, can you give us some scientific knowledge? Zhao Hangjun smiled and nodded. We can see that this is a terrain similar to a sedimentary basin, which is an ideal place for coal formation and storage. During geological history, large amounts of plant remains accumulated in low-lying basin environments. With the passage of time and geological action, a peat layer gradually formed and was later converted into coal through processes such as compaction and carbonization. Coal is a much better fuel than charcoal. It lasts longer and burns better. In order to determine the coal reserves here, Lu Fan carefully surveyed the area around the depression. The vein extends to the right. The coal content here is high. The sound of the heavenly Tao kept reminding Lu Fan. After walking around, Lu Fan discovered that although the coal was distributed somewhat scattered, the coverage area was quite wide. Basically, there are coal mines under this piece of land, but they are buried under the soil. After the investigation, Lu Fan prepared to return to the shelter. He got on his horse again and waved to the Monkey King. "Thank you very much. I will bring you more delicious food next time." The Monkey King seemed to understand. He called out happily a few times and watched Lu Fan leave. When I returned to the shelter, Lan was already waiting at the door. Seeing Lu Fan coming back, she hurried to greet him. "How is it? Did you find a place with a lot of coal?" Lu Fan jumped off his horse and said with a smile on his face, "That's plenty. We don't have to worry about running out of coal anymore. It's just that those coal mines are buried under the soil and need to be mined before they can be seen." Lu Fan explained as he led Lightning back to the shed. Lan handed a glass of water to Lu Fan and asked with a smile, "It seems that you have an idea." Lu Fan chuckled. "You forgot. I got so much gunpowder, it's easy to blow up a mountain." Lan's eyes lit up. "Use gunpowder to blow it up? This idea sounds great, but..." Her brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. "Gunpowder is dangerous. Can we ensure its safety?" Lu Fan smiled and waved his hand, assuring confidently, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. When I was making gunpowder before, I repeatedly studied its characteristics and power. As long as I control the dosage and detonation method, there will be no problem." As he spoke, he walked to where the gunpowder was stored and picked up a plugged bamboo tube containing the gunpowder he had made. "You see, we put the gunpowder in the right place and calculate the explosion point. The impact of the explosion can lift the soil layer above and expose the coal mine. It's like performing a minimally invasive surgery on the earth to take out the treasure hidden deep inside." Chapter 143: Gunpowder Mining. While Lu Fan was gesticulating excitedly, he described the detailed plan of the explosion to Lan. His eyes were full of confidence and expectation, as if the large exposed coal mine was right in front of him. As Lan listened to his story, the worry in her heart was gradually infected by Lu Fan's enthusiasm, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. "Okay, I'll do whatever you say. I'm waiting to see you show off your skills." After a busy period, their stomachs began to growl. Lu Fan suddenly had an idea and suggested, "Let's go to the beach and try our luck. Maybe we can catch some fish to improve our food." Lan's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands in approval. "What a good idea. I haven't eaten seafood for a long time. I'm drooling just thinking about it." The two came to the beach and saw the waves gently hitting the beach, creating layers of white foam. Lu Fan rolled up his trouser legs and walked into the shallow sea without hesitation, his eyes fixed on the water like a sharp cheetah. Discovering flounder. Suddenly, he thrust his trident sharply and pulled a frantically struggling flounder out of the water. "Look, I caught you." Lan was not to be outdone and helped out. After a while, he caught several fish. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Flounder 10000. Mullet 310000. Back in the shelter, Lan handled the fish skillfully while Lu Fan made a fire and prepared seasonings. After a while, the sound of stewing gurgling could be heard from the pot, and the aroma of the delicious fish soup filled the entire shelter. "This fragrance is absolutely amazing." Lan took a deep breath, looking intoxicated. The two of them sat together, drinking the delicious seafood soup, enjoying this rare and relaxing time. Early the next morning, before the sun had completely dispelled the morning mist, Lu Fan had already begun to make a secret weapon for blasting with great energy. He carefully loaded the gunpowder into a homemade bamboo tube and wrapped it tightly with thick soil and vines. This time, he used a lot of ingredients. After a while, several firecrackers as thick as arms were ready. "Hey, Lan, look at my masterpiece. I'm sure I can successfully blast out the coal mine today." Lu Fan proudly showed off his achievements with a confident smile on his face. Dahe was sniffing the firecrackers curiously and barking from time to time, as if he was also excited about the upcoming big project. Da Jiao was eating grass leisurely nearby, occasionally raising his head and looking at Lu Fan with his bright eyes, as if asking when to set off. Everything was ready. Lu Fan, with Dahe and Da Jiao, carrying firecrackers and tools, set out for the mine. Along the way, Dahe ran happily, stopping from time to time to wait for Lu Fan and Da Jiao behind him, while Da Jiao followed slowly with steady steps. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves onto the ground, forming golden spots. Lu Fan feels like a warrior about to go to war, full of fighting spirit. Finally, they arrived at the mysterious depression. Lu Fan stood in front of the mineral vein, carefully observing the surrounding terrain, and quickly recalled the previous exploration in his mind. The soil in front is relatively loose. That's it. He pointed to a relatively flat area and spoke decisively. Lu Fan put down the tools on his back, picked up the pickaxe, and began to dig hard. His arms were waving rhythmically and sweat was streaming down his cheeks, but he had no intention of stopping. Hey, hey, hey. Every dig was done with great enthusiasm, as if all the expectations for coal were integrated into every pickaxe. Dahe watched Lu Fan from the side, digging the ground with his claws from time to time, as if he wanted to help. De Jiao stood quietly by the side, occasionally wagging his tail, as if cheering for Lu Fan. After some effort, a deep pit appeared in front of us. Lu Fan carefully placed the firecrackers into the pit, then lightly covered it with soil, leaving only a small piece of fuse exposed. He stood up, brushed the dirt off his hands, and checked the explosive device again to make sure it was foolproof. Enlon, you, Dahe and De Jiao go to a safe place first. I'll be there soon. Lu Fan shouted to Enlon, who was not far away. Enlon took Dahe and Da Jiao and quickly evacuated to a safe distance, staring at Lu Fan nervously. Lu Fan took a deep breath, picked up a burning branch, and slowly walked towards the guide. His heartbeat accelerated involuntarily, but his eyes were unusually firm. 3, 2, 1, fire. With his order, the flames quickly spread along the fuse. Lu Fan turned around and ran quickly to Enlon. Boom! There was a deafening noise, and the earth seemed to tremble. Dust flew, gravel scattered, and the entire depression was instantly shrouded in smoke. Dahe was so frightened by the sudden loud noise that he hid behind Amlin, trembling. Bighorn also pawed his hooves restlessly and made low noises. When the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the scene before them stunned them. A huge deep pit was blown out on the originally flat ground, and a large area of shiny black coal was exposed on the pit wall, flashing an alluring light under the sunlight. Success! Lu Fan jumped up excitedly, waving the branches in his hands and cheering like a child. Enlon also ran over excitedly and hugged Lu Fan tightly. That's amazing, you really did it. Suddenly, the two of them separated quickly with red faces. Lu Fan quickly walked to the edge of the pit and carefully examined the exposed coal mine. The quality of this coal is so good, it will be enough for us to use for a long time. Immediately afterwards, Lu Fan blasted several more times in the direction where the vein extended. Suddenly the sky was filled with dust. Finally, the coal vein was exposed before our eyes. Discovery of a medium-sized coal vein with a reserve of 1.4 billion tons. The pitch-black coal mine is like a sleeping dragon lying dormant in the soil, waiting for the moment to turn over. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Medium-sized coal veins, 1.4 billion tons, 10,000. Immediately afterwards, 10,000 coal veins appeared out of nowhere within China, some buried deep underground and some exposed. Live broadcast room. Master Lu is so awesome. This blasting technique is simply amazing. With all this coal, wilderness life just took off. Ha ha. With so many coal mines, our country will use them for hundreds of years. Awesome. Wang Tao also seemed very excited. In the previous salt mines, iron mines, and this time the coal mines, contestant Lu Fan really brought us a lot of surprises and installed a flying machine for the development of our country. Zhao Hangjun was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. Our country has vigorously mined the iron ore discovered by contestant Lu Fan, but there are difficulties in using it because we don't have that much fuel. But now, with coal mines, the fuel problem has been solved. You know, coal is an indispensable raw material for steel smelting. Moreover, in the field of coal chemical industry, coal can be used to produce basic chemical products such as methanol and synthetic ammonia, and further processed into various industrial products and daily necessities such as plastics and fertilizers. Chapter 144, Making Honeycomb Briquettes. In the wilderness, Lu Fan and Enlon started the coal mining business. Holding tools, they pried open the coal seam gently like two careful treasure hunters and carried the shiny black coal to the side, basket by basket. Dahe no longer had the fear he had when he first saw it. He ran around happily, and from time to time, he came over to sniff it with his nose. His expression seemed to be saying, "What kind of treasure is this? I have to study it carefully." De Jiao was eating grass quietly not far away, occasionally looking up to glance at the busy Lu Fan and Enlon, as if guarding this newly discovered feng shui treasure land. Before we knew it, the sun began to set and the sky was dyed a brilliant orange red, as beautiful as an oil painting. Lu Fan and Enlon looked at the mountains of coal. Although they were so tired that their backs and waists ached, they had smiles on their faces. That smile was brighter than the sunset in the sky. Today is so awesome. Not only did we find a coal mine, but we also mined so much of it. Enlan's cheeks flushed with excitement, and his voice rose 8 octaves. Lu Fan looked into the distance, his eyes sparkling. This is just the beginning. In the future, we can use these coals to build great living facilities and make more practical tools. Maybe one day, we can even build a cozy little home for the two of us here. Having said this, he stared at the coal mine in front of him, his eyes shining, and rubbed his hands excitedly, just like a little miser who had discovered a treasure. We must quickly transport these treasures back. Our future good life depends entirely on them. Lu Fan got down to work right away. He quickly found a basket and started loading coal. Each piece of coal was shiny black, as if silently telling us that it was about to bring about earth-shaking changes to their wilderness life. Da Jiao seemed to be infected by the excitement. He came over and steadily carried 2 baskets of coal. His posture seemed to say, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Da Jiao, you are awesome. You are so energetic. Lu Fan patted Da Jiao's neck with a smile on his face. Bighorn swung his tail and neighed happily, as if responding to his owner's praise. Lu Fan also carried 2 baskets of coal. Although the load was heavy and made his shoulders ache, his steps were as light as if he was walking on cotton, and his heart was full of joy of harvest. Along the way, Dahe was jumping and exploring the way ahead, and he would look back from time to time, with an anxious look, as if urging, "Hurry up, I can't wait." The afterglow of the setting sun shines on them, outlining a picture full of hope, so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off. After returning to the shelter, Lu Fan didn't even take a breath before running with Da Jiao again. Soon, a small coal mountain was piled up next to the shelter. Lu Fan looked at the pile of coal and felt so happy. He felt like a rich man guarding a mountain of gold and silver. It's time to see the power of this new coal. Lu Fan picked up a piece of coal from the pile with great interest and threw it into the blazing fire with a whoosh. In an instant, the fire jumped up, the temperature rose rapidly, and people's faces were burned hot, as if they were being licked by fire. "Wow, the firepower is so strong," Lu Fan shouted excitedly, his voice echoing in the air. But after a while, a pungent smell came into his nose. "Oh my God, the smell of carbon monoxide is too strong." He frowned and quickly fanned the air, trying to get rid of the unpleasant smell. Lan came over, holding her nose, and said helplessly, "This smell is unbearable. We have to find a way to solve it quickly." Lu Fan stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "I got it. We can wash the coal. Remove the impurities in the coal, and carbon monoxide emissions will definitely be reduced." After saying this, he started looking for coal washing tools in a hurry, like an inventor who was about to do something big. He first found a large basket, filled it with coal, and then called Dahe to walk towards the water. When he reached the river, he carefully placed the basket of coal into the water, his movements so gentle as if he was handling a rare treasure. "Silly dog, come and help me stir it," Lu Fan shouted to Dahe. Dahe ran over happily and stirred the water with his paws. Although he had no idea what his owner was doing, he was very happy to be able to help. As Dahe stirred, the water surface gradually became turbid, and black impurities continued to fall off the coal and merge into the water. It seems that this method really works. Lu Fan looked at the changes in the bucket with a confident smile on his face. But washing coal is not that easy. After stirring for a while, Lu Fan found that some impurities were tightly attached to the coal and refused to come off. "This won't work. We have to think of another way." He frowned and racked his brains for a solution. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him. Why not just smash the coal into pieces? He quickly picked up a stone and smashed it against the coal, shouting, 80, 80. It looked like it was engaged in a fierce battle with coal. With his efforts, the coal was smashed into pieces and the impurities finally floated up obediently. Looking at the clean coal, Lu Fan smiled with satisfaction. It should be fine now. Then he took out the coal and dried it in the sun. After drying, the toxic substances in these coals will be greatly reduced, making them safer to use. Looking at the broken coal, Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and said, "Why not just make it into honeycomb coal to save trouble?" Lu Fan did it right away. He crushed the washed coal, added an appropriate amount of clay as a binder, and then added a certain amount of water. Then, like a chef, he started stirring. After mixing evenly, he pinched it into a cylindrical shape with his hands, and a simple honeycomb briquette's body was born. Dahe came over curiously, his head turning around following Lu Fan's movements. From time to time, he would sniff the black mixture, looking as if he was studying something mysterious. Lan was also helping, and the two of them cooperated very well. After a short while, they had made the prototypes of coal balls. "We have to make these honeycomb briquettes beautifully. They will be a great help in our lives in the future." As Lu Fan spoke, he carefully poked neat little holes in the coal briquettes with a bamboo stick. His movements were skillful and focused, as if he was completing a great work of art. And Lon smiled and nodded. Yes, when these honeycomb coals are ready, we won't be afraid of the cold in winter, and it will be more convenient to cook and boil water. The bighorn stood quietly not far away, occasionally shaking its tail to drive away mosquitoes, as if silently guarding this busy and warm scene. As time went by, neatly arranged honeycomb coals filled the drying area. The sunlight shines on it, giving off a different kind of luster, as if telling the results of their hard work. Chapter 145, Bathing the Animals. And Lon looked at the honeycomb briquettes and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Why can you even make honeycomb briquettes?" Lu Fan raised the corners of his mouth, smiling like a cat that had eaten something fishy. "My family has 3 generations of honor. My grandfather was a great coal miner." The live broadcast room suddenly became lively. "Haha, my family has also had 3 generations of glory. My grandfather was a worker in a weaving factory. Haha, not only are our ancestors glorious, but my generation is even more glorious. We are truly proletarians, with nothing. Alas, was my great-grandfather the only one who went to jail during those years? What crime? Altogether." 6. The next morning, the warm sunlight was like a golden veil, gently passing through the gaps in the shelter and gently falling on the faces of Lu Fan and Enlon. Enlon was the first to wake up from her sleep. She stretched herself and walked sleepily to the corner where the yogurt was stored. "Wow, Lu Fan, come and see." Enlan's surprised voice instantly broke the tranquility of the early morning. Lu Fan sat up from the bed in a daze, his hair like a messy bird's nest, and mumbled sleepily. "What's going on? An earthquake? Look at the yogurt we made. It's fermented." Enlon pointed at the pottery jar excitedly, with stars twinkling in his eyes. Lu Fan suddenly woke up, jumped off the bed like an agile monkey, and came forward. "Really? Come on, let me try it." As he said this, he couldn't wait to pick up the spoon and take a big bite. The yogurt was smooth and tender, and the sweet and sour taste spread happily on the tip of his tongue. His eyes lit up, and he said vaguely, "This tastes amazing. I can open a dessert shop with this." And Lon smiled and took a bite, then turned around and started busying herself in the kitchen. After a while, she brought out a plate of colorful fruit salad. Each piece of fruit was wrapped in thick yogurt, exuding an enticing aroma, as if calling them to taste it quickly. "Come, try my fruit yogurt salad. I guarantee you'll want to eat more," Enlon said confidently. The two sat at the dining table, chatting and laughing while enjoying the delicious breakfast. The sunlight shines on them, outlining a warm and beautiful picture, as if time has stopped at this moment. After finishing the meal, Enlon looked at Lu Fan's face full of thick stubble and couldn't help but teasing him. "Your beard is too crazy, like a primitive man. Let me shave it for you today, otherwise I can hardly recognize you." Lu Fan touched his beard and chuckled. "Okay, I also feel that this beard is prickly. It feels like a small brush is brushing against my face every day." Enlon found a razor and hot water, asked Lu Fan to sit on a chair, and then skillfully applied foam on him. She held the razor and moved it carefully on Lu Fan's face, as if she was carving an invaluable piece of work of art. Lu Fan closed his eyes tightly, still muttering, "Please be gentle. My handsome face depends on you to go easy on me. If I get a scar, I won't be able to carry my idol image anymore. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll protect your handsomeness." Enlon responded with a smile. At this moment, Enlon accidentally touched Lu Fan's chin with a razor. He hissed and shouted exaggeratedly, "What's wrong? Is it bleeding? My beautiful face. Don't move. If you move again and you really cut it, don't blame me then." Enlon pretended to be angry and said. After shaving his beard with great difficulty, Lu Fan looked at the basin and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Wow, how come I am still so handsome? I am simply the wilderness version of Leo. This appearance is amazing." Enlon laughed out loud at his words. "You are the only one who talks nonsense, but I do feel more energetic after shaving my beard." After shaving, Lu Fan looked at Dahe, who had buried his beard, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. "You said they haven't had a bath for a long time. Why don't we give them a bath today? Let them feel refreshed too." Enlon nodded in agreement. "Okay, it's a good opportunity to clean them up. They've been so dirty lately that they're almost turning into little mud monkeys." So the two of them took buckets and soap berries to a wider pool of water. Da Jiao and Dahe seemed to know that they were going to be bathed. They ran around the water excitedly and barked happily from time to time. Enlon first led Da Jiao into the water. Da Jiao stood in the water obediently and let Enlon pour water on him with a bucket. From time to time, he wagged his tail, as if to say, "It's so comfortable, give me more." Lu Fan took a bunch of dry grass and carefully brushed Da Jiao's hair. He didn't spare any corner, and kept muttering, It's so dark and dirty. What bad things have you done? Da Jiao swung his tail, as if responding to his words. Think about who helped you pull the coal. This is the mark of my hard work. After giving Da Jiao a bath, he gave Lightning and Mei Mei a bath. Dahe was waiting by the side with his eyes wide open, coming over from time to time to smell and urge them on. Dahe, come here. Lu Fan patted his sore waist. When Dahe heard someone calling him, he jumped into the water excitedly, splashing a lot of water, soaking both Lu Fan and Enlan. You stupid dog, can't you just behave yourself? Now we're all soaked. Lu Fan scolded with a smile. Dahe swam happily in the water like a naughty child, splashing the water with his paws from time to time and having a lot of fun. After finally catching Dahe, Lu Fan and Enlan began to give it a bath. While enjoying the bath, Dahe shook his body from time to time, splashing water everywhere, as if he was playing a water splashing game with them. After taking a bath, the animals look refreshed, their fur becomes fluffy and soft, and they exude a fresh scent. They were running happily on the grass, as if celebrating their new life, chasing each other and making it very lively. Looking at their cheerful appearance, Lu Fan suddenly remembered the experience of his thighs being rubbed so hard that they hurt when he rode horses several times before. He frowned and said to Enlan, I have to make a saddle. Every time I ride a horse, my thighs are rubbed so hard that I can't stand it. This won't work. If it continues like this, my thighs will protest. Enlan expressed his support. Okay, if you can do it, riding a horse will be much more comfortable in the future, and you won't have to suffer from the pain of your thighs anymore. Lu Fan began to look around for suitable materials. He found some thick leather, some wood, and some rope. He first made the frame of the saddle out of wood, and then carefully fastened the leather to the frame. While doing it, he kept saying, This is my lifeline. I must not mess it up, or my horse riding career will be ruined. During the production process, we encountered many difficulties. For example, the leather is never cut properly and the ropes are never tied tight enough. But Lu Fan did not give up. He kept adjusting and improving, muttering, I don't believe I can't cure you. Watch how I turn you into a perfect saddle. Chapter 146 Picking Spices. Dahe came over curiously, sniffed the materials with his nose, and occasionally scratched them with his claws, as if he wanted to help, but always ended up making things worse. Silly dog, stop making trouble. Lu Fan smiled and pushed Dahe away. After some effort, the prototype of the saddle finally appeared. Lu Fan looked at his masterpiece. Although it was still a little rough, he was already very satisfied with it. How about it? Enlan, my craftsmanship is pretty good, right? Do I have the potential to become a master craftsman? Lu Fan said proudly. Enlan smiled and nodded. Well, it looks quite realistic. I didn't expect you to have this skill. Next, it's time to give the saddle the final touches and refinement. Lu Fan used a knife to trim the edges of the leather smooth and neat, and used ropes to weave some simple patterns on the saddle. He also added 2 small bags on both sides of the saddle to hold small items, such as flint nuts. After several hours of hard work, a brand new saddle was finally completed. Lu Fan excitedly moved the saddle to Lightning and installed it carefully, just like putting beautiful new clothes on a beloved baby. Lightning seemed to feel the comfort of the new saddle. It swayed its body gently, looking very comfortable. It also rubbed its head against Lu Fan from time to time, as if to express its gratitude. Lightning, now we are comfortable. Lu Fan patted Lightning's neck, then turned over and rode on him. He rode slowly across the grass, feeling the comfort of the new saddle. His thighs no longer felt the pain from being rubbed, and he laughed happily. Haha, it worked. I don't have to worry about my thighs hurting when I ride a horse anymore. I can go wherever I want. In the afternoon, Lu Fan and Enlan brought the refreshed animals back to the shelter and settled them down. The warm afternoon sun shines on the shelter, bringing a lazy and comfortable feeling. We don't have many spices left for cooking at home. We have to go out and get some more, otherwise our meals will lose a lot of flavor. Lu Fan patted his round belly with a serious look on his face, as if he had already anticipated how bland the food would be without any spices. Yes, even a good cook cannot cook without rice. Without spices, the smell of meat cannot be covered at all. Eating will become a torture. Enlan responded with a smile, his eyes curved, picked up the backpack, and prepared to set off. As soon as he got out of the door, Lu Fan took the backpack from Enlan's back with quick hands and took it over. He put it firmly on his shoulders and patted his chest. I can do this kind of physical work. They walked along a winding path. From time to time, the sound of insects chirping could be heard from the grass on the side of the road, one after another, as if playing a unique symphony. As Lu Fan walked, he looked around, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a searchlight. What spices do you think we can find? Mint, basil, or other treasures? You never know. Nature has many treasures. Maybe there are surprises waiting for us. Anlan said mysteriously, with anticipation glittering in his eyes, as if he could already see the spices all over the mountains waving to them. Not long after walking, Lu Fan's eyes lit up, and he shouted excitedly, as if he had discovered a new world. Look, that's mint. He rushed over, as nimble as a little monkey, squatted down, carefully picked up the small leaf, and looked at it carefully, as if he was examining a rare treasure. Anlan also walked over quickly, took a deep breath, and a familiar smile appeared on his face. Yes, it's mint. This cool smell is so familiar. It makes me feel refreshed just by smelling it. Lu Fan began to pick the fruits excitedly. His movements were quick, and he kept muttering to himself as he picked. That's great. I can have a cup of mint tea and make some mint salad tonight. I'm drooling just thinking about it. I feel like my shoes are going to get wet with my saliva. After picking the mint, they continued on their way. After a while, Anlan stopped beside a bush. Her eyes were fixed on a bunch of purple plants, and she shouted in surprise. Lu Fan, look, is this basil? Lu Fan ran over, looked at the purple leaves, and laughed. It's true. Perilla is a magic weapon for removing fishy smell. I won't be afraid of the fishy smell when eating fish in the future. When we cook fish, the fragrance will spread 10 miles away. The two began to pick perilla again. The leaves of perilla were put into the backpack one by one. The air was filled with a unique fragrance, and even the passing insects couldn't help but circle around it. As they walked, they came to the foot of a small hill. The hillside is covered with various unknown plants, like a green ocean. Lu Fan was rubbing his hands, eager to give it a try. This place must have a lot of good things hidden. Let's go up and take a look. Maybe we can find the treasure map of the Spice Kingdom. Just as he climbed halfway up the mountain, Lu Fan was tripped by something, fell forward, and almost fell to the ground. He steadied himself and looked down. It turned out to be a clump of low-growing plants with small leaves that emitted a peculiar fragrance. What is this? Lu Fan asked curiously, bent down, and gently pinched the leaves with his hands. The fragrance instantly became stronger and went straight into his nose. Discovering time. Anlan also came over to study it. He tilted his head and thought for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. I see. This might be time. I've read about it in a book before. It has a very special aroma and can add a unique flavor to dishes, turning ordinary dishes into Michelin-starred meals in an instant. Wow, I didn't expect to find such a rare item. Lu Fan excitedly began to pick thyme, muttering, I'll rely on you to make barbecue in the future. The fragrance will surely spread 10 miles away, and all the small animals in the forest will be tempted to come here. Just as they were about to continue climbing up the mountain, Lu Fan heard a buzzing sound. Discovering a hornet's nest. He stopped in his tracks alertly, his ears moving like radar, looking around. Wasp. There was a hint of nervousness in his voice. Anlan also became nervous, his body slightly tensed, and the two of them carefully looked for the source of the sound. It turned out that there was a beehive under a big tree. A group of bees were flying busily around. The sunlight shone on their transparent wings, reflecting colorful light. No, this is too unlucky. Lu Fan swallowed, made a gurgling sound in his throat, and slowly backed away, as if afraid of alarming these little killers. Although he has an affinity for animals, wasps are naturally hot-tempered, and he doesn't want to try to challenge their bottom line easily. Don't panic, we can just go around it. Anlan pulled Lu Fan's arm, and the two of them tiptoed around the beehive. Every step was taken cautiously, as if the battlefield under his feet was full of mines. Finally, we climbed to the top of the mountain. The view was broad, the breeze was blowing, and the scenery was breathtaking. The continuous mountains rise and fall in the distance, like a giant dragon of the earth sleeping. In the blue sky, a few white clouds float lazily, as if marshmallows are playing in the sky. Chapter 147. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. But they had no time to appreciate the scenery. They were still thinking about the spices and started looking for them everywhere. Anlan found a plant with broad leaves next to a rock. She squatted down and smelled it carefully, with a surprised expression on her face. Lu Fan, come and see. This looks like lemongrass. Lu Fan ran over, bent down and smelled it, and sure enough, there was a fresh lemon scent. It tastes good, but why is there no lemon? His face was full of confusion. There is no wife in the wife cake. Anlan joked with a smile, his eyebrows and eyes curved like a crescent moon. Ah, this. Lu Fan was stunned for a moment, then thought about it, and couldn't help laughing. His laughter echoed on the top of the mountain. Then they picked some lemongrass, and the backpack gradually filled up and became heavy. It's about enough. The weather is too hot. Lu Fan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and looked at Lan from time to time, his eyes full of heartache. He himself was not tired, but he saw Lan was a little out of breath and felt sorry for her suffering. Okay, let's go back. I can't wait to try these new spices. I'll let you taste my spice magic feast tonight. Lan said with a smile, his eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Chinese player Lan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Mint 1410000. Perilla 610000. Live broadcast room. Wow, this is the first time I've seen Master Lu Fan give back so little. Spices are small in size, but big in flavor. You still think it's not enough? Even if there's more, it won't be your turn to eat. Well, the same old saying applies. Don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. The two returned along the same route, talking and laughing along the way, sharing the gains of this exploration. Lu Fan vividly described how the animals in the forest would be attracted if these spices were used to make delicious food. Lan responded with a smile, imagining those scenes, and couldn't help giggling. After returning to the shelter, Lan immediately went into the kitchen and started preparing dinner. She washed the mint and skillfully made 2 cups of mint tea. The tender green mint leaves stretched out in the water, emitting a fresh aroma. I also made a unique grilled fish with perilla and lemongrass. The purple of perilla and the emerald green of lemongrass matched together like a beautiful painting. A plate of mint salad was also prepared. The refreshing mint paired with the fresh vegetables was mouth-watering at first sight. Finally, I roasted a few pieces of meat with thyme. The meat sizzled on the fire, exuding an enticing aroma. The unique aroma of thyme was blended into it, making people drool. Lu Fan helped out on the side, passing seasonings and plates from time to time. But his eyes kept staring at Lan from time to time, and he couldn't help but reveal a perverted expression on his face, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he was enjoying a wonderful performance. Soon, the table was filled with sumptuous dishes, the aroma was everywhere, and the whole shelter was filled with the fragrance of delicious food. Come, try my cooking and see how these new spices go together. Lan said with a smile, with a hint of anticipation and nervousness in his eyes, as if he was waiting for the results of an important exam. Lu Fan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish, and put it into his mouth. His eyes suddenly lit up like twinkling stars in the night sky. Wow, it's delicious. The basil and lemongrass taste amazing, the fish is tender and juicy, and there's no fishy smell at all. I feel like I can eat 10 fish. He took another bite of the mint salad and the grilled meat and praised it highly. The mint is refreshing and delicious, and the grilled meat is also very fragrant. Today's meal is simply delicious. I feel like I have arrived in food heaven. Live broadcast room. Wow, it looks delicious. My mouth is watering. I can smell the fragrance through the screen. Am I the only one who feels that Master Lu Fan's acting is too exaggerated? How can this be exaggerated? It has been at this level for so many years, okay? Have you seen any improvement in your eyes over the years? Have you looked for your own problems? Who said his acting is bad? His acting is so good. His acting is more than enough to star in Midnight Diner. Maybe he can even win the Best Actor award. I agree with that. Believe it or not, if Lan cooked a dish of grass for Master Lu Fan, he would say that grass doesn't taste like strawberry. My great Lu Fan has become a bootlicker. The two of them ate and chatted, enjoying this warm moment. The sunlight shone through the window onto the dining table, casting a golden glow on their figures. After dinner, Lu Fan and Lan sat in the yard, drinking mint tea and looking at the stars in the sky. The stars twinkled, as if winking at them, and the breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness, as if the whole world was immersed in this beautiful night. As night fell, Lu Fan lazily lay in a chair, the bonfire crackled beside him, the warm yellow flames flickered. He pretended to be casual and slightly tilted his head, his eyes secretly falling on Lan. The firelight was like a gentle filter, sprinkling on Lan's face, outlining her soft features. At that moment, the unique tenderness and perseverance of a woman blended wonderfully in her, so beautiful that Lu Fan could not take his eyes away. Thump, thump. Lu Fan felt like his heart was about to burst through his chest, beating more and more violently. He swallowed nervously, mustered up his courage, and said in a trembling voice, "Tonight, the moonlight is so beautiful." The sound was so light that it seemed like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. Lan subconsciously raised his head and searched the night sky. The stars were twinkling and dazzling, but there was no sign of the bright moon. She looked puzzled, frowned slightly, and asked, "Where did the moon come from?" Lu Fan froze instantly, the smile froze on his face, his mind went blank, and his heart full of expectations was instantly filled with embarrassment. He secretly groaned in his heart and wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. At this moment, The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Haha. The screen was filled with comments scrolling wildly, with smiley faces one after another, as if they were all mercilessly mocking this embarrassing scene. Is there anything more embarrassing than this? Oh my god, the low self-esteem is cracking. I said the same thing last time. The goddess said you are a good person. I died of laughter on my bed. Zhao Hangjun was sitting in front of the screen. When he saw the scene, he couldn't help laughing out loud. He shook his head and said with emotion, young people nowadays can never escape from love. It's not like when we were young, we would boldly express our love, even if we were rejected. So what? He paused, picked up the water cup and drank a sip of water to moisten his throat, then continued. When I was young, I also met a very beautiful girl. At that time, I also bravely confessed my love to her. I was not sad after she rejected me. I still wished her happiness. It has been 32 years, and I have never thought of her. Wang Tao sat aside, listening quietly, with a complicated expression on his face. He was about to say something but hesitated. In the end, he just complained silently in his heart. This table is really a table. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments was rolling wildly again. I thought he had gotten over it, but he kept talking about 32 years. I also can't forget the goddess who sat in front of me when I was studying. Hee, my first love is now my mistress, who can be better than me? I still remember my first girlfriend. She had a gambling father, a paralyzed mother, a brother who was studying, and a broken heart. I felt sorry for her and often went to her to wash her feet. Technician number 1 upstairs, as everyone knows, I have a friend. Lan looked at Lu Fan's embarrassed and helpless look and couldn't help but burst out laughing. The clear laughter sounded like a string of silver bells, echoing in the night sky. Lu Fan's face flushed with embarrassment. He quickly turned his head away, trying to hide his embarrassment, and stammered to explain, haha, I was wrong, the stars are quite bright, haha, they are sharp-edged, haha. The laughter was full of embarrassment and awkwardness. Lan stopped smiling and looked into Lu Fan's eyes seriously, her eyes gentle and firm, with a faint smile on her lips, and said softly, the moonlight tonight is indeed beautiful, and the wind is also very gentle. Chapter 148, I'll lend you a few children to try. The next morning, the sunlight was like golden threads, playfully passing through the gaps between the leaves and sprinkling in the yard of the shelter. Lu Fan woke up slowly from his sleep with a smile on his lips. It turned out that he had just had a wonderful dream. In the dream, he was feasting with his brothers whom he hadn't seen for a long time. The table was filled with yellow and greasy fried beef pupae, and there was a steaming beer next to them. The aftertaste of this beautiful dream still lingers in my heart. As soon as I open my eyes, the tempting appearance of the fried beef pupae can't be erased from my mind. My stomach started to growl in response, just like a greedy cat that was attracted by delicious food. Lan, I plan to dig out the hornet's nest from yesterday. While brushing his teeth, Lu Fan said vaguely to Lan, who was preparing breakfast. There was a gleam of eagerness in his eyes, as if that was not a hornet's nest, but a treasure trove full of delicious food. Lan paused in his movements, turned around hastily, and said with a worried look on his face, don't do anything rash, a wasp sting is very painful, what if you get stung? Lu Fan put down his toothbrush and patted his chest. He was full of confidence and his chest made a bang-bang sound. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll take extra precautions this time, and nothing will happen. Besides, the hornet's nest is near where we often move around. It would be troublesome if you accidentally provoke them and get hurt. I am just taking precautions for everyone's safety. Lan looked at Lu Fan's anxious look and couldn't help but shook her head, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She teased, I remember there is a dish called fried beef pupae in Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan. Are you greedy? Don't think I don't know your little tricks. How could that be? Am I the kind of person who indulges in food and drink? Lu Fan's eyes rolled and he denied it flatly, but a hint of unnaturalness flashed across his face. After saying that, Lu Fan excitedly began to prepare tools. He rummaged through the boxes and found a large basket, then picked up a torch. As for protective measures, he didn't take them seriously at all, and even muttered, I'm lucky and blessed. What can a wasp do to me? Dahe, come on, let's go make a big buck together. Lu Fan shouted to Dahe, who was having fun in the yard, his voice sounding somewhat heroic, as if he was a general about to go to the battlefield. When Dahe heard the call, he ran over happily, wagging his tail. I thought I was going to take him to play some fun games, so he jumped and skipped all the way, very excited. The man and the dog walked towards the hornet's nest with high spirits and vigor. Along the way, Lu Fan hummed a tune out of tune, and the singing was simply magic sound piercing the ears. But he himself was completely unaware of it, as if he had already seen the delicious fried beef pupae waving at him, with a few drops of saliva flowing from the corners of his mouth from time to time. Soon, they came under the big tree. Lu Fan saw the hornet's nest hanging on the tree branch from a distance. It looked like a huge lotus pod. Wasps were buzzing around like soldiers on patrol, guarding their homes. Dahe, it's up to you. Go and lead away those hornets. Lu Fan patted Dahe's back and signaled it to charge forward. His tone sounded like he was commanding thousands of troops. Dahe seemed to feel the tense atmosphere, and his originally cheerful steps became cautious. It slowly approached the hornet's nest, and as soon as it got close, a few sharp-eyed hornets discovered it and flew towards it like an arrow. Dahe was so scared that he let out a wow, turned around and ran away as fast as a gust of wind, disappearing from Lu Fan's sight in an instant, leaving Lu Fan standing there stamping his feet in anger. Dahe, you stupid dog, you failed at the critical moment. Where has your usual dignity gone? Lu Fan was so angry that he jumped up and down and shouted in the direction where Dahe disappeared. There was no other choice. Lu Fan had to do it himself. He took out a dagger, crouched down, and tiptoed towards the hornet's nest, wanting to cut it down. He was still mumbling to himself, "Hornet, hornet, please don't sting me. I'll lend it to you kids to eat, and I'll return it to you after you're done. We're all friends, so we can talk it over." His heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was going to burst through his chest, and his whole body was as tense as a taut string. Although Lu Fan tried his best to reduce his malice and released his animal affinity, the hornets still felt his murderous intent. They were instantly enraged and flew towards Lu Fan with great momentum, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Oh my god! Lu Fan was so scared that his face turned pale and he turned and ran. But the hornets were like angry avengers, chasing him relentlessly. Lu Fan dodged left and right and finally managed to get rid of the hornets. He leaned against a tree, breathing heavily. "If you're unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. I will definitely eat this bee pupa today." He knew that any rash action would only lead to the same mistakes, so he decided to use the fumigation method. He first found a handful of dry wormwood and hay. These plants produce thick smoke when burned and are excellent materials for driving away hornets. As he searched, he muttered, "Look how I deal with you this time. I'll show you how powerful I am." Everything was ready. Lu Fan took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the big tree that had caused him so much trouble. "Before I got close, I heard the buzzing sound of a hornet's wings, as if it was issuing a final warning." He piled hay and wormwood under a big tree and lit it with flint. In an instant, thick smoke billowed up, and Lu Fan waved a long branch to fan the smoke towards the hornet's nest. The action was like a fierce battle with the hornets. The hornets sensed the danger and immediately panicked. They had been entering and exiting the hive in an orderly manner and began circling around it frantically, trying to find the enemy. But the smoke became thicker and thicker, gradually covering the entire hornet's nest. The hornets were dizzy from the smoke and fled from the hive like a group of headless flies. Lu Fan approached cautiously, keeping his eyes fixed on the hornet's nest, ready to deal with any possible attack at any time. With every step he took, he could feel his heart beating violently, but his desire for delicious food made him not retreat a step, thinking to himself, "Hold on, I will be able to eat delicious bee pupae soon." Finally arriving under the tree, he looked up, waited for the right moment, quickly extended the dagger towards the hornet's nest, and then pulled it hard. Success! He shouted excitedly, his voice echoing in the woods, and the hornet's nest was safely put into the basket. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a few fish that had escaped the net suddenly rushed out from the thick smoke and pounced on his neck. Lu Fan reacted quickly, raised his dagger, and swung out a terrifying blow. His movement was as fast as lightning, showing the style of a great hero. Chapter 149, The Law of True Fragrance. Swish. Unfortunately, he missed. Lu Fan was stunned for a moment in embarrassment, then turned around and ran. His strong physique quickly left them behind, shouting as he ran, "It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I will come back to eat your children and then settle the score with you." Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Hornet's Nest 10,000 only contains bee pupae. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Top-notch physical skills coupled with Lao Lu's awareness. Fried bee pupae, they taste delicious just thinking about it. Those are bugs. How can you eat them? The sky is falling when the wasps come back. Lu Fan ran all the way back to the shelter. As soon as he entered the yard, he collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, but his face was filled with the joy of victory, like a triumphant hero. Lan heard the noise and hurried out of the house. Seeing Lu Fan in such a mess, she felt distressed and helpless. "You really make me worried. Don't take such risks next time." Lu Fan chuckled and showed the wasp nest in the basket to Lan. "Look, this is my trophy. You can eat fried bee pupae soon. Let's have a feast of fried bee pupae today, so you can also taste my cooking skills." Lu Fan happily placed the basket full of hornets' nests steadily on the ground, with a bright smile of victory on his face. A sumptuous meal of fried bee pupae appeared in his mind. The scene seemed to be very close, making him salivate. But before his excitement completely subsided, he remembered his teammate Dahe who failed at the critical moment. "This silly dog ran faster than a rabbit just now, and now I don't know where he is hidden. Dahe, You coward, come out now. Lu Fan shouted at the top of his lungs around the shelter. His voice was like a huge bell, echoing in the woods and startling a flock of birds, which fluttered off into the sky. As he shouted, he searched carefully in the nearby grass and bushes, his eyes wide open as bells, not missing any corner where Dahe might be hiding. After searching for a long time, he didn't even see the shadow of Dahe. Lu Fan was so angry that his mouth was crooked and he kept muttering, "This stupid dog. He usually only knows how to eat and play, and he is useless at the critical moment. When I find you, I will see how I will deal with you." Having said that, even though he complained, he was still vaguely worried that Dahe might encounter some danger. Just when Lu Fan was scratching his head anxiously and at a loss, a familiar whoosh sound came from a distance. He looked carefully and saw Dahe holding a fat rabbit in his mouth and running towards him happily. The tail wagged like a rattle, as if proudly saying, "Master, look what delicious food I brought you. You went here to catch rabbits. I thought you were caught by a wasp." Lu Fan was both angry and amused and reached out to touch Dahe's head. Dahe proudly placed the rabbit at Lu Fan's feet, wagging its tail with an expression of anticipation for praise, looking like a child waiting for praise. "Well, since you caught a rabbit, I won't bother with you this time." Lu Fan picked up the rabbit and patted Dahe on the back. "Let's go back. We are in for a treat today." Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy wild rabbit 10,000 I. Back in the shelter, Lu Fan couldn't wait to start processing his trophies. He carefully picked out the bee pupae from the hornet's nest one by one. The bee pupae were white and plump. It twists and turns hard in the hornet's nest, like a cobalt pupa that refuses to admit defeat. They gleam in the sunlight, like round pearls, making people salivate at the sight. Enlon watched from the side, frowning slightly, with disgust written all over his face. "Is this thing really edible? It looks disgusting, like a bug. Don't underestimate this bee pupa, it's a rare delicacy." As Lu Fan spoke, he cleaned the bee pupae skillfully with smooth movements. "When it's fried, it will be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it will be so fragrant that you'll want to swallow your tongue. Don't rush to eat it then." After saying that, Lu Fan set up the pot and scooped a lump of oil into it. As the oil temperature gradually rose, he carefully poured the bee pupae into the pot. In an instant, a sizzling sound came from the pot. It was the wonderful note produced by the collision of hot oil and bee pupae. An alluring fragrance also spread and quickly filled the entire shelter. Enlon couldn't help but sniff, and the disgust on his face was slightly less, but he was still a little hesitant. "Is it really as delicious as you said? Why can't I believe it?" "Just wait and see," Lu Fan said confidently, his eyes revealing unquestionable determination, as if saying that he was about to create the most delicious food in the world. While frying the bee pupae, he began to process the rabbit. He used a sharp dagger to clean the rabbit skillfully with a neat and experienced hand. Then he evenly spread salt, crushed pepper, and some spices carefully picked from the wild on the rabbit, and then roasted it over the fire. The flames licked the rabbit meat happily. After a while, the surface of the rabbit meat became golden and crispy, and oil droplets dripped down with a sizzling sound, emitting bursts of rich fragrance. The fragrance seemed to have magic, making people's stomachs surge with greed. And Lan's stomach also began to growl. She smiled sheepishly. "I didn't expect that this rabbit would smell so good when roasted." "Of course. Are you still unsure about my craftsmanship?" Lu Fan raised his eyebrows proudly and continued to turn the rabbit meat, ensuring that every part was heated evenly and roasted to the best taste. Soon, the fried bee pupae and roasted rabbit were done. Lu Fan placed the fried golden bee pupae on a delicate plate and brought the roasted rabbit, which was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, to the table, not forgetting to sprinkle some green mint leaves on it. In an instant, the entire shelter was filled with an enticing aroma, a blend of the fresh fragrance of bee pupae, the mellowness of rabbit meat, and the freshness of mint leaves, which made people intoxicated. "Come, have a taste of my cooking." Lu Fan greeted Enlon warmly, and picked up a fried bee pupa and put it into his mouth. With a crunch sound, a satisfied expression appeared on his face, and that satisfaction seemed to tell the world that this was the most delicious food he had ever eaten. It's so delicious, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and so fragrant." Enlon looked at the bee pupae on the plate, still a little hesitant. She carefully picked one up, put it to her nose and smelled it, then frowned. "This taste, is it really edible? Just take a bite. If it doesn't taste good, I'll eat the plate." Lu Fan patted his chest and made the assurance. His confident look made people laugh. Enlon gritted his teeth, put the bee pupa into his mouth, and took a light bite. Chapter 150, Disintegration of the Mousy State. Instantly, her eyes widened and a surprised expression appeared on her face. "Wow, I didn't expect it to be so delicious, fragrant, and crispy. I told you, my recommendation is absolutely correct." Lu Fan smiled proudly. The smile on his face was like a blooming flower. "Try this roasted rabbit, It's also very good. And Lon picked up a piece of rabbit meat and put it in his mouth. The tender and juicy rabbit meat spread in his mouth, and the taste of spices was just right. Every fiber of the meat was filled with fragrance, and she couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This roasted rabbit is delicious. The two of them ate and praised the food highly. Dahe was also watching eagerly, making a woof sound from time to time, and his eyes seemed to say, "Master, I want to eat too, please give me some." Lu Fan smiled and threw a piece of rabbit meat to Dahe. Dahe caught it and began to eat it voraciously. After eating, he licked his lips with satisfaction, and his look made Lu Fan and Lon laugh. In the live broadcast room, the audience saw this scene and posted comments one after another. "Wow, it looks delicious. My mouth is watering. I didn't expect beef pupae to be edible and so fragrant. Master Lu Fan's cooking skills are getting better and better. This roasted rabbit looks amazing. Dahe is so lucky he can eat meat by following Lu Fan." After eating and drinking their fill, the two of them laid down on the lounge chairs in the yard, touching their round bellies with satisfied smiles on their faces. The sunlight shines gently on them, making them feel warm and comfortable, as if time has stopped at this moment. Today's meal is really satisfying. Lu Fan burped and said happily, his burp revealing a taste of satisfaction. "Yeah, I didn't expect you to be so good at turning insects into delicacies." And Lon teased with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. "What's so special about beef pupae? I'll let you try fried centipedes, roasted scorpions, and blanched spiders." "Hey, stop, you're getting more excited the more you talk." And Lon showed a look of disgust, felt goosebumps all over the floor, and quickly waved his hands to stop it. He looked like a child frightened by strange food. Everyone was immersed in a relaxed and joyful atmosphere, with laughter filling the air. However, a piece of news came like a bolt from the blue, instantly breaking the tranquility. The Mouse Kingdom announced its dissolution. This blockbuster news was like a surging wave, instantly causing a stir around the world. People all over the world were stunned by this sudden change. For a time, social platforms and the streets were full of people discussing the matter. The mousy players, Steri and Ryan, who were struggling to survive in the wilderness, also received the announcement of the dissolution of the country at the first time. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Mouse State announced its dissolution. Mouse player Steri becomes stateless. Mouse player Ryan becomes stateless. At this time, Steri was in a lush tropical rainforest. All around, tall trees that block out the sun grow wildly, and their intertwined branches and leaves almost completely block out the sky. Various strange bird calls and insect chirps interweave together to form a unique but noisy melody. He had just caught a pheasant nearby. The pheasant kept struggling in his hands. He had originally planned to use the chicken to reward himself as he was starving. When the pop-up system announcement came into view, his hand shook violently and the chicken in his hand almost slipped. He opened his eyes wide with disbelief. The pheasant was still flapping its wings, hitting his face, but he was completely unaware. How was this possible? How could the mouse country disintegrate? Steri muttered, his voice full of shock and confusion. In this wilderness full of dangers, he fought tenaciously against nature, always with his faith in the country in his heart. But now, this belief shattered like a bubble in an instant. At the same time, at the edge of the distant desert, Ryan was trudging hard. The sun was high in the sky, scorching the earth. His lips were cracked and his throat was so dry that it seemed to be smoking. Every breath was accompanied by a burning sensation. His steps became weak and powerless, one step deep and one step shallow on the hot sand. In front of him were endless sand dunes, and behind him were footprints that were quickly buried by the wind and sand, as if he had never been there. When the notice suddenly appeared in front of him, his steps stopped abruptly, and his whole body seemed to be cast under a spell, frozen in place. "No, that's not true." Ryan's voice was hoarse and dry, filled with despair. He looked at the desolate and lonely desert around him, with strong winds blowing up yellow sand all over the sky. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he could not accept the fact that his country no longer existed. Wilderness Survival Announcement. The player was detected to be stateless. Players can choose to join other countries and fight for other countries. You can also give up the choice and enter a state of survival alone. Weather. This difficult choice, like a heavy boulder, was placed before Steri and Ryan. Steri sat under a huge banyan tree, with its mottled shadows falling on him. His fingers were unconsciously drawing circles on the ground. His brows were tightly furrowed into the shape of a character, and a fierce struggle was going on in his heart. He thought of the United States, which is like a giant in the Western world. Steri gritted his teeth, thinking that he was isolated and helpless in the wilderness and his life might be in danger at any time. In order to continue living, he finally made a decision to join the United States. He took a deep breath, and with trembling fingers he confirmed his choice on the system interface. Then, a new flame of hope seemed to ignite in his eyes. He began to replan his survival plan, as he knew very well that the United States was very powerful. He believed that as long as he survived well in the wilderness, he would be able to become a superior person when the game was over. Street player joins the United States. On Ryan's side, the situation was completely different. He knelt in the desert, the hot sand burning his knees, but he felt nothing. He held the sand tightly with both hands, letting the wind and sand blow mercilessly on his face. The sand hurt on his face, but his heart hurt even more. The streets and alleys of Mousy kept appearing in his mind. Those familiar scenes and the people who once laughed and lived together have now become a distant past. He could not accept that he had to fight for other countries. In his heart, Mao is everything to him and his roots. I cannot betray my country. Ryan's voice seemed so weak in the whistling wind and sand, but it revealed an incomparable firm strength. Chapter 151: The Changing International Situation. He slowly stood up, his eyes empty and desperate, and walked step by step into the depths of the desert. He didn't know where he was going, but instinctively didn't want to face this cruel reality. As time went by, Ryan's mind became more and more confused and his consciousness gradually blurred. His body had become weak due to long-term lack of water and excessive grief. Every step he took required tremendous effort, as if his legs were filled with lead. Every step seems to be the final struggle against fate. Finally, he came to the edge of a cliff. Below the cliff was a bottomless valley. Strong winds raged through the valley, making shrill whistling sounds, as if calling him. Ryan looked down the cliff and felt a sense of relief. He felt that he had lost the meaning of living, and the disintegration of the country made his world completely collapse. In the last moments of his life, the flag of Mausoleum appeared in his mind, and its bright colors gradually blurred before his eyes. Goodbye, my country. Ryan murmured softly, but his voice was instantly swallowed up by the strong wind. Then he leaped forward and his figure quickly disappeared under the cliff. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Stateless player Ryan died after jumping off a cliff. This tragic news once again shocked the world. The news of Ryan's death and Steri's joining the United States were like two bombshells, which caused a storm around the world. People were so shocked by this sudden change that they couldn't recover for a long time. Unexpectedly, in this cruel game of survival in the wilderness, the disintegration of the country would trigger such a complex and intense chain reaction. Social media exploded instantly, with various forums and platforms dominated by related topics. Netizens divided into different camps and launched heated discussions. Some people feel tragic for Ryan's determination and loyalty to the country. He used his life to defend the country's final dignity. He died with honor. Ryan's leap was a final expression of his deep affection for his country. The saddest thing is that he died for his country, but his country could not give him a response. As for Strees joining the United States, people have different opinions. Some people understand that he has no choice but to do it for survival, while others accuse him of betraying his country. Faced with life and death, he chose to live, but lost the most precious thing. This is an instinctive choice made in desperate circumstances, and we cannot be overly critical of it. If even your own country is destroyed, what's the point of lingering on? But more viewers' attention was focused on the subtle changes in the international situation. They speculated whether some countries would secretly trip up or even directly harm other countries in real life in order to increase the number of their own players. This concern is not groundless. As the benefits of wilderness survival become increasingly apparent, countries are paying more and more attention to it. After all, this is not only about national honor, but also involves huge economic interest and geopolitical influence. For a time, the international situation became extremely tense. The diplomatic departments of various countries have entered a state of high alert. Diplomats have met frequently. On the surface, they are having friendly exchanges, but in fact they are testing each other's bottom line and the atmosphere is tense. Military experts have also begun to analyze the situation and express various opinions on television programs and online platforms. Some warned that the risk of war is gradually increasing, while others called on all countries to remain calm and resolve issues through peaceful negotiations. The United States has been particularly active in this turmoil. They publicly stated that Stree's choice was very correct. At the press conference, the leaders of the United States held manuscripts and spoke righteously. Mr. Street's choice is a rational judgment for survival and development. Our country has always been a country full of tolerance and opportunities. We welcome all people with lofty ideals to join us and create brilliance together. However, behind these high-sounding words, the United States is secretly planning to take action against other countries. In China, the propaganda department of the United States has also been busy. Through various media channels, they have been vigorously promoting the benefits of joining the United States, trying to attract more stateless players or players who are dissatisfied with their own country to join. They made exquisite propaganda posters, printed with advanced survival equipment, abundant supplies and comfortable living environment, with eye-catching slogans next to them. Join the beautiful country and start a new journey of survival. At the same time, they also placed a large number of advertisements on social media, using highly inflammatory language to describe how the players in the United States team easily overcame difficulties and moved towards victory. Lu Fan and Enlon in the wilderness were also shocked by the announcement and could not recover for a long time. Enlon couldn't help but open his mouth wide. The mouse country disintegrated? The contestants also joined the United States. Lu Fan couldn't help but frown. If according to his previous guess, when huge amounts of materials appeared in a small number of countries, would the resource crisis be solved? The questions were tangled in his mind, and he couldn't sort them out, so Lu Fan simply put them behind him. If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. If you keep thinking about it, your head will start to smoke. As he joked to himself, he stretched out his body, his movements so exaggerated that he looked like a big bear that had just woken up. Looking at Enlon with a frown on his face, Lu Fan smiled and comforted him. Don't think too much. This situation will never happen in our country. In today's world, no country dares to say that it can destroy us. Enlon couldn't help laughing when he heard this. I'm not worried about our country, I just can't figure it out. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. It's better to think about what to do tomorrow. After Lu Fan finished speaking, he slowly walked to the place where the honeycomb coal was drying, squatted down, and examined it carefully like an experienced craftsman. These honeycomb briquettes were made by him and Enlon with a lot of effort. The earthy brown coal blocks were arranged neatly, like soldiers waiting for inspection. Hey, it'll take another 2 days to dry. He tapped one of the pieces with his fingers, making a dull sound. You better fight for your dignity and don't let down the chain. It was as if the honeycomb briquettes could understand what he was saying. Then he went to the storage room and prepared to properly place the precious bee pupae. When you opened the door of the storage room, a faint scent of honey and the unique aroma of bee pupae hit you in the face. He carefully picked out the bee pupae one by one, his movements as gentle as if he were treating rare treasures. These little guys are all synonymous with deliciousness. As he picked, he couldn't help swallowing, and the golden and crispy appearance of the fried bee pupae appeared in his mind again. Chapter 152 Brown Bear Night Attack. The night enveloped the wilderness, and there was dead silence all around. Only the occasional chirping of insects echoed softly in the quiet night. Lu Fan and Enlon lay in the shelter and gradually fell asleep after a day of busyness and shock. The moonlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows in fine detail, as if covering the shelter with a layer of hazy silver gauze. Suddenly, a dull thud, like a heavy hammer, broke the tranquility of the night. Immediately afterwards, Dahe's rapid cry suddenly rang out. Lu Fan suddenly woke up from his sleep. His brain was still fuzzy when he heard a low roar and the sound of a beehive being violently collided. What's going on? He suddenly woke up and felt uneasy. A brown bear broke into the shelter. Lu Fan quickly sat up and reached out for the big knife, placed beside the bed. His movements were quick and decisive, without any hesitation. Enlon beside him was also awakened, sleepy and confused, with sleepiness still in his voice. What's wrong? What happened? Before Lu Fan could answer, he saw a huge figure shaking violently in the shelter. Looking closely, I saw a huge brown bear standing in front of the beehive, beating the beehive frantically with its thick paws, wanting only to get the honey inside. The swarm of bees was completely disturbed, and the buzzing sound instantly filled the entire space, which was an angry protest. Dahe barked loudly at the brown bear, but the brown bear was completely immersed in plundering the honey and turned a deaf ear to Dahe's provocation. This beast is here to steal honey. Lu Fan exclaimed, quickly lit a torch, shouted loudly, and rushed towards the brown bear without hesitation, trying to drive it away. Damn it, get out of here. The brown bear was frightened by Lu Fan's sudden appearance and trembled all over. It turned its head suddenly, and its pair of round eyes flickered in the darkness, with a bit of wildness and ferocity. It let out a deafening roar at Lu Fan, with the sweet smell of honey still lingering in its mouth. The roar made Lu Fan's ears buzz, as if the whole world was shaking with this roar. But Lu Fan did not retreat. He held the torch tightly in his hand. The flames swayed violently in the night wind, reflecting his determined face. He waved the torch and approached the brown bear step by step. Each step was steady and powerful. How dare you yell at me? Give me back my honey. While shouting, he made a posture ready to attack at any time, and his momentum was no less than that of the beast in front of him. The brown bear seemed to be frightened by Lu Fan's aura. Its huge body trembled slightly. After hesitating for a moment, it slapped the beehive twice with its paws, and honey splashed out. But in the end, its natural fear of fire and Lu Fan's intimidation made it lose. Then, it turned around unwillingly, took heavy steps, staggered, and ran out of the shelter, disappearing into the darkness. Huh, finally gone. Lu Fan let out a long sigh. His tense body instantly relaxed, and he slowly put down the torch in his hand. At this time, Amlan also walked over quickly, looked at the messy shelter, and sighed helplessly. This brown bear is really troublesome. Now we have a lot of work to do. Under the moonlight, the beehive fell miserably to the ground. The wooden boards were smashed to pieces by the brown bear, and the honey was spilled all over the ground, emitting an enticing sweet scent, but also adding a bit of embarrassment. The brown bear also pushed down a section of the fence, and the wood was scattered all over the ground, making a mess. Lu Fan and Enlon held torches and carefully examined the damage. This beehive has to be repaired quickly, otherwise all the bees will run away. Lu Fan frowned, looking at the broken beehive, his tone full of anxiety. Enlon nodded, bent down, and picked up the wooden board on the ground. This fence also needs to be reinforced, otherwise the next time the brown bear comes, it will still be unstoppable. The two of them cleaned up briefly, then comforted the animals and returned to bed. But they did not sleep well that night. Their nerves were always tense, and they woke up from time to time. They kept their ears open to the movements outside, worried that the brown bear would attack again. The next morning, the sun shone softly into the shelter, and Lu Fan and Enlon got up early. Looking at the shocking mess in front of them, the two looked at each other helplessly and quickly began to repair it. Live broadcast room. Oh my God, what happened last night? Why is it so messed up? There was a brown bear stealing honey last night. It was really scary. I give up. I missed it again. I didn't see anything. I just went to bed 5 minutes earlier. Lu Fan found some tools and propped up the beehive first. He bent down and carefully examined the damaged parts of the beehive, muttering, "This brown bear is really cruel. It broke such a thick board." As he spoke, he picked up a new piece of wood and began to nail it to the damaged place with skillful movements. Each strike was fierce, as if he was competing with the brown bear in the air. Enlon was helping to pass tools to the side. Seeing Lu Fan's serious look, she couldn't help but tease him. "You look like you want to build this beehive into an iron wall." Lu Fan didn't even raise his head. His hands kept moving, and he smiled and responded, "Of course not. Next time the brown bear comes again, I will make sure it can't even smell the honey." After repairing the beehives, they immediately started repairing the fences. Lu Fan sorted the scattered wood, stuck them into the soil one by one, and then tied them tightly together with ropes, making each knot extremely tight. As he tied the bear, he was thinking about how to solve the problem of the brown bear. This brown bear will definitely come again. We have to think of a way. We can't let it succeed so easily every time. Enlon echoed from the side. How about we set a trap? Make it unable to return. When Lu Fan heard Enlan's suggestion to set a trap, various images quickly emerged in his mind. If they set a trap in the shelter, maybe they and Enlon would be accidentally injured by the trap before the brown bear was hurt. Or if the trap was triggered, the mad brown bear would rampage around in the shelter, and their home would be completely gone. Thinking of this, Lu Fan shook his head decisively, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. Take the initiative, track the traces of the brown bear, and go on a hunt in the wilderness. He told Enlon about this idea. When Enlon heard it, his eyes widened and he said worriedly, "Are you crazy? That's a brown bear. It can beat a person into a meat pie with one slap." Lu Fan grinned nonchalantly, patted his chest, and said, "Don't worry, I know what's going on. I've brought Dahe, my super bodyguard, with a keen sense of smell. With his help, there will be no problem. Besides, I have plugins." Lu Fan added in his heart. Chapter 153, Tracking the Stinky Bear. Enlon was still worried. She bit her lips, clenched the corners of her clothes with both hands, and frowned into the shape of a Chan character. No, it's too dangerous. How about I go with you? Then we can have someone to look after each other." Lu Fan patted Enlan's shoulder gently, his eyes firm and gentle. "You stay at the shelter to look after the animals. You can also protect our home if there are any other unexpected situations. I promise that you will come back safely." Seeing Enlon still worried, Lu Fan smiled and said, "You are my support." Seeing Lu Fan's confident expression, Enlon could only nod helplessly. "Then you must be careful. Run away as soon as there is danger. Don't hold on." Before going out, Lu Fan carefully selected his equipment like a general preparing to go to the battlefield. He brought explosives with him, which was his secret weapon that he had secretly developed, and its power should not be underestimated. And there is the sweet honey, which is a super bait to attract brown bears. Dahe seemed to sense that an exciting adventure was about to begin. He jumped around excitedly at Lu Fan's feet, his tail wagging like a propeller. Lu Fan set off with Dahe. The early morning sunlight shone through the dense branches and leaves onto the ground, forming spots of light. Lu Fan carefully identified the vague traces left by the brown bear when it left last night. Sometimes the traces were flattened grass, and sometimes they were huge footprints left on the mud. Dahe was running around excitedly, sniffing the ground, and looking back at Lu Fan from time to time, as if urging him to walk faster. Dahe, don't run too far. Pay attention to follow the scent. Lu Fan called out to Dahe in a low voice while paying attention to the movements around him. Brown bear footprints were found, extending to the right. They traveled through the mountains and forests for a long time. As they went deeper, the surrounding environment became increasingly quiet, and the occasional bird calls seemed particularly abrupt. Suddenly, Dahe stopped in front, his nose pressed against the ground, and a low roar came from his throat. Lu Fan walked quickly forward and found a narrow path in front of him. The grass on the path was flattened, and the bushes on both sides also showed signs of being rubbed by heavy objects. It seems this is the way to go, Dahe, well done. Lu Fan touched Dahe's head, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. After walking along the path for a while, the terrain ahead gradually became steeper. At a valley, Dahe suddenly sped up and rushed towards a dense bush. Lu Fan followed closely behind, walked around the bushes, and a hidden small tree hole appeared in front of him. There were a lot of messy footprints on the ground around the tree hole, as well as some gnawed branches and leaves. It was obvious that this was the brown bear's lair. It is very difficult to find if you don't look for it deliberately. The entrance to the cave was half hidden by layers of intertwined branches and leaves of bushes. The leaves were thick and green, intertwined with each other, like a natural barrier, blocking outside prying eyes. Lu Fan approached the tree hole carefully, trying not to make any noise. He lay on the ground and looked inside through the gap in the cave. He saw that it was pitch black inside and could faintly smell a strong odor of bear. He thought to himself that the brown bear was huge and powerful, and if they were to confront it head-on, he and Dahe would definitely not be its match. After thinking for a while, a plan gradually took shape in his mind. He decided to lurk around the tree hole and wait for the brown bear to leave. So, Lu Fan found a hidden bush and hid there with Dahe, staring at the tree hole. As time passed, the sunlight became stronger and stronger, making me feel warm on my body. Lu Fan didn't dare to take his eyes off the tree hole for a moment. Sweat kept coming out of his forehead and sliding down his cheeks. Dahe also lay quietly beside him, occasionally moving his ears and listening vigilantly to the movements around him. After an unknown amount of time, a low roar came from deep in the tree hole, and then a huge figure slowly emerged from the tree hole. It was that brown bear. It stretched lazily, shook its hair, and then walked towards the depths of the forest with heavy steps. When the brown bear completely disappeared from sight, Lu Fan quickly stood up and quietly approached the tree hole with Dahe. As you step into the cave, a strong smell of bear stench hits you in the face. It is a unique smell mixed with animal hair, dirt, and food residues, which makes you almost nauseous. The interior of the cave is not spacious. The ground is covered with a thick layer of hay and leaves, which is the brown bear's bed. The hay has been pressed flat, and some of it is mixed with the brown bear's shed hair, making it look messy. He took out the bamboo tube explosives he had prepared in advance from his backpack. There was a lot of iron slag in the explosives, which would definitely tear your skin apart if they exploded. He carefully dug small holes around the tree hole, buried the explosives one by one, and then lightly covered them with soil, leaving only the fuses exposed. After doing all this, he took out a jar of honey from his backpack and walked into the tree hole. There was a pungent smell in the tree hole, and some dry grass and leaves were spread on the ground. Lu Fan carefully poured the honey into the center of the tree hole, and the rich, sweet smell instantly spread. After setting the trap, Lu Fan and Dahe quickly evacuated to a safe distance, found a big tree, hid behind it, and waited for the brown bear to take the bait. His heart beat faster involuntarily. He felt nervous and excited. He held the tool to light the fuse tightly in his hand, his eyes fixed on the direction of the tree hole. The sky grew darker, and Lu Fan's heart became more anxious as night fell. The long fuse he had specially prepared snaked through the grass like a snake ready to strike at any time, ensuring that he could ignite the explosives from a safe distance. Just in case, he also smeared the herbs that Anlan had carefully prepared on his body. The unique herbal scent gradually spread, successfully covering up the human scent on him. Dahe lay quietly beside him, staring at the direction of the tree hole without blinking, occasionally moving his ears to capture the subtle movements around him. A man and a dog were lurking in the darkness. The tense atmosphere was like an invisible net that enveloped them tightly. In the shelter, Anlan was restless. She kept pacing in the room, looking in the direction where Lu Fan left from time to time, subconsciously tugging at the corner of her clothes in her hands, and the originally neat corner of her clothes had been wrinkled by her. Why hasn't he come back yet? I hope nothing has happened to him, she murmured to herself, her voice full of worry. The chirping of insects outside the house came one after another, as if playing an uneasy nocturne. Anlan walked to the door and looked at the dark night sky. The stars were twinkling, but they could not dispel the haze in her heart. She thought of Lu Fan's determined eyes when he left, and prayed silently in her heart that he would return safely. At this time, Lu Fan was staring at the tree hole intently. Chapter 154, Killing the Brown Bear. Time seemed to be stretched infinitely. Every second became a torture, making people feel like their days were long. Finally, in the thick darkness, a huge figure slowly emerged. It was the majestic brown bear. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Oh my God, it's so big. Quickly bring out the bald and powerful man. This oppressive feeling is like a monster attacking. How can we win this? Even if Tyson comes, he will probably lose. The brown bear took heavy steps, approaching the tree, whole step by step. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble slightly. It suddenly stopped at the entrance of the cave, raised its nose high, sniffed hard at the strange smell in the air, and became alert in an instant. Its eyes flickered faintly in the darkness as it kept scanning the surroundings. Its huge body leaned forward slightly, ready to attack at any time. Lu Fan's heart instantly rose to his throat. He held the fire to light the fuse tightly. His palms were full of sweat, and he could hardly hold it anymore. His breathing became rapid and heavy, but he didn't dare make too much noise and could only suppress it desperately. Dahe also felt the tense atmosphere. His body tensed, and he let out a low roar from his throat, ready to obey Lu Fan's orders at any time. The brown bear paced back and forth at the entrance of the cave, digging the ground with its paws, making dull sounds. It seemed to be weighing the pros and cons, hesitating whether to advance or retreat, and every time it hesitated, Lu Fan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Finally, the rich, sweet smell of honey overcame its vigilance. It sniffed hard again and slowly walked towards the inside of the tree hole. The moment the brown bear stepped into the tree hole, Lu Fan lit the fuse without hesitation. The sizzling sound of burning was particularly clear in the silent night, and sparks spread rapidly along the fuse like a deadly fire snake. Lu Fan's heartbeat accelerated rapidly. He stared at the tree hole, not daring to blink. The fuse burned very quickly and reached the explosive in an instant. With a loud bang, the earth shook and the explosives exploded simultaneously around the tree hole. The powerful impact caused the surrounding soil, rocks and branches to fly everywhere, and flames instantly illuminated the dark night sky. The brown bear let out a painful scream and was dizzy from the sudden explosion. It rushed out of the tree hole frantically, with many injuries on its body, bleeding, its hair burnt, and emitting wisps of blue smoke. Its originally majestic appearance now became miserable. But the brown bear was not easily defeated. Its anger was completely ignited. There was a fierce light flashing in its eyes, and it was frantically searching around for enemies that might attack it. Its roar caused the leaves to rustle, as if it was going to shake down the entire forest. Lu Fan knew that the real battle had just begun. He quickly stood up from behind the big tree, holding a big knife that he had prepared in advance tightly in his hand, his eyes firm and calm. Although he was full of nervousness, he knew that he must not retreat at this moment. Dahe also rushed out at the same time, went around behind the brown bear, looking for an opportunity to attack. The brown bear sensed Dahe's presence, turned around suddenly, and slapped Dahe hard with its paw. Dahe dodged the fatal blow nimbly. Lu Fan took the opportunity to rush forward and slashed the brown bear's back with his knife. The brown bear felt pain, let out an angry roar, and turned around to pounce on Lu Fan again. Lu Fan dodged sideways swiftly and used a wooden stick to block the brown bear's attack. In the darkness, a man and a dog engaged in a thrilling life-and-death fight with a brown bear. Brown bears are extremely powerful, and every attack they make is accompanied by overwhelming momentum. But Lu Fan and Dahe, with their agility and tacit cooperation, dodged the brown bear's attacks time and time again, and looked for opportunities to counterattack. The battle entered a white-hot stage. Lu Fan and Dahe were both exhausted, but they still gritted their teeth and persisted without giving up. The brown bear's movements became increasingly slow due to its injuries and long battle. Suddenly, Dahe seized an opportunity, rushed forward, and bit the brown bear's hind leg. The brown bear roared in pain and swung its hind legs hard, trying to throw Dahe off. Seeing this, Lu Fan immediately rushed forward and used all his strength to stab the knife into the brown bear's neck. The explosion tore open the wound, and the blade went in unhindered. The brown bear's body shook a few times, and there was a hint of fear and despair in its eyes. It struggled for a moment, then fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. Lu Fan and Dahe stood there, breathing heavily, their bodies covered with dirt and sweat. After a long time, Lu Fan slowly walked to the brown bear and confirmed that it had no signs of life. It's finally over. Lu Fan let out a long sigh and sat down on the ground. Dahe also ran over, lay beside him, and licked his hand with his tongue, as if telling him about the hardships of the battle. The live broadcast room instantly became lively. Awesome, I actually won. It was so exciting that I didn't dare to blink the whole time. Just ask who else can do it. As expected, China is the best. Great God, Lu Fan has the demeanor of a great emperor. After a short rest, Lu Fan slowly stood up and walked briskly towards the shelter with Dahe. The brown bear's body was too huge for him and Dahe to carry it, so they had to go back and ask Dajiao to carry it, otherwise they would not be able to bring it back at all. Along the way, the breeze blew away Lu Fan's fatigue and tension. This arduous battle finally came to a successful conclusion with their victory. He felt extremely relaxed, as if all the haze had been swept away. When they arrived at the shelter, the sky was turning pale and the faint light of dawn was gently shining on the earth. Lan did not sleep all night and kept watching the door, worried about Lu Fan's safety. Hearing the familiar noise, she rushed out like an arrow. The moment Lan saw Lu Fan returning safely, tears welled up in her eyes and crystal tears slid down her cheeks. She ran over and hugged Lu Fan tightly without hesitation, as if she wanted to merge him into her body to confirm that he was really unharmed. I knew you could do it, Lan said excitedly with a trembling voice, his words full of trust and joy for Lu Fan. Being hugged so tightly by Lan, Lu Fan's cheeks flushed instantly and his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. At this moment, Lan's softness and fragility were fully revealed in his arms. Her slender waist that could be held in one hand made Lu Fan's heart beat faster. Chapter 155 10,000 Brown Bears Arrive. Although Lu Fan was full of joy and embarrassment, he still forced himself to remain calm, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a gentle smile. He patted Lan's back gently and said soothingly, "Don't worry, it's okay. We don't have to worry about brown bears causing trouble anymore." Afterwards, Lu Fan recounted the details of this thrilling battle. Lan listened attentively, staring at Lu Fan without blinking, as if he was brought into the dangerous battlefield by his narration. When she heard the tense part, she couldn't help but cover her mouth, and her fingers trembled slightly, as if she were there herself. When she heard the moment of victory, she couldn't help but cheer again, with excitement flashing in her eyes. Her look made Lu Fan a little dazed. After a while, Lu Fan felt fatigue coming over him like a tide. His eyelids felt heavy as if filled with lead. He fell asleep as soon as he returned to his room. He slept soundly that night, completely unaware that the world outside had changed from the dawn to the scorching sun. When he slowly woke up, the sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at the time. It was already noon. Lan had already been busy on the side. When she saw Lu Fan wake up, she smiled gently and said softly, "You are finally awake. Come and try the seafood soup I made for you to replenish your body." As he spoke, he brought a bowl of steaming seafood soup. The rich aroma filled Lu Fan's nose, and his stomach instantly growled. He didn't care about his image and took the soup and drank it in big gulps. The delicious soup slid down his throat, warming his heart and dissipating a lot of his fatigue. "It's so delicious, Lan. Your cooking skills are getting better and better," Lu Fan praised vaguely while drinking. After drinking the soup, Lu Fan felt refreshed. It was time to bring back the brown bear's body. With great horns and lightning, he walked confidently toward the battle. Along the way, Bighorn and Lightning ran happily, as if they knew they were about to accomplish an extraordinary task. When he arrived at the place and looked at the huge corpse of the brown bear, Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh at the fierceness of last night's battle. With the help of Bighorn and Lightning, they went to great lengths and finally managed to carry the brown bear on Bighorn's back. Bighorn panted heavily, as if complaining about the heavy burden, but still walked steadily towards the shelter. Lu Fan had just breathed a sigh of relief after carrying the brown bear back to the shelter, when suddenly, a familiar and cold wilderness survival announcement rang in his mind. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy brown bear 10,000. When Lu Fan heard this, he couldn't help but touch his chin, wondering in his heart whether these 10,000 brown bears would cause any trouble. At the same time, the live broadcast room exploded instantly. "Wow, 10,000 brown bears. Now I have a chance to eat bear paws. How could it be your turn to eat? Do you know how many leaders China has? The above person, this kind of speech is wrong. Red card warning? But can we handle so many brown bears appearing at once? Hey, what do you think we invest so many resources in every year to prepare for? Dealing with various emergencies is one of them. Chinese officials were not at all panicked when they saw the announcement. After all, in this era full of unknown challenges, they have already made preparations and are ready to deal with various emergencies. The military acted quickly, summoned relevant experts, and developed a detailed capture plan based on the habits of brown bears and the terrain of the square. At the same time, the police also set up a cordon around the square and used loudspeakers and propaganda vehicles to evacuate the crowd in an orderly manner to avoid causing panic. At this time, the capital square was in chaos. 10,000 brown bears suddenly appeared here. They felt uneasy about the unfamiliar environment and started biting and fighting each other. Their terrifying roars resounded through the sky. The scene was like a disaster movie. There were also some brave citizens who looked curiously across the cordon. Of course, reason prevented them from doing anything rash like rushing in and fighting the bear. The army arrived at the scene quickly. Armored vehicles slowly drove into the square, and soldiers were holding special tranquilizer guns, ready for battle. These tranquilizer guns are not ordinary weapons. Once they hit the target, the brown bear will lose its ability to move in a short period of time. The commander stood on the command vehicle and gave orders in an orderly manner through the intercom. Group 1 will go around from the left. Group 2 will outflank from the right. Remember to keep your distance and don't provoke the brown bear. Be sure to ensure your own safety during the operation. The soldiers acted quickly according to the order. Their movements were uniform, their eyes were determined, and their steps were steady, like a group of fearless warriors. The brown bears seemed to have sensed the danger as well. They gathered together, let out low roars, and took a defensive stance. A huge brown bear stood in the front, with a fierce light flashing in its eyes. It kept waving its paws, as if demonstrating to the soldiers. Ready to shoot. At the commander's command, the soldiers raised their tranquilizer guns and aimed at the brown bear. Bang, bang, bang. After a burst of gunfire, several brown bears fell to the ground. Their bodies shook a few times, then slowly fell down and fell asleep. However, things did not go so smoothly. Some brown bears are very cunning. They use their agility to hide here and there and cleverly avoid being shot by tranquilizer guns. Some brown bears were enraged. They rushed towards the soldiers regardless of everything, causing a gust of wind. Faced with these crazy brown bears, the soldiers did not retreat. They quickly adjusted their tactics, formed a defensive formation, and used shields to block the brown bears' attacks. The shields collided with the bears' paws, making a dull sound. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, several special forces soldiers quickly arrived. They are all sharpshooters in the army, with accurate shooting skills and never miss a shot. They picked up high-precision tranquilizer guns and stared intently at the brown bears running around. The brown bears ran very fast and changed direction from time to time, trying to avoid being shot. But the sharpshooters, relying on their superb skills and calm judgment, shot out the anesthetic needles like lightning, accurately hitting the necks of the brown bears. Many brown bears ran a few steps and then fell to the ground. With the joint efforts of the soldiers, and after several hours of fierce fighting, all 10,000 brown bears were finally subdued. They were loaded onto special transport vehicles, some sent to research centers, and some sent to the private kitchens of individual elderly people. Chapter 156, China's Strength, Processing Bear Meat. After returning to the shelter, Lu Fan looked at the brown bear being carried back steadily by Big Horn, feeling mixed emotions and a lot of emotion. This brown bear is not only a witness to his courage, but also a vivid footnote to his growth in this cruel wilderness. It made Lu Fan deeply realize that in this world full of crises and challenges, only by continuously striving forward and strengthening oneself can one have the confidence to deal with unknown difficulties and obstacles. Although the huge turmoil caused by the 10,000 brown bears caused a brief period of chaos in the Chinese capital, it was also like a special show of strength. It allowed the whole world to truly witness the indestructible strength of the Chinese military and its amazing ability to respond and deal with crises. This undoubtedly demonstrates China's strong confidence to the world. In the live broadcast room, the audience witnessed the entire process of the Chinese army successfully subduing 10,000 brown bears. Their emotions were instantly pushed to the peak and their excitement was beyond words. The barrage of comments rolled down like snowflakes, filling the screen with sincere admiration for the country's strength. I know that our country can definitely handle it easily. Who in the world can compare with our execution and combat capability? This organization and coordination ability is simply amazing. From formulating the arrest plan, to evacuating the masses, to the final successful arrest, it was done in one go, seamlessly connected. It is worthy of our extremely powerful motherland. Just for this strength, it's worth it for me to smoke 2 packs a day. Everyone was talking at once, and every word and every comment was filled with deep pride and honor of being the children of China. However, amidst this flood of praise, there are also some discordant notes. Some foreign netizens were filled with jealousy and resentment, and their sour words were particularly harsh. Humph! I thought these bears would give the Chinese a hard time and teach them a lesson, but I didn't expect them to be dealt with so quickly. What a bummer. It's so disappointing. I thought it would cause a major disaster, but they resolved the crisis so easily. It's so infuriating. However, these jealous remarks were like small splashes in the screen filled with positive energy and were instantly drowned by the surging waves of pride. Faced with these sarcastic remarks, Chinese audiences did not show any weakness and gave strong counterattacks. The strength is there. There's no point in being jealous. Instead of making sarcastic remarks here, why not spend more time improving your country's emergency response capabilities? Our country is strong because countless people work together and strive together. Some people should reflect on themselves. Unlan approached the brown bear's body with curiosity, his eyes full of amazement, and couldn't help but blurt out, "This is too big. It's even taller than a human." Lu Fan responded with a smile, with a bit of pride in his eyes. "Of course not. Otherwise, how could Dahe and I have gone through so much trouble to take it down?" Looking at the brown bear carefully, Lu Fan had an idea in his mind and decided to take it to the small pond to deal with it. He knew in his heart that this brown bear was full of treasures, and every part of it was extremely precious, and not a single bit of it could be wasted. "I'll go take care of this big guy. Dahe, you have to stay at home and protect Anlin." Lu Fan patted Dahe's head, and then called Da Jiao and Lightning. Lu Fan and Da Jiao worked together, and after great effort, they finally dragged the heavy brown bear to the small pond. The water here is gurgling and clear, making it an ideal place to process bear meat. It can not only easily clean the bear meat and fur, but also allow the blood to be quickly washed away by the water, effectively avoiding attracting the covetousness of other wild animals. When he reached the stream, Lu Fan stretched his muscles, took a deep breath, energized himself, and prepared to work hard. He slowly pulled out the sharp dagger from his waist and weighed it repeatedly in his hand. The blade flashed a cold light under the sunlight, as if it was impatiently telling of the battle that was about to begin. As soon as he started to cut the bear skin, Lu Fan encountered difficulties. The brown bear's fur was thick and hard, like an impenetrable wall, making it impossible for him to start. But he did not retreat at all. He gritted his teeth, held the hunting knife tightly with both hands, and used all his strength to cut hard. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead, hitting the ground and disappearing in an instant. After some hard work, the entire bear's skin finally began to be peeled off slowly. Although some places were blackened by the explosion, as if they were deliberately painted with a layer of black paint, fortunately it did not affect the overall integrity. Looking at this huge bear skin, a warm thought suddenly flashed through Lu Fan's mind. This bear skin is so big. If it is handled properly and dried for a few days, it can be made into a bed quilt for Anlan. It will definitely be warm and comfortable. She will definitely like it. Thinking of this, Lu Fan's mouth corners unconsciously rose, revealing a gentle and sweet smile. After finishing the bear skin, the next step was to cut up the bear meat. Lu Fan relied on the experience he had accumulated during this period of time and proceeded in an orderly manner. He carefully divided the bear meat into different parts, thinking silently, "This part has tender meat, suitable for stewing, and the stewed soup will definitely be delicious. This part has clear texture, suitable for cutting into thin slices. Roasting over the fire and sprinkling some seasonings, it will definitely be so fragrant that it will make people drool." As he cut the meat skillfully, he carefully planned the next recipe in his mind, looking forward to making a sumptuous bear meat feast for Anlan and himself. After working for a long time, the bear meat was finally cut up. Looking at the pieces of bear meat neatly arranged and orderly classified on the ground, Lu Fan nodded with satisfaction, his eyes full of a sense of accomplishment. At this time, his eyes fell on the bear's paw. In the past, I had only heard that bear paws were a rare delicacy. Today, I caught a brown bear with my own hands, and I was determined to taste this legendary delicacy. He gently picked up a bear paw and held it in front of his eyes to examine it carefully. The bear's paw is large and thick, covered with rough and hard hair. The pad on the palm is elastic and looks very special. Lu Fan pondered in his heart, how should I prepare this bear paw? If it is not cooked well, it will be a waste of this precious ingredient that is hard to come by. Looking at the way it looks, it should be similar to stewed pig's trotters, so I'll just follow suit and give it a try. Lu Fan looked at the chopped bear meat on the ground, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He patted Big Horn and Lightning on the head and said gently, "Thank you for your hard work today, guys. Let's transport all these treasures back." Big Horn and Lightning seemed to understand what he said. They shook their heads excitedly, snorted happily, and cooperated very well to let Lu Fan carry pieces of bear meat onto their backs. On the way back, the warm sunshine gently sprinkled on them, making them feel warm. Chapter 157, Stewed Bear Paw. Lu Fan's mind was filled with the heartwarming scene of returning to the shelter, sitting around a warm campfire with Lan, and happily enjoying a bear meat feast. As he thought about it, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, and a happy smile filled his face, as if the tempting aroma of meat was already lingering at his nose. Finally, Lu Fan arrived at the shelter. Lan had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw Lu Fan coming back with so much bear meat from afar, his eyes instantly widened with surprise. She shouted excitedly, "Wow, so many. We are in for a treat. We will definitely have a good meal tonight." Lu Fan smiled and unloaded the bear meat one by one. He and Lan stood side by side beside the bear meat and began to seriously discuss how to deal with these ingredients. His eyes fell on the two bear paws, and he said with some anticipation, "Lan, I have always wanted to taste the taste of bear paws, but we have never made them before, so we can only slowly explore and study together. Maybe we can create a unique delicacy." Lu Fan did it right away and washed the bear paw carefully again with water. He found that although the bear paw hair had been roasted before, there were still some fine hairs remaining. So he put the bear's paw over the fire and patiently burned off the fur with the fire. This process was not easy. There was hair hidden between the fingers of the bear's paw. It took him a long time to finish it. But he kept thinking, for this delicious meal, I can't give up. After cleaning, the next step is to remove the hard shell of the bear paw. Lu Fan held the dagger and carefully cut the edge of the hard shell, fearing that he would cut the meat inside with every stroke. Lan watched nervously from the side, reminding him from time to time, "Be careful, don't hurt your hands." After some effort, the hard shell was finally removed completely, revealing the tender pink bear paw meat inside. The next step was cooking. Lu Fan recalled some cooking methods he had read in a book and decided to blanch the bear paws first. He put the bear paw into the pot, added an appropriate amount of water, and also put in a few slices of ginger and green onion, hoping to remove some of the fishy smell. After the water boiled, a lot of foam appeared in the pot. Lu Fan quickly skimmed off the foam with a spoon, smiling and saying, "Why does this look like stewed pig's trotters?" Looking at the water in the pot gradually becoming clear, he breathed a sigh of relief. The first step went smoothly. After blanching, the bear paw seems to have changed a bit, and the color has become brighter. Lu Fan began to prepare various spices. He took out the mint, bay leaves, chili peppers, lemon leaves, etc. that he had collected. He took whatever he had and placed them on the table one by one. Lan helped by washing and crushing the spices. Looking at these spices, Lu Fan joked, "These spices are all my treasures. I will use them all to treat this bear paw today." Everything was ready, and Lu Fan put the blanched bear paws into the casserole. Add the spices just prepared, some salt, ginger, and wild onions, and finally add appropriate amount of water, cover the pot, and start simmering on low heat. While watching the fire, he said to Lan, "This bear paw must be stewed slowly so that the flavor can be stewed into it." While waiting, Lu Fan and Lan began to process the other bear meat. They cut the bear meat suitable for barbecue into small pieces, skewered it with bamboo sticks, sprinkled some salt and chopped chili on it, and prepared to grill it over the fire later. The bear meat suitable for stewing is put into another pot, some vegetables and seasonings are added, and the bear meat soup begins to cook. The shelter was filled with all kinds of aromas. Big Horn and Lightning kept wagging their tails and their saliva was almost flowing out. From time to time, they came to the pot, wanting to smell the aroma, but Lu Fan smiled and drove them away. Don't worry, I'll give it to you when it's done." As time passed, the bear paws in the casserole gradually gave off an enticing aroma. Lu Fan opened the lid of the pot and a rich aroma hit him. He poked the bear's paw with chopsticks and found that it had become very soft. He took a sip of the soup. Although it tasted very good, he still felt like something was missing. At this time, Lan had an idea and said, "Why don't we add some honey to it? Maybe it will make the taste more unique." Lu Fan thought this was a good idea, so he added some honey, stirred it evenly, and continued to stew it for a while. Finally, the bear paws were out of the pot. Lu Fan put the bear paws on a plate, cut them into thin slices with a knife, and placed them on the table. Lan also brought up the grilled bear meat skewers and cooked bear meat soup. The two looked at the table full of delicious food, their hearts full of anticipation. They tasted the bear paw first. The fresh texture and rich flavor intoxicated them. "It's so delicious." Lu Fan couldn't help but praise, "Lan, your idea is really good. After adding honey, the taste is even better." Lan also smiled happily. I didn't expect that our first time making bear paws would be so successful. Then they ate grilled bear kebabs and bear soup, and they praised each one highly. Bighorn and Lightning also got their share of delicious food and ate it with relish. When the audience saw this sumptuous bear meat feast, they all expressed their envy in comments. Wow, it looks delicious. My mouth is watering. Lu Fan and Lon are amazing. They can actually make such delicious bear paws. Why aren't those brown bears drawing prizes yet? What are you thinking? The lottery must be digested internally. Hey, upstairs, where is the inside you were talking about? After finishing his meal, Lon walked quietly to the side and carefully took the bear gall out of the basket, which was padded with soft leaves. Bear gallbladder is long and flat oval in shape, narrow at the top and swollen at the bottom, about 10 to 20 centimeters long and 5 to 8 centimeters wide. The surface is gray-brown and looks shiny under the light. She turned to look at Lu Fan, her eyes full of joy. This bear gall, once processed, is a rare medicinal ingredient. Bear bile has a strong effect of clearing heat and detoxifying. It can be used to treat sores, swelling, sore throat, red and swollen eyes, and other symptoms caused by heat and toxic accumulation. It can help clear heat and toxins in the body and relieve symptoms such as redness, swelling, heat, and pain. It can also be used to treat liver wind, epilepsy, and convulsions. It can calm liver wind and relieve muscle spasms, convulsions, and other symptoms. I've only seen it in books before, and this is my first time seeing it in person. Lu Fan touched his chin and said, "This thing can improve your eyesight, right?" Lon looked at Lu Fan in surprise. "You are amazing. You even know this." Lu Fan chuckled. "I used to stay up late every day playing with my phone, and my eyes couldn't take it, so my friend recommended bear ball eye drops to me. They give me a cool and refreshing feeling when I put them in my eyes." Hearing Lu Fan's answer, Lon burst out laughing. Chapter 158, Dealing with Bear Skin. Lu Fan wholeheartedly agreed with Lan's idea of properly disposing of the bear bile for backup. He knew very well that the wilderness was full of dangers and unknown hazards. One more protection means one more hope of survival. The two of them sat quietly around the quaint wooden table, soft light filtering in from the shabby window and spilling onto the table. Their eyes were all focused on the precious bear gall. I remember reading in the book that we should carefully peel off the fascia on the surface of the bear gallbladder first. Lan's voice was gentle, as if he was afraid of disturbing the precious medicinal herbs. Her slender fingers slowly picked up the sharp dagger, and in the warm and bright sunlight, she narrowed her eyes slightly and began this extremely delicate operation. Her hands were trembling slightly and beads of sweat were unknowingly oozing out of her forehead. Every cut was made with great caution and concentration, fearing that the slightest carelessness would destroy the precious medicinal materials that carried countless values. Lu Fan was staring intently from the side, his eyes full of concern and worry. From time to time, he gently handed over a piece of clean rough paper and gently helped Lon wipe the blood off the knife, while softly comforting her. "Don't be nervous, take your time, we will definitely be able to handle it." As time passed slowly, the tough fascia on the surface of the bear bile was gradually peeled off, revealing the smooth and gleaming gallbladder inside. Next, you have to rinse it repeatedly with clean water to remove impurities. Lon followed the steps in the book he remembered, carefully placed the bear bile into the clear water, and then gently shook the container with gentle and soothing movements. The turbid blood slowly seeped out of the gallbladder like an awakened spirit, and the originally clear water gradually turned a light red. After rinsing, the most critical drying step comes. Lon gently placed the bear gall on a piece of clean white paper, and then carefully placed it on a well-ventilated windowsill, allowing the gentle breeze to dry it naturally. She would walk over from time to check, and gently adjust the position of the bear gall with her slender fingers, muttering softly, "It must be handled properly, it may come in handy in the future." Watching Lon carefully handling the bear bile, Lu Fan's eyes inadvertently fell on the bear skin that he had temporarily put aside in the corner. "Lon, I think this bear skin should not be wasted. It can be very useful if it is processed well. Maybe it can bring us a lot of convenience in the future," he said excitedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lon turned his head, his eyes full of curiosity and inquiry. "What are you going to do with it? I have never seen the process of processing bear skin." Lu Fan stood up, brushed off the non-existent dust on his body, and a confident smile appeared on his face. "I've seen this in a book about wilderness survival. It shouldn't be difficult to make, but the process is a bit complicated. Just wait and see. Once it's done, we'll have a warm and practical bear skin. We won't be afraid of the cold in winter anymore." Lu Fan did it right away. He bent down, grasped the two corners of the bear skin with both hands, and moved it laboriously to a flat and open space outside the shelter. It was afternoon, the warm sunshine was shining unreservedly on the earth, and the breeze was blowing gently. It was perfect weather for processing bear skins. He slowly squatted down, staring at the bear skin, looking at it carefully. There were still some dark red bloodstains and yellow-white fat on the bear skin, and the hair looked a little messy, emitting a faint fishy smell. The first step is to scrape the meat and fat off the bear skin. As Lu Fan spoke, he reached out and picked up the dagger beside him. The blade flashed coldly in the sunlight. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, then carefully placed the dagger close to the bear skin and began the difficult work of scraping. This was not an easy job. The bear skin was thick and hard, as if it was deliberately against him. The meat and fat on it were tightly attached to it, and every scrape required the use of all his strength. Even with Lu Fan's strengthened body, after some operations, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his arms were so sore that they seemed not his own. It seems that this bear skin is quite tenacious. Lu Fan twisted his sore neck, forced a smile on his face, and started joking. And Lon watched from the side and couldn't help but burst out laughing. His laughter was as clear as a silver bell. Come on, I believe you can definitely take care of it. Lu Fan scraped again and again, trying his best to maintain a uniform and stable force each time. His eyes were fixed on the bear skin, fearing that he would accidentally scratch this hard-earned treasure. As time passed, the meat and fat on the bear skin were gradually scraped off, and a small pile of trophies had unknowingly piled up on the ground. I've finally finished shaving. Lu Fan straightened up and rubbed his sore arms. Looking at the relatively clean bear skin, a strong sense of accomplishment surged in my heart and a satisfied smile appeared on my face. The next step was to clean the bear skin. Lu Fan grabbed the edge of the bear skin with both hands and dragged the scraped bear skin to the edge of the spring. He found a place where the water flow was relatively calm and clear and gently placed the bear skin into the water. The river water was clear and transparent. As soon as the bear skin was put into the water, the surrounding water immediately became turbid. The dark red blood and residual impurities slowly dispersed with the water flow, like an abstracting painting. Lu Fan picked up a long branch and kept stirring the bear skin in the water, with a serious look on his face, as if he was stirring a large pot of precious and delicious soup. Hey, look how clean I've washed you, he said softly to Bearskin while stirring, as if Bearskin could understand him. And Lon stood on the shore, looking at Lu Fan's serious yet funny look, and laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Are you washing clothes or washing bear skin? Why do you seem more excited than the bear skin? You don't understand this. This is the super bear skin I am about to make. It will be of great use in the future. How can I not be excited? Lu Fan responded with a smile, and his laughter echoed by the river. After unremitting efforts, the bear skin was finally cleaned. Lu Fan fished it out of the water and wrung it dry with both hands. Water droplets kept dripping from the bear skin, splashing small drops on the ground. Then he draped the bear skin over a clothesline he had prepared. The wet bear skin was so heavy that it pulled the clothesline down a lot, and it looked like it might break at any time. This bear skin is really heavy. It feels like dragging a wet bear. Lu Fan wiped the water droplets off his face and sighed, with a helpless smile on his face. Chapter 159 Honeycomb Briquette. Monkey King seeks help. Next comes the key step in processing bear skin tanning. Lu Fan knew very well that tanning could make the bear skin soft and tough, and not easy to rot or deteriorate, so it could be preserved and used for a long time. He returned to the shelter and took out some plant roots and barks that Lon had carefully collected. These were the raw materials for making tanning liquid. And Lon, who was deft in his craft, is an expert at making these natural materials. I remember reading in a book that the water boiled from these plants can be used as tanning liquid. Although it's not as good as professional tanning materials, we can only make do with it in the wild. As Lon spoke, he put the roots and barks of plants of various shapes into the pot, added an appropriate amount of clear water, and then skillfully lit a fire and cooked them. After a while, a strange smell wafted out of the pot. It was like the fresh scent of plants and a faint sour smell intertwined together, quickly filling the entire shelter. How can I describe this taste? It's a bit like a dark dish I've eaten before. Lu Fan frowned, made a disgusted expression on his face, and said half-jokingly. Lon covered his nose and responded with a smile, this is much more useful than dark cuisine. Don't underestimate it. After a period of patient boiling, the tanning liquid was finally ready. Lu Fan carefully poured it into a large basin. After the temperature dropped a little, he took the half-dried bear skin from the clothesline and slowly put it into the basin. The next step is to give the bear skin a good tanning bath. As Lu Fan spoke, he used his hands to turn the bear skin in the basin, ensuring that every part was evenly soaked in the tanning liquid. His movements were gentle and focused. What follows is a long wait. It takes time to soften the bear skin, and it requires a lot of patience. The next step is a long wait. Lu Fan stood up, propped up his sore arms, and a smile of anticipation appeared on his face. It was as if they could already see the soft and warm bear skin protecting them from the severe winter cold. Looking at the bear skin taking a bath peacefully in the big basin, Lu Fan stretched his body and his eyes inadvertently swept to the honeycomb coal piled in the corner. Lon, let me go see how our honeycomb coal is drying. As he spoke, he strode towards the honeycomb coal. When he got there, Lu Fan squatted down and looked at the honeycomb briquettes carefully, like a child looking for treasure. The sun shines on them unreservedly, and with the breeze blowing gently from time to time, some of the honeycomb coal has become dry and crisp. Wow, the sun and wind are really strong. It seems that our previous efforts have not been in vain. He rubbed his hands excitedly and picked out 2 pieces of honeycomb coal that looked the driest. It really looks like that. Lu Fan greeted Enlon while moving the honeycomb coal to the fireplace. He deftly set up the honeycomb coal, lit it, and stared at it without blinking. The flames licked the honeycomb coal happily, and soon the fire burned steadily. Ha ha, it worked. Lu Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is much more durable than the firewood we used before. I feel like this piece of honeycomb coal can burn for a long time. He moved closer and observed the fire carefully, then continued, and this fire is very stable, it doesn't shake at all, so it will definitely cook very quickly in the future. Enlon also came over and said with a smile on his face, it seems that our coal drying plan has been a great success. That's right. There's also this smell. Before, when it was burning, the smell made people frown. Now it's almost gone. Lu Fan fanned the air under his nose, a smug smile on his face. From now on, we will rely on these honeycomb coals for cooking and heating. He patted the dust off his hands and continued, I think these honeycomb coals will be completely dry after being exposed to the sun for another day or 2. By then, we can stack them neatly and it will become an energy depot. Even if winter comes, we won't be afraid at all. After saying that, Lu Fan picked up another piece of honeycomb coal and looked at it carefully in the sunlight. You know, if we make these honeycomb briquettes into different shapes, such as square ones, would they be more useful? Maybe we can even save space, he said with great imagination. Enlon was amused by his idea. You have a lot of ideas, but maybe they will work. After this batch is dried, we can give it a try. Okay, it's settled. Lu Fan was full of energy. After we finish processing the bear skin, we will study the transformation of this honeycomb briquettes. Maybe we can create a new artifact for survival in the wild. As he spoke, he imagined all kinds of novel shapes of honeycomb briquettes, as if he had already seen the great role they would play in the future, helping them to live more comfortable and conveniently in the wild. Just as Lu Fan was about to sit down on the tree stump next to him to have a good rest, he suddenly heard a series of rapid, squeaking sounds coming from far away. He looked up and saw that it was the Monkey King, running towards the shelter in a hurry. The Monkey King usually jumps up and down and is in a state of disarray, but at this moment he looks extremely anxious, with his eyes as round as copper bells. The Monkey King ran up to Lu Fan and without saying a word, grabbed the leg of Lu Fan's trousers and pulled them hard, shouting nonstop. He looked as if the sky was about to fall down. Hey, friend, don't be impatient, tell me slowly, what's going on? While Lu Fan was comforting the Monkey King, he started to grumble in his heart. It was rare for this naughty Monkey King to be so anxious. The Monkey King had no patience to listen to his question slowly. Seeing that Lu Fan hadn't reacted yet, he simply turned around and ran away. After running a few steps, he looked back and saw that Lu Fan had not caught up, so he hurried back to pull him, and the sound of his voice became more and more urgent, as if urging Lu Fan to catch up. Okay, I'll go with you. Lu Fan smiled helplessly, stood up, and said to Enlon, I'll follow the Monkey King to see what's going on. I think something big has happened. Enlon also nodded with a worried look on his face. Be careful. If there is any danger, come back quickly. I'll be waiting for you. Under the leadership of the Monkey King, Lu Fan trotted all the way, shuttling through the dense jungle. The road in this jungle was really difficult to walk on, with branches and slippery moss everywhere. Lu Fan almost fell into the mud several times. Monkey King, can't you just choose an easier path? Lu Fan complained breathlessly. But the Monkey King didn't care about all this. He still rushed forward on his own. His speed was as if there was a ferocious beast chasing him from behind. He had no intention of slowing down at all. Finally, they came to a seemingly inconspicuous place. If the Monkey King had not stopped suddenly, Lu Fan would not have noticed that there was a deep pit hidden here. Chapter 160 Rescue the Monkey. He took a closer look and saw that the pit was incredibly deep. It was full of black, sticky mud, like a big pot of overcooked dark food, giving off an indescribable smell. A little monkey was trapped in this muddy hell, with half of its body sunk in it, leaving only its head and 2 waving little paws struggling outside. It kept making miserable cries from its mouth, and the sound was filled with endless fear and helplessness, which made Lu Fan's heart wrench. Oh, poor little guy. Lu Fan's face was full of heartache, his brows were twisted into a knot, and he muttered to himself. His head was racing like a clockwork machine, and he looked around quickly, anxiously searching for anything that could be used to rescue him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Not far away, there were several vines, thick and long, swaying gently in the breeze, as if they were specially prepared for this rescue. Lu Fan rushed over in a few steps, took out his dagger, and started slashing at the vines, muttering, "This vine is quite hard. I hope it can be of great use. It took a lot of effort to cut down the vines. Returning to the edge of the deep pit, Lu Fan tied one end of the vine into a big slip knot, and then slowly lowered the vine down, being very careful every time he lowered it, for fear of scaring the little monkey. He kept mumbling something, as if chanting some soothing spell. Don't be afraid, little one. I'm coming to save you. Put your paw into the circle and hold on tight. The little monkey seemed to really understand what Lu Fan said, and its originally panicked movements became more organized. It struggled desperately, and its tiny body burst out with amazing strength, and finally it managed to get one of its claws into the noose. Seeing this, Lu Fan took a deep breath, held the vine tightly with both hands, and began to pull it up carefully. The mud was like a pair of invisible, glue-covered hands, holding the little monkey tightly. Lu Fan felt like he was pulling a big fat pig weighing several hundred pounds. Every time he pulled, it felt like something was pulling it down. His legs seemed to be rooted to the ground, standing firmly, and the muscles in his arms bulged high, as if they would burst through the skin at any time. Hey yo, hey yo. Lu Fan gritted his teeth and squeezed out these few words. He exerted force with both hands little by little, and the vine was stretched straight, making a creaking sound, as if protesting against the huge pulling force. The Monkey King on the side was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He kept jumping around on the edge of the pit, making sharp cries from his mouth. The sound seemed to carry a magical power, cheering Lu Fan on. Just when Lu Fan felt that the vine was about to collapse, the little monkey was finally pulled out of the mud pit. Lu Fan sat down on the ground. He patted his muddy palms and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I rescued you, little guy. Fortunately, you were lucky to meet me. If it were someone else, they might not be able to pull you out. After the little monkey was rescued, he looked like a mud monkey, covered in mud and looking extremely miserable. It rolled and crawled to the Monkey King, as if it had found a safe haven, and hugged the Monkey King's legs tightly, its body still shaking like a leaf trembling in the wind. The Monkey King felt so distressed that he gently stroked the little monkey's head with his paw and called softly. The sound was like a gentle lullaby, comforting the frightened little monkey. After a long time, the little monkey's emotions gradually stabilized. It took small steps to Lu Fan's side and gently scratched Lu Fan's trouser leg with its little paws. Then he raised his head and looked at Lu Fan with his big watery eyes, which were full of gratitude, as if to say, thank you for saving me. Lu Fan also looked down at the little monkey. He couldn't help laughing when he saw it. Hey, you, how come you turned into a mud monkey? The little monkey was covered with black and sticky stuff, as if it had been thrown into a mud tank and rolled around. The little monkey looked at Lu Fan pitifully, with a hint of fear in its wet eyes. The mud on its claws kept falling down as it moved, making it look like a moving clay sculpture, which was really hilarious. Discover clay. Clay. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Lu Fan was slightly stunned, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. After all, this thing is indispensable for making bricks, and it is a treasure in the wild. Monkey King, your little brother really knows how to find a place. He fell into the clay pit. If it were in ancient times, maybe he could have directly fired it into a pottery ornament. Lu Fan teased with a smile, reaching out and gently touching the little monkey's head, trying to help it get rid of the clay on its head. But after the clay dried, it became hard, like stone. It was not easy to get off. As soon as his fingers touched it, they hurt. The Monkey King circled around the little monkey several times, looking left and right, but he was at a loss as to what to do with the clay covering him. He got anxious and started squeaking again, his voice full of anxiety and helplessness. Lu Fan pondered for a moment, his eyes lit up, and he said, don't worry, I have a way. This clay becomes soft when it comes into contact with water. Let's take it to the river to take a bath. I guarantee that we can turn it back into the clever ghost it once was. Lu Fan did it right away. He carefully picked up the little monkey and took the Monkey King to the pond. Along the way, the little monkey was very well behaved. Perhaps he was frightened by his recent experience and was as quiet as a docile kitten. When they reached the pond, Lu Fan gently placed the little monkey on the shallows, and the water gently licked the little monkey's paws. He squatted down, scooped up a pool of clear water with both hands, and slowly poured it on the little monkey. A magical thing happened. As the water washed away the clay, it began to fall off bit by bit, like snow melting in the spring. The little monkey's originally golden hair gradually appeared, sparkling with warm luster in the sun. Look, it's much cleaner now. While Lu Fan was cleaning the little monkey, he chatted with it as if he was talking to an old friend. You better be careful next time, little guy. This clay pit is not a fun place. The little monkey seemed to understand. He blinked at Lu Fan and stretched out his little paws to pat Lu Fan's hand, as if responding to his words. After washing, the little monkey suddenly regained his energy and jumped on the shallows like a naughty child. From time to time, it would use its claws to stir up water, splashing all over Lu Fan. The water droplets sparkled with crystal light in the sunlight. Hey, you naughty boy, you're already acting naughty right after I rescued you. Lu Fan stood up with a smile, looking at the lively little monkey, his heart filled with relief, and the fatigue of the rescue also dissipated a lot in an instant. The Monkey King also came over and rubbed his head against the little monkey affectionately, then ran to Lu Fan and pulled his trouser leg, as if to express his gratitude. Okay, everything is fine. Lu Fan touched the Monkey King's head and said, but having said that, the quality of this clay is quite good. It is so sticky. Lu Fan unconsciously had an idea in his mind. He looked at the clay pit, and the image of using clay to burn solid bricks and build a warm shelter emerged in his mind. But now, we have to dry the little monkey's fur first. We can't let this little guy catch a cold. Chapter 161 Ideas for Mining Clay. Back at the shelter, Lu Fan carefully carried the little monkey to the fire and found a comfortable and safe place for it to sit. The little monkey seemed to have not recovered from the danger just now. He sat there obediently, staring at the dancing flames, and shivered from time to time. The Monkey King's performance is much more interesting. He is both afraid of and curious about fire, like a curious baby and a coward. It had seen the horrific scene of wildfires destroying everything with devastating force. Wherever the raging fire went, the trees were burned and the animals fled in all directions. That scene is still engraved in its mind, and it gets terrified whenever it thinks of it. But it also knew that fire could make food more delicious. Every time it saw Lu Fan and Lan using fire to roast delicious food, it would be extremely greedy. At this moment, it stood far away, stretched its neck, and stared at the fire without blinking. From time to time, he would move forward a little, then quickly retreat, looking like a little thief who was trying something new, which made people laugh. Monkey King, don't worry about it. As long as you don't provoke the fire, it won't hurt you. Lu Fan said to the Monkey King with a smile, as if it could understand. As the flames baked, the little monkey's hair gradually became fluffy and dry. The originally wet hair turned golden and shiny, as if it was covered with a layer of golden silk. The little monkey gradually regained his energy, jumping around the fire and occasionally fiddling with the small branches on the ground with his claws, as if he was playing games with the flames. After the little monkey was completely dry, Lu Fan remembered something important. He stood up and walked towards Lan, who was sorting supplies, with uncontrollable excitement on his face. Lan, I have a big surprise for you. Lu Fan's voice was full of joy, like an explorer who had discovered a new continent. Lan turned around and looked at him curiously. What surprise? Look how happy you are. I found the clay. It's not far from our shelter. Lu Fan said excitedly, gesticulating as he spoke. Do you know what this means? We can use it to make bricks and build houses. Lan's eyes lit up, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Really? That's great. But her brows furrowed slightly. Mining and firing are not easy tasks. It's okay. There are always more solutions than problems. Lu Fan said confidently. I've thought about it. Let's get some back first. This clay is so sticky, the bricks made from it must be very strong. But isn't it dangerous to mine clay? Lan was still a little worried. After all, in the wild, any small thing could cause big trouble. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Lu Fan patted his chest and said, we just need to be careful. Besides, with a brick house, we won't be afraid of big guys like brown bears coming in the future. A bamboo shelter will fall down if it encounters a stronger guy, but a brick house is much stronger. Okay, let's plan it first. Lan smiled and said, first think about what tools we need to prepare, how to mine, and how to burn it. So Lu Fan and Lan sat by the fire and began to discuss seriously. As they discussed, they drew sketches on the ground, planning what the future house would look like. Live broadcast room. Oh, so that thing is clay. No wonder Master Lu Fan is so happy. Now that we have clay, we can build a big villa. Can't we use ordinary soil? When I was a kid, I used to build houses with piss and mud. When Zhao Hagjun saw this comment, he also popularized it. Clay is mainly composed of clay minerals. These mineral particles are very small and have a unique crystal structure. Kaolinite, montmorillonite, alite, etc. are all common clay minerals. Clay has excellent viscosity and plasticity. When the right amount of water is added, it can be easily molded into various shapes and can maintain a stable shape after molding. During the discussion with Lan, Lu Fan interacted with the Monkey King and the little monkeys from time to time, as if they were also important members of this house building plan. We can build the house into 2 rooms, with the lower floor for living and the other for storage. Lu Fan said excitedly, his eyes sparkling with longing. That will require a lot of bricks, and the workload of mining and firing them is not small, and Lan reminded. It's okay, let's take it slow. Lu Fan was full of confidence. Besides, maybe we can even get the Monkey King and his friends to help. The Monkey King seemed to understand his name. He jumped up and down and waved his paws, as if to say, I can definitely help. After discussing the house building plan, it got dark. The night is like a huge piece of black satin, gently but unquestionably covering the entire world. In the shelter, the light from the fire flickered, illuminating the faces of Lu Fan and Lan, the Monkey King, and the little monkeys. The blazing fire not only dispels the chill of the night, but also adds a touch of warmth to this simple shelter. After a busy day, my stomach is already growling. I have to treat everyone today. As Lu Fan spoke, he took out a large piece of bear meat from where the food was stored. This bear meat is a precious ingredient he obtained after defeating the brown bear, and it has been properly preserved. Lu Fan skillfully placed the bear meat on the fire. When the fat came into contact with the heat, it made a cheerful sizzling sound, and the aroma instantly spread and penetrated into everyone's nostrils. The Monkey King was originally standing by the fire, looking at the flames curiously. When the fragrance wafted over, he was immediately attracted. His nose kept twitching and his eyes were fixed on the piece of bear meat sizzling on the flames. His saliva was almost flowing out, and he looked like a greedy child. The little monkey's appetite was also awakened by the tempting aroma, and it jumped to Lu Fan. She gently grasped Lu Fan's trouser leg with her little paws, looked at him eagerly, and made a squeak sound from her mouth, as if to say, "I want to eat, too. I want to eat, too." "Don't worry, everyone has a share," Lu Fan said with a smile. In a short while, the bear meat was roasted until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with an attractive golden luster on the surface. Lu Fan cut the bear meat into small pieces, handed one piece to Lan first, and then divided the rest between the Monkey King and the little monkeys. The Monkey King took the piece of meat, not afraid of the heat, and stuffed it directly into his mouth, eating it ravenously. While eating, it made satisfied squeaks and waved its paws constantly, as if expressing its love for this delicious food. After eating a piece, it was still not satisfied and looked at Lu Fan eagerly, as if saying, "It's so delicious, I want to eat another piece." Chapter 162 Mining Clay. Haha, don't worry, I'll give you enough. Looking at the Monkey King's greedy appearance, Lu Fan couldn't help laughing and handed it another piece. The little monkey ate more elegantly. It held the piece of meat carefully in its little paws and tasted it slowly, one bite at a time. From time to time, he would raise his head and look at Lu Fan and Lan with his big watery eyes, as if to thank them for feeding him. After eating the bear meat, everyone was satisfied. After the Monkey King had eaten and drunk his fill, he became more active. It jumped up and down in the shelter, running to the fire and then to Lu Fan, as if it had endless energy. Suddenly, the Monkey King seemed to have thought of something. It ran to Lu Fan, pointed at the fire, then pointed at itself, and then made a gesture of holding something, making a squeaking sound from its mouth. Lu Fan didn't understand what the Monkey King meant at first and looked at it in confusion. Seeing that Lu Fan didn't understand, the Monkey King scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously and repeated the action several times. Now, Lu Fan finally understood that the Monkey King wanted to bring some fire back. "That won't do." Lu Fan waved his hands quickly. "Don't bring fire with you. If you accidentally start a forest fire, it will be a big trouble. Everything in the forest will be affected, and you and your friends will have no place to live." The Monkey King seemed to understand Lu Fan's words. There was a hint of loss in his eyes. He hung his head and looked a little depressed. Seeing this, Lu Fan quickly comforted it. "However, Monkey King, if you want to eat barbecue, you can always bring meat here to grill. Lan and I will definitely welcome you." Hearing this, the Monkey King's eyes suddenly lit up again. He jumped up excitedly and began to dance again. He kept making happy noises, as if to say, "Great, great, I can eat barbecue again in the future." It was late at night, and the moonlight was like water, shining into the shelter through the gaps between the leaves. Lu Fan and Lan lay on the simple beds. Although they were tired, they were full of anticipation when they thought about mining clay tomorrow. The Monkey King also took the little monkey back to their nest. Early the next morning, the sunlight was like a naughty child, eager to shine through the leaves and into the shelter. Lu Fan and Lan got up early and began to prepare for today's clay mining operations. They brought the tools for mining clay and some necessary supplies such as ropes and kettles. Dajiao and Dahe also felt the difference today. They ran around the shelter excitedly. The big horn swung its majestic horns, as if to cheer for the work that was about to begin. Dahe stuck out his tongue, wagged his tail, and followed Lu Fan closely, unwilling to leave for a moment. Surrounded by Dajiao and Dahe, Lu Fan and Lan headed towards the clay pit in high spirits. Along the way, the sunlight shines through the dense branches and leaves, casting golden spots on the ground, like a golden carpet specially laid by nature, as if wishing them all the best in their mining work today. "Lan, how much clay do you think we can dig up today? Maybe it won't be long before we can start building a house." As Lu Fan walked, he spoke excitedly, his eyes sparkling with longing for his future new home. Lan smiled and responded, "It's hard to say, but judging from your enthusiasm, you must have gained a lot today." After a while, they arrived at the clay pit. The scene in front of him made Lu Fan frown slightly. The clay in the pit had become thin and soft due to being soaked in water for a long time, like a large pot of overcooked porridge. It was very difficult to mine it directly. My goodness, this clay pit is simply a huge quagmire. It seems that it is not realistic to dig directly from the pit. Lu Fan shook his head helplessly and carefully observed the surrounding environment. Just when he was feeling a little worried, his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey! Looking in the direction of Lu Fan's finger, it turned out that there was a lot of clay around the pit that had become dry due to exposure to the sun. These dry clays are like treasures hidden in the corner, waiting for them to be discovered. There is always a way out. It will be much easier to mine this dry clay. And Lon also showed a happy smile. Lu Fan immediately picked up the shovel and prepared to get to work. He first carefully shoveled away the ordinary soil on the surface, as if he was unveiling a mysterious veil. Every time he shoveled, a small cloud of dust was raised. As the topsoil was cleared bit by bit, the dark, fine-textured clay underneath gradually emerged. The quality of this clay is really good. It's very sticky. The bricks fired from it will definitely be strong. Lu Fan said excitedly, shoveling the clay vigorously as he spoke, his enthusiasm as if he had dug up a mountain of gold and silver. However, the mining process is not easy. These dry clays are not only hard in texture, but also very compact. It takes a lot of effort to scoop up each shovel. After a while, Lu Fan was so tired that he was panting. His forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat, which kept rolling down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground under his feet. And Lon was not idle either. She helped to organize the shoveled clay into piles for Dajiao to carry. Big Horn stood obediently by, occasionally lowering his head and sniffing the freshly dug clay curiously. Big Horn, I'm going to rely on you in a moment. Transport all these treasures back safely. Lu Fan patted Dajiao's head, as if he was communicating with an old friend. Dajiao seemed to understand. He shook his head and let out a loud cry, as if responding to Lu Fan's instructions. As time went on, the pile of clay on the ground grew higher and higher, like a small black hill. Lu Fan straightened up, wiped the sweat off his face, and looked at the results in front of him, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. It's almost done. Let Big Horn carry these back first. As Lu Fan spoke, he and Lon carefully moved the clay onto Dajiao's back. Dajiao carried the clay steadily and walked towards the shelter with steady steps. Dahe followed behind Dajiao, escorting this precious cargo diligently and responsibly. After Dajiao and Dahe returned to the shelter, Lu Fan and Lon immediately started a new round of mining. In this way, they made trips back and forth between the clay pit and the shelter, bringing back a large load of clay each time. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Small clay mine 10,000. At noon, the sun became extremely hot, scorching the earth like a big fireball. Lu Fan and Lon found a place under the shade of a tree and sat down to rest for a while. They took out the herbal tea they had brewed in advance and drank it in big gulps to relieve the heat and fatigue in their bodies. It's really tiring today, but looking at the clay, I feel that it's all worth it, Lu Fan said with a smile of satisfaction on his face. Chapter 163 Making Bricks. After a short rest, they perked up and devoted themselves to the intense mining work again. Dajiao and Dahe seemed to have adapted to the busy pace. They were no longer as cheerful as they were in the early morning, but cooperated with Lu Fan and Lon tacitly. Time after time, they carried the clay steadily and worked hard without complaint. During the mining process, Lu Fan gradually discovered some patterns. There are subtle differences in the color and texture of clay from different locations. In some places, the clay is darker and stickier, while in other places it is slightly grainier. He excitedly told Lon about his findings, and the two began to discuss them with great interest, speculating on how these differences would affect the making of bricks. From time to time, he would gesture on the ground, outlining the future appearance of the bricks. Before we knew it, the sun was setting, and the sky looked like a paint palette overturned by nature. The orange-red sunset spread out wantonly, like an extremely gorgeous oil painting. Lu Fan and Lon looked at the mountains of clay, their hearts filled with a sense of accomplishment. Although today's work made them exhausted, the thought that they were one step closer to their dream house instantly turned their tiredness into sweet anticipation. Let's stop here for today and continue with the big work tomorrow. There was a hint of tiredness and hoarseness in Lu Fan's voice, but more of it was an infinite longing for the future. And Lon nodded vigorously, with a gleam in his eyes. Okay, today's harvest is so surprising. I hope everything goes smoothly tomorrow. They returned with a full load, carrying Big Horn and Big Black. Along the way, Dahe ran happily, and from time to time he looked back at Dajiao, who was carrying the clay steadily forward, as if he was proud of today's achievements. Dajiao took steady and powerful steps, carrying the heavy bag of hope, and walked towards the shelter step by step. After returning to the shelter, Lu Fan and Lon did not take time to rest, but began to carefully sort out the clay mine that day, and stored it according to color and texture, as if they were collecting precious treasures. Then they sat on the floor and began to discuss tomorrow's work plan. Let's try to make some simple molds tomorrow and see what kind of bricks we can make with this clay. Lu Fan's eyes were shining with anticipation. Lan agreed with a smile. Good idea. I think we should make some square and rectangular molds first. They are practical and easy to operate. While they were discussing heatedly, the two of them were carefully drawing the mold sketch on the ground. Dahe came over, tilted his head curiously, and occasionally stretched out his paws to scratch the sketch, as if he also wanted to participate in this house-building project. Dajia stood quietly by, occasionally making a low cry, as if cheering them on. As the night deepened, the shelter gradually became quiet, and Lu Fan and Lan lay on their simple beds. Although my body was exhausted, when I thought about tomorrow's plan, my heart was full of anticipation, and I soon fell asleep with beautiful visions of the future. The next morning, the sun playfully shone through the gaps between the leaves, casting patches of mottled light and shadows on the ground of the shelter. But Lu Fan and Lan were still immersed in dreams. The fatigue from mining clay yesterday made them sleep particularly soundly. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that Lu Fan opened his eyes drowsily, stretched himself, and his bone joints made a cracking sound. He muttered, "I slept so deeply that my bones still ache." Turning to look at Lan beside her, I found that she was still sleeping with a hint of tiredness on her face. Lan, get up. The sun is shining on your butt. Lu Fan reached out and gently pushed Lan, with a hint of smile in his voice. Lan sat up sleepily, rubbed his eyes, yawned and said, "Oh, I didn't expect digging clay to be so tiring. It feels more physically demanding than any difficulty I've encountered before." The two of them got up slowly, washed and tidied themselves up, and then began to prepare breakfast. They cut the tender bear meat into small pieces, put it into the pot, and cooked a pot of steaming and fragrant bear meat soup. As the soup in the pot began to boil, a rich aroma instantly spread, instantly awakening their dormant appetites. This smells delicious. I have to drink a few more bowls today to replenish my energy." As Lu Fan spoke, he filled a bowl and handed it carefully to Lan, his eyes full of tenderness. After breakfast, Lu Fan was full of energy, as if he had been recharged. He said loudly, "Today we will officially start making bricks. When the bricks are ready, we will be one step closer to our warm big house." Lan smiled and nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's get started. Our dream home will soon be built bit by bit." Lu Fan first called to Jiao and Dahe to his side, patted their heads gently, and took them to pull the clay mined yesterday to the clear water. The clay piled on the ground is like a towering black hill, exuding the unique rustic scent of soil, as if telling the expectation of being transformed into solid bricks. Lu Fan began to mix clay with water. His focused expression was like a chef who was making a top-notch delicious cake, carefully controlling the ratio of water and clay. I saw him slowly pour some water into the clay, then pick up a thick wooden stick and stir it with all his strength. As the stirring continues, the originally dry and hard clay gradually becomes moist and soft, like a large ball of elastic black dough. "Hey, it feels about right. This feels like the mud I played with when I was a kid, but this is the treasure for building a house," Lu Fan said to Lan with a smile, his eyes sparkling with childlike excitement. "The next step is to make the mold." Lu Fan found some wood of just the right thickness, rolled up his sleeves, and started banging away like an experienced professional carpenter. He first neatly cut the wood into suitable lengths and then tied them tightly together with tough rattan. After a while, a regular rectangular mold was completed. "Lan, what do you think of my craftsmanship? Although this mold is a bit crude, it will definitely come in handy." Lu Fan proudly showed off his work with a proud smile on his face. Lan smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. It looks very realistic and is made with great care. With it, our bricks will definitely be neat and tidy." Lu Fan carefully filled the mixed clay into the mold, pressing hard with both hands to ensure that every corner was filled tightly. Then he gently lifted the mold and placed the finished clay brick on an open space aside, his movements as gentle as if he was placing a precious work of art. "Ha ha ha, the first brick in the wilderness is born. If this is burned, it will definitely be very strong." Lu Fan looked at his masterpiece excitedly, his eyes full of beautiful imaginations of his future house. Dahe came over curiously and sniffed the freshly made clay bricks. Then he stuck out his tongue and licked it, ending up with a mouthful of clay. He looked very funny, like a naughty little urchin. Chapter 164 Feeding. "Haha, silly dog, this is not edible, you glutton." Lu Fan raised the corners of his mouth, smiled and patted Dahe's head heavily. The hearty laughter instantly echoed happily in the shelter, as if to shake off all the fatigue of the day. Lan was originally wiping the tools, but upon hearing this, he turned to look at Dahe, who had an innocent look on his face and a funny look with clay on his mouth. I couldn't help but burst out laughing, my shoulders trembling slightly. I still can't imagine that Dahe is actually a wolf. The contrast is too big. In the following time, the sun shone warmly on the open space, and Lu Fan and Lan quickly got into the state and divided the work and cooperated with each other. Lu Fan concentrated on making the mold. The wood in his hands was gradually taking on a regular shape under the knife and axe, and sawdust fell from time to time. And Lan concentrated on filling the clay. She filled the mixed clay into the mold steadily. Every press was filled with anticipation for her future home. Her movements were skillful and serious. The two of them cooperated very well, one passing the task and the other receiving it, like old partners who had worked together for many years, and the work progressed in an orderly manner. A few hours passed in a flash, and the scorching sun gradually became soft. The open space was filled with neatly arranged rectangular clay bricks, which were closely arranged, like a disciplined army waiting for inspection by its leader. Under the afterglow of the sun, it exudes a unique sense of order and beauty, which is the medal of their hard work. Although both of them were extremely tired and their clothes were soaked with sweat and stuck to their backs, neither of them complained. After all, each of these bricks carries their yearning for a better life in the future and is the physical embodiment of their dreams. Each one is precious. We have achieved a lot today. Lu Fan straightened up and raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Looking at these bricks, his eyes were filled with a sense of accomplishment, as if he could already see the warm and solid house rising from the ground, standing firmly in the forest, sheltering them from wind and rain. And Lan also had a satisfied smile on his face and nodded in agreement. Yes, at this rate, our house will be built soon. In the future, we will have a real home that can shelter us from the wind and rain and be filled with happiness. Unconsciously, the sun gradually set, and the sky seemed to have its color palette overturned by nature and was dyed warm orange-red again. The warm light shines on the two of them, outlining their happy outlines, and it is almost the end of another day. Lu Fan and Lan stood side by side, looking at the results of their hard work. Although they were physically exhausted, their hearts were as sweet as honey, and they were full of expectations for the future. Let's stop here for today and continue tomorrow. Lu Fan's voice carried a hint of relief after fatigue, as well as enthusiasm for tomorrow. Okay, let's think about it tomorrow and improve the production method to make more perfect bricks. And Lan responded, with a determined light in his eyes and full of confidence in the future. The night felt like a huge piece of black silk, gently and silently covering the entire shelter. The bonfire was burning brightly in the center, the jumping flames dancing happily, illuminating the tired yet happy faces of Lu Fan and Lan. Dahe lay on the side, his belly rising and falling with his breathing. From time to time, he would stick out his tongue to lick his paws, as if he was still savoring the interesting brick-tasting experience just now. Lu Fan served a steaming hot dinner from the pot. The rich aroma instantly spread in the air, penetrated into everyone's nostrils, and aroused their appetite. He was about to call out to Lan loudly, but he found that her hands were hanging limply at her sides. She didn't even have the strength to lift them up, and her movements froze instantly. Seeing this scene, Lu Fan's heart suddenly tightened, as if it was tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and his eyes were full of heartache. Thanks to his strong physical fitness, the aches in his body have dissipated a lot, but Lan is so tired. Lan, your hands are so sore. You must have worked so hard today. Lu Fan's voice was full of concern and heartache. He walked gently to Lan, slowly squatted down, and said gently, "Come, I'll feed you." Lan's cheeks flushed slightly, like the sunset glow in the sky. She shook her head gently, her voice tired but strong. "I can do it myself. It's just a little sore, but I can still do it. Don't be so stubborn. We are both exhausted today. Just rest up." Lu Fan said without question, picked up the spoon, scooped up a spoonful of food, and carefully handed it to Lan's mouth with a gentle smile on his face. "Ah, open your mouth." Lan looked at Lu Fan's serious and concerned expression, and a warm current surged in her heart, slowly flowing through her limbs. She opened her mouth obediently and ate it. The two of them are like an old couple with perfect understanding. One feeds the baby attentively with eyes full of love and heartache. The other eats peacefully, enjoying the warmth and care. Occasionally, when our eyes meet, we can see the love and longing for the future in each other's eyes. The years are quiet and good, and it is probably like this. At this time, the live broadcast room was also very lively. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Oh, this is so sweet. I was smiling like an ant the whole time. I was so happy that I shit in bed. It was so sticky and comfortable. Is it really that comfortable? Let me feel it too. Hey, I'm eating. Please calm down. I feel really bad for Lan, but I also think it's great that they are like this. I really hope they can be happy forever. When will the two of them confirm their relationship? I'm almost dying of anxiety. After dinner, Lu Fan took Lan to sit down by the campfire, and the residual heat from the campfire warmed them. Lu Fan gently held her arms and began to massage her. Although his technique was not professional and a bit clumsy, each stroke was full of tenderness and strength, helping her relax her sore muscles little by little from her shoulders to her wrists. Does it hurt? If it does, just tell me and I'll be gentler. Lu Fan asked softly while massaging, his eyes full of worry. And Lan leaned on Lu Fan's shoulder, closed her eyes slightly, and enjoyed the warmth and care with her whole body and soul. She said softly, "It doesn't hurt. It's very comfortable. Thank you, Lu Fan. Why are you being so polite to me? Let's work together to build a house. I can't let you get too tired," Lu Fan said with a smile, but he did not stop the movement of his hands, still conscientiously helping her relieve the pain. "I was thinking, I can't let you be so tired tomorrow. I have to think of a way." The group of lively and clever monkeys suddenly appeared in his mind, and his eyes lit up as if he saw the dawn in the darkness. "And Lan, do you think we can ask the Monkey King for help? There are so many members in the monkey group, and the monkeys are very agile. They can definitely help a lot." Chapter 165, Asking Monkey for Help. And Lan opened his eyes and sat up straight, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. This is a good idea. Monkeys are agile, and having them help carry clay or pass tools will definitely improve efficiency. But are they willing to help us? Don't worry about that. The Monkey King and I have a long-standing friendship. Lu Fan patted his chest confidently, with a determined smile on his face. Tomorrow, I will go find the Monkey King and show him how to do it. He is so smart, he will surely understand what I mean. The two discussed this idea for a long time, talking back and forth, imagining how smooth the house building work would become after the monkeys joined in. Before we knew it, it was already late at night and the bonfire was gradually going out. Only a few sparks were left, twinkling, as if recording their beautiful day. Go to bed early today. We have to discuss important matters with the Monkey King tomorrow. Lu Fan helped Lan stand up. The two of them snuggled up to each other and returned to their simple bed together. They slowly fell asleep with anticipation for tomorrow. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight was still trying to penetrate the gaps between the leaves, Lu Fan had already climbed out of bed in high spirits. He moved very carefully, fearing to wake up Lan, who was still sleeping beside him. Looking at Lan's peaceful sleeping face, Lu Fan's mouth corners unconsciously raised, and his heart was full of tenderness. He kept repeating to himself that he must make the work of building the house easier today and not let Lan work so hard anymore. Lu Fan tiptoed to the place where the food was stored and found the delicious barbecue that had been prepared earlier. These barbecues are the secret weapon he specially prepared for the invited monkeys. He carefully wrapped the barbecue with leaves, then put it carefully on his back and walked towards the monkey's nest with brisk steps. Along the way, birds sang happily, as if cheering him on. The breeze blew gently, bringing the unique fresh scent of the forest, making people feel relaxed and happy. Not long after, Lu Fan arrived at the monkey's habitat. Before he got close, the sharp-eyed little monkey spotted him and immediately started squeaking excitedly. Hearing the call, the entire monkey group became active instantly. Monkeys of all sizes jumped out from tree branches and caves and surrounded Lu Fan. They jumped up and down, staring at the package of barbecue on Lu Fan's back, making happy noises, obviously attracted by the aroma of the barbecue. "Haha, little guys, long time no see, did you miss me?" Lu Fan greeted the monkeys with a smile, took out a piece of barbecue, and held it high. The monkeys' eyes lit up instantly, and they stretched their necks, staring eagerly at the barbecue. Lu Fan handed the barbecue to the little monkey in the front, and the little monkey took it. He couldn't wait to stuff it into his mouth, eating it with relish, and making a satisfied squeak sound from time to time. Seeing this, the other monkeys became even more excited and gathered around. Some of them pulled Lu Fan's trouser legs, and some jumped around him, all wanting to get a piece of the delicious barbecue. Seeing the monkeys so enthusiastic, Lu Fan was secretly happy. He knew that there would be hope today. After the monkeys calmed down a little, Lu Fan began to gesture to the Monkey King. "My friend, I'm here to ask for your help this time. Let the monkeys make something for me. When it's done, I'll treat you to a barbecue." He first pointed in the direction of the shelter, then made movements like making a mold and moving clay. Finally, he took out another piece of barbecue, put it to his mouth, and pretended to eat it, indicating that as long as the monkeys helped, there would be more barbecue to eat. The Monkey King tilted his head and looked at Lu Fan without blinking, as if trying to understand what he meant. After a while, the Monkey King nodded, then turned around and squeaked a few times at the group of monkeys behind him. The monkeys immediately quieted down and listened carefully to the Monkey King's instructions. The Monkey King called out to a few strong monkeys a few more times, and those monkeys stood up and walked to Lu Fan. "Haha, great. Monkey King, you are so awesome." Lu Fan patted the Monkey King's shoulder excitedly. "Thank you for your help. I will definitely let you eat as much as you want after the work is done." The Monkey King seemed to understand Lu Fan's words and nodded again. Then he led the monkeys and followed Lu Fan towards the shelter. Along the way, the monkeys were very excited. They jumped and shuttled among the woods, making cheerful calls from time to time, as if they were going on an interesting adventure. When Lu Fan returned to the shelter with a dozen monkeys, and Lan had just gotten up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, and before she fully woke up, she saw Lu Fan walking in with a group of monkeys. She was so surprised that her mouth opened wide. Lu Fan, what's going on? And Lan asked in surprise. Haha, Anlin, I've called in reinforcements. Lu Fan smiled and said, this is the Monkey King and his friends. They will help us make bricks in the future. And Lan looked at the group of lively and clever monkeys in front of him, surprised and happy. Really? That's great. But, can they really understand what we say? Don't worry, the Monkey King is very smart. He has understood what we mean. Lu Fan said confidently. Besides, there is barbecue as a reward. They will definitely work hard. Then let's get started. Lu Fan rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He walked to where the molds and clay were placed, bent down, picked up a ball of mixed clay, and showed it to the monkeys. Everyone, look carefully, just like this. As he spoke, he filled the clay steadily into the mold, and then pressed hard with his palms to make sure the clay filled every corner of the mold. His movements were smooth and skillful. Then, he gently lifted the mold, and a piece of clay brick with a regular shape appeared in front of everyone. The monkeys' eyes widened as they gathered around curiously, jumping up and down, squeaking nonstop, and excitedly observing Lu Fan's every move. A few brave monkeys even came up and gently touched the bricks with their paws, as if trying to feel the texture of this new thing. After demonstrating several times, a few clever little monkeys were the first to understand. They couldn't wait to grab the clay and put it into the mold just like Lu Fan did. At first, their movements were a little clumsy. They either put in too much clay and it overflowed, or they couldn't fill the corners. But under Lu Fan's patient guidance, they gradually mastered the skills. Live broadcast room. Oh my god, we really invited the monkeys here. Now Master Lu Fan and Lan can take a break. This is the monkey production team. We can go out and contract projects. In a way, we are the same as these monkeys. Chapter 166 Animal Production Team. Before long, a nimble little monkey mastered the essence of brick making. It moved skillfully, grabbing the right amount of clay and placing it steadily into the mold. Then he used his furry little paws to carefully compact the clay, again and again, and every movement showed his concentration. After finishing, it held the mold high, like a triumphant little hero, proudly showing off its work to its companions. It looked as if he was holding a priceless treasure in his hand. Well done. Lu Fan smiled with approval, the smile on his face as bright as the warm spring sun, and rewarded the little monkey with a piece of tempting barbecue. The fragrance spread instantly, and the other monkey's eyes lit up, full of envy and desire. They no longer had time to play around, and they all perked up and worked harder to make bricks. For a moment, the whole venue was filled with their busy figures and cheerful squeaking sounds. Looking at the bustling work scene in front of him, Lu Fan suddenly got an inspiration and a good idea popped into his head. He walked towards Bighorn and Lightning with a smile, first patted Bighorn's strong head affectionately, and then blew a clear and loud whistle at Lightning. The whistle seemed to carry a unique instruction. Bighorn and Lightning understood it and walked slowly and briskly to a large lump of clay. Dejiao, Lightning, it's up to you to show your skills. Lu Fan encouraged with a smile, his eyes full of anticipation. Bighorn and Lightning walked steadily into the pile of clay, as if they had received a sacred mission. With every step Bighorn took, his sturdy hooves would leave a deep mark in the clay. That mark was like the footprints of time, steady and powerful. Lightning was much happier. It jumped around, and its little tail swung happily from time to time, splashing up mud with the fragrance of earth. It looked so funny. The two of them, one still and one moving, cooperate perfectly to stir the clay evenly and finely, like two natural mixers, continuously supplying high-quality raw materials for subsequent processes. Haha, you two are really natural blenders. Lan was laughing so hard that he fell backwards, his eyes narrowed into crescents, and his face was filled with happiness and joy. Bighorn and Lightning were busy mixing the clay here, and the monkey group over there was not to be outdone, working in an orderly manner. They have clear division of labor. Some of them are responsible for quickly moving the mixed clay to the mold, while the others carefully fill the clay into the mold and then skillfully demold it. They cooperate well and move smoothly, just like a well-trained and experienced professional construction team, with every link connected seamlessly. As for Dahe, he lay there bored at first, watching everyone busy with interest and yawning from time to time. Seeing this, Lu Fan strode over, squatted down, and gently patted Dahe's head, warning him with a serious but gentle look on his face. Dahe, listen carefully. The monkeys are our important partners in building our house. You are not allowed to bully them. If you dare to make trouble, you will never be able to eat delicious meat again. Dahe seemed to understand everything. He drooped his ears and nodded obediently. Then he stood up and paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at the busy monkeys with a vigilant look, as if he was guarding them or cheering them on. With Lu Fan's loud command, the entire house-building assembly line seemed to be injected with powerful power and began to operate efficiently. The big horns and lightning stirred the clay area tirelessly, and the smell of the raised earth filled the air. The monkeys shuttled back and forth between the mold area and the demolding area, their small figures busy and determined. Dahe was diligently maintaining order on the side and barking from time to time, as if to cheer everyone on. With everyone's concerted efforts, the efficiency is astonishingly high. Pieces of clay bricks with regular shapes appeared continuously on the open space as if cast by magic, and soon they were piled up into a small hill. Anlan was not idle either. She was carefully checking the quality of each brick, her eyes focused and serious, not missing any details. Once she found any unqualified monkeys, she would patiently walk to the responsible monkeys and teach them step by step how to improve. Her gentle appearance made her like that of a patient teacher. The monkeys also learned seriously, staring with their round eyes, carefully observing Anlan's every move, trying to do better. Time is like a naughty child, running very fast, and it is noon in the blink of an eye. The sun was high in the sky, and the scorching sunlight poured down on the earth without reservation. The entire construction site was shrouded in heat, like a huge steamer. But everyone's enthusiasm did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, it became even more intense, as if it was ignited by the scorching sun. "Everyone, let's take a break and eat something," Lu Fan shouted at the top of his voice, and his voice echoed in the venue. He quickly took out the food that had been prepared long ago. There was not only the monkey's favorite barbecue, but also the greasy color and fragrant aroma that made people salivate just by smelling it. There are also fresh fruits and plump nuts, which are colorful and nutritious. As soon as the monkeys saw the food, they immediately cheered and jumped for joy. They rushed over and began to eat happily, making satisfied squeaks from their mouths from time to time. The cheerful sound seemed like they were praising the delicious food. Bighorn and Lightning also stopped their busy steps and chewed the fresh grass leisurely, enjoying this moment of tranquility and comfort. Dahe was lying on the ground, gnawing on the bones with big mouthfuls. He was eating with relish and making a woohoo sound from time to time, as if saying, "It's delicious. I didn't expect today's efficiency to be so high." Anlan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, a gratified smile on his face, and walked to Lu Fan and sighed. "Yes, with everyone's help, we are one step closer to our dream house." Lu Fan looked at the busy and harmonious scene in front of him, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment and happiness. There was determination and joy in his eyes, as if he had already seen the warm house standing on this land. After a short break, everyone adjusted themselves and continued to work in high spirits. After a morning of running in, the work in the afternoon was like a lubricated machine, going much more smoothly. The monkeys' movements became more and more skillful, and their speed became faster and faster. They have completely mastered the technique of making bricks, and each brick is made quickly and well. Before we knew it, the sun was setting, and the sky looked like nature's palette had been overturned, with a brilliant and colorful sunset glowing. The sunset was like dreamy silk, spreading across the sky, covering the whole world with a layer of golden veil. Chapter 167 Hardworking Monkey. Lu Fan stood in the open space, looking at the mountains of bricks, joy surging in his heart like a tide. He quickly estimated in his mind that they had made nearly 2,000 bricks in just one morning. This result was simply jaw-dropping, far beyond all his previous imagination. At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room rolled like snowflakes. "Oh my God, this speed is too fast. It's comparable to a factory assembly line. The monkey engineering team has officially debuted. From now on, please call them the little brick-moving experts." Don't you think Lu Fan is a bit shady? Just relying on a few pieces of barbecue, he makes the monkeys willingly work hard for him. Hee, I just like Master Lu Fan to be black. The darker the better. The guy above, what kind of black are you talking about? Lu Fan's eyes were fixed on the formed bricks, and he was so excited that he could hardly control himself. Today was really smooth sailing. It was perfect, he said to Anlan excitedly with a smile on his face. Yes, thanks to the Monkey King and his friends, as well as Bighorn, Lightning, and Big Black. They all played a great role. Anlan smiled and smiled in response. The gratitude flashing in her eyes was just like the gorgeous sunset in the sky, gentle and brilliant. The Monkey King seemed to be infected by the cheerful atmosphere, and he jumped quickly to Lu Fan's side. It stretched out its little paws and gently pulled Lu Fan's trouser leg, squeaking continuously. She looked like she was half asking for credit and reward, and half acting coquettishly and cutely in front of Lu Fan. Lu Fan raised the corner of his mouth, touched its head lovingly, and then handed it a piece of fragrant barbecue. Thank you for your hard work. Without your help today, this job would not be so easy to complete. Lu Fan looked around, and at the group of lovely friends in front of him, a warm feeling suddenly surged into his heart. He knew clearly that in this strange forest full of unknowns and challenges, they were no longer alone. These animals are no longer just his helpers in building the house, but also his close friends who accompany and support each other along the way. They are his most precious treasures on this land. Anlan, when the house is built, we must have a big celebration and thank everyone for their efforts. Lu Fan turned to look at Anlan, his eyes full of anticipation for the future, as if he had already seen the lively scene of celebration. Great! I can't wait to see our cozy new home. Anlan smiled and nodded vigorously, his eyes full of longing. It seemed as if the new home had already been built, and every warm corner was clearly visible. As time passed quietly, the sky gradually darkened. The night is like a huge and soft piece of black silk, floating down slowly and gently covering the whole world. Lu Fan raised his hand and rubbed his sore shoulders, deciding to end today's fulfilling and busy work. He first let the monkeys happily return to their nests with the remaining delicious food. Then, together with Anlan, they carefully sorted out the bricks that embodied everyone's hard work. They found thick leaves and tough vines and covered the bricks tightly like a quilt for a baby. Protect them from getting wet by the cool dew of the night, or from any sudden rain which may come. Thank you so much today. Let's keep working hard tomorrow. Lu Fan shouted at the top of his voice to the departing monkeys and the animals that had been busy all day, and the loud voice continued to echo in the silent night sky. When the monkeys heard the shouting, they turned around and squeaked a few times, as if responding to Lu Fan's gratitude and encouragement, and then reluctantly disappeared into the dense woods. Only the joyful calls are left, floating in the air, as if happily telling of today's happiness and harvest. After working for a whole day, Lu Fan felt that every cell in his body was shouting with fatigue, but his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He stood where he was and stretched his body to a great extent, his bones making a slight, cracking sound. He turned to look at Anlan with a satisfied smile on his face. Everyone has been so awesome today, we need to make up for it. After saying that, he began to prepare the ingredients swiftly, planning to stew a pot of delicious seafood soup. Various fresh and tender mushrooms, lively and fat fish, and mussels and clams carefully selected from the seaside. He poured all the ingredients into the pot at once. After a while, the rich and tempting aroma spread out, like an invisible hand, tempting people's appetite, and drifted slowly throughout the shelter. This smell makes people salivate. Anlan took a deep breath, a happy smile on his face, and exclaimed sincerely, "Of course not. Today's soup will definitely satisfy everyone and satisfy their cravings." Lu Fan held the soup spoon and gently stirred the pot, while responding confidently. He looked so confident, as if he was the best chef in the world. Night fell completely, and the moonlight was like water, sprinkling into the shelter. Lu Fan and Anlan sat side by side beside the warm campfire, savoring the delicious seafood soup, while chatting about every detail of the day. Dahe was lying on the side. His belly was round from eating so much, like an inflated ball, and he would burp loudly from time to time. That naive look was so funny that Lu Fan and Anlan couldn't help laughing. Today, thanks to everyone, especially the monkeys, they helped a lot. Anlan gently put down the bowl of soup in his hand and said with emotion, "Yes, they will definitely come to help tomorrow. I think we will be able to make enough bricks in another day." Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. "When we finish work tomorrow, we must reward the monkeys." Well, they really helped a lot this time. Anlan nodded vigorously to show his agreement, and his mind had already begun to imagine the joyful scene of the monkeys eating meat. Early the next morning, before the sun had time to fully fill the forest, the monkeys had already arrived at the sanctuary in a mighty procession. The Monkey King took the lead, like a charging little soldier. He jumped to Lu Fan in a few steps and kept squeaking excitedly. That anxious look seemed to urge Lu Fan. "Hurry up and start working. Hurry up and start working. We can't wait. Haha, you guys are really active. It looks like today will be another productive day." Lu Fan smiled and patted the Monkey King's head, then turned to everyone and said loudly, "Then let's get started." With the concerted efforts of the monkeys, Dajiao, Lightning, and Dahe, the work of making bricks went on as smoothly as a well-oiled machine. Looking at everyone's busy and harmonious figures, Lu Fan was deeply moved. He stood aside, watching all this quietly, his eyes filled with excitement and relief. He knew that at this rate, he would be able to complete the production of bricks successfully today, so he decided to prepare for the evening reward in advance. Chapter 168 Catching Sheep for Monkeys. Enlon, you stay at the shelter. I'll take the hay out hunting and prepare some food for the monkeys. Lu Fan walked to Enlon and spoke softly. Okay, you must be careful. Enlan's face was full of concern, his eyes were full of worry, and he repeatedly reminded her. Go early and come back early. I'll wait for you. Lu Fan carried a bow and arrow, and he and Dahe stepped into the mysterious forest in high spirits. Dahe was as excited as a naughty child. He spread his legs and ran happily in front, sniffing constantly, not missing any scent of prey. Every subtle smell seems to be an enticing invitation to it, leading it to find delicious prey. Dahe, today we have to rely on you. We must catch the juicy prey. Lu Fan patted Dahe's head gently and said with a smile, his trusting eyes seemed to say, I believe you. There will be no problem. Dahe seemed to fully understand what Lu Fan said and shook his thick tail vigorously, as if responding, Leave it to me, don't worry. Then, it quickened its pace, moving quickly through the dense woods like a flash of black lightning. After a while, Dahe suddenly stopped, sniffed the ground hard with his nose, raised his tail high, and barked excitedly a few times. The anxious cry seemed to say, Master, come here quickly. I found the target. Have you found the target? Lu Fan immediately became alert, walked more lightly, and slowly approached. At the same time, he clenched the bow and arrow in his hand, exerted slight force on his fingers, and was ready to shoot at any time. A flock of sheep is spotted ahead. Dahe and Lu Fan approached quietly, and through the dense grass, they saw a flock of sheep grazing leisurely. Some of the sheep were grazing attentively with their heads down, while others were rubbing their heads against each other affectionately, completely unaware that danger was approaching step by step. Wow, there are so many sheep. I'm sure everyone will have enough to eat today. Lu Fan lowered his voice excitedly, unable to hide his inner joy. He observed the flock carefully and found 2 fat goats among them, which were exactly his ideal target. He pointed at one of them and whispered to Dahe, Dahe, keep an eye on that one and don't let it run away. Big Black understood what he meant and quietly went around to the side of the flock, ready to attack at any time. Lu Fan pulled the bow and arrow and aimed steadily at the other goat. With a whoosh, the sharp arrow cut through the air like a black lightning and shot straight towards the target. Before the goat could react, it was shot and fell to the ground. The flock of sheep suddenly panicked and fled in all directions. Dahe seized the opportunity, rushed out like an arrow, and bit the goat he was staring at. Well done, Dahe. Lu Fan ran over excitedly and looked at the 2 fat goats that were captured. His heart was filled with joy and a sense of accomplishment. Haha, now the monkeys are in for a treat. Lu Fan patted Dahe's head again and praised. Let's go back. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy goats 210000. It was already evening when Lu Fan and Dahe dragged 2 fat goats back to the shelter. The sunset on the horizon is like a gorgeous painting, giving the entire shelter a warm color. When Enlon saw them returning with a full load, he was surprised and delighted and said, Wow, you guys are really amazing. You actually caught 2 sheep. Of course not, thanks to Dahe. Lu Fan said with a smile of pride on his face. Let's roast a whole lamb tonight and reward everyone. Lu Fan and Enlon immediately started processing the mutton. They cut the mutton into large pieces, skewered them with branches, and put them on the campfire. As the flames roasted, the mutton gradually turned golden. The fat sizzled out and dripped onto the campfire, splashing beautiful sparks and emitting an enticing aroma, making people salivate. At this time, the monkeys also finished their work for the day. They smelled the aroma of the barbecue, chirped excitedly, gathered around, stared at the mutton on the campfire, and kept chirping, as if to say, It smells so good. When can we eat it? Don't worry, it will be done soon. Lu Fan said to the monkeys with a smile, and his tone sounded like he was coaxing a group of cute children. After a while, the mutton was roasted and Lu Fan shared the roasted mutton with everyone. The monkeys couldn't wait to take the mutton and started eating it with big mouthfuls. They ate with relish and made satisfied squeaks from time to time. They wiped their mouths with their paws while eating, which looked very cute. The live broadcast room was also very lively. People are worse off than monkeys these days. Although Master Lu Fan is evil, he does give a lot of meat. He is not like our boss who only makes empty promises. Hey, we are all monkeys. The people upstairs have gone crazy. He's not crazy, he's just sober. Bighorn and Lightning were also rewarded with fresh grass. They chewed it leisurely, looking up from time to time to see the excitement, as if they were also infected by the joyful atmosphere. Dahe lay on the side, gnawing on his share of mutton. His mouth was full of oil and he burped from time to time, looking very satisfied. I really want to thank you all today. If it weren't for you, our house construction work wouldn't be so smooth. Lu Fan held up a piece of barbecue and spoke to everyone, his eyes full of gratitude. The monkeys seemed to understand what he said. They raised the barbecue in their hands and squeaked, as if responding to Lu Fan. You're welcome. We are also happy to help. Anlan looked at the lively scene and a happy smile appeared on her face. At this moment, all the tiredness and hard work disappeared, leaving only warmth and happiness. After eating the barbecue, it was already completely dark. The stars are twinkling in the sky, like countless pairs of eyes looking curiously at this place full of joy. The monkeys returned to their nest with satisfaction, and Lu Fan and Anlan began to clean up the place. After they had packed up, they sat by the campfire and drank tea. The warm firelight illuminated their faces, making them look particularly warm. I just counted them, and there are about 4,000 or 5,000 bricks. As long as it doesn't rain in the next 2 days, they can be almost dried. Lu Fan took a sip of tea and couldn't help but say, with a hint of anticipation in his tone, 4,000 or 5,000 bricks were enough for them to build a house of considerable size. Thinking of his future home, Lu Fan's eyes flickered with hope. Anlan looked at Lu Fan's happy expression and couldn't help but smile. Then we have to quickly build the brick kiln and burn the bricks when the time comes. Okay, let's do it tomorrow. Lu Fan nodded firmly, full of confidence in the future. In this wilderness, they are moving towards a better life step by step. Chapter 169, Making a Brick Kiln. Early the next morning, the sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, casting fine shadows on the ground. Lu Fan climbed out of the bed energetically. Last night, he had gone over the plan of building a brick kiln countless times in his mind, and now he couldn't wait to put it into practice. Anlan also got up early and prepared a simple breakfast for everyone. Seeing Lu Fan busy, her eyes were full of trust and support. Thank you for your hard work today. Building a brick kiln is not an easy job. Anlan handed over a glass of water and said with concern. Lu Fan took the water, drank it all, smiled and patted his chest. Don't worry, this little difficulty won't bother me. Once the brick kiln is built, we'll be one step closer to the big house. After saying that, Lu Fan took his tools and walked towards the river. When he reached the river, he looked at the fine river sand and nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Anlan also followed. She looked at Lu Fan preparing to dig sand and couldn't help but ask curiously, why do you have to use river sand? I see there is a lot of sand on the beach. Lu Fan stopped what he was doing and explained seriously, you don't know this. Sea sand contains a lot of salt and shell fragments. After the brick kiln is built, the salt will evaporate onto the surface of the bricks as the water evaporates, leaving an unsightly white frost. It will also corrode the connections between the bricks, making the entire brick kiln weak. And those shell fragments, when fired, are like time bombs. It might explode due to uneven heating and create a big hole in our carefully built brick kiln, and then all our efforts would be wasted. So, let's just use river sand. Although it takes a little time, it's safe and reliable. Anlan suddenly realized and couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect there is so much knowledge in this sand. Lu Fan chuckled and continued digging river sand. Live broadcast room. Oh my god, there is such a saying. I feel like I need to grow a brain. It's worthy of being called an encyclopedia of wilderness survival. In a short while, Lu Fan collected a full basket of river sand. Then, he found suitable clay and mixed the two together in a certain proportion. It's like a magical combination of them. The mixed clay and sand are like a tacit pair. They can act as our cement and stick the bricks together tightly. Lu Fan introduced to Anlan while stirring. Now that the materials are ready, the next step is to build the brick kiln. Lu Fan first drew a big circle on the ground, which was the base of the brick kiln. He picked up the half-dry bricks and began to stack them carefully. He placed each brick neatly, as if he was building a work of art. I feel like the infrastructure gene in me has awakened. Lu Fan made jokes while applying the cement skillfully. Anlan was also busy at the side, helping to pass bricks and occasionally joking, you really look like a bricklayer. Of course not, it's professional. Lu Fan responded with a smile. As time went by, the prototype of the brick kiln gradually emerged. Lu Fan's face was covered with sweat, but he had no intention of stopping. Just when Lu Fan was concentrating on laying bricks, suddenly, a brick was not placed firmly and fell down with a crash. I'm really impressed. Lu Fan shook his head helplessly, picked up the brick again, and examined it carefully. Then a crack was discovered. As he spoke, he filled the gap with more cement to ensure that the brick was stable. When the walls are built to the appropriate height, use branches to construct the kiln roof frame, and then cover it with clay to make an arched or flat roof structure to ensure the sealing and load-bearing capacity of the kiln roof. Then, air inlets and outlets are reserved at appropriate locations on the kiln body. The air inlet is used for ventilation and combustion, and the air outlet is at the top to facilitate smoke discharge. After most of the day's hard work, a large brick kiln finally appeared before our eyes. Lu Fan straightened up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and admired his masterpiece with satisfaction. "How is it, Anlin? Our brick kiln looks pretty good, right?" Anlin smiled and nodded. "Well, it looks quite decent, but we have to wait until it dries before we can use it, right?" "Yes, now it is like a steamed bun just out of the pot. It still needs to be dried for a while." Lu Fan said humorously, "Once it is completely dried and becomes hard, we can start making bricks." After finishing all this, the two can finally take a break. Anlin made a pot of tea and added honey to Lu Fan's cup because she knew he liked sweet food. The two of them just drank tea quietly and enjoyed the breeze. Before he knew it, Lu Fan fell asleep on the chair. Anlin looked at the sleeping Lu Fan, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a gentle smile. She got up gently, went back to the house to get a coat, and carefully covered Lu Fan with it, moving so gently that she was afraid of disturbing his sweet dream. "You've worked so hard these past few days. Have a good sleep," Anlin murmured softly, his voice full of heartache. The sunlight shines through the gaps between the leaves, casting mottled shadows and falling on Lu Fan and Anlin. The breeze blows gently, bringing bursts of fragrance from grass and trees mixed with the scent of soil, making people feel particularly comfortable. Not far away, Dahe was lying on the ground, also enjoying this rare moment of peace, shaking his tail from time to drive away the occasional small insects that flew over. Bighorn and Lightning were eating grass leisurely on the side, occasionally shaking their tails and snorting, as if adding a vivid footnote to this peaceful and beautiful atmosphere. Anlin sat next to Lu Fan, drinking tea quietly, his eyes falling on Lu Fan's face from time to time. She recalled every moment of her journey in the wilderness, from the initial struggle to survive to the gradual development of a stable life now, and her heart was filled with emotion. All the ups and downs we experienced together have now become the most precious memories deep in our hearts. I wonder what the future will be like. Anlin whispered to himself, his eyes full of longing for the future. Perhaps it was the caress of the breeze, or perhaps it was the inner peace, but Anlin gradually began to feel sleepy. She leaned her head against the back of the chair, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the moment of peace. In a trance, she seemed to see her future home, a cozy little house built with bricks they had made themselves, surrounded by all kinds of flowers and plants, with chickens, ducks, and geese in the yard, full of life and vigor. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Fan slowly woke up. He stretched his body and felt that all the fatigue in his body was dissipated a lot with this stretch. He slowly turned his head and his eyes fell gently on Anlin beside him. At this moment, Anlin also fell asleep peacefully leaning on the back of the chair, like a quietly blooming flower, emitting a soft breath all over her body. There was a faint smile on her face, just like a flickering light in the night sky, which made people wonder if she might be immersed in a beautiful dream, a dream full of warmth and tranquility. Lu Fan looked at her, and there seemed to be a clear spring flowing quietly in his heart, rippling with gentle ripples. He stood up very gently and slowly, as if afraid of disturbing the moment of tranquility, and carefully took off his coat, as if holding a rare treasure, and gently covered Anlin with it. The coat carried his warmth, just like his silent yet deep protection, gently wrapping Anlin. After that, Lu Fan squatted on the ground quietly, staring at Anlin. His eyes were filled with loving curiosity, starting from her curved eyebrows, just like willow leaves in spring, light and unfurled, to her straight nose, as firm and yet gentle as a mountain. Then, the corners of her mouth slightly raised seemed to contain thousands of words, but in this silence they turned into silent tenderness. He looked at her tenderness, which was the care that was inadvertently revealed when they supported each other in the wilderness. He looked at her perseverance, which was the boldness and courage that never backed down in the face of difficulties. He seemed to have touched her pure and flawless soul through this familiar face, as pure as the first snow in the mountains, clear and bright. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and everything in the world became the background. Only Anlin in front of him was everything in his eyes, and she was the wings he wanted to kiss countless times. Chapter 170 Brick Burning. Anlin woke up slowly. The afterglow of the setting sun gently dyed the whole world into warm orange, as if covering everything with a layer of dreamy veil. She blinked gently, her body still feeling the warmth of Lu Fan's coat. When I looked up, I saw Lu Fan busy in front of the simple stove. The smoke rising up outlined a peaceful and beautiful picture. "Wake up, come and try my cooking today. I guarantee it will amaze you." Lu Fan greeted with a smile, a bit of pride on his face. That smile was like the warm spring sun, dispelling the loneliness of the wilderness. Dinner was a simple seafood soup and kelp salad. The two sat together, eating and sharing the fun things that happened today. The sounds of laughter and conversation intertwined and echoed in this quiet wilderness, filling the originally desolate place with the warmth of home. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Lu Fan touched his greasy hair and said with a wry smile, "I've been so busy these past few days that my hair is so greasy that I can even cook with it. I need to wash my hair." Lan covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes curved into crescents. "Let me help you wash it. I just made some soap liquid." Lu Fan's eyes suddenly lit up, but he still pretended to be calm and coughed lightly. Ahem, that's troublesome. Having said that, he swiftly lay down on the chair, looking as if he was enjoying himself. Lan brought a basin of warm water and some homemade soap liquid, gently lifted Lu Fan's hair, and began to rub it slowly. "Wow, your hair is really a disaster area. It's all clumped together," Lan said as he increased the strength of his hands. Lu Fan closed his eyes and hummed comfortably. "Oh, please be gentle. You almost twisted my head off. Do you think I'm using too much force? Look at your hair. It can be used as a bird's nest." Lan was harsh in his words, but his hands' movements became unconsciously gentler. Under Lan's rubbing, black foam continued to emerge, and Lu Fan's hair gradually became refreshed. While washing her hair, Lan joked, "I think the oil from your hair can light a lamp." "Hey, stop insulting me. When I get back to the civilized world, the first thing I'm going to do is go to the barber shop and get myself a good haircut." Lu Fan responded with a smile, his eyes full of longing for the future. After washing his hair, Lan took out the razor and prepared to help Lu Fan trim his beard. "You are the first person to help me shave. I gave my first time to you," Lu Fan said jokingly with a hint of pride on his face. "I'm honored to hear that." Lan smiled, and his movements became gentler for fear of hurting him. At this moment, Lu Fan suddenly asked, "Lan, if we are done with this survival and return to the real world, what do you want to do most?" Lan stopped what he was doing, thought for a moment, and a hint of longing appeared in his eyes. "I want to open a Chinese medicine clinic. You know, I have always been interested in Chinese medicine. During this time in the wilderness, I also used Chinese medicine knowledge to help us solve many minor problems. I want to spread the concepts and methods of Chinese medicine so that more people can benefit from it." Lu Fan listened with approval in his eyes and nodded seriously. "This is a great idea. I believe you can do it. What about you? Have you ever thought about where to open a Chinese medicine clinic?" "I want to be in a quiet town, preferably one that is full of life. Surrounded by flowers and plants, people can feel the beauty of nature while seeing a doctor." Lan became more and more excited as he spoke, as if the cozy Chinese medicine clinic was right before his eyes. "What about you? What do you want to do when you return to the real world?" Lan asked back. Lu Fan scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "I don't know what I want to do. How about I become your apprentice?" Lan couldn't help laughing after hearing this. "You? Being an apprentice? Can you sit still?" "Of course, I used to be able to lie in bed and play with my phone all day without moving." "Okay, I'll let you be the boss's husband then." "Boss husband? What the hell?" The two smiled at each other, and their laughter echoed in the night sky. In that wilderness, the days always seemed long and full of surprises. 3 days passed in a flash, and the bricks that had been made with great effort were almost dried, and they could finally be fired. This is a big project, and Lu Fan and Lan both attach great importance to it. Before firing, Lu Fan first went to the place where the coal mine was discovered and dug a lot of coal to use as fuel for burning bricks. He worked grunting, his back soaked with sweat, and every drop of sweat reflected his expectations for the future. "It's bitter before it's sweet. I should have let the monkey help me dig." He talked to himself as he dug, as if these coals were their hope for a civilized world and carried their yearning for a new life. Everything is ready and brickmaking officially begins. More than 2,000 bricks were put into the first furnace. Lu Fan felt a little nervous as he looked at the bricks piled up like a small mountain. He carefully stacked the bricks neatly on both sides of the kiln, leaving a passage in the middle for the fire source. "This has to go smoothly, otherwise all our efforts will be in vain." There was a hint of nervousness in Lu Fan's voice. Lan encouraged him with a firm look in his eyes. "Don't worry, you can do it." Those encouraging words were like a warm spring breeze, soothing Lu Fan's uneasy heart. As the flames burned, the temperature in the kiln gradually increased. Lu Fan stared at the kiln like a guard protecting a treasure, not daring to blink, as if he would miss some important moment if he was not careful. The temperature must be controlled well. If it's too low, the bricks won't be cooked through. If it's too high, they might turn into glass. He spoke seriously, looking like an experienced old craftsman who knew every detail of brickmaking. Lan smiled and joked, "Don't be such a pessimist and just burn your bricks well." The laughter added a bit of relaxation to the tense atmosphere of brick burning. The first stage is low-temperature firing, mainly to dry out the residual moisture inside the bricks to prevent cracking. Lu Fan kept an eye on the fire and adjusted the amount of coal added from time to time. In the second stage, the temperature can be gradually increased to decompose the organic matter inside the bricks. The third stage is high temperature, which needs to be maintained for a long time to allow the bricks to solidify. All that remained was to keep the fire burning and wait. This burning lasted a whole day. During this day, Lu Fan hardly had any rest. He was busy adding coal and checking the temperature. I feel like I'm almost becoming a coal man. I'm dressed in black and my hair is all white, he said to Enlon with a wry smile, but there was a hint of optimism on his tired face. Enlon looked at his funny appearance and couldn't help laughing. With this look, you'll scare people when you go out. The laughter relieved Lu Fan's fatigue and made this difficult time interesting. Chapter 171 Ginseng. Finally, after a day, the fire in the brick kiln gradually went out and the firing was completed. But the bricks cannot be used now, so Lu Fan blocked the entrance of the brick kiln with stones to allow the kiln and bricks to cool down naturally. This process will probably take 1 to 2 days. Otherwise, if you take it out now, it will easily crack, and then the gain will outweigh the loss. While moving the stones, Lu Fan explained to the curious Enlon beside him patiently and carefully. The next day, the sunlight shone through the dense branches and leaves, outlining golden spots on the ground. As usual, Lu Fan took Dahe into the mysterious wilderness forest. Dahe was having fun, running excitedly in front for a while, then turning back, sniffing around all the time, full of curiosity about everything around him. Breathing the air filled with the fragrance of grass and trees, Lu Fan felt particularly relaxed, fully enjoying the tranquility and freedom brought by the wilderness. As he was walking, Dahe suddenly stopped in front of a bush, digging the ground with his 2 front paws and making anxious noises from his mouth. Dahe, what's the matter? Lu Fan became curious and quickly walked forward to check it out. When he heard the Tiandao prompt tone, 30-year-old wild ginseng discovered, his eyes widened instantly and he almost jumped up with excitement. He saw a strange red color faintly emerging from the grass. He carefully pushed aside the grass, and a ginseng plant that looked like an elf isolated from the world appeared before his eyes. The stem of this ginseng is slender yet tough, about the thickness of a chopstick, but it firmly supports the entire plant. It is about 40 centimeters tall, light green all over, with a warm luster, as if it is a masterpiece carefully crafted by nature. There are 5 palmate compound leaves at the top of the plant, each of which is composed of 3 to 5 leaflets. The veins of the leaves are clear and they sway gently in the breeze. The bunch of bright red fruits on the top look even more attractive against the backdrop of emerald green leaves. Oh my god, Dahe, you are such a lucky fool. Lu Fan squatted down excitedly, his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly, and began to dig carefully. He knew that digging ginseng was a delicate job, and he had to be extremely careful. It would be a pity if he accidentally damaged the ginseng roots. He first used his hands to gently clear away the surrounding soil, and every movement was gentle as if he was treating a rare treasure. Then he took out a dagger, pried open the soil bit by bit, and patiently dug out the ginseng roots intact. After some effort, finally, the whole ginseng was presented perfectly before our eyes. The long ginseng whisker glowed with a warm luster under the sunlight and was nearly 20 centimeters long. Lu Fan was so excited that he could hardly control himself. He picked up the ginseng and ran towards the shelter. Dahe also followed happily behind him, as if he also felt his master's joy. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. 30-year-old wild ginseng 10,000. This news instantly caused an uproar in the live broadcast room. Is this real wild ginseng? Am I seeing things? This luck is simply incredible. It's just like the old saying goes, people who love to laugh will have good luck. Of course not. Those who are unlucky probably can't laugh anymore. This thing shouldn't be given away by lottery, right? What are you thinking about? Didn't you notice that there was almost no bear paw in the bear meat last time? Think about where the bear paw went. Lu Fan patted Dahe's head happily. No wonder they say animals have spirituality. It's true. You found such a hidden place. At this moment, he felt that he had gained a lot from this exploration, and other things seemed less important compared to this precious ginseng. So he took Dahe and set out on the journey back to the shelter. As soon as he returned to the shelter, Lu Fan couldn't wait to show his trophies to Enlon. When Enlon saw the ginseng, he was surprised and delighted. Such a big ginseng is so rare. While eating, Lu Fan enthusiastically cut a large piece of ginseng and threw it into the soup, thinking that it would nourish the two of them. He imagined happily that after drinking this bowl of soup, his whole body would be filled with endless energy. But what he never expected was that not long after he finished drinking the soup, Lu Fan felt a warm current flowing in his nose. He wiped his hands subconsciously and found his hands were covered with blood from his nose. Oh my god, what's going on? He looked up in panic. When Enlon saw this scene, he was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're taking too much. Ginseng is a tonic. If you take too much at once, your body won't be able to handle it. Lu Fan smiled bitterly as he frantically looked for something to stop the bleeding. I was thinking I could take some good supplements, but now it's gone. My nose is bleeding. I should have put less in earlier. This ginseng is too strong. And Lon finally stopped laughing and quickly helped him deal with the nosebleed, muttering, "It seems that I have to keep the remaining ginseng well. I can't be so reckless in the future." The audience in the live broadcast room were not idle either. Master Lu Fan obviously lacks life experience. He must be feeling uncomfortable having to replenish so much in the wilderness and having nowhere to consume it. I have Goddess and Lon here, so you single guys should stop worrying about it. Even if there's no Goddess and Lon, I still have my own hands. 666. The upstairs people look very experienced in life. Looking at the remaining pile of ginseng, Lu Fan was still frightened and didn't dare to think about eating it again. "What should we do with these ginseng now?" he asked Enlon eagerly. Enlon glanced at him and said with a smile, "It's okay. I'll dry them and use them later when needed." As he spoke, he began to prepare to slice the ginseng and dry it out in the sun, intending to make these precious treasures long-term residents in the wilderness shelter. Enlon found a flat stone, took out a dagger, and began to cut the ginseng carefully. She was very skilled and cut each slice into even thicknesses, as if she was not cutting ginseng but carving a fine work of art. Lu Fan was bored watching from the side. He rolled his eyes and approached Enlon and said, "Enlon, when we get out in the future, if we sell all these ginsengs, can we buy a big house in the town of your dreams? When the time comes, you can open a Chinese medicine clinic, and I will be the hands-off boss, basking in the sun and drinking tea every day. How comfortable it is." Enlon was amused by his useless idea. "You're dreaming. These ginsengs are very valuable. They may be of great use in the future. How can we just sell them away casually?" Chapter 172. Disappearing Stone Tools. In the afternoon, the sunlight gently shines through the gaps between the leaves, outlining pieces of golden shadows on the ground. Lu Fan walked to the brick kiln, and with some anticipation, he carefully reached his hand into the kiln. A warm breath blew towards me. Although the temperature had dropped significantly compared to the previous few days, it was clear that there was still some time before the bricks could be safely removed. He sighed helplessly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he joked to himself, "As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. It seems that I need to be more patient." Standing next to the brick kiln, Lu Fan looked into the distance, thinking about how to make use of this period of waiting. Inadvertently, his eyes fell on the green grass not far away, where the big horn was leisurely eating the grass. Dagio is a sturdy male deer that he has successfully tamed. He has been a great help since joining this small wilderness team. It has a gentle personality and works steadily. It is not as wild and unruly as Lightning, nor as jumpy as Dahe. It always silently undertakes various physical work and never complains. Thinking that a large amount of cement would be needed to build the house, and river sand was an indispensable raw material, Lu Fan had an idea in his mind. He walked quickly towards Dagio, gently stroked its neck, and whispered, "Dagio, I have to trouble you to accompany me for another trip." Dagio seemed to understand what he said. He flicked his tail and let out a low moo, as if responding, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Lu Fan skillfully put a simple saddle on Dagio, picked up 2 baskets, and led it towards the river. Before leaving, he turned back and reminded Enlon, "Enlon, I'm going to go out and dig some river sand. You should be careful here." Enlon smiled and nodded in response. "You should also pay attention to safety and come back early." Along the way, Dagio walked with steady steps, occasionally lowering his head to nibble on the fresh green grass on the roadside. Lu Fan was standing aside, humming a tuneless little song, enjoying the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Soon, they arrived at the river. In front of me is a wide sandy beach, and the river water is sparkling and flowing slowly under the sunlight. There was a gleam of excitement in Lu Fan's eyes. He loosened the reins of Big Horn and let it move freely, and then he quickly started working on digging river sand. He held the shovel tightly with both hands, scooped up the river sand vigorously, and then poured it into the basket. Shovel after shovel, the fine river sand gradually filled the basket. While digging sand, Lu Fan also encountered some interesting little creatures. A small crab crawled out from the sand, waving its 2 small claws as if to demonstrate to him. He squatted down curiously and wanted to catch it, but the little crab cleverly burrowed into a sand hole, leaving him empty-handed. Lu Fan couldn't help laughing. "You run fast." After filling 2 baskets with river sand, Lu Fan hung the basket steadily on the saddle on Dagio's back. Dagio felt the weight on his back, shook his body, and then walked towards the shelter with firm steps. Back in the shelter, Lu Fan unloaded the river sand and piled it neatly aside. Looking at the river sand piled up like a small mountain, he felt a sense of accomplishment. However, although the speed of transportation is not slow, the capacity of the basket is limited. In order to store more river sand, Lu Fan took a short rest and decided to make another trip. He brought Big Horn to the river again and repeated the previous action, filling 2 more baskets with river sand. This time, in order to transport more, Lu Fan gritted his teeth and picked up 2 baskets of sand himself. It has to be said that the fine sand is quite heavy. Even with Lu Fan's physical fitness, carrying these 2 baskets of sand feels like carrying 2 small mountains. Every step I took seemed to use up all my strength. But he didn't give up. After all, how could a man say no? When he returned to the shelter again, the sun was setting, and a gorgeous sunset glow appeared on the horizon, dyeing the whole world orange red. Inlan had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw Lu Fan coming back, he hurried to greet him. "You've worked hard. Come in and have a rest." Lu Fan carried the sand to the water's edge and piled it up to avoid trouble tomorrow. Hiss, the sour and refreshing feeling is authentic. Lu Fan couldn't help rubbing his arm. As night falls, the wilderness is shrouded in darkness, with only the warm light of a fire flickering in the shelter. Lu Fan and Inlan had a simple dinner and then began to organize supplies. Dahe lay aside, yawning from time to time, his eyelids drooping, and he looked sleepy. Just as Lu Fan was about to organize the tools for storage, he suddenly discovered that the stone tools he had made earlier were missing. Those stone tools, such as stone axes and stone knives, were all made by him with a lot of time and effort, and played an important role in the early days of survival in the wilderness. His brows frowned instantly, and his heart was filled with doubts. He searched carefully in the shelter, turning over every corner, but still found no trace of the stone tools. "Inlan, have you seen my stone tools?" Lu Fan turned and looked at Inlan. Inlan stopped what he was doing and shook his head. "No, think about it carefully. Where was the last time you saw them?" "Live broadcast room." "Ah, something is lost? Could it be that a contestant from another country stole it?" "That's not right. If there was a thief, Dahe should have discovered it, right? Could it be the Enderman? Don't Endermen just steal cubes?" Gradually, the topic in the live broadcast room shifted and netizens began to talk nonsense about all sorts of things. Lu Fan tried hard to recall, but he just couldn't remember. He remembered putting them on the shelf when he sorted out the supplies a few days ago. Although he now has sharper and more durable iron tools, these stone tools have accompanied him through many difficult days, and he has never thought of throwing them away. He felt very strange. How could these tools disappear for no reason? However, when his eyes fell on the iron tools he had obtained earlier, his anxiety was slightly relieved. These iron tools are far superior to stone tools in terms of sharpness and durability. With them, survival in the wilderness seems to become easier. Although he still had doubts about the disappearance of stone tools, he felt that since there were better iron tools, stone tools were no longer as important. So he decided not to dwell on the matter anymore and instead shifted his attention to the next house building plan. He and Inlan sat side by the campfire, spread out a simple homemade blueprint, and began to discuss the layout and design of the house. The firelight illuminated their faces, outlining their happiness. Dahe had fallen asleep at some point and was snoring softly. Chapter 173 Tools appearing in the monkey group. The next morning, as soon as the faint morning light broke through the sky, Lu Fan jumped out of his sleep, not even bothering to wash his face, and rushed to the brick kiln in a hurry. Last night he tossed and turned, thinking about the bricks inside, and his dreams were all about the new house. Now he was looking forward to starting construction. Standing in front of the brick kiln, Lu Fan first touched the kiln with his hand, and it was already cold. Then he took a deep breath, slowly moved closer, put his face to the kiln entrance, and felt that there was no more heat coming out from inside. He was so excited that he moved the stones at the kiln entrance and crouched down to enter the brick kiln. As soon as he entered the brick kiln, he felt like he had discovered a treasure. He picked up a brick with both hands, and it felt cold to the touch. He couldn't help but grin and laugh out loud. Wow, it's finally cool. The seaside environment is awesome. It cools down quickly. As he spoke, he bent over and picked up a few bricks, knocking them left and right. The quality and hardness of the bricks were simply impeccable, completely meeting the perfect standard in his mind. Inlan, Inlan. Lu Fan couldn't contain his excitement and shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing in the morning air. "The bricks are cold. We can start building the house today." Inlan was still meeting Zhou Gong in the shelter when she was awakened by the sudden shout. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out of the shelter in a daze. When she heard the good news from Lu Fan, her eyes lit up instantly. "Really? That's great. I've been waiting for this for a long, long time." At this time, the live broadcast room was also very lively, and barrages of comments floated by like snowflakes. "Brick, I'm cold. It's so fast. I thought it would take 7 or 8 days to cool down. I can finally build a house. My MC's soul is burning. I'm burning too. Why can the people upstairs send voice messages?" Lu Fan and Inlan stood side by side beside the brick kiln, their heads put together, and discussed the matter seriously. Building a house is not a trivial matter, and moving bricks is a big project. If it were just the two of them, it would take who knows when it would be completed. Lu Fan's eyes rolled. A sly smile appeared on his face. He slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "Got it. Let's go find the monkeys for help. They were very enthusiastic last time. They will definitely be willing to lend a hand this time." When Enlon heard this, he couldn't help but tease. "You are a perfect candidate to be a capitalist. You know how to exploit labor." "Capitalist? I don't want to be that. What I do is called mutual benefit and win-win." Lu Fan responded with a smile. They did it right away. They moved swiftly to the place where the prey was stored and found a few fat rabbits. They skillfully built a fire, skewered the rabbit on branches, and began to roast it carefully. Soon, the aroma of rabbit meat spread and drifted in the air. This much rabbit meat should be enough for the monkeys to eat. Lu Fan joked with a smile as he turned the rabbit meat over. The roasted rabbit is golden in color and smells fragrant. They wrapped the rabbit tightly with leaves. Afterwards, the two of them hummed a cheerful tune and led Dahe towards the monkeys' territory. With Dahe leading the way, the journey was safe and sound, and they soon arrived at the monkeys' habitat. As soon as we arrived at the monkey territory, we saw a group of monkeys jumping up and down on the trees, which was very lively. Some of them were swinging among the branches, some were chasing and playing with each other, and some were basking in the sun comfortably. Lu Fan stood under the tree and shouted at the top of his voice, "Old friends, we are here to see you again." When the monkeys heard the noise, they stopped what they were doing and looked around curiously. A few brave monkeys jumped down from the tree and ran to Lu Fan and Enlon as fast as lightning. His eyes were fixed on the rabbit meat in their hands, his eyes full of desire. Lu Fan handed over the rabbit meat with a smile, and the monkeys immediately rushed over, fighting for it, and eating until their mouths were full of oil. From time to time, it makes cheerful noises, as if it is holding a grand food party. Seeing this, the other monkeys also gathered around and joined the feast. At this moment, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had discovered a new world, and he shouted excitedly, "Enlon, look, my stone tools are here." Enlon looked in the direction he pointed and couldn't help laughing. "Good fellow, it turned out that these naughty ghosts stole your treasure. No wonder we couldn't find it in the shelter." Lu Fan walked up quickly, stretched out his hand to the little monkey holding the stone axe, and said gently, "Little guy, give me back my tools." The little monkey held the stone axe tightly and took a few steps back. It looked as if the stone axe was its most precious treasure, and it was reluctant to let it go. Lu Fan smiled helplessly, took out a piece of rabbit meat from his bag, and waved it in front of the little monkey. The little monkey's eyes lit up instantly, and he threw the stone axe to the ground and pounced on the rabbit meat like an arrow. Lu Fan was quick to pick up the stone axe and examined it carefully over and over again. Except for some slight wear on the axe blade, everything else was intact. In fact, Lu Fan was not reluctant to part with these tools. On the contrary, he was full of curiosity about the purpose of the monkeys taking the tools. Just then, the Monkey King heard the noise and ran over in a hurry. It looked at the stone axe in Lu Fan's hand and seemed extremely excited. It danced and gesticulated and made squeaking sounds, as if expressing something. The Monkey King was very concerned about these tools. He quickly walked up to Lu Fan, staring at the stone axe, with excitement flashing in his small eyes. Then, it snatched the stone axe from Lu Fan's hand, walked to a small tree in a serious manner, and imitated Lu Fan's previous actions, raising the stone axe high with both hands and chopped down hard on the tree trunk. With a dull bang, the stone axe hit the tree, and wood chips flew everywhere, but the small tree just shook and was not cut off. The Monkey King seemed to be startled by the sudden recoil and took several steps back. But soon it became excited again, raised the stone axe again, and chopped again and again, with such concentration, as if it was performing a sacred and solemn ceremony. After chopping for a while, finally a thinner branch was cut down. The Monkey King dragged the branch aside with great effort, then picked up the stone knife and started to gesture at the branch. It used a stone knife to carefully cut the branch, trying to make it into the right length and shape, but because it was not very skilled, the stone knife kept slipping and it couldn't cut it properly. The Monkey King was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks and kept squeaking, as if he was asking someone for help. Lu Fan and Enlon watched the Monkey King's actions quietly from the side, without making any noise to disturb him. Enlon said doubtfully, "This Monkey King is imitating you in using tools. It looks really good." Lu Fan smiled and nodded. "Yes, I didn't expect them to be so interested in these tools. It seems that the learning ability of animals should not be underestimated." Chapter 174: The Seed of Civilization, the Brick-Carrying Monkey. In a bustling monkey territory, The Monkey King went through a lot of hard work and finally dealt with the branch in his hand. It piled the processed branches, vines, and leaves it had found earlier together and began to build the shed with great interest. I saw it first firmly inserting several thick branches into the ground, forming an irregular circle. Then they were skillfully tied together with vines, and finally carefully covered with layers of leaves. Although the shack was crooked and looked fragile, it seemed like it would collapse in the next second. But the Monkey King had a smug look on his face, like a proud little general. It went in and out of the shack happily, and from time to time ran to other monkeys, dancing and showing off, with an expression as if saying that this was the greatest masterpiece of its life. Lu Fan, who witnessed this scene, suddenly realized it. It turned out that the Monkey King stole the stone tools after seeing how efficient and convenient he was in using the tools in his daily life, and realized that tools could help them accomplish various tasks more easily. Lu Fan looked at the Monkey King and the group of lively monkeys around him, and an indescribable, wonderful feeling surged in his heart. These little guys are smart and show great enthusiasm and talent for using tools. If they can continue to learn and master the use of tools, they may be able to create their own unique civilization. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan made a decisive decision. With a smile on his face, he walked forward gently, patted the Monkey King on the shoulder, first pointed to the stone axe and stone knife on the ground, and then pointed to the hut that the monkeys were building. Then he solemnly handed the tools to the Monkey King and said earnestly, "These are for you. I hope they can help you live a more enjoyable life." The Monkey King looked confused at first, holding the tools at a loss, with confusion in his eyes. Seeing this, Lu Fan patiently demonstrated again the actions of using the stone axe to chop trees and the stone knife to cut, explaining in detail while doing so. The Monkey King suddenly realized what was going on. He excitedly took the tools and turned back to building the shack. When the other monkeys saw that the Monkey King had obtained the precious tool, they immediately gathered around him, looking at him eagerly with eyes full of anticipation. Lu Fan smiled and comforted. Don't worry, everyone will have a share." After that, he distributed the remaining stone tools to the other monkeys one by one and taught them how to use them step by step. The monkeys were indeed smart. They quickly mastered the use of the tools and started working busily in the woods. Some monkeys waved stone axes and chopped branches vigorously. Some monkeys held stone knives and carefully carved wood. And some monkeys used stones to crack nuts and enjoyed the delicious food. For a moment, the woods were filled with the sound of bang bang and the joyful cries of monkeys, creating a lively picture. Anlan looked at this lively and warm scene and asked curiously, "Are you really giving them all the tools? Aren't you afraid of any accidents?" Lu Fan explained with a smile. There is a saying that the difference between humans and animals is that humans can use tools. Since humans learned to use tools, they started the process of civilization. So, if these monkeys also mastered the use of tools, could they also create their own civilization? I am really curious. Besides, we now have more advanced iron tools, and these stone tools are not that useful anymore, so giving them to them is the best use of them. After hearing this, Anlan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Your idea is really novel and unique. However, seeing how happy they are, it's worth giving them the tools." At this time, the live broadcast room was flooded with comments. "Oh my God, monkeys can use tools. I remember a movie called Rise of the Planet of the Apes, in which the apes are like humans. Am I the only one who finds this extremely terrifying? Humans are interfering with the development of a species. Does this count as changing history?" In Liu Cixin's short story Destiny, dinosaurs became the overlords of the earth. Do you think this group of monkeys who can use tools will dominate the wilderness in the future? In the bustling monkey territory, Lu Fan looked at the busy monkeys, cleared his throat, and spoke loudly. "Old friends, I have a big project going on, and I need your help moving some bricks. If you help me, I'm sure you'll have more delicious rabbit meat next time." When the Monkey King heard this, his eyes lit up instantly, and he squeaked twice, as if he was calling his friends, or as if he was agreeing to Lu Fan's request. The other monkeys also stopped what they were doing and gathered around, full of curiosity about the new task. So, Lu Fan and Anlan led the group of monkeys and headed towards the brick kiln. Along the way, the monkeys jumped and danced happily, full of energy. Some of them shuttled swiftly among the branches, while others ran happily on the ground. Some of them playfully jumped onto Lu Fan and Anlan's shoulders, pulling their hair from time to time, making the two of them laugh. Dahe also ran around excitedly among the monkeys, playing with them and having a lot of fun. After arriving at the brick kiln, Lu Fan picked up a brick, held it high, and shouted, "Look, everyone, just move them to my shelter." As he spoke, He placed the brick in front of a larger monkey and patted it gently on the shoulder. The monkeys stared at the brick, first looking at it curiously, and then a few brave monkeys took the lead, imitating Lu Fan's behavior, picked up the brick and ran towards the shelter. Seeing this, other monkeys followed suit. Soon, the road from the brick kiln to the shelter was filled with monkeys holding bricks, like a busy and happy brick-moving assembly line. The Monkey King was even more energetic. He walked unsteadily while holding a brick that was bigger than himself with great effort. Although it looked very strenuous, it still gritted its teeth and persisted, looking back at other monkeys from time to time, looking like a responsible traffic director. A little monkey accidentally dropped a brick on the ground. It was so scared that it jumped away quickly and then looked at other monkeys eagerly, as if asking for help. Another monkey passing by saw it, and without saying a word, picked up the brick and helped it move to the shelter. In the process of moving bricks, the monkeys also came up with many new and interesting methods. Some monkeys stacked several bricks together, tied them tightly with vines, and then dragged them away. Some monkeys worked in pairs, with one pulling in front and the other pushing behind. Looking at the monkeys' creative actions, Lu Fan and Enlon couldn't stop laughing. These little guys are really smart. Enlon exclaimed with a smile. Yes, maybe they can really create their own civilization in the future. Lu Fan looked at the busy group of monkeys, his eyes full of expectation and longing. As time went by, the bricks in the kiln became fewer and fewer, but the bricks piled up next to the shelter grew higher and higher. Although the monkeys were exhausted and out of breath, none of them gave up. Their enthusiasm is like a burning flame, filling the entire wilderness with vigor and vitality. Chapter 175, Building a House. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all posted comments. This group of monkeys is so powerful, they are just experts at moving bricks. Lu Fan's trick of using monkeys to move bricks is amazing. It feels like these monkeys are really about to start the era of civilization. Finally, with everyone's concerted efforts, all the bricks were successfully moved to the shelter. The monkeys collapsed on the ground exhausted, gasping for breath, but their faces were filled with smiles of pride and satisfaction. Lu Fan and Enlon took out the remaining rabbit meat and distributed it to the monkeys. The monkeys immediately became excited and started to fight for the food, eating with gusto and enjoying themselves very much. After the bricks are prepared, we enter the key step of building a house, laying the foundation. In the wild, digging the foundation by hand is a huge undertaking and is obviously not a feasible solution. After careful survey, Lu Fan selected an area right next to the original shelter. The terrain here was relatively flat, making it an ideal location for building a house. He did it right away. He first dug a few shallow pits on the ground, and then carefully buried the explosives in the pits. Enlon was watching from the side, speechless, and said, Do you really need to use explosives? Lu Fan smiled and responded easily. Isn't this just to save some effort? There are ready-made tools, why not use them? After lighting the fuse, Lu Fan ran away. With a loud bang, the earth shook and billowing smoke and dust instantly rose into the sky. The monkeys had never seen such a scene before. They were immediately frightened and started squeaking and panicking. Some monkeys instinctively hugged the big trees next to them, holding onto the trunks tightly and trembling. Others panicked and ran towards the low-lying areas, almost falling into the ditch. Lu Fan hurriedly comforted her loudly. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine. He shouted and opened his arms in a protective gesture, trying to calm the monkeys. The Monkey King also quickly realized that he could not lose his composure and pretended to be calm and squeaked, as if to encourage his companions. Don't be afraid, everyone. I'm here. With the comfort of Lu Fan and the Monkey King, the monkey group gradually calmed down. After this scare, there was a little more awe in their eyes when they looked at Lu Fan. When the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, a relatively wide shallow pit suddenly appeared before our eyes. Lu Fan pointed at the pit and shouted to the monkeys, Friends, we have to fill this pit. Everyone, go find some stones, the bigger the better. The Monkey King was the first to react. He rushed out with a few strong monkeys and ran towards the nearby hillside, ready for a big fight. A monkey finally found a big rock at the foot of the hillside. He rushed over excitedly and wanted to lift it by himself. But no matter how hard they tried, the stone didn't move at all. It was so anxious that it kept circling around the stone, squeaking nonstop, as if asking for help from its companions. At this time, another monkey heard the sound and came over, and without saying a word, stood on the other side of the stone. The two monkeys looked at each other, shouted, hey yo, in unison, and worked together to finally lift the stone. Before long, With the joint efforts of the monkeys, the stones were piled up into a small hill. Next, Lu Fan began to mix cement. He mixed clay, sand, and water in a certain proportion, then picked up a thick wooden stick and stirred it vigorously. The monkeys gathered around curiously, staring at the ever-changing mixture in Lu Fan's hand without blinking. His eyes were full of confusion, as if he was wondering what this magical thing was. The Monkey King also came very close, wanting to find out what was going on, but he was accidentally splashed with cement in his face and instantly turned into a funny, white-faced monkey. The other monkeys laughed so hard when they saw this, and some even rolled on the ground. Everything is ready, and the pit-filling work officially begins. The monkeys were full of energy and picked up stones and threw them into the pit. Lu Fan patiently instructed them, telling them to place the stones evenly so that the foundation would be more stable. A little monkey threw a stone too hard, lost his balance, and almost fell into a pit. Fortunately, the monkey next to it was quick-witted and grabbed its tail and pulled it back. As the stones piled higher and higher, Lu Fan began to pour the mixed cement on top to allow the stones to solidify together. The monkeys followed suit, picking up small branches, dipping them in cement, and smearing them on the stones. Although their bodies and faces were covered with cement, everyone was working enthusiastically and enjoying it. Lu Fan was looking around to see if there were any uneven spots and whether he could help. After a period of intense and joyful work, the big hole was finally filled and the ground became flat and solid. The monkeys cheered and jumped on the newly filled foundation, as if they were celebrating a great victory. Lu Fan looked at his masterpiece, smiled with satisfaction, and said with a long sigh, not bad, but I am really exhausted." The Monkey King, who was exhausted to death beside him, sad face, "Oh." After the foundation is filled, it still takes time for the cement to fully solidify and reach sufficient strength. So, for the next 2 days, everyone could only wait patiently. Finally, after 2 days of Lu Fan's anxious waiting, the foundation was almost completely dry. Lu Fan walked to the foundation with great anticipation. He first carefully stretched out one foot, stepped lightly, and felt the hardness of the foundation. Afterwards, he stood on it and jumped hard. The foundation was solid, and there was no shaking at all. As expected, stability at the grassroots level is the key to overall happiness. If things aren't going well at the bottom, what's the point of doing well at the top? Lu Fan shouted excitedly, with a satisfied smile on his face. Anlan couldn't help but tease. "Now you are satisfied, you can build a house." Since the foundation has been tested and found to be so solid, Lu Fan felt confident, and the building project officially began. He bent down and picked up a brick with steady and careful movements, and gently placed it on the foundation. This brick would become the starting foundation of the entire house and would have extraordinary significance. Next, Lu Fan picked up a shell as a spoon, accurately scooped up a spoonful of prepared cement, and evenly and carefully spread it on the brick surface. The thickness and uniformity of the cement were just right. My friends, watch out. Bricklaying requires great skill. The placement of each brick and the application of each mortar are related to the stability and safety of the house. While operating, Lu Fan patiently explained to the monkeys, his voice full of professionalism and concentration. The Monkey King seemed to have received the signal from Lu Fan. He squeaked and jumped up and down in the monkey group. His agile figure seemed to be conveying the order to start work. The monkeys' enthusiasm was instantly ignited, and they, who were originally looking around, suddenly became energetic. Chapter 176, Building in Progress. They gathered around Lu Fan from all directions, each with anticipation written all over their face, hoping to receive a new task. They gathered neatly around him, their eyes wide open, like the twinkling stars in the night sky, watching Lu Fan's every move intently, afraid of missing any key step. The Monkey King was not willing to be outdone. With his agility, he jumped directly to Lu Fan's side, squatted there steadily, tilted his head, and observed every detail intently. He looked so serious, as if what he was doing was not just simple bricklaying work, but the study of some profound and mysterious knowledge. "Look, this circuit board. Ugh, this floor, it has to be flat." Before building the wall, in order to create a solid and flat ground, Lu Fan first evenly spread a layer of cement on the foundation. This layer of cement was like a solid base for the house. This step requires great patience and carefulness. Every movement of Lu Fan is smooth and skillful. He knows that only when the foundation is laid solid enough can the subsequent work be carried out smoothly. Lu Fan planned to save the remaining cement for building walls, making full use of it and not wasting a single bit. After roughly finishing the smearing, Lu Fan picked up the shovel again. At this moment, the The shovel in his hand was like a professional brick knife. He skillfully used the strength of his wrist to smooth the cement surface bit by bit. The shovel made a subtle and rhythmic friction sound when it came into contact with the cement. The monkeys listened with great interest. Some even unconsciously imitated Lu Fan's movements, gesturing with their little hands in the air. The whole scene was full of warmth and harmony, as if everyone was not doing the heavy work of building a house, but participating in an interesting group activity. After finishing the floor, Lu Fan began to build the wall. He stood beside the foundation, holding a brick in his hand, and announced loudly to the monkeys, "Monkeys, we have to build a 5 by 6 rectangular house with a wall about 2 meters high and a room in the middle. Although it looks simple, every step must be taken carefully." The monkeys squeaked as if they understood what was going on, but from their excited eyes, it could be seen that they couldn't wait to continue helping. The Monkey King jumped up and down, constantly cheering his companions on, as if to say, "Everyone work harder, let's complete this big project together." The wall construction officially began. Lu Fan picked up a brick, evenly spread cement on one side of the brick, and then placed it firmly on the floor. Each brick was placed to the millimeter to ensure that it was horizontal and vertical. As he was building the wall, he kept saying, "Building a wall is like building blocks. You have to stack them up steadily one by one. If they are a little crooked, the whole wall will not be solid." The monkeys had clear division of labor. Some were responsible for mixing cement, and some were responsible for handing bricks to Lu Fan. The monkeys in charge of mixing cement gathered around a large basin of cement and stirred it vigorously with wooden sticks, imitating what Lu Fan had done before. One little monkey stirred too hard, and cement splashed all over him. He instantly turned into a cement monkey. His appearance was so funny that the other monkeys laughed. But it didn't care, shook its body, and continued to stir vigorously. The monkeys who handed out bricks didn't have it easy either. They lined up and handed bricks to Lu Fan one by one. The Monkey King took the lead personally, holding a brick, staggering to Lu Fan and handing him the brick. He looked so serious and responsible, like a conscientious little foreman. Over time, the wall gradually rose. After Lu Fan finished laying each layer of bricks, he would use a long wooden stick to check the verticality of the wall to ensure that there was no deviation. He also measured with his eyes from time to time to ensure that each layer of bricks was level. At noon, the sun became particularly strong and everyone felt a little tired. Lu Fan decided to take a break. Lan had already prepared food. She took out some fruits and nuts and shared them with the monkeys. The monkeys happily took the food and sat aside, eating it with relish. Some monkeys even hid the fruits in their arms, preparing to eat them later. After a short break after eating, everyone continued to work. As the wall grew higher, passing bricks became more difficult. The monkeys came up with a solution. They built a ladder with bricks. Several monkeys stood on the stairs and passed bricks to their companions standing higher up, who then passed them to Lu Fan. Although this method is somewhat crude, it is very effective and greatly improves work efficiency. When building the middle partition wall, Lu Fan needs to be more careful because this wall not only has to bear its own weight, but also has to serve as a room divider. He took careful measurements to ensure the partitions were in the right places. The monkeys also felt the tense atmosphere. They held their breath and cooperated seriously with Lu Fan's work. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye the sun is about to set. After a whole day of hard work, the wall was finally built successfully. Looking at the two walls that were beginning to take shape before them, the monkeys cheered excitedly. They jumped around the wall, and some even climbed up trees, chirping towards the sunset, as if announcing their achievements to the world. Lu Fan stood by the wall with a gratified smile on his face. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a long breath, and said, "It's finally done. Thank you all for your hard work today." Lan also came over and looked at the two walls. He couldn't help but praise them. "You are really good. You built the wall with these monkeys." The Monkey King ran to Lu Fan, pulled his hand, and squeaked, as if asking for credit and reward. Lu Fan smiled and patted its head, saying, "You have been a great hero today. Let's keep working hard tomorrow and build a more beautiful house." Although everyone was exhausted, no one felt tired. The monkeys gathered around Lu Fan and listened to him talk about his work plan for tomorrow. Lu Fan pointed at the wall and explained in detail the steps of installing doors and windows and building the roof. The monkeys listened attentively, making squeak sounds from time to time, as if they were asking questions or expressing their opinions. As the sky gradually darkened, Lu Fan and Lan lit a bonfire and prepared to cook dinner. The monkeys also sat around the campfire, staring at the ingredients in Lu Fan's hands, looking forward to a delicious dinner. Tonight, they will celebrate the achievements of the day and recharge their batteries for tomorrow's work. After dinner, The monkeys returned to their own territories to rest. Lu Fan and Enlon lay on the bed, reviewing every detail of the day. Although the process was full of hardships and laughter, they felt immense satisfaction seeing the house gradually take shape. In this wilderness, they and the monkeys created a miracle, and this miracle is still being written. Chapter 177 Roof Covering. The next morning, the sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves onto the earth. Lu Fan and Enlon got up early and prepared to start a new day's work. The monkeys also came one after another. They were all in very good spirits, as if they couldn't wait to continue participating in the house-building project. The walls of the house had just been built and needed some time to dry, so Lu Fan decided to use this time to prepare for building the roof. However, finding suitable roofing materials in this wilderness is not easy. After some thought, he turned his eyes to the lush bamboo forest not far away and decided to use bamboo to build the roof. Monkeys, our mission today is to cut bamboo. We will use the bamboo to make a great roof for our house. Lu Fan waved the axe in his hand and shouted at the monkeys. When the monkeys heard this, they immediately became excited, jumping up and down and chirping nonstop, as if responding to Lu Fan. Okay, we can't wait any longer. The Monkey King took the lead and ran towards the bamboo forest, followed closely by the other monkeys. The huge team was like an army about to go to war. Along the way, the monkeys jumped around happily, some shuttled between the branches, some ran on the ground, and from time to time, they stopped to pick wild fruits to eat, just like a group of naughty children. After arriving at the bamboo forest, Lu Fan looked at the densely packed bamboos in front of him and began to select them carefully. What he was looking for were thick and straight bamboos that could bear the weight of the roof. Look, thick and straight bamboo like this is what we need, Lu Fan said, pointing to a bamboo and demonstrating to the monkeys. The monkeys followed suit and began looking for bamboo that met their requirements. A little monkey finally found a bamboo that looked very thick. He ran over excitedly, hugged the bamboo, and tried to pull it out. However, despite his great efforts, the bamboo did not move at all. It was so anxious that it kept circling around the bamboo, squeaking nonstop, which made the other monkeys laugh. Lu Fan walked over with a smile, picked up the axe, and chopped the bottom of the bamboo a few times. The bamboo fell down with a crash. The little monkey looked at the fallen bamboo with his eyes wide open and full of admiration, as if saying, "Wow, it turns out that this is possible." With the joint efforts of Lu Fan and the monkeys, more than a dozen thick and straight bamboos were cut down at one time. These bamboos are long and heavy, and it is not an easy task to carry them back to the shelter. However, the monkeys will not be intimidated by this difficulty. They found vines and tied the bamboos together. Then several monkeys carried it together, shouting, hey yo, and walked back step by step. After finally bringing the bamboo back to the shelter, the next step is to repair it. Lu Fan picked up a saw and sawed off the extra branches and joints of the bamboo, making the bamboo smoother and flatter. The monkeys gathered around, watching Lu Fan's operation curiously, handing him tools from time to time, or helping to hold the bamboo. The Monkey King was not to be outdone. He picked up a small branch and imitated Lu Fan, making movements on the bamboo as if he was doing some serious repair work. When the other monkeys saw the appearance of the Monkey King, they laughed so hard that they fell over, and some even rolled on the ground. After repairing the bamboo, Lu Fan started another important task, using fire to burn the bamboo slightly to carbonize it, which can prevent the bamboo from being infested with insects and extend its service life. He built a fire in the open space, then placed the bamboo on the fire and slowly turned it so that the surface of the bamboo could be heated evenly. The monkeys gathered around the fire, staring at the bamboo without blinking, and they were all very curious as the color of the bamboo gradually darkened. After a whole day of hard work, the bamboo was finally carbonized. The monkeys returned with the food. Lu Fan lay in the chair and enjoyed Enlan's massage. I never thought I would be able to build a house with my own hands. This feels like a dream. Enlan looked down at Lu Fan and said. Lu Fan, who was originally looking up at Enlan, also came back to his senses. Yeah, it's only been more than a month, and I feel like I'm in another world. The house has been built and the land has been planted. Live broadcast room. Time flies by so fast. It's already been more than a month. They have worked so hard. If it were me, I would go crazy if I had no entertainment for such a long time and couldn't even see anyone. Lu Fan and Enlan are fine. They can talk to each other and have so many pets. But Master Lingyu is all alone. I'm afraid he may go insane one day. Lord Lingyu is very powerful and has no shortage of food. It's just that he lives in this remote wilderness without a companion. The next morning, the sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves and fell in front of Lu Fan's cabin. He stretched his body and stretched his muscles, then prepared to start working on the unfinished roof. This time, Lu Fan decided to complete the task alone and not bother the group of cute monkeys anymore. Because after a whole day of hard work yesterday, the main structure of the roof has been roughly completed. The remaining workload for today is relatively light, just enough for the little guys to have a good rest. Lu Fan first found a thick and sturdy main beam and placed it firmly on the roof. This main beam is like the backbone of a house, supporting the weight of the entire roof. Then, he brought long and thin bamboos from the surrounding area and neatly stacked them on both sides of the main beam in a certain order. Each time he placed a bamboo, he would carefully adjust its position and angle to ensure that they could fit together perfectly to form an inclined slope. In this way, rainwater can flow smoothly down the slope, preventing accumulation of water from damaging the roof. In the process of arranging the bamboos, Lu Fan also paid special attention to the connection between the bamboos. In order to prevent the bamboo from loosening or slipping during future use, he cleverly opened a small hole on the top of each bamboo. When two adjacent bamboos are placed in place, these openings can lock into each other, greatly enhancing the stability between the bamboos. After all the bamboos were successfully placed, Lu Fan did not stop his work. He took a bucket of pre-mixed cement and used a brush to carefully spread the cement evenly on the surface of the bamboo. This layer of cement not only effectively prevents rainwater from penetrating into the house, but also further consolidates the connection between the bamboo and the roof, making it stronger and more durable. As time went by, the sun rose higher and the temperature became hotter. But Lu Fan was busy all the time, concentrating on his work. Beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead, but he didn't bother to wipe them off. Finally, after several hours of hard work, the roof repair work was completed. Looking at the brand new, solid, and reliable roof in front of him, a satisfied smile appeared on Lu Fan's tired face. Chapter 178, Sunning Bearskin. Looking at the newly repaired roof, Lu Fan stretched and wanted to take a break. But when he thought of the upcoming cool weather, the scene of lying comfortably on the warm Kong emerged in his mind, and he instantly became full of energy again. We have to take good care of this Kong. We'll rely on it to keep warm in the winter. Lu Fan muttered as he rolled up his sleeves and walked into the corner full of bricks. What are you going to do? Looking at the busy Lu Fan, Lon asked curiously. Lu Fan grinned. I'll get 2 more Kangs, the kind from northeast China. I've used them before, they're much warmer. After saying that, Lu Fan started to take action. He first stacked the bricks neatly on the ground, planning the position of each brick like an experienced commander. 1 piece, 2 pieces. This is the prototype of the Kong Edge. Lu Fan muttered to himself, his voice full of anticipation. The big black dog next to him was wagging his tail and circling around, occasionally coming up to smell the bricks. Get lost, you stupid dog. Lu Fan slapped Dahe away, otherwise its saliva would have dripped onto his hand. It was time to build the Kong. Lu Fan picked up a brick and spread cement evenly on the surface of the brick. His technique was as skillful as that of a professional bricklayer. Building a Kong is not an easy job, especially at the corners. You have to be extra careful. As Lu Fan was building the structure, he muttered, "This is how it should be built." He carefully adjusted the angle of each brick, keeping his eyes fixed, fearing any mistake. As the bricks were piled higher and higher, the shape of the Kong gradually emerged. When building the Kong hole, Lu Fan encountered some minor troubles. That is the top of the Kong, and it will fall down without anything to support it. He frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly an idea came to him. He took some bricks and placed them at the bottom of the Kong hole, piling them up until they formed a complete supporting structure. Then he put a brick on top and continued laying bricks. This way we can ensure that the Kong hole is spacious and the Kong is stable. Lu Fan smiled with satisfaction. In this way, he could just wait until the cement on the top dried and then remove the bricks inside. After some hard work, the 2 Kangs were finally built. Lu Fan took a few steps back, looked at his masterpiece carefully, a proud smile on his face. Mission accomplished. I won't be afraid of the cold in winter anymore, he shouted excitedly. Dahe also barked twice, as if celebrating for him. Lon also looked at the 2 Kangs curiously. One on the left and one on the right. They were quite large, with an aisle nearly 1 meter wide in the middle. Are we going to make a fire down here then? Lon asked curiously, pointing at the Kong hole. Lu Fan nodded. Well, then I won't be afraid of the cold. 2 simple and practical Kangs appear before our eyes, adding a touch of warmth and unique charm to this humble little house. Lu Fan stretched out tiredly. Although his whole body ached, he felt extremely satisfied. He closed his eyes and imagined sitting on a warm Kong with Lon in winter, watching the snowflakes flying outside, and making a pot of hot tea. How comfortable that would be. This is what life should be like. Lu Fan said softly with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Live broadcast room. Why are the beds for 2 people in 1 room? Aren't there 2 rooms? Isn't it obvious? The 2 of them sleep in the same room. Why didn't Enlon refuse? It's obvious that these 2 are a couple. It's just that they haven't revealed it yet. Ling Yu, peanut for me. They're isolating me. The 2 of them sat leisurely in the yard, immersing themselves in this precious tranquility. The warm sunlight fell softly, like a layer of gauze, gently draped over them. Lu Fan picked up the teacup comfortably, took a sip, and felt the tea fragrance slowly spreading on the tip of his tongue. He felt completely relaxed. At this moment, they just have to wait for the cement in the house to dry completely, and then they can happily move into this new home that has condensed countless efforts and start a new life. Inadvertently, Lu Fan's gaze swept to the corner of the yard and fell on the bare skin soaking in the basin. His eyes lit up. He put down his teacup, stood up, and said excitedly, "This bare skin must be taken care of. When winter comes, we can spread it on the Kong. It will be so warm and comfortable." Enlon also stood up with a slightly annoyed smile on his face. "I have been so busy these days that I almost forgot about this treasure." Lu Fan reached into the basin, gently touched the bare skin, felt its texture, and nodded with satisfaction. "Well, the soaking time is just right. Now we just need to wash it clean and dry it." As he spoke, he grabbed a corner of the bearskin with both hands and pulled it up with great effort. This bearskin is big and thick, and it is quite heavy. Lu Fan lost his balance, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Enlon was quick-witted and quick-handed. He rushed forward, stretched out his hands, and tightly grasped the other corner of the bearskin. Lu Fan smiled to himself. How could he not be able to lift it? The 2 worked together to drag the bear skin to the water's edge. After arriving at the river, Lu Fan slowly immersed the bear skin into the water, then held the edges of the bear skin with both hands and began to rub it vigorously. With his rhythmic movements, the dirt attached to the bear skin was peeled off bit by bit and merged into the river water, and the originally clear river water gradually became turbid. Dahe followed behind all the way. Seeing his master busy, he became very excited and jumped happily beside him. From time to time, he would stretch out his claws and gently scratch the bear's skin, as if to say, "Master, I want to help, too. Go away, don't make trouble here." Lu Fan smiled and drove Dahe away. Dahe seemed to understand and ran away a few steps with his tail wagging, but his eyes were still fixed on his owner's every move. After a long period of effort, the bearskin finally became clean and tidy. Lu Fan and Enlon grabbed the 2 ends of the bearskin tightly with their hands, and it took a lot of effort to pull it out of the water. They put it on their shoulders and walked towards the yard with brisk steps. Along the way, the 2 talked and laughed, sharing the interesting things that happened during the house-building process. Although the bear skin was heavy on their shoulders, they were in a particularly relaxed and happy mood. Back in the yard, Lu Fan searched carefully around and found 2 thick and straight branches. He placed the branches firmly between 2 trees and carefully built a simple but practical clothesline. Then, he and Enlon carefully lifted the bear skin and gently placed it on the clothesline. In order to prevent the bear skin from being blown away by sudden wind, they found several stones of suitable size and pressed them on the 4 corners of the bear skin. The bear skin slowly unfolds in the warm sunshine, and the wet hair sparkles with tiny rays of light under the sunlight, as if it were endowed with a layer of mysterious color. Enlon looked at the bear skin with anticipation in his eyes and couldn't help saying, "If this is processed well, it will be very comfortable to lie on the Kong in winter with this bear skin covering it." Lu Fan smiled and replied, "Of course. We will have a heated Kong and bear skin. Even if it is freezing outside, our house will be warm and cozy. We won't be afraid of the cold winter." Chapter 179, Human Relations. After drying the bear skin, Lu Fan clapped his hands and turned to look at Enlon with a look of helplessness and ridicule. "The monkey's appetite these days is really amazing. Our food reserves are almost exhausted. I have to go hunt some prey, or we won't be able to feed these little guys." When Enlon heard this, his eyes lit up instantly, and he said excitedly, "I want to go too. I've been here for so long that my bones are almost rusty. I just want to stretch my muscles." Dahe seemed to understand their conversation. He excitedly circled around their feet, barking happily and wagging his tail like a rattle, as if to say, "I want to go too. I want to go too." So the 2 men and the wolf headed towards the forest. Along the way, mottled sunlight poured down through the gaps between the leaves, forming golden spots on the ground. The gentle breeze blows, and the rustling of leaves interweave into a beautiful forest symphony. Enlon was deeply attracted by the beautiful scenery around him. He stopped from time to time and bent down to admire the wild flowers blooming on the roadside. The wild flowers are colorful and dotted in the grass, like a painting carefully painted by nature. As Lu Fan walked, he alertly paid attention to the movements around him, searching for the traces of prey with sharp eyes and not missing any trace of movement. Soon, they arrived at the river where they had dug sand before. The river water flows gently and is so clear that you can see the sand and rocks at the bottom of the river and the swimming fish. Discovering river crabs. When Lu Fan lowered his head, he saw many small river crabs running around under the rocks and among the water plants. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he greeted Lan excitedly. "Look, there are so many river crabs. We're in for a treat today." As he said this, he quickly rolled up his trouser legs and prepared to go into the water to catch crabs. Lan looked in the direction he pointed and exclaimed, "Really? You have such a good eye. It's so small, I didn't even see it just now. These river crabs are only the size of bottle caps and don't seem to have much meat." Lu Fan explained with a smile, "This kind of river crab is only this big. Don't underestimate them. They are so fragrant and crispy after being fried, I guarantee you won't be able to stop eating them." Then, Lu Fan stepped into the water first, and Lan was not to be outdone, and followed carefully into the water. Just as she stepped into the water, a naughty river crab waved its big claws and pinched her toes aggressively. She screamed in fear, lost her balance in an instant, and almost fell. Hearing the sound, Lu Fan quickly turned around and saw Lan's panicked look. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Be careful. These little guys are powerful characters, not easy to mess with." Lu Fan squatted down and reached out to grab a river crab. The crab moved for a moment and then remained motionless. He attacked directly, quickly striking from the side and accurately grasping the river crab's back. He proudly lifted the crab up and showed it to Lan. "Look, that's how you catch it. You need to be quick and accurate." But what happened next made Lan's jaw drop. Under the magical influence of Lu Fan's animal affinity, the originally alert and agile river crabs seemed to be cast under a spell, lying there stupidly, waiting obediently for Lu Fan to catch them. With every step Lu Fan took, the river crabs around him seemed to be acupunctured. They clenched their claws tightly and remained motionless, as if time had stopped at that moment. And Lan's eyes widened, with disbelief written all over his face. This is too magical. What kind of magic did you cast on them?" Lu Fan smiled and shrugged, saying nonsense in a serious tone. "Maybe they were confused by the fragrance of my Hong Kong feet. They were so intoxicated by the smell that they forgot to run away." When Lan heard this, he smiled and punched Lu Fan lightly. "You just talk nonsense. Who would believe you?" As they talked, the two of them sped up their crab catching, going back and forth, and soon they had filled a large basket. Looking at the baskets filled with river crabs, Lan suddenly had an idea and said with a smile, "We have caught so many river crabs. Why don't we give some to the monkeys? They must have never tasted this delicacy, and they might like it." Lu Fan shook his head and said half-jokingly, "Forget it. It's just such a small crab. It would be embarrassing to give it to them. I have to pick something big and presentable before I can give it to them." Hearing Lu Fan's words, Lan burst out laughing. "Oh, I didn't expect that you have also been poisoned by the human relationships in this world. There's nothing we can do about it. This is the objective reality. How can you ask someone for help without giving them a gift? And you can't give them something too shabby, or they will think you look down on them, even if they don't really need it." Lu Fan responded with a smile, and the two looked at each other and smiled, full of tacit understanding. After catching the river crabs, Lu Fan found some snails by the river. They were quietly attached to the stones and water plants. Lu Fan's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "These snails are not bad. If we simply stir-fry them when we get home, they will surely taste delicious. We will be able to feast on them again." As he spoke, he bent down and began to pick up snails. Lan also enthusiastically joined the team picking snails. The two of them chatted happily while picking snails. "Do you boys fantasize about having a snail girl come to do your laundry and cooking for you?" Lan joked with a smile, with curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Lu Fan replied seriously, "Snail girl? What snail girl? Isn't it enough for me to have you by my side? No one else is worthy of my attention." After hearing this, Lan smiled even brighter, her face flushed slightly, and she said angrily, "You are the only one who is sweet-mouthed and talkative." In the live broadcast room, the bullet screen kept rolling like snowflakes. "Oh my God, why do I feel like there's something mysterious going on in Lan's words?" "Don't feel anything. There is something mysterious. My girlfriend often tests me like this." "The guy upstairs actually has a girlfriend? I don't believe it unless you introduce her to me." Master Lu Fan's reaction speed and witty answer just now are almost as smart as Einstein's. As the two were talking, Da He also ran over. When he saw his owner picking snails, his curiosity was instantly piqued. He leaned over, sniffed hard with his nose, and then licked it with his tongue. As a result, the snail accidentally pinched its tongue, and it cried out in pain and kept spinning in the same place, looking very funny. Lu Fan and Enlon laughed so hard when they saw Dahe's funny look. Enlon laughed so hard that tears were about to come out, and Lu Fan rubbed his stomach, which hurt from laughing. As time went by, there were more and more snails in the basket. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Chinese player Enlon triggers 10,000 times rebate. Fresh river crab 5410000. Fresh snails 1451000. The live broadcast room suddenly became lively again, with comments scrolling wildly. Wow, that's so much. How long will it take to finish it? I don't envy anyone who can't win, because I raised one myself in the toilet picture. Oh my god, isn't this an apple snail? You can't eat this thing. It's poisonous. Chapter 180 Fried River Crabs. Lu Fan looked around and saw that they were almost enough, so he said to Enlon, "That's enough. These snails are enough for us to eat for several meals. If we pick more, our kitchen will be full." Enlon straightened up, rubbed his sore waist, and said with a little regret, "It's a pity that I didn't catch any prey today. Fortunately, I brought my bow and arrow. It seems that hunting still depends on luck. It's not that easy to catch prey. Don't worry, let's try again tomorrow. Maybe we'll be lucky tomorrow and catch a big one." Lu Fan comforted optimistically. The two of them set out on their journey home with a lot of harvest. Along the way, they chatted with each other, imagining the delicious food in the evening, and their stomachs began to growl, as if urging them to go home quickly to enjoy this sumptuous meal. Back in the shelter, Lu Fan was eager to try and turn the day's catch into mouth-watering delicacies on the table. He sent Dahe to play aside, then turned to Enlon and said confidently, "Just wait and taste the snails and river crabs I make. I guarantee you will be so full of praise that you won't be able to stop eating." Enlon sat aside with a smile on her face, ready to enjoy Lu Fan's cooking performance. Lu Fan first poured the snails out of the basket and began to process them carefully. He picked up a pair of scissors and skillfully cut off the tails of the snails one by one. His speed was as fast as the wind, and each cut was accurate and perfect. Once the tail is cut, the meat will come out with a gentle suck when eating. It's very convenient, and it also allows the snails to absorb the flavor of the seasoning better. While cutting, Lu Fan patiently explained to Enlon. He looked so serious, as if he was imparting some secret martial arts skills. Enlon looked at the densely packed snails and felt his scalp tingling slightly. There are so many. How long will it take to cut them? I feel dizzy just looking at them. Lu Fan smiled and consoled him. Don't worry, practice makes perfect. Besides, for a delicious meal tonight, what's the point of this little effort? Just think of it as the sweet price you pay for the delicious food. Sure enough, not long after, with Lu Fan's efforts, the tails of all the snails were cut off. Lu Fan rinsed the snails in clean water over and over again until the water became crystal clear. Every snail was washed clean without a trace of mud or sand remaining. Okay, we've processed the snails. Now it's time for the river crabs. He poured the river crabs into a large basin. Looking at these aggressive little guys, Lu Fan couldn't help but tease them. "You were all so well-behaved and obedient when I caught you just now. Why are you so arrogant now? You still want to escape, but it won't be that easy." As he spoke, he picked up a brush and scrubbed the river crabs one by one. The river crabs rushed around in the basin, struggling hard, trying to escape from this dangerous zone, but ultimately they could not escape Lu Fan's clutches. There were even a few naughty river crabs that crawled out of the basin, but were caught by Lu Fan's quick hands and eyes. Enlon watched from the side, grinning from ear to ear. "You look just like a warden guarding a prison. These river crabs are prisoners who want to escape. Unfortunately, they are not Andy. No matter how hard they struggle, they cannot escape from my control." Lu Fan answered seriously with a confident smile on his face. The cleaned river crabs were neatly placed aside, and Lu Fan began to prepare the ingredients for frying the river crabs. He carefully took out the lard he had treasured for a long time and slowly poured it into the pot. In an instant, a rich and mellow aroma spread, filling the entire kitchen. Frying river crabs with lard tastes absolutely amazing, so fragrant that it can make the kids next door cry with envy. Lu Fan said proudly, his face filled with love and pride for food. As the oil temperature gradually increased, Lu Fan carefully put the river crabs into the pot. With a crackling sound, the pot suddenly became lively. The river crabs rolled happily in the pan, as if they were dancing a passionate dance. After a while, it turned into an attractive golden color. The color made people salivate at the sight of it. Lu Fan took out the fried river crabs, sprinkled a handful of salt on them, and stirred them gently. Let each river crab be evenly coated with salt grains. The salt grains are like covering the river crabs with a layer of mysterious golden coat, making the fragrance even better. Once the salt is sprinkled on, the aroma is completely stimulated. It is simply the finishing touch. After frying the river crabs, Lu Fan immediately started stir-frying snails. He poured a proper amount of oil into the pot and added onions and ginger to stir-fry. In an instant, the kitchen was filled with fragrance, which went straight into people's nostrils, whetting their appetite. Then, he poured the washed snails into the pot, stir-fried them quickly for a few times, and then added various spices. These spices blend with the snails in the pot, creating a unique aroma, and the whole kitchen is immersed in this rich fragrance. Wow, it smells so good. I can hardly resist it. This aroma is simply making me hungry. And Lon kept swallowing his saliva, staring at the snails in the pot, unwilling to look away for a moment. Don't worry, I still have my secret weapon. Lu Fan mysteriously took out the pickled chili peppers he had carefully prepared from the corner. I pickled this myself. The taste is absolutely authentic. You can't get such authentic food anywhere else. As he said this, he scooped a large spoonful of pickled chili into the pot and continued to stir-fry. The addition of pickled chili makes the aroma of the snails more rich and mellow, and the color of the pot becomes more vivid and attractive. The red peppers and brown snails are a perfect match. Add some water to allow the snails to fully absorb the aroma, so that they will taste better. Lu Fan added water while explaining patiently, and each step was filled with his persistence and pursuit of delicious food. As time passed, the soup in the pot gradually thickened. Lu Fan kept stirring it until the soup was almost dry. Every snail was tightly wrapped in the rich soup, exuding an enticing aroma. Okay, the snails are out of the pot. He put the fried snails into a large plate. The steaming snails exuded an enticing aroma, making people salivate, as if telling people how delicious they were. Mission accomplished. Lu Fan brought the fried river crabs and snails to the table, a satisfied smile on his face. Come and try my cooking to see if it suits your taste. And Lon couldn't wait to pick up a fried river crab and took a bite. With a crunch, the shell of the river crab is crispy and delicious, and the meat inside is tender and juicy. The fragrance instantly spread in the mouth, filling the entire mouth. The wonderful taste made Lon intoxicated. It's so delicious. This is the most delicious river crab I have ever eaten. And Lon praised it highly, his face full of happiness and satisfaction. The most delicious? Have you eaten it before? Lu Fan asked in surprise. Not really. And Lon answered with a smile. The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere was warm and sweet. Lu Fan also picked up a snail and sucked it gently. The snail meat slid into his mouth. The spicy taste instantly stimulated his taste buds. The taste was smooth and rich, making people unable to stop. The taste is just right. The pickled chili is really the finishing touch, which makes the taste of this dish rise several levels. The two ate and chatted, their laughter echoed in the shelter, and a warm atmosphere filled every corner. I had a very satisfying meal today. And Lon touched his stomach, looking happy and with a satisfied smile on his face. That's right. With me here, I will make sure you eat happily every day and keep you plump and white. Lu Fan patted his chest and assured, his eyes full of tenderness and pampering. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Lu Fan and Lon sat in the yard, enjoying this rare quiet time. The stars are twinkling like tiny diamonds scattered on the black sky. The breeze blows gently on the face, bringing a hint of coolness, making people feel extremely comfortable. Although I didn't catch any prey today, I caught so many river crabs and snails, so it's a good harvest. And Lon sighed with a satisfied smile on his face. Yes, life is like this, full of surprises and accidents. Maybe we can catch a big prey tomorrow. Everything is possible. Lu Fan said expectantly, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The two sat quietly, enjoying this peaceful and beautiful night, their hearts full of longing and expectation for their future life. Chapter 181 Broken Bow, Bearskin Coat. Early the next morning, the sunlight just penetrated the gaps between the leaves and cast golden spots on the ground, as if nature had lit up little blessing lights specially for Lu Fan and Lon. They took Dahe with them and set out on a hunting trip again in high spirits. Soon after entering the forest, good luck came one after another. A deer stalk was spotted ahead. A fat muntjac was eating grass defenselessly with its head down. Lu Fan and Lon looked at each other, with tacit understanding flowing in their eyes. They tiptoed slowly and approached slowly, taking every step carefully, for fear of disturbing this God-given delicacy. Dahe was also very sensible. He lowered his body and followed quietly behind him, just like a well-trained little agent. Seeing the right opportunity, Lu Fan acted decisively. A sharp arrow shot out like lightning and hit the muntjac accurately. The muntjac didn't even have time to struggle. It fell to the ground with a plop and became their prey. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy muntjac 10,000 A. Before they could cheer and celebrate, a cooing sound was heard not far away. A pheasant is approaching you. Lu Fan turned around and saw a colorful pheasant walking leisurely. Wait until I lure it over here, then you can do it. Lu Fan whispered to Lon, who was eager to make a move, and took out a few nuts. He slowly squatted down, spread out his palm to reveal the nut, and called softly, "Don't be afraid, little chicken, come and have some delicious food." Lu Fan's animal affinity quietly activated, emitting a special wave that only animals could sense. The pheasant was attracted by the food and moved closer step by step foolishly, completely unaware of the impending danger. When the pheasant came into range and was only 5 or 6 meters away from them, Enlon was quick-witted and quick-handed. He picked up the bow and arrow, and with a whoosh, the arrow flew across the sky like a meteor and nailed the pheasant directly to the ground. "Haha, I finally hit it," Enlon shouted excitedly. At this moment, one can seem to hear the inner thoughts of the fallen pheasant. What sin have I committed? The live broadcast room instantly became lively. 666, this trick of luring the enemy deeper is really great. Chicken, I am so impressed. I have run into a scammer. This isn't wilderness survival. This is clearly a sweet couple in the wild. Bonnie and Clyde, I love this combination so much. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Enlon triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy pheasant 10,000 A. Dahe was not willing to be left behind. He jumped up and down in the grass, and soon came back with a fat rabbit in his mouth. It held its head high and wagged its tail like a rattle, as if to show off. "Look, I'm so brave." Just as they were immersed in the joy of harvest, a group of sheep appeared on the hillside ahead, discovering a herd of goats. Dahe and Lu Fan noticed the movement at the same time. As soon as Dahe saw the sheep, he was instantly energized and rushed over, as fast as a black whirlwind. Lu Fan also quickly bent his bow and drew his arrow, ready to take down one each with Dahe. Dahe dodged left and right in the flock of sheep, causing chaos, and soon he succeeded in knocking down a lamb. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy goats 10,000 A. However, just as Lu Fan was about to shoot the arrow, an accident happened. He confidently put the arrow on the bow and pulled the bow, but the bow made a creaking sound, like an old man unable to bear the weight, and the bow arm broke with a snap. This sudden change was like a balloon exploding, which stunned Lu Fan. He still held the half-broken bow tightly in his hand, with a confused look on his face. Enlon was startled and hurriedly pulled Lu Fan's hand to check. "How is it? Are you not hurt?" Lu Fan shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said helplessly, "It's okay, this bow really knows how to choose the right time. Okay, let's stop here today. These prey are enough for us to eat for a long time." So the two of them took Dahe and dragged the heavy trophies, talking and laughing all the way home. Back at the shelter, they began processing their prey. The pheasant was chopped in half to be eaten immediately, and the feathers were carefully collected to be used as arrow feathers. The remaining muntjac and sheep were carefully stuffed into the storage room. Lu Fan rolled up his sleeves, lit a fire, and prepared to show off his cooking skills. Enlon helped by cutting the fresh rabbit into small pieces and preparing to stew it. Dahe lay on the side, staring at the food, licking his lips from time to time, and sweeping his tail happily on the ground. After a while, an enticing aroma wafted from the pot. The hair rolled in the pot, the soup gradually became thick, and the fragrance filled the entire shelter. At the same time, the other half of the pheasant was roasted on the fire. The fat dripped into the fire, making a crackling sound, and the golden and shiny skin was mouth-watering. This fragrance is so delicious that the animals on the next hill would probably cry with greed. Lu Fan joked with a smile. Enlon rolled his eyes at him, but couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. "You are the only one who can talk nonsense, but today's hare and pheasant will definitely give us a good meal." The food was served and they devoured it with relish. The hare was tender and melted in the mouth, the pheasant had a crispy skin and was juicy inside, and they ate it with great relish. Dahe also got what he wanted and got a few bones. He lay in the corner and chewed them with relish. After eating and drinking, Lu Fan began to study the broken bow. He looked at the broken end carefully, frowning slightly. "This bow is broken too completely. It seems it is not strong enough. I have to make a new one." Enlon was helping to clean up the dishes. Hearing this, he said, "That's great. If the old doesn't go away, the new will come. Let's make a more powerful one. It will definitely hit the target every time." Lu Fan's eyes lit up, and he nodded in agreement. "You're right. Let's get started tomorrow and prepare the materials first." At night, Lu Fan checked the bearskin that had been dried in the sun and found it was ready to use, so he gave it to Enlon as a quilt. Enlon gently stroked the bearskin, feeling the soft touch from her fingertips, with a happy smile on her face. "Wow, this is so warm. It feels like being wrapped in a warm embrace." Seeing Enlan's satisfied expression, Lu Fan felt warm in his heart. He smiled and said, "I'll use it as your blanket from now on. It doesn't have any smell. I know you're afraid of the cold." Dahe came over and rubbed his head against the bearskin, as if he also wanted to feel the warmth. Lu Fan patted Dahe's head gently and said, "Go away and sleep in your doghouse." Soon, the two returned to the room and lay down. Enlan's face was full of smiles. Seeing that Enlon liked it, Lu Fan felt warm in his heart and said shamelessly, "Such a warm quilt. I also want to experience it. Can I sleep with you tonight?" When Enlon heard this, her cheeks slightly turned red, but the corners of her mouth could not help but rise, and she smiled and scolded. You wish? Get out of here quickly. Live broadcast room. Master Lu Fan's abacus beads are falling on my face. I'm so envious, Bearskin. Have you noticed that more and more leaders are wearing bearskins recently? Yesterday, there was a second-generation live broadcast showing the brown bear they secretly raised, but the account was blocked after 2 minutes of live broadcast. Didn't they say that the brown bears were properly handled and distributed to the public? I saw a bottle of red wine a few days ago and poured myself a glass. Take a quick look. Hey, green. Why does this bottle of red wine turn out green? In the past, red wines like to have copper labels on the inside, but over time, when exposed to oxygen from the outside, the copper underwent a chemical change and turned green when poured out. So it's not the wine that's the problem, it's the copper inside that's the problem. Awesome. I don't even dare to read it even if you dare to post it. At night, everything falls asleep, leaving only the stars shining brightly. Is it really impossible for us to sleep together? Roll. Okay. Chapter 182 Centennial Elm. The next day, at dawn, Lu Fan got up early. He stretched lazily, and the slight depression he felt last night because Enlon refused to sleep with him disappeared instantly in the vigorous morning energy. At this moment, his mind was full of making new bows and arrows. After all, in this wilderness full of dangers, bows and arrows were the key tools to ensure survival and obtain food. After a simple breakfast, Lu Fan said goodbye to Dahe, who was still lying lazily in the nest, and Enlon, who was smiling. With an iron axe and a broadsword slung firmly on his waist, he marched towards the depths of the forest with heroic and high-spirited steps. The golden sunlight penetrated the gaps between the leaves and sprinkled on him in star-like spots, as if he was wearing a dazzling golden battle suit. As Lu Fan walked forward, he repeatedly sketched the appearance of the new bow in his mind, thinking to himself, is a long and powerful bow more advantageous, or is a short, compact, and easy-to-operate bow more suitable for me? Just as I was thinking deeply, suddenly, a series of muffled bang-bang sounds broke the silence of the forest. He was curious and followed the sound. After passing a clump of lush bushes, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. I saw the majestic Monkey King wielding a slightly heavy stone axe and chopping at a big tree with all his might. Every swing brought with it a whistling sound, and wood chips flew everywhere like snowflakes. The Monkey King also noticed Lu Fan's arrival. He suddenly stopped what he was doing, tilted his head, and his pair of black eyes were instantly filled with joy. Then it came running over enthusiastically, holding an axe and saying hello. He first jumped happily in front of Lu Fan, waving his hands excitedly in the air, and then patted his chest hard. It kept making squeak sounds from its mouth, as if proudly showing off. Look how great I am. Lu Fan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he had an idea in his mind. He thought that the Monkey King had lived in the mountains for a long time and must be familiar with all kinds of trees. He might be able to help him find suitable wood. So he bent down, picked up a piece of wood from the ground, and used his hands to make the shape of a bow. Then he held both ends of the wood tightly and tried to bend them hard, pretending to be extremely strenuous. Then he let go of the branch, allowing it to quickly rebound, to signal the Monkey King that he needed that kind of extremely tough wood. Do you know where to find this kind of elastic wood? Lu Fan asked softly. At first, the Monkey King looked confused, with his head tilted and his eyes full of confusion. He obviously did not understand what Lu Fan meant. However, Lu Fan was not discouraged and continued to demonstrate patiently over and over again. As expected of a clever guy in the forest, the Monkey King finally understood after watching it several times. It patted its chest louder and louder, raised its head high, and looked very confident, as if it was solemnly assuring, I'll take care of this little thing. After saying that, it grabbed Lu Fan's arm with amazing strength and dragged Lu Fan hurriedly into the depths of the forest. It looked so anxious, as if it was afraid that Lu Fan would change his mind the next second. Along the way, the Monkey King was like a nimble elf, jumping up and down in the woods and looking back from time to time to see if Lu Fan was following him. It jumped nimbly from one tree to another, then quickly leaped from one tree to another. It kept making various cheerful noises from its mouth, as if it was enthusiastically introducing to Lu Fan the hidden treasure in this forest. Lu Fan was so amused by its enthusiasm that he could only quicken his pace and follow closely behind. After some twists and turns and countless turns, Lu Fan finally followed the Monkey King to the edge of a cliff, discovering Centennial Elm. Looking up, he saw a century-old elm tree that blocked out the sun. Lu Fan was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. My goodness, it would probably take more than a dozen people holding hands to hug this tree. It is truly the giant in the tree world. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, then slowly paced around the tree, his eyes full of shock and uncontrollable excitement. The bark of this elm tree is rough and cracked, just like the wrinkles on an old man's face that have been weathered by years. The gullies silently tell the long story of the years. The huge tree crown stretches out wantonly in all directions, and the lush branches and leaves are stacked layer upon layer, casting shadows like a quiet green ocean, forming a natural super umbrella for this mountain forest. There are many bird nests densely distributed on the tree, and various insects are busy shuttling among them, as if the tree itself is an independent and complete miniature ecosystem, witnessing the cycle and reproduction of life. It stands quietly on the edge of the cliff, like a god guarding the mountains and rivers. Its thick roots are like dormant earth dragons, winding and twisting, breaking through the hard rocks and extending deep into the earth, as if declaring its tenacious vitality and indomitable will to the land. The live broadcast room was instantly filled with comments. "Oh my God, it's spectacular. It's a feeling of standing tall. It's so shocking. It's the first time I've seen such a big tree. It feels like it has gone through hundreds of years of wind and rain. What's going on here is the urge to build a house in a tree." Lu Fan slowly reached out his hand and gently stroked the tree trunk, truly feeling the solid and powerful texture, and was filled with admiration for the wonders of nature. He reached out and grabbed a low-hanging branch and tried to bend it hard. The branch was flexible and elastic, bendable but not broken, and it rebounded with just the right amount of force. "Hey, this toughness is tailor-made for making a bow." Lu Fan rubbed his hands excitedly, but he had no intention of killing the ancient tree. "After all, it is not easy for it to grow to this shape, and all I need is a branch as thick as my arm." Lu Fan did what he said. He pulled out a sharp axe from his waist and walked steadily to a branch of suitable thickness. He carefully measured the tree trunk several times to find the best position, then took a deep breath, raised the axe high, and began to chop. The iron axe collided violently with the bark, making a dull and powerful bang 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 sound. Every swing was filled with Lu Fan's full expectations. The Monkey King was also busy and happy on the side. He jumped onto the tree nimbly to help Lu Fan move away the small branches that were in the way. Then he jumped excitedly under the tree, squeaking nonstop, as if cheering for Lu Fan. Not long after, the branches were cut off, and Lu Fan picked them up to observe. There were some strange patterns inside the elm tree. The texture of elm wood is straight. Looking at the cross-section of the wood, it looks like lines carefully drawn by nature with a ruler, extending along the longitudinal direction of the wood, regular and smooth. But if you look closely, you will find that these lines have subtle ups and downs and changes, like a winding stream in the mountains, adding a sense of agility. Chapter 183, Making a Sheep Horn Bow. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Centennial Elm Tree 10,000 I. Live broadcast room. "Oh my God, this big tree appeared in our village. My God, it's so huge in person. I'm so envious. Your village is now developed, and you can develop tourism. Many people have never seen a tree. I'm sure someone will go there. Now that there is water, the land is recovering, and there are more trees. I wonder if I will ever see a forest again. It's okay. If you can't see it, we'll burn it for you to see." Lu Fan picked up the branch and was about to return home with the Monkey King when suddenly, a low roar came from not far away. Black Panther spotted. Lu Fan's heart tightened and he looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a majestic Black Panther slowly walking towards him. The Black Panther's body is shiny black, its muscles are taut, and it exudes the aura of a king with every step it takes. Its eyes were like two green gems, sparkling in the sunlight, making people shudder. Lu Fan's heartbeat suddenly quickened, his hand unconsciously tightened around the axe, his mind racing with thoughts of countermeasures. But strangely, the Black Panther did not attack as Lu Fan had imagined. It just walked under the elm tree and looked up at Lu Fan and the Monkey King. Then it slowly circled the tree, then kicked off with its hind legs, put its front paws on the trunk, and climbed up the tree swiftly. It found a thick branch, lay down comfortably, rested its head on its front paws, closed its eyes, and prepared to sleep. Lu Fan and the Monkey King looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. "What's going on with this Black Panther? Did he come here to take a nap after eating?" Lu Fan muttered quietly, and the tension in his heart relaxed a little. He stood there and observed the Black Panther for a while. After making sure that it really had no intention of attacking, he turned around cautiously and prepared to leave. Phew, luckily it was a false alarm. Looks like I'm pretty lucky today. Lu Fan breathed a sigh of relief, carried the branch, and set out on the road back to the shelter with the Monkey King. Along the way, the Monkey King was still as lively as before, jumping between branches and stopping from time to time to wait for Lu Fan. As Lu Fan walked, he recalled the thrilling scene just now and couldn't help laughing out loud. "I really gained a lot today. Not only did I find good materials for making bows, but I also witnessed the strange behavior of Black Panthers." Lu Fan muttered to himself, and his steps became lighter. When they returned to the shelter, Enlon will definitely be very happy to see him carrying such good branches back. Thinking of this, Lu Fan quickened his pace, wishing he could fly back immediately. The Monkey King said goodbye to Lu Fan and continued his tree-cutting mission. When they were almost at the shelter, Dahe heard the noise and ran out to greet them. It wagged its tail, circled around Lu Fan and the Monkey King, and made happy noises. Lan also came out of the house, and when she saw Lu Fan, a bright smile appeared on her face. "You're finally back. I was worried about you." Lan walked forward, took the branch from Lu Fan's shoulder, and looked at him curiously. "Look at this branch, it's definitely the best material for making a bow," Lu Fan said excitedly, and then told Lan about his experiences along the way, including meeting the Monkey King, finding the century-old elm tree, and encountering the Black Panther. Lan listened attentively, exclaiming from time to time, "Wow, this is such an exciting trip for you." She smiled and said, "But it's really strange that the Black Panther climbed up the tree to sleep. Who says it's not true? Things in this wilderness are really unpredictable." After dinner, Lu Fan stretched his wrists, rolled up his sleeves, and strode towards the century-old elm tree of extraordinary significance. This piece of elm wood, which has gone through the years, carries all his expectations for the new weapon. In these days of survival in the wilderness, it will be made into a key aid for survival. He picked up the knife, put the blade against the elm bark, and moved quickly and decisively, each cut full of strength and concentration. The elm bark, bearing the marks of time, peels off gradually, revealing a pale yellow and white wood layer. The delicate texture is like the mark flowing in the long river of time, clearly visible and telling the long past of this ancient tree. After peeling off the skin, Lu Fan held the knife upright and began to remove the tiny burrs attached to the wood. His eyes were focused and firm, again and again, with great patience. Soon, the surface of the elm wood became smooth and flat, and warm to the touch, as if responding to his careful polishing. Then, Lu Fan skillfully set up a simple grill on the open space and quickly started a fire. The raging flames licked the elm wood wantonly, making a sizzling sound, and a faint burnt aroma wafted away. His eyes were fixed on the elm wood, never leaving it for a moment, and he turned the long stick in his hand from time to time to ensure that the elm wood was heated evenly. As the temperature gradually rises, the fiber structure inside the elm wood quietly changes, slowly becoming soft and plastic, like a tamed beast, gradually and obediently presenting the shape he expects. When the temperature was just right, Lu Fan quickly took the roasted elm wood off the fire, placed it steadily between two flat stones, and then pressed it firmly with a thick brick. In order to ensure that the curvature of the bow was accurate, he found two straight branches and carefully fixed them on both sides of the bow. It's like installing a pair of stable stabilizers on the bow, allowing it to maintain a perfect posture during the shaping process. After processing the elm wood, Lu Fan turned and walked towards the storage area and found a pair of goat horns he had harvested from hunting before. The shape of these two corners is unique, and their curvature and size fit the bow arm perfectly, as if they were the perfect accessories specially prepared by God for this bow. He put the sheep horns into the pot, filled it with water, and then put it on the fire to boil. The water in the pot gradually heated up, steam rising up, and at the same time emitting a faint fishy smell. About half an hour later, he poked the sheep's horn gently with a wooden stick, and feeling that the texture had become soft, he quickly took it out. Then he picked up the knife and began to carve the sheep's horns. With his skillful technique, he precisely shaved off the excess part of the goat's horn bit by bit, with each cut being just right, until the goat's horn fit perfectly on both ends of the bow arm. In order to fix the sheep horn and the bow arm more firmly, he also carefully carved several grooves at the fitting point. Then he found some tough plant fibers, skillfully twisted them into thin ropes, and wrapped the sheep horns tightly around the bow arm, circle after circle. Finally, he fixed the processed sheep horn bow arms with bricks. The work was done, and he just had to wait for them to be completely formed. Lan quietly watched Lu Fan's busy figure from the side. His focused look exuded a unique charm that deeply attracted her attention. "Okay, it will be almost done tomorrow. The elm wood is of the right dryness and thickness, and it will be shaped successfully in 12 to 14 hours. Lu Fan stood up, dusted off his hands, and patiently explained to Lan, who looked curious. "As for the sheep horns, it's even quicker, just 4 or 5 hours. Lan looked at Lu Fan talking and was full of curiosity. She couldn't help but ask, "How do you know so much?" Lu Fan laughed heartily. "There are many ethnic minorities in Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan. I have seen them making bows and arrows before, and I learned these tricks from them." Chapter 184. You were pregnant with my child. In the afternoon, the warm sunlight penetrated the gaps between the branches and leaves, outlining patches of mottled light and shadows on the ground of the shelter, and there was silence all around. Lan lay quietly on the bed, his brows slightly furrowed, his expression looking a little strange. Lu Fan, who was sorting hunting tools on the side, also noticed this situation. He looked up at Lan from time to time, his eyes full of worry. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and walked gently to the bedside, asking in a gentle voice, "Lan, are you feeling unwell?" Lan shook his head gently and replied in a low voice, "No, I'm just a little sleepy." How could Lu Fan believe her words? He asked, "Tell me the truth. What's going on? It's nothing. Don't worry about it. But unable to withstand Lu Fan's repeated questioning, Lan hesitated for a long time, her face flushed red like a ripe tomato, and then she slowly leaned close to Lu Fan's ear and explained to him in a voice as thin as a mosquito. What? You're pregnant with my child? Lu Fan stood up suddenly, raised his voice, and his face was instantly filled with irrepressible joy. This voice was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, and the live broadcast room suddenly became boiling. Adhi, I'm fucking torn apart. What's going on? What's going on? How did I get pregnant all of a sudden? What did I miss? Impossible. I watch their live broadcasts every day. They have no chance. It's absolutely impossible. Ah, my goddess. Don't cue if he's dead, underscore. And Lan, who was lying on the bed, blushed with shame. She instantly became angry and punched Lu Fan with her fist. Her voice cracked in anxiety. What nonsense are you talking about? Who is pregnant with your child? Seeing Lan suddenly get up excitedly, Lu Fan hurriedly caught her fist and supported her, fearing that she would fall. Just kidding. It's just your period. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Lu Fan begged for mercy and comforted her softly. And Lan's face turned red and white, and he punched him in anger, saying angrily, You really want to piss me off to death. Lu Fan helped Lan lie down again, carefully wrapped the bearskin around her body, and said gently, Just wait patiently. After that, he turned around and walked away. He quickly found the honey and carefully brewed a bowl of honey water at the right temperature. He brought it to Lan and said with concern, Drink some of this, you will feel better. Lan rolled her eyes at him, but couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. She took the honey water, took a sip, and the sweet taste instantly spread on her tongue. Then, Lu Fan picked up a bamboo tube and filled it with hot water. When the water temperature is right, plug it tightly with a wooden stopper to ensure that not a drop of water leaks out. He quickly ran back to the room and handed the bamboo tube to Lan. Hold your stomach, it will definitely make you feel better. After doing all this, Lu Fan still felt that it was not thoughtful enough. He suddenly remembered the ginseng he had found in the wild with great difficulty and thought that it was a great tonic that might help Lan relieve the discomfort during her menstrual period. So, he ran to the storage room excitedly, dug out the ginseng, strode back to Lan's bedside, and said expectantly, Lan, I brought the ginseng. It's very nourishing. If you eat some, you will definitely feel more energetic. Lan looked at the ginseng in Lu Fan's hand, feeling angry and amused, and quickly stretched out her hand to stop him. No, this ginseng really can't be eaten now. Lu Fan was puzzled, scratched his head and asked, Why? Isn't this ginseng a good thing? Lan smiled helplessly and explained patiently, Ginseng is indeed a good thing. It has the effects of replenishing vitality, strengthening the spleen and lungs, etc., but you have to eat it at different times. I am in my menstrual period now, and my physical condition is different from usual. My constitution is a bit hot, and during my menstrual period, the blood in my body is in an active state. Ginseng is warm in nature, and eating it is like pouring more oil on a blazing fire, which will only make the heat evil in my body more prosperous. By then, the menstrual flow may become very heavy, the menstrual period may be prolonged, and the body may feel even more uncomfortable. Lu Fan was stunned when he heard this, and suddenly realized, so that's how it is. I thought this treasure would work at any time. It seems that there is a lot to learn about menstruation. And Lan continued, moreover, even if a girl has a weak constitution, she should be cautious about whether she can eat ginseng during her menstrual period. Everyone's physical condition is different, so the diagnosis should be based on the specific symptoms. Some girls feel cold and have stomach aches during menstruation, so eating some ginseng may be helpful, but don't eat too much. Lu Fan nodded repeatedly, carefully put the ginseng away, and said, Fortunately you understand this, otherwise I would have done something bad with good intentions. Now, besides drinking honey water and hot compresses, what else do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. And Lan looked at Lu Fan's nervous and serious look, and felt warm in her heart. She smiled and said, No need, what you have is enough. Don't be busy, take a break. Lu Fan was not willing to give in. That won't do. You are in a special period now. I have to take good care of you. Otherwise, I will find you some blood-replenishing food, so that you can eat it to replenish your blood. Having said that, he raised his foot and prepared to walk out. And Lan quickly grabbed him and said, Listen to me. Girls don't have to eat specific things during their menstrual period. Dairy products, fish, shrimp, animal offal, etc. are fine. The main thing is to supplement protein and iron. Don't act like the sky is falling. Looking at Lu Fan, who was still worried, and Lan smiled helplessly. Oh, there's really no need to do anything now. Let's talk about it later. Just sit here and chat with me. Only then did Lu Fan sit down and chat with Lan. Sometimes he vividly told Lan about the interesting things he had encountered in the wild before, and sometimes he asked Lan with concern if she would have any other discomforts during her menstrual period. From time to time, he would get up to add some hot water to Lan or reheat the bamboo tube. Live broadcast room. Fortunately, I'm not pregnant. I was scared to death. It's just a matter of time. Hiki, I give up. My girlfriend also wants to drink honey water. Where can I get honey water? I'm going crazy. What's that? My mistress was asking for ginseng and I beat her up. 666. A warm atmosphere permeated the shelter throughout the afternoon. Are you feeling better? How can it be so fast? Then do you want to eat something? How about I cut off some of the antlers from the big horns and give them to you to replenish your body? Are you a devil? It won't die if I cut it off anyway. Although Lan was suffering from the discomfort of her menstrual period, Lu Fan was busying around her, which touched her heart. This warmth was enough to dispel her physical discomfort and made this special afternoon particularly memorable. Chapter 185 New Bow and Arrow. The next morning, the faint sunlight was like a golden veil, gently filtering through the cracks in the shelter and falling into every corner of the house. Lu Fan got up early and tiptoed to the makeshift stove. His eyes were full of tenderness and concern. Today, he planned to make a pot of honey, coconut milk, and goat milk for Lan, who was in her menstrual period, hoping to bring her a little warmth and comfort. The flames in the stove were jumping happily. Lu Fan skillfully poured fresh coconut milk into the pot. As the coconut milk rolled, the refreshing fruity aroma instantly spread. Then, he added an appropriate amount of goat's milk, and the liquid in the pot gradually became thicker and the color became more attractive. Finally, he scooped up a spoonful of honey, slowly poured it into the pot, and stirred it gently. The honey slowly melted in the hot liquid, blending perfectly with the coconut milk and milk, exuding bursts of sweet fragrance. Lan walked out of the house with sleepy eyes, still a little dazed. When she saw the big pot of tempting milk tea in front of her, she couldn't help but be stunned, and a hint of surprise and emotion flashed in her eyes. Is this for me? Lan asked in disbelief, his voice a little hoarse. Lu Fan immediately nodded proudly, with a brilliant smile on his face, as bright as a flower blooming in spring. Of course, I made it especially for you. I took a bite, and it's so sweet. Looking at Lu Fan begging for praise like a puppy, Lan couldn't help but laugh softly, her smile full of tenderness and helplessness. It's such a big pot. How can I finish it? You should drink some too. It's okay, you drink first. If you can't finish it, I'll drink it. Lu Fan squatted beside the bed, his eyes full of pampering, looking at Lan gently. Lan took a sip gently, and the warm liquid flowed down his throat, feeling sweet in his mouth and warm in his heart. Lu Fan picked up the pot and drank the rest, gulping it down. He looked so satisfied, as if he was tasting the most delicious delicacy in the world. Okay, you don't have to stay with me. Just go and do your own thing. Lan said softly, looking at Lu Fan, who was going to stay by her side. Okay then, I'll be outside. Call me if you need anything. Lu Fan walked out of the room carrying the pot, looking back every few steps. It looked as if he was not going to work outside, but was going to experience a life and death separation, and he was full of worry and concern for Lan. After putting down the pot, Lu Fan took a deep breath and began to devote himself to making a new bow and arrow. He walked to the bow and arrow that was being shaped with great anticipation. After a night of waiting, the bow and arrow was basically formed. He carefully removed the brick that was pressing on it, and saw that the bow arm remained firmly bent, lying quietly on the ground, as if telling of its tenacity and strength. Lu Fan picked it up gently and looked at it carefully, his eyes flashing with excitement and anticipation. Yes, this top-grade elm wood is indeed very malleable. He looked at the bow arm carefully and couldn't help but express his sincere admiration. The next step is to process it finely. First, he took out the hemp rope he had prepared. This hemp rope is tough in texture. Lan spent a lot of time and energy collecting plant fibers in the wild and carefully twisted them. He carefully wrapped the hemp rope around the joint between the sheep horn and the bow arm, circle after circle, making each circle tightly to prevent it from loosening. The sheep horn itself has excellent toughness and elasticity. When perfectly combined with the curved bow arm, it can not only greatly increase the elasticity of the bow, but also allow the arrow to shoot farther. At the same time, it can also provide good protection for the bow arm and extended service life. Lu Fan's fingers were like those of a nimble dancer, moving flexibly between the hemp rope and the bow arm. In a short while, the sheep's horns and the bow arms were tied tightly, as if they had been one from the beginning. After dealing with the connection between the sheep horn and the bow arm, Lu Fan turned his attention to the place where the bow arm was held. It would be embarrassing if my hand slipped here, he joked with a smile, his laughter echoing in the air with a hint of relaxation and humor. Then he began to carefully tie the bow arm with hemp rope at the hand grip. While tying, he constantly adjusted the spacing and tightness of the hemp rope according to his own feel and usage habits, striving to make it comfortable and stable to hold. Next comes the critical moment of installing the bowstring. Lu Fan picked up another rope from the storage area. This rope was made by Lan using some hemp plants. It was an excellent material for making bowstrings. The bowstrings made from it are extremely powerful. Before, there was no better material, so snake tendons had to be used instead, but the effect was slightly worse. He carefully fixed one end of the snake tendon to one end of the bow arm. Then he held the rope tightly with both hands and stretched it hard, with the muscles in his arms tense. Finally, the rope was successfully tied to the bow arm, forming a perfect bowstring. Lu Fan couldn't wait to pick up the new bow and tried to pull it a few times. Buzz. The bowstring vibrated tightly and powerfully, and the sound was clear and pleasant, like a horn of victory. The air seemed to be torn apart by this powerful force, making a sharp sound. Wow, this feels great. Lu Fan couldn't help but shiver. It felt like the roar of a new car's engine starting up. He shouted excitedly, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy. Compared with the previous bow, this new bow has made a qualitative leap in both elasticity and feel. Every time he drew the bow, he could clearly feel the powerful force rapidly accumulating in his hands, as if it could burst out with amazing energy at any time and shoot towards a distant target. No, I have to go outside and try it. Lu Fan's heart was filled with the urge to try, and that urge was like a burning flame, burning stronger and stronger. He turned and picked up the quiver, which contained the arrows he had carefully crafted earlier. The metal arrowhead flashed coldly in the sun, and with its straight and smooth arrow body and the black feathers at the back, it looked majestic and full of attack power. He strode out of the shelter and onto an open meadow. Dahe and Anlin were also attracted by his excitement and followed him out. Dahe was running happily on the grass, jumping up and down like a sand sculpture. And Lan stood aside with a smile on his face. That smile was as warm and gentle as the sunshine in spring. Her eyes were full of trust and expectation for Lu Fan, as if telling Lu Fan that no matter what he did, she would silently support him behind his back. Lu Fan stopped, took a deep breath, pulled out an arrow from the quiver, and put it on the bowstring. He leaned slightly to the side, his body tense, like a cheetah ready to pounce. His eyes were fixed on the target in front of him, a thick tree. His eyes were firm and sharp, as if he could see through everything. With a whoosh, the arrow shot out like lightning, carrying a powerful force, cutting through the sky and flying straight towards the big tree. With a puff sound, the arrow firmly stuck into the big tree. The tail of the arrow was still trembling slightly, as if cheering for this precise hit. Cool. Lu Fan jumped up excitedly, his face filled with the joy of victory and his smile as bright as the sun. Dahe was also barking happily nearby, its barking rising and falling as if celebrating this great moment. And Lan came over with a smile, his eyes full of praise. It seems that this new bow is really powerful. Lu Fan said proudly. Of course not. I made this carefully, and I will rely on it for hunting in the future. Chapter 186 Moving into the Brick House. After trying the bow and arrow, Lu Fan felt a great sense of accomplishment, but he knew in his heart that on this deserted island full of dangers, the more protection he had, the more hope he had for survival. After all, no one knows whether you will encounter a ferocious beast or other unexpected danger in the next second. So he decided to make a crossbow for Lan. Compared with bows and arrows, crossbows are easier to operate and allow Lan to better protect himself when necessary. He turned to look at Lan, his expression serious and his eyes full of concern. Lan, I plan to make you a crossbow. This thing is easy to use and more convenient for you to use. It will also give you more confidence to deal with danger. A hint of curiosity flashed across Lan's eyes, and then he said, Bow and crossbow? Do you need my help? Lu Fan shook his head gently, his tone firm but with a hint of tenderness. The process of making a crossbow is a bit complicated, and the tools are sharp. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. You can just watch from the side and tell me any ideas you have at any time. Lan nodded helplessly. She understood Lu Fan's intentions, so she could only watch silently from the side, occasionally handing him tools, her eyes full of trust and support. Soon, Lu Fan arrived at the bamboo forest. He began to pick bamboos with a focused look. He gently stroked each bamboo, feeling its texture and judging its toughness, muttering to himself from time to time, This bamboo is of uniform thickness and tough fibers. It should be a good material for making bows and crossbows. As he spoke, he took out an axe and started chopping wood skillfully. With the sound of bang bang, the bamboo slowly fell down. Lu Fan picked up the bamboo and returned to the shelter with steady steps, as if he was carrying the guarantee of their future safety. After returning to the camp, Lu Fan placed the bamboo properly and began the delicate processing. He first used a dagger to cut the bamboo into suitable lengths. This section is used to make the crossbow body. The length and curvature must be just right to ensure the stability of the crossbow. If the angle is slightly off, the arrow may deviate from its direction. He talked to himself, and Lan listened carefully beside him, nodding from time to time, his eyes full of curiosity and admiration. After the cutting was completed, Lu Fan picked up a stone and began to carefully polish the surface of the bamboo. Soon the rough bamboo gradually became smooth in his hands. Polishing is not only for a comfortable feel, but more importantly, it can prevent the rough surface of the bamboo from affecting shooting accuracy during use. If the crossbow arrow is shot crooked, it will be troublesome, he explained to Inlan. Looking at his focused expression, Inlan felt warm in her heart. Such meticulousness of him gave her a great sense of security. The next step is to make the crossbow. Lu Fan directly used the remaining elmwood to carve some parts. Although they were rough, they had basic functions. He laid out the parts one by one, carefully studying their shapes and uses, as if he was cracking a mysterious code. This part is used as the trigger, and this one is the fixing device for the crossbow string. Don't underestimate these small parts. They are the core of the crossbow. As he spoke, he began to assemble. His fingers fiddled with the parts nimbly, fixing them one by one on the crossbow. He checked every connection repeatedly to ensure that it was firm, not missing any details that might cause problems. The accuracy of the crossbow is crucial. Even the slightest deviation may affect the performance of the crossbow. If it fails at a critical moment, it will be dangerous. There was a seriousness in his tone, and Lon watched quietly from the side, not daring to make a sound for fear of disturbing him. She could only cheer him on silently in her heart. Installing the crossbow string is a key step. Lu Fan took out a twisted hemp rope. He carefully fastened one end of the twine to the crossbow arm. After some effort, the hemp rope was finally successfully installed on the crossbow arm, forming a perfect crossbow string that gleamed with a tough luster in the sun. The task was completed. Lu Fan picked up the finished crossbow and started to debug it. He pulled the trigger, the crossbow string made a crisp sound, and the crossbow arrow shot out like lightning, accurately hitting the target in the distance, raising a cloud of dust. Inlan, you try it. Lu Fan handed the crossbow to Inlan. Inlan took the crossbow, feeling nervous and excited, with his hands trembling slightly. She followed the method Lu Fan had taught her before, took a deep breath, pulled the trigger, and the crossbow arrow shot out. Although it did not hit the bullseye, it still hit the target. Good, you hit the target the first time, which is great. If you practice a few more times, you will definitely be able to hit the target every time. Lu Fan encouraged, his eyes full of approval. After completing the crossbow, Lu Fan thought of the brick house he had built before. He said to Inlan, I'll go see if the brick house is dry. If it is, we can move in. We can live in a safer and more comfortable place in the future. Inlan nodded in agreement, his eyes full of anticipation. Lu Fan came to the brick house and checked it carefully. He tapped the wall with his fingers, listening to the sound to determine how dry it was, and then checked the waterproofing of the roof, climbing up and down to make sure there were no signs of leaks. The brick house is now dry and the structure is very solid. We can move in with confidence. He returned to the shelter and said to Inlan happily, with a joyful smile on his face. So, the two of them started the moving work. In fact, there weren't many things, just a bed and some daily necessities like cups and tableware. But the two of them were very busy. Finally, I have a real home. Inlan said with emotion, tears of happiness flashing in his eyes. Lu Fan looked at her with tenderness in his eyes. Yes, no matter what difficulties we encounter in the future, this family will be our most solid support. As long as we are together, there will be no obstacles that we cannot overcome. As night falls, warm lights come on in the brick house. Lu Fan and Inlan sat at the dining table and ate a simple dinner of roasted wild fruits and dry food that they had stored previously. Dahe lay beside them, wagging his tail from time to time. Occasionally, he would come over and look at them eagerly, wanting to share some of the delicious food. We've been busy all day. You should have a good rest. I'll go explore again tomorrow to see if we can find more useful things. Lu Fan said with a hint of anticipation in his tone. Inlan smiled and shook his head. I didn't do anything, so I'm not tired. I'll go with you tomorrow, and we can take care of each other and explore more places. Live broadcast room. We finally moved to a new home. It wasn't easy. Yeah, it's such an amazing feeling. We almost watched them create something from nothing. Everything is going in a good direction. Chapter 187 Earthquake. The next morning, the faint sunlight passed through the layers of branches and leaves, casting mottled shadows on the roof of the brick house, covering this simple but cozy home with a layer of warm golden gauze. In the yard, the animals were strolling leisurely. Dahe rubbed his horns from time to time, while Lightning ate grass quietly, looking so comfortable as if it was just an ordinary and beautiful day. Suddenly, Dahe's ears pricked up, the hair on his body exploded slightly, and a low roar came from his throat, followed by a burst of wild barking. The bighorn pawed the ground restlessly, neighing and drumming its hooves on the ground rapidly. Lightning also kicked his limbs anxiously, and his originally docile eyes were full of fear. At that time, Lu Fan was still immersed in his sleep, and the sudden noise instantly pulled him out of his sleep. He suddenly sat up from the Kong and strode to the door. I saw that Dahe and Da Jiao were in a very abnormal state, with fear and anxiety in their eyes, as if warning of the impending danger. An earthquake occurred deep in the wilderness, and aftershocks are coming. Before he could react, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble slightly without warning. At first it was just a very slight vibration, as if an invisible hand was shaking the earth very gently, but this slight vibration suddenly intensified in an instant. "I'll go." Lu Fan's face turned pale instantly. Without any hesitation, he turned around and rushed into the house, picked up Anlan, and ran towards the open space outside the house. Anlan was frightened by this sudden change. She hugged Lu Fan's neck tightly with both hands, and her body trembled slightly uncontrollably. While running at full speed, Lu Fan shouted to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." His voice was firm and powerful, trying to convey peace of mind amid the violent vibrations and noisy sounds. Live broadcast room. What's going on? An earthquake? Fortunately, Master Lu Fan reacted quickly. But it looks like the magnitude shouldn't be that big. You don't need to run away from a small earthquake, but you can't run away from a big earthquake. Remember this. After running to a safe area, Anlan nervously stared at the brick house not far away, not daring to breathe, for fear that the house would collapse in the earthquake in the next second. When she looked up, she found that Lu Fan's face was pale, as if he remembered something, and he held her tightly in his arms. Anlan quickly struggled down and asked anxiously, "Lu Fan, what happened to you? Are you injured?" Lu Fan came back to his senses and shook his head. "No, it's just that the house was just built and the earthquake happened, so I'm a little worried." Fortunately, the shaking did not last long. Just as it came suddenly, the aftershocks stopped soon. The surroundings gradually returned to calm, with only Dahe and Dajiao still making a few low growls from time to time, as if they were still in shock from the thrilling scene just now. Lu Fan and Anlan carefully returned to the brick house and checked it carefully. Fortunately, it was just an aftershock. Although the house shook slightly, the structure was still stable, and only some items were shaken to the ground. "It seems that the quality of our house is good and has withstood the test." Lu Fan breathed a sigh of relief, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. Anlan also nodded. The fear in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by relief at surviving the disaster. After finishing his simple breakfast, Lu Fan still had a question in his mind. What on earth happened to this earthquake? What happened in the deep wilderness? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, so he decided to go to the place where the earthquake occurred to find out what happened. He told Anlan his thoughts. Although Anlan was full of worries, she also understood Lu Fan's decision and finally chose to support him. "You must be careful. I'll wait for you to come back home." Anlan held Lu Fan's hand tightly, her eyes full of concern. Lu Fan gently stroked Anlan's hair and said softly, "Don't worry, I will be back as soon as possible. Take good care of yourself at home. If anything happens, hide in the house and don't run around." After preparing the necessary tools and weapons, Lu Fan took Dahe and set out on a journey deep into the wilderness. Along the way, they moved forward cautiously, always paying attention to the movements around them. The once familiar wilderness now seemed particularly eerie and terrifying. The trees swayed in the breeze, making rustling sounds, as if telling of unknown dangers. As he went deeper into the wilderness, Lu Fan found that the traces left by the earthquake were becoming more and more obvious. Cracks appeared on the ground, and some places even collapsed, forming pits of varying sizes. Many of the trees on the roadside were uprooted and fell to the ground in all directions, blocking their way. Lu Fan had to spend some time clearing a passage. After walking for a long time, Lu Fan finally arrived at the epicenter of the earthquake. The scene before him shocked him. The originally flat ground was now riddled with holes, as if it had been wantonly trampled by an extremely huge monster. In a relatively open place, Lu Fan discovered a huge, deep pit. The rocks on the pit wall had strange textures, as if they had been torn apart by some unimaginably powerful force. He approached the pit cautiously, observing everything around him carefully. Suddenly, he found that black liquid was coming out from the cracks in the ground. Oil or veins discovered, with an oil or content of 200 million tons. Oil. Lu Fan's eyes widened instantly, and he was completely stunned. "I saw black crude oil constantly oozing out, and a pungent smell quickly spreading." His heartbeat suddenly quickened, and his brain raced as he realized that this was a major discovery that could change the world. "Dahe, we found something incredible." Lu Fan shouted excitedly to Dahe beside him. Dahe seemed to feel his master's excitement. He wagged his tail happily and circled around Lu Fan. Lu Fan squatted down and carefully observed the oil that continued to flow out. The oil flowed slowly along the cracks in the ground and gathered into a small black oil puddle in the low-lying area. He is well aware of the value of oil. In modern society, it is the blood of industry and an important support for economic development. And now, with such a large amount of oil appearing, the significance behind it is simply immeasurable. He carefully took some oil samples and put them into the bamboo tube he carried with him. Prepare to take it back for more detailed research. He then carefully surveyed the area around the deep pit and oil gushing out, trying to determine the approximate extent of the oil vein. As he explored, he found that the oil was gushing out from a wider and wider area, which meant that the amount of oil stored below was extremely considerable. This might be a super large oil field. Lu Fan couldn't help but mutter to himself, with an irrepressible excitement in his heart. Just as Lu Fan figured out the direction of the vein, a cold mechanical sound was heard. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Oil or content 200 million tons, 10,000. The live broadcast room at this moment. Huh? What's going on? So early in the morning. Is it possible that I am dazzled? After a while, the audience reacted. Holy crap, 10,000 oil mines. That's going to take off. Awesome. In this case, China is now the country with the largest oil reserves in the world. Haha, we've directly become a major oil exporting country. Isn't this making a fortune? Oh wow, Master Lu Fan is so awesome. He can even discover oil. Chapter 188. Dog eat dog between the pretty country and the cherry blossom country. And Lu Fan also recovered from his excitement. This thing doesn't seem to be of much use to me in this remote place. But the country should really need it, so it's a good deal. After figuring this out, Lu Fan couldn't help but burst out laughing. After confirming that there were no other abnormal situations around, Lu Fan decided to return to the camp first and tell Enlon this shocking news. He took Dahe with him and hurried back along the road they had opened with great difficulty. Along the way, various scenarios kept emerging in his mind about the huge impact that this oil vein might have on the real world. When we returned to the camp, Enlon was already waiting anxiously at the door. Seeing Lu Fan return safely, a relieved smile appeared on her face. What's going on? I heard the announcement that oil was discovered. Enlon asked impatiently. Lu Fan took out a bamboo tube containing an oil sample from his backpack and said excitedly, "Not only that, the oil reserves are beyond imagination." Enlon widened his eyes and looked at the black liquid in surprise, speechless for a moment. Lu Fan then told Enlon in detail what he had seen and heard in the earthquake epicenter. Both of them were extremely shocked and excited by this unexpected discovery. At the same time, this news was like a bombshell, causing a huge stir internationally. Governments, media, and people were all stunned by this sudden news. Especially the United States, which has always occupied an important position in the energy field, felt like it was slapped hard in the face, with its face turning pale and red. At first, the politicians in the United States were unwilling to believe that this was true. At various international conferences, they stared with wide eyes and shouted at the top of their lungs, "This is absolutely impossible. The data must be wrong, or China must be playing some trick." In a popular news program in the United States, the host had a look of disbelief on his face. He held the information in his hands and questioned loudly at the camera. How can China have so much oil? What are our country's players doing? The comment section below was instantly flooded with jealousy and curses. All kinds of unpleasant words came out at once, as if their world had collapsed because of China's discovery. Of course, there are also some beautiful Chinese people who don't care. Oh, China's awesome. What are the top leaders of the United States doing? Are they busy kissing cows' butts? Bedsheet, you big idiot. The United States has stupid currency, and we have stupid currency. The Chinese audience was also shocked by these comments. 666. Even my own people are scolding me. It is worthy of being a free America, abstract, every day. My national unity. After a brief period of hysteria, the top leaders of the United States fell into silence. Now let's discuss how to buy oil from China. We can severely punish Sakura country. The Chinese people like to see this. Once they are happy, they will sell us oil at a low price. That's one way to do it. We can also donate some historical materials from that period to China for free. Then the topic of the meeting among the top US officials became how to buy oil from China. You can curse, but you also have to buy. Soon, the Sakura country was sanctioned, and their top leaders were so overwhelmed that they wanted to commit suicide. In China, when the top leaders heard the news, they all smiled from ear to ear. The already vibrant meeting room was now filled with an atmosphere of joy. An old leader laughed and joked, "This Lu Fan is really a lucky star for our country. Now we have full confidence in the energy field." Soon, China received olive branches from all over the world. Many countries have contacted Chinese officials, hoping to get a piece of this huge amount of oil resources. Those developed countries that usually act so arrogantly on the international stage have now humbled themselves and expressed their willingness to invest in and purchase oil in earnest words. Dear Chinese government, we are very interested in your country's newly discovered oil resources. We hope to establish a long-term and stable cooperative relationship with you to jointly develop this valuable resource. The foreign minister of a European country said this sincerely over the phone. China's discovery this time is truly amazing. We are willing to provide the most advanced technology and equipment and cooperate with your country to achieve mutual benefit and win-win results. Not to be outdone, the business representative of another country offered attractive conditions for cooperation. Faced with these requests, the Chinese government did not rush to respond, but instead organized experts to conduct assessments and analyses in an orderly manner and formulate a cooperation strategy that is most conducive to national development. Ha ha ha, I guess these foreigners are not ignorant of the ways of the world. I just received news that the Sakura country is being targeted by the beautiful country, and they are now killing each other. Ha ha ha, dog bites dog, both have mouths full of fur. The meeting room suddenly burst into laughter. At the same time, the Chinese government issued a statement of gratitude to Lu Fan. In the statement, Lu Fan was praised as a national hero whose courageous exploration and amazing discoveries had brought tremendous wealth and development opportunities to the country. Once this statement was released, it instantly caused an uproar in the country. Major media outlets reported on the incident, and the public was full of admiration and gratitude for Lu Fan. Master Lu Fan is truly our pride. He went through so many dangers on a deserted island alone, yet he was able to make such a great contribution to the country. Yes, he is the hero of our time. We should all learn from him, be brave to explore, and contribute our own strength to the development of our country. Since you guys are so good at praising, I'll say something too. Master Lu Fan is awesome. Haha. Chapter 189 Extreme cold weather is coming. Of course, the situation outside had no impact on Lu Fan and Enlan. After all, they couldn't see it. The two of them were having dinner at this time, and considering Enlan's health, Lu Fan made the meal lighter. Enlan looked at the simple yet fragrant meal on the table and couldn't help laughing. Isn't there something wrong with your standard of light? Charcoal grilled lamb and seafood soup. How can this be light? While serving soup to Enlan, Lu Fan responded with a smile. This is the wilderness version of light food. Look, the mutton is freshly roasted, the seafood is freshly caught, and not even too much salt is added. It is absolutely healthy. Besides, you are now a key protected person, so you have to keep up with the nutrition. Enlan took the bowl of soup, blew away the hot steam, and said jokingly, key protected object? Then should I give you the best breeder award? Lu Fan nodded solemnly. It can be considered, but the trophy must be made of gold. After all, we are now oil tycoons. The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere was relaxed and happy. After the meal, Lu Fan took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Enlan sat aside, looking at his back, and couldn't help asking, Lu Fan, do you think the oil we discovered will really have such a big impact on the world? Lu Fan stopped what he was doing, turned around, and said seriously, there is definitely an impact. Oil is the lifeblood of modern industry. Our discovery will not only make the country self-sufficient in energy, but also give us more say in the international arena. However, these are not what we should worry about now. Our mission is to live well and make some contributions to the country. Enlan nodded, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. But, such a big discovery, will it bring unnecessary trouble? For example, other countries covet it, or other countries' players target us for oil. Lu Fan walked up to her, gently held her hand, and comforted her. Don't worry, the country will handle these things. As for the dangers in the wilderness, let me be frank. We are the biggest danger to other contestants. Who dares to mess with us? I will let Dahe bite him to death. Enlan was amused by his words, and the worries in her heart were relieved a lot. Just then, Dahe suddenly rushed in from outside the door, holding a hair in his mouth, and his tail shaking like a propeller. Seeing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but laugh and said, I thought you were too scared by the earthquake to come back. Not bad, not bad. I'll have an extra meal tonight. Wilderness survival announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy wild rabbit 10,000 I. Enlan looked at Dahe's smug look and couldn't help but tease him. Dahe, are you greedy and want to eat rabbit? Dahe seemed to understand what Enlan said. He put down the rabbit and rubbed his head against her legs, as if to say, yes, that's what I thought. Lu Fan smiled and said, not bad. I got another piece of rabbit skin, which I can make into a pair of slippers after processing. Lu Fan picked up the rabbit and began to handle it skillfully. Enlan was petting the dog nearby. At this moment, the wilderness survival announcement sounded. Wilderness survival announcement. 28 hours later, extremely cold weather is about to arrive and will last for 3 days. Please prepare yourself, contestants. As soon as this announcement came out, social networks around the world exploded. The live broadcast room was packed with viewers, as if the eyes of the whole world were focused on the impending extreme cold weather. The last time extreme heat weather hit, it was a tragic test of survival. More than 50 contestants lost their precious lives in the scorching heat. Subsequent summer challenges made the situation even worse, with more than two-thirds of countries failing, resulting in extremely high temperatures befalling the country and bringing great suffering to ordinary people. Now, the extremely cold weather is coming again with great force, which makes people worried. Viewers from all over the world flocked into the live broadcast room, their fingers tapping on the screen rapidly, and worried comments floated out like snowflakes. In the live broadcast room in the United States, the audience's emotions were almost broken. Dense messages kept scrolling on the big screen, all expressing worry and panic about their own players. What should we do? Our contestants didn't make it through the high-temperature challenge last time. They definitely won't be able to handle the cold weather this time. It's over. It's over. I don't even dare to think about what will happen. So many people died last time and this time. Can't the government think of a way to help them? If this continues, all our country's athletes will be wiped out. What's the use of that Andre? He'll just starve, fuck you. What about Stary who joined our country? Let him find a way quickly. A lowly race like him should fight for us. The audience in the United States recalled the tragic experience of the last time. Although no contestant from their country died, many people died due to the failure of the challenge. The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became. Some even began to pray, hoping that a miracle would happen and allow their players to survive this crisis safely. In the live broadcast room of Sakura Country, the atmosphere was equally tense and depressing. The audience's comments are full of anxiety and despair. Why is there such extreme weather again? Our great Sakura Empire can no longer withstand it. Our players work so hard. Why do they always encounter such disasters? God is so unfair. Is our Sakura Country destined to fail miserably in this wilderness survival? I really can't accept this. It's all because of that Chinese kid Lu Fan. It's because of him that our Sakura Country players were harmed. The audience in the land of Sakura still remembers the last failure very clearly, and the scenes of those players struggling in the high temperatures are still vivid in their minds. Now faced with extremely cold weather, they are well aware that their country's athletes lack experience and sufficient supplies to cope with the situation, and their inner fear continues to spread. But in China's live broadcast room, there was another lively scene. The barrage of comments was like a surging tide, rolling rapidly one after another, full of trust and expectations for Lu Fan. Everyone was discussing enthusiastically, and there was an unparalleled confidence between the lines. Extremely cold weather is coming? Why are you panicking? Our master Lu Fan has seen all kinds of difficulties. He has survived all kinds of storms and waves. This kind of extremely cold weather is no problem at all. He will definitely get through it safely. That's right. Master Lu Fan is not an ordinary person. He is coal and a brick house that is as solid as a fortress. No matter how cold the weather is, it can't harm him. Yes, maybe in this icy and snowy place, Master Lu Fan can trigger a 10,000-fold rebate. At that time, he will be able to defeat the heavens and let the whole world see the strength of our Chinese players. I believe that there is no difficulty that Master Lu Fan cannot overcome. This extremely cold weather is nothing to him. Let's wait and see him create a miracle. The Chinese audience is full of confidence in Lu Fan. Looking back on Lu Fan's experiences in the wilderness, he has escaped danger time and time again, triggered a 10,000 times rebate to obtain a large amount of supplies, built a sturdy shelter, and tamed helpers such as Dahe. In everyone's eyes, Lu Fan is omnipotent. No matter what difficulties and obstacles he faces, he is capable of dealing with them. Chapter 190, Preparing for the Extreme Cold. After seeing the announcement, Lu Fan subconsciously stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. And Lon, what else do you think we need to prepare? He turned his head and asked while pacing back and forth in the yard. And Lon also frowned slightly and thought seriously. Well, we have enough coal for heating now, and the brick house has been built. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that there is really no big problem. How about we repair and reinforce Lightning's shed? Or store some more coal? Lu Fan nodded in agreement, saying briskly, okay, let's do it. I'll go get some more coal. After saying that, he walked quickly to the shed and deftly hung the basket on Dajiao. He kept muttering, Big Horn, you have to make another trip. When this is over, I will definitely find you the freshest grass. Plenty of it. Dajiao seemed to understand. He excitedly shook his majestic antlers, snorted loudly, and followed Lu Fan to the coal mine. And Lon, don't go. Rest well at home. Dahe stays at home to look after the house. Before Lu Fan left, he turned back and reminded her. After traveling for nearly 2 hours, they finally arrived at the coal mine. As soon as he arrived at the place, Lu Fan instantly turned on the coal-digging maniac mode. He swung the hoe high, gathered all his strength, and smashed it down hard. With a loud and powerful "hey-yo," a large piece of coal came out. He worked enthusiastically. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks and soon soaked his back. But he was unaware of it. His mind and eyes were filled with the shiny black coals. In a short while, the basket on Dajia was filled to the brim. My goodness! This amount of coal is more than enough to last us 3 days, not to mention 3 days. Lu Fan straightened up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the pile of coal in front of him, and smiled widely. The smile was as bright as the sunshine. When Lu Fan pulled the coal back to the bamboo house, and Lan was sorting out the supplies with the hay. You're finally back. I just moved some important things into the bamboo house. We don't have to worry even if it rains. And Lan came up to me with a warm smile on his face. Thank you for your hard work. You should sit down and have a rest. I'll take care of the rest. Lu Fan smiled back while unloading the coal, his tone full of tenderness. Lu Fan stacked the coal neatly in the corner of the bamboo house. Looking at the tall pile of coal, the 2 men felt extremely relieved, as if they had an indestructible fortress and felt extremely safe. Immediately afterwards, Lu Fan carefully moved dozens of honeycomb coals that had been dried previously into the bamboo house. We can't let these treasures get wet in the rain, otherwise it will be difficult to make a fire, which will be a big trouble. After arranging the coal, Lu Fan took a short rest and then rushed towards the bamboo forest without stopping. He picked up the sharp axe and started crackling the bamboo. The main purpose of cutting bamboo this time was to add windproof measures to the shed of the bighorn catfish and to strengthen it. Relying on his strong physique, he cut down a large area of bamboo without much effort. Then he tied the bamboo tightly with vines, carried it neatly on his shoulders, and strode towards the shelter. He carried the bamboo to the shed where Lightning and the other animals lived. Dahe followed him and ran around happily at his feet, wagging his tail excitedly from time to time, as if he wanted to help. Silly dog, stop making trouble. Lu Fan smiled and gently pushed Dahe away with his foot. Lu Fan first carefully checked the shed and reinforced the places that were previously loose. He tied the bamboo tightly with vines. After each tie, he would pull it hard and check again and again to see if it was firm. After reinforcing the main structure, Lu Fan added a lot of wind-blocking bamboos around the shed. He firmly inserted the bamboos one by one into the ground, and then carefully weaved them together with vines, covering all places except the exit. That's good. Even if there's a tornado or lightning outside, they can still sleep comfortably inside. Lu Fan looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction and clapped his hands. Only then did he realize that the calluses on his hands were painful, but he didn't care and still had a satisfied smile on his face. At this time, Lan also came over with a bundle of hay in his hand. I brought some hay here and spread it in the shed to keep them warmer. Lan said as he squatted down and began to carefully spread the hay in the shed. You are really thoughtful. Lu Fan praised sincerely. The 2 men squatted side by side and spread the hay evenly in the shed together, their movements in perfect harmony. Lightning seemed to feel the love and care of his master. He neighed happily and pawed the ground with his front hooves as if to express his gratitude. Dahe was also wagging his tail happily, and the whole shelter was filled with a warm and happy atmosphere. It seems that the upcoming extremely cold weather is just a small episode in life and cannot affect the warmth and tranquility at all. Live broadcast room. As expected, the lives of our Chinese players are more comfortable to watch. Everything is so harmonious. Ha ha ha, the contestants from other countries have already been shocked by this news and are getting very anxious. Godling Wei is really powerful. With just a stone axe, he has almost chopped down all the trees around. It seems that there is no shortage of firewood. God bless our great China. The next day, as the dawn broke and the sky began to turn pale, Lu Fan quietly climbed out of the warm bed. Although their food reserves are still sufficient at the moment, adhering to the cautious principle of the more the better, Lu Fan still decided to try his luck in the forest and hunt some prey. While he was swiftly packing up his bow and arrows, he whispered to Lan, who was still asleep, Lan, I'm going to go to the woods and hunt some game. You go home and sort out the meat you saved. If I come back late, you can eat first and don't wait for me. Lan nodded drowsily, turned over and fell into deep sleep again. She was on her menstrual period these 2 days and was often in so much pain that she couldn't fall asleep at night, so she was particularly sleepy during the day. Lu Fan walked out of the shelter. The morning air was fresh and pleasant, with a hint of coolness. He took a deep breath, stretched his muscles, and strode towards the depths of the forest. Dahe rushed to the front like a well-trained scout, his nose twitching constantly, carefully searching for the smell and traces of animals. Along the way, Lu Fan noticed that many animals had abnormal reactions. The squirrels were busy shuttling back and forth on the branches, holding plump pine cones in their mouths and stuffing them deep into the tree holes, as if they wanted to store enough food before the extremely cold weather came. The birds also changed their usual cheerful songs and flapped their wings hurriedly, eagerly looking for a warmer and sheltered place to live. Groups of ants can be seen everywhere on the ground. They are lined up, busy moving things and blocking the entrances of their holes tightly with soil. It seems that the animals have sensed the coming low temperatures. Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 191 Cicadere. The audience in the live broadcast room also had a heated discussion in the barrage, expressing their admiration for the amazing instincts of animals, with barges scrolling rapidly. The instincts of animals are so strong. This is simply a warning from nature. Yes, in comparison, humans sometimes have to rely on these animals to detect danger. I remember my elementary school textbooks describing how many animals reacted to the coming rain, such as swallows flying low and ants moving. I can also predict the weather. If the temperature drops, my rheumatism will hurt like hell. It's always accurate. It hurts just thinking about it. Lu Fan continued to move forward, his steps light and steady, each step solid, his eyes always paying attention to the movements around him. Suddenly, a reminder from heaven sounded in my mind. Cicadere spotted in the river ahead. Dahe hide. Lu Fan raised his hand to signal, and Dahe understood what he meant and immediately crouched down, hiding silently in the bushes like a lurking assassin. They tiptoed forward and saw a cicadere drinking water by the clear river. The cicadere has a strong and agile body, and its fur is dotted with white spots like stars. Under the sunlight, it sparkles with a charming luster, making it look particularly beautiful. Lu Fan immediately stopped and carefully hid behind a thick tree. He slowly took the bow and arrow from his back, his movements as gentle as the breeze, put an arrow on it, pulled the bowstring steadily, and stared at the cicadere without blinking, his eyes revealing concentration and determination. His breathing was steady and slow, and every movement was made silently, for fear of making the slightest sound to alarm the alert animal. The cicadere seemed to sense a hint of danger. It suddenly raised its head, ears erected high, and looked around vigilantly. Lu Fan held his breath and hid behind a tree like a sculpture, motionless. Dahe also lay on the ground obediently, not daring to breathe. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and the whole world seemed to be muted, leaving only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the leaves and Lu Fan's steady and strong heartbeat. After a while, seeing that there was nothing unusual, the cicadere relaxed its vigilance and lowered its head to continue drinking water. At this moment, Lu Fan acted decisively. He released the bowstring, and the sharp arrow was like a black lightning, wrapped in the sound of whistling wind, and shot towards the cicadere at lightning speed. The deer heard the sound of the arrow and tried to run away, but everything happened too fast. The sharp arrow pierced directly into its chest from the side. The deer struggled for a few times before falling to the ground with a thud. Pretty, Lu Fan shouted excitedly and jumped out from behind the tree. Dahe also ran over, circling around the cicadere happily, making a woo sound from his mouth, as if cheering for this victory. Wow, this is a big one. Lu Fan walked to the cicadere, looked at the fat prey, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He estimated that the cicadere weighed at least 100 kilograms, which was enough for them to eat for a long time. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Chinese player Lu Fan triggers 10,000 times rebate. Healthy cicadere 10,000. The live broadcast room was instantly boiling with comments flooding in like a tide. Master Lu Fan is so mighty. His archery skills are simply amazing. He never misses a shot. This cicadere looks fat. Now we have more food reserves and can handle the extreme cold weather without any problems. Wow, now we have deerskin, sheepskin, bearskin, and leopard skin. Our country's luxury goods industry is going to make a lot of money again. Is this considered a luxury? In our country, you can't see real luxury goods. You're lucky to even have heard of them. Lu Fan took a lot of effort to carry the cicadere on his shoulders. The cicadere's body was heavy, but for the strong Lu Fan, it was still within an acceptable range. Along the way, he walked and stopped, rested twice, and finally carried the cicadere back to the shelter. Anlan, look what I brought back. As soon as Lu Fan entered the shelter, he couldn't suppress his inner joy and shouted loudly. Anlan was sorting out the meat that had been stored previously. When he heard Lu Fan's voice, he hurried out. Wow, such a big cicadere. You are so awesome, Lu Fan. Anlan was so surprised when he saw the cicadere that his mouth couldn't close, his eyes full of admiration. I'm lucky. I just happened to meet you. Lu Fan put the cicadere on the ground with a smile and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The two began to process the cicadere. Lu Fan skillfully picked up the knife, methodically peeled the skin, removed the bones, and cut the meat into pieces. Anlan cooperated tacitly and stuffed the divided meat carefully into the storage room so that it could be preserved for a longer time. With the joint efforts of the two, the cicadere was quickly dealt with. A piece of processed sika deerskin was hung neatly under the eaves of the bamboo house, fluttering gently in the breeze. The meat was stuffed full in the storage room, kept fresh by the ice. Looking at the well-stocked food, Lu Fan and Lan felt full of security. That's good. Even if the extremely cold weather lasts longer, we don't have to worry about food. Lu Fan looked at the meat under the eaves with satisfaction and said with a long sigh of relief, "Yes, with these foods, plus the coal we prepared and the reinforced shelters, we will definitely be able to survive this crisis safely." Lan responded with a smile, his eyes revealing determination and peace of mind. After dealing with the sika deer, Lu Fan did not slack off at all. He thought that the extreme cold weather might affect the water source, and he might even be trapped in the shelter and unable to go out, so he decided to store some water. These bamboo tubes can be used to store water. Even if the river freezes, we don't have to worry about having no water to drink, Lu Fan said to Lan while holding a bamboo tube. Then he took a bamboo tube to the spring and went back and forth to draw a lot of water and put it into the shelter to ensure that there was enough water. Then Lu Fan checked his taro and peppers. They were growing vigorously. As long as they could survive this time, they would surely have a good harvest. He took out the basket that he had used to prevent high temperatures and covered them with it, then put a lot of leaves on top to prevent low temperatures. After doing this, Lu Fan began to check their warm clothes. He took out the animal skin clothes and blankets he had made earlier and carefully checked them for any damage. If there was any damage, he would thread the needle and carefully sew it up. Lan was also helping on the side. The two of them chatted while they were busy, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Soon, the weather began to get gloomy, and large patches of gray clouds gathered in the sky. They seemed to be within reach and felt very close to the ground. The wind also became fierce, scraping across the cheeks like a knife, and everything seemed to be announcing that extreme cold weather was about to come. Lu Fan and Lan made all the preparations and sat quietly in the shelter waiting. They knew that what they were about to face would be a severe test, but they were not afraid at all. Their eyes were full of determination and calmness, because they believed that as long as they worked together, there would be no difficulties that could not be overcome. Chapter 192: Extremely Cold Weather Arrives. Just as Lu Fan and Lan were sitting quietly in the shelter, waiting vigilantly for the extreme weather to come, a familiar squeak sound suddenly broke the silence. When they heard the sound, they looked up and saw the Monkey King rushing out of the woods in a panic. His face was panicked, and his originally lively eyes were now filled with anxiety and worry. "Hey, why is this Monkey King here, and in such a hurry?" Lu Fan stood up with a puzzled look on his face, staring at the Monkey King who was running towards him. The Monkey King ran to Lu Fan and Lan, waving his hands eagerly in the air and making a series of rapid calls from his mouth. Then it stretched out its furry claws and grabbed the corners of Lu Fan and Lan's clothes, trying to pull them towards its nest. "What's going on?" Lan also stood up and looked at the Monkey King with a confused look on his face. The Monkey King was extremely anxious. He first pointed at the increasingly gloomy sky, then hugged his arms and trembled violently all over, as if he was shivering with cold. Seeing the Monkey King's actions, Lu Fan and Lan suddenly realized what was going on. It turned out that the Monkey King had sensed that cold weather was coming, so he came specially to take them to his cave for shelter. Wow, this Monkey King is really loyal. He even came to inform us of the news. Lu Fan couldn't help laughing out loud, his heart full of emotion. "Yeah, I didn't expect it to be so smart and always thinking about us." And Lan also said with a smile, his eyes full of warmth. Lu Fan squatted down, patted the Monkey King's head gently, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, old friend. We are all ready, so we won't go to your cave." The Monkey King didn't seem to understand and still held on to Lu Fan's clothes, refusing to let go. "Hey, you little guy, you're pretty persistent." Lu Fan smiled helplessly and continued to explain patiently. "Look, we have this solid brick house and plenty of coal, so there is absolutely no problem keeping warm." As he spoke, Lu Fan pointed to the coal piled up like a small mountain on the side, and then pointed to the fire. The Monkey King looked in the direction Lu Fan pointed, tilting his head as if he was thinking seriously. After a while, it was still worried, so it pointed to the sky and then to the direction of the cave. "Don't worry, we're really fine." Lan also walked forward and gently stroked the Monkey King's hair. The Monkey King seemed to finally understand what they meant. He loosened his grip on Lu Fan's clothes and stood still, with worry still in his eyes. Lu Fan comforted the Monkey King again in a gentle voice. "Go back quickly and take care of yourself and your monkey group. If you encounter any danger, come to us." The Monkey King seemed to understand Lu Fan's words. He nodded, turned, and walked into the woods. After walking a few steps, it turned around and looked at Lu Fan and Enlon deeply before disappearing into the depths of the woods. This Monkey King is truly loyal and righteous, Enlon said with emotion. Yes, after this extreme weather is over, we will go see them and bring some delicious food, Lu Fan said with a bright smile on his face. The two returned to the shelter. The wind outside was getting stronger and stronger, whistling and sweeping past, as if it was going to turn the whole world upside down. The clouds in the sky grew thicker and darker in color, like a heavy black curtain, pressing down oppressively. It looks like extreme weather is coming soon, Lu Fan said, adding a few more pieces of coal to the fire. Well, we are so well prepared, we will definitely get through this safely. As Enlon spoke, he took out the warm clothes he had packed earlier and checked them again carefully. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room also went wild. This Monkey King is so cute. He actually came to tell Lu Fan and Enlon the news. Yeah, it seems like they have a really good relationship with the animals. If it were me, I probably wouldn't dare to get close to these wild animals. This kind of affection between humans and animals is so touching. It reminded me of my brother, and I almost wanted to let my sister-in-law go. Fortunately, I held back. Me too. I almost paid back the money I owed my brother. Luckily, I held back. Nima, who are those people upstairs? Master Lu Fan, there will be no problem. This brick house is so solid. There is plenty of coal, plus there is plenty of food and water. It will be fine. As the temperature drops, the chill in the air grows stronger, as if even your breath will instantly turn into ice. Finally, in the evening, large flakes of snow fell from the lead gray sky, and the cold wind roared in the wilderness like a ferocious beast. The heavy snow came unexpectedly, and many athletes were caught off guard by the cold before they had time to prepare themselves adequately. Yamamoto, a contestant from the Sakura country, hid in a small cave. The cave was dark and damp, and could only barely block the wind, but could not resist the biting cold at all. Yamamoto huddled up in a ball due to the cold, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, making a clattering sound, and he looked like an eggplant wilted by frost. He hurriedly found some hay and covered himself with it, trying to keep a little warmth. But the hay was like a thin layer of paper and could not block the invasion of cold. His lips were frozen purple, and he kept mumbling, "I want to go home. I want to go home." In the live broadcast room, the audience was talking about it. Oh, this Yamamoto looks so pitiful, like a frozen dead dog. But I have to say, this guy is really lucky. He didn't die after so many attempts. It looks like he will die soon. It would be best if he died at the hands of our Chinese players. This would also comfort the souls of the martyrs in heaven. That's right. The situation for Andre from the United States is not much better. He hid in a makeshift shed he had built, which was swaying in the strong wind, as if it would be blown to pieces in the next second. In order to raise his body temperature, Andre was doing push-ups frantically, muttering to himself, 1, 2, 3. But before he could do 50, he was so tired that he was out of breath, his limbs went limp, and he fell to the ground with a plop. He gasped for breath and looked at the snowflakes flying all over the sky outside the shed, his face full of despair. Why am I so unlucky? This damn weather is torturing me to death. Players from other countries also encountered many problems. Some contestants had no source of fire and could only use their own bodies to endure the cold in the ice and snow. They were so cold that they were crying and snotting and looked in a miserable state. Although some contestants had fire, they lacked fuel and could only watch the flames grow smaller and smaller, their hearts filled with anxiety. There are even some contestants who are now in the wilderness, without even a place to shelter from the wind and snow. However, the situation in China is completely different. Lu Fan and Enlon moved the fire into the warm house, and the house was instantly filled with warmth. There was a steaming pot in front of them, and they were about to start eating hot pot. Chapter 193 Hot Pot. Enlon, come and try the sika deer meat I just cut. This is today's fresh ingredient. Lu Fan greeted with a smile, his face filled with happiness. Here I come. Enlon walked over quickly, with an expectant smile on his face. This sika deer meat is hard to come by. I heard that the meat is very tender and nutritious. The two men put the thinly sliced sika deer meat into the pot, and soon the meat was cooked. They dipped it in the sauce they prepared themselves and put it in their mouths. The tender and juicy taste instantly bloomed on the tip of their tongues. It's delicious. Enlon praised it as he ate. This is probably the best hot pot I've ever had. Of course, this is a special hot pot made in the wilderness. It's one of a kind. Lu Fan said proudly, besides, this sika deer meat is rich in nutrition. Eating it can keep us warmer. The only pity is that there are not enough vegetables. I saw the plates next to them were filled with seafood, fruits, pork, lamb, chicken, rabbit meat, etc. The variety was so rich. And Lan rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "It's already very good to be able to eat these, and you are still picky." The two of them ate hot pot while looking at the snow scene outside the window. They were so relaxed that it seemed as if they were not experiencing extremely cold weather, but enjoying a relaxing vacation. Dahe lay beside the fire, enjoying the warmth brought by the flames comfortably. His eyes stared at the hot pot from time to time, and his mouth kept drooling. "Oh my God, you are so dirty. Here, I'll give you a piece. Stop drooling." Lu Fan smiled and threw a bone to Dahe. Dahe immediately picked up the bone, ran to the side, and started chewing it with relish. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all expressed envy. Wow, Lu Fan and Lan are enjoying themselves so much. Others are freezing while they are eating hot pot. The difference is too big. This is the difference between great gods and ordinary people. They are well prepared and live comfortably, while others can only suffer. I also want to eat hot pot in this icy and snowy place. It's so happy. It's definitely not good for their health to eat only meat without vegetables. I'm not envious, I'm just expressing my opinion. The one upstairs, wipe your saliva before you talk. At the same time, on the other side of the deserted island, Ling Yu was also building a bonfire. On the grill in front of him, a piece of fragrant beef was sizzling with oil. Ling Yu held a large leaf in his hand and kept fanning the fire to make it burn more vigorously. His face was red in the firelight, and his eyes revealed a determination. The beef is almost done. Let me eat some to replenish my energy, Ling Yu said to himself, then picked up the knife and fork, cut a piece of beef and put it into his mouth. Well, it's not bad, but there is not enough seasoning and the taste is a bit bad, Ling Yu said with a frown while chewing the beef. Although Ling Yu did not have the rich food and comfortable environment like Lu Fan and Lan, he found his own warmth in this extremely cold weather with his wisdom and courage. He knew that in this wilderness, as long as he didn't give up, he would always find a way to survive. The snow fell heavier and heavier, and the whole world was covered with white snow, as if it had turned into a fairy tale world of ice and snow. On this cold night, some contestants were shivering in the cold wind, while others were trying to find warm comfort. Lu Fan, Lan, and Ling Yu have demonstrated their tenacious survival ability and optimistic attitude towards life in their own ways. As time went on, the night temperatures dropped lower and lower, reaching an alarming level. Many of the players were in trouble, their bodies weakened by the cold and their spirits began to wane. But Lu Fan and Lan were not affected at all. After eating and drinking, they prepared to go to bed. The animals in the shed lay in the haystacks, feeling as comfortable as if they were living in a five-star hotel, and were not affected at all by the ice and snow outside. Big Horn chewed hay leisurely, shaking his tail from time to time, as if to say, "What does this cold have to do with me? I'm comfortable here." Lightning also lay nearby, eyes half closed, enjoying this warm little nest. Lu Fan and Lan lay down on the Kong that had been heated in advance. As soon as they touched the warm surface, they couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. Lan was covered with a thick bare skin, while Lu Fan was covered with a straw mat he had woven himself. "This Kong is so comfortable that it makes my bones feel soft," Lu Fan said as he turned over comfortably like a lazy pig. Lan also crawled into the warm bed, revealing only a flushed face. She couldn't help but sigh. "I've heard about the magic of heating a Kong before, but I didn't expect it to be so comfortable. It feels like being hugged by a pair of warm hands." Dahazi was lying on the edge of the Kong, pressed tightly against it, his belly rising and falling with his breathing, a satisfied smile on his lips. He smacked his lips from time to time, probably because he was dreaming about the big bone he had just chewed. "You said that the silly dog Dahazi can laugh out loud in his dreams. Did he dream about eating meat again?" Lu Fan pointed at Dahazi and teased. "It only has food in its mind. Its saliva today almost drowned our hot pot." And Lan was also amused and his eyes narrowed into slits with laughter. The two chatted idly and gradually felt sleepy. The live broadcast room was still bustling at this time, and the audience's barrage of comments kept rolling like snowflakes. "Woo-woo, I also want to sleep on Lu Fan's bed. It's freezing here, and I'm almost frozen into an ice sculpture. This Kong looks too warm. The heater in my house doesn't have this effect. Big Blackie really knows how to enjoy life. I envy him for being able to sleep close to the Kong." Just as everyone was envious of the warm Kong, the wind and snow outside became more and more violent. The strong wind, carrying the heavy snow, hit the walls hard, making a bang-bang sound, as if roaring angrily, protesting against the warmth in the house. "It's not cold anymore, but the noise is really loud." Lu Fan turned over, pulled the straw mat, and said, "Yeah, but this is already good enough." And Lan's tone contained a hint of satisfaction. Slowly, the howling of the wind died down, leaving only the heavy snow falling. "And Lan, are you cold?" "It's not cold, and I don't need you to sleep with me." Lu Fan was obviously choked. "But I'm a little cold. Can you come and sleep with me?" "Roll." In a daze, the two gradually fell asleep. In his dream, Lu Fan dreamed that he caught a lot of prey in the snow, piling them up like a hill. And Lan dreamed that he was in a warm sea of flowers, surrounded by fresh vegetables and fruits, and both of them slept with smiles on their faces. Chapter 194 Frozen into an Ice Sculpture. The next morning, the temperature dropped further, and the snow outside had piled up into a thick layer, as if the whole world was frozen. The cold wind howled, blowing up gusts of snow and fog, and visibility was extremely low. At this time, Lu Fan and Lan were still asleep. The warm Kong and quilt made the two of them have no desire to wake up. While the two were sleeping soundly, there was already a big commotion outside. Just last night, more than a dozen contestants died because they could not withstand the severe cold. Their bodies were frozen stiff, and their faces still retained the fear and despair of the last moment. Wilderness Survival Announcement. Cherry Country player Rika died due to loss of body heat. Elephant Buddha Country athlete Torai died due to loss of body heat. 10,000 people in Cherry Country will randomly suffer from hypothermia. 10,000 people in Xiangfu Country will randomly suffer from hypothermia. What happened urgently was the 10,000-fold rebate triggered by these players. More than 100,000 people in different countries around the world fell into hypothermia at the same time. For a moment, people were in a panic, and everyone was afraid that they would be the next. Yet the tragedy continues. At this time, there was also a lot of cursing in the live broadcast room of the United States. It turned out to be Steri, who later joined the United States and was found frozen into an ice sculpture. His body was curled up in the simple shelter, his hands tightly clasped against his chest, trying to retain the last bit of body temperature. However, the extreme cold weather ruthlessly took his life. Wilderness Survival Announcement. American athlete Steri died due to freezing of body. American player Steri triggers 10,000 times rebate. 10,000 people will be randomly frozen in the United States. Later in the United States, 10,000 people instantly turned into ice sculptures. There was no time to rescue them. Their blood, their muscles, and their body heat were instantly sealed in the ice. When the audience in the United States saw this scene in the live broadcast room, they uttered angry curses and accused Steri of dragging down the performance of the United States. He doesn't even have the most basic ability to survive. He is a member of a lowly race. Damn Steri, he has implicated our beautiful country. It's not fair. Why can he take the initiative to join our beautiful country? We didn't agree at all. Yes, Steri is not our country at all, and these punishments cannot be brought upon us. God, bless us. The group of people were cursing and angry madly. But they forgot how happy they were when Steri joined their United States, and they spread the word that as long as they joined their United States, they would achieve ultimate victory. The Chinese audience also saw this scene. Finally, they can experience what it feels like to be frozen into an ice sculpture, and it also allows them to reminisce about the past. These white dogs should have died long ago. It's really a relief. If it weren't for them, would we have sacrificed so many people in vain? Would we have had to go to that icy and snowy place to fight? At the same time, the other surviving contestants were not having an easy time either. Although Andre from the beautiful country and Yamamoto from the Sakura country barely managed to survive last night, their conditions are already precarious. Andre's lips were frozen purple and his hands and feet were almost numb. He could only maintain his body temperature by constant movement. Yamamoto's condition was even worse. His consciousness had begun to blur and he even had hallucinations. He muttered to himself, "It's so hot, so hot." It was as if he could no longer feel the cold outside, but instead felt like he was in a blazing desert. Of course, there are also players from some countries who are taking it all in stride. For contestants from the White Bear country, this temperature is commonplace for them. There was even one contestant from the White Bear country who was chopping trees in the snow with his bare chest. Live broadcast room. Oh my God, there is a kind of cold that makes me feel cold just by looking at it. The body structure of White Bear country is absolutely amazing. He even took off his clothes, which is awesome. In comparison, Lu Fan and Lan's camp seemed particularly warm. After preparing himself mentally for a long time, Lu Fan finally climbed up from the Kong. Then he reignited the fire that had not yet completely gone out, and added some fire to the bottom of the Kong. Lu Fan shrank his neck and checked the situation outside, and found that the snow had blocked the door. He picked up the shovel and started to clear the snow at the door. At the same time, he turned around and said to Lan, "Let me shovel the snow. There is too much snow. We can't get out." Lan nodded, climbed up from the Kong, wrapped himself in thick bear skin, and walked to the door to help. Her face was still rosy, not affected by the severe cold at all. Seeing Lan getting up, Lu Fan waved his hand and said, "Why are you getting up? Go back to sleep. It's too cold." "How can I sleep all the time? Don't think I'm so fragile." Lan smiled and went over to help. After the two of them worked together to clear the snow, Lu Fan went to check the condition of the animals. Bighorn, Lightning, and Mimi were all safe and sound. They were lying in the haystack, chewing grass leisurely. Although there was a strong cold wind outside, it had little effect on them. It seems that we are well prepared, Lu Fan said with a smile, with a hint of pride in his tone. And Lan also smiled, but her eyes immediately turned serious. However, today's temperature is lower than yesterday. We have to be careful. Although we have enough food and fuel, we can't take it lightly. Lu Fan nodded in agreement. He knew that in such an extreme environment, any small negligence could lead to fatal consequences. At the same time, there was some movement in Ling Yu's camp. He got up early and cooked a pot of hot soup with water from melted snow. Although the ingredients were simple, the hot soup made him feel a little warm. Ling Yu's face still had a determined look. He knew that only by staying calm and rational could he persist in this survival challenge. Let's go out and see if there are any discoveries, Ling Yu said to himself, then picked up the tools and prepared to go out and explore. However, the wind and snow outside were so strong that Ling Yu could hardly stand after taking a few steps. He had to retreat back to the shelter and readjust his plans. It seems I have to stay in the house today, Ling Yu sighed, but did not show too much frustration. He knows that in this environment, patience and adaptability are more important than anything else. As time went by, the wind and snow showed no signs of abating, but instead became increasingly violent. The entire deserted island seemed to be shrouded in a thick white curtain with no sign of life. The audience in the live broadcast room also began to worry about the contestants, and the barrage was filled with tension and anxiety. This weather is horrible. Fortunately, Lu Fan and Lan were well prepared. Ling Yu doesn't seem to be in good condition. Will something happen to him? Don't worry, we have to trust him. Yamamoto is already dying, and Andre can't hold on any longer either. This challenge is really too cruel. Just when everyone was worried about the contestants, a burst of cheerful laughter came from Lu Fan and in Lan's camp. It turned out that they were using the leftover ingredients to make a hearty breakfast. The aroma of the hot pot filled the entire shelter, dispelling the chill outside. Come, try this venison meatball. I just made it. Lu Fan smiled and handed in Lan a steaming meatball. Lu Fan chopped the venison with a knife, made it into balls, and then put it into the soup to cook. And Lan took the meatball, took a bite, and immediately a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It's delicious. Your cooking skills are getting better and better. Chapter 195, Hypothermia Little Monkey. Lu Fan and Lan sat comfortably by the fire, holding steaming cups of tea in their hands, leisurely enjoying this rare warm moment. The aroma of tea lingers around your nose, dispelling the chill brought by the severe cold outside, and immersing your body and mind in this peaceful and beautiful atmosphere. Suddenly, a burst of urgent, squeaking sounds came from outside, breaking the silence in the room. Immediately afterwards, the Monkey King led the entire group of monkeys and rushed into the camp in a hurry. The Monkey King's face was filled with anxiety. He moved his hands wildly in the air and made rapid and panicked noises as if he was desperately shouting, "Help! Something terrible has happened!" And Lan's attention was instantly attracted by a female monkey in the group. The mother monkey held tightly in her arms a baby monkey who was in a very bad condition. His whole body was shaking violently and uncontrollably. His hair was soaked by the snow and stuck to his body in strands. His eyes were half closed, and he was so weak that he could lose signs of life at any time. The Monkey King was so anxious that he kept jumping up and down, pointing his claws at the little monkey again and again, his eyes full of pleading, as if he was begging, "Hurry up and save it. It's dying." Seeing this, Lan immediately stepped forward to check the situation. She carefully observed the monkey's condition, gently touched its cold body, and immediately confirmed the situation. It should be hypothermia. When Lu Fan heard this, he immediately put down the steaming teacup in his hand and quickly took the little monkey. His movements were gentle and careful, afraid of hurting the fragile little life, and then he gently carried it to the fire. Lan turned around and walked quickly to the side, quickly took a piece of dry paper towel, and gently wiped the water off the little monkey's body bit by bit. Then, Lu Fan poured another small cup of hot honey water. He squatted down slightly and brought the small cup close to the little monkey's mouth. He was extremely careful for fear of scalding the little monkey. The little monkey was a little resistant at first, twisting his head left and right and waving his little paws in the air. But soon it was attracted by the sweet smell of honey water. It slowly opened its little mouth and began to drink. As time passed, the little monkey's body gradually warmed up, and the body that had been shaking violently slowly stopped shaking. It slowly opened its eyes, and its originally dull eyes regained their luster as it looked around curiously at the strange yet warm environment. It even stretched out its tiny claws and tried to grab Lu Fan's fingers. It looked so adorable. When the monkeys saw this scene, they immediately cheered. They screamed excitedly, some jumped on the ground, and some shuttled back and forth among the branches, celebrating the little monkey's escape from danger in their own unique way. The Monkey King was so excited that he lost himself in excitement, jumping up and down and almost overturned the roof. Lan looked at the lively scene, breathed a sigh of relief, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. He said to Lu Fan with a smile, "It seems that they trust us very much. They came to us as soon as something happened." Lu Fan also smiled, his eyes full of tenderness and emotion. "They are smarter than I thought, and they know how to trust better." The Monkey King seemed to understand their teasing and bowed like a naughty child. The funny action made Lu Fan and Lan laugh. However, jokes aside, Lu Fan and Lan both knew that in such extremely cold weather, every life faced severe tests, especially wild animals. Lu Fan and Lan sat side by the fire, the warm flames licking the dry firewood, making crackling sounds. Looking at the joyous and lively scene of the monkeys in front of them, they also felt a sense of relaxation and joy in their hearts, as if all their fatigue and worries were dispelled by this warm atmosphere. Suddenly, Lu Fan seemed to be struck by inspiration. His eyes lit up instantly, and he patted Lan's shoulder excitedly. Smiling, he suggested, "Hey, do you think we should go take a hot spring bath? It's freezing cold, and taking a hot spring bath can not only warm up the body, but also relax you. How pleasant it is." When Lan heard this, his eyes lit up immediately, and he nodded in agreement. "This is a great idea. Hot springs can not only drive away the coldness in the body, but also relieve fatigue. It has many benefits for the body. However, we have to be careful not to soak for too long, otherwise our body temperature will be too high, and that will cause problems." Lu Fan nodded vigorously, then turned to look at the Monkey King, waving his hand and greeting him enthusiastically. "Hey, Monkey King, we are going to take a hot spring bath. Do you want to join us?" The Monkey King tilted his head, his face full of confusion, and it was obvious that he had no idea what the unfamiliar word, hot spring, was. But when it looked at Lu Fan and Lan's expectant faces, it felt an inexplicable surge of excitement in its heart. It immediately jumped up excitedly, squeaking nonstop and waving its arms, calling on the monkeys to follow. In its mind, as long as it is something proposed by Lu Fan and Lan, it must be correct, and it must be an interesting and fun place. Lu Fan smiled as he gently picked up the bearskin beside him and carefully put it on Lan. Because Lan was petite, the wide bearskin wrapped around her body, with the hem even dragging on the ground, made her look like a gorgeous robe. "Come, wrap yourself up in this. It's windy and snowy outside. Don't get cold," Lu Fan said with concern, looking at Lan's appearance, and couldn't help laughing. "Haha, you look like Caesar Belia now." "Beria? Who is he?" Lan looked curious, with confusion in her big watery eyes. "You don't even know Belia? He's a great father," Lu Fan said seriously, but there was a hint of cunning in his eyes. Lan rolled her eyes at Lu Fan and pretended to be angry and said, "I don't believe your nonsense. Come in and put on the blanket together. Otherwise, can you stand this cold wind?" Lu Fan's eyes lit up, and like a child who got candy, he quickly pulled up the bearskin, quickly got in, and stuck tightly to Lan. The two men were wrapped in bear skins and stood shoulder to shoulder. And so, the group of people and monkeys set off in a mighty manner. Lu Fan and Lan walked at the front of the team. Their figures looked particularly warm against the backdrop of the white snow. The monkeys followed closely behind like a group of happy little followers. The little monkeys were extremely excited. They jumped all the way, running here and there, stopping from time to time to look curiously at the flowers, plants, and trees covered with snow on the roadside. The Monkey King, like a responsible leader, walked among the monkeys with his head held high, looking back at his team from time to make sure no little monkey was left behind. Its majestic appearance seems to be announcing to everyone that it will definitely protect every member. The road is extremely difficult to walk on after the snow. The snow is thick and soft. Every step you take feels like stepping into a small pit, making it difficult to walk. Fortunately, Lu Fan was in good physical condition. He held Lan tightly and walked forward steadily step by step. His arms were strong and firm, like a solid backer, giving Lan a full sense of security. Chapter 196 Hot Spring Bath. Halfway through the walk, Lu Fan keenly noticed that Lan was a little tired, and her steps gradually became heavy. So, he bent down without saying a word, and regardless of Lan's objections, he carried her on his back. "What are you doing?" "I can walk by myself," Lan said coquettishly, but her voice was full of emotion. "I want to carry you on my back, so just forget it," Lu Fan said with a smile, with an unquestionable tenderness in his tone. Lan smiled helplessly and had to pull the bearskin tight to gently block the wind for Lu Fan. She leaned on Lu Fan's back, feeling his warm and strong heartbeat, her heart filled with sweetness. In this way, with mutual support and warmth, they walked for about half an hour and finally arrived at the hot spring they had discovered before. The hot spring in front of us is like a dreamland, surrounded by thick layers of snow, like a layer of pure white velvet carpet. The hot spring itself is emitting steam, which rises slowly in the cold air, forming a layer of hazy mist, adding a bit of mystery to the entire hot spring. There are a few golden fallen leaves floating on the water, swaying gently with the rippling waves, making it look particularly peaceful and beautiful. Seeing this scene, the monkeys suddenly became excited and cheered and danced. A few impatient little monkeys couldn't wait to jump into the water, splashing crystal water. They swam happily in the water, diving to the bottom and then surfacing, having a lot of fun. Just then, a familiar squeak sound came from the other side of the hot spring. Lu Fan and Lan looked up and were surprised to find that it was the group of golden monkeys they had met before. The group of golden monkeys had obviously discovered them. Their eyes were shining with excitement, and they immediately ran over cheering. When the two monkey groups met, the scene suddenly became more lively. The monkeys chased and played with each other, and their cheerful calls echoed throughout the valley. The Monkey King and the Golden Monkey King looked at each other, and then began an unusual friendly interaction. The Monkey King's attention was immediately attracted by a female golden monkey with bright fur and elegant posture, and there was a strange light flashing in its eyes. It immediately straightened its chest and began to show its charm, like a confident dancer. Sometimes it jumps high, drawing a graceful arc in the air. Sometimes it rolls flexibly on the snow, showing off its agile body. He even performed several difficult aerial turns in an attempt to attract the attention of the female golden monkey. And Lan looked at this interesting scene and couldn't help but burst out laughing. It seems that the Monkey King has found true love. Lu Fan also laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. He held his stomach and joked, "I didn't expect the Monkey King to be such a love expert." The group of golden monkeys were obviously very interested in the Monkey King's performance. Especially the female golden monkey, its eyes sparkled with curiosity and appreciation, and it even responded with a few squeaks, as if to express its recognition of the Monkey King. Seeing this, the Monkey King became even more excited and performed even harder. It jumped up and down, danced, and almost fell into the hot spring by accident, causing everyone to laugh. Amidst laughter and joy, Lu Fan and Lan carefully took off their outer clothes and slowly walked into the hot spring. As usual, they enjoyed this warm and cozy moment separated by a stone. The warm water instantly enveloped their bodies, like a pair of gentle hands, gently caressing their skin and dispelling all the coldness from their bodies. And Lan sighed comfortably, with a happy smile on his face. "This feels great. It's like returning to civilized society." Lu Fan leaned against the hot spring, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and enjoyed this rare moment of relaxation. Yes, this kind of natural bubble hot spring is really a great enjoyment in life. Live broadcast room. I want to take a bath, too. It looks so comfortable. We can already buy tickets to bathe in hot springs here, the kind where men and women bathe together. The hot springs are old and white, and the legs are warm too. Why does it feel weird? Am I the only one who discovered that the Monkey King is in love? The heat from the hot spring continues to rise, and the surrounding snow slowly melts under the fumigation of the hot air, forming a dreamlike fog forest. In this mist, the monkeys had more fun. The little monkeys chased each other in the water, splashing water on each other and playing. The splashing water sparkled with colorful light under the sunlight. The Monkey King took the opportunity to get closer to the female golden monkey, his eyes full of tenderness and expectation, trying to further develop the relationship. It handed the female golden monkey a fresh leaf, and then showed its newly learned skills in front of it, making the female golden monkey laugh. After soaking for a while and feeling their bodies were thoroughly warmed up, they came out of the hot spring, wrapped themselves in bare skins, and sat by the hot spring to rest. They watched the monkeys playing in the water with satisfied smiles on their faces. The Monkey King was having so much fun that he actually learned to slap the water with his paws, splashing crystal water and making the female golden monkey laugh so hard that she fell over. And Lan looked at this heartwarming scene and said with emotion, "In fact, the happiness of animals is very simple. As long as they have food and warmth, they can live happily." Lu Fan nodded and said thoughtfully, "Yes, sometimes we humans make life too complicated." At this moment, the Monkey King suddenly jumped out of the hot spring. He was wet all over, with crystal water droplets hanging on his hair. It trotted all the way to Lu Fan and Lan, holding tightly in its hand a wild fruit that it had found from somewhere. It handed the wild fruit to Lu Fan, its eyes full of gratitude and trust. Lu Fan took the wild fruit and handed it to Lan. He smiled and touched the Monkey King's head. "Thanks, brother." After soaking in the hot spring, the warm vapor still lingered in Lu Fan and Lan's hair, and they prepared to set off back to the shelter. The Monkey King and the female golden monkey stood side by side, their eyes full of reluctance, and squeaked a few times. The sound was soft and melodious, as if expressing the sadness of parting. The female golden monkey stretched out her furry paws and gently patted the Monkey King's shoulder. Her gesture was intimate, as if she was gently admonishing him. "Come and play again next time." The Monkey King puffed out his chest, his face was beaming, his tail was raised high, and he looked very proud, as if he had already won the heart and was immersed in sweetness. The way down the mountain was more difficult and dangerous than the way up. The snow-covered ground was like a huge ice rink, so slippery that it was terrifying. Lu Fan and Enlon took each step carefully, testing their feet as if on ice. But even so, they almost slipped several times. Enlon tightly grasped Lu Fan's arm, his fingers turning slightly white due to nervousness, and muttered, "This road is too slippery. It's like we're on an ice rink. If we continue like this, we'll definitely fall into snowmen." Chapter 197, The Early Bird Catches the Worm. Lu Fan responded with a smile, his voice steady and powerful, giving people a full sense of security. "It's okay. I'm here, you won't fall. Even if you do fall, I'll be your cushion." But just as he finished speaking, he slipped. "See, Bull." His body lost balance instantly, his hands waved wildly in the air, and he almost fell on his back. Enlon couldn't help but burst out laughing, his eyes full of smiles. "Ha ha, I think you are in a difficult situation. You can't even save yourself." The clear laughter echoed in the silent forest, adding a relaxing atmosphere to the difficult journey home. When they reached the flat ground, Lu Fan carried Enlon on his back, without saying anything. Enlon couldn't persuade him, so she could only lie on his back obediently, with her arms gently around his neck. Watching the layer of snow accumulating on Lu Fan's hair, which looked like a layer of white sugar, Enlon felt a warm current in her heart. She gently brushed them away with her hands, her movements gentle and careful. Lu Fan felt her movement and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, as if the coldness of the icy and snowy world was dispelled without a trace by this small action. When we finally got back to the shelter, the monkeys were already gathered around the fire to keep warm. The firelight danced happily, reflecting on their furry faces, outlining the outline of each monkey warmly and softly. The Monkey King squatted beside the fire, staring at the dancing flames without blinking, his eyes full of curiosity and desire. It tilted its head, stretched out its claws, and slowly approached the flame, but just when it was about to touch it, it quickly drew back as if it had been electrocuted, obviously in awe of and longing for fire. Lu Fan saw what the Monkey King was thinking, and with a gentle smile on his face, he quickly walked into the house and took out a piece of flint and a stone. He squatted down beside the Monkey King and began to demonstrate skillfully how to make fire with flint. He held the stone in both hands and struck the flint rhythmically. There were a few clicks, and sparks flew like fireworks blooming in the night sky. The hay in the fire was ignited instantly, and the flames jumped up, illuminating everything around. The Monkey King opened his eyes wide, his mouth opened wide, his face full of shock and excitement, as if he had seen some incredible magic. "See, this is the secret of fire." Lu Fan handed the flint to the Monkey King, his tone serious and patient. "However, you must be careful with fire and not mess around, otherwise it will cause a fire. Fire can be used for heating and barbecue, but you must be careful." As he spoke, he pointed at the blazing fire, his eyes revealing concern and instructions. The Monkey King took the flint and held it carefully in his hand, as if he was holding a rare treasure. It imitated Lu Fan and struck the flint with a stone. At first, there was only a dull sound of impact, without any sparks. But the Monkey King did not give up. After several attempts, finally, a few sparks flew out. Although they were weak, they made the Monkey King so excited that he danced with joy. Its tail was raised high, and it jumped up and down on the spot, squeaking nonstop. Other monkeys were also attracted. They gathered around the Monkey King, curiosity flashing in their eyes, and chattering. Enlon looked at this interesting scene and couldn't help laughing. I remember the story of Prometheus stealing fire in the elementary school Chinese textbook. He stole fire to benefit his people, but he was tied to a cliff by Zeus and suffered. There was a hint of emotion in her eyes, as if she had traveled through time and space and saw the hero who stole fire for mankind. Lu Fan also smiled, with a sly look in his eyes. I also remember a saying, "The early bird catches the worm, and the bird that wakes up even earlier catches Prometheus." You are a devil. Enlon couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. As night fell and the sky gradually darkened, the atmosphere around the fire became even more cozy. The monkeys sat closely together, enjoying the warmth brought by the fire. From time to time, the Monkey King would strike the flint, causing a few sparks to fly and causing the other monkeys to cheer. Finally, it succeeded in lighting a small pile of grass, and the flames burned happily, illuminating its excited face. The Monkey King was so excited that he started spinning on the spot, waving his arms as if he was celebrating a great victory. Then the Monkey King led the monkeys back to their nest, their shadows stretched out in the light of the fire. The Monkey King walked in front, looking back at his companions from time to time, his eyes full of pride and responsibility. Before leaving, the Monkey King turned around and happily waved goodbye to Lu Fan and Enlon. Its claws were waving in the air and it was squeaking, as if to say, "Thank you. I am so happy today." Lu Fan waved goodbye to the monkeys, then sat around the fire with Enlon. The blazing flames made their faces red, and the warmth spread throughout their bodies, dispelling the day's fatigue. Next to the warm campfire, Lu Fan and Enlon sat casually on the ground. The jumping flames occasionally made crackling sounds, adding a bit of lively fireworks to the quiet night. The two people's shadows were stretched out by the firelight and intertwined on the ground. As we chatted, the topic unconsciously turned to dreams. Lu Fan poked the fire with a wooden stick with great interest, and sparks flew instantly, like tiny fireworks blooming in the night sky. He turned his head, a gentle smile on his face, and looked at Enlon, his eyes full of curiosity and expectation. "Enlon, did you have any special dreams when you were a child?" When Enlon heard this, she was stunned at first, and a hint of surprise flashed in her bright eyes. Then, as if she thought of something particularly funny, she covered her mouth and burst out laughing. His shoulders also shook slightly. He laughed so hard that he fell backwards, and his whole body was immersed in this joyful mood. "Don't laugh at me if you tell me so." She finally recovered and said with a forced smile, "When I was a kid, I wanted to be an adventurer, travel around the world, and take on all kinds of challenges." After saying that, she laughed even harder. Her eyes narrowed into a crescent shape, and her cheeks turned slightly red because of laughing, like peach blossoms blooming in spring. When Enlan's laughter gradually subsided, she gently wiped away the tears from her laughter with the back of her hand, calmed down, and asked, "What about you, Lu Fan? What was your dream when you were a child?" Lu Fan's gaze slowly looked into the distance, and his deep eyes seemed to have traveled through time and space, returning to that carefree childhood. An expression of nostalgia unconsciously emerged on his face, which was a deep attachment to the innocent days of the past. He was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "When I was little, I always told others that I wanted to be a teacher in the future." Having said this, he paused, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an embarrassed smile, as if he was recalling a little secret that no one knew. "But in fact, what I really want to be is a knight." Knight. Chapter 198. You must know that when you were young, you had lofty ambitions and promised to be the best in the world. Enlon raised her eyebrows, her eyes instantly filled with curiosity, and she leaned towards Lu Fan unconsciously. "Why do you want to be a knight?" At that time, I often watched The Legend of the Condor Heroes with adults. There was a gleam in Lu Fan's eyes, as if the young self who dreamed of being a hero had returned. The hero Guijing is a chivalrous man in the martial arts world, helping the needy, punishing evil, and promoting good. He is so majestic. He walks around the martial arts world with high spirits and a strong body. When he sees injustice on the road, he roars, draws his sword to help, and saves people from danger. In the desert, he bent his bow and shot the eagle, showing his heroism. In Xianyang City, he fought bravely against the enemy to defend his country. I admire him so much, and I hope that I can become a great hero like him in the future and use my own strength to protect justice and peace in the world. When he got excited, Lu Fan's voice unconsciously rose a few degrees, and his face was filled with admiration for his childhood idol and nostalgia for that passionate dream. "Haha, I didn't expect you had such a passionate dream of being a hero when you were a kid." Enlan's eyebrows were curved, his eyes were full of smiles, and he teased half-jokingly. The crisp laughter echoed around the campfire, and along with the crackling sound of burning firewood, it created a relaxed and comfortable atmosphere. At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room was like a boiling pot, and everyone shared their childhood dreams, and the words were full of nostalgia for the innocent years. Alas, I still remember that when I was a kid, I also wanted to be a knight and destroy all those bad guys. Hee. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a photographer, taking pictures everywhere and recording the beauty of the world. Like the one in Tanxigo? Hey, I used to want to be an astronaut, fly into the sky and explore the mysteries of the universe. Ha. Did your grandma buy you your favorite Zizzalong jelly? Next to the fire, the warm firelight illuminated Lu Fan's face. He was in high spirits, with a gleam in his eyes, and continued to share. "That's not all. When I was a kid, my friends and I learned a set of super cool martial arts based on what we saw on TV. When he mentioned the word handsome, he emphasized the tone deliberately, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a bit of self-mockery and ridicule. Is this true or false?" Enlon suddenly became interested, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He leaned forward slightly and said impatiently, Tell me quickly, how did you learn it? I'm so curious. We were very serious at that time and learned every move very well. As Lu Fan spoke, he stood up and brushed off the non-existent dust on his body, as if he was about to start a formal performance. He spread his legs and took a shaky and non-standard horse stance, waving his hands vigorously in the air and shouting in a powerful martial arts style. Hey ha! That funny yet serious look made Lan couldn't help but giggle. The laughter was clear and pleasant and echoed far away in the snow. Later, we performed for our friends in the snow. We felt so proud of ourselves. As Lu Fan recalled the past, he paced back and forth in the snow, imitating the scenes from his childhood. At that time, we wore thick cotton jackets and jumped around in the snow, imagining that we had the skill of walking on snow without leaving any trace. After demonstrating a few times, Lu Fan slowly sat down with a hint of emotion in his tone. It's a pity that dreams are just dreams after all. I don't dare to mention them anymore after I grow up. Even if someone asks me, I will just talk about my dreams insincerely. Haha, it's really ironic when I think about it. There was a hint of loneliness in his eyes, as if he was saying goodbye to the passionate self of the past. In the live broadcast room, the comments also became a little sad, and everyone felt the same way. Alas, dreams can only exist in the purest childhood. I want to buy osmanthus flowers and carry them with me to drink, but it never feels like the time when I was young. After I grow up, those pure dreams seem to have gradually faded away. We have all grown up and are past the age of talking about dreams. The pressure of reality has made us hide our dreams deep in our hearts. Haha, children don't need dreams. Before they grow up, they just need to obey the adults. Don't get me wrong, this is not what I said. This is what the old witch in Ultraman Tiga said. Lu Fan couldn't help but ask Lan with a smile. Is my dream very naive? In this day and age, I still want to be a knight. There was a hint of insecurity on his face, as if he was worried that his childhood dream would be laughed at. Seeing Lu Fan's somewhat lonely expression, Lan's heart softened, and she hurriedly spoke to comfort him. No, this dream is not childish at all. You are very good and cute for having this dream. Everyone has had innocent dreams. They are our purest response to the world and the most precious memories in our hearts. Her voice was gentle and firm, like the warm sun in winter, dispelling the haze in Lu Fan's heart. After hearing this, Lu Fan's mood instantly improved and a bright smile appeared on his face again. Can you demonstrate your martial arts to me in its entirety? I really want to see it. Lan blinked and said expectantly. Lu Fan was slightly stunned and looked up at Lan. At this moment, her smile was so warm and contagious, as if it had some magical power. Anyway, there is no one else here, so even if the audience sees it, it won't affect me. No problem, I'll call you right away. As he spoke, Lu Fan stood up excitedly, took a deep breath, and concentrated his energy into his dantian. Then he seriously performed the kung fu in the snow. He first struck a graceful starting posture, with his arm drawing a graceful arc in the air, as if he was really holding a sharp sword that could cut through iron like mud in his hand, bringing up a gust of sword wind. Next, his movements were smooth and flowing. His steps were flexible and varied, sometimes as majestic as a dragon emerging from the sea. He rushed forward suddenly, waving his hands quickly. Sometimes he is as majestic as a tiger descending from the mountains, squatting down, and then quickly jumping up. Each move is full of power, yet elegant and unrestrained, as if he is really in the world of martial arts. He was seen spreading his wings like a white crane, his body as light as a white crane spreading its wings to fly. His arms spread out gracefully, as if to embrace the whole world, and the snowflakes flying around him seemed like stage special effects tailor-made for him, so beautiful. Then, he performed the swallow skimming the water move, leaning forward and stretching out his arms quickly and swiftly, as if he was really going to pick up some rare treasure from the snow. The whole set of movements was done in one go, looking very handsome and eye-catching. The originally ordinary moves became powerful under his performance, and he really had the demeanor of a hero. Lan watched intently. She had thought it would be a hilarious comedy performance, but she had not expected Lu Fan to be so into the show. His movements were so standard and well executed. She could not help but admire him secretly. I didn't expect him to look so powerful. Take this from me. Lan suddenly became playful. He laughed and shouted, then rushed forward like a child to fight Lu Fan. Lu Fan showed a confident smile on his face and responded with great momentum. My hero, today I will let you see how powerful I am. Watch out. He turned around suddenly, wanting to perform a cool move, but his feet suddenly slipped, and he rolled around in the snow like a snowball out of control. This sudden change made Lan laugh so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. He covered his stomach with his hands and almost laughed to tears. When Lu Fan finally climbed out of the snow, his hair and clothes were covered with snow, and he looked like a snowman who had just crawled out of a snowdrift. He patted the snow off his body and said to Enlon with a smile, "How is my martial arts? Isn't it good?" Enlon wiped the tears from his eyes with a smile and said with a forced smile, "Not bad, not bad. It is simply a peerless martial arts that has never been seen before and will never be surpassed. If you were to venture into the martial arts world, you would probably become a great hero and charm thousands of girls." After that, the two of them chased each other in the snow and pretended to fight. Their laughter echoed throughout the snow, adding a special touch of warmth and joy to this cold winter day. Enlon was in a particularly good mood, joking and laughing with Lu Fan. Looking at Lu Fan's high-spirited appearance, a poem suddenly emerged in her mind. "How can I eat meat without eating tiger heads? I have been studying swords for 30 years. You must know that when I was young, I had lofty ambitions and promised to be the best in the world." Chapter 199 Winter Gobang. The next day, the temperature became even colder, as if it had been cursed. The biting cold wind was like a sharp blade, cutting everyone's face fiercely. In this brutal survival challenge, another group of contestants could not hold on and were ruthlessly swallowed up by the extremely cold weather, freezing to death in the wilderness. The scene was as if God was playing an extremely cruel elimination game. Whoever was not well equipped or whose will was not strong enough would be instantly kicked out of this survival show. Andre from the United States was like a life-saving candy secretly slipped into his mouth by the goddess of luck. When he was so cold that he was about to say goodbye to the world, he actually ran into a dead moose. This situation is like a traveler who is about to die of thirst in the desert and suddenly discovers a vibrant oasis. Andre's eyes widened like bells. Without saying a word, he picked up the stone knife and slashed at the moose's belly. The action was so skillful that one could not help but wonder if he had done this crazy thing in his previous life. After cutting open the moose's belly, Andre no longer cared about his image. He slid in like a nimble loach. "Hey, you know what? This moose's belly is like a tailor-made natural thermal sleeping bag. It's really warm." Andre curled up inside with only his head exposed. He looked like a little guard hiding in a mysterious fortress. "Give it, give it, give it. This is simply a life-saving straw sent by God." Andre was excitedly sighing in the moose's belly, twisting his body from time to time to adjust to the most comfortable position. Live broadcast room. "Haha, our beautiful country players are really lucky. It's safe now. Not only do we not have to suffer from the cold, but we can also eat venison. Ha ha ha. Oh my god, Andre is really lucky. It's like a real-life example of a blind cat catching a dead mouse. I will not be able to sleep or eat unless he dies." The snow kept falling around him, and the snowflakes fluttered down as if dancing happily to accompany his unique way of keeping warm. But it wasn't long before Andre realized that the contents of the moose's stomach were not as good as he had imagined. First of all, the smell was so intoxicating, as if a giant jar full of all kinds of weird seasonings had been overturned. Sour, smelly, and fishy, all kinds of smells intertwined together, making him want to sneeze. Ahem, this smell is much more stimulating than I expected. Andre frowned, pinched his nose, and tried to adapt himself to this unique smell. The strange smell in the moose's stomach reminded him of the feeling of falling into the toilet as a child. Secondly, the space was really small. If he moved a little, he would feel the moose's skin sticking tightly to him, as if an invisible hand was squeezing it hard. But there is no way. In order to survive, this little grievance does not matter. While Andre was trying to adapt in the moose's belly, the other contestants were still struggling outside. Some people were wrapped in several layers of rags, shivering in the snow, looking for shelter from the wind. Some people were exhausted and fell in the snow, their eyes full of despair. As for Andre, in this strange refuge, he began to let his imagination run wild. When I get out alive, I must write this experience into a book. Maybe it will sell well. As Andre thought about this, he danced in the moose's belly, imagining himself becoming a best-selling author and being adored by fans. Time passed by minute, and the wind outside was still blowing. Andre didn't know how long he had been in the moose's stomach. He just felt hungry and thirsty. He began to miss the warm bed at home and the delicious meals his mother cooked. How nice it would be if I could have a bite of hot pizza right now. Andre swallowed and his stomach began to growl. Compared with the embarrassment of players from other countries, Chinese players seemed to be at ease in the face of this disaster. Lu Fan and Enlon stayed comfortably in the shelter the entire day, roasting fire, eating meat, and turning this extremely cold weather into a pleasant experience. The shelter was warm and cozy. While eating the barbecue in his hand, Lu Fan said to Enlon with a beaming face. Look at those people outside. They are probably looking forward to a warm corner right now. Unlike us, we are enjoying our daily life. Enlon smiled and rolled her eyes at him. You are so proud. It's all thanks to our full preparations in advance. Otherwise, you might be shivering in the cold wind like them now. After dinner, the two played Go Bang in the shelter to kill time. The chessboard was the one they had carefully made before, and every square carried the joy of their leisure time. Lu Fan played the black pieces and started the game with great momentum, placing them one after another, trying to quickly gain an advantage on the board, muttering to himself, I'm telling you, the last time I lost to you was because I let you go, but I won't show mercy this time. Enlon was calm and considered every step carefully. She gently picked up a white piece with her fingers and paused it in the air for a moment, as if she was preparing a powerful move. Then she landed it steadily and responded with a smile. I want to see how powerful you are. As time went by, the number of chess pieces on the board gradually increased, and the situation became increasingly tense. Lu Fan's black pieces seemed aggressive, but they were cleverly manipulated and blocked by Enlan's white pieces. Several times, they were about to form 5 pieces, but were intercepted by Enlan's quick eyes and hands. Oh, just that little bit. Lu Fan slapped his thigh in annoyance, but his eyes were fixed on the chessboard, not missing any possible opportunity. Enlon smiled secretly and deliberately teased. Master Lu, your unparalleled martial arts are useless on this chessboard, so just admit defeat. Lu Fan was not willing to accept it, and shook his head like a rattle. That won't work. I haven't used my best skills yet. As he spoke, his eyes rolled and a plan came to his mind. While Enlon was not paying attention, he secretly moved a chess piece. Hey, you're cheating. Enlon was sharp-eyed and immediately discovered the flaw, reaching out to grab Lu Fan's committing hand. Lu Fan quickly retracted his hand and pretended to be calm. No way. You must be dazzled. This is fair competition. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was also very lively. These two are so funny. It's freezing outside, but they're having so much fun inside. Master Lu Fan is not honest when playing chess. Enlon, don't let him go. It's heartwarming to see them so happy in this cruel challenge of survival. Compared to this joyful scene, I am more happy to see other contestants suffering. Me too. Happiness is built on the suffering of others. Just as they were having a great time, the blizzard outside was still raging. The strong wind hit the shelter, making a whistling sound, as if it was jealous of the warmth and joy inside the shelter. Lu Fan and Enlon were immersed in the world of Go and were completely unaware of the cold and danger outside. The sky gradually darkened, and the two ended the chess game for the day. Enlon won most of the games, and although Lu Fan lost more, he still had a smile on his face. I'll let you go today, but I won't show mercy tomorrow, Lu Fan said unconvinced as he packed up the chess pieces. Enlon smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll be with you anytime. Let's see who is the real Go master tomorrow. The two of them lay on the warm Kong, covered with thick animal skins, listening to the whistling wind outside, and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 200 Snowball Fight Game. The next morning, the heavy snow gradually stopped, but the biting cold wind was still howling, blowing across the earth wantonly. Lu Fan and Enlon sat in the warm shelter and enjoyed a delicious barbecue. The warm flames were leaping, and the aroma of the sizzling barbecue filled the air. In this world of ice and snow, such times seemed particularly pleasant. After Lu Fan finished eating, he wiped his mouth with satisfaction and looked at the thick snow outside. He suddenly became interested. Look at the thick snow outside. It would be a pity not to build a snowman. Having said that, he rushed out in a hurry. Not long after, a crooked snowman was born under his hands. This snowman looks really funny. Its head is as big as a winter melon, which is very disproportionate to its thin and pitiful body. Its 2 arms, one long and one short, are randomly inserted into its body, making it look like a little monster that just landed from outer space. Enlon, come and see the Nezar I made, Lu Fan shouted at the top of his voice. Enlon walked out with a smile, and when he saw the snowman, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. This is too ugly. Neza was so cute when he was a child. Dahe jumped happily in the snow, sometimes bumping his head against the snowman's legs, sometimes stretching out his paws to dig at the snow, having a lot of fun. From time to time, he barked at the snowman, as if greeting this strange guy enthusiastically. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room were also amused by this interesting scene. Lu Fan's snowman is so unique. It turns out that the master has no talent for art. The Trident showed that. Neza 2 was released recently, and this snowman is really similar to Neza in the movie. Don't say it, really don't say it. Upstairs, you put it here. Just as Lu Fan and Enlon were immersed in this joyful atmosphere, an announcement suddenly sounded in the wilderness. Wilderness survival announcement. Extreme cold challenge, snowball fight. Rules: survivors will prioritize matching with other nearby players, and both sides will challenge each other to a snowball fight. Players from the same country will not match each other. Note: the snowball fight challenge lasts for 15 minutes, and the last person standing wins. The successful challenger will deprive the loser of the rebate multiple, and the rebate multiple will be upgraded to 10 million times rebate. There are no rules or restrictions for the snowball fight challenge. Challengers can use any unconventional means to win, but they can only carry one item. Upon seeing this announcement, the entire wilderness exploded. The contestants' nerves, which had been numbed by the cold and fatigue, were instantly tensed up by the sudden rule. What kind of rule is this? Can we use unconventional means to have a snowball fight? Doesn't that mean we can be ruthless? A contestant shouted angrily, his face full of anxiety and fear. Isn't this forcing everyone to fight? Damn it, you're going to drive us crazy, right? Of course, some players were secretly happy after seeing this news. I can take away the opponent's rebate multiple? That's great. Andre, who was originally sleeping soundly in the moose's belly, was awakened by the sudden announcement. He crawled out of the moose's belly in a daze. He looked at the notice floating in the sky with a blank face, and secretly complained in his heart, I just found a way to save my life, and now this happens. Isn't this going to cost me my life? He looked around and saw that the snow was thick, but he had almost nothing that could be used as a weapon except a stone knife. As for Lu Fan and Enlon, their originally relaxed smiles disappeared in an instant, replaced by solemn expressions. This rule is too dangerous. There are no restrictions at all, and someone could really die. Enlon frowned, his eyes revealing deep worry. Lu Fan touched his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, no matter what, we have to be prepared for everything. If the rebate multiplier advances to tens of millions, there will definitely be many people who will do whatever it takes. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also going wild. It's over, it's over. What will Lu Fan and Enlon do if they run into a ruthless contestant? What are you afraid of? With the strength of Master Lu Fan, no one can be his opponent. I've been saying that this wilderness survival game is getting more and more outrageous. They even came up with a snowball fight challenge. What if we are matched with a player who has good relations with our country? What should we do? In the face of real interests, all friendships are vulnerable. What you usually see is just a show. Immediately afterwards, something similar to a Rubik's Cube suddenly appeared in front of the contestants. It starts from a folded state, slowly opens layer by layer, and finally forms a door frame full of technology in front of each contestant. Then, a blue vortex appeared in the door frame, exuding a mysterious aura. Seeing this, Lu Fan was greatly surprised. Is this a portal? It's so magical. Enlon couldn't help but sigh. Please bring your items into the portal to challenge. Lu Fan turned to look at Enlon and said seriously, you can only bring one item, so you can bring Dahe. If Dahe doesn't allow you to bring it, you can bring the explosives. Enlon thought about it and felt that this was indeed the best solution at the moment, so she nodded, but she still asked curiously, what are you going to bring? Lu Fan smiled and picked up the big knife from the shelf and answered confidently, I'll just take this, it's enough. Then he squatted down, patted Dahe's head gently, and instructed, Dahe, Enlon is now in your hands to protect. No matter who it is, as long as they dare to get close to her and hurt her, you must bite them hard. Do you hear me? If you behave well, I will give you a big bone to eat when you come back. Dahe immediately stood up energetically and let out a low roar, as if he was firmly assuring Lu Fan that he would definitely protect Enlon. Then Lu Fan walked into the portal first, holding a big knife. I'll go first, you be careful. Then Enlon touched Dahe's head and said, Dahe, it's up to you. Then she took Dahe and walked into the portal. After a dizzy spell, Lu Fan found himself standing in a vast expanse of snow. The snow under my feet was thick and soft. With every step I took, I could feel the cold touch through the soles of my shoes. He looked down and saw a pile of ice cubes covered with spikes in various shapes lying quietly at his feet. The sharp spikes flashed coldly under the pale snow light. Lu Fan's heart shuddered, and he instantly realized that this was the weapon for this snowball fight challenge. Just looking at these sharp thorns, he couldn't help but gasp. The scene of these ice cubes hitting people involuntarily emerged in my mind. The consequence would be serious injury, if not death.